With a cigarette dangling from my lips, I muttered under my breath, "Death is like the wind, always by my side." After a long, exhausting day at work, I dragged my weary body to the internet cafe, booted up the computer, logged into the game, picked a rune at random, and plunged right in. Think you can dive the tower and kill me? Just wait till I cut you to pieces. Cursing as I played, I went on a rampage, taking down the opposing Demacia champion again and again until his screen went completely dark, leaving him helplessly stuck at his base. The minions lined up beneath the tower looked like a red carpet rolled out just for me. Weaving in and out among them, I felt a rush of exhilaration. My inventory brimmed with legendary gear: Phantom Dancer, Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, Death's Dance Mercuries. Scimitar, every item I could wish for. My silver scimitar traced a dazzling arc through the air, and the enemy hero, ripe for the picking, toppled to the ground with a heavy thud. But just as I was getting into the groove, a sudden wave of boredom washed over me. So just a newbie, how dull. I took a long drag on my cigarette, leaned back on the sofa, and leisurely exhaled a series of smoke rings. At that moment, a strange red glow flickered across the computer screen. My heart skipped a beat. What was happening? Was the computer malfunctioning? "Hey, attendant, this computer's acting up," I shouted at the top of my lungs. But before the attendant could respond, a red circle of light appeared at my feet. "Attendant, my words were cut short as I, along with the sofa, was swept away by some overwhelming force. In a blink, I vanished with a sharp whoosh, leaving the attendant staring in stunned silence. I could just make out the attendant shouting behind me, "Boss, quick, someone's running off with the sofa." When I regained my senses, I found myself in a strange, smoke-filled wasteland, the scorched earth stretching around me like a scene from the end of the world. The harsh clang of metal rang in my ears. Squinting, I caught sight of a vibranium shield clashing furiously with a gleaming warblade. In the blink of an eye, Captain Steve's vibranium shield shattered under Thanos' tremendous strength with a deafening crash, sending Steve flying and scraping a long furrow in the dirt before coming to a battered halt. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Steve struggled to his feet. He faced Thanos, eyes brimming with helplessness. Thanos spoke, his voice cold and commanding. "Insignificant human, listen well. I have conquered countless worlds, never allowing sentiment to sway me. Before my unstoppable power, you are nothing but ants, unworthy of resistance." His words brimmed with arrogance and an unshakable authority. Steve listened to all of this, his heart sinking into despair. With great effort, he turned his head and saw Tony Stark trapped in his damaged suit, unconscious. Thor lay, sprawled on the ground, his face covered in blood, unable to move. Looking further into the distance, he saw a massive blue portal in space and time, through which Thanos' army poured forth in endless waves. They were clad in black armor that gleamed with a cold, deadly light. Swarms of alien creatures darted among the soldiers, dense as storm clouds, surrounding Thanos in a menacing ring. The entire scene was suffocating. One command from Thanos, and it seemed as if Earth would be obliterated in an instant. At this very moment of despair, a mysterious red halo appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, I, along with my sofa, crashed down between Steve and Thanos like a blazing meteor. Before I could process what was happening, I stared wide-eyed and shouted, "Where am I?" Bathed in red light, I gripped the armrest of the sofa, feeling as though I sat atop some kind of supreme throne, gazing down at Thanos and the monstrous horde behind him. Steve's jaw dropped in astonishment as he stared at me in disbelief. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in his ear. "Captain, who is this stranger that just appeared?" It was Black Panther, leading the Wakandan army through a spatial rift onto the battlefield. In a matter of seconds, Earth's Avengers gathered with the speed and unity of a swarm of bees. Thanos' voice boomed, deep and commanding. "Who are you?" Anger surged within me, and I snapped back without hesitation. "You want to know who I am? I'm your daddy." Falcon, Sam Wilson, swooped through the air like a shadow and landed beside Steve, while the other superheroes rushed to join them. The tension on the battlefield spiked. A great battle was about to erupt. "How dare you insolent humans offend our master?" Ebony Maw was the first to strike. A massive boulder hurtled toward me like a cannonball. "Oh my God!" I cried out, my face turning pale as I instinctively raised my hands. In that instant, an invisible red wall of light sprang up in front of me. The boulder smashed against the barrier and shattered instantly, sending up a cloud of dust. The Avengers stared, dumbfounded, and I was just as bewildered. "Wait, did I create the shield just now?" "Captain, what in the world is going on?" Falcon asked in shock. Steve was equally confused. I have no idea. He wondered if this person was here to help, but why had they appeared from a halo of light? Frustrated by the sudden turn of events, I jumped off the sofa and yelled at Ebony Maw. What's wrong with you? Throwing rocks at people the moment you meet them? I haven't even done anything to you. After finishing my tirade, I finally realized, where on earth was I? Just a moment ago, I was leisurely playing games at an internet cafe, and in the blink of an eye, I'd been mysteriously transported to this strange and dangerous place, only to be attacked right away. I started to carefully observe my surroundings and noticed that everywhere was littered with shattered buildings and ruins. The whole scene looked like a post-apocalyptic world straight out of a movie. Wait a minute, isn't that Thanos over there in purple? The special effects looked almost too real to believe. No, this didn't feel like a film set at all. Could I be dreaming? I've been rewatching the Marvel movies lately. Maybe this was just my mind playing tricks on me. I swaggered up to Thanos, eyeing him with curiosity, and couldn't help but tease him. Hey, you're Thanos, right? The guy who looks like a giant purple yam. Just as Thanos' face darkened from purple to almost black, growing more furious by the second, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your golden finger has been delivered. Please check your account. What's this? A system? Oh my god. At that moment, I noticed Thanos' war blade trembling violently in his hand, emitting a chilling, bone-rattling hum. It hit me all at once. This wasn't a dream. I had really crossed over, and standing before me was the invincible Thanos himself. Thanos swung his war blade, its cold light slicing through the air, radiating the overwhelming intent to destroy everything in its path. He looked ready to obliterate this insolent intruder, me, on the spot. The blade was long and sleek, glinting with a deadly, icy sheen. What a blade! Chun Feng couldn't help but admire it inwardly. If this was a system reward, it certainly looked formidable. The atmosphere on the battlefield was growing ever more tense. In the distance, legions of monstrous beasts roared with an earth-shattering fury, restless and eager, as if ready to charge at any moment. They were just waiting for Thanos to give the order, and then all hell would break loose. Is this really all the people we have? It doesn't seem like enough. Dr. Strange glanced around, his gaze naturally falling on Chun Feng, as if he were already one of them, before turning to ask Wong at his side. You think this isn't enough? Wong replied with a hint of exasperation. All the sorcerers from Kamartaj were assembled, and behind them stood the fully armed Wakandan army. This was every ounce of strength they could muster. Captain Steve Rogers turned slightly, casting a determined look at his fellow Avengers gathered by his side. Tony Stark was busy repairing his battered armor, slowly rising to his feet. Thor, having just regained consciousness, lifted his battle axe once more. Off in the distance, other human warriors were itching to join the fight. At last, he was no longer fighting alone. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Ant-Man, Hank, transformed into a giant, bursting up from the ruins in a shower of flying debris, sending Chun Feng scrambling for cover in fright. My god, can this guy really get that big? Transformed into giant Ant-Man, Hank now towered over 70 meters tall, like a skyscraper dominating the skyline, creating an overwhelming visual impact. Standing before him, Chun Feng felt as insignificant as an ant. So this really is the Marvel Universe. Black technology everywhere, more astonishing every minute. Chun Feng marveled inwardly, deftly dodging chunks of debris flying through the air. By now, the Avengers had fully assembled. Steve strode forward, picked up the shattered vibranium shield from the ground, and gripped it tightly in his hand, lifting his gaze toward the dense ranks of Thanos' army in the distance. He drew a deep breath and suddenly raised his right hand high. Avengers, assemble! At his command, every Avenger and human warrior behind Steve roared in unison. Their voices thundered across the battlefield, brimming with strength and resolve. At the same moment, Thanos, seeing Steve signal his troops, didn't hesitate. He leveled his weapon, pointing it forward. In an instant, legions of monstrous beasts, piloting warships and riding colossal creatures, surged toward the human lines. Two mighty armies were about to collide head-on. The battle was about to erupt. Chun Feng stood atop a ridge, gripping his sword hilt, his heartbeat quickening. Immersed in this epic war, the sheer magnitude of the moment sent hot blood surging through his veins. He could barely contain himself. Now, the horn of battle had sounded, and Chun Feng felt his will merge seamlessly with the system. He knew with crystal clarity that he must fight for humanity, for Earth, and win this war. Death hovered close, but he felt no fear. In the next instant, Chun Feng pressed his foot to the earth and shot forward like the wind. Drawing on his mastery of swordsmanship of the Gale, he moved with astonishing speed, surpassing most of the human warriors and closely following a few of the leading Avengers. As he met Thanos' monstrous vanguard, Chen Feng drew his blade with a single hand and struck without hesitation. The move wasn't flashy, but it was smooth and natural, as if swordplay were his second nature. With the system's support, nothing was beyond his reach. His blade sliced through the air, effortlessly carving into the body of a charging beast. Instantly, a warm surge of power flooded into Chen Feng, filling him with a strength he'd never known before. He understood at once. This was a unique ability of the Blood Drinker sword. With every attack, his strength was replenished, putting him in a nearly invincible position. This was the true power of the Blood Drinker sword. As the power within him continued to grow, an irrepressible thrill spread across Chen Feng's face, and the sword in his hand danced with ever greater ease. Just then, a roaring beast lunged at him, only to be sliced clean in two by Chen Feng's blade. The familiar chime of the system sounded in his mind. Without even needing to look, Chen Feng knew he had advanced to the rank of hero. He casually tapped his second skill, Steel Slash, and effortlessly locked onto a beast ahead. The skill triggered instantly, and a fierce gust of wind surged to the blade in his hand. What's going on? Chen Feng couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The blade roared with wind, brimming with overwhelming power. Sensing the gale swirling around his sword, his heartbeat quickened. He shouted at the horde of beasts before him, his voice thundering across the battlefield. With his roar, a massive blade of wind erupted, soaring straight into the sky. A tremendous boom shook the air. A wild gale swept across the road ahead, flinging every beast aside as it surged forward, barreling toward the Black Order's generals in the distance. What is this power? Is he controlling the wind? Captain Steve watched the raging whirlwind tear past him, stunned and unable to believe his eyes. That young man from before? He has this kind of strength. Dr. Strange wore a look of utter disbelief as well. What made no sense? Across more than 14 million possible futures he had glimpsed, not once had he seen Chen Feng appear. What on earth was happening? Right now, Dr. Strange's thoughts were in turmoil. He simply could not fathom where this unexpected variable had come from, nor how it had led to the situation unfolding before him. Meanwhile, Chen Feng felt exhilarated beyond words. He unleashed his Gale sword technique again and again, forcing Thanos' army of beasts into a relentless retreat. Never had he experienced such an unbridled sense of power and flow. With each swing, his blade moved faster, and the winds howled ever fiercer. Suddenly, a furious roar split the air. Cull Obsidian, one of the Black Order, crashed down from above wielding a massive battle axe, bringing it down toward Chen Feng's head with brutal force. You think you can challenge me? A mocking light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as he flicked his sword. A silver stream of energy coalesced in midair, gathering in an instant along the blade. In the next heartbeat, he swept his sword outward. A raging wind tore into Cull Obsidian, hurling him back and slamming him heavily to the ground. So, this is Thanos' most trusted lieutenant? Pathetic. Chen Feng's voice dripped with cold sarcasm. Cull Obsidian bellowed in fury, scrambling back to his feet and charging Chen Feng once more. You're too slow. Armed with a full set of divine gear, Chen Feng barely spared him a glance. He stepped forward, sword spinning with elegant precision, conjuring another whirlwind that sent Cull Obsidian soaring helplessly through the air again. You're too weak. With utter disdain, Chen Feng casually struck down with his sword, landing another blow on Cull Obsidian. A guttural cry of pain erupted from Cull Obsidian as he crashed to the ground again. How dare you? Elsewhere, Ebony Maw was commanding the attack on the Avengers when he caught sight of Chen Feng's actions. Fury flashed across his face. With a shout, he hurled a massive boulder at Chen Feng with a sweep of his hand. A sudden jolt of adrenaline shot through Chen Feng. Without hesitation, he activated the third skill on his ability panel. Feel the power of the wind. A confident smile flickered at the corner of his lips. In the next instant, a colossal wall of wind, towering 10 meters high, surged up before him. The massive boulder slammed into the wind barrier, only to be pulverized in a heartbeat by the gale's force. Fragments of stone rained down, scattering across the ground like a sudden downpour. Just then, a bright, cheerful laugh rang out from above. Chen Feng looked up, only to see Star-Lord, wearing his gas mask, descending from the sky. Star-Lord held a laser gun, firing shot after shot at the distant army of alien beasts. He moved with effortless grace, as if he were playing an arcade shooter rather than fighting for his life. Chen Feng couldn't help but grumble inwardly. He's got it so much easier than I do. He watched Star-Lord, the man with the body of a god but the soul of an ordinary guy. If only he hadn't let Thanos slip away back on Titan, maybe they wouldn't be struggling so desperately against this horde right now. Come to think of it, Star-Lord was probably the most infuriating teammate from hell in the whole Marvel Universe. Help me. Just as Chun Feng's thoughts began to wander, Star-Lord somehow managed to get himself ambushed by two alien foes. He was moments away from real danger. Without hesitation, Chun Feng unleashed his slashing skill, cutting the two aliens cleanly in half and saving Star-Lord in the nick of time. You're still as hopeless as ever. He hauled Star-Lord to his feet, unable to resist the jab. That was just a slip-up. Star-Lord mumbled, his face flushed with embarrassment. Before Chun Feng could press the mockery, a flash of green in his peripheral vision caught his eye. Gamora! Star-Lord cried out in delight. Chun Feng turned to look. There stood a woman, her entire body emerald green, not far away. It was Gamora, Star-Lord's beloved and Thanos' adopted daughter. To be precise, she was taken in by Thanos, the very man who murdered her father. Chun Feng regarded Gamora with mixed feelings. He could never quite understand how Star-Lord fell for a woman who was green from head to toe. At that moment, Star-Lord was utterly captivated. At last, he'd found the woman he loved. He remembered the devastation he felt after learning Gamora had died at Thanos' hands. How close he'd come to despair. Gamora, you're back. I thought I'd lost you forever. Star-Lord strode toward her, reaching out to gently touch her face. But Gamora was no longer the woman he once knew. In a swift, practiced move, she flipped Star-Lord over and slammed him face first into the ground. His scream of agony echoed across the battlefield, wrenching and raw. Chun Feng ignored the newly reunited lovers and turned back to the raging fight. He hadn't forgotten Ebony Maw's deadly strike just moments ago. Want to kill me? You'd better be ready to pay the price. Chun Feng unleashed his wind sword technique, wielding his massive sword as he darted through the ranks of enemies like a raging gale. With each swing, two beastly heads fell, swiftly clearing a path through the horde. On this brutal battlefield, it was kill or be killed. There was no room for retreat. At that moment, Ebony Maw strolled leisurely across the chaos, utterly unconcerned by the Earth's warriors charging at him. As Thanos' most trusted lieutenant, Ebony Maw carried himself with a pride all his own. Not even the fierce presence of Chun Feng could shake his composure. Having fought alongside Thanos for countless years, he'd witnessed the mightiest warriors from worlds across the cosmos. Yet no matter how powerful, all had fallen at Thanos' feet. Protected by the ruler of the universe, Ebony Maw believed himself untouchable. You insignificant insect, let me deal with you. Ebony Maw roared, and the stones beneath his feet surged up, swirling around him in a menacing dance. Chun Feng cast a quick glance at his attribute panel. His shield from a passive skill had regenerated. Perfect. In that case, let me show you my speed. With a shout, he unleashed his steel-cutting flash, cleaving through a nearby beast as he shot toward Ebony Maw, as swift as a bolt of lightning. The wind sword technique erupted again. Black winds howled into existence, sweeping up shards of stone from the ground. In their midst, a gigantic black blade formed, surging with power as it slashed toward Ebony Maw. Ebony Maw, take this. The blade, forged from earth and stone, crashed down on Ebony Maw's chest like a thunderbolt descending from the skies. Just a cheap trick, Ebony Maw sneered. He commanded the gray boulders beneath him to burst forth, morphing into a twisting stream of stone that hurtled along the ground, aiming straight for Chun Feng's lower body. That's just vicious. Chun Feng gasped in shock. He instantly broke off his attack, reflexively snapping his legs together and dodging to the side. Ebony Maw was targeting his vital spots. How despicable. You really think you can escape me? Ebony Maw snarled, refusing to give up the chase. In his hands, the stone flow moved with a life of its own, twisting into a nimble stone serpent that relentlessly pursued Chun Feng. Chun Feng couldn't help but admire Ebony Maw's control over stone, but his movements never faltered. He shifted his footwork, weaving and dodging again and again, whipping up two gusts of wind as his figure melted into the swirling black mist. Think you can catch me? You got a long way to go. Frustrated by the failed pursuit, Ebony Maw let out a furious roar. Cowardly worm, all you can do is run. From afar, Chun Feng shot back. If you got the guts, come kill me, you dead monkey. With a casual swipe of his blade, Chun Feng sliced apart the pursuing stone current, a cold smirk playing at his lips as he mercilessly taunted his foe. Just then, a furious roar erupted behind him. A towering black shadow plummeted from the sky, fists clenched, aiming straight for Chun Feng's head. Crash! The iron fist of the war beast crashed heavily against the energy shield surrounding Chun Feng, sending a deep, muffled shock through the air. The sheer force hurled Chun Feng backward, flinging him away. Luckily, The shield had absorbed the brunt of the impact. Without it, his life would have ended right then and there. A lingering sense of fear clung to him as he struggled to his feet, only to realize the shield had shattered completely and vanished. The cool night breeze brushed against his skin, making him shiver uncontrollably. With a swift, spinning slash of his blade, he sent the stunned war beast flying before it could react. His health ticked up. He had regained a bit of his vitality. This was a battlefield of life and death. There was no room for carelessness. Without hesitation, he finished off the dazed beast, claiming another wave of experience points. At that moment, Ebony Maw was being besieged by a group of human warriors. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, ready to seize the opportunity and turn the tide after his recent setback. Play dirty? He could do that too. The battlefield was utter chaos. Soldier clashed with soldier, commanders dueled with commanders. The struggle was fierce, and victory hung in the balance. But Chen Feng was different. He targeted only the ordinary foot soldiers, showing no mercy as he reaped their lives. Head-on confrontation? That was never his style. His only thought was to hunt down the weaker enemies, rapidly increasing his own strength. A crisp chime rang out. The system notification announced his level up once again. That was the system's greatest advantage. As long as there were enemies, leveling up was effortless. He immediately upgraded his E skill, then dove back into the horde of monstrous beasts. Smoke of battle rolled across the field, while flames flickered and danced. The heavy scent of blood mingled with the acrid stench of scorched earth, filling every corner of the battlefield. Attack! Charge! Rayer! Amid the chaos, countless war beasts of Thanos' legion bared their fangs, launching a frenzied assault on the human soldiers, slaughtering them without mercy. Against these colossal monsters, the human warriors were powerless, fleeing in panic and desperation. Just then, a dark shadow swooped down from above. Gleaming metal wings transformed into razor-sharp blades, piercing straight through the heart of a war beast and felling it in an instant. Captain, what do we do with this thing? Hawkeye, having just driven off several ferocious beasts, clutched a luminous, steel gauntlet in his hand, his voice tight with urgency as he looked to Captain America. It was none other than the Infinity Gauntlet, set with all 6 Infinity Stones. The gauntlet radiated peril. One wrong move, and the entire universe could be plunged into destruction. It was unimaginably dangerous. On the other side of the battlefield, Steve Rogers, battered and severely wounded, still wielded his battered shield, locked in deadly combat with the alien beasts. Hearing Hawkeye's call, he shouted back with all the strength he could muster. Take it. Get it as far away from the battle as possible. Hawkeye hesitated, momentarily at a loss. All eyes on the field were drawn to the gauntlet. Was he really supposed to run off with it? But where could he possibly go? No, we have to return it to where it came from. At that moment, Banner transformed into the Hulk. With a single mighty slap, he sent the war beast before him flying, and spoke with unwavering determination. These Infinity Stones were brought back from the past through time travel. If we fail to return them, there might be consequences beyond our imagination. But we can't send them back now. Thanos destroyed the quantum tunnel. No, there's still another time machine. You mean that van? Indeed, Ant-Man's van was another possible gateway through time. Has anyone seen that van? Steve, having just defeated his opponent, gritted his teeth against the pain and climbed the slope, scanning the surroundings. I see it, but it's in a terrible spot. At this moment, Valkyrie's voice drifted down from above. Following her gaze, everyone spotted the brown van mired deep in a crater, its body riddled with bullet holes. It'll take 10 minutes to get that thing running. Ant-Man, now shrunken, was already hiding near the van, and the Wasp had just arrived to join him. Start up the machine. We have to get the Infinity Stones out of here, Steve decided after a brief pause, issuing the order without hesitation. Meanwhile, Chun Feng had also paused his fighting, catching his breath. To be honest, all this back and forth through time was making his head spin. After all, he had only inherited the template of the Swift Swordmaster system. He wasn't the real Yasuo. Oh well, he needed a break. Thinking this, he kicked aside the corpse of a war beast at his feet. Spotting the van, he leaned against it, becoming an observer for the moment, quietly taking in the burning battlefield around him. For a brief instant, he felt almost at ease. My goodness, are all sorcerers this dazzling? From a distance, Dr. Strange hovered in midair, wreathed in flames, elegantly binding a horde of war beasts to the ground with ribbons of violet energy. Now that's a true sorcerer. No need for close combat. He could subdue his enemies with ease. Unlike himself, who had chosen the path of a warrior, doomed to charge through the fray, struggling every step of the way. So powerful. Taking advantage of this rare respite, Chun Feng finally let himself relax for a moment. It wasn't for lack of effort. There were just too many enemies. If this kept up, he'd collapse from exhaustion long before the battlefield was cleared. Stupid system. Are you here just to mess with me? Yet, as always, the system offered him no reply. Strange, you once said we had 1 chance in 14 million. Is this the chance you were talking about? Iron Man soared into the air, extinguished the flames beneath his feet, and landed beside Doctor Strange to ask. Doctor Strange didn't answer right away. He simply stood there in silence, his gaze fixed on Chun Feng, who was resting against the van in the distance, his expression grave and heavy with concern. He understood in his heart that the stranger before them was not one of the possibilities they had imagined. Rather, he was an unknown variable. Whether this variable would bring fortune or disaster was something he could not judge. Faced with Iron Man's expectant gaze, Doctor Strange hesitated for a moment, then finally said, "If I reveal it, none of this will come to pass." Hearing this, a sudden spark flashed in Iron Man's eyes, as if he had just grasped something crucial. "Let's hope you're right." With those words, he transformed into a streak of light and rushed back toward the battlefield. Watching Iron Man's figure grow smaller in the distance, Doctor Strange felt a weight settle in his heart. He recalled the teachings of the Ancient One. When you try to control time, one day you will be devoured by it in turn. That unfamiliar silhouette, that person who had appeared out of nowhere, was this the consequence of his own meddling with the flow of time? Doctor Strange couldn't be certain, but he knew one thing. From the moment Chun Feng had arrived, everything had changed. A faint whisper stirred nearby, the air rippling softly like gentle waves spreading across a pond. "What's going on?" Chun Feng, a master of wind swordsmanship, was highly attuned to changes in the flow of air. He quickly sensed that something was off. He could feel subtle vibrations spreading around him. In a flash, he drew his sword, the blade slicing through the air, trailing a swirling current behind it. "Damn it!" Ant-Man, who was flying overhead, cursed under his breath, narrowly avoiding the arc of Chun Feng's sword. He felt that sharp gust, as if it could pierce right through his chest, sending a chill down his spine. "Wait, it's me, I'm an ally." Ant-Man hurriedly returned to his normal size and landed beside the van. "Oh, it's you." Seeing Ant-Man's suit, Chun Feng immediately recognized him. None other than the famous Ant-Man. "What are you doing here out of nowhere? I almost mistook you for an enemy just now." Chun Feng scratched his head, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Well, we need to open the quantum realm and send the Infinity Stones back to the past," Ant-Man explained as he climbed into the van. But inside, the place was a chaotic mess, and he couldn't immediately figure out what equipment he needed. "This is bad. I can't get this thing to start." "Infinity Stones? Oh no, I can't believe I forgot about that." Chun Feng slapped his forehead, suddenly understanding Ant-Man's intentions. The gauntlet embedded with 6 Infinity Stones, Thanos' ultimate prize. If Thanos got his hands on the gauntlet, there was no telling if he would snap his fingers and wipe out Chun Feng, the accidental traveler, along with everyone else. Where's the gauntlet now? Chun Feng felt his anxiety mounting. He had no idea whether Thanos had already seized it. If anything went wrong, he would truly be in danger. "We need to open the quantum gate as soon as possible. The captain and the others will bring the gauntlet over any minute now." Inside the van, Ant-Man was as anxious as a cat on hot bricks. Tugging at the cables in his hands, he began working frantically. Time was running out. Every second counted. "They'll bring it soon? Are you kidding me? By then, I might not even be alive. There could be no more delay. I have to stop Thanos from getting the Infinity Gauntlet. You keep working. I'll be right back." With these words, Chun Feng dashed toward the heart of the battlefield, leaving Ant-Man staring after him in surprise. When it comes to something like the Infinity Stones, the only way to be truly safe is to hold them yourself. Honestly, who would ever trust their fate to someone else? This time, the Infinity Stones must end up in my hands. At that moment, on the battlefield, Thanos was like an unstoppable beast, swinging his double-bladed sword and launching a brutal assault against the Earth's defenders. His force was overwhelming. Meanwhile, Captain America, the Hulk, and the other superheroes were fighting with everything they had. The battle had reached its fiercest point. "Where's Nebula?" Sensing that the situation was growing more dire by the second, Thanos finally realized that only by seizing the Infinity Stones quickly could he bring this senseless slaughter to an end. "She hasn't responded yet." Corvus Glaive, one of the Black Order, answered immediately. "My lord, look over there." Suddenly, Ebony Maw spotted something and called out. At the edge of the battlefield, Hawkeye was sprinting for his life with the Infinity Gauntlet clutched tightly in his hands. "Stop him! Get the stones back!" A cold glint flashed in Thanos' eyes as he issued his command. Without hesitation, he raised his blade and cut through the Earth's defenders in front of him, charging after Hawkeye with Corvus Glaive and Ebony Maw at his heels. "Give me the gauntlet." A shadow streaked past. Black Panther, clad in his vibranium suit, reached out and took the Infinity Gauntlet from Hawkeye, then dashed toward the van. Every moment mattered. He had to deliver the stones before Thanos could catch up. Almost there. The van was just ahead. His breath came in short, forceful bursts. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind surged past. Danger! As he ran, Black Panther's instincts screamed a warning, but his body couldn't react in time. With a deafening clang, Thanos, like a god of war, descended, blocked Black Panther's path, swinging his sword in a savage arc toward Black Panther's chest. The blow rang out with a thunderous crash, sending Black Panther hurtling through the air like a cannonball before he crashed down in the distance. The might of the Titan was beyond anything a normal person could withstand. Fortunately, Black Panther wore the strongest vibranium armor. Otherwise, he would have been cleaved in two. But the force of a strike knocked the Infinity Gauntlet from his grasp, sending it flying. The Infinity Stones. As Black Panther soared through the air, anxiety gnawed at his heart. All he could do was watch helplessly as the gauntlet, studded with the Infinity Stones, flew off into the distance. "Don't worry, I'm on it." Just then, Chun Fong appeared beside Black Panther, moving with agile grace. Harnessing the power of wind, he swiftly caught the falling Infinity Gauntlet. Once he had it in his grasp, he didn't hesitate for a moment and prepared to make his escape. "Hand over the stones." Thanos' expression darkened as victory slipped through his fingers, only to be snatched away by someone else. When he saw the triumphant smile on Chun Feng's face, his fury became almost uncontrollable. "Give them to you? And why should I?" Chun Feng glanced back at Thanos without a care, even raising his hand to signal his refusal. "Want the Infinity Stones? Not a chance. You're only fit to eat my dust." Enraged by this blatant provocation, Thanos flew into a towering rage. He swung his massive blade at Chun Feng, slashing down with all his might. But Chun Feng, empowered by the speed of the wind, was impossibly fast. Before Thanos' attack could even land, Chun Feng had already widened the gap between them, dodging the blow with ease. Thanos could only watch as his attack hit nothing but air. Despite his successful escape, Chun Feng dared not let his guard down. He knew he was now in mortal peril. One misstep could determine the fate of the entire universe. The gauntlet in his hands was the key to everything. He had to get it safely to Ant-Man. Only then could they return the 5 stones to their rightful places in the past and usher in a new era. Otherwise, it would all fall into Thanos' grasp. If Thanos succeeded, a single snap of his fingers would turn half the universe to dust. Chun Feng could not allow himself to be erased moments after arriving in this world. No matter what, he was determined to deliver. The gauntlet to Ant-Man himself. He couldn't decide the fate of others, but his own life and death had to be in his own hands. That had always been his principle. Calling upon the power of the wind, Chun Feng darted across the war beasts of Thanos' army, quickly making his way to Ant-Man's side. "Hey buddy, I've got the gauntlet. Make sure you do this right," Chun Feng reminded Ant-Man emphatically. He didn't want a single slip-up to cost him his life. "Don't worry, I'll get my all." Ant-Man gave a relieved smile as Chun Feng handed over the Infinity Gauntlet. With it in his possession, all he needed was to activate the time machine. "Hey, give it my all doesn't exactly fill me with confidence." Chun Feng shook his head in exasperation. He had hoped to trust Ant-Man, but the casual promise did little to reassure him. Still, he realized if Ant-Man couldn't do it, perhaps no one could. He had no choice but to trust him. Once Ant-Man took the Infinity Gauntlet, he immediately plunged into intense preparations, working the device in his hands and making precise adjustments to the equipment around him. Watching from the sidelines, Chun Feng felt utterly helpless at this moment. All he could do was worry, forced to witness the situation deteriorate right before his eyes. His anxiety was understandable. After all, he had just publicly mocked Thanos, and now the purple giant had lost all sense of reason, consumed entirely by rage. Now, Thanos brandished his massive blade, cutting down any human warriors in his path as he charged straight toward Chun Feng. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Thanos reached him. Although Chun Feng could still try to provoke Thanos with his words, if it came down to a real fight, he stood no chance. Despite possessing the powers of the Swift-Wind Swordsman, such abilities were far from sufficient in the world of Marvel. He had only just begun to tap into the potential of his newfound Golden Finger ability, with significant room for growth ahead. Moreover, having only recently acquired this power, he still hadn't fully grasped its hidden potential. There was much more to discover and improve. For now, his priority was clear: survival above all else. Only by staying alive could he continue to explore and enhance his Golden Finger's capabilities, eventually carving out a place for himself in this world. Otherwise, no matter how powerful he might become, If he lost his life, everything would come to nothing. The more Chun Feng thought about it, the more tense he became, his anxiety mounting with every passing second. Beside him, Ant-Man was sweating profusely, scrambling to keep up. To be fair, Ant-Man was doing everything he could. Unfortunately, the device they were working with was only a backup, and operating it was exceedingly complicated. For now, Ant-Man was completely at a loss. Can you do it or not? If you don't get this working soon, once Thanos gets here, you'll be the first to suffer. Chun Feng couldn't help but urge him anxiously. But Ant-Man simply had no time to respond. The controls were bewilderingly complex, and though Ant-Man had managed to figure out a few things, he was still missing the final step. Besides, this machine wasn't exactly the same as the time travel devices he'd used before. Just then, a sudden explosion thundered from up ahead. The next moment, everyone saw Thanos cleave Iron Man aside with a single blow and charge straight toward them. Pitiful humans, is it you who dares provoke me? Thanos fixed his furious gaze on Chun Feng, his face twisted with rage. This is bad. Chun Feng's expression turned grim. He knew he was truly in danger this time. Got it. At that critical moment, Ant-Man let out a triumphant shout. In the next instant, dazzling light erupted all around them. Hurry, put the Infinity Stones in. Overjoyed, Chun Feng shouted at the top of his lungs. Without hesitation, Ant-Man placed the Infinity Stones into the device. Meanwhile, witnessing this scene, Thanos' face darkened with a menacing gloom. He no longer cared about anything else. His figure blurred into a streak of shadow as he charged straight at them. To him, the Infinity Stones were absolutely essential. If these insignificant opponents ruined his plan, his reputation throughout the universe would be destroyed in an instant. Yet just as Thanos hurtled toward them, a faint smile appeared on Chun Feng's face. At this moment, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Once the Infinity Stones entered the time tunnel, everything would return to its starting point. He had seen this exact scene with his own eyes in the movies. Sure enough, the instant before Thanos reached them, something extraordinary happened. Thanos seemed to freeze in place, as if someone had pressed the pause button on him. Everything around him fell into stillness. The soldiers locked in fierce combat. The entire chaotic battlefield, all motion ceased. A moment later, a brilliant curtain of light burst forth from the device in Ant-Man's hands, swiftly draping itself over the entire battlefield. Every person and every object was gently enveloped by this radiant glow. Elsewhere, Iron Man, Thor, and the massive Hulk, all lying battered and barely conscious on the ground, witnessed the unfolding spectacle as well. Moments before, they had been locked in desperate battle with Thanos and hadn't noticed the details of what was happening. But seeing the battlefield suddenly frozen, they realized that Ant-Man must have completed his mission, returning the Infinity Stones to the past. Still, questions lingered in their hearts. Who was that young man? Why had he appeared so suddenly at such a crucial moment? Was it really his intervention that changed the fate of everything? In truth, the one most bewildered by all this was Doctor Strange. As someone who could glimpse countless possible futures, he had never seen Chun Feng's presence before. Now his mind was filled with uncertainty. Could this unexpected arrival of Chun Feng alter the course of the future? Having successfully returned the Infinity Stones, would he cause history to take a new and unexpected turn? Sunlight streamed in, bright and warm, carrying with it the gentle songs of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. Chun Feng rolled over slightly, slowly waking from his slumber. At that moment, the fully automated smart butler, Slack, switched on the natural light mode, filling the room with a clear and pleasant brightness. Sunlight poured through the windows, illuminating every corner of the space. Rubbing his head, Chun Feng shook off the last traces of sleep. Ah, what a wonderful feeling. He sighed with satisfaction. There was no denying it. The smart butler was truly considerate, always providing the best service imaginable. I really have Stark to thank for all this. A genuine smile broke across Chun Feng's face as he spoke, his mood light and cheerful. That's right. The man lying in bed, enjoying this moment of rare peace, was none other than Chun Feng himself. Compared to when he first entered this dangerous world, he had grown far more accustomed to it. When Chun Feng initially crossed into the Marvel Universe, he was immediately swept into the crisis of Thanos fighting for the Infinity Gauntlet. In that life-and-death moment, relying on the power of the Swift-Wind Swordsman, he managed to snatch back the gauntlet and handed it over to Ant-Man. Ant-Man did not let anyone down. He successfully opened a time portal and sent all the Infinity Stones back to the past. However, much to Chun Feng's frustration, this time portal was anything but stable. The instant it activated, a violent temporal storm erupted. As a result, not only were the Infinity Stones sent back to history, But everyone present was also sucked into the portal, each of them thrown back to a different point in time. What truly caught Qin Feng off guard, though, were the unpredictable changes that occurred during this transmission. He found himself in a world utterly different from the original Marvel storyline. For instance, in the days that followed, people who should never have met at the same time began appearing around Qin Feng one after another. Peter Parker, also known as Spider-Man, Frank Castle, the Punisher, Tony Stark, the Invincible Iron Man, and others of great importance, such as Natasha, director Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D., and the Hulk. During these days, Qin Feng experienced countless stories with these characters, making him realize with absolute certainty that his world had undergone a radical transformation. It was no longer the familiar Marvel universe he once knew. It had become a new world, brimming with chaos. Even so, no matter how the world changed, Qin Feng remained a traveler with unique powers. Now, he had acquired a new title, the Swiftwind Swordsman, Arthur. Though swept into this tumultuous world, his abilities as the Swiftwind Swordsman persisted, earning him a certain degree of fame among the many superheroes. In several incidents, Qin Feng happened to showcase his swordsmanship, gaining not just recognition, but even the admiration of Spider-Man and Iron Man, who had both become his fans. Qin Feng understood that to truly establish his reputation as the Swiftwind Swordsman in this world was now a responsibility he could not refuse. Still, some recent developments had become rather troublesome. He seemed to have caught the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury. Lately, because of his peerless sword skills, even Natasha had developed a keen interest in him, seeking him out nearly every day for sparring and conversation. Yet somehow, this had reached Nick Fury's ears. Over this period, Qin Feng had become the center of attention in the city. Nearly everyone hoped to connect with him. Yet Qin Feng had no intention of getting involved in these social circles. His mind was set on his own plans. Nick was sitting in his office, his desk buried under a mountain of files. All of these documents were tied to a single individual, a knight. He was a master swordsman, capable of defeating any adversary with his blade. His swordsmanship bore a striking resemblance to techniques from the East, and his sudden appearance in the city had put Nick on high alert. That's why he'd ordered his team to gather every scrap of information on him. But as Nick pored over the reports, he discovered that, on the surface, this man was utterly unremarkable, his resume bland and ordinary. His name was Qin Feng. The records showed that Qin Feng had only recently arrived in the city. His profile listed him as Asian and the owner of a small fast food restaurant. Everything seemed perfectly normal, but Nick was convinced that this man was the very knight he'd been searching for. Because, in his experience, the people who look the most innocent are often the ones harboring the deepest secrets. This was a belief he'd held for many years. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone and dialed. Suddenly, the phone rang. Qin Feng frowned in confusion. Who would be calling him at this hour? Was it a salesperson? Or maybe a scammer? Whatever it was, it couldn't be anything good. Barely pausing to think, he hung up immediately. When it came to spam calls, his policy was simple: block and report. Trying to fool me? Not a chance. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone on the other end, Nick Fury was momentarily stunned. What? He'd been hung up on? Nick Fury stared at the phone, utterly bewildered. This had to be the first time anyone had ever dared hang up on him. He mulled it over, quickly deducing Qin Feng's reasoning. Most people were wary of calls from unknown numbers. But on second thought, Qin Feng wasn't just any ordinary man. He must have discovered Natasha Romanoff's true identity. Otherwise, he couldn't have simply whisked away a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. And the fact that Romanoff listened to him and left with him, well, that proved Qin Feng understood not only her, but also S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Nick Fury slapped his thigh, making up his mind to call again. As long as Qin Feng picked up, many of his questions could be answered in one conversation. That number again? Won't give up, will you? Qin Feng frowned as he glanced at the caller ID, growing increasingly impatient. If you want to mess with me, I might as well give you a taste of your own medicine. Come on, man, think about it. I turned you down flat just now, don't you get the message? You really are something else. People talk about having thick skin on their feet, but yours must be on your face. Seriously, stop bothering me. After giving the caller a piece of his mind, Qin Feng hung up, feeling much more at ease. Nick Fury. Thick-skinned? Harassing him? What on earth is going on here? Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the disconnect tone on the phone, Nick Fury's expression grew even darker than usual, despite his already deep complexion. What on earth is going on here? I haven't provoked him, nor have I done anything to him. So why did I just get scolded out of nowhere? Young people these days really are something else. Nick Fury let out a sigh, feeling a touch of resignation in his heart. It's true what they say. As you get older, you start to lose track of what goes on in young people's minds. Hack into Qin Feng's computer and send him a message for me. At this point, Nick Fury had no choice but to resort to some extraordinary measures. Understood, sir. Hill nodded and quickly got to work. That day, Chun Feng had planned to take it easy, but his morning was disrupted by a call from Nick Fury. He was just about to play a game when, out of nowhere, an encrypted email popped up on his computer. Who's being such a nuisance, sending me emails at this hour? Chun Feng grumbled to himself, but still clicked it open. Upon receiving this email, please call XXX. Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., wishes to speak with you. What? Director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Why would Nick Fury want to talk to me? After reading the email, Chun Feng finally realized who had called earlier. Strange. Why would Nick Fury come looking for me? He'd always been careful to conceal his identity, never left a trace. Even Frank didn't know who he really was. Just as he was puzzling over it, Natasha's face flashed through his mind, and suddenly, everything made sense. Before long, Nick Fury called again. This time, Chun Feng finally answered. That's enough. Since you've already come knocking, there's really no point in hiding anymore. Mr. Chun Feng, came the deep voice of a man on the other end. If you already know, why bother asking? Just get to the point. Chun Feng replied coldly. I want to confirm, was it you who took care of the people from Tom Logistics? Nick Fury got straight to the point. So what if it was? And so what if it wasn't? Chun Feng dodged, giving no direct answer. If it was you, I hope you'll join my team, to protect humanity together. If it wasn't, then honestly, I wish I didn't have to hear this answer at all. Nick Fury finally made his offer. There was confidence in his voice. He was certain that Chun Feng was the one who had wiped out everyone at Tom Logistics. Protecting humanity? Fighting side by side? Those things might sound like noble ideals, but to Chun Feng, it all seemed like nothing more than fantasy. He'd always cherished his freedom and had no interest in being leashed by any organization. Without hesitation, Chun Feng turned down Nick Fury's invitation. Do I look that idle to you? I have no intention of joining the Avengers, and I definitely don't want to be under the thumb of S.H.I.E.L.D. or the top brass of the U.S. government. Don't be so quick to refuse. I can still offer you. Before he could finish, the phone line was abruptly cut off, leaving only the cold tone of a disconnected call ringing in Nick Fury's ear. Nick Fury was momentarily speechless. He felt as if his dignity had just taken a hit. His old face almost couldn't bear it. For a brief moment, he even considered marching right over to Chun Feng to argue his case. He was truly infuriated. Never before had he encountered someone who managed to make him feel so helpless. Damn it, this kid is as stubborn as a bull. Nick Fury couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Being rejected in such a blunt way left him seething. Just then, his assistant reported, Director, it seems General Ross has located Banner. At that moment, Hill's update forced Nick Fury to set aside his frustrations with Chun Feng for the time being. Although Chun Feng had decisively turned down his invitation over the phone, Nick Fury had no intention of giving up so easily. Giving up? That simply wasn't Nick Fury's style. As for the Avengers initiative, he was determined to see it through, no matter what. Especially these days, he felt more than ever that Earth's future was unpredictable, and it needed people with extraordinary abilities to safeguard its peace and security. Ever since Chun Feng had taken down Tom's logistics company and avenged Big Daddy, his mood had become lighter than ever, and a great weight seemed to have lifted from his shoulders. His relationship with Natasha had also grown increasingly close. Now that Nick Fury knew Chun Feng's true identity, the two of them could be together openly, without the need for secrecy as before. Darling, do you blame me for exposing your identity? In a quiet cafe, Natasha asked the question suddenly, her face tinged with guilt. It was only today that she learned Nick Fury had uncovered Chun Feng's real identity, and that he hoped to use her to persuade Chun Feng to join the Avengers. Natasha knew Chun Feng's personality well. Joining the Avengers would mean submitting to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s oversight and the constraints of the U.S. government. No one likes to have their hands tied when it comes to making decisions. The answer, really, had been clear from the very start. That's why Natasha never tried to recruit Chun Feng herself. At least, not until Nick Fury stepped in. How could I blame you? Long before we were together, I already expected that things like this would happen. So I never held it against you, understand? Chun Feng gently stroked Natasha's hair, a warm smile on his face. By choosing to be with Natasha, he had already been prepared to reveal his identity to S.H.I.E.L.D. But now, Chun Feng no longer worried about such things. In this world, strength ultimately decides everything. Only by being strong enough could he protect himself and those he loved. And now, Chun Feng possessed that very strength. Hearing Chun Feng's gentle words, Natasha's expression softened and she nodded with a smile. Because he often spent time with Natasha, Chun Feng simply let Peter take Mindy along with him. This way, Mindy could get some extra tutoring to improve her grades, join in on their missions for justice, and most importantly, she wouldn't be interrupting his dates as often. Besides, Ever since Mindy got that golden handgun, she had no complaints about Chun Feng occasionally not accompanying her. She was completely captivated by that flashy golden pistol. Night fell, and the city lights sparkled, making the whole metropolis look even more vibrant and lively. After finishing his day's work, Chun Feng stretched out with a long, contented sigh, ready to pack up his food truck. These days, he would sometimes run the food truck at night, simply to enjoy the pleasure of cooking and the laid-back, carefree life it brought. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Chun Feng couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. "You again, Cyclops? How much longer are you going to keep pestering me?" He had lost count of how many times Nick Fury had tried to persuade him to join the Avengers by any means necessary. His persistence was truly something else. "Hey, Baldy, what lecture do you want to give me this time? Make it quick. I'm in a hurry to get home." As soon as he answered, Chun Feng spoke bluntly. He knew all too well that if he ignored the call, Nick Fury would find some other way to make his life difficult. Sometimes, Chun Feng even thought about paying S.H.I.E.L.D. a visit himself, just to give Fury a little reminder. "Hey, that's not why I'm calling you this time. Do you remember the photo I showed you? The one of Dr. Banner. He's completely out of control now, and our people can't handle the situation. So, I hope you can help resolve this. But remember, not to hurt him. All you need to do is turn him back into Dr. Banner." A few days ago, General Ross had already contacted Tony, hoping he would go catch the Hulk. After all, as the famous Iron Man, Tony might have a new way to deal with Hulk. But even before that, S.H.I.E.L.D. had warned Tony not to accept the General's request. They didn't want General Ross to deliver Banner to the wrong hands. What they needed was the right opportunity to bring Banner into the Avengers, not just force him to become the terrifying Hulk out of anger. In the end, Tony refused General Ross's request. But later, for some unknown reason, General Ross showed up at the United Nations, and even obtained Banner's approval. With gear provided by S.H.I.E.L.D., Ross managed to locate Banner. This time, the news Nick Fury received left him seriously on edge. According to SHLD's intelligence, Banner was secretly meeting with a doctor at New York University, trying to purge the Hulk gene from his body. General Ross immediately rushed to the scene and discovered that Banner was indeed unable to transform. But only Banner himself knew that this was just a temporary suppression of the Hulk within him. As things were supposed to unfold, once a new threat appeared, Banner would voluntarily step forward, engage the enemy in fierce combat, and transform into the Hulk once more. After a cascade of explanations, Chun Feng finally understood the whole story and declared resolutely, "I refuse." He hung up the phone without hesitation. "This is a mess caused by your S.H.I.E.L.D. people. I'm not one of your agents, so why should I help you clean it up? Don't even think about it." With that, he continued tidying up his food cart. His good mood for the entire evening was completely ruined by that call. Suddenly, a thunderous roar tore through the night sky, as if ripping the heavens apart. An instant later, the ground shook violently, rumbling like a magnitude 5 earthquake. "Damn it, Nick Fury, you really jinxed it." Chun Feng cursed at the sight before him. He could only smile bitterly. Things had, once again, turned out exactly the opposite of what he'd hoped. In the distance, two enormous figures, one yellow, one green, were locked in a vicious, close-quarters brawl just 500 meters away. Chun Feng's head throbbed with frustration. God, why did these two have to bring their fight right to me? New York is so big, with so many places to battle, yet they had to pick this spot. "Hey, big guys, stay away from my food cart. Don't come any closer." For the first time, Chun Feng truly understood what Murphy's Law meant. The more you worry about something, the more likely it is to happen. Just moments ago, he'd been anxious that his cart would get caught up in the chaos unleashed by these two wild brutes, and now, it was really happening. The two combatants, locked in fierce struggle, gradually drew closer to Chun Feng. Only 50 meters separated them now. Chun Feng's shout caught the attention of both Hulk and Abomination. They turned in unison to glare at him. "Who's this little pest? Looking for trouble, are we?" Abomination roared, stomping the ground with such force that shards of stone and clouds of dust surged toward Chun Feng in a raging blast. Chun Feng fixed Abomination with an icy stare. He was in no mood for this. His patience had run dry, and he had no intention of dodging. With a casual snap of his right fingers, an almost invisible wall of wind instantly materialized, blocking every shard of stone and speck of dust from reaching him. Chun Feng sighed, his voice laced with mockery. "Why do I always end up dealing with muscle-bound brains who only know how to solve problems with brute force?" "What, brute force brains? Are you saying I'm no better than some dumb beast?" Monk Malice's fury erupted in an instant. His already twisted face became even more terrifying as he roared in rage. "You little bug! I'm going to kill you." It was hard to tell whether it was Chun Feng's words that had provoked him, or if he was still reeling from how easily Chun Feng had deflected his last attack. Meanwhile, Hulk seemed to have calmed down, as if Banner's consciousness was fighting its way back, struggling for control over the body. He stood motionless, locked in a silent battle within himself. At this moment, no one was paying attention to the Hulk anymore. Monk Malice's anger had not subsided in the least. He glared at Qin Feng, whose calm demeanor only made him feel all the more slighted. His eyes turned bloodshot with rage. With another furious bellow, Monk Malice stomped hard on the ground. His massive body soared upwards, vaulting 50 meters into the air. He shot down like a meteor, crashing straight toward Qin Feng. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Monk Malice possessed immense strength, his power nearly on par with the Hulk's usual state. When enraged, his combat ability could soar past its limits, reaching entirely new heights. If that fist landed, even Qin Feng couldn't be sure he could block it completely. He might be seriously injured. This time, Qin Feng did not face the attack with his usual ease. His expression grew solemn as he drew the Sword of the Gale, its blade releasing a sword intent so fierce it seemed to pierce the very heavens. As the sword left its sheath, the air itself felt as if it were being torn apart. In the instant when Monk Malice's body clashed with the air, friction blazing, a wall of fire erupted behind Qin Feng. Monk Malice closed the distance, hurtling toward him. A tremendous boom shook the battlefield, a force like a mountain bearing down. The air pressure alone was suffocating, threatening to crush Qin Feng where he stood. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. In the next heartbeat, a dazzling arc of sword light cleaved through the sky, as if the world itself changed color. With a piercing ring, the Sword of the Gale moved in his hands like lightning, thrusting forward with unstoppable force toward Monk Malice. This strike was overwhelming, carrying a sword intent mighty enough to shake heaven and earth. It was the most powerful force Qin Feng could unleash when channeling the hero Yasuo. The sword's aura swept across the battlefield like a furious storm, slashing at Monk Malice from every direction. Yet, this terrifying storm of sword energy left only a shallow mark on Monk Malice's hardened skin. It didn't pierce his body at all, nor did it inflict any real harm. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. By now, it was too late to dodge. Instantly, Qin Feng conjured the wind barrier, shielding himself from the brunt of Monk Malice's impact as he crashed down from above. Using the force of the impact to propel himself, Qin Feng darted backwards, swiftly retreating beyond Monk Malice's reach. From a distance, Monk Malice called out mockingly, "Hey, little bug, is running away all you know how to do? Or are you just a coward?" The sword mark had no effect whatsoever on Monk Evil. It barely caused him any pain at all. Gamma rays had completely transformed Monk Evil's physique. His cellular structure was thoroughly reinforced. His bones and tissues now weighed over 800 pounds more than before, making his body incredibly tough and nearly impervious to blows. Qin Feng wasn't provoked by Monk Evil's mockery. He knew all too well that facing Monk Evil head-on with Yasuo's comparatively frail frame would be nothing short of courting disaster. Only a fool would choose brute force against such an opponent. So, Qin Feng quickly devised a new strategy. If your defense is so impenetrable, then I'll simply disregard it and deal you true damage. All at once, the swift wind sword in Qin Feng's hand transformed into the massive axe of Darius, the Hand of Noxus. His aura surged, becoming even more aggressive and powerful. "Little bug, still putting on a show? Time for you to check in at the gates of hell." Monk Evil bellowed furiously as he saw the weapon change, charging at Qin Feng like a rampaging tank, intent on crushing everything in his path. "You're digging your own grave," Qin Feng replied coldly, deftly sidestepping Monk Evil's unstoppable assault with agile footwork. Seizing the opportunity, he swung the axe hard, striking Monk Evil squarely on the back. The blow still couldn't pierce Monk Evil's skin, but this time, the attack was imbued with the effect of blood rage. "Damn you, cursed little pest!" Monk Evil, enraged by the hit, spun around with a roar, his left arm swinging like a massive iron club. The air churned violently, erupting in a deafening roar. Relying on his keen senses, Qin Feng anticipated Monk Evil's trajectory and swiftly dodged aside. As Monk Evil's strike missed, Qin Feng slipped behind him in a flash and brought the axe down once more. "You annoying insect!" Monk Evil was struck again and again, his humiliation fueling his rage, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't lay a hand on the nimble Qin Feng. He barreled forward with unstoppable force. A thunderous rumble shook the ground. Each step he took left the concrete beneath him caving in deeply. Yet Qin Feng refused to give Monk Evil any chance to land a direct hit. He quickly donned boots of swiftness, fastened his protective amulet, and activated the Yumu's ghost blade. His speed skyrocketed in an instant. In a flash, he slipped past Monk Evil's attack, then rapidly switched his gear. Black Cleaver, Lord Dominic's regards, Duskblade, Mortal Reminder, Night Edge. With the Ghost Blade already equipped, Chun Feng's armor penetration reached its peak. Merciless Iron Hand. Without hesitation, Chun Feng brought the axe down on Monk Evil's back. Bolstered by his array of armor-shredding weapons, the blow carved a deep, bone-revealing gash. Green blood gushed out. But this result only drove Monk Evil into a wild, uncontrollable fury. He turned around with a twisted, ferocious expression and roared furiously at Chun Feng, throwing a mighty punch that came crashing down with intimidating force. Yet, thanks to his spider sense, Chun Feng easily anticipated and dodged every single attack with effortless precision. Fortunately, Abomination was unlike the Hulk. Rage did not make him stronger. Because of this, Chun Feng had no qualms about provoking Abomination. After all, compared to the Hulk, Abomination retained all of his human intellect, making him far more cunning. Shuetta, if you keep playing like this, there's really no fun left. You're not exactly playing fair, are you? Just as Chun Feng thought victory was within his grasp, he was startled to see the gaping wounds on Abomination's body begin to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, mending themselves in the blink of an eye. Are you kidding me? Could someone altered by gamma radiation and super soldier serum really be this terrifying? Chun Feng grumbled inwardly, but by then, Abomination had already leapt high into the air, his massive foot coming down toward Chun Feng with ruthless force. If that foot landed, there would be nothing left of him but a bloody smear. Chun Feng darted away, just in time, evading the spot where he'd just stood. As Abomination landed and hesitated for a split second, Chun Feng struck again, swinging his axe in rapid succession and carving 3 deep gashes into Abomination's flesh. So deep, the bone gleamed white beneath. At this moment, Chun Feng's own blood rage finally reached its peak, sending him into a berserk state, his strength surging dramatically. Abomination, too, became aware that his regeneration seemed to be mysteriously suppressed, his wounds no longer healing rapidly. This sudden turn of events made Abomination's heart clench with unease, his hideous face growing grim. Your healing's been crippled, hasn't it? Now it's my turn to attack. Pathetic. Chun Feng hefted his giant axe and charged at Abomination like a streak of lightning. At last, it was his chance to strike back. In Chun Feng's hands, the axe now felt as light as a razor, slashing and hacking in quick succession, leaving bloody trails all over Abomination's hulking body. Even so, Abomination refused to defend himself. His human reason had been utterly consumed by his rage. Abomination lashed out with wild, frenzied punches, but each blow missed its mark. None could touch Chun Feng. As the wounds on his body multiplied, Abomination began to tire, his attacks slowing, his reflexes dulled. At that moment, it was as if a massive executioner's blade appeared above Abomination's head, the shadow of death silently descending upon him. A wave of absolute terror swept through him. For the first time, Abomination truly felt fear. Though there was no real executioner's blade above him, the suffocating presence of death pressed down, sending panic surging through his heart. Drip, drip! Green blood trickled down, quickly dyeing his yellow skin a vivid green. The intense pain only spurred Abomination on, his eyes burning red with fury. He refused to die at the hands of this insect, Chun Feng. He still wanted to defeat the Hulk. With a guttural roar, Abomination threw back his head and bellowed to the sky. In an instant, a terrifying and wild energy surged straight to the heavens, powerful and savage. Even the wounds on his body began to heal at an astonishing speed. Driven by rage, the gamma radiation and super soldier serum within him were fully unleashed, further elevating his strength and vitality. So he's still trying to fight back? He just refuses to surrender. Chun Feng looked at the scene before him, feeling a headache coming on. Did this guy take some kind of stimulant? He cursed inwardly. Seizing the brief moment while Abomination was recovering, Chun Feng acted without hesitation. The massive axe in his hands was like the scythe of death itself, radiating a chilling aura, ready to drag Abomination back to hell. Ultimate move, Noxian Guillotine. With a furious swing, the giant axe crashed down, the world itself seeming to change color. The blade struck hard against Abomination's spine, but the expected decapitation didn't occur. The axe became lodged in the spines protruding from his back. A deep gash appeared on the back of Abomination's neck, exposing even the vertebrae beneath. Yet, even such a devastating blow failed to kill him. At that moment, Abomination slowly straightened up, grabbing the axe still stuck in his back. "Filthy insect, die!" he roared, gripping Chun Feng's massive axe and swinging it with sudden ferocity. The air tore apart with a thunderous roar that rattled the senses. He was too fast. The attack left Chun Feng with almost no time to dodge. At the critical moment, Chun Feng switched heroes with a thought. A blue staff appeared in his grasp, and with a burst of phase shift, he teleported to a new position, barely evading the deadly strike. At the same time, because Chun Feng had changed heroes, the massive axe in Abomination's hands disappeared, returning to the system. You annoying little rat. You sure have a lot of tricks, but none of them will save you from dying by my hand. Abomination sneered, letting out an enraged bellow as he charged at Chun Feng with even greater speed than before. Faster than before. This time, Chun Feng was completely calm. He simply stood his ground, unmoving. In the next instant, the flow of time around them seemed to twist, as if an isolated pocket of space-time had formed. The zone was small, and Abomination was so consumed by rage that he didn't even notice the change. Abomination barreled toward Chun Feng, ready to smash his fist into Chun Feng's head, when, in a flash, Chun Feng activated Phase Rush, nimbly dodging the attack. At the same time, Abomination stepped right into the temporal distortion Chun Feng had created. Seizing the moment as Abomination's attack missed, Chun Feng used the second charge of Phase Rush, swinging his staff with all his might into Abomination's wounded back. Time entwined once more. A powerful energy erupted within the time fracture, instantly locking Abomination in place, leaving him completely immobilized. What did you do to me? Let me go. I'll kill you. Abomination struggled desperately, but he was utterly unable to break free from the grip of time itself. At this moment, Chun Feng switched heroes once more, and the swift wind blade appeared in his hand. He knew all too well that the temporal overlap would only trap Abomination for a mere 2 seconds. So, he had to seize the moment. Chun Feng swiftly leapt behind Abomination, driving the swift wind blade with precision into the creature's wounded flesh. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed the devastating power of Steel Flash. Abomination's face twisted in agony, his spine arching as if it might snap. He roared in fury, his voice thick with pain. More importantly, Chun Feng had changed his gear, now wielding the Infinity Edge and Phantom Dancer, weapons renowned for their high attack and critical strike power. Because of this, every strike he delivered landed a critical blow, wreaking havoc on Abomination's body. 2 seconds flashed by an instant. Although Abomination's wounds had grown severe, they were not yet fatal. With a sudden vicious lunge, his right hand swept back, trying to catch Chun Feng with a deadly grip. But now, the power of the wind surged through Chun Feng once again, making him even faster. He dodged Abomination's attack with ease. You wretched insect, D. Abomination had lost all reason, pounding the air in a frenzy, launching one assault after another at Chun Feng. As a monster born from a warrior, Abomination was skilled in every form of combat, and it wasn't long before his technique began to overwhelm Chun Feng. Chun Feng had no choice but to rely on the speed and agility granted by the wind, weaving and darting away from Abomination's relentless blows again and again. He also used the energy waves from Steel Flash to chip away at Abomination during the chaos of battle. In the midst of this fierce exchange, Chun Feng suddenly sensed a powerful current gathering all around him. Abomination stared at him, wide-eyed with shock. What's happening? He demanded, disbelief in his voice. Around Chun Feng, a wild tornado was forming, swirling and growing more defined with every heartbeat. Before long, the tornado swelled to massive proportions, threatening to swallow Abomination and everything nearby. This was the true Swiftwind swordsman. This was Yasuo's ultimate power. Chun Feng gazed at the raging whirlwind coiling around him and felt a sudden clarity, a surge of enlightenment. Abomination, prepare to meet your end. Chun Feng raised his sword high, and the tornado erupted toward Abomination in a roaring surge. Everything in its path was swept into the sky, nothing spared from its wrath. Faced with such a terrifying tempest, even Abomination dared not resist head-on. He could only scramble backward and retreat. But he was too slow. The tornado caught up in an instant, hurling Abomination into the air, leaving him utterly helpless. Final breath. Power exploded from within Chun Feng, and in a flash, he soared above Abomination. A metallic resonance sliced through the air. The blade's brilliance flashed faster than the eye could follow, Chun Feng's swordplay a blur of speed and precision. In seconds, Abomination's body was covered in wounds, his form battered and utterly defeated. Even so, his vitality was astonishingly resilient. He still wasn't dead yet. Watching Abomination continue to struggle, Chun Feng couldn't help but marvel. People transformed by gamma rays and super soldier serum really do have incredible life force. However, after unleashing the Tempest Ultimate Slash, Chen Feng gained the ability to ignore 80% of his opponent's defenses. What's more, he was now wielding equipment with high attack power and a guaranteed critical strike. His combat strength had already far surpassed that of any ordinary person. At this moment, Abomination was no longer an unshakable force before Chen Feng, but rather prey to be dispatched at will. With a single stroke, Chen Feng pierced straight through Abomination's skull. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, a truly terrifying sight. Still, Chen Feng wasn't taking any chances. He struck again, utterly shattering Abomination's body, and only when he was certain of total death did he finally sheath the sword of the gale. The howling tornado slowly faded away at that moment. Chen Feng landed back on the ground, and with him came countless mangled remains. Abomination was dead. With Abomination's demise, Chen Feng turned to look at Hulk nearby. At this moment, Hulk was still embroiled in his inner turmoil, pounding his head wildly in a desperate struggle. It was obvious that Dr. Banner was fiercely wrestling for control over his own body. Chen Feng stood off to the side, watching the giant with keen interest. After all, in his past life, he'd only seen the Hulk in movies. Now, witnessing his real appearance up close, it was impossible not to be fascinated. "Agent Hill, what's Dr. Banner's condition right now?" came Nick Fury's voice. After being refused by Chen Feng, Fury was left deeply frustrated. It took him a moment before he remembered Banner's situation. "Director, you'd better come see for yourself." Agent Hill looked dazed and shocked, giving no direct answer to Fury's question. Before long, Fury walked over to Agent Hill. As he looked at the monitor, a look of delight flashed across his face. Dr. Banner was fighting to regain control, and it seemed he would soon transform back into his human form. Everything appeared to be going smoothly, the outcome ideal. But why was the atmosphere on-site so heavy? Just then, Fury noticed another figure on the screen. His expression suddenly grew grim as he muttered under his breath, "Chen Feng? Why is he there?" A barrage of questions raced through Fury's mind. Hadn't Chen Feng already turned down his offer? Why was he here now? Could it be that he was deliberately working against him? "Agent Hill, why is Chen Feng there?" Fury asked, turning to her. "It looks like he was running a food truck over there." Then Hulk and Abomination fought their way to that spot, and after that, Abomination was killed by Chen Feng. Hill took a deep breath, still staring at Chen Feng on the screen in utter disbelief. Chen Feng's strength was overwhelming. Even now, Hill found it hard to accept that someone who appeared so ordinary could actually defeat Abomination. This was simply beyond the limits of her understanding, which was why she felt so shaken. What unsettled her even more was the realization that, in the future, more and more superheroes and supervillains would emerge, plunging the world into even greater chaos. Who is Abomination? Did Chen Feng kill him? Fury pressed, his face full of confusion. The shock from earlier had made him miss crucial details, and now he was scrambling to catch up. Agent Hill forced herself to calm down and pulled up the surveillance footage from before. After watching the video, Nick Fury finally grasped the whole story and was just as stunned. He had never expected Chen Feng to be so powerful. He might even surpass mutants of the gamma level. After all, Abomination was the result of merging super soldier serum with gamma radiation, an extraordinarily formidable force. Yet he had still been defeated by Chen Feng. Fury couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Chen Feng's power was almost on par with Omega-level mutants. "Right. Where is General Ross now?" Fury asked urgently. "General Ross is in a helicopter, right near the Hulk," Agent Hill replied, shooting Fury a puzzled look, not quite sure what he was getting at. "That's good. Tell General Ross. Under no circumstances should he provoke Chen Feng or Dr. Banner." Fury finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling some of the pressure ease from his shoulders. In truth, General Ross had no idea who Chen Feng even was. And at that very moment, Hulk and Banner were locked in a fierce internal struggle, with Banner on the verge of regaining control at any moment. Given such a volatile situation, it was best not to agitate Hulk, lest things spiral even further out of control. "Director, something's wrong, look," Agent Hill suddenly called out, her voice tense with urgency. Nick Fury's heart skipped a beat as he quickly turned his eyes to the screen. "So, Dr. Banner, are you about to be suppressed?" Chen Feng's gaze held a hint of curiosity. At that moment, the human light in Hulk's eyes gradually faded, his emotions settling into a cold calm. In the end, in this battle of body and will, Hulk managed to seize the upper hand for the time being. Prepare to attack that creature. General Ross quickly noticed Hulk's abnormal behavior and issued his orders without hesitation. Even though Nick Fury had just called to remind him not to provoke the Hulk, General Ross had only agreed outwardly. He had no intention of being bound by a mere verbal promise. His true objective was to capture the Hulk. Of course, if Banner managed to turn back into himself, General Ross would have no reason to act. Judging from the current situation, it seems I have to step in after all. Seated beside General Ross was an exceptionally beautiful and intelligent woman, her face filled with anxious pleading. "Father, you can't shoot at Bruce. He's still trying. Please give him a little more time." She was none other than General Ross's daughter, Betty Ross. She was also Bruce's girlfriend. "I will give him a chance, but whether he can seize it or not is up to him," General Ross replied sternly. Even in the face of his own daughter's pleas, his resolve did not waver. This was the duty of a soldier, to defend the country and protect its people. The moment Bruce lost control and the Hulk took over completely, that would be the time to strike. "You play around on your own. I'm out of here." With a yawn, Chen Feng decided he'd seen enough. There didn't seem to be much else going on, so he might as well head home for a bit of rest. After a fight with Monk Evil earlier, his back still ached, his waist was sore, and his legs were cramping. Just then, the sound of his phone abruptly rang out. "Oh, not you again, you old baldy. What now?" Seeing that it was Nick Fury calling, Chun Feng's attitude changed completely. That guy was just too much of a hassle. "Hurry up and get OU. No, I mean get out of the way. Now." Fury's voice, which had been calm, suddenly did a complete 180 and became sharp and urgent, almost screeching. At that exact moment, Chun Feng's spider sense went off, warning him of imminent danger. Damn! A blast of wind howled from behind, and Chun Feng darted aside with lightning speed. But the situation changed in a flash. The next instant, a massive green fist crashed down where Chun Feng had just been standing. Boom! The ground exploded into a huge crater. Shattered rocks flew, and countless cracks radiated outward, spreading in all directions. "Hurry, fire! Open fire now, and take that monster down." General Ross gave the order. Every weapon on the armed helicopters locked onto the Hulk. Muzzles flashed with flames, and bullets rained down on the Hulk in a relentless storm. With an earth-shaking roar, the barrage of bullets forced the Hulk to give up on attacking Chun Feng. He turned, fury burning in his eyes, and glared at the helicopters, unleashing a furious bellow at the sky. General Ross's face remained cold as ice, unfazed by the enormity of his decision. He continued to direct his men. "Don't let up. Bring up the cannons. Let's show this monster what we've got." Now that Hulk's attention was focused on General Ross, Chen Feng nonchalantly went back to his phone call. "Fury, you old baldy. Of all times, you just had a call now? You nearly got me killed." His anger erupted, and Chun Feng lashed out, venting some of the frustration that had built up inside him. "Can you believe this? Seriously, can you? Damn it. If it hadn't been for his spider sense." He couldn't help but admit, he really might have been affected. "Watch your mouth, kid. You're an adult now. Can't you show a bit more class?" Fury's voice was tinged with guilt. After all, it was his own actions that had nearly landed Chun Feng in grave danger just now. Thankfully, Chun Feng had reacted swiftly. He had dodged Hulk's fist just in time. Otherwise, if a potential Avenger was lost because of his own mistake, Nick Fury would be racked with grief. He'd never forgive himself. "Since you're on the scene, help me handle the Hulk. General Ross and his ordinary soldiers are no match for that brute." Fury knew exactly how powerful the Hulk was. Especially now, General Ross, provoking him, was practically courting death. Who was the Hulk, after all? In his green giant form, Fury had witnessed him firsthand. When the Hulk was consumed by rage, he lost all reason, and his strength soared to terrifying levels. It was almost beyond comprehension. Even though he and Ross weren't exactly close, Fury didn't want to see his fellow countrymen die right in front of his eyes. That would be far too heartless. "I refuse." Chun Feng's voice was cold and resolute as he hung up the phone without a second thought. "This damn brat? Why is he so stubborn?" Fury stared at the screen, watching Chun Feng's nonchalant expression. His forehead creased with frustration. Damn it. Infuriating. This kid, he couldn't give Fury a moment's peace. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., when had he ever suffered such indignity? Damn it all. "Agent Hill, have we deployed all our people yet?" Fury shook his head, realizing that calling again would be pointless. Chun Feng was never going to pick up. They'd have to rely on their own team now. "Our agents are en route, but I'm really worried. Can the weapon Tony supplied actually handle the Hulk?" Agent Hill's face was etched with anxiety. Who could blame her? Just that imposter's power had been terrifying enough, let alone the real Hulk. "Trust Tony. He's a genius, after all," Fury replied. At this point, with things escalating to this level, all they could do was put their faith in Tony. Meanwhile, Chen Feng hadn't actually left. How could he pass up the chance to witness such a spectacular battle? It was too good to miss, and besides, watching was free. At that moment, On the helicopters above, Gatling guns, cannons, grenade launchers, all manner of heavy weaponry unleashed a relentless barrage on the Hulk. Adding to that, a hail of bullets from assault rifles rained down. Under such overwhelming firepower, even the Hulk had to take cover and avoid the worst of it. It wasn't that the Hulk was afraid. He just had intelligence. Why would he stand still and let himself get pummeled, no matter how tough he was? That would be downright foolish. New York's buildings are as countless as a herd of cattle, and using these concrete giants for cover, Hulk slipped into a blind spot in the assault, quickly charging beneath the helicopter. Fast. There he is, open fire. General Ross, catching sight of Hulk's massive figure, bellowed the order to the soldiers at his side. Yet, he had no inkling of the real trouble he had gotten himself into. Danger was already closing in. He thought that soaring in the skies made him invincible, that Hulk could never possibly reach him. But what happened next shattered General Ross's composure, sending a chill down his spine. In no time at all, Hulk scrambled up the nearby skyscrapers, scaling them with terrifying speed. Within seconds, he stood atop a rooftop, nearly level with the helicopter. The savage look on his face and the blazing fury in his eyes made the battle-hardened general panic. Ross, now desperate, barked, "Hurry, attack him! Get this bird out of here now!" When he saw his soldiers moving sluggishly, Ross finally took matters into his own hands. He grabbed an assault rifle, aimed at Hulk's head, and unleashed a furious volley. But Hulk paid no heed to the bullets and shells pounding against his body. He smashed through the rooftop and charged at the helicopter like a beast gone mad. At that moment, it seemed nothing in the world could stop him. Every bullet and shell was shrugged off by his iron-hard skin. They barely left a scratch. "Go! Move! Get us out of here!" Seeing Hulk close in, Ross roared at the pilot in panic. But by now it was far too late. The helicopter was only 100 meters in front of the rampaging Hulk. Hulk, attack! With a body weighing several tons, Hulk thundered forward, then leapt off the rooftop like a missile, grabbing the bottom of the helicopter in midair. In that instant, the helicopter, overloaded, blared out a warning as red lights flashed urgently inside. "Bruce, it's me." Betty leaned out suddenly, her eyes filled with emotion as she gazed at Hulk, hoping to awaken the banner within him. "Betty," Hulk murmured slowly. "Betty, Betty, With Betty's appearance, it was as if Dr. Banner inside Hulk began to stir once more. Suddenly, Hulk was thrown into a frenzy. The helicopter shook violently, alarms blaring as systems began to fail. "General Ross, we may have to make an emergency landing." The pilot's voice trembled with despair. He had lost control of the spinning machine. Ross turned to his daughter Betty, still trying to reach Bruce inside the monster, and shouted in anger, "Betty, stop! Get away from that creature! Come to me now!" Damn it! At a moment this critical, she was still trying to reach that monster. Meanwhile, as Hulk battled Banner for control, he thrashed about, making the helicopter sway wildly, almost as if it would come crashing down to the ground at any moment. The pilot shouted again, his voice urgent, "General, prepare for landing. Hold on tight." As his words faded, the entire helicopter tipped sharply, drawing ever closer to the ground. "Don't come this way." Down below, Chun Feng was watching this spectacular battle unfold. When he saw the helicopter veering toward him, his hair practically stood on end. What the hell is going on? I'm just an innocent bystander. Seriously, why do I have to get mixed up in things like this? But Chun Feng's cries couldn't stop what was happening. In no time, the helicopter crashed to the ground with an explosive bang, landing right in front of him. Hulk's massive body was hurled quite a distance by the impact. The force of the blow caused Banner, buried within, to be suppressed once again. Inside the helicopter, General Ross and Betty scrambled out, coughing and covered in dust. Now, Hulk's focus shifted suddenly. He fixed Chun Feng with a menacing glare, his murderous intent palpable. "So you want to fight me?" Chun Feng froze. "All I did was glance at you in the crowd. How'd I end up dragged into this mess?" But Hulk didn't care about any of that. Enraged, he stomped down with such force that the ground cracked beneath his feet, charging forward like a runaway tank. Faced with this situation, Chun Feng had no choice but to fight back. "So, next time I watch a show, I need to pick a better spot," Chun Feng muttered to himself. In a flash, a massive battle axe appeared in his hands, and a wild, ferocious aura radiated from him. A deafening crash shook the air. A blast of raw power erupted outward, sending shockwaves in every direction. Hulk's fist came slamming down onto Chun Feng's giant axe. The force was overwhelming, and Chun Feng was knocked backward by the sheer impact. Such incredible strength. Hulk pressed the attack, unrelenting. He closed in and unleashed another punch. This one even more terrifying and ruthless than before. While stumbling back, Chun Feng raised his axe in front of his chest, hoping to block the blow. But as expected, he had underestimated Hulk's strength. When the punch crashed into the axe, it was like a volcanic eruption. The shockwave blasted through him. A sickening crack echoed. It felt as if his entire ribcage had shattered. With a heavy thud, Chun Feng was sent flying into a small house behind him, leaving chaos and destruction in his wake. Another thunderous crash. Hulk stomped down, bursting through the ground, and charged after Chun Feng into the little house, his immense strength threatening to bring the whole building down. Chun Feng's body took the brunt of the collision. Although he managed to block most of the force, what remained still left him gasping for air. After buying a well and drinking 10 bottles of blood potion at the store, Chun Feng felt invigorated, as if he possessed a self-healing gene. In an instant, his wounds were completely mended and his strength returned to him. Seeing the Hulk charging at him like a force of nature, Chun Feng knew he could no longer confront him head-on. Without a stronger hero to rely on, the best strategy against an opponent like the Hulk, whose power grows endlessly with his rage and who fights with savage ferocity, was to employ guerrilla tactics. He had to dodge the enemy's attacks with agile footwork, then wait quietly nearby for the perfect moment to launch a surprise attack. With a swift sidestep, Chun Feng evaded the Hulk's deadly charge and moved to his left. The axe came down. Aiming at the Hulk's back, he brought the weapon down with all his might. But it had little effect, leaving only a faint white mark on the Hulk's emerald skin. And this was with Chun Feng wielding an entire set of armor-piercing gear. Yet he couldn't break through the Hulk's defenses. This made it clear, even with the might of the hand of Noxus, facing the Hulk was still a stretch. Still, if he could enter Blood Rage mode, perhaps he truly had a chance to defeat the Hulk. Chun Feng's attack clearly enraged the Hulk. The angrier the Hulk became, the more terrifying his strength and fury grew. With a thunderous roar, he charged at Chun Feng in the blink of an eye. Chun Feng hadn't even seen him turn around, a testament to just how much faster the Hulk had become. Fortunately, Chun Feng had the foresight to swap out his armor-piercing items, Duskblade and Night Edge, for 2 speed-boosting pieces, Righteous Glory and the Fleetfoot Amulet. In the crucial moment, when the hook came flying, Chun Feng managed to dodge the Hulk strike just in time. This evasive maneuver clearly caught the Hulk off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Feng swung his axe once more at the Hulk. The blow snapped the Hulk back to his senses. With a furious howl, he barreled toward Chun Feng. With a thunderous crash, the two became locked in a relentless back and forth, one advancing, the other retreating, clashing again and again. All around them, buildings and cars were smashed to pieces by the Hulk's rampage. Everything was reduced to rubble. Relying on his agile movements and the speed boost from his gear, Chun Feng narrowly avoided the Hulk's attacks time and again. As time went on, Chun Feng finally entered Blood Rage mode, and his power soared to new heights. His eyes seemed to blaze with molten fire, his whole body radiated dazzling energy, and gripping his battle axe, now gleaming with crimson light, Chun Feng charged at the Hulk for the first time. With Chun Feng entering Blood Rage, the bleeding effect was triggered, and a powerful force rose within the Hulk's body, suppressing his ability to heal. "Hulk, I'll finish you." Though not particularly bright, the Hulk still realized that the strange change in his body was Chun Feng's doing. Anger. Fury. A volcano of rage erupted once again. Hulk stomped down, shattering the earth beneath his foot. Like a living cannonball, he soared into the air, his fist punching through the wind, ruthlessly crashing down toward the charging Chun Feng. In the very next instant, a massive green fist collided with a blood-soaked giant axe, their impact shaking the heavens. A deafening explosion resounded, an earth-shattering detonation that unleashed a terrifying shockwave, sweeping across the entire world. The destruction was unstoppable. The already ruined buildings of the Zhou nation were ground into dust by the force of the blast, leaving behind nothing but devastation and ruin. At the eye of the energy storm, 2 figures were hurled backwards, but in a heartbeat, they lunged at each other again, moving with even greater speed. Noxie and Guillotine. With a furious roar, Chun Feng summoned the image of a colossal execution blade above the Hulk's head, an icy aura from the depths of hell surging forth. Soaring through the air, Chun Feng raised his mighty axe as if he were a god descending from the heavens, and brought it crashing down onto the Hulk. The blow landed with terrifying might. All that overwhelming power poured into Hulk's arms, forcing the seemingly unstoppable giant to one knee. After all, this was a strike of true damage, one that could ignore the Hulk's defenses entirely. But even after such a blow, Hulk was not felled. Instead, his blood boiled with newfound fury. The bleeding effect vanished in an instant, his monstrous regeneration knitting his wounds until he was whole once more. "Hulk, slowly rose to his feet. His arms lifted upward, and even Chun Feng could not hold him down. With a thunderous crash, the Hulk's body shuddered, sending Chun Feng flying back. A crushing force squeezed against Chun Feng's chest, pressing hard against his heart. In a flash, his weapon shifted shape as Chun Feng invoked Echo's power, rewinding himself to 5 seconds earlier. Only then did Chun Feng feel his body lighten, the pressure fading away. Damn it, he thought, is this big green brute in shorts really this tough to deal with? Chun Feng frowned in frustration. In the movies, Hulk was beaten down by Thanos' military-style blows, left with not a shred of dignity. He didn't even dare show his face again. If only I had Thanos' kind of strength, Chun Feng mused, there'd be no reason to fear the Hulk. I could put him in his place in minutes. Teach him why the flowers are so red. A mighty roar echoed across the heavens and earth. No need to guess. Hulk was charging at Chun Feng once again. With Echo's time-manipulating abilities, Chun Feng found it much easier to dodge the Hulk's attacks. With a single phase dive, he could blink to another spot, and with a second movement, weave circles around Hulk, toying with him from afar. That said, no matter how you looked at it, none of Chun Feng's attacks seemed to faze Hulk. They barely registered at all, having no real effect. He would have to use that move, the one he reserved for those who truly deserve his wrath. The blue staff in Chun Feng's hand shifted into the Sword of Gale, its new, gleaming steel flashing fiercely as it struck Hulk's back. In that instant, a streak of green appeared where the sword had landed. Though the blow didn't break through Hulk's defenses, it still managed to inflict some damage. At that very moment, countless gusts of wind from all around the nation surged toward Chun Feng. A wild, raging tornado formed in an instant, as if poised to devour everything in its path. Guided by Chun Feng, the tornado howled and raced toward Hulk. Under the tornado's powerful pull, Hulk struggled with all his might, but it was futile. He was swept up and hurled hundreds of meters into the sky. Lifted far from the earth, Hulk's strength was drastically diminished. With nothing to brace himself against, he couldn't unleash his full power. Chun Feng let out a cold snort and said with disdain, "Still want to fight me now, you overgrown green brute? Let me show you what real power looks like." Watching Hulk suspended in midair, Chun Feng didn't rush to finish things. Instead, he decided to let Hulk fly a little longer, just a bit of payback. Damn it, what did I ever do to deserve this? Running into a meathead like him. If I don't break your spirit today, I'll have to change my name. Meanwhile, Hulk was still flailing helplessly hundreds of meters above the ground. With nothing around to grab onto, he could only thrash his limbs in vain, powerless to break free. The tornado's energy gradually faded, and Hulk slowly stopped struggling, accepting his predicament. At that moment, Chun Feng sprang into action. Fast. Unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, as quick as lightning, Chun Feng vanished from sight, reappearing directly above Hulk's head. Gale, severing slash. 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 Blinding sword light burst forth, illuminating the world. Dazzling sword energy flickered through the sky, each strike carrying terrifying power as it crashed down upon Hulk's iron-hard body. Unable to fight back, Hulk relied solely on his formidable defense to withstand Chun Feng's onslaught. After unleashing a flurry of sword strikes as fast as lightning, Chun Feng gripped his sword, his entire aura rising once more, like a sovereign of the winds surveying all beneath him. His presence pressed down on the heavens themselves. With a gale-severing slash, Chun Feng could now ignore 80% of his opponent's defenses, dealing direct and devastating damage. In the next instant, the Sword of Gale pierced Hulk's chest with astonishing force, its razor-sharp edge nearly drilling straight through him. That did it. Hulk was enraged. He let out a roar worthy of a Tyrannosaurus, a sound so thunderous it shook the very air, sending shockwaves rippling through the sky. Suddenly, the tornado vanished in an instant. And then, like a meteor, Hulk plummeted from the heavens. With an earth-shattering crash, he slammed into the ground, blasting open a massive crater. Chun Feng soared on the wind, drifting down slowly from the sky. His figure was relaxed and unrestrained, like a swordsman immortal descending lightly, gazing coldly at Hulk in the crater below. Chun Feng spoke calmly, "Big Green, this time you lost." With those words, in the very next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the pit, shaking the heavens. A massive green figure suddenly leapt out, landing heavily with both feet, the ground trembling as if struck by a magnitude 5 earthquake. The entire city district shook with the impact. Astonishment swept through the crowd. Everyone was struck with terror. A chill crept into every heart. Is this guy truly unkillable? How terrifying can he get? Hulk, he's furious now. Hulk's eyes blazed with wrath as he glared at Chun Feng, clenching his fists so tightly the muscles bulged. The wounds Chun Feng had slashed into his body healed completely in just seconds, leaving no trace. Infuriated beyond measure, Hulk's gamma energy surged within, unleashing an overwhelming and savage force that seemed to shake the world itself. His strength grew even more fearsome. Suddenly, with a stomp, Hulk launched himself forward like a green streak of lightning, moving so fast he was nearly a blur. This is troublesome, Chun Feng thought. This brute is incredibly relentless. Unable to hold back a complaint, he muttered, "Seriously, how tough can one guy be?" Hulk's power far exceeded what Chun Feng had imagined. If he kept fighting, if Hulk kept getting angrier, who knew what terrifying heights his strength would reach? Damn, at this rate, he might even be able to throw down with Marvel's gods. Chun Feng decided to avoid a direct confrontation. He called upon the power of the wind step, nimbly dodging Hulk's furious blows. But being teased and led around like a puppy only made Hulk angrier, his strength climbing even higher. His speed was almost enough to catch Chun Feng. Chun Feng couldn't help but mutter, "I have half a mind to curse. What am I supposed to do now?" He realized he couldn't keep leading Hulk on like this. If this went on, he'd only keep empowering Hulk further. The wind sword in his hand vanished, replaced by a blue staff. Now transformed into Echo, Chun Feng began to wield the power of time. A field of temporal distortion formed right where he stood. As soon as Hulk entered the area, Chun Feng slipped in after him, causing the flow of time to twist. Harnessing time's power, he briefly froze Hulk in place, then unleashed devastating magical attacks, inflicting tremendous damage. Echo, after all, was a young hero who could control time magic, so Chun Feng had equipped him with every artifact to enhance his magical might. Laden's Echo, Rabadon's Deathcap, Midgai's Soul Stealer, Lichbane, Banshee's Veil. These items not only boosted Echo's power astronomically, but also allowed Banshee's Veil to absorb a hit from Hulk's attacks. Wait a minute. Hulk specializes in close combat. He doesn't have any real magical abilities to block in the first place, right? Realizing this, Chun Feng couldn't help but laugh at himself and immediately swapped out his equipment. Zonya's Hourglass. The hourglass from Central Asia, commonly known as the Golden Body, grants its wearer 2 seconds of absolute invulnerability. During this brief span, no physical or magical assault can inflict any harm upon Chun Feng. What's more, with each of Echo's attacks, a temporal mark is left on his enemy. After landing 3 consecutive strikes, the time mark is triggered, unleashing immense damage upon the opponent while granting Chun Feng a sudden burst of incredible speed. Relying on Echo's abilities, Chun Feng perfected the art of guerrilla tactics. With his formidable magical prowess and the exceptional mobility provided by the time marks, Chun Feng was so elusive that Hulk couldn't even graze the hem of his coat. Arg! Hulk! Angry! Under Chun Feng's rogue-like assault, Hulk rampaged, smashing through the surrounding buildings without a care for anything else. At this very moment, the busiest avenue in New York was being reduced to utter ruins by Hulk's rampage. Chaos reigned everywhere. Then, something extraordinary happened. Chun Feng's power over time could no longer hold Hulk in check. Clearly, Hulk's strength had surpassed even the confines of temporal restraint. Even the nearly 100-meter displacement granted by Phase Rush was instantly closed by Hulk's relentless pursuit. The stronger Hulk became, the heavier the pressure weighing down on Chun Feng. "Agent Hill, have our people arrived yet?" Nick Fury watched the screen intently, his expression grave as he saw Chun Feng relentlessly pursued by Hulk. According to the timeline, they'll reach the battlefield in 3 minutes. Agent Hill's face was clouded with concern. Chun Feng was a prime candidate the S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to recruit into the Avengers, an essential part of their plan to protect Earth. His safety was paramount. A sharp glint flashed in Fury's eyes as he suddenly asked, "By the way, where's Tony? Has he been notified?" "Tony's probably throwing a party at home. He likely hasn't heard about Hulk yet." Agent Hill could only raise her hands in exasperation. Although Tony had grown somewhat more mature since becoming Iron Man, shedding some of his playboy ways, he still had a long road ahead. For now, Tony Stark was still the wealthy playboy who enjoyed lavish parties and beautiful women. To truly mature and shoulder the responsibilities of a superhero, he would need to endure much more. Damn it, Fury cursed under his breath, his eyes glued firmly to the screen. Hulk was just too powerful, so much so that even Chun Feng dared not face him head-on. If nothing unexpected happened, and this continued, Chun Feng might not be able to hold out much longer. Now, whether it was speed or strength, Hulk outclassed Chun Feng in every respect. For Chun Feng, the situation was especially perilous. With a swift roll, Chun Feng narrowly dodged Hulk's pulverizing blow, their fists grazing past each other. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the next second, Hulk suddenly appeared behind Chinfeng once more, swinging a massive, earth-shaking punch straight at him. Bang! At that instant, Chinfeng raised his blue staff to defend himself. As expected, there was no suspense. Hulk's overwhelming force sent Chinfeng flying like a cannonball, crashing straight through the wall of the house behind him. Time seemed to freeze. Dust billowed through the air, thick and choking. The entire scene was thrown into utter chaos. An enraged Hulk had no intention of giving Chinfeng a moment's rest before continuing the fight. Hulk took a step forward. With a fierce stomp that shattered the ground, he launched himself in a powerful leap, landing right inside the house. Jack Ray's senses immediately zeroed in on Chinfeng's location, and his figure darted forward like a gust of wind, fists and fury combined, murderous intent impossible to conceal. Hulk's iron fist crashed down. A dull thud echoed from within the swirling dust. It sounded like a great bell tolling, something solid blocking Hulk's attack. A gentle breeze stirred. Slowly, the dust began to settle and fade away. At last, Chinfeng's figure was revealed inside. Whether it was the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. watching through their screens, or General Ross and his team, everyone who saw Chinfeng was shaken to their core, rendered utterly speechless. What the? This was... Everyone froze in shock. Their eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, Chinfeng's entire body was encased in solid stone, transformed into a living golem right before their eyes. Hulk's powerful punch had landed squarely on the stone shell that was now Chinfeng, but it had done nothing, completely blocked. He'd managed to defend himself. Green big guy, you really think you could take me on? A trace of relaxed confidence appeared on Chinfeng's face. For the first time, he felt a glimmer of hope. In that instant when he was smashed into the house, it was as if the blow had knocked some sense into him, a sudden flash of inspiration. Wait a minute. How could I forget? I myself possessed the powers of Malphite, the strongest tank from League of Legends. The fight had gotten so intense, I'd actually forgotten to use him against Hulk. Without hesitation, Chinfeng switched heroes, transforming into Malphite, the stone golem. Then, in the system shop, he equipped every item that boosted physical defense. Frozen Heart, Iceborne Gauntlet, Thorn Mail, Ninja Tabi, Randuin's Omen, Sunfire Cape. With all these items, Chinfeng's defenses soared to an entirely new level. Can't withstand Hulk's punch. What a joke. It's as easy as breathing. While Hulk was still reeling in surprise, Chinfeng struck back, his stone-covered fist slamming heavily into Hulk's chest. The next moment, Hulk staggered back a step. Everyone watching nearly had their eyes pop out of their heads, stunned into silence. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were dumbfounded. General Ross and his people were dumbfounded. Even the bystanders who got caught up in the chaos couldn't believe what they were seeing. Holy crap, what kind of monster is Chinfeng? Is he some sort of mutant? Just a moment ago, he was at a disadvantage, but now he's suddenly gained the upper hand? Damn, this is just terrifying. Hulk, shaken back to his senses by Chinfeng's punch, was far from willing to give in. He launched a furious punch at Chinfeng, smashing it straight into that stony armor. Under that wild, brutal force, even the stone armor showed a faint crack, but the gap was instantly filled by fresh stone growing over it. With such incredible defense, Chinfeng simply stood tall before Hulk, unmoving, like an unshakable mountain. Just the shield provided by his granite-like armor made it nearly impossible for Hulk to inflict any real damage. Each of Hulk's blows was little more than a tickle to Chinfeng. As Hulk unleashed his furious barrage, Chinfeng, calm and composed, drew up a massive chunk of earth from beneath and hurled it at Hulk with all his might. The boulder, as immense as a small hill, crashed down and flattened Hulk against the ground, pinning him firmly in place. But only a second later, Hulk heaved the enormous stone off his body, his face twisted in rage, and flung it back at Chinfeng. Bang! Just as the giant rock was about to smash into Chinfeng, he smashed it to dust with a single, stone-clad punch. At the same time, taking advantage of the cloud of stone dust swirling through the air, Chinfeng surged forward in a flash. Though his stone body looked heavy, his speed was nothing short of astonishing. He closed the distance to Hulk in an instant. The boost in speed was largely thanks to the momentum gained when he crushed Hulk under that massive boulder. As he neared Hulk, Chinfeng unleashed a punch. At that moment, the stone armor around his fist shifted, morphing into sharp, deadly spikes, ready to pierce Hulk's tough hide. Unfortunately, the moment those stone spikes struck Hulk's skin, they shattered inch by inch, crumbling away to dust and scattering into the air. After all, Malphite, the stone man, was built for defense. It was only natural that his offensive power wouldn't quite measure up. Yet Hulk was clearly enraged by Chun Feng's attack. With a furious roar, he leapt and tackled Chun Feng to the ground. Bang! 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 Hulk went berserk, raining down a relentless storm of blows. Punches and kicks coming so fast there wasn't a moment's pause. Before long, Chun Feng activated the active effect of Randuin's Omen, instantly slowing Hulk's attack speed and making his blows less frequent. And with both Sunfire Cape and Thornmail equipped, even as Hulk kept attacking, Chun Feng could counter every strike. As if saying, let's see who can hurt each other more. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, following Nick Fury's orders, stood aside, silently watching the fierce brawl between Hulk and Chun Feng. And, at that very moment, General Ross and the others, who had fallen from the sky, were rescued by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. As a result, they hadn't suffered any serious injuries, and since the Hulk situation remained unresolved, everyone stayed here together, but did not leave. Let me go. I can wake Bruce up. Betty, her face filled with anxiety, was about to rush forward. Don't be reckless, Betty. That monster won't listen to you. Come back. General Ross grabbed his daughter, deeply disappointed by what he considered her foolish behavior. In General Ross's mind, Banner was a monster, a menace who brought only destruction and ruin. From the very beginning, Ross had never wanted his daughter to be with Banner, nor could he allow her to do something so utterly pointless now. The Hulk is the Hulk. No matter what, it doesn't change the fact that, at his core, he's a terrifying creature. Betty protested, but Father, didn't you see it on the plane just now? Bruce wanted to turn back into himself. He didn't want to be the Hulk, so if I just... Enough. Don't say another word of such utter nonsense. Right now, standing before you is not Bruce Banner, but the Hulk, the monster who tried to kill us all. General Ross, furious, cut her off and handed her directly to a nearby soldier. He then turned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and demanded, "Why aren't you going in? Is S.H.I.E.L.D. just here to watch?" General Ross, "These are orders from above." "We're only following orders," replied one of the agents, which only made Ross even angrier, reminding him of how Nick Fury had previously prevented him from apprehending the Hulk. Damn it, Nick Fury, you're just protecting that creature. What are you really after? At this point, General Ross had no idea about Nick Fury's Avengers initiative, so he simply believed Fury was shielding the monster for no good reason. He immediately dialed Nick Fury's number. Ross needed an explanation, or he'd take this issue straight to the World Security Council. The U.S. government wouldn't let Nick Fury off the hook, either. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the Hulk and Chun Feng were still locked in combat, trading blows in the most primal kind of fist fight. A thunderous boom. Fist crashed into fist. Muscle collided with stone. Each impact sent out a deafening shockwave, shaking the very earth all around. Everything in Zhou Nation was caught up in the force of their battle, reduced to rubble and ruin, a desolate, chilling sight. Yet in this relentless fight, the Hulk's onslaught, like a raging storm, failed to bring Chun Feng down. Chun Feng's sky-high defenses neutralized every ounce of the Hulk's power. Moreover, when Chun Feng used the Wild Strike technique, his armor's passive effect would be boosted by an extra 30%. Throughout the entire battle, Hulk's attacks were like a gentle drizzle falling on Chun Feng's stone armor, barely stirring the surface, causing only the faintest of ripples. Bang! Screech! Crash! With the relentless fighting dragging on, even the Hulk eventually lost interest in Chun Feng, no longer wanting to fight a man who felt no different from a block of stone. Seeing the hesitant Hulk wanting to walk away, Chun Feng shouted provocatively, "Hey, big guy, our fight isn't over yet. Come on, keep going." At this moment, it wasn't that Hulk was letting Chun Feng go. Rather, Chun Feng had no intention of letting Hulk off so easily. Just now, Hulk had chased him so mercilessly. Now it was time for Chun Feng to pay him back bit by bit. Roar! Hulk! Invincible! As expected, provoked by Chun Feng, Hulk pounded his chest and charged forward like an enraged bull. Unfortunately, against Chun Feng's ironclad defense, such attacks were utterly useless. In fact, Hulk only ended up hurting himself because of the reflected magic damage from Chun Feng's armor. Chun Feng was hurled away by the impact, scraping a deep groove into the ground as fragments of his stone armor broke off. But soon enough, new stones filled in the gaps, and he stood up as if nothing had happened. Hulk! Seeing Chun Feng rise once more, Hulk let out a furious roar and charged again like a raging tank. Again, another ferocious collision. But the result was the same. Chun Feng remained completely unharmed. Caught in this endless cycle, Hulk began to feel bored, his fighting spirit drained away, and a profound sense of sadness washed over him. Damn it! He couldn't kill or even hurt Chun Feng. It was infuriating. After countless futile attacks, Hulk made an unexpected decision. He simply turned and left. Everyone was stunned. Hulk ran away, and he ran fast, He wanted to get as far as possible from this maddening opponent. Just then, "Bruce, do you remember me? It's Betty," as Hulk ran off into the distance. A beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes stepped in front of him, tears shimmering in her eyes. The sight of Betty awakened the deepest part of Hulk. Banner's consciousness stirred, and he stopped, gazing at her. "Roar! Hulk must go!" With a roar that shook the heavens, Hulk raised his foot, about to stomp down on Betty's head. "No, stop!" Inside, Banner desperately fought to regain control, plunging him and Hulk into another fierce internal struggle. "Bruce, you can do this. You can control yourself. I'll always be here for you." In that moment, Betty stood by his side, cheering him on, her encouragement gradually bringing Banner's consciousness back to the surface. Meanwhile, Hulk found himself in a crisis. Banner looked as though he was just about to lose control, with the other presence seizing dominion over his body. Meanwhile, General Ross, who had just finished a call with Nick Fury, was fuming with anger. What's this about S.H.I.E.L.D. classified files? That those outside the agency can't be told anything? Utter nonsense. The way he saw it, Fury was simply sheltering that monster, the Hulk, and the whole S.H.I.E.L.D. team was out of their minds. Where's Betty? Where did she go? Only now did General Ross realize his daughter was standing right in front of the Hulk. His face immediately turned ashen, and he barked orders at a nearby soldier. "What are you waiting for? Don't you see my daughter is in danger? Attack that monster, now!" He shouted furiously at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents beside him. But without Nick Fury's command, none of them moved a muscle to obey General Ross. "You're all insane," Ross cursed, snatching an assault rifle from the hands of a nearby soldier and charging forward at a run. A rapid volley of gunfire erupted, the muzzle flashing as bullets rained down on the Hulk. With a roar of rage, the Hulk was pushed past his limit. Banner's consciousness was forced deep inside, and though the monster didn't strike back at Ross, he suddenly turned and bolted away at incredible speed. At the same time, he barely glanced at Betty at his feet, deliberately swerving to avoid her. Damn it, that Ross always has to ruin everything. Watching the Hulk's rapid escape on the screen, Nick Fury's face twisted in anger as he lashed out. It was all going according to plan. Betty was close to helping Banner regain control, to turning him back into a human. And then Ross had to open fire. He wrecked everything. Now look, Hulk had disappeared, and tracking him down again wouldn't be easy. That was what infuriated Fury the most. Ever since he'd become director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he'd come to realize just how many forces in this world defied reason. In fact, lately, Fury had grown more and more convinced that with superhuman incidents on the rise, it was only a matter of time before some earth-shattering war broke out in America. When that day came, no city would be spared. SHIELD's current strength was utterly inadequate to face what was coming. That's why assembling every candidate on the Avengers Initiative was the task that weighed most heavily on Fury's mind. Today had been a rare chance. He almost succeeded in recruiting Dr. Banner, but thanks to that rash brute, General Ross, everything was ruined. Who wouldn't be furious? Hulk's gone. I guess it's time I headed back too. Watching the Hulk vanish from sight, Chen Feng turned and walked back toward his food truck. The devastation all around left the street in ruins, making it impossible to imagine that this was once the busiest avenue in all of New York. Just the destruction caused by the Hulk alone was overwhelming. If Loki were to arrive and the Battle of New York began, wouldn't the whole country be crushed into pieces? At this moment, Chen Feng felt more deeply than ever the importance of having true strength. In his recent fight with the Hulk, his victory was only possible thanks to his nearly supernatural defense, which allowed him to hold out long enough to win. With his current abilities, trying to beat the Hulk in a straight-up confrontation was like facing an insurmountable chasm. Now, all Chen Feng could think about was the next lottery draw, hoping to gain the power of an ascendant, or even surpass that and step into the realm of the gods, a truly superhuman hero. Just then, his phone rang with a sharp, persistent tone. It was Nick Fury calling again. Who knew what he wanted this time? "What do you want, old baldy?" Calling again. Chen Feng answered irritably. He'd always treated Fury with this sort of attitude. "Are you injured? Also, have you considered my suggestion? S.H.I.E.L.D. could provide you with better equipment, and we can offer protection for your family as well," Fury said, genuine concern in his voice. Having witnessed Chun Feng's battle with the Hulk, Fury had noticed the limits of Chun Feng's strength. While Chen Feng had ultimately come out on top, it was a victory in spirit only. He hadn't truly defeated the Hulk. Fury also knew that Chun Feng had a grandfather and a younger sister named Mindy. One was an ordinary elder, the other a young girl trained in martial arts. All in all, neither of them possessed any real power. Fury understood that Chun Feng would do anything to protect these two, but after the fight with the Hulk, Chen Feng must have realized the gap in his own abilities. That's why Fury offered such tempting conditions now. He believed Chen Feng might finally agree. No need. With just those 3 words, Chun Feng hung up immediately. He knew his own strength was lacking. Even dealing with the Hulk had been a struggle. If Thanos were to arrive on Earth with the Infinity Gauntlet and all 6 stones, Chun Feng doubted he'd be lucky enough to survive as one of the spared half. And that was not all. There was still Mindy, his grandfather, and Natasha. Under such godlike power, their chances of survival would be even slimmer. But Chun Feng believed he still had nearly 10 years. Plenty of time to use the system and grow strong enough to take on Thanos head-to-head. After all, even Captain America, Steve Rogers, managed to withstand a punch from Thanos with nothing but his mortal body. Chun Feng was fully confident. He would never stay stuck at his current level. His power would keep soaring. Meanwhile, inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury stared at his phone, speechless as the call ended abruptly. It was like swallowing bitter medicine in silence. That brat Chun Feng. How could he be so stubborn? For a moment, Fury stood frozen on spot. Then, regaining his composure, he turned to Agent Hill by his side, slipping back into his usual leadership demeanor. Our priority now is the Hulk. We have to locate him as soon as possible. As the image of General Ross appeared on the screen, Fury's brow furrowed in concern, and he continued. Ross will never give up. He'll use every resource at his disposal to keep hunting for the Hulk. We must stop him, force him to back off for a while. After all, with the Hulk's astonishing display of power, I'm sure a lot of people have taken notice. Before we find Dr. Banner, it's up to us to keep these scheming opportunists at bay. Fury issued his orders with solemn authority. We're going to be busy for a while. This world needs peace and stability. We can't let anyone exploit the Hulk for their own ends. And, he added, Earth can't endure any more of the Hulk's rampages. When Fury saw the almost ruined streets of New York on the screen, he felt a headache coming on. Technically, S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't responsible for this kind of mess, but repairing the damage would require a fortune, and SHLD's budget would surely take another hit. That thought sent a fresh pang through Fury's heart. One more thing, send Agent Romanoff to recruit Tony. We need him on this team. Only now did Fury remember that Tony was probably still at home throwing a party. Bringing Tony, the genius scientist, into the Avengers had been a decision Fury made as soon as he learned Tony was Iron Man. Smart and capable, Tony could be a great leader for the team. At least, that's what Fury believed. Though he might soon regret it, given Tony's notorious ego. Meanwhile, Chun Feng drove his food truck back home, only to find that Mindy was still awake, as if she'd been waiting for him the whole time. Chun Feng, you're back. Are you all right? The moment Chun Feng stepped into the room, Mindy rushed into his arms, carefully checking over every inch of him for injuries. Hey, this isn't the place for that. Chun Feng quickly stopped her wandering hands. Good grief, he thought. Even if she's worried, she can't be this frantic. She almost forgot there's a difference between boys and girls. Oh, sorry. Mindy withdrew her hands, a flush of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Under Chun Feng's attentive guidance, Mindy had grown from a naive little girl into a novice driver just entering adolescence. And, amusingly enough, every night Mindy would somehow end up snuggled in Chun Feng's arms. She'd fall asleep like that beside him. Now that Mindy was in her growth spurt, she was no longer quite so flat-chested, and every night she'd press close to Chun Feng, as if she were showing off. All Chun Feng could do was turn away in resignation, but Mindy would simply hug him from behind. Eventually, Chun Feng simply bought a second bed, and the two of them started sleeping separately. Mindy was only 13 at the time, with 2 more months to go before turning 14. Though her development was showing some promise, for a young girl like her, Chun Feng, despite his fondness, had never entertained certain thoughts. Her age was the main reason for that. Of course, her small chest was also a factor. Perhaps it would be better to wait until Mindy was older and more mature. Honestly, someone like her is just too much for me to handle right now. But Mindy was a clever little thing, always full of mischief and never did things according to Chun Feng's plans. Even with 2 beds, she found a different excuse every night to squeeze into Chun Feng's arms. I get scared when I sleep alone. I can only fall asleep if you sing to me. I need to lean on you or I can't sleep. The reasons never stopped coming. All sorts of excuses would bubble up. Chun Feng was amazed by the extent of Mindy's imagination. Taking full advantage of her age, Mindy always left Chun Feng at a loss for what to do. So, every night, Chun Feng had no choice but to let her sleep beside him. Still, as soon as Mindy drifted off, Chun Feng would quietly move to the other bed. Hey, did you notice? Just now it felt like an earthquake outside. Some of the tallest buildings even got damaged. Did you see that? Mindy had been playing a zombie game at home when a deafening roar made her look up and finally noticed the explosions rocking Manhattan. Suddenly, she remembered Chun Feng was still out there. Worry flooded her heart, but she didn't dare leave the house. She was afraid that if she went out, and Chun Fong came back, he'd have to go looking for her, which would only make things harder for him. Thankfully, Chun Fong returned in time, and Mindy's tense heart could finally relax. In the days that followed, New York launched a massive reconstruction effort. The Hulk's destruction was especially impressive. The U.S. government ended up sealing off that section of the street for nearly a month. During this period, Chun Fong continued his leisurely routine. With Natasha assigned by Nick Fury to keep an eye on Tony, Chun Fong simply parked his food truck near Stark Tower. This made it easier for Chun Fong and Natasha to meet up, and Tony would stop by every day right on schedule. For Chun Feng's sake, Natasha gave up using her signature seductive tactics. She didn't want to make Chun Fong uncomfortable. In her heart, Natasha had already decided that Chun Fong was the one she would devote her life to, and she wouldn't allow herself to do anything that might betray him. Even if Nick Fury gave her an order, Natasha would always find another way to get the job done. "My night. Where are we going to have fun tonight?" Natasha asked softly, her hand gently holding Chun Feng's. "Of course, we're going wherever happiness leads us." Chun Fong reached out and gave Peisha's nose a gentle squeeze, showing his affection in a playful, almost teasing way. "My night. Let's see if you can truly sweep me off my feet tonight," Peisha said, her voice low and magnetic, her eyes shimmering with mischief and allure. Tasha, watching this scene, couldn't help but be captivated. Chun felt his own self-control slipping. He was tempted to take her right there and then. "Darling, do you not believe in my abilities?" he asked, a sly, knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. "I never doubted you, my knight," Tasha replied, her mind immediately flashing back to their whirlwind night just a few days before. She thought about it further. Chun Fong would come to her nearly 4 times a week, and every time the night would stretch until dawn, leaving Tasha drained for days after. So, if she dared say she didn't believe in him, she knew for certain she wouldn't be getting any sleep tonight. Meanwhile, Tony stared at the toxin levels on his data panel, his expression grim. He had been Iron Man for some time now, but he'd found that the palladium inside the arc reactor was steadily poisoning his body. Now, the toxin had spread from his heart to other parts of his body. During this period, Tony's mood had grown increasingly sour. He'd been searching for a new element to replace the palladium, but progress was painfully slow. There were only a few elements left to try. If none of them worked, Tony muttered to himself, trailing off as a bitter smile flickered across his face. He gazed out at the ocean, lost in thought. It was as if he were savoring the last beauty this world had to offer. If nothing worked, then he would simply make the most of whatever time he had left. After a long while, Tony finally snapped out of his reverie and murmured to himself, trying to find some humor in his predicament. "Pepper, get in touch with Chun Fong for me. Invite him to the Stark Expo." Tony dialed Pepper's number. The last time, because he'd been hosting a party at home, he'd missed the live showdown between Chun Fong and Hulk. But when news coverage emerged, Tony had used his tech to retrieve the entire video. Watching Chun Fong battle the Hulk on screen, Tony's curiosity about him only deepened. Chun Fong wasn't just a master chef. He possessed formidable combat skills as well. This was exactly the kind of person Tony wanted as a friend. "Tony, are you sure you want to invite Chun Fong?" Pepper double-checked, concern clear in her voice. She worried Tony would once again concoct some unpredictable scheme. The last time they'd invited Chun Fong to a party, it had left her with a lingering sense of unease. He was like a force of nature, unpredictable and astonishing. She had a feeling that inviting Chun Fong to the expo would lead to yet another unexpected turn. "Pepper, just do as I say," Tony said firmly, making his decision clear before hanging up the phone. "Tony, I've noticed that lately you've barely been involved in the company. I'm the one handling everything now. Stark Industries is in complete chaos, and I'm overwhelmed. You're the CEO. There are so many issues that require your personal attention. Right now, I have exactly 6,100 things I need to discuss with you." Pepper exaggerated a little as she spoke. She felt Tony had gone too far recently, dumping everything on her shoulders. "Come on, Pepper, as long as the Iron Man tech is in my hands, the company isn't going to have any problems. Besides, haven't you noticed? Our stock has been steadily rising. That's a sign of healthy growth." Tony quickly interjected. "But if you keep ignoring the company and don't handle these matters properly, you're definitely planting seeds for disaster. We just landed the contract for the power plant, and we need you. Don't mention anything about fire right now. I'm on the verge of losing it. I don't want to care about some university speech, and I couldn't care less about those ridiculous court rulings. All I want right now is to be left alone." Tony spoke, clearly at the end of his rope. Just then, something seemed to occur to Tony. He suddenly lit up and said, "Pepper, I made up my mind. I'm going to give you more power. You'll handle these things." "What power? Handle what things?" Pepper was struggling to keep up with Tony's train of thought, her face full of confusion. "What I mean is, you'll run the company. You'll be the CEO of Stark Industries." Tony's face was alight with excitement, the exhaustion from dealing with palladium poisoning obvious. He'd been longing to be free, to let loose, and have some fun. What? Tony, you can't be serious. Are you suffering from heat stroke? Is your brain fried? Pepper was stunned at his words. She was completely taken aback. It felt like Tony was daydreaming. How could he say something like that? Me? Run the company? Me? CEO of Stark Industries? Is this a joke? Hey, I'm not out of my mind. I drink green juice every day. I'll head back and call a board meeting right now, announce this decision, and appoint you as CEO of Stark Industries. After Tony said this, he felt an indescribable sense of relief. Lately, he'd just been too exhausted. The palladium problem, the chaos at Stark Industries, and the U.S. military trying to claim his Iron Man suit as their own. All of it was about to make his head explode, nearly pushing him to the brink. Now, what Tony needed most was rest, relaxation, a chance to finally let go. Oh my God, this is all too sudden. I haven't even had time to think about it. I haven't even agreed yet. Pepper was flustered. She never imagined she'd become the CEO, just like that. It was so simple. So simple, it didn't feel real at all. However, deep down, Pepper couldn't shake off a sense of unease. Perhaps it was the stack of documents worth hundreds of millions in her hands. Or maybe something she picked up in Tony's words. Let's just leave it at that. While Pepper's thoughts were still a jumble, Tony had already hung up the phone. With one troublesome matter resolved, Tony's face visibly brightened. Though the palladium was poisoning his body, he found that a sense of ease could slow the spread of the toxin. Party, the sea, yacht, beautiful women, champagne, Tony muttered to himself as he lounged on the couch. At this moment, Pepper, still a bit bewildered, finally snapped back to reality. After thinking it over, she decided to call Chun Feng first. The CEO's affairs could wait. She'd talk to Tony about them later. This was no small matter. So, it was definitely better to invite Chun Feng to the Stark Expo by phone. Otherwise, she'd have to face Tony's sharp tongue again. The Stark Expo. At first glance, it sounded rather high-end. But honestly, it was just a chance for companies to show off their latest tech products. For someone like Chun Feng, who had little interest in such things, his first impulse was to turn it down outright. But after a moment's thought, he suddenly remembered that Tony still owed him an Iron Man suit, didn't he? Thinking about it this way, the expo was worth attending after all. He needed to remind Tony not to forget their agreement. Even if he was the only one who'd signed off on it, Tony hadn't actually promised anything out loud. Still, Chun Feng had saved Tony's life back then. The life of America's top genius and the richest man in the country. Surely that was worth at least one Iron Man suit? After discussing it with Mindy, Chun Feng agreed to go to the expo. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Stark Industries expo arrived. Chun Feng looked at Mindy, who was still curled up in bed, and gently shook her. Mindy, time to get up. The sun's almost shining on your little butt. Not a single reaction. It was as if Mindy was still lost in a dream, with no intention of waking up. Mindy, the expo will have things even more valuable than golden pistols. And don't forget, Tony Stark is bringing his Iron Man suit, and he might even give me one. At those words, Mindy's eyes flew open, and she scrambled out of bed, staring at Chun Feng with a sparkle in her eyes, just like a little money grubber. Really? Is Stark really going to give you an Iron Man suit? Of course. Why else would I agree to his invitation? Chun Feng replied confidently. He'd finally figured out Mindy's weak spot. Dealing with her was so much easier now. Last time, just a small golden pistol had kept Mindy delighted for a whole month. The allure of the Iron Man suit this time was hundreds of times greater than that of the golden pistol. Soon after, Mindy quickly washed up, changed her clothes, and dragged Chun Feng outside. Now, all Mindy could think about was Tony's Iron Man suit. She had seen it on TV before, and it was love at first sight. Now she finally had the chance to see it with her own eyes, and maybe, just maybe, even get one for herself. She was so excited, she could barely contain it. Mr. Chun Feng, Tony sent me to pick you up. As they stepped outside, Tony's driver, Happy, was already waiting at the door for them. Let's get going then. Chun Feng got into the car, feeling that Tony, despite his playboy reputation, was actually quite thoughtful. But in truth, Happy hadn't been sent by Tony. Tony had neither the time nor the interest to bother with such trivial matters right now. It was Pepper who had arranged everything, just to make sure Tony left a good impression on Chun Feng. You could say that for Tony's sake, Pepper had sacrificed and contributed a great deal. They drove off. Before long, they arrived at the Stark Industries Expo. By now, the place was packed, many attendees from other companies. Some were there to see the latest inventions from Stark Industries. Others hoped to strike a deal with Tony. Everyone knew the truth by now. Tony Stark was Iron Man, and he held a groundbreaking new technology. Led by Happy, Chun Feng and Mindy soon found themselves by Tony's side. At that moment, Tony was deep in conversation with a middle-aged white man. It seemed to be a business discussion, but judging by the man's expression, Tony had just given him the cold shoulder. Mr. Hammer, that will be all for now. My guests have arrived, so if you'll excuse me. The moment Tony spotted Chun Feng, he broke off the conversation with Hammer and turned to greet him. My friend, you're finally here. Come on, let's go over there. With that, Tony threw an arm around Chun Feng's shoulder and led him away. The expo was just the beginning. Tony planned to take Chun Feng to Morocco for a holiday. After all, having a chef who could make the world's most delicious burgers by your side was a true luxury. With Chun Feng's secret recipe burgers, Tony could almost forget about his palladium poisoning. Indulging in gourmet food. It was Tony's way of relaxing, of letting himself unwind. But before Tony could even speak, Chun Feng asked him with a serious look. Mr. Tony, about the Iron Man suit you promised me last time. It's been days now. Is it finished yet? What? The Iron Man suit? Tony stared at Chun Feng, utterly dumbfounded. Chun Feng's sudden question caught Tony completely off guard. He looked at Chun Feng in confusion and asked, What Iron Man suit? Did I promise you that? The Iron Man suit is the culmination of Tony's hard work and genius. There's no way he'd just hand it over to someone else. Not even a Colonel Rhodes. The only reason Rhodes got his hands on a suit at all was because he took it by force. What he ended up with was the War Machine, Tony's retired Mark II. Chun Feng's eyes narrowed as he fixed Tony with a stern look, demanding, Tell me, Tony, is this how you treat the man who saved your life? Come on, man. You can't really say you taught me anything last time. Stan was already on the verge of defeat. I'd nearly taken him down myself. All you did was land the finishing blow. If you'd just given me enough power, Stan would have lost to me anyway. And most importantly, I never actually agreed to give you a suit. That was all just you twisting the story in your favor. Tony, sharp as ever and quick-witted, didn't miss a beat in his explanation. No wonder he owns Stark Industries and is hailed as a genius scientist. His mind really does work faster than most. Tony, that really doesn't sit well with me. If I hadn't arrived in time, you'd be a corpse right now, and you certainly wouldn't be basking in the glory of being Iron Man. You'd have gone straight from CEO of Stark Industries to meeting your maker, or, more likely, straight to hell. Chun Feng grinned, unwavering, keeping his gaze locked on Tony. Each word was delivered with conviction, every point irrefutable, leaving no room to argue. Man, if you put it that way, I can't really do anything about it. But we can't exactly go back in time to settle it, can we? Otherwise, I'd show you exactly how I would have beaten Stain. Tony shrugged, nonchalant. Who says we can't settle it? Of course we can. How about this? The two of us have a match. Whoever wins, their version stands as the truth. If I win, you owe me a suit. If you win, we call it even and I'll drop the whole thing. What do you say? A subtle glint flashed in Chun Feng's eyes. Drop the whole thing? The way you put it, Tony couldn't help but feel something was off. Was it really all his fault? Was everything that happened just because he failed to keep his promises? No matter who lost, he was coming out on the losing end. Chun Feng, what you're saying here is way off base. There's no suit between us to begin with, so there's no reason for any kind of duel. Tony shook his head, flatly rejecting the proposal. If you think you can take advantage of me, think again. Besides, he knew all too well that his current health couldn't handle another round in the suit. Using the Iron Man armor would only speed up the spread of palladium in his system. Once palladium poisoning hit 90% or more, not even a miracle could save him. Tony still wanted to enjoy life, to travel, and see the world. He wasn't about to waste what time he had left fighting pointless battles. So, not a chance. He turned Chun Feng down without hesitation. Chun Feng seized on this point and, with perfect composure, threatened Tony openly. Tony, if you're backing down now, it means you've got a guilty conscience. So hurry up and hand over that set of Iron Man armor you owe me. Even Happy, standing off to the side, couldn't help but look at his boss with a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. The illustrious CEO of Stark Industries, the famous Iron Man himself, actually stooping to owing someone and not paying them back. What a shock. Damn it. Tony felt like his head was about to explode when he heard Chun Feng's words. Inviting Chun Feng to the expo was never meant to turn into a debate like this. Frustrated, he grabbed Chun Feng and pulled him into a secluded corner, away from prying eyes, then tugged down his shirt. Chun Feng, I'll be honest with you. I'm already suffering from palladium poisoning. I can't find a replacement element, and I probably don't have much time left. So I don't want to waste what little life I have left fighting with you. Do you understand? Seeing the purplish-black veins under Tony's skin, Chun Feng was genuinely surprised. He'd been so caught up in other things, he'd nearly forgotten that Tony went through this ordeal in the original story. Still, the surprise only lasted a moment. Chun Feng quickly regained his composure and replied coolly, Your palladium poisoning has nothing to do with what I'm asking for. But, since you're ill, I'll spare your reputation. though, to be fair, your reputation isn't that great to begin with. As for that set of Iron Man armor, I expect it delivered to my home in the next few days. I trust one don't need to remind you of the address." No sooner had he finished speaking than Tony nearly spat blood in exasperation. What the hell? This guy plays by no rules. How could he twist my words around and end up feeling sorry for me, the one who's dying here? After a long moment of thought, a flash of inspiration crossed Tony's face, and he smiled. "No problem, but I want you to promise me one thing. In a few days, come with me to Monaco." Chun Feng was puzzled. "What for? Why Monaco?" Tony patted Chun Feng on the shoulder. "You know, I'm already poisoned, and if I can't find a replacement element, I'm finished. But there's a car race in Monaco. Thrilling, fast, and dangerous. So, will you join me for some fun?" After hearing Tony's reasoning, Chun Feng fell into deep thought. A trip to Monaco seemed harmless enough. He'd get the Iron Man armor, and could even take Mindy out for a good time. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed like he had nothing to lose and everything to gain. "Deal. But once it's over, you must send that set of Iron Man armor to my house." Chun Feng made sure to confirm this one last, most important detail. Otherwise, if Tony went back on his word, he'd have nowhere to complain, even as an honest man. Honest man? Who's he kidding? If Tony knew what Chun Feng was really thinking, he would surely be cursing in his heart. "All right, let's settle it like this. When we get back later, don't bring up that I owe you an Iron Man suit again." Tony nodded. The two exchanged a knowing smile. At that moment, they reached an understanding and cheerfully returned to join Happy and Mindy. "Well then, let me give you a tour of the expo, adorable little Mindy. There are plenty of things here you're going to love." Tony bent down, beaming as he spoke to Mindy. "My favorite thing is the Iron Man suit. Mr. Stark, can you take me to see it?" Mindy looked up at Tony with eager anticipation, her fondness for the Iron Man suit written all over her face. In moments like this, Mindy really seemed like a little boy. After all, it's usually boys who are so obsessed with Iron Man and that kind of action-packed style. "Looks like you two came to an agreement." Happy watched Tony walking away with Mindy and suddenly spoke up. "Yeah, we'll be heading to Morocco in a few days. By the way, have you noticed Tony's been acting a little off lately?" Chun Feng turned to look at Happy, probing gently. "He seemed a bit down recently, but I guess he's just hit a snag with the suit that he can't figure out." Happy thought for a moment, then answered truthfully. Judging by his expression and tone, it was clear he knew nothing about Tony's palladium poisoning. In other words, Tony hadn't told anyone else. Only him. No wonder Tony seemed so down. He was carrying all that pressure by himself, enduring pain most people couldn't even imagine. The worst part was that, to keep others from worrying, he didn't have anyone he could confide in. That was the most tragic thing about Tony right now. Since Tony had no intention of telling the people around him, Chun Feng certainly wouldn't go out of his way to mention it either. So, he began to wander around the expo, taking in the sights. The biggest draw of the Stark Industries Expo was its showcase of all kinds of high-tech products. At present, Tony had abandoned weapon development. There wasn't a missile or a gun in sight. Most of what was on display was new energy technology or fresh inventions. In short, Stark Industries was no longer the weapons manufacturer it once was. As he walked, Chun Feng eagerly explored the exhibits. Many of these high-tech wonders he'd never seen in his previous life. Some looked like they could outclass anything in the world. There was no denying it. Compared to Blue Star from his past life, the technological level of the Marvel world was on a whole different plane. The gap was insurmountable. It felt as though one stood in the heavens and the other deep underground. During his tour, Chun Feng discovered all sorts of fascinating gadgets, like advanced AI robots and versatile household cleaning machines. No surprise at all. Everything that caught Chun Feng's eye was promptly gifted to him by Tony. But of course, Tony wasn't about to give those things away for free. Chun Feng agreed to cook a gourmet dish for him every day in exchange. Cooking was child's play for Chun Feng. Hardly a challenge at all. Even if he made Tony a different dish every day, it would be effortless for him. After the industrial fair ended, Tony even invited Chun Feng out for a drink. When someone as wealthy as Tony extends an invitation like this, Chun Feng's first instinct was to politely decline. Mindy, on the other hand, was eager to give it a try. After all, at home, Chun Feng strictly forbade her from drinking. She was far too young. It simply wasn't her time to indulge, and alcohol would only do her harm at this age. Tony's invitation, combined with Mindy's pleading, finally swayed Chun Feng's decision. Still, Tony wouldn't dare invite Chun Feng and Mindy to his own house. If Chun Feng ever saw the Iron Man suit, he'd no doubt insist on taking it home. That's just how Chun Feng was, and Tony knew it all too well. So, they headed to the most luxurious bar in the country and enjoyed a thoroughly delightful evening. Time flew by. More days slipped quietly past. Chun Feng continued his leisurely lifestyle, driving his food truck along the East Coast, sightseeing, and occasionally meeting up with Natasha at hotels to unwind. Meanwhile, footage of Chun Feng defeating Hulk was broadcast across news channels. The buzz swept the nation. More and more people came to know Gale Sword. His hero points skyrocketed at an astonishing rate, quickly surpassing the total he'd earned over the past 10 days. With every surge in popularity, his hero points increased. And with those points, his strength grew. As time passed, the day to depart from Monaco drew ever nearer. During this period, Tony successfully appointed Pepper as the new CEO of Stark Industries. At the same time, Natasha smoothly entered the company, becoming Tony's personal secretary, in effect, keeping him under close watch. Of course, Natasha had already informed Chun Feng of this. After all, there was no need to keep it a secret. It was a perfectly open act of surveillance. Natasha's heart belonged to Chun Feng alone. There was no room left for any other man. There never had been, and there never would be. Chun Feng understood her work, and understood her, so he simply smiled and kissed her gently on the forehead. Time slipped by in the blink of an eye. Today was finally the day to head to Monaco, and Chun Feng had made all the necessary preparations early. He called out to Mindy, who was still in her room. "Mindy, are you dressed yet? Happy's already waiting for us outside." "Yeah, I know." Moments later, Mindy bounced out in her stylish outfit, looking every bit the cool kid. "Chun Feng, what do you think of my outfit?" Mindy's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at him. Chun Feng nodded. "Not bad at all. Very stylish. It suits you perfectly." Mindy hadn't quite blossomed into a stunning beauty yet, but there was a hint of spirited confidence about her. Dressed in more masculine attire, she exuded a unique and compelling charm. At that moment, Happy was already waiting for the two of them outside. They sped along the road, quickly arriving at the airport. This time, though, it was Tony's private jet, so there was no need to endure the long lines typical of commercial flights. "Chun Feng, you finally made it. Come on, hurry up. If we wait any longer, the race will have already started." "Tony, with your private jet, are you really worried about running out of time?" Chun Feng teased, a playful glint in his eyes. Then he noticed a grim look on Tony's face. It was obvious. The toxins in Tony's body had taken another turn for the worse. They boarded the plane. Soon after, the group was soaring toward Monaco. Monaco, nestled in the south of France, has the Mediterranean Sea to its south, while its north, west, and east are all bordered by France. It's a classic micro-state, tiny yet distinct. Despite its small size, Monaco is densely populated and boasts one of the highest per capita incomes in the world. But what Monaco is best known for is a spectacular Formula One Grand Prix held right in the heart of the city. That's exactly why Tony had chosen to come to Monaco for the Grand Prix. When they reached the racetrack, Chun Feng immediately spotted a familiar face, Justin Hammer, the owner of Hammer Industries. What was this guy doing in Monaco? That was certainly odd. Before long, Chun Feng understood why he was here. "Tony, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to bump into you here. Are you here for the Formula One race as well?" Hammer greeted them with a wide, ingratiating smile. Of course, to Tony's ears, this question was grating. Wasn't it obvious? Anyone could tell he was in Monaco for the Grand Prix. Tony ignored him, simply nodding before turning to leave. "Wait, Tony. Actually, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." Hammer hurried to block Tony's path. Tony's expression darkened, his patience wearing thin. "What is it? Just spit it out." With Tony's permission, Hammer quickly put on his most charming smile. "Tony, I want to showcase Hammer Industries products at the Industrial Expo. I promise I won't let you down." But Tony clearly didn't care much, brushing him off with little enthusiasm. "That's fine. Just make sure you have something new to show." With that, he moved on. Tony sidestepped Hammer's body and walked past him. Chun Feng and the others followed, heading inside without sparing Han in his second glance. The Formula Racing competition. This was what Chun Feng found most exciting right now. A longing stirred in his heart, an urge to get behind the wheel and experience the thrill of the race himself. After all, the last time he drove Tony's McLaren, the adrenaline of a true man surged through him, and he'd enjoyed every moment of that wild ride. Now, being here in person to witness the race, Chun Feng felt an itch that was hard to resist. At this moment, just as they were about to enter the racing arena, Tony's expression suddenly changed. He looked uncomfortable and quietly slipped away from the group, heading into a restroom. Standing in front of the mirror, Tony unbuttoned his shirt and revealed the palladium element spreading from his chest throughout his body, infiltrating every limb and bone. He glanced at the numbers on his detector. The palladium level in his system had reached 54%, more than half. In other words, it might not be long before Tony would have to say goodbye to this world. He drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly, trying to push all the troubling thoughts from his mind. Well, there's not much time left. Might as well let go and truly relax. Forcing himself to ignore the pain, Tony exhaled, emptying his mind of worries. To tell the truth, since leaving the States for Monaco, Tony had tested all the remaining elements. But without exception, none could replace palladium. At this point, Tony had come to terms with everything and let it all go. He resolved to savor every last moment of life, fixing his clothes and relying on a bit of medication to suppress the palladium poisoning. Tony put on a cheerful face and strode out of the restroom. He turned to Chin Feng and asked, "Chun Feng, would you like to experience the thrill of a real race yourself? You mean you want us to actually join the formula race?" Chun Feng glanced at the screen, watching the drivers prepare, a hint of doubt in his voice. "That's right. So what do you think? Are you interested?" "Of course. Then let's do it." Without another word, Tony headed toward the area where the drivers were gathering. "Hey, Tony, you know they might not actually let us compete." Chin Feng called after him from behind. "Don't worry. If it's a problem money can fix, it's not a problem at all." Tony waved his hand, his words brimming with confidence and the unmistakable aura of wealth. He looked every bit the extravagant billionaire. Truly, the tastes of the rich are beyond ordinary imagination. Chun Feng couldn't help but feel his own perspective was limited by his lack of wealth. With Tony's assurance, Chin Feng felt there was nothing to worry about. After all, cars are a man's true romance. Just watching the race from the stands was for spectators, not real men. Luckily, at that moment, Pepper Potts had taken Mindy and Happy to the grandstands ahead of them. If the two women had been here, they would have definitely put a stop to Tony and Chun Feng's crazy plan. To the two women watching, this was nothing short of madness. Reckless behavior from someone who cared nothing for his own life. And that was the reality of it. Tony didn't have many days left to live in the first place. As for Chin Feng, he wasn't the least bit afraid of any accident on the track. After all, he could summon heroes instantly if anything happened. Why bother pretending to be cautious? So, when Chin Feng and Tony showed up at the driver's seats, Pepper and Mindy stood dumbfounded, eyes wide with shock as they stared at the two men. "Happy, what's going on? How did Tony get over there?" Pepper immediately turned to Happy, thinking he must have followed Tony's orders, intentionally keeping her distracted and withholding the fact that Tony was entering the race. "Miss Potts, I honestly don't know anything about this. Tony never mentioned to me that he was going to race." Happy's explanation was completely earnest. Truthfully, he was just as surprised as they were. "Really?" Pepper eyed Happy suspiciously, not entirely convinced. After all, these two had kept plenty of secrets from her before. "Look, the race is about to start." At that moment, Mindy's words drew both Pepper and Happy's attention back to the track. In an instant, all the race cars roared to life, engines thundering as they shot forward. Although Tony had never driven a Formula One car before, his driving skills were superb. On his first try, he handled the car smoothly, surging straight into the leading pack. Chin Feng was a different story. Even though he'd been an experienced driver in his previous life, he still seemed a bit green behind the wheel of a Formula One car. He could only manage to keep up with the second group, trailing behind Tony and choking on his dust. Before the race, Tony and Chin Feng had made another bet. If Tony won, he wouldn't have to give Chun Feng an Iron Man suit, and Chun Feng would have to become Tony's personal chef for free. If Chin Feng won, not only would Tony have to give him an Iron Man suit, but he'd also have to throw in an extra one for every new invention he came up with. In other words, both men had put everything on the line. Neither was willing to lose. Right now, the racetrack had become a battlefield between Chun Feng and Tony. "Haha, buddy, looks like I'm going to win." Seeing Chun Feng in his rearview mirror, Tony let out a triumphant laugh. The thought of Chun Feng becoming his personal chef for the rest of his days filled him with delight. Don't be too sure. No one knows how things will end until the very last moment. Anything can happen on the track. Though Chun Feng was currently behind, his face showed no sign of panic. Not even half the race was over. He still had a good shot at victory. "Who's that? Someone's entered the track. Get out of there. Are you out of your mind? That's insane. Get off the track. Where are the security guards? Quick, get him out of here." Suddenly, halfway down the racetrack, a man with disheveled hair, looking every bit a beggar, stood right in the middle of the track, holding two whips in his hands. Anyone could see he looked like he had a death wish, and the crowd around them erupted in angry shouts. Yet the man in the middle of the track stood unmoved, even curling his lips into a strange, unsettling smile. A race car shot forward. The driver, seeing the man ahead, spun the steering wheel in a desperate, dizzying circle, barely managing to swerve out of the way. But the sharp turn, the intense centrifugal force, sent the car careening off the track, completely wrecking it. No one could tell if the driver had survived. The next car, however, didn't react in time, hurtling straight toward the man. At the very last possible instant, the man lashed out with his whip, striking the oncoming car. In a flash, The race car was split clean in two, the force sending the front half soaring over the man's head before it crashed to the ground behind him, igniting in a fierce blaze. The next few cars fared no better, save for a lucky few that managed to swerve past. The rest were all destroyed. In that moment, the entire racetrack seemed to become a sea of fire. Tony Stark, you finally arrived. At that moment, Tony pulled up in his own race car, coming to a stop before the man. What the hell? Is this another monster? Tony stared at the man before him, his expression grave, foot poised on the brake. With expert precision, Tony slowed his car, drifting sideways just as he reached the man. You thief, go to hell. The man muttered under his breath, then cracked his whip down hard on Tony's race car. Bang! The car split in two, but Tony emerged unharmed. He tumbled out just in time, landing awkwardly, looking more than a little worse for wear. Staring at the shirtless man before him, whip in hand, Tony's face grew even more serious. Damn it! Who the hell is this guy? He actually tried to kill me. Tony racked his brain, but he couldn't recall ever seeing this man before. Hey, buddy, I don't know why you want to kill me, but if you put down your weapons and surrender right now, I could put in a good word for you with the police, maybe get you a shorter sentence. Tony stretched out his right hand, trying to negotiate. Think carefully. There's so many people here. The police are already watching you. Surrendering is your smartest move. Right now, Tony didn't have his Iron Man suit. He was, for all intents and purposes, just an ordinary civilian. No match at all for a man armed like this. There was only one thing he could do. Stall for time with words. Tony trusted that Happy and Pepper would understand exactly what he was trying to do. The moment Pepper saw Tony struck down by the man, she anxiously urged Happy, Happy, let's hurry over and get the suit to Tony. The suitcase in her hand was, at that moment, Tony's only hope. Understood, Miss Potts. Follow me, Happy replied, leading Pepper in a sprint toward a sedan, heading directly for the arena. Tony Stark, the illustrious billionaire, the Iron Man who protects the people? Huh, what a respected title. All of this, nothing but what you've stolen. The Stark family is nothing but a family of thieves, a family of liars. Even your Iron Man suit is stolen. The man grew more agitated as he spoke, brandishing his whip at Tony and shouting in fury. Anyone can make accusations and tell lies, but if you slander me without proof, I'll have my lawyers on you in a heartbeat, Tony retorted, his expression righteous as he tried to buy some time. Proof? The man let out a harsh laugh. See this? Does it look familiar? He pointed to the glowing device on his chest, sneering as he awaited Tony's reaction. The arc reactor? No, that's impossible. How could you have one? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the device on the man's chest. A surge of shock, profound and overwhelming, froze him in place. It looked so much like the arc reactor he had invented, almost identical, in fact. One was rougher, the other more refined, but the underlying principle was essentially the same. Huh, now you understand, you filthy thief. With that, the man lashed out with his whip, the air slicing with a sharp crack as it shot toward Tony like a venomous snake. Tony dodged in the nick of time, barely escaping the attack in a heart-pounding moment of danger. But it was clear that the pressure on Tony was mounting. His expression grew even graver. In the next instant, the man gave Tony no chance to recover. Without a word, he struck again, his whip lashing out with lightning speed. Tony did his best to evade, but unarmed as he was, he stood little chance against his opponent. If Pepper and Happy didn't arrive soon, he knew he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Even if palladium poisoning was eating away at him, Tony had no intention of dying here. Not like this. One undignified way to go. Tony, need a hand? Just as Tony was dodging desperately, a familiar voice rang out. Chun arrived, driving a race car onto the scene. He had finally made it, just in time. One glance, and he immediately understood what was happening. No doubt about it, the man was Ivan. In the original story, he was the only one who could build an arc reactor. But unlike the other drivers, Chin felt no sympathy for Ivan, nor did he have any intention of helping him. With a sharp gaze, he floored the accelerator, the engine roaring as he sped straight toward Ivan, summoning his hero and bracing for action. You little brat, if you're not afraid of death, I'll send you straight to hell. Ivan watched as the car hurtled toward him. With a vicious snap, he lashed his whip hard against the vehicle. A deafening crash erupted, lightning crackled, and sparks flew in every direction. In the blink of an eye, Chun Feng's race car was split clean in two. Fortunately, he had summoned his hero and landed steadily on the ground, unharmed. Without giving Ivan another glance, Chun Feng turned to see Tony, who was struggling to his feet nearby. He couldn't help but chuckle. Tony, you look like you've had quite the beating. Honestly, you're a bit of a sorry sight. Tony, refusing to admit defeat, grumbled, I was just testing my reflexes, that's all. Watch out. Seeing Ivan's whip lash out at Chun Feng, Tony shrieked and yelled a warning at the top of his lungs. Trying to sneak up on me? With his top-tier spider sense, Chun Feng had already sensed Ivan's move. Yasuo's spirit possessed him. Chun Feng reacted with lightning speed, his body flickering out of harm's way with ease. Instantly, Chun Feng closed the distance to Ivan's side. Forward slash. A dazzling arc of sword light flashed. A single stroke, and both of Ivan's long whips were severed in an instant. Before Ivan could even process what happened, Chun Feng's sword pierced straight through the reactor on Ivan's chest. A harsh, metallic grinding sounded as the reactor sputtered and fell silent. With its core power lost, Ivan was stripped of his might. He was reduced to nothing but an ordinary man. Chun Feng landed a swift kick to Ivan's chest, sending his entire body crashing backward into the steel mesh fence. Coughing violently, Ivan struggled to speak. Who are you? Everything had gone according to his plan. If not for Chun Feng's sudden appearance, he'd have easily killed Tony Stark. You're not worthy to know. Without a backward glance, Chun Feng strode away, exuding an air of unyielding authority. He hadn't bothered to finish Ivan off. There was no need. He'd leave that to Tony. Just then, Pepper and Happy crashed through the barrier in their car, racing over to Tony's side. Pepper called out loudly, "Tony, we're here. Here's your suit. Take it." Tony thought to himself, "Damn it. At the speed you two showed up, I'd have been dead already. Counting on you guys? I'd rather rely on Chun Feng." Tony looked at them, resigned, not even bothering to reach for the suitcase. "Chun Feng, you're here too? Are you all right?" "That guy." Pepper started, but then spotted Ivan sprawled on the ground across from them. With a cool smile, Chun Feng spoke, "Tony, I've saved your life again this time. You better remember that you owe me. Don't forget to repay the favor. Of course, if you forget, it's no big deal. There are plenty of witnesses here, and I'm sure the whole thing will be online in no time." Chun Feng spoke with a cheerful smile. "Damn it, are you a debt collector or something? Every time you open your mouth, it's always about wanting to be repaid." Hearing Chun Feng's words, Tony's face twisted into a bitter expression. He wanted to argue, but found himself at a loss for words. "Tony, was it Chun Feng who saved you?" Pepper asked, her tone tinged with suspicion. After all, she had rushed over so quickly just now that she hadn't witnessed Chun Feng's moment of heroism. Inside the car, Mindy poked her head out, her voice brimming with pride as she declared, "I knew it. Chun Feng would definitely beat that filthy beggar. Oof. This race was so boring. Let's just go home," Tony muttered as he left the track, grumbling all the while about how useless. The Monaco police were complaining about the terrible security and cursing his rotten luck for letting that man slip through. Watching Tony grumble nonstop, a faint smile played on Chun Feng's lips. "Today, I put on quite a show in front of the masses again. Looks like my hero score is going to soar once more. What can I say? My strength is just too overwhelming. The only thing that leaves me a bit dissatisfied is not being able to settle the bet with Tony." Ivan's appearance brought both advantages and disadvantages. What happened next was straightforward. With the arrival of the authorities, Ivan was promptly thrown into jail, drawing a close to the whole Monaco affair. On the way back, Tony didn't look too well. It was hard to tell whether it was because of the palladium or because Chun Feng had stolen his thunder, or maybe a bit of both. Tony's look of utter dejection didn't escape Pepper's notice. She sat across from him, her concern evident as she asked, "Tony, is there something you want to tell me?" Hearing her question, Tony seemed momentarily lost, as if hiding from something, his gaze drifting to the window. After a while, Tony finally turned his head to look at Pepper, his voice low and heavy. "I really don't want to go home. Let's just cancel my birthday party, okay? Do you remember when we were in Europe, staying at the Cipriani Hotel in Nice?" A gentle smile appeared on Pepper's face. "Of course I remember." Tony went on, "Let's stay there again. It would do wonders for my health." At that moment, Pepper gently stopped him. "I know, but now's not the right time. There's a mountain of messes at the company that I have to clean up." Pepper and Tony clearly weren't on the same page. But Tony saw it differently and insisted, "That's exactly why it's the perfect time, because then we—" Pepper shook her head, disagreeing with Tony's view. "As the CEO, I have to stay at the company to safeguard the group's interests. As CEO, you also have the right to just walk out." "Walk out? Just treat it like taking some time off." "Time off? In a crisis like this? It's just a drive. Once we recharge, we'll figure things out." The conversation between the two was so intense that it drove Chun Feng, Mindy, and Happy to quietly excuse themselves. On the other end of the plane, away from Tony and Pepper's bickering, someone was savoring delicious food in peace. Without the two of them squabbling by his side, it was blissfully quiet. And in the end, Pepper still turned Tony down, leaving him deeply disappointed. The main reason was that Tony himself had steered the conversation off course. Pepper had originally come to check on him, But somehow things had shifted to a dilemma between the company and his personal struggles. The plane soon landed in New York. Returning home, Tony seemed more dejected than ever, his mood visibly bleak. Chun Feng, for his part, had no energy to worry about Tony. After all, it's not like he's going to die in the end, right? And really, why should a straight guy like me care about another grown man's problems? What nonsense! Even though Chun Feng was usually at leisure, spending time with Natasha, goofing around with Mindy, or venting his overwhelming power in the dark corners of the night, he had his own reasons for not helping Tony. Chief among them was to teach Tony a lesson, to humble his arrogance, and to remind him not to forget their agreement about the armor. Don't drag it out too long, or I'll come collect it myself, and I won't care about the circumstances. As he was about to leave, Chun Feng made sure to remind Tony once more. Shameless, rubbing salt right into my wounds. Tony's mood darkened even further. He ignored Chun Feng completely and walked straight into his house. All he wanted now was a good night's sleep, hoping to forget all his troubles. In the days that followed, Chun Feng returned to his usual routine, while Tony drowned himself in a life of excess. Inside the lab, Tony couldn't find a new element to replace palladium. Outside, the media was already lambasting him for his actions during the Monaco incident. And just when he was at his lowest, Colonel Rhodes showed up at Tony's home. Tony, didn't you say that no one could master the arc reactor technology for at least 20 years? Then how do you explain Ivan? Rhodes bombarded him with questions, but Tony, not wanting to deal with any of it, turned to leave his house. His mind was a mess. Palladium, the arc reactor, the press, one thing after another piling up, the weight of it all nearly crushing him. Frustrated, utterly frustrated. Tony, you can't run from this. The government wants to seize all your armor and tech. I can't hold them off any longer. You have to step up now. Rhodes grabbed Tony by the arm, his tone grave. But then, right at that moment, Tony suddenly collapsed. Tony, what's wrong? Rhodes cried out in alarm, worry etched across his face. Seeing Tony's pale face, an ominous feeling tugged at his heart. That thing, help me change it. Tony struggled to his feet, steadying himself with Rhodey's help, and pointed at the palladium energy plate on the table before him. Following Tony's instructions, Colonel Rhodes assisted him in replacing the old plate with a new one, and only then did Tony begin to recover. Tony, what's really going on with you? You don't have to shoulder all this alone. Pepper, Happy, we're all here to help you. You need to learn to accept help from others too. Colonel Rhodes spoke with deep concern etched on his face. Although he wasn't aware of Tony's poisoning, it was clear enough to him that Tony was feeling down and dispirited. People have all kinds of misconceptions about me, but I know exactly what I'm doing. Tony shook his head. The two of them talked for a long time, but in the end, Colonel Rhodes still couldn't persuade Tony. Time flew by. Soon, Tony's birthday arrived. But this year, Tony just couldn't bring himself to feel any joy. The palladium in his bloodstream had spread throughout his body, and his health had taken a turn for the worse. Tony realized that this might be his last birthday, so he decided to let loose, to forget everything for once, to cast aside every troubling thought in his mind and immerse himself completely. This time, he was determined to truly enjoy the pleasures of life. At the party, Tony invited Chun Feng, Ming Lian, and a number of beautiful women he didn't even know. Lian, you can't have any more to drink. Seeing Ming Lian reaching for another glass, Chun promptly took it from her. Given your condition, you'd better just eat something. Tonight, Tony's birthday party was a dazzling affair, bursting with excitement. There were all sorts of stunning women present, statuesque blondes and delicate, petite beauties alike. In short, there was something for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, your Iron Man has arrived, came a sudden, booming announcement. With a dramatic flourish, Tony descended from above in his Iron Man suit, his voice ringing out with glee. Brilliant! Iron Man! Iron Man! Iron Man! The crowd erupted in cheers at Tony's appearance, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Tony himself was visibly thrilled. No, he was more than thrilled. He was completely carried away. He fired a repulsor blast at the glass door, then another one straight into the drinks table. Chun Feng's face darkened. What the hell is he doing? I came here to have a good time, not to watch you wreck the place for no reason. Tony, stop it right now. Pepper hurried to Tony's side, pleading with him to end this reckless behavior. But Tony was utterly uninhibited, ignoring Pepper's protests and continuing to fire off energy blasts with abandon, lost in his own wild fun. Watching Tony indulge so recklessly, Chun Feng felt like turning and leaving. Just then, a repulsor blast landed right beside him. Tony turned to Chun Feng with a smile. Chun Feng, what's the rush? My birthday party's only just getting started. Just getting started? So does that mean there are still plenty of fun activities ahead? Chun Feng narrowed his eyes. No matter how others looked at him, he always wore a smile that hit a blade. Activities? Of course there are. Let me show you right now. Tony gave a little flourish, then with a burst of energy, shattered a bottle of fine wine. Chinfeng, what do you think of this activity? Letting loose, Tony had completely thrown his usual rules out the window. Now, whatever came to mind, he did, regardless of the consequences. Chinfeng took a step forward, drawing closer to Tony. I think it's a bit too tame. I have a better idea. Oh, what do you suggest? Let's hear it. Tony was immediately intrigued by Chinfeng's proposal and pressed for more. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. In the next instant, a chilly blade of light sliced through the air. A terrifying, awe-inspiring surge of sword energy erupted, sweeping across the scene with unstoppable force. Silence. A deathly quiet descended. In a heartbeat, Chinfeng stood right beside Tony. With a single stroke, his blade carved a gleaming scar across Tony's iron armor, the cold edge biting through the air. Warning sirens blared inside Tony's suit. Chest damage detected. Danger! Danger! It was only then that Tony snapped back to his senses. Chinfeng, what the hell are you doing? Tony shouted in anger. He hadn't invited Chinfeng here to get into a fight. Aren't you taking my suggestion? This is a much more interesting activity, a thrilling battle. Chinfeng spoke with effortless calm, as if he hadn't just started a duel. All right then, so you really want to play this way? Good. I've been curious just how strong you really are. As soon as the words left his mouth, jets of fire burst from beneath Tony's feet. The surge of energy sent him rocketing forward, and in an instant, he stood before Chinfeng. Everyone, the party's over. Clear the area. Colonel Rhodes quickly ushered the crowd out. If they stayed, someone was bound to get hurt, and the government would have yet another excuse to come after Tony. Bang! 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 Tony charged at Chinfeng, unleashing beams of energy from his palms like devastating rays, each one tearing through the air. Chinfeng, however, remained completely unruffled. With a sharp metallic ring, he swept the sword of the gale before him. Instantly, a barrier of wind formed, blocking two of Tony's energy blasts. At that moment, Tony seized the opportunity, closing the distance. His armored fist swung with tremendous force. A roaring sound tore through the air as Tony's punch compressed and distorted the very atmosphere in front of Chinfeng. Pain! A dull thud echoed out. Chinfeng braced himself, using his own fist to meet Tony's iron blow head-on. You have to understand, Tony's Iron Man suit is crafted from titanium alloy. Whether it's defense or offense, its power is downright terrifying. His punch packs at least 2 tons of force. In other words, even if a heavy-duty truck were parked right in front of Tony, he could smash it to pieces with a single blow. However, all this seemed to pale in comparison to Chinfeng's effortless composure, as if Tony's might had suddenly become feeble and lost all its destructive force. After all, when Chinfeng used the wind swordsman Yasuo, he could even take a punch from the Hulk head-on. And Tony's strength, compared to the Hulk's, was still a far cry. As he blocked Tony's iron fist, Chinfeng's left hand thrust forward with the wind sword, the blade piercing directly into the Iron Man armor. A shrill alert blared in Tony's ears once again, forcing him to retreat and temporarily distance himself from Chinfeng. Oh, Tony, why are you running away? The fun's just getting started. Even now, Chinfeng couldn't resist taunting Tony. Chinfeng, don't get cocky. Tony's temper was thoroughly stoked by Chinfeng's provocation. All he'd wanted was to let loose and enjoy himself at his own birthday party. He hadn't expected to be humiliated like this. If it were you, would you be happy about it? Of course not. You could say, Tony was fuming, almost to the point of exploding. This was his house. Everything inside belonged to him, and he could do whatever he wanted. Nobody could tell him otherwise, not even Chinfeng. Channel all power to the center of my palm. I'm going to teach this brat a lesson. Tony commanded. Most of the suit's energy surged toward the center of his palm. FSSSD. The air crackled with energy. An immense power gathered, radiating a dazzling beam of light from his palm. Boom! A surge of energy erupted from Tony's palm, shooting toward Chinfeng at lightning speed. This overwhelming force, sure, Chinfeng could block it with a wall of wind, but frankly he didn't need to bother. Chinfeng was determined to defeat Tony in the most direct way possible, to crush his arrogance. Indulgence is one thing, but don't think that just because no one stops you, you can do whatever you please. And now you want to blast me? No way. Chinfeng was going to show Tony. In this world, there are still people who can rein you in, people who can defeat you. The blade of the wind sword gleamed with a cold, white light. In that instant, a faint white mist began to swirl around it. A closer look would reveal it was countless streams of wind converging upon the blade. Whoosh! A storm erupted. All the whirling winds gathered around the sword, exploding in a terrifying, world-shaking slash. So powerful it felt as if the very earth trembled. In that moment, Chen Feng seemed to become the very incarnation of the wind, a god commanding its every movement. "We need to get out of here now." Rhodey grabbed Pepper and Mindy, who were both still staring in shock, and dashed for the exit. A soldier's sharp instinct told him that a terrifying, world-shattering destruction was about to erupt here. The energy wave surged right before Chen Feng, poised to pierce through his heart. Too weak. Without even glancing at it, Chen Feng casually swung his sword. A gust of wind split the energy wave cleanly in two. What seemed like a force capable of destroying the heavens and the earth was instantly dissipated. With just a simple flick of the sword, everything was resolved as easily as opening a sealed box. Another effortless strike followed. The once mighty force had no chance to react. Stripped of its shadowy menace, it was as harmless as a beast robbed of its teeth and claws, turning back into a gentle little creature. Wielding his swift sword, Chen Feng glanced coldly at Tony. "That's enough. I've grown even stronger." Tony lowered his gaze, quietly withdrawing from the arena and merging into the crowd. After some time, Colonel Rhodes, Little Board, and Mingy walked over together. "Where's Tony?" The moment he saw Chen Feng, Little Board hurriedly asked, his face etched with worry. He had witnessed Chen Feng's battle with the Hulk, and knew just how formidable Chen Feng truly was, which left him deeply concerned that Chen Feng might have seriously injured Tony, or worse. "Don't worry, I just wanted him to reflect on himself," Chen Feng replied calmly, casting a brief, inscrutable look toward a certain spot before turning to leave with Mingdi. Just then, a streak of red shot out from the house and soared into the distance. "So he's already swapped in a new arc reactor?" Watching the receding figure, Chen Feng silently mused to himself. Colonel Rhodes said, "I'll go after him." With that, Colonel Rhodes hurried into the room and suited up in his armor. He flashed Chen Feng a thumbs up. Having received the signal, Chen Feng took Mingdi and left Tony's house, heading back home. "Chen Feng, I'm starving. Let's get something to eat." As they strolled down the street, Mingdi's stomach suddenly rumbled, and she looked up at Chen Feng with big, pleading eyes. Utterly adorable and impossible to refuse. She had originally planned to feast at Tony's party, but the unexpected turn of events had dashed those hopes completely. This is the second time something like this has happened. The last time was that guy Stain's fault. So unlucky. Just my luck. Honestly, what rotten luck. Chen Feng could easily understand how Mingdi felt. When you're hungry, all that matters is eating. Taking her by the hand, he led her straight into a nearby restaurant. Only after they had eaten their fill did the two return home. Mingdi, after yet another thrilling night, soon drifted off to sleep. Chen Feng, however, was lost in thought. Tony's reckless behavior tonight inevitably made him think of the events that were yet to come. The Battle of New York. The evil god Loki, leading the Chitauri, would invade New York. When that day comes, there will be carnage and chaos. By then, with his strength even greater than before, Chen Feng was confident he would have no trouble protecting himself. But at that moment, the face of his grandfather appeared before Chen Feng's eyes. When all was said and done, Chen Feng's grandfather was just an ordinary man. During the Great New York Battle, chaos would engulf everything. If he got entangled in the fighting and became separated from his grandfather, the consequences could be unimaginable. Chen Feng didn't want to see that outcome. He needed to make sure that possibility was reduced to zero. Maybe he should send his grandfather to China. This sudden idea flashed through Chen Feng's mind. The main battlegrounds of the future would all be in America, and besides, China had its own supernatural defenses. It would be a safe and sensible choice. Back when Nick Fury first made the offer, Chen Feng had refused to leave his grandfather with S.H.I.E.L.D. He was familiar with the story. Of course he knew. Leaving his grandfather with S.H.I.E.L.D. was practically a trap like no other before. His grandfather was Chinese, after all. Living in China for a while would be no problem at all. Chen Feng could earn money himself. It would be perfect to let his grandfather go to China to enjoy his golden years and settle into retirement. Once this idea took hold, Chen Feng hurried into his grandfather's room to share his thoughts. To convince him, Chen Feng even showed a portion of his own powers on purpose. After all that, his grandfather finally agreed. He promised to return to China. A weight lifted from Chen Feng's heart. Gazing out the window at the busy streets of New York, his eyes shone with a resolute determination. "Thanos, I won't let you collect all 6 Infinity Stones." Chen Feng would take hold of his own destiny, and not be someone else's puppet, dancing on their strings. The next morning, Chen Feng took Mindy to school. With a major worry resolved last night, Chen Feng was in a great mood. At that moment, Tony sat at his desk, dressed in his Iron Man armor, savoring a delicious pastry. Just then, a bald, one-eyed black man walked over. It was none other than the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. At Fury's invitation, the two of them went into a restaurant to discuss Tony's situation. Since Natasha had been placed at Tony's side, Fury had long known about Tony's palladium poisoning. At first glance, he noticed the veins in Tony's neck darkened by the palladium toxin and asked with concern, "You still haven't found a solution yet?" Tony, hearing this, was immediately suspicious. He had never told anyone about his palladium poisoning, except Chen Feng. Could it be Chen Feng had told Fury about it? No need to guess. It was Romanoff who told me. As he spoke, Natasha walked in, stunning in a black, form-fitting tactical suit. "Oh, so it was my secretary after all. S.H.I.E.L.D. really does have its ways with spies, huh?" Tony said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "We just want to understand your situation. After all, I still hope you'll become a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury appeared utterly unconcerned. Everything he did was simply to get Tony to join the Avengers. Help Tony out a bit. He looks like he's about to collapse. Hearing this, Natasha took out some lithium dioxide, a substance that could temporarily suppress the effects of palladium. "It won't work," Tony said impatiently. "These stopgap measures are useless. They don't address the root of the problem at all. Have you tried every element? All of them. Every energy element. And not a single one can replace palladium." As Tony spoke these words, it was as if he'd aged 10 years in an instant. He'd almost lost all hope. Life itself seemed to have lost its meaning. Suddenly, the restaurant door opened, and Chen Feng walked in, catching sight of the group. In his eyes, the others faded into the background. Only Natasha stood out. "My knight. As you can see, even my boss is here." As soon as Natasha saw Chen Feng, a gentle smile blossomed on her face. She walked over to him, reaching to take his arm. "Chen Feng, I don't want to eat at Sweet Garden anymore. Let's go somewhere else." Mindy, seeing Natasha's gesture, instantly turned sour, her face darkening with jealousy. She grabbed Chen Feng, trying to pull him outside. Chen Feng was caught off guard. "What the? Oh boy, someone's jealous." Noticing Mindy's expression, Chen Feng's head began to ache. How could he have forgotten he had a jealous queen by his side? If only he'd told Natasha to dial it down a bit. "Well, all right, let's eat somewhere else. But I'm curious, what were you two discussing?" Chen Feng first soothed Mindy, shot Natasha a meaningful glance, then turned his gaze to Tony and Fury. "It's about the palladium, isn't it? Didn't I already tell you?" Tony replied, dejected. Fury looked at Chen Feng and asked, "Do you have any solutions?" "Solutions?" Chen Feng chuckled, as if it were obvious. "Of course I don't. I'm not a genius scientist." The implication struck Tony hard. His face darkened like storm clouds. "Seriously? That was a jab at me, wasn't it? Calling me useless?" Fury's hopeful expression quickly faded into disappointment. Chen Feng simply smiled and went on, "True, I'm not a genius scientist, but someone else is. I believe he can solve this problem." "Who?" Fury shot to his feet, more excited than Tony himself. "Tony's father, Mr. Howard Stark." Fury cut Chen Feng off before he could finish. With that, the conversation paused. The moment Fury uttered that name, Tony, who had been hanging his head in despair, finally saw a flicker of light in those dull, snow-shadowed eyes of his. Hope. It was as if he'd been trapped in a pitch-dark cave and suddenly glimpsed daylight through a crack. Boom! After freezing for a moment, Tony sprang to his feet. His Iron Man suit snapped into place, surging with searing energy beneath him, and he blasted straight through the glass, disappearing into the sky. Watching Tony vanish from sight, Fury flashed a broad grin, his teeth gleaming. "Looks like he's finally found what he needed. Let's go, Mindy." Chen Feng took Mindy's hand and left the restaurant. As they walked out, he didn't forget to shoot Natasha a meaningful glance, the kind that said, "Don't forget to come out and have some fun tonight." "Agent Tasha, from today you're off Tony's surveillance. Agent Coulson will take over. I have other assignments for you," Fury said, fixing Natasha with a deep look as she continued to watch Chen Feng's retreating figure. "Yes, sir." Only then did Natasha snap back to reality. Back at home, Tony hurriedly dug out the video his father had left behind, and finally made a crucial discovery. Back when Howard first conceived of the arc reactor, he proposed a new element, synthesized from other materials. But due to the limitations of his era's technology, Howard was never able to create it. Tony shut off the video. He gazed at his father's notebook in his hands, lost in thought for a while. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Tony projected the model of the Stark Expo's buildings. The design of the central structure gave Tony the breakthrough he needed. He visualized a brand new element, something that had never existed before, to replace the palladium. With this idea in mind, Tony set up a particle accelerator in his home, diving into the creation of a new energy source. Light from the accelerator focused at lightning speed on the prepared materials, and at last the new element was forged. Yes, I knew it, I just knew it. I am a genius. Dad, you finally did something right. Tony placed the new energy source into the arc reactor, and instantly, the palladium poisoning was cured. A wave of fresh, exhilarating vitality surged through his body, and Tony was filled with a joy he couldn't describe. Completely absorbed in his lab work, Tony nearly lost all sense of time. From the moment he arrived home to the creation of a new element, 5 whole days had passed. Shortly after Tony had finished his breakthrough, Agent Coulson arrived at Tony's home. Tony, you look a lot better. Did you find a new element? Tony eyed this stranger, Coulson, whom he'd never met before, and asked guardedly, Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Seeing the suspicion written all over Tony's face, Agent Coulson hurried to explain, telling him everything from the beginning. I'm here to let you know that I'm heading to New Mexico. There's a mission waiting for me there. But Tony didn't really care where Coulson was going, nor was he bothered that Coulson had assigned someone to keep an eye on him. A new element had been created. He was finally free from the torment of palladium poisoning. Tony couldn't wait to rush over to Pepper right away. Agent Coulson left soon after, and a phone call reached Tony's home. Hey, Tony, do you remember me? Ivan, how did you get out of prison? Hearing that familiar voice, Tony was momentarily stunned. Never mind about all that. What I want you to know is this. Tonight, the history of the Stark family will be rewritten. The crimes your father committed against my family over the past 40 years. I'll make sure you pay them all back in the next 40 minutes. With those words, Ivan hung up. Tony stared into space, dazed for a moment, before using phone tracing to locate Ivan's whereabouts. It turned out Ivan was at Justin Hammer's company. So that's how it is. Tony fell into deep thought. Then a spark of realization flashed in his eyes, as if everything had suddenly become clear. He suited up in his Iron Man armor and raced toward the Stark Expo as fast as he could. Pepper, please be safe. Meanwhile, Chun Feng was bursting with excitement, sitting upright as he watched the spinning lottery wheel before him. To draw a better hero, Chun Feng had saved up 2 lottery chances, ready for a double draw tonight. Even when facing the Hulk, Chun Feng had never felt this nervous. Let's begin. He spun the wheel, his eyes locked intently on the spinning pointer. The wheel gradually slowed, and Chun Feng's heart leapt into his throat. Congratulations, host. You've received the Heart of Madness, Kennen. The system's voice rang out, and though Chun Feng felt a bit down, after all, Kennen wasn't ascended, he was still looking forward to trying out this rare hero. Kennen, from the ancient Ionian order known as the Kinku, carried the sacred mission of maintaining the world's balance. Born in Bandle City, he entered the world in a flash, slipped from the midwife's hands, and from his first day showed remarkable strength. As Kennen grew, his energy became even more boundless. Both his speed and power reached new heights. Later, he entered the Kinku order for training. Kennen mastered the powerful secret arts of lightning, transforming himself into a living bolt. There's still one more chance. System, please don't let me down this time. Chun Feng stared at the spinning wheel, silently praying. The wheel started spinning again, and soon came that heart-stopping moment. Congratulations, host. You've received the Void Walker, Cassidon. At the sound of the system's voice, a joyful smile finally broke across Chun Feng's face. Yes, fantastic. Cassidon hails from the race of the Void, and though he has not yet ascended, his power is already near that of a half-ascended being, an awe-inspiring force. Especially when Cassidon is at his peak. His abilities are simply beyond imagination. Born with the innate power to command space itself, he is just a hair's breadth behind the power of the Spatial Essence Stone. This time, no ascended hero was gained. Or, to be precise, a hero of even greater divine prowess was drawn. Compared to Chun Feng, the 2 new heroes added are undeniably formidable. Most notably, the Void Walker, Cassidon. As a noble member of the Void, Cassidon was born with the ability to wield the mysterious force of space. His strength far surpasses that of many other heroes. Meanwhile, upon learning that Ivan had been rescued by Justin Hammer, Tony donned his newest suit and sped off to the Stark Industries Expo with all possible haste, a sense of foreboding growing in his heart. Ivan's talk of revenge must be aimed at the Expo. After all, Tony had previously agreed in Monaco to let Hammer participate in the event. Damn it, how could I have been so careless? To have made such a blunder. Pepper. Of all his worries now, Pepper Potts weighed heaviest on Tony's mind. He hadn't treated her well lately. In fact, his attitude had sometimes been downright terrible. Yet, in Tony's heart, Pepper had already become the most important person of all. Like a streak of light, Tony tore through the sky, racing with every ounce of strength toward the Expo. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the latest in Hammer Industries' line of ironclad suits, crafted from a brand new titanium alloy inside. At the Expo, Justin Hammer was enthusiastically showcasing the iron suit designed for him by Ivan. His confident smile and self-assured tone left no doubt. At this moment, Hammer was brimming with pride. Colonel Rhodes was also present. He stood on the stage in his Patriot's suit, side by side with Hammer's Iron Soldiers. Just as Hammer's introduction reached its climax, a flash of red and silver armor dropped from the sky and landed squarely on the platform. It was Tony, arriving in haste. Colonel Rhodes, surprised, called out, "Hey, Tony, what are you doing here?" "Rhodey, I was just wondering the same about you. Did Hammer hire you as a model for his runway show? Or did you just borrow my suit for the occasion? When did the good colonel start making money this way? Are you in some kind of financial crisis?" Tony fired off questions in rapid succession, eyeing Rhodes in the Mark I armor in utter confusion. The barrage left Colonel Rhodes completely baffled. What the heck is even going on here? This is nothing more than the U.S. government showing off its power to the world, while equipping these suits of iron armor with Hanmo Industries weaponry. Since Hanmo did them a favor, helping to promote Hanmo Military Industries now seems perfectly reasonable. That's also why Colonel Rhodes appeared at the Stark Industries Expo. "Tony, you're just in time." Seeing that it was Tony who arrived, Justin Hammer hurried over, unable to hide his excitement as he showed off. "Come take a look at my latest invention, the iron armor. You'll be amazed." Tony had said before that as long as Hammer could come up with a decent new invention, he could participate in the expo. Now, Hammer had delivered, and he felt his invention was even better than Tony's. Hammer, what's going on?" Just as Tony was about to make a sarcastic remark, he suddenly realized that all the suits of armor had their weapons trained on him, including Colonel Rhodes. Damn, what the hell? With crowds of civilians behind him, Tony instantly realized that Ivan must be controlling the armors from behind the scenes. Without a second thought, he launched himself into the air, fleeing the venue. "Tony, my suit's out of control. What's happening?" Rhodes called out just as Tony left. All the armored suits immediately followed, soaring into the sky after Tony. Of course, that included Colonel Rhodes. This was why Rhodes was so shocked. None of this was under his control. The Iron Soldiers chased after Tony relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of missiles and weapons. Fortunately, Tony's suit was the newest model. Relying on the superior performance of his new armor, Tony managed to dodge the hail of bullets and explosions. Damn you, Hammer. Watching the swarm of armored suits closing in behind him, Tony couldn't help but curse. Son of a... If it weren't for Hammer springing Ivan from prison, none of this would have happened. In fact, Hammer's sole purpose was to defeat Tony, who had always looked down on him, and to finally surpass him. That's why he brought Ivan into the fold. After all, Ivan had mastered the arc reactor technology, and with Hanmo Industries' resources, surely they could build a suit superior to Tony's. With so many armored suits on his tail, Tony wanted to fight back, but they were still in the city. Any attack could cause civilian casualties. So, Tony flew toward a less populated area. Along the way, he used the terrain to his advantage, taking out large numbers of the Iron Soldiers. At that moment, Colonel Rhodes suddenly charged in, knocking Tony out of the sky. The two of them crashed together into a small, dome-shaped building. The rattle of gunfire echoed all around. Colonel Rhodes pinned Tony down, firing madly at his body. The mini Gatling gun unleashed a hailstorm of bullets, as if Wang Yang were trying to drown Tony beneath them. Fortunately, the new suit's performance had been upgraded across the board. Ordinary bullets were now completely ineffective, unable to inflict any harm at all. Taking advantage of the moment, Tony grabbed hold of the mini Gatling gun mounted on Rhodes' armor, twisting the barrel aside to redirect its aim. The two of them remained locked together, relentlessly attacking each other. They unleashed every weapon at their disposal, even resorting to fists and kicks, battling with furious intensity. At that very moment, Natasha, whom Nick Fury had assigned to another mission, had uncovered through some investigation and clues that Ivan was hiding out inside Hammer Industries. Without delay, Natasha rushed to the building. With her agile skills, she easily dispatched the security guards at the entrance. In no time, she located the control room for the Iron Soldiers, but Ivan himself was nowhere to be found. Without any hesitation, Natasha strode up to the computer that controlled the Iron Man's suits and, using her technical prowess, disabled Colonel Rhodes' automatic attack program. Thanks to Natasha's help from afar, Colonel Rhodes, who had been grappling with Tony, finally regained control of himself. "Tony, I think I'm okay now." Colonel Rhodes laughed in relief, flipping up his faceplate. "I'm glad you're all right, brother." Tony also lifted his faceplate, then turned serious as he looked at Rhodes. "But next, we need to figure out how to catch that damn Ivan. Watch out." Just as they were discussing their plan, a horde of Iron Soldiers rained down from above, surrounding them in the center. Tony shouted a warning. With Rhodes' cooperation, Tony used the laser weapons on his wrist to swiftly eliminate all the enemies. At the moment, this was a feature unique to the new suit. It was a special weapon powered by the new energy source, with tremendous destructive power that was absolutely terrifying. Ivan, you're finished. Seeing this scene, both Tony and Rhodes were left speechless, their mouths agape in shock. They couldn't believe it. To witness Ivan, who had been pressing down on them just moments before, being taken out so easily left them stunned and at a loss for words. Throughout the whole process, judging by Chun Feng's demeanor, it seemed he hadn't even used much of his strength. Was he really that powerful? Still, Tony, I've saved your life yet again. I won't ask for much. Just give me another Iron Man suit. That'll do. But make sure to size it for Mindy. That little rascal has been bugging me about it for ages. Chun Feng turned his head, his gaze landing on Colonel Rhodes, and continued. Colonel Rhodes, right? If I remember correctly, you're the head of weapons development for the U.S. Army. How about this? Give me a set of your latest weapons as my reward. I'm a generous person, after all. Generous? Shameless. Utterly despicable. Abusing power like a dog. Tony and Colonel Rhodes cursed inwardly. What the? Of course, Chun Feng had no idea what was running through their minds. If he did, he would definitely have argued back. So what if I saved you? Even heroes are human. Heroes need to eat, too. How can you do a good deed and not get paid for it? With a character like Chun Feng's, he'd never do thankless work for nothing. That's why, after demanding his reward, he turned to leave straight away. He hadn't gone more than a few steps when he suddenly stopped and, with a threatening tone, warned, remember what I said. Don't keep me waiting too long. I'm not a patient man, especially you, Tony. I still haven't heard a word about that armor from last time. Only after Chun Feng's figure disappeared did Tony and Colonel Rhodes snap out of it. The two stared at each other, speechless. Damn, this is extortion. No doubt about it. Colonel Rhodes stood there in a daze for a long while before finally speaking, his voice slow. Did we just get robbed at gunpoint? Tony, who usually kept up a bold front, now hung his head and replied softly, maybe, you could say that. The truth was, before Chun Feng had even shown up, Tony had already come up with a way to defeat Ivan. But Chun Feng was simply too powerful. He had killed Ivan in a few heartbeats, not leaving Tony any chance to act on his plan. Tony was left feeling absolutely helpless. Again, how many times has this happened? What did I, Tony Stark, ever do to deserve this? How did things come to this point? Does fate never give me a break? Suddenly, Colonel Rhodes shouted anxiously, Hey Tony, look at Ivan's suit. Sure enough, the arc reactor on Ivan's armor was flickering red, as if something was about to happen. Move, it's going to blow. Tony's expression changed drastically. With a shout, jets of searing energy blasted from his boots, sending him flying at top speed. Colonel Rhodes was right behind him. Together, they dashed for the exit. The very instant they escaped, Ivan's suit exploded below with a thunderous roar. A terrifying shockwave swept through the area, sending clouds of dust billowing skyward. In a heartbeat, the entire building was reduced to rubble. Oh no, Pepper's in danger! On Tony's screen, the locations of all Hammer Industries suits appeared, and one of them was right near Pepper Potts. Pouring every last drop of power from his suit, Tony pushed himself to the absolute limit, racing toward Pepper's location at breakneck speed. Whoosh! He traced a dazzling arc across the sky, and in that moment, the dark night was made even more breathtaking. Meanwhile, Chun Feng stood with his hands behind his back on a skyscraper hundreds of meters tall, gazing after the rapidly disappearing Tony. He sighed and murmured, Ah, the power of love. With the powers of the Voidwalker Cassidon, Chun Feng could now slip freely through the void, akin to the fabled gods who could traverse vast distances in an instant, like the legends of those who could travel 1,000 miles in a single step. The night was still beautiful as ever. He stood atop a tall building, gazing quietly up at the starry sky. The future. He yearned to explore the expanse of those stars, for that was the adventure every man ought to seek. At that moment, all across the city, the steel soldiers that had landed began to detonate, erupting like a grand fireworks display, spectacular and breathtaking. Just in time, Tony managed to lead Little Pepper away from the steel soldiers before they exploded, escaping the danger by a hair's breadth. Holding Little Pepper close, Tony soared to the top floor of a nearby high-rise and finally set her down safely. However, despite their escape, Little Pepper's expression remained grave. She showed not a hint of relief or joy at Tony's timely rescue. Tony, do you have any idea how worried I get every time you pull these reckless stunts? I'm always on edge, always anxious. I just can't take it anymore. Seeing the anger on her face, Tony gently took her trembling hands in his and met her gaze with deep affection. I know you've always been there for me, always rushing to help me whenever I'm in danger. You deserve so much better. That's right, Tony, you should really treat Miss Potts better. Just then, Colonel Rhodes appeared beside them, flashing a knowing smile. At the same time, No one knew when, but you had arrived as well. He looked at Tony and Little Pepper with a stern expression and remarked, "Hey, public displays of affection can be dangerous." He wasn't wrong. There's truth in the old saying, flaunting your love is a shortcut to trouble. But really, I'm here to remind you, don't forget about what you owe me. As he was about to leave, Chun Feng added mysteriously, winking with a sly, meaningful smile. "Tony, looks like we need to deal with Chun Feng's issue first," Rhodes said with a helpless shrug. Although he held some authority in the military, handing out new weapons to others so casually was sure to land him in front of a military tribunal if word got out. "Don't worry, leave it to me. You can go now," Tony said, issuing a not-so-subtle dismissal. "Damn, such a perfect moment. Maybe it could still be salvaged." "Suit yourself. I'll leave that matter in your hands," Rhodes replied, tactfully taking the hint and flying away soon after. Watching Rhodes disappear into the distance, Tony turned to Little Pepper and said, "All right, darling, let's pick up where we left off." Back at home, Chun Feng looked at Mindy, who had already drifted into a deep sleep, and a new idea began to take shape in his mind. Hadn't Mindy always wanted to go out and have some fun? Why not seize this opportunity? It was the perfect time to take her on a tour all across the United States. He was sure Big Daddy would wholeheartedly approve. The next morning, at dawn, Chun Feng began preparing his food truck, giving it a quick cleanup. With Mindy's school on break starting today, the New Mexico trip had plenty of time, making it perfect for giving everything a thorough tidying. It was time to wake up the little sleepy head. Satisfied with how spotless the truck looked, Chun Feng nodded approvingly before heading back inside. The sun was blazing overhead. Sunlight was nearly reaching Mindy's backside. At this hour, she was still sprawled on the bed, fast asleep, showing no sign of waking up anytime soon. Chun Feng gently patted Mindy on the bottom and whispered in her ear, "Sleepy bug, time to get up. Today, I'm taking you on a trip to New Mexico." Mindy stirred bleary-eyed. She seemed to have heard Chun Feng's words, struggling to open her eyes, and mumbled drowsily, Chun Feng, where are we going again?" Mindy, in her adorable confusion, made Chun Feng's face soften with a gentle smile as he ruffled her hair. A few minutes later, Chun Feng finally managed to get Mindy completely awake. And then, Mindy was suddenly full of energy. Always eager for an adventure, she bounced happily on the bed and planted a quick kiss on Chun Feng's cheek. She cheered, "Let's go. We're off to New Mexico." Chun Feng started up the sports car he'd cleverly gotten from Tony last time, turned on the music, and let himself get swept up in the wild rhythms. If you're heading out for fun, rock music is absolutely the way to go. It's the perfect fuel for an exciting trip. After some time on the road, the two arrived at the airport. New Mexico was quite a distance from their city, and it was hard to imagine how long it would take to drive there in the food truck. The answer was obvious. Chun Feng decisively chose to fly. As for the car, he just left it with Tony for now. After all, Tony owed him plenty of favors. Once on a plane, it wasn't long before they landed in New Mexico. New Mexico, nestled in the southwestern United States, is famous for its dry climate and nicknames like the Land of Enchantment, the Sunshine State, and the Land of Cacti. Its landscapes are truly captivating, with crimson cliffs, sweeping deserts, and towering cacti. It's the perfect place for a leisurely getaway. The first thing Chun Feng did upon arriving was rent a food truck. After all, with sightseeing on the agenda, a food truck wasn't just transportation, it meant meals on the go, solving two problems at once. No matter where you are, having some cash makes everything easier. Chun Feng easily rented a food truck, complete with a full stock of food. "Mindy, let's go." The two of them set off again, wandering through every corner of New Mexico. "Jane, remind me again, why do we come all the way out here? It's scorching." Daisy was complaining beside Jane Foster. The sweltering heat of New Mexico was clearly unsuitable for the beautiful Daisy. She found herself drenched in sweat every day. "Daisy, stop complaining." Jane smiled and tried to comfort her. "This time, I made a huge discovery, right here in New Mexico. I can feel it coming any minute now, so let's grab something to eat and then get back to our research." Their main reason for coming to New Mexico was to track down a storm related to Jane's research on celestial movements, a storm she believed was about to arrive. If they could locate this storm, it would prove her research was correct, that it was all real. "Daisy, I've also asked Professor Eric to join us. He should be arriving in New Mexico by tomorrow." "What? You invited the professor too? Are you out of your mind?" Daisy stared at Jane in utter disbelief, as if she were looking at someone completely deranged. "Daisy, trust me. The professor will support me. Those atmospheric disturbances are connected to my work," Jane said, full of confidence. Suddenly, a delicious aroma wafted into her nose. "Oh wow, what's that smell? It's amazing. Daisy, let's eat over there." Jane grabbed Daisy's right hand without hesitation. Following the scent, They hurried off and soon found themselves in front of a food truck. Jane glanced at the young Asian man behind the counter and asked curiously, "Sir, is that wonderful smell coming from you? It's mouth-watering." "Yes, lovely ladies. Would you like to try something?" Chen Feng greeted them with a warm smile. "Absolutely. I'll have a secret recipe burger and a special sausage," Jane said, quickly making her choice as she scanned the menu. "I'll have one too." Daisy, equally drawn in by the aroma, placed her order just as swiftly. In the next instant, Chen Feng sprang into action, cooking with flair and skill. Jane and Daisy couldn't take their eyes off him, stars practically shining in their gaze. People always say a man is most attractive when he's focused on his craft. Jane and Daisy couldn't have agreed more. "Hey, handsome, could we exchange phone numbers?" Daisy asked shyly, her gaze fixed on Chen Feng, her voice gentle and cautious. "Daisy," Jane scolded her, a hint of irritation in her tone. That was just too forward. Chen Feng maintained his warm smile and was about to agree when, suddenly, Mindy appeared at his side, her expression sour and her attitude chilly. "No way. He's not as casual as you think." "What did you say?" Daisy's temper flared instantly. How could a little girl dare to lecture her like that? Damn it. She was as pure as could be. She hadn't even held a man's hand till now. Finally, she met someone she liked, only to be scolded by a brat. "Mindy, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and apologize to this lady." Chen Feng knew exactly what Mindy was thinking. Still, saying something like that definitely called for an apology. Otherwise, it would seem like she had no manners at all. If Frank found out, he'd surely give him a good scolding, maybe even take Mindy away. But Mindy pouted in protest, clearly unwilling to apologize. "No buts. If you say the wrong thing, you have to apologize. Otherwise, I won't take you out to play next time." Chen Feng's expression was stern, his face giving nothing away. Under Chen Feng's gentle reprimand, Mindy finally muttered a reluctant apology, then stomped off into the dining car, fuming and determined to ignore Chen Feng for now. "Stupid Chen Feng, bad Chen Feng. From now on, I don't care what you do with other women." Inside, Mindy fumed in silence, venting her anger wordlessly. "It's all my fault. I didn't keep an eye on her. To make it up to you, let me pay for this meal, all right?" Chen Feng offered with a warm smile. "It's fine. After all, she's just a kid. I wouldn't really hold it against her." "But boss, if you really want to treat us, I won't say no," Daisy replied, grinning at Chen Feng, her heart fluttering with excitement. Oh my, is she really falling for him? Watching Daisy's infatuated expression, Jane couldn't help but roll her eyes in exasperation. Jane and Daisy finished their meal quickly, both lavishing praise on Chen Feng's cooking. This was hands down the best food they'd had since coming to New Mexico. Afterwards, thanks to Daisy's persistence, she managed to get Chen Feng's phone number. She'd hoped to chat with him more, maybe even get closer, but Jane dragged her away before she had the chance. After all, Jane hadn't brought Daisy to New Mexico to chase after handsome men. She was here to investigate and track down the source of the storm. As the two women disappeared into the distance, Chen Feng allowed himself a small, knowing smile. If nothing went wrong, the God of Thunder would soon be arriving on Earth. This New Mexico adventure was finally about to begin. Meanwhile, Jane was already back at work in the car. As for Daisy, she was lost in a daydream, her mind filled with Chen Feng's face. Her eyes sparkled with delight. This man from the East, so handsome, such a talented cook, and so gentle. He was the very image of the perfect boyfriend. What luck! She just wondered if Chen Feng already had a girlfriend. Jane focused intently on her work. "Daisy, come help me sort through this data." But after a long time, there was still no response. Daisy was too lost in her infatuation to notice. When Jane finally turned around and saw Daisy's lovesick expression, she was speechless. She pressed her hand to her forehead, a vein throbbing on her temple. "Has it really been almost an hour already? Good grief. You really are hopeless, you big romantic." There was nothing to be done. After spending another long stretch of time working alone, Jane finally pinpointed the exact arrival of the storm through meticulous calculations. It would come near dusk. Dr. Eric hurried to New Mexico. When he learned that Jane was still chasing after this so-called storm, his expression changed instantly, and he tried to reason with her. "Jane, you have to stop doing these pointless things. That storm doesn't exist." "He's right. Jane, let's just give up." Darcy, standing by, kept tapping her own head in agreement, deeply endorsing Dr. Eric's words. "The dynamics of the atmosphere are closely related to my research, and after 17 rounds of precise calculations, each time I was off by only a few microseconds. I'm certain I can measure the energy. There's no way I'm wrong. Just trust me this once, Doctor." After much debate, and with Jane's relentless insistence, Dr. Eric finally gave in and agreed to continue the research with her. Night fell. Darcy drove, following Jane's directions until they reached a desolate stretch of land. Jane, are you sure it's this godforsaken place? It looks so creepy, it's really scary. The headlights revealed nothing but barrenness and silence, making Darcy deeply uneasy. Just trust me. Keep going. Jane nodded resolutely, her eyes never leaving the computer screen in front of her. Jane, I think you should stop. This is leading nowhere, Dr. Eric said in a gentle but firm tone from the passenger seat. Just as Jane was about to reply, Darcy turned from the driver's seat, her voice tight with urgency. Jane, you'd better come take a look at this. What is that? Oh my God. At that moment, Jane looked out and saw, to her astonishment, a radiant, rainbow-hued light shimmering across the sky. She was utterly speechless, her eyes wide in shock. Stunned, Jane was completely taken aback. She scrambled out of the car, gazing at the spectacle before her, words failing her in the face of the dazzling display. I thought you were just talking about some faint aurora, Dr. Eric admitted, taking a deep breath, his face filled with disbelief at the sight. A moment passed. Then Jane shouted, her voice ringing out, Quick, quick, drive! In the next instant, Darcy, receiving the command, started the engine at once and sped toward the glowing lights. Although every instinct screamed to get as far from this haunted place as possible, Darcy knew how much this meant to Jane. Months of effort and research were on the line, and she had no choice but to press on. The car raced across the desert, quickly reaching the area beneath the aurora. Then, out of nowhere, the once glimmering sky twisted itself into a massive storm. A fierce, howling wind and an overwhelming pull battered the car, as if nature itself was trying to drag them in. It was the raw power of the natural world. Darcy, what are you doing? Just as Jane was preparing to take some pictures with her camera, she realized she was getting farther and farther from the center of the storm. Wes shouted, I'm not about to risk my life for a measly 6 credits. With that, she floored the gas pedal, steering the car rapidly toward the edge of the storm. And, at that very moment, crack, the sky split open. Lightning and thunder raged within the heart of the storm, as if some god were about to descend. In an instant, the wind howled with furious intensity. Even the car's headlights couldn't pierce the suffocating darkness to bring any real light. Wes could only make out the stretch of road just ahead, racing through the chaos at breakneck speed. Damn it, is that a person? In the faint, flickering light, the blurry outline of a figure emerged. Daisy quickly spun the steering wheel, swerving hard to avoid it. Thud! A muffled impact. Even with the storm raging around them, the sound was unmistakable. They must have hit that person. Daisy slammed on the brakes. At that same moment, Jane and Daisy sat frozen in their seats, staring wide-eyed at each other for a long moment. It was as if they just snapped back to reality. Grabbing a flashlight, Jane jumped out of the car to look for the person they'd struck. I think, legally, this one's on you, Daisy stammered, hurrying after Jane, panic written all over her face. Go get the first aid kit, Jane called back over her shoulder, her voice tight with worry as she knelt beside the young man with golden hair, lying motionless on the ground. She murmured under her breath, Please, please, don't die. Please. Daisy fetched the first aid kit, peering anxiously at the man sprawled before them. Where on earth did he come from? She asked, puzzled. Before Jane could reply, the man on the ground suddenly stirred. He opened his eyes, glancing around at the unfamiliar surroundings and the strange women before him. But then, in just a heartbeat, he collapsed again. Jane watched the golden-haired stranger with growing curiosity, murmuring, Where did he come from? Jane, doctor, get over here, quick. Daisy called out urgently, because the man had woken up once more. And this time, he seemed completely recovered. Thor spun around where he stood, surveying his surroundings and shouting loudly. My hammer. Father. Heimdall, I know you can hear me. Open the bivrost and send me home. But Thor's cries fell on deaf ears. Only silence answered him. The air was still, heavy with an ominous hush. No one paid him the slightest attention. Thor turned to face Jane and the others, confusion etched on his face. What realm is this? Alfheim? Nornheim? Daisy, pulling out her stun gun and aiming it directly at Thor, replied, New Mexico. Thor frowned at the little red dot hovering over his chest. Insolence! You dare threaten Thor with such a tiny weapon. Zap! Sparks flew as West fired the stun gun. At this moment, Thor had already lost his godly form and become an ordinary man. Unfortunately, he was knocked out cold by a human weapon, a stun gun. Jane and Dr. Eric stood there, utterly bewildered, mouths agape, as they stared at Darcy. Dumbfounded. Stunned. Whoa, she just pulled out a gun without warning. To treat a patient who had just regained consciousness like this. Come on, that's a bit much, isn't it? What? He scared me. Darcy protested, her face showing not a hint of remorse. She was simply trying to defend herself. Dr. Eric sighed. All right, you win. The two of them were left speechless. Dragging Thor's burly frame, Dr. Eric struggled to haul him into the car. Before long, the three of them drove away from the barren desert. The aurora and tornado that had appeared when Thor descended vanished as soon as he arrived. After dropping Thor off at the hospital, the three went straight to the nurse's station. Soon enough, after taking care of the admission paperwork, Jane was about to leave when Darcy, still looking uneasy, asked, Jane, are we really just going to leave him alone in the hospital? No one knew where Thor had come from. Leaving him alone might not be a good idea. He could even pose a threat to the hospital staff. After all, Thor was enormous, and he'd shrugged off getting sideswiped by a car like it was nothing. Was that even human? Not exactly normal, to say the least. If you're so worried, why don't you stay and keep him company? I really need to get back and analyze the data from last night. That research is more important to me, Jane replied, calm and unmoved. More important? More important than the data I need to study. Darcy muttered. Anyway, they'd already delivered the man to the hospital. He wouldn't die. Wait for me, Jane. I'm leaving too, Darcy said after a moment's thought, jogging to catch up. Sure, Thor was handsome, but remembering how weird and unhinged he'd seemed last night, she thought better of it. Clearly, Darcy had no intention of staying behind. If she had to choose, she'd rather hang out with Chun Feng, the cute guy, good-looking, fun to be around, and best of all, not crazy. Dr. Eric drove the two women back to their makeshift research lab. Not long after, Thor, who had been knocked out by the stun gun, slowly opened his eyes in a hospital bed, regaining consciousness. He looked at the doctor in front of him, confused. Don't be alarmed. I'm just here to draw some blood, the doctor explained kindly, holding Thor's arm in place. Let go. I am the son of Odin. How dare you lay hands on me? Thor exclaimed angrily, shaking off the doctor's grip. I have things to do. The doctor tried desperately to restrain Thor, shouting for help. Even though Thor had lost his divine powers and was now merely human, his strength was still extraordinary. At that moment, none of the medical staff could hold him down. Call security, a nearby nurse screamed. At this moment, no one could restrain Thor. He was about to dash out the door. It was only then that a group of security personnel arrived. Yet, faced with Thor's towering stature and astonishing strength, none of them could gain the upper hand, even for a moment. Surround him. It seemed to be the security chief who, summoning all his strength, finally managed to subdue Thor. He pulled out a stun gun and pressed it to Thor's neck. In an instant, Thor collapsed, once again losing consciousness, unaware of what had transpired. Back at the research institute, the three began immediately analyzing the storm from the previous night. Doctor, look, this isn't our planet's star map. This was Earth's star map last night. Jane laid two photographs before Dr. Eric Selvig, the contrast between them stark and unmistakable. Dr. Selvig's eyes darkened. As he studied the images, he grew deeply puzzled, for indeed, this was not Earth's night sky. Take a look at this. Suddenly, Darcy called out to the others as if she'd stumbled upon something extraordinary. There was a trace of shock in her voice. Jane and Dr. Selvig hurried over, but when their eyes landed on what was in the photograph, both of their faces changed dramatically. We'd better get to the hospital. Jane grabbed her coat and immediately headed for the door. Darcy and Dr. Selvig quickly followed, a lingering dread from the photo still haunting them. At the hospital, Thor was strapped to the bed with ropes, completely unable to move. Damn mortals! How dare you treat the son of Odin this way? You have offended a god. Thor glared furiously, his voice thunderous, but in that quarantined hospital room, no one could hear him, nor did anyone pay him any heed. Thor struggled with all his might, but it was all in vain. Impossible. This can't be happening. Thor's heart refused to accept the truth. I, the mighty son of Odin, Thor, god of thunder, now stripped of all his divine powers. He was nothing more than an unusually strong, ordinary man. After a few moments of futile resistance, Thor realized, with perfect clarity, that brute force alone would never set him free. He stared blankly up at the ceiling. His hands kept working, wriggling, and twisting until at last, after considerable effort, he managed to slip free from the ropes. The three finally arrived at the hospital. They rushed into Thor's room, only to find it empty. Thor had vanished. We have to find him, Jane said resolutely from the car. Did you see what he did? I'm not sure looking for him is a good idea, Dr. Selvig protested, recalling the image of Thor standing unharmed in the heart of the storm. It's dangerous. Far too dangerous. They still didn't know who or what Thor truly was. If his temperament was bad, the three of them could be in real trouble. This guy knows everything. He'll tell us what we want to know, so we have to find him. Jane's eyes lit up with hope, as if she saw the answer right in front of her. All right, she had already prepared all the equipment. Dr. Eric asked, a little incredulous. Are you saying we need to search the entire state of New Mexico? That's right. Not even a little bit less. Jane spoke bluntly, then started the car. Suddenly, a rattling noise came from the trunk. They looked back just in time to see Thor crash into the side of the trunk and pass out once again. Ahem. I think he must have just gotten out of the hospital, right? She, hearing the commotion, turned to Jane, fighting the urge to laugh. Talk about searching high and low, only to have what you're looking for fall right into your lap. This guy's luck. It's truly something else. Take him back. Jane gave the order, word by word. With Thor in hand, she could finally unlock the secrets of the star chart. They returned to the lab. After a while, Thor woke up. Looking at the somewhat familiar Jane, he asked, "Where exactly am I?" This is... After Jane gave him a thorough explanation, Thor's expression shifted from understanding to utter confusion, but he finally realized his predicament and accepted that he was now just a mere mortal, stripped of his divinity and robbed of his powers. What else could he do? Even he felt helpless. Despair washed over Thor. Was he supposed to just muddle through life as an ordinary person now? The very thought made him shudder. But at this point, Thor had run out of options. First things first, he had to fill his stomach. I'm a bit hungry. Do you have any food here? Thor asked. The only person here who made him feel at ease was Jane. Dr. Eric, on the other hand, kept shooting him unfriendly looks, and that was the guy who'd zapped him with a stun baton. Just thinking about that jolt made Thor scowl. Damn it, I'm the god of thunder. How'd I end up being taken down by my own specialty? Infuriating. Of course, we'll get you something right away. Let's go. She immediately thought of Chun Feng, pulled out his phone, and made a call. After a brief exchange, she returned, beaming, and led Thor away. Jane let out a helpless sigh, while Dr. Eric looked bewildered. Secretly, Eric shot Jane a look. What is this, a bottomless pit? How can he eat so much? When they arrived at Chun Feng's place, she watched, stunned, as Thor wolfed down food without the slightest sign of slowing, his expression turning to disbelief. That appetite. Unbelievable. Jane and Dr. Eric were both speechless, staring at Thor as if he were an alien. There was no doubt they were shocked. Chun Feng gave Thor a casual glance and continued preparing food. After all, Thor wasn't human in the first place. Now, stripped of his powers, it was only natural for him to eat so much. Thor finished his juice, set down his cup, and said to Chun Feng, "Hey kid, this drink's not bad. Another drink." Thor, in high spirits, swung his arm, ready to smash his cup onto the ground. Chun Feng quickly caught Thor's hand, speaking calmly. "Hey, you can't just throw cups around like that. That's an old Asgardian tradition." Thor frowned, tightening his grip, still intent on shattering the cup. "This isn't Asgard, you know." Chun Feng's eyes narrowed, his voice dropping to a chilling tone. "Damn it," Thor bristled. "Are you challenging me? Thor, son of Odin, Prince of Asgard?" He suddenly stood up, his eyes blazing as he glared at Chun Feng. "You're just a mortal now," Chun Feng replied coldly, placing a firm hand on Thor's shoulder. With overwhelming strength, he pressed Thor straight back into his seat, leaving him completely powerless to resist. All right, we're all friends here. No need for this," Jane quickly interjected, trying to smooth things over. "For Jane's sake, I'll let go this time. After all, you're nothing but a mortal now," Chun Feng added, his tone thick with disdain for Thor. "What did you say?" Thor roared. "I am Thor, son of Odin, the god of thunder. I defeated the frost giants myself." His eyes burned with anger, the fire of his pride flaring up. Seeing Chun Feng's dismissive attitude, Thor was furious, his voice rising in outrage. "You said it yourself. That was in the past. Right now, you should recognize who you really are," Chun Feng replied, utterly unfazed. Thor froze. That simple truth struck him deep inside. He was at a loss for words. Stunned, he sat there, silent. He was right. No matter how glorious the past, it was only the past. But what about now? He had been cast out by his father, stripped of his divine powers, even his mighty hammer lost somewhere unknown. How could he still call himself the god of thunder? It was humiliating. Cece leaned in, whispering quietly in Chun Feng's ear, "Hey, go easy on him. Don't crush his self-esteem like that." "All right," Chun Feng replied. There was already a bit unbalanced. If they kept pushing him, who knew what he might do, things could get out of hand. In Cece and Dr. Eric Selvig's eyes, talk of rainbow bridges, Asgard, and the hammer of Thor sounded like pure fiction. They didn't believe a word of it. It was just too far-fetched. This wasn't some kind of myth. Son of Odin, god of thunder, Thor? Please. Only Jane, deep down, wanted to believe Thor's words, hoping to find the real answers from him. Just then, Chun Feng called out, "Boss, 2 cheeseburgers and another couple of beers, please." At that moment, 2 burly white men approached the truck. Having spent a few days in New Mexico, Feng's food truck had made a bit of a name for itself, and his dishes were quite popular. There were always regulars coming by. Just then, an older man with white hair asked, "Hey, did you hear about that satellite that crashed from the sky over there?" "Of course I've heard about it, but I don't think it's a satellite. Some people say it's a hammer, and it's incredibly heavy. Apparently, no one has been able to move it." The brown-haired man seemed to know even more details. Hearing their conversation, Sol's disappointment instantly dissipated like mist in the morning sun. In the next moment, a confident smile quickly appeared on his face. He stood up and walked over to the two strong men, clapping the brown-haired man on the shoulder as he asked seriously, "Tell me, where exactly did that thing fall?" The brown-haired man glanced at Sol, who towered powerfully behind him, and hesitated for a moment before replying. "If you head 80 kilometers west, you'll find it." With this information in hand, Sol strode purposefully toward the west, a look of certainty on his face. "Loki, just wait. Once I reclaim what's rightfully mine, I hope you'll dare to face me in a real challenge." Halfway there, Sol seemed to recall something. He turned back to look at Feng, his tone playful. "No problem. But let me give you a piece of advice. Remember the smile you're wearing right now." Feng replied with a faint, enigmatic grin. "Me? You'll understand soon enough." Sol lifted his chin a little, not quite understanding the meaning behind those words. "Oh well, why bother overthinking? Once I retrieve Mjolnir, why would I be concerned about a mere mortal? He definitely needs to be taught a lesson." "Feng, we're heading out now," Sol called out. Watching Sol leave, Jane quickly packed her things and hurried after him. Eric followed in haste as well, unwilling to let Jane be alone with Sol. "Darcy, aren't you coming?" Feng asked, noticing that she was still sitting quietly by the car, sipping her drink. "With Dr. Eric around, I'm not worried. Besides, who could resist the drinks you make?" Darcy answered shyly. Compared to Sol's wild adventures, Feng seemed much more appealing. "Little vixen," Mindy muttered under her breath, sitting beside Feng and glaring daggers at Darcy. Trion could only smile helplessly. Whoever said two women could make a drama wasn't wrong at all. "Jane, would you be willing to take me to that place?" After walking for a while, Sol suddenly stopped. "Damn it, am I really up for this? Now that I've lost my godly powers, walking 80 kilometers as a mere mortal is painfully slow and exhausting. Who knows how long it'll take? A day? 2 days?" Jane glanced at Sol with a smile and asked, "Then can you tell me about yourself?" She was eager to uncover all the secrets surrounding Sol. "Jane, come over here. I need to talk to you." Eric, who had caught up, gently patted Jane on the shoulder and pulled her aside. "Jane, listen to me. All this talk about the Bifrost, Asgard, and Thor's hammer, those are just myths I heard when I was a kid. You can't just believe him so easily." After Eric's earnest persuasion, Jane finally decided to heed his advice. "I'm sorry, I can't help you right now," Jian said apologetically, a hint of regret in her voice. "It's all right. I still want to thank you." Eric smiled softly, leaned over, and pressed a gentle kiss on the back of Jian's hand before turning to leave. Seeing that Jian had followed her advice, Eric led her back into the research institute. But as soon as they returned, Jian noticed that a large group of people in uniforms had filled her home, taking away all her equipment, materials, and everything else. "Jian, calm down. These people are not ones we can afford to cross." Dr. Eric quickly grabbed Jian, restraining her before she could act. "But this is my home. They're violating my privacy, trespassing my house. I should report them." Jian bit her lip, her anger barely contained. After all that research equipment and data represented years of her hard work and dedication. "Hello, I'm Agent Coulson from the government. We're here because these items involve national security, and we are required to confiscate everything." Coulson stepped forward, showing his credentials. To minimize the impact of the incident with Thor's hammer, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already taken full control of the situation in the area, confiscating anything related to it. "This is nothing short of robbery. It's illegal." Jian continued to argue her case. But Eric stood firmly by her side, holding her back, knowing full well how dangerous these people were. In just a few short minutes, S.H.I.E.L.D. had taken away everything Jian owned that was connected to her research, leaving behind nothing but an empty house. "Jian, I have to tell you, we really can't go against them. I once had a friend who studied gamma rays. After they came for him, he just vanished." Eric tried to comfort her with a heavy sigh. Just then, she had just returned from seeing Feng. His face lit up with joy, brimming with happiness. However, his happiness didn't last long. When she saw the empty house, he was stunned. "Jian, doctor, what happened here? Did we get raided, or something?" Jian didn't answer. She just stood there, staring up at the sky for a long while, then silently got into her car and drove away from the institute. She needed time alone to collect herself. Meanwhile, in the pet store, Thor was standing solemnly in front of the owner. "Sir, I'd like to buy a horse, a real horse I can ride." The urgency in his eyes left no room for doubt. He was absolutely serious. "Sir, we don't have horses here, only poodles, huskies, and golden retrievers." The owner replied with equal seriousness, introducing the pets in the shop. Thor frowned. "No horses? What kind of pet shop is this?" His behavior inside the pet shop happened to catch Jian's eye as she passed by, sparking a sudden idea in her mind. "Since you've taken everything from me, all the more reason for me to keep investigating. I have to admit, being held in a woman's grudge is a truly terrifying thing." Jian walked into the pet shop. Watching Sol bargaining with the shop owner, she spoke bluntly. "Sol, I'll drive you to that place." "What? You're willing to take me there?" Sol was stunned for a moment. If she remembered correctly, Jian had just refused her not long ago. WTF? What happened? Had Jian actually changed her mind? "Yes, let's go quickly. That place is a full 80 kilometers away. Even by car, it'll take us several hours to get there." Jian hurried her along without directly answering Sol's question, taking Sol's hand and leading her outside. Damn, she's even more anxious than I am. Completely caught off guard, Sol was dragged away, looking at Jian in a flustered confusion. It wasn't until they got in the car that Sol finally came back to herself. She met Jian's eyes. For a moment, the two of them just stared at each other, frozen in place. It was deathly silent. After a while, Sol hesitantly asked, Miss Jian, do you really want to help me?" Jian brushed a lock of hair behind her ear, ready to start the car. "If not, why else would I have come to find you?" Something so obvious still needs to be asked again and again. Honestly, Jian really wanted to open her head and see if it was rusted out or waterlogged. The car's engine rumbled to life, and the conversation between the two continued to heat up. By then, they were finally nearing the place where Thor's hammer had fallen. However, the site was already under SHLD's control. A net fence had been erected all around, and security was tight to keep outsiders away. "So, what are you doing?" While Jian was using binoculars to observe the area, she heard a commotion next to her. She turned and saw Sol standing up, draping her coat around herself. Sol shook her head with a playful smile. "You stay here. I'm going to retrieve what belongs to me." With that, Sol's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. Jian stared at Sol's vanishing silhouette, worry clouding her face. At the same time, her heart fluttered with a strange excitement, stirred by Sol's bold move. "Sir, this place has been taken over by the government. No unauthorized entry is allowed. Please take your sister and leave." A guard in black tactical gear regarded the man and woman before him with clear hostility. Before Chen Feng could reply, Mindy burst out angrily. "Sister? I'm his girlfriend. You hear me? What's wrong with being young? It's not like I'm eating your food. Does being younger automatically make me his sister? Why can't I be his girlfriend? Or even a childhood betrothal?" TSK. Mindy thoroughly despised those people who always called her Chun Feng's sister. What a bunch of clueless idiots, wasting a perfectly good pair of eyes. Chun Feng cleared his throat, feeling completely at a loss for how to handle Mindy's outburst. Especially when Wei Guo's expression turned strange, the awkwardness in the air became almost unbearable. Chun Feng shot Wei a knowing glance, then continued. "Just call your supervisor out. I'll speak to him personally." Unexpectedly, Wei paid him no mind at all, and even seemed a little irritated as he said, "Our supervisor isn't someone you can just meet. Head home now, visitors aren't allowed here." He hurriedly tried to usher Chun Feng away, his patience clearly wearing thin. "You want to see our boss? Who do you think you are? Just a young upstart, that's all." At that moment, a man in a suit walked over. "What's going on here?" "Chun Feng, why are you here?" The moment he recognized Chun Feng, Carlson was taken aback. He couldn't help it. This was the last person he expected to see here. Carlson's face was full of confusion, questions written all over it. "I came to New Mexico for a little sightseeing and brought Mindy along to check out that thing that fell from the sky. But it seems your people don't want to let me in," Chun Feng said with a shrug. After hearing Chun Feng's explanation, Carlson could only respond with a wry smile. Restricting outsiders from entering was the rule here, so Wei hadn't done anything wrong. After all, he didn't know who Chun Feng was and was simply doing his job. But for Carlson, it was a different matter entirely. Chun Feng was someone even Director Fury wanted to recruit. If this incident soured Chun Feng on the idea of joining the Avengers, Carlson was sure he'd be in serious trouble with the director, and that would be a real headache. So, Carlson forced a smile, quickly made amends, and invited Chun Feng inside. Off to the side, Wei was left dumbfounded. When he saw his superior treating Chun Feng with such deference, he suddenly realized who Chun Feng really was, and his mind was thrown into turmoil. No way. Could his luck really be this bad? He couldn't help but imagine himself being demoted for offending such an important figure. At last, Chun Feng came face to face with Thor's hammer, embedded in the earth. For a moment, he felt a strong urge to try and see if he could pull it free. However, just then, the surveillance monitors showed someone breaking in. Coulson's expression changed instantly, and he quickly ordered, "Send people to check the southwest perimeter." In no time, several guards reached the southwest fence, where there was already a hole. "Someone's broken in." Once he received the report, Coulson immediately sounded the alarm. Every agent and guard sprang into action, bracing themselves for whatever might happen. But Chen Feng remained calm. "No need to rush. Let's just wait here for him." Coulson nodded in agreement. There wasn't anything particularly valuable here, just that artifact that had fallen from the sky, and anyone sneaking in was clearly after Thor's hammer. So, it made perfect sense to simply wait for him to walk right into their hands. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the distance, Hawkeye quietly held his bow, eyes fixed on the hammer of Thor before him. Outside, Thor, who was soaked to the bone, no longer cared about anything else. He charged straight toward the spot where Mjolnir rested. Thor believed with all his heart, as long as he could lay hands on Mjolnir, he would surely regain his power and become the god of thunder once more. With his agile and sturdy frame, Thor quickly rushed inside, closing the distance so that only a mere dozen meters separated him from the hammer. Though clearly exhausted, Thor couldn't help but reveal a faint, almost triumphant smile the moment he saw Mjolnir. "I, son of Odin, Thor, am finally about to return." Thor grasped the handle of the hammer with ease, his fingers curling around it. "Stop!" Nearby, Coulson stopped Hawkeye from drawing his arrow. He, too, wanted to see if Thor could truly lift the hammer. Thor tightened his grip with his right hand, but the hammer didn't budge an inch. Thor's face changed dramatically, his brows furrowing. He brought his left hand to the handle, using every ounce of his strength, but it still wouldn't move at all. Mjolnir stood as immovable as ever, rooted in the earth. "Impossible! How could this be? I don't believe it!" Thor roared in frustration, summoning all the strength he had left, veins bulging on his arms, but still, it was useless. "Father, Heimdall, let me come home!" Thor cried to the heavens. Only his own echo answered, ringing in the empty air. Coulson, a little disappointed, ordered the guards to restrain Thor, who had forced his way inside. Thor had failed. He was taken away by agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and locked up. Coulson watched as Thor was led away, suspicion in his eyes. Who is this man, really? At first, he thought perhaps Thor was the rightful master of the hammer. But now, seeing this, it seemed that was nothing but wishful thinking. Coulson never imagined Thor's true identity. "Let me give it a try." A sudden spark lit up Chun Feng's eyes. He strode confidently toward Mjolnir. He was eager to find out. Could he really pull the hammer free? "Chen Feng, no. That hammer seems to be radiating some kind of energy. We have no idea what danger it might pose." Coulson hurriedly called after Chen Feng, trying to stop him. "I know what I'm doing. Don't worry." Chen Feng waved him off, his voice firm and resolute. A joke? What danger could Mjolnir possibly hold? Besides, Chen Feng simply wanted to see if he could lift it. After all, in the movies, only Vision had ever managed to raise Mjolnir. Others, like Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, and Colonel Rhodes, had all failed. If he could lift Mjolnir, wouldn't that be quite the feat? Just thinking about it made his heart race with anticipation. He stepped up to the hammer, grasped the handle in one hand, summoned all his strength, and gave it everything he had. A few seconds passed, but Mjolnir didn't move a hair's breadth. It seems that relying solely on my own strength, moving the Thunder God's bell, even the slightest bit is impossible. Chun Feng let out a deep, heavy breath, preparing this time to call upon the power of his companion. The stone golem was summoned. Tiny fragments of rock gathered around Chun Feng's hands, and a surge of pure, ancient strength filled him, making his whole body feel taut and tingling with anticipation. With a low, focused command, Chun Feng called out. The stone golem unleashed all of its might in an instant, yet there was still not the slightest movement. Chun Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly. He hadn't expected that even the stone golem would be unable to budge the Thunder God's relic. This time, I need to get serious. Chun Feng made up his mind. He summoned the strongest hero he could currently wield, Kassadin, the Voidwalker, right hand gripping the hammer's handle. In that moment, it felt as if the very space around him began to twist and warp, the air growing tense. Kassadin's ability to manipulate the void meant that even a slight release of his power could alter the fabric of reality itself. Taking a deep breath, Chun Feng placed his left hand on the handle as well, bracing himself and exerting all his might. In the next instant, the space around him trembled violently. It was as if layer upon layer of reality folded over, swallowing Chun Feng's figure until he vanished without a trace. Inside this warped space, Chun Feng poured all his strength into his effort. The Thunder God's hammer seemed to shift, if only a fraction. But just then, the space nearby began to show signs of collapse, as if it might shatter spectacularly at any moment. Chun Feng hastily let go, withdrawing his power back into himself. Only then did the spatial ripples cease, and his figure reappeared. Phew! This Thunder God's hammer truly is a formidable challenge. Chun Feng sighed and walked over to Mindy. His own strength was still too meager. If he were powerful enough, lifting the Thunder God's hammer would be no more than a trivial matter. Of course, luck played a part too. After all, Captain America, Rogers, had only managed to make it budge thanks to his character. But above all, strength was the deciding factor. Take the example of Thor's sister, the goddess of death, Hela. With sheer, overwhelming power, she had once crushed the Thunder God's hammer in her grasp. Chun Feng, you just vanished all of a sudden. You scare me to death. Mindy rushed into Chun Feng's arms, her voice full of worry. Chun Feng gave her a gentle smile, softly stroking her hair to comfort her. Don't worry. Don't you know your brother Chun Feng's strength by now? Following Chun Feng's suggestion, Kulho decided to let Thor go. Now, Thor was just a mortal, and after being struck by the Thunder God's hammer, his spirit was deflated. There was no way he would reveal anything. Thank you, Chun Feng. As he left, Thor's expression was subdued, clearly still lost in the disappointment of failing to lift the hammer. It's nothing. I just hope you remember the wager between us. Chun Feng smiled serenely. Then, with Mindy at his side, he left the place. A wager? Thor blinked, puzzled. Only then did he finally recall the agreement he'd made with Chun Feng earlier. Once I regain the power of the God of Thunder, I'll come back and face you head-on. With this thought, Thor could only manage a bitter smile. He couldn't even lift the hammer of Thor, so what was the point in talking about regaining his power? Thor, are you all right? A familiar voice called out. Jane hurried over to Thor, her face full of worry. I'm fine, Jane. I just need a moment to myself. Seeing Jane, the bleakness in Thor's expression eased a little, but it was obvious to anyone that he was still in a very bad state. Did someone inside hurt you? Jane asked anxiously. Thor took Jane's hand gently and said softly, No, it's my own problem. Let's just go home. Looking into Thor's eyes, Jane fell silent for reasons she couldn't explain and simply drove him away from that place. In the days that followed, with Jane by his side, Thor's mood gradually improved. He ended up telling her nearly everything about himself. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of rainbow light appeared in the sky, not far from where Thor was standing. With a thunderous crack, the sky split open. It was almost exactly like the scene when Jane first encountered Thor. What are you all doing here? When Thor saw who had arrived, a smile instantly lit up his face as he hurried over to greet them with joy. We're here to bring you home, of course, replied a burly man with a chestnut-colored beard, his voice hearty and rough. As they chatted, another streak of shimmering light flashed across the sky. A deep rumble resonated through the earth, as if something massive had crashed down from above. Who's that? Has someone else come to Earth? Thor asked, frowning as he looked at Sif. I don't know. It should only have been the three of us, Sif replied, shaking her head. Indeed, only the three of them were supposed to have come down. As the four of them stood, wondering, a new figure finally appeared. The destroyer? Who brought it here? Could Father have sent it to help us? They all stared in shock, faces full of disbelief. But soon enough, they realized that this thing was certainly not here to help them. A terrifying beam of energy shot from the destroyer's eyes. A tremendous shockwave tore through everything in its path, leaving nothing but devastation behind. Nearby houses were instantly split in two. Even the ground itself was carved open by a deep, jagged scar. Thor, step back. I'll protect you, Sif called out, gripping her long spear tightly. Though Asgard's technology was advanced, their weaponry remained as primitive as ever. The burly, bearded man and another companion stood shoulder to shoulder with Sif, facing down the advancing destroyer. Let me. The bearded giant's voice boomed as he hefted his axe and charged forward, his powerful legs pounding against the ground. With a mighty leap, he launched himself into the air. He brought his axe down hard, aiming straight at the destroyer. Just as the burly man with the chestnut beard was about to swing his axe down on the destroyer suddenly lashed out, striking him fiercely in the mouth. The impact sent the man flying, crashing into a sedan parked far away. Immediately after, the destroyer's eyes erupted with a dazzling, sinister crimson glow. A terrifying wave of energy began to gather, aimed directly at the bearded man. If that energy wave were to hit him, even if the chestnut-bearded man survived, he would be gravely wounded. An angry shout rang out from behind the destroyer. Suddenly, Sif leaped out from the rear, thrusting a spear straight into the destroyer's body. In that instant, the light in the destroyer's eyes vanished, and its entire body slumped forward. But before Sif and the others could even begin to celebrate, the destroyer revived once more. Its steel-forged body twisted with a metallic screech, its eyes blazing again as it turned to lock onto Sif. "Get out of the way!" Sif froze for a split second. Luckily, the two men beside her shouted a timely warning. In a flash, Sif darted aside, narrowly dodging the destroyer's energy beam. Glancing at the distant building that had just been pierced straight through, Sif felt a lingering chill in her heart. "We have to attack together," she called out. Relying on the strength of one person alone, it was impossible to defeat the destroyer. Only by working as a team, at least 3 people coordinating their efforts, did they stand a chance. The 3 exchanged glances. With a battle-hardened instinct forged from years of fighting, they immediately split up, attacking from 3 different directions. They formed a loose pincer, quickly trapping the destroyer in the center, and struck in unison. Sif gripped her spear tightly. She moved like a lithe panther, swiftly charging at the destroyer. The other 2 closed in as well, axes and swords glinting with cold light. Back in Jotunheim, the 3 of them had often battled frost giants many times their own size, gaining hard-earned experience in fighting such massive foes. They knew exactly how to take one down. At this moment, faced with their coordinated assault, the destroyer hesitated, unsure which of them to target first, a rare moment's opening that allowed all 3 to close in. "Now die!" Sif shouted, darting beneath the destroyer and driving her spear upward toward its eye. The chestnut-bearded man swung his axe at the destroyer's neck. The third man slashed at its back. A tremendous clash of metal rang out as their combined strike landed. For a brief moment, the glow in the destroyer's eyes dimmed, as if its energy had been severed. But only for a heartbeat. Suddenly, the destroyer's eyes blazed brighter than ever. Its body jerked violently, unleashing a furious shockwave that hurled the 3 of them away. They crashed to the ground, each landing with a heavy thud. After all, the destroyer was Asgard's ultimate weapon. This weapon was always reserved for dealing with high-level threats. Its power was truly terrifying. Its strength even rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the Hulk, and its sheer might struck fear into countless hearts. Most of all, there was the final energy beam. Its destructive force could almost compete with the lightning summoned by Thor himself. At this moment, a flash of light ignited in the destroyer's eyes. Obliteration was imminent. A fearsome, unmatched energy beam erupted, shooting out with deadly precision toward the 3 figures sprawled on the ground. These were warriors of Asgard, no weaklings themselves, yet even they barely managed to dodge the sweeping beam. "It's too powerful. This isn't just any ordinary weapon from Asgard. We're doomed." The 3 exchanged tense glances, their brows furrowed in grim determination. The destroyer's might was far beyond anything they could challenge. Protecting Thor was out of the question. At this rate, even saving their own lives would be a struggle. Just then, the destroyer lost interest in the 3 of them. It had come to Earth with a single purpose, to kill Thor. "Stop him. We can't let him get to Thor." Sif cried out anxiously, disregarding her own safety as she charged forward ahead of the others. "Sif, wait. Don't rush in." The burly, brown-bearded man tried to stop her, but it was too late. He could only grit his teeth and follow in desperation. The 3 attacked once more. Yet against the destroyer's overwhelming strength, they could only fall back, defeated at every turn. With a single punch for each, the destroyer sent both men flying, leaving them sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Sif too was struck by the destroyer's energy beam, suffering a grievous wound. Having dealt with them, the destroyer strode step by step toward Thor, the light in its eyes blazing even brighter. Thor hesitated, stepping back a few paces before stopping, making no move forward. He knew. Not only did he know, he understood all too well. With his powers stripped, and now mortal, he had no chance of defeating the destroyer. Running wasn't really an option either. Asgard. As the destroyer drew ever closer, Thor seemed to steel his resolve and finally rushed out to face it. The result was all too clear. The destroyer showed no mercy for Thor's mortal state. With a single blow, it struck Thor square in the face. Thor was hurled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently into the ground. His face was a bloody mess, his body motionless, as if all life had left him. Thor. Watching from behind, Jane raced over at top speed, throwing herself over Thor's body, her eyes brimming with tears, her face streaked with sorrow. At that moment, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. finally arrived. Confronted by the towering destroyer before them, they were all stunned. "Hurry! Deploy every weapon we have. Don't let it get near anyone else." Coulson commanded the agents at his side. This thing was far too dangerous. If it wasn't stopped, the entire area could be reduced to ashes. "Chen Feng, what are you doing? Get back here." While he was giving orders, Cal noticed Chen Feng passing by in front of him. With a grave expression, he called out, "That giant is too dangerous. Come back quickly." But Chen Feng didn't pause for a moment. Step by steady step, he walked toward the destroyer. "Don't worry, uncle. Just watch and enjoy the show." Mindy appeared at Coulson's side, munching on a lollipop, looking for all the world like a spectator at a theater. Seeing Mindy so calm and Chen Feng so fearless, Coulson began to believe Mindy's words. Wasn't it because Chen Feng was so powerful that the director had gone out of his way to invite him into the Avengers? Perfect. Today he'd get to see for himself just how strong Chen Feng really was. Was he truly as formidable as everyone imagined? Chen Feng came up to Thor and, with a calm face, addressed the destroyer. "Hey, big guy, this is the one I'm here for. You can leave now." Clearly, the destroyer wasn't interested in listening. Its eyes blazed with fierce light as it fired a beam of energy. "So you really won't listen to friendly advice, huh?" Chen Feng shook his head. Before him, a sudden whirlwind gathered, forming a shield of wind that blocked the energy beam. The scene was so astonishing that Sif and the others were left speechless. Coulson and the shield agents nearby were equally stunned. They stood frozen on the spot, eyes wide in disbelief. After all, just moments before, a single energy beam from the destroyer had turned everything in its path to ashes. Such power. There was only one word for it: terrifying. In this moment, everyone's hearts trembled with shock, and a single thought echoed in their minds. How is this possible? They were all visibly shaken by what they witnessed. They held their breath. The strength Chen Feng displayed was truly beyond imagination. Blocked by the windshield, the destroyer seemed shocked as well, glancing at Chen Feng with a hint of surprise. Chen Feng took another step forward. He wasn't about to give the destroyer any time to react. With a swift advance, Chen Feng charged at the destroyer, sword in hand. A crescent arc of white light flashed like cold lightning as he struck, his blade landing squarely on the destroyer. A surge of sword energy burst forth. A deep, conspicuous gash appeared on the destroyer's chest, cutting straight through to its core, tearing apart everything inside. But in the end, the destroyer was made of metal. Even with such a massive wound on its chest, it acted as if nothing had happened. The air crackled and split. Instead of faltering, the destroyer lashed out with a punch at Chen Feng, its fist moving as quick as lightning, tearing through the air with a thunderous roar and bringing with it a wave of terrifying force. A sharp metallic clang rang out. Sparks flew. With a single effortless swing, Chen Feng's sword intercepted the destroyer's blow. And, judging by his expression and demeanor, from start to finish, Chen Feng remained perfectly composed, as if he hadn't even exerted himself. After all, the destroyer was just a machine. It was untouched by emotion. Another fist swung swiftly, aiming for Chen Feng's abdomen. However, just as the destroyer's head was about to strike Chen Feng's body, it seemed to run into an invisible barrier, utterly unable to penetrate. Such was the plight of the destroyer. Jishan's face broke into a confident smile. "My turn." With a thought, Chen Feng channeled the power of the Gale Sword, and a torrent of sword energy surged forth, fierce enough to sweep across the world. In an instant, the destroyer's head was sliced cleanly in two. The gale wrapped around Chen Feng. With a sudden leap, he landed behind the destroyer in the blink of an eye. He brought his sword down. The blade struck its back. The terrifying force of the steel-shattering blow carved a massive star-shaped wound into the destroyer's rear plating. At the same time, the energy within the destroyer's body, disturbed by the damage, began to churn violently, bubbling up from deep inside. This strike was tremendously powerful, utterly devastating. The destroyer, its power lost, slumped heavily to the ground. Though forged of machinery, with most of its body ruined, it could no longer move. At that moment, the energy surging within the destroyer grew ever more intense, its entire frame glowing a furious red. In the next instant, beams of energy shot from the destroyer's eyes, but as before, Chen Feng's shield held firm, blocking every assault. But it wasn't over yet. The energy inside the destroyer was spiraling out of control, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. "This is bad," Chen Feng realized. Something was wrong. The hulking machine looked like it was about to explode. If this thing went up, the entire area would be caught in the blast. And Mindy was still nearby. Chen Feng couldn't let the destroyer detonate, not with her so close. He swiftly switched to another hero, and in an instant, countless small stones erupted from his body, encasing him from head to toe. He had transformed into the mighty Malphite. Without delay, Chen Feng opened a shop and selected a full array of magic-resistant gear. Adaptive helm, spirit visage, gargoyle stoneplate, abyssal mask, locket of the iron solari, quicksilver sash. With his defenses fully equipped, Chun Feng strode directly up to the destroyer and seized it with both massive hands. Even as energy surged out from within the destroyer, in the face of Chun Feng's rock-solid, armor-clad form, it was little more than a tickle. He squeezed down hard, compressing the destroyer's frame. Gradually, the machine was crushed into a tight, compact sphere. As space shrank, the energy inside the destroyer ran wild. Crimson beams flared, growing ever more intense, the whole ball trembling on the edge of detonation. Suddenly, a giant potion bottle appeared in Chun Feng's hand, wreathed in a faint, toxic mist. He uncorked it, stuffed the violently thrashing, spherical destroyer inside, and sealed the lid tight in one swift motion. Some time passed. The potent potion churned violently, as if the energy within was crashing about, ricocheting in every direction. Yet, it was all in vain. Under the overwhelming power of the potion vial, even the energy from the immortal palace within the destroyer was melted down completely. Chun Feng watched as the once trembling potion bottle before him grew still, then stored it back into his system. At this moment, aside from Jian, who was quietly sobbing, everything was utterly silent. A deathly stillness gripped the entire room. My God, that was incredible. Is he a mutant? I've never seen a mutant this powerful. He's unbelievable. Nearby, the soldiers and agents armed with assault rifles and rubber bullets stood frozen, their faces a picture of astonishment. One by one, they exchanged looks of disbelief, eyes wide, all staring blankly at Chun Feng. He's off the charts. He can't be human, can he? What terrifying, awe-inspiring power. Everyone drew a sharp breath, shaken to their core. To many, Chun Feng's strength was monstrous, like a god descended from the heavens. He was overwhelmingly powerful. I told you, there's no need to worry about Chun Feng. But you'd better spare a thought for your own men. They all looked scared witless. Mindy, feeling that more than half her lollipop was already gone, walked over to Chun Feng. Seriously, if I'd known, I'd have brought a bag of chips to watch this with. With the destroyer defeated by Chun Feng, Sif and her two companions hurried over, a little steadier now. The way they glanced at Chun Feng, from the corner of their eyes, was wary, almost fearful. This man's strength was simply terrifying. Across all of Asgard, there were only a handful who could rival him. Just then, Thor became the center of everyone's attention. In that instant, as every eye turned to Thor, a radiant light enveloped his body. The dazzling brilliance forced everyone to shield their eyes. A moment later, the light gradually faded. There stood Thor, clad in armor, draped in a crimson cape, completely unharmed before the crowd. His presence was utterly changed, divine, noble, exuding the aura of a god restored to full power. The people around him felt an irrepressible urge to kneel in reverence. My hammer! Thor stretched out his right hand. From afar, a deep, thunderous rumble echoed out. Mjolnir tore through the sky, faster than the eye could follow, and landed in his grasp. Ha ha! I am Thor, son of Odin. I have finally returned. A confident smile spread across Thor's face as he threw his head back and let out a triumphant roar toward the sky, venting all the frustration bottled up over these past days. Sif's face lit up with joy as she called out, Thor, your power has returned. We can go home now. Wait, Thor, I think you've forgotten something. Chun Feng stepped forward, blocking Thor's path as he was about to leave. Chun Feng, I'm truly grateful for your help in defeating the destroyer. But I have to return to Asgard now. They need me more than ever, Thor said with a smile, about to walk past Chun Feng. A man must never go back on his word, especially when it's a bold declaration. Chun Feng had no intention of letting Aekir walk away so easily. To disgrace the gods, especially the son of Odin? Now, wouldn't that be interesting? What bold declaration? Sol frowned at once, scratching his head, clearly perplexed by what Chun Feng meant. Oh, the wager, right? Now I remember. Give me some time. Right now, I have to go back and find my father. It seems Sol took this lightly and was determined to leave. With a resonant clang, the sword of the Gale flashed, blocking Sol's path, and its meaning was all too clear. I want a proper duel with you. Step aside. Before Aekir could even speak, Xing raised her spear and aimed it squarely at Chun Feng, her tone utterly unyielding. Though Chun Feng had just displayed formidable fighting power, if he meant to threaten Aekir, Xing would still step forward without the slightest fear. Chun Feng shrugged. Honestly, Sol, I think it's time you got a better handle on your woman. Otherwise, she might just end up dying because of it. With those words, in the next instant, crack, the world split apart. A terrifying aura surged forth. Sword energy erupted from Chun Feng's entire being, radiating a force that seemed capable of sundering the very heavens and earth. The mighty palace itself trembled as if the sky was about to be pierced through. Sword energy swept out. In a flash, it reached Xiying. She was instantly seized by a boundless terror. Her arm holding the spear trembled uncontrollably, and she nearly collapsed to the ground, ready to submit beneath the weight of that sword energy. Especially because this burst of sword energy was aimed directly at Xiying, while the others only felt a fraction of its force. But even that mere fraction was enough to leave everyone else utterly shaken. It was simply terrifying, truly terrifying. The sensation was like having the sword of Damocles poised above one's heart. Move a muscle, and it would instantly pierce your heart, ending your life on the spot. Chenfeng, that's enough. I don't want to hurt you. Soul's brow furrowed as he spoke, his voice booming like rolling thunder. The sword energy around Xiying was dispelled. Now that his divine powers had returned, he was once again the master of lightning, the god of thunder. Xiying finally snapped out of her daze, letting out a sigh of relief, though her forehead was already beaded with sweat. Her back was drenched as well. For that moment, Xiying felt as if she had come face to face with the most terrifying presence in her life. In her mind, fragments of that ultimate terror still lingered, dominating her body and soul, leaving her too afraid to even glance at Chenfeng. A man like a ghost. Dread. Akir, you know the rules. If you don't fulfill this wager, you're not going back to Asgard. Chenfeng stepped forward, his words edged with menace. You human brat, let me test your strength first. For Asgard. The burly, brown-bearded Norseman suddenly charged forward, swinging his axe at Chenfeng. Foolhardy. You couldn't even handle that weakling, yet you still dare to challenge me? Chenfeng let out a cold snort. With a single move, he sent the burly, tea-bearded man flying across the room. The man landed in a heap, powerless to resist. Such overwhelming force left him unable to stand. He could only gasp for breath, sprawled on the ground. Chenfeng, don't go too far. I never intended to harm you. But you've already hurt my friend. Thor's expression darkened. He looked truly furious, raising the mighty hammer of thunder in his hand and aiming it at Chenfeng. His voice was low and menacing. Thor, accept your challenge. Everyone else, stand back. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around Chenfeng and Thor scattered, retreating hundreds of meters away and leaving the two men facing each other alone. Chenfeng, I really didn't want things to come to this. I'm truly grateful to you, but you forced my hand. Enough talk. Get on with it. Without another word, Chenfeng slashed forward with his sword. The blade seemed to pierce through the very fabric of space, appearing right at Thor's side in an instant. For an ordinary person, such a sudden strike would have been impossible to defend against. But who was Thor? He was the god of thunder, son of Odin, a legendary warrior of Asgard with countless victories under his belt. His battle experience was unmatched. Thor reacted instantly. The hammer of thunder smashed against the blade of the wind sword, blocking the attack. Not bad. You're pretty quick. Chenfeng shifted his stance, relying on the terrifying speed of his dashing steps. He suddenly appeared behind Thor. A cold flash sliced through the air. Yet, instead of the expected sword strike, a sharp clang of metal rang out. Thor had used his hammer to block Chenfeng's sudden dash once again. At that moment, Chenfeng had to admit Thor, as the god of thunder, was indeed a cut above Yasuo, the wind sword. But Chenfeng wasn't about to give up. He was determined to test the true limits of Yasuo's power. Inside the shop, Chenfeng selected the best attack and speed equipment, outfitting Yasuo with everything he could. Infinity Edge, Static Shiv, Phantom Dancer, Rapid Fire Cannon, Storm Razor, Bloodthirster. With his arsenal equipped, Chenfeng could feel his power reaching a new peak. His body surged with unstoppable strength. Thor, too, seemed to sense the change in Chenfeng's aura, his gaze sharpening in response. Chenfeng took a step forward. He was even faster than before. The wind sword's attack speed soared to another level entirely. With a few swift movements, Thor's once unblemished crimson armor was now marked by several slashes. The wind sword's attacks were so rapid, they nearly broke the sound barrier. Thor's eyes struggled to keep up. He was always a beat too slow. Even though Chenfeng's attacks landed, they failed to deal significant damage to Thor. The reason was clear. Thor's divine body was simply too tough. Without armor-piercing equipment, Yasuo's blows could only scratch the surface. Real harm was almost impossible. Chenfeng pondered to himself. It seemed he would have to expand the 6 boxes that restricted his gear. If he could equip items without any limitations, now that would truly be exhilarating. His attacks were swift, far outpacing Thor. Realizing he couldn't keep up, Thor simply gave up on chasing, gripping his hammer tightly and fixing his eyes on Chenfeng with unwavering focus. Clang! The Sword of Gale met the strike of the Thunder God's hammer. The collision between the two unleashed a terrifying shockwave, a force that seemed to shake the very air. Crack! The impact split the wind and sundered the earth. Moreover, the strength contained within the Thunder God's hammer was even greater than that of the Sword of Gale, forcing Chun Feng back and putting him at a disadvantage. Aware of his weakness in raw power, Chun Feng quickly withdrew his blade to avoid a direct contest of strength with Thor. At the same time, a swirl of gale rose around him, boosting his speed once again and carrying him further away from his opponent. Thor, who had wanted to press the attack, could only watch as Chun Feng retreated ever farther. With a cold glance, he too picked up speed and suddenly shot forward like a bolt of lightning. As the god of thunder, Thor seemed surrounded by crackling electricity as he charged, his hammer flashing with arcs of blinding light. A bolt of lightning, sharper than 1,000 hooks, shot forth. Like a serpent of fire, it lunged at Chun Feng, the wind and thunder chasing him down. Lightning moved even faster than Thor himself. In an instant, it caught up to Chun Feng, striking at his back. Chun Feng did not dare to take this lightly. With a sudden gesture, he summoned a wall of wind, managing to block the fearsome bolt just in time. He actually blocked my lightning? Thor was shaken to his core by the sight. After all, the lightning unleashed from the Thunder God's hammer was powerful enough to sweep away whole armies of frost giants. And Chun Feng, who was he really? Just a human from Earth? Nothing more, wasn't he? How could he possibly match the might of God? No matter how he looked at it, it was utterly unbelievable. Let the lightning come. Unwilling to accept this, Thor unleashed another bolt of lightning from his hammer, aiming straight for the wind wall. Once again, the wind wall held firm, shielding Chun Feng from harm. However, 2 consecutive lightning strikes had completely drained the wind wall's energy, and it dissipated beside Chun Feng. If I keep taking hits like this, how am I supposed to test the limits of this armor? A thought flashed through Chun Feng's mind. He slowed down for a moment and finally came to a stop. Seeing Chun Feng halt, Thor steadied himself, eyeing his opponent warily. He muttered, "What is this guy up to now?" At that moment, the sky above began to churn with wild, raging wind, raising a storm of dust and shrouding the heavens. Looking into the distance, one could see a colossal tornado taking shape, its furious howl threatening to engulf the entire town. "Thor, this time you're finished," Chun Feng shouted, and the tornado surged toward Thor with unstoppable force. What incredible power! Facing the raging vortex, Thor's expression grew serious. He tightened his grip on the hammer. If it had been anyone else, in such circumstances, most would only dare to gaze at the phoenix from afar, hoping for a chance encounter. But Thor is no ordinary man. He is the famed god of thunder, the formidable god of war from Asgard, and danger is the last thing that scares him. Otherwise, he never would have dared to ignite war in Jotunheim, which ultimately led to All-Father Odin stripping him of his thunderous powers and banishing him to Earth. A sudden blast. A wild gale roared to life. The fury of the storm kingdom lashed out, and the howling wind whipped Thor's hair in every direction. Yet his gaze remained unyielding. Lightning already crackled and danced across the head of his divine hammer. Sparks sizzled. Bolts of electricity leapt and flickered. And in the very next instant, a terrifying suction erupted from within the raging tornado, a force powerful enough to destroy all in its path. Every object around Thor was torn away and swallowed by the storm. Only Thor himself remained standing, unmoved. With steadfast eyes, he stared directly into the heart of the tornado. Then, Thor made his move. He swung the hammer of the gods with a mighty thrust. A bolt of lightning, earth-shattering and awe-inspiring, tore through the clouds and split the sky as it blasted straight into the center of the storm. The impact was beyond compare. In that instant, a dazzling light flashed within the fearsome tornado. Lightning rampaged inside, snaking wildly like celestial dragons, winding around the outer edge of the raging vortex. The scene before him looked like a battle between gods, a clash of heaven and earth that would leave mortals trembling in awe. It was terrifying beyond words. A god among gods. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from within the tornado. Everything that had been sucked into its depths was obliterated by the lightning's wrath, bursting into brilliant flames that shot skyward. Thunder and lightning continued to rage both inside and outside the tornado, yet nothing could halt its advance, and soon enough, it bore down upon Thor. To say Thor was reckless would hardly be an exaggeration. Without hesitation, he charged straight into the heart of the storm. A thunderous roar, bolts of lightning, soared to the heavens, the god of thunder ablaze with radiant light, his power erupting outward like an unstoppable force. In that moment, the entire tornado was wreathed in lightning. From the outside, the impact was overwhelming. The storm had become a dragon of thunder, twisting and writhing with unstoppable might. Witnessing these terrifying wonders from afar, every onlooker was struck with fear. Their hearts pounded, eyes wide in shock, unable to regain their composure for a long time. To all who watched, they were but humble mortals, forced to bow before the divine wrath of the gods. Such overwhelming power. Director, it seems there's one more person you want to recruit. Agent Coulson's eyes were fixed on the spectacle before him, silently noting it to himself. Once the tornado was fully enveloped by lightning, it gradually began to die down. Soon, the fearsome suction and furious winds faded away. When the tornado finally came to a stop, the lightning that had shrouded it dissolved into the sky, and the dark, stormy clouds parted. At that very moment, at last, brilliant sunlight returned and bathed the earth. A figure flashed by at incredible speed. So fast, unbelievably fast, so fast that no one could see who it was. A sky-shattering surge of sword energy swept through the entire blood-red sky. At the very same moment, countless cold flashes burst in the air, deadly, peerless. The sword aura slashed and soared, carving through the heavens and commanding the whole space to tremble in its wake. Thor reacted instantly, spinning around on the spot. Crackling arcs of electricity danced endlessly across Mjolnir, his hammer, as he forced back the oncoming assault with sheer force. But before Thor could regain his composure, a blade pierced straight through his lightning defense from the outside, stabbing deep into his shoulder. Cracks spiderwebbed across Thor's armor, racing outward in every direction at breathtaking speed. This was Chun Feng's most powerful strike, his strength and ingenuity concentrated into a single sword. With a shattering blow, the blade broke through Thor's armor. Its tip pierced Thor's skin, and bright red blood began to flow, coloring his armor crimson. The impact dispersed the thunder that had cloaked Thor's body. Even Mjolnir lost its luster and fell silent in his hand, as if it had become nothing more than an ordinary seed. However, in the very next instant, a thunderous roar burst forth, overwhelming and terrifying, like a mountain flood or a surging sea unleashed from within Thor. The shock waves swept everything aside, sending Chun Feng flying. Even the blade lodged in Thor's shoulder was violently shaken loose, flung into the distance by the force. That terrifying, peerless power swept out across the sky. Suddenly, wild winds howled. Dark clouds gathered. Thunder rolled endlessly. It was as if the heavens and earth themselves were about to split apart. This is what it means to be a god. This is the true power of the god of thunder. This is Thor's real strength. So close, yet still not enough. Chun Feng staggered back a full 100 meters before he finally steadied himself. To be able to force the mighty Thor to this point with just Yasuo's strength was already an incredible feat. Thor, if you think this is the end, you're far too naive. A shadow flickered across Chun Feng's eyes. A confident smile curled at his lips. The rushing wind that had swirled around him vanished, replaced by a fierce, surging power erupting from deep within. Void Walker, Cassidon. Chun Feng unleashed his signature move. In that instant, his entire being seemed to ascend to a higher plane. In this moment, Chun Feng was no longer a mere mortal. He had become a true god, a rival to Thor himself, the god of the void. Though Cassidon was not the most powerful among the Voidborn, his strength still ranked among the top 3. If it were Cho'Gath, the terror of the void, things would be far worse. He could devour the entire earth in a single gulp. Rumble. Thor, now wielding all his power, was wreathed in limitless thunder, as if he had become a massive ocean of lightning incarnate. With a movement of his divine hand, the very space around Thor began to ripple and distort. The sea of lightning seemed to be drawn away, swallowed by the void itself. What's happening? Thor's face was a mask of confusion. He stared in bewilderment at the lightning that no longer surged outward. For a moment, his expression froze, unable to comprehend this sudden turn of events. After all, he was the god of thunder. His grasp of magic was poor, so it was impossible for him to sense the changes in the void. Chun Feng pressed his palm down, exuding an aura of overwhelming might. All the thunderous clouds were swallowed into the void, vanishing from the world in an instant. As the thunder faded away, Thor finally regained his composure, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Utterly stunned, like a wooden statue. He couldn't help but ask, Chun Feng, what did you do? Thor knew all of this was Chun Feng's doing, but the sheer strength displayed was simply unbelievable. I didn't do much, just wanted to help you calm down. Chun Feng replied with a calm smile, arcs of electricity already crackling between his fingers. He was simultaneously channeling the powers of the Void Walker and harnessing Kinnon's lightning, something Chun Feng had only recently discovered he could do. It happened just the other day. A sudden idea struck Chen Feng. He wondered if it was possible to cast the abilities of other heroes while embodying a single one. To his surprise, his very first attempt was a resounding success. While using Yasuo, he managed to unleash the power of Malphite. So now, lightning surged endlessly around Chen Feng, flickering and crackling as he prepared to defeat Thor. Of course, he would use his strongest powers to overcome such a foe. With thunderous energy swirling around him, Chen Feng flashed forward, appearing right in front of Thor, startling him. This was the power of the void, the ability to traverse space at will. Waves of lightning crashed down on Thor with unstoppable force, engulfing everything in a blinding radiance. Thor was taken aback for a moment, then instantly responded, unleashing his own boundless lightning atop his divine hammer. The heavens and earth trembled. The two forces collided, intertwining in a brilliant display. An intense, searing light burst forth, illuminating the sky as if it were broad daylight. Sif and the others were left speechless with shock. The agents and soldiers of S.H.I.E.L.D. were equally stunned. Everyone's hearts surged like rivers and seas, forced to shut their eyes against the blinding light. The world was filled with nothing but the sharp, resonant clash of thunder. Beneath the web of lightning, heaven and earth fell into utter silence. A long moment passed before the chaos slowly faded and peace was restored. The blazing light was gone. Everyone opened their eyes at once, quickly looking to the sky. At the center, where Chen Feng and Thor had stood, a terrifying mass of lightning still enveloped the void, making it impossible to see the two figures within. Deathly silence. All held their breath, awaiting the final outcome, expectation shining in every eye. Suddenly, the previously calm lightning surged violently outward, expanding rapidly. From within came a deep, muffled boom. With a heavy thud, a figure was hurled out, flying at incredible speed. Before anyone could see who it was, he crashed to the ground, gouging a massive pit. The impact sent sand and stones flying, filling the air with dust. Jagged, terrifying fissures snaked out in all directions, as if the earth itself had been torn apart, unable to withstand such power, and split asunder. Look, up in the sky. It's Chen Feng, he's won. He actually fought Thor, the god of thunder from mythology. Am I dreaming? Oh my god! I can hardly believe my own eyes. A mortal has defeated a god. When everyone below, including the guards and Sif, saw Chen Feng standing in the sky with his hands behind his back, their eyes widened in disbelief as they looked up at him, their faces brimming with excitement and awe. He actually defeated Thor. Even Coulson couldn't help but gasp, a chill running down his spine as he struggled to process what had just happened. Although he still wasn't clear about Thor's true identity, based on the power Thor had just displayed, there was no way he was an ordinary human. He might even be an alien from another world. Yet now, just like that, Thor had been taken down by Chen Feng, and it seemed he had been thoroughly overpowered. Astonishment. Absolute, overwhelming shock. Handsome, capable. Chen Feng really is the perfect man to fall in love with. He can cook, he looks amazing, he even seems wealthy, and now he's revealed such incredible strength. Sif clasped her hands to her chest in adoration, her lips forming a silent prayer as she gazed up at Chen Feng in the sky, her face blooming with a radiant smile. This man, I have to win his heart. Daisy silently made a vow to herself, setting this as her life's new goal. Below, Mindy was also looking up at Chen Feng with admiration, her heart now completely captivated by him. Chen Feng gazed into the distance at Thor, who lay in the deep crater, the lightning in his hands gradually dissipating. Thor truly lived up to his name as the god of thunder, son of Odin. Chen Feng had to unleash almost all of his lightning power to finally defeat him. Descending slowly from the sky, Chen Feng landed beside Thor, calmly looking down at the man now scorched by lightning. Sif and the other two rushed to Thor's side as quickly as they could, their eyes wary as they glanced toward Chen Feng. Only when they were certain Chen Feng had no intention of attacking further did they hurry to help Thor up. Cough, cough. Chen Feng, I have to admit, your strength is truly formidable. Thor, battered and disheveled, coughed a few times, his wounds beginning to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. As a god imbued with divine power, Thor's ability to recover was nothing short of astonishing. Asgard will not let you get away with this. Sif glared fiercely at Chen Feng, her voice trembling with anger. Seeing Thor beaten so badly, yet unable to do anything to help, she was filled with self-loathing for her own powerlessness. This was a duel between men. I promised Chen Feng, if anyone is to blame, it's my own lack of strength. Thor explained to Sif, not wanting to worsen the relationship between her and Chen Feng. He especially didn't want to provoke a war between Chun-Fong and Asgard, because Thor had a sense that even Asgard itself might not be able to defeat Chun-Fong. At that moment, the sky suddenly exploded with a splash of colors. A rainbow-like beam of light appeared over the small town. Riding atop an 8-legged white steed, Sleipnir, and holding the eternal spear Gungnir, an elderly man with white hair appeared beneath the shimmering rainbow. Father! When Thor saw the white-haired old man, he cried out in utter shock. Astonishing. He simply couldn't believe it. His father, who had always remained in the realm of immortals, had actually come to Earth in person. If anyone here has harmed my son or offended the dignity of Asgard, step forward now, and I may show some leniency. The awe-inspiring voice of Odin echoed like a great bell across the small town. Within his words was woven a trace of his divine power, and when ordinary people heard it, they were filled with reverence, compelled to their knees by an urge to worship. It was me. Chun-Fong stepped forward, unafraid, and stood tall. Even facing Odin himself, his expression remained calm and unflinching, betraying not the slightest hint of fear. Very well. I admire your courage. Now come with me to Asgard to stand trial in the realm of gods, Odin declared without preamble, signaling to Heimdall and the others nearby to take Chun-Fong away. No, Chun-Fong, you can't go with them. At that moment, Mindy rushed forward, seizing Chun-Feng's arm to keep him from leaving. Coulson also stepped out, addressing Odin with resolve. Sir, I'm afraid I have to tell you, you have no right to take him away. S.H.I.E.L.D. was established precisely to handle such extraordinary events. Extraterrestrials fall squarely within our jurisdiction. Insignificant humans, you have no right to decide this matter. If you stand in Asgard's way, you will bear a responsibility too great for you to carry. Odin thundered, completely disregarding Coulson, this mere mortal, his voice booming for all to hear. This is Earth, not Asgard. Of course I have the authority to intervene, Coulson retorted, standing his ground with reason and determination. He was buying time, hoping to allow Nick Fury to devise a plan. With a sweep of Odin's eternal spear, a terrifying force surged forth. But as it approached Coulson, an unseen barrier, an invisible shield of wind, rose to block it. Odin's voice thundered with anger, furious at Chun-Feng's defiance. Asgard, what does that have to do with me? Chun-Feng replied coolly, his eyes full of indifference. You. Odin was so enraged he could hardly speak. This was the first time anyone had ever shown him such blatant disrespect. By now, Thor had almost fully recovered, his complexion returning to normal. He tried to mediate. Father, it's all right. What happened just now was merely a wager between Chun-Feng and myself. There's no need to escalate things like this. Thor, he has completely offended the dignity of Asgard. I must take him back to the realm of gods for judgment. Odin replied unwaveringly, his tone brooking no argument or compromise. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., every agent was now on high alert. He'll have the helicarrier target Odin, no matter if he's the king of the gods. If he makes a single wrong move, I want him to see just what Earth's advanced technology can do. Nick Fury's expression grew grave as he spoke to Hill, his eyes never leaving the images flickering on the screen. This time, the situation is more dangerous than anything we've faced before, he said. Tony, you must have heard about what's happening in New Mexico. We absolutely cannot let Chun-Feng fall into Odin's hands or be taken away to Asgard. Nick Fury dialed Tony's number, his voice heavy with seriousness. But Tony, picking up, replied, It's a pity because I was just hoping Chun-Feng would be taken away. Without waiting for a response, Tony hung up, muttering to himself as he suited up in his Iron Man armor. Deep down, Tony actually wanted Chun-Feng to be whisked off to Asgard. After all, he still owed Chun-Feng 2 suits of armor and a heap of new weapons. Damn it. Every time Tony thought about it, he felt a pang of regret. How'd I let him swindle so much out of me? You tell me, wouldn't you be mad? Of course, he was furious. Even for a genius like Tony, designing a suit of armor took time and effort, especially when it had to be custom-fitted for Chun-Feng and Mindy. The whole process was a hassle. There were some choice words Tony wanted to say, but he wasn't sure if it was the right moment. Damn it, if that kid gets taken away before I get there. The thought suddenly occurred to Tony, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. The more he thought about it, the more satisfying it seemed. With a roar of fire from the thrusters, Tony launched himself skyward, hurtling at full speed toward New Mexico in his Iron Man suit. Meanwhile, the helicarrier was already prepared, ready to unleash its full firepower at any sign of trouble from Sleipnir, Odin's 8-legged steed. At the first indication of aggression, the helicarrier would open fire, delivering a devastating barrage to show this Asgardian that Earth is not to be trifled with. Odin, you don't need to defend him. This concerns the honor and dignity of Asgard. No one is allowed to violate that. With a sharp, commanding gaze, Odin leveled the eternal spear at Shinfeng, its tip blazing with fierce light. It seems that too much time has passed. Earth's people have forgotten who brought them faith. Back when Odin was still young, the Frost Giants tried to conquer other worlds, clashing with Asgard's warriors in a decisive battle on Earth. Wielding the ancient casket of winters, the Frost Giants plunged the world into an ice age, but Odin led Asgard's warriors in a desperate struggle for survival. During the war, Odin fought valiantly, personally slaying the great Frost Giant. But in a moment of carelessness, the Frost Giant King Laufey struck a fierce blow, leaving Odin blind in one eye. Asgard paid a terrible price. But in the end, they triumphed. The source of the Frost Giant's power, the ancient casket, was taken from them. That's why, when Odin saw Shinfeng and the humans resisting him now, his anger exploded. He had once been their savior. Now, they treated him as a foreign invader. Bring the warriors of Asgard to Earth. Let them see the might of Asgard restored. Odin raised his head and shouted to the heavens. In the next instant, a brilliant arc of rainbow light stretched across most of the void, and several hundred soldiers clad in golden armor landed firmly beside Odin. Humans, I'll give you one last chance, Odin declared in a deep voice, his demeanor radiating an air of righteous authority. Hand over Shinfeng, and I will forgive your ignorant offense this time. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm afraid I can't agree to your request, Coulson replied firmly, shaking his head. Meanwhile, the soldiers and agents behind him stood at the ready, fully armed, their armor shining. If S.H.I.E.L.D. would stand by and watch as Shinfeng was bullied by aliens on Earth, it would no longer have any purpose for existing. Humans, you have no idea what kind of trouble you're bringing upon Earth. Odin's eyes narrowed, his gaze cold as ice, and his tone was laced with arrogance. With a sweeping gesture, all the golden-armored soldiers raised their spears, aiming them squarely at Shinfeng and the others. Coulson, take your people and fall back. This isn't a situation you can handle. Shinfeng stepped in front of Coulson, signaling for them to retreat. Asgard's technology is eons ahead of Earth's. Don't be fooled by the simple spears those soldiers carry. In truth, they can fire energy blasts faster than bullets and with far more devastating force. Take good care of Mindy. Make sure nothing happens to her. Shinfeng entrusted Mindy to Coulson. Now, with battle about to erupt, perhaps even more dangerous than his previous fight with Surt, Mindy was his only real concern. At this moment, it seemed Coulson was the only one he could trust to keep Mindy safe. Coulson's expression was earnest. Shinfeng, you're just one person. Don't push yourself too hard. We can help you. Though Shinfeng had just demonstrated incredible power, now he faced hundreds of opponents, especially Odin, astride his divine steed, whose strength was unfathomable. For Shinfeng to face them alone, worry gnawed at Coulson's heart. If you don't want your people reduced to ashes, fall back now, came another voice. Tony had landed beside Shinfeng and turned to address Coulson. Tony, Shinfeng looked over, slightly surprised. Didn't expect you to show up. Shouldn't you be at home making me another suit of armor? Damn it, this kid really knows how to hit a nerve. Tony's face twitched in annoyance as he cursed silently. After all the trouble he went through to get here, this was the greeting he received. Come on, do I look like the kind of guy who breaks his promises? Tony shot back, just as another figure landed beside him, a sleek red suit of armor. This is a special mark micro armor, designed just for Mindy. Let her try it on. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mindy leapt up in excitement and exclaimed, Yes, that's great. The armored wings spread open, moving to Mindy's side and wrapping her completely inside the suit. Shinfeng, I can fly now. I can help you too. This is amazing. Inside the suit, Mindy gazed at the screen before her, so happy she couldn't help but shout with delight. Jarvis, take Mindy somewhere safe. Tony called out to Jarvis, and Mindy's Iron Man suit, no longer under her own control, began to fly backward. Tony Stark would never let Mindy join the fight, and he knew full well Shinfeng wouldn't allow it either. That was the way things had to be. From the very beginning, Mindy's Mark micro armor had been set up to be controlled by Jarvis, with its main purpose being to protect Mindy at all costs. Tony, let me go back. Mindy's piercing, almost shrill voice echoed in Tony's ear, and he hurriedly shut off the communication. We should deal with the problem in front of us first. Catching the complicated look in Shinfeng's eyes, Tony turned his gaze toward the distant figure of Ding, his face now serious and stern. This man, he was the greatest threat right now. Everything else could wait until later. Tony called out to Ding. Alien, your name is Ding, right? Earth is under lockdown. We're not accepting any visitors from other worlds. You and your men should leave. Foolish humans who don't know their own limits. You should remember, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't even exist in this world. Sure, Ding's arrogance knew no bounds. In his words, he clearly saw himself as humanity's savior and ruler. The golden armored soldiers at his side fixed their sharp eyes forward, their spears glinting, ready to strike at Ding's command. And as for those of you in the sky, don't think I don't know you're there. If you make a move, prepare to be destroyed. Sure, Ding cast his gaze toward the distant sky, his voice domineering as he let out a cold, scornful laugh. His eyes burned like torches, sweeping across the horizon. Through the surveillance of the helicarrier, it was as if he were staring directly at every soul aboard. Warning, a dire threat. How did he discover the helicarrier's location? Nick Fury stared at the eyes on the screen, his pupils contracting in shock and fear. Get the helicarrier out of there, now. Nick Fury immediately issued a new order. The helicarrier cost a fortune to build and was one of SHLD's most important assets. If Odin destroyed it, damn it, the pain would be unbearable. Such a massive loss would be more than S.H.I.E.L.D. could handle. As director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury had witnessed countless supernatural and superhuman events, but standing face-to-face with Odin, king of the gods, he couldn't help but feel a chill of dread. This was a god from legend, and not just any god. The shot cut straight to his soul, a terror so profound that even someone like Fury, a mere mortal, could barely withstand it. At that moment, confronted by Odin's overwhelming and terrifying power, Fury once again thought of the still-missing Dr. Banner and Chen Feng, who had yet to agree to join them. The Avengers had to be assembled as quickly as possible. If even beings from myth and legend like Odin could descend upon Earth, who knew what even more fearsome entities might appear next? In short, every plan needed to be accelerated. Fury had a strong premonition that an even more dreadful battle would soon engulf the Earth. Warriors of Asgard, prepare yourselves. Let these mortals understand that Asgard is inviolable. Odin's voice boomed out, deep and resonant, echoing across heaven and earth. For Asgard, Asgard is inviolable. Asgard is inviolable. All 29 soldiers shouted in unison, their voices merging into a powerful chorus that seemed to shake the very world. Father, haven't you always advocated for peace? Thor pleaded, his voice wavering. Why are you now the one inciting war? Please stop. Glancing at Jane, who stood beside him with terror etched on her face, Thor was racked with guilt. If not for him, this war would never have come to Earth, and Jane would not have been drawn into such danger. Thor, I do desire peace. But when they refuse to hand over Chen Feng, and even insult Asgard with their defiance, then forgiveness is out of the question, Odin replied solemnly. This war can no longer be avoided. The people of Earth must learn a harsh lesson to understand their place in the cosmos. Ready. Energy converged. The soldiers leveled their spears at Chen Feng and Tony, the tips glowing ever brighter as an invisible and terrifying force began to radiate outward. Odin, seated atop his mighty steed Sleipnir, raised the eternal spear high and called out, Warriors of Asgard, attack. In the next instant, a storm of energy beams burst forth with deafening speed, blanketing the sky as they surged toward Chen Feng and Tony. A brilliant light flared from the centers of Tony's palms. Two even more powerful energy blasts shot out, meeting the oncoming attacks head-on. A thunderous roar erupted as the forces collided. In that instant, the world seemed to tremble. A blinding flash lit up the battlefield, and a terrifying shockwave rippled outward from the point of impact, sweeping across the land. The ground shook violently. Tony's energy blasts were clearly the stronger force. In just an instant, it was enough to completely overwhelm the enemy, smashing through the golden armored soldiers as if they were nothing. A series of explosions followed, unstoppable, sending up clouds of dust and debris. Yet Chen Feng was even more formidable. With a flicker, he darted straight into the heart of the energy storm, letting the attacks rain down upon him. But without exception, every energy blast that reached Chen Feng was stopped by an invisible wall of wind, unable to touch him at all. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng charged into the midst of the Asgardian soldiers, his gale blade sweeping through them like a storm. The next moment, a sword aura, fierce enough to shake the 8 directions, burst forth with unstoppable force. Sword intent soared to the heavens. Every soldier nearby was struck down by that sword aura, their armor suddenly splitting cleanly in two and slipping from their bodies. But that was not all. The sword aura didn't just shatter their armor. It also carved a deep gash across their chests, and crimson blood welled out in a rush. One sword, just a single sword. Under that terrifying sword aura, nearly half of the Asgardian soldiers fell in an instant. Summoning Kassadin and then using Yasuo's abilities really did raise the bar to an entirely new level. Seeing the soldiers lying breathless around him, Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. In the League of Legends universe, Yasuo is merely a master swordsman, but Kassadin, he's someone who has survived the devouring void itself. Their strengths, the difference is clear as day. This kid is just too powerful. Tony stared in disbelief at the group of soldiers who had fallen at Chen Feng's side. Damn, he had just managed to take down 3 Asgardian warriors himself, and even that had taken a huge effort. After all, Asgardian soldiers, whether in weaponry or in hand-to-hand combat, they held the upper hand in almost every way. And another key point, Tony had only recently become Iron Man, so he definitely hadn't reached his peak yet. Plus, his suit was only upgraded to the Mark 6, still not strong enough. At this stage, being able to take down 3 Asgardian warriors was already quite a feat for Tony. You aliens are in ambushes too, huh? Just as Tony was momentarily stunned by Chen Feng's display, an Asgardian soldier rushed up from behind, thrusting his spear straight into Tony's armor. Tony spun and grabbed the spear, activating his boosters in the same instant. He shot up into the sky, then hurtled backward, crashing hard into a distant mountain. The Asgardian soldier, still clinging to Tony's armor, was finally shaken off. Freed from this trouble, Tony was about to fly back into battle, only to discover that all the soldiers had already fallen. Looking again, he saw Chen Feng standing tall and calm amid the heap of fallen foes, the gale blade in his hand still shimmering with a fierce aura. He looked like a true god of war, commanding the entire battlefield. What the? Tony glanced down at the Asgardian warrior at his own feet, utterly stunned, at a loss for words. Seriously? Is this even possible? Does your family know how overpowered you are? With someone this strong, was I here to help? Or just to play cheerleader? An uncomfortable thought flashed through Tony's mind. Human, I must admit, you are truly strong. Ding stared at Chen Feng before him, his face grave and somber, uttering each word with deliberate weight. My strength does not need your approval. Chen Feng's eyes were cold and determined. He gripped the swift-wind sword tightly, its blade raised high, pointing directly at Odin. Ha ha! After all this time, this is the most amusing thing I've ever heard. Odin burst into laughter, but a sudden glint of icy menace flashed in his eyes. Upon the eternal spear, boundless divine power gathered and pulsed. In its midst, a new, dazzling star seemed to appear. Odin was angry now, truly furious. He had decided to unleash his full strength. Chen Feng had cut down all his soldiers with just 2 strokes, leaving Odin utterly humiliated. This was a blatant challenge to both himself and all of Asgard. Odin would never allow a mere mortal to stand above Asgard, above himself, and act with such reckless audacity. Father, this battle must end. You don't want more unnecessary deaths, do you? At this moment, Thor stepped forward to urge peace, unwilling to see the 2 sides inflict further harm on each other. Sif and the others could only gather around Thor, uncertain which side to support. Reason dictated that, as loyal citizens of Asgard, they should unhesitatingly support Odin. Yet fate had placed Thor in direct opposition to his father. Now, in this tense moment, they truly found it hard to choose sides, and could only remain neutral for the time being. What's more, the power Chen Feng had displayed shook them to their core, stirring awe and fear far beyond their understanding. He was a monster, a being even more terrifying than the frost giants. Chen Feng gazed at Odin, and Odin fixed his eyes on Chen Feng in return. In that instant, the 2 faced off from a distance, each measuring the other, neither making a move. Odin, as the king of Asgard, possessed immense divine might, yet age had worn him down, leaving him with only a fraction of his full strength. Moreover, at regular intervals, Odin would enter the Odin sleep, a state needed to restore and balance his power. At this moment, the aged Odin was not far from his next Odin sleep. His divine energy was anything but steady, even bordering on chaotic. More importantly, Hela, Thor's elder sister, the goddess of death, still lived. Odin had to reserve most of his remaining strength to confront her. Odin knew well that his days were numbered. He must eliminate any potential threats surrounding Thor before his son could truly fulfill his destiny. The goddess of death, Hela, was the gravest among them. A faint wind stirred. Like a silent trumpet, it signaled the onset of battle. Chen Feng stepped forward. His figure vanished in a heartbeat, and in the next instant, he reappeared behind Odin as if by magic. With a sudden shout, the swift wind sword surged with whirling gales, its blade unleashing a fierce, snow-cleaving energy that swept forth with unstoppable force, carrying the might of a storm as it struck toward Odin. Yet just as the sword's energy was about to brush the hem of Odin's robe, time itself, Odin's body suddenly blurred, allowing the sword energy to pass straight through him and crash into the ground. The earth split open, a massive chasm appearing and stretching for hundreds of meters. A clean cut, severing the land. Everyone was shaken to the core. Young human, your assault is impressive, but before God, you are still far too weak. A deep voice echoed. Odin suddenly appeared behind Chun Feng, the eternal spear in his hand blazing with an intense radiance. A terrifying beam of energy shot forth, hurtling towards Chun Feng's barrier with the force of a thunderclap. Fierce winds howled before Chun Feng. In an instant, a wall of wind solidified, fully absorbing the energy beam. But as it blocked the attack, the wind wall's power was entirely spent, vanishing right before Chun Feng. As expected of the king of gods, his speed and might far surpassed mine. As he finished speaking, Chun Feng took a step forward, his whole body lifting into the air. Like a fleeting shadow, he slipped into the void and disappeared from Odin's sight. This was the power of the Void Walker, Kassadin's ability. He could traverse the void at will, even linger in it for a time. Spatial magic, is it? Quite intriguing, Odin remarked, a keen light flickering in his soul-remaining eye. Calm, yet alert. Moments later, a rift tore open above Odin's head. Chun Feng shot out from it, sword slashing down at Odin's skull. The intent of the blade surged forth. A ferocious, overwhelming surge of sword energy erupted, rippling out into the air, swift as lightning. The Gale Sword followed hot on its heels. Impressive move. Odin's eyes narrowed, his reaction lightning fast. With a slight tilt of his head, Odin dodged the sharp sword energy, though a lock of his silvery hair was sliced clean off, fluttering gently to the ground. At that very moment, Chun Feng's Gale Sword was also intercepted by Odin's eternal spear, stopping just centimeters from Odin's eyes. Beneath Odin, his eight-legged divine steed Sleipnir suddenly lashed out, its hoof driving towards Chun Feng's chest. This was no ordinary horse. This was the legendary steed of Asgard. A single kick from it carried the weight of a small mountain. Yet Chun Feng did not flinch, allowing Sleipnir's blow to come right at him. A muffled thud echoed out. Sleipnir's hoof was stopped by an invisible barrier, never truly making contact with Chun Feng's body. Odin looked momentarily stunned as a faint smile appeared at the corner of Chun Feng's lips. The Gale Sword was swiftly withdrawn. High above, a chilling flash of cold light swept through the air. The sword's gleam was as clear as water. In an instant, Sleipnir's pair of legs were severed, crimson blood gushing forth and staining the earth below. Then, a rift split open behind Chun Feng once more. He slipped into it and vanished before Odin could react. Sleipnir released a pained, anguished cry. Its wail resounded across the entire town, its body racked with agony. Sleipnir, I will avenge you. Ding dismounted from Sleipnir and gently stroked its head, comforting it. Sleipnir had accompanied Odin for a lifetime, not just as a mount or a divine steed, but as a true friend, almost like family to him. Chun Feng, you will pay the price for what you've done. Sting shouted furiously into the empty air, his gaze sharpening, becoming even more intimidating. Old man, you better take care of yourself first. With that, Chun Feng suddenly stepped out from the space behind Ding, his weapon transforming in an instant into a giant axe, which he swung with savage force at Odin's back. In a flash, Sting's figure blurred and shifted. He dodged Chun Feng's attack at an even greater speed, divine power surging through him and radiating outward. Instantly, all the little stones and grains of sand around Chun Feng were swept up by the divine force, growing to colossal proportions and merging into an enormous sphere, which hurtled toward Chun Feng. Chun Feng let out a cold, dismissive snort. With a flick of his fingers, he tore through the air, tracing a rift before him. In the next moment, whether it was the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. or Thor and his companions, everyone witnessed this awe-inspiring spectacle. It was terrifying. Such overwhelming power. A vast, oceanic force of the void burst forth, instantly swallowing the massive stone sphere, pulling it into the endless depths of the void. Your command of spatial magic surpasses my expectations, but this is where it ends. Odin's expression remained calm, his eyes revealing a deeper meaning. A chill ran down Chun Feng's spine. A sense of impending doom surged in his heart. At that instant, the divine energy sealed inside the stone sphere exploded, unleashing a terrifying power that shattered the spatial barrier and detonated right beside Chun Feng. The void trembled. A furious shockwave erupted, sweeping in all directions like a cataclysmic sandstorm, blotting out the sun and plunging the small town into darkness. Even Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, was forced to duck behind a massive boulder. Otherwise, no matter how tough the armor, it couldn't withstand the relentless, high-speed barrage of stones. It took quite some time before the raging winds finally subsided. Only then did the world return to a semblance of calm, though everything still lay shrouded in murky dust. Chun-Feng, are you all right? Tony's Iron Man suit was caked in dust. He looked up at the sky, searching for Chun-Feng, but found no trace. Nick Fury connected to Tony's communicator, his voice anxious. Tony, did you find Chun-Feng? The moment the sandstorm wiped out the surveillance feed, Fury's heart clenched with worry. The last image on the screen had been Odin's divine power, exploding beside Chun-Feng. Still no sign, but I think he should be okay, Tony replied, though his voice betrayed his uncertainty. With such a terrifying explosion, right at the epicenter, it was almost impossible for anyone to emerge unscathed. But then again, this person was Chun-Feng. Tony had barely begun to entertain a sliver of hope, but Chun-Feng's true power always seemed immeasurable, his strength revealing itself at every turn, growing ever more formidable. Fury's gaze was resolute. I believe in Chun-Feng as well. He's not someone who would die so easily. In truth, whether it was the earth-shattering duel with the Hulk earlier or the thunderous defeat of Thor just moments ago, all these feats had left an indelible mark on Fury's mind. Chun-Feng. He seemed to be a man who created miracles, who made the impossible possible. Even if someone claimed that Chun-Feng could defeat Odin, the king of the gods, there would still be a part of Fury that believed it. Tony, do not attack rashly. First, confirm Chun-Feng's survival. For now, just be on guard against Odin, Fury ordered Tony. At the same time, he relayed orders to the helicarrier to search for Chun-Feng and keep a close watch on Odin. I understand, Tony replied, agreeing with Fury's judgment as he silently resumed his search for Chun-Feng. A gentle breeze drifted by. Soon after, the swirling dust that had shrouded the small town began to dissipate, revealing at last what lay within. Odin stood beside Sleipnir, the legendary eight-legged steed. He gently stroked its silvery mane. Divine energy slowly flowed from Odin into Sleipnir, and the creature's injured hooves began to heal before their eyes. Odin's divine power was indeed mysterious, possessing the might to restore flesh to bone and grant new life. Father, did you kill Chun-Feng? Thor, finding no trace of Chun-Feng's presence in the sky, turned to Odin in alarm. I merely defended Asgard's honor. These mortals must learn that Asgard is not to be trifled with. Odin intoned calmly, his words dismissive, as if Chun-Feng were no more than an ant, crushed without a second thought. Father, Thor's fists clenched as he lowered his head. Though Chun-Feng's actions had been excessive in their duel, Thor had to admit, he had accepted Chun-Feng's challenge first, and Chun-Feng had only acted accordingly. Looking now upon the devastated town, its former tranquility destroyed, and seeing Jane injured amid the ruins, it was all a consequence of his own choices. Thor, prepare to return to Asgard. Your exile is over. After tending to Sleipnir's wounds, Odin rose and looked at Thor, his gaze much gentler now. Clearly, he still cared deeply for his son. Odin, it seems age has dulled your senses. Can't you even tell whether I'm dead or alive? At that moment, a mocking voice rang out from above, and Chun-Feng's figure appeared, whole and unbroken. What? You're alive? Odin stared in disbelief at the living, breathing Chun-Feng before him, his eyes wide with shock. Impossible. How could this be? He had witnessed his own divine power explode right at Chun-Feng's side. How could he possibly have survived? Also, how could he be so unscathed and clean? How could he have come out of this without even a scratch? A flood of questions surged through Ding's mind. He simply couldn't fathom why such a strange thing had happened. It wasn't just Odin. Everyone wore looks of utter shock, their eyes locked wide in disbelief. This was truly beyond reason, an occurrence so impossible that some refused to believe Chun-Feng was still alive. There were even whispers that the figure in the sky was nothing more than a ghost, a mere projection. Tony's heart surged with excitement as he cried out inwardly, I knew it. I just knew this kid wouldn't die. Incredible. But the thrill was fleeting, quickly replaced by a sense that something was off. Damn it. He realized he probably shouldn't be this happy. If Chun-Feng were really dead, then there'd be no more need to keep developing that heavy, clunky iron armor suit. Tony was suddenly beset by a familiar, sinking feeling of frustration. Director, Chun-Feng's been spotted. Not only is he alive, but he seems completely unharmed. Perfectly fine, in fact. A message came through from the helicarrier, and even the tone alone conjured the image of the messenger, wide-eyed, mouth hanging open in sheer disbelief. Utterly stunned, there was a long moment of dazed silence. Should we engage? No need. Let's just observe for now. Fury flatly refused, though inside, he was overjoyed. Not only was Chun-Feng alive, he was totally unscathed, thoroughly confirming Fury's faith in his own judgment of people. And, given how things were developing, Fury was more than eager to see just how far Qinfeng could take this battle with Ding. Once Ding had calmed himself, his eyes flashed with determination, and an immense, ocean-deep power erupted from his body once more. The spear of eternity in his hand blazed with light again. This time I miscalculated. But next time, you won't be so lucky. Ding no longer cared how Qinfeng had survived the blast of his divine power. In the end, all he had to do was defeat him once more. And as far as Ding was concerned, he was absolutely confident he had the strength to do it. If I could defeat you once, I can defeat you again, he declared. Qinfeng merely looked at Odin with a faint, dismissive smile, as if this whole affair hardly concerned him. Though Odin's earlier explosion of divine power had been sudden and swift, its true force was still less than Qinfeng had imagined. As the divine power was about to crash down on him, Qinfeng simply slipped into the void. He pulled a fast one, vanishing in a flash. Even though the power surged through the empty space, by the time it would have struck Qinfeng, it did no harm at all. A major reason for this was likely that Odin was reluctant to spend most of his divine strength on Qinfeng, choosing instead to conserve his power for a greater adversary, Hela. Yet, it was precisely this decision of Odin's that allowed Qinfeng to emerge completely unscathed, striding from the void as if nothing had happened at all. Father, Asgard's might has already been demonstrated just now. I believe these people from Earth understand perfectly well. There's no need to go after Qinfeng any further. We can return to Asgard now, Er interjected quickly, trying to dissuade him. Just one battle nearly destroyed this small town. If it happens again, I fear all of New Mexico would be laid to waste. Jane and her friends are still here. The ones who would suffer, in the end, would be these innocent humans. Thor, you don't need to get involved in this. I will make the decision myself. Odin spoke stubbornly, then suddenly shouted towards the sky. Heimdall, bring Thor and Sif and the others back to Asgard, then send down a fully assembled squad. Odin's words made Thor's face fall. This was the prelude to war against Earth. Heimdall, you must not obey Father this time. This will spark a war. I know you desire peace deep down. Thor also raised his voice, determined to stop this battle. Odin's voice was cold and threatening. Heimdall, send the soldiers down. That is the king's command. You know the consequences if you disobey. Heimdall stood at the edge of the Bifrost, torn by inner conflict, lost in thought for a moment. On one side was Odin's command. On the other, Thor's warning. Heimdall was caught in a dilemma, unsure what to do. Heimdall, send down the soldiers, or you will be stripped of your post and exiled from Asgard. Odin's words were icy. At this, Heimdall's expression changed dramatically. To be banished from Asgard would be a fate worse than death. A shimmering beam of rainbow light appeared in the sky. In the next moment, a squad of fully armed Asgardian soldiers materialized around Odin. Coulson and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents looked grim at the sight of nearly 2,000 troops. Tony flew over to Qinfeng's side. He fixed Qinfeng with a steady, solemn gaze. But all he saw was a face as tranquil as a still lake. Hey, aren't you even a little nervous? At this moment, Thor watched the Asgardian soldiers now descending onto Earth, his eyes clouded, his face marked by a helpless, bitter smile. After all I've said, in the end, I still couldn't stop my father's actions. As the god of thunder, as a prince of Asgard, I have failed. Qinfeng, I advise you to come back to Asgard with me for judgment. You can see the situation, otherwise, Earth will suffer a blow it cannot withstand. Thor's eyes were cold, his tone as if victory was already assured. This time, it wasn't just a few hundred men. It was a full squad of nearly 2,000, all better equipped than those who came before, the elite among warriors, not to be underestimated. And you think this little band of misfits you brought can stand against us? Qinfeng's smile was dismissive, clearly unimpressed by Odin's threats. That's just not who he was. He never bowed to anyone's threats. King of the gods, Odin, so what? Did they really think he would be afraid? His implication. Does this mean he intends to destroy the Earth? Tony's face turned ashen as he glanced at Qinfeng beside him. The arc reactor in his palm aimed squarely at the Asgardian soldiers. Command the helicarrier. Focus all firepower on the Asgardian soldiers. Fury, staring hard at the images on the screen, wasted no time in issuing his orders. Damn it. Fury was seething with rage inside. Even if Odin, the legendary king of the gods, had descended, he had no right to act so brazenly on Earth, let alone threaten the lives of humanity in such a manner. Many people were, frankly, furious. In that moment, every weapon on the helicarrier was deployed, all targeting the Asgardian warriors who had appeared in New Mexico. If those weapons in the warriors' hands so much as twitched, armor-piercing rounds, heavy missiles, energy beams, and all manner of cutting-edge weaponry would be unleashed without mercy in a barrage of overwhelming force. Mere mortals, Do they really believe that the weapons of Earth could ever defeat the soldiers of mighty Asgard? How naive. Sterling lifted his head and glared at the distant helicarrier hovering among the clouds, a sneer of disdain curling his lips. Attack, he roared. Warriors of Asgard. With a single downward sweep of his hand, every spear in the soldier's grasp flared with blinding light, and beams of energy shot out like waves surging from a lake. It was a sight so apocalyptic, so catastrophic, it seemed as if doomsday itself had arrived. And yet it was all too real. Fire, Fury commanded. At that instant, the helicarrier unleashed its own fierce assault. Missiles poured forth in a relentless hail, arcing through the sky in perfect trajectories. With thunderous explosions, every missile struck the energy shields conjured by the Asgardian soldiers. Yet, despite their terrifying destructive power, the shields remained utterly unscathed. Earth's conventional technology was, once again, laid bare against Asgard's might. It was like a grade schooler trying to attack an adult. No matter how hard they tried, they simply couldn't reach. It's hopeless, said Agent Hill, her face grave. Director, all our weapons are useless. Hill's expression was troubled. No one had expected the gap between Earth and Asgard to be so vast, as insurmountable as a chasm. Keep attacking. Fury's face was equally grim, but he still ordered the helicarrier to continue its assault. He refused to believe it. He could not accept it. Surely, under such a relentless onslaught, even Asgardian soldiers could not hold out. But in the end, reality proved Nick Fury wrong. The might of Asgardian weaponry and technology far surpassed anything Earth could muster. After all, the Asgardians had existed for eons, and with lifespans nearing 5,000 years, it was only natural that Asgard's technological advancements had soared to heights Earth could scarcely imagine. When the helicarrier's salvo finally ceased, at that moment, Asgard hadn't lost a single soldier. Not even their energy shields were breached. What a mess. It was all just for show, and completely useless. Don't tell me those shield guys are still using weapons made by Hammer Industries. That's just pathetic. Tony looked at the soldiers, their armor bright and untouched, and couldn't help but question and complain out loud. He had been hoping to see S.H.I.E.L.D. put on a grand display, to show off their strength, but the result was nothing short of disappointing. Utterly disappointing. Our weapons need an upgrade. Agent Hill offered quietly from the side, voicing her opinion. Nick Fury nodded. This unexpected battle had made it painfully clear to him that the process of replacing the old with the new had to be accelerated. If not, damn it, if aliens really do invade one day, S.H.I.E.L.D. won't even have the right tools to fight back. They'll be nothing but lambs waiting for slaughter, completely unable to defend themselves. It would be a total joke. Hey, Chin-Fong, why are you rushing in so fast? Leave some for me this time. I'm here to help, not to stand on the sidelines like those S.H.I.E.L.D. folks, just watching the show. Watching Chun-Fong suddenly charge ahead, Tony shouted loudly from behind and hurried to catch up. This time, Tony was determined not to just be a bystander. That would be worse than staying at home and watching the live broadcast from his bed. Damn it. Let me show off for once, will you? Do you really think you can handle an entire Asgardian squad by yourself? That's just arrogance. Watching Chin-Fong rush forward, Tony's face was full of doubt. It was a nod to the strength of the Asgardian soldiers, and at the same time, a testament to Chun-Feng's unique abilities. The next instant, just as Chin-Fong was about to reach the Asgardian soldiers, countless energy beams lashed out like a storm, raining down with fierce intensity. This was even more devastating than before. Even the Hulk himself, back in the day, if he wasn't careful, would have been overwhelmed by this onslaught. Suddenly, small stones began to appear on Chun-Feng's body, covering him completely as a fierce and wild aura surged out from him. Muscles bulged, bones seemed to thicken and grow. In that instant, Chun-Feng's figure doubled in size, as if he had transformed into a steel giant. Within the city walls, Chun-Feng had equipped himself with every piece of high-powered gear imaginable. Ladin's Echo, Rabadon's Death Cap, Void Staff, Sorcerer's Shoes, Hextech Rocket Belt, Banshee's Veil. At the same time, a magical shield shimmered around Chun-Feng. Every energy beam that struck him was absorbed and deflected, without a single one breaking through. He swept through the enemy ranks like a hurricane. Chun-Feng charged forward, unstoppable, straight into the ranks of the Asgardian soldiers. Suddenly, several missiles launched from in front of Chun-Feng, blasting against the soldiers' shields. In an instant, a massive shockwave rippled out. The once impenetrable energy shield was finally breached. Nearly 3,000 Asgardian soldiers stood completely stunned. Chun-Feng, however, would not let this chance slip by. He surged forward, charging directly into the ranks of the Asgardian soldiers like a tiger leaping into its prey. He plunged straight into their midst, an unstoppable force akin to a mountain, blocking out the sight of every soldier before him. Suddenly, a deafening roar thundered across the heavens and earth. A torrent of immense, boundless energy erupted from within the crowd, sweeping out like a volcanic explosion, engulfing the world in a tempest of smoke and fire. A violent, howling wind surged up in its wake. Everyone nearby instinctively shielded their eyes from the onslaught. Chun Feng's presence radiated like that of a true king. His overwhelming power struck deep into the hearts of all who witnessed it. It was as if a mountain pressed down upon their chests. Their faces turned pale with shock, and even breathing became a struggle. At the same time, Odin, king of the gods, was visibly shaken. Even he felt a trace of oppression from the aftermath of Chun Feng's power. Clearly, he had underestimated Chun Feng's strength. For the first time, a hint of anxiety flickered in his eyes as he glanced at the Asgardian soldiers. He was no longer certain which side would win this battle. Moments later, Chun Feng and the Asgardian warriors came back into view for all to see. At this instant, everyone present was dumbfounded. They stared wide-eyed, jaws hanging open in utter disbelief, as if witnessing a scene beyond their wildest imagination. They were completely stunned. A deathly silence fell over the crowd. Nearly 2,000 soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, their armor shattered, each and every one of them lifeless. They were dead, all of them dead. For a moment, the thick, metallic stench of blood filled the entire town. Some onlookers, unable to bear the nauseating odor, doubled over in violent retching. The horror was overwhelming. No one could have imagined that nearly 2,000 of Asgard's elite soldiers would fall to Chun Feng's hand in so little time. Everyone was utterly speechless. Even Stein, who was always calm and indifferent, could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth at this sight. His heart ached as if it were bleeding. Damn it! This was truly unforgivable. 2,000 elite soldiers, an entire regiment, gone just like that? This was absurdly fast. After all, the population of all Asgardians was not large, estimated at just over 100,000. Those able to become elite soldiers were but a tiny handful. The scarcity of Asgard's people was not mere exaggeration, but a hard fact. After the goddess of death, Hela, escaped her imprisonment and returned to the palace, she had single-handedly slaughtered nearly all Asgardian soldiers who dared to resist her. While Hela's formidable strength played a part, the greater reason was simply the shortage of Asgardian warriors. Similarly, when Thor led the people of Asgard to escape, a single spaceship was enough to carry them all away. This alone demonstrated how few their numbers truly were. For this reason, the loss of these 2,000 soldiers made Odin's face darken so drastically. He was furious beyond measure. Chun Feng, I will make you taste the agony of pain. Odin growled, his eyes blazing with an intense fury. Alda, send down 2 more squads. I want them to know the true meaning of despair. Odin shouted up at the sky, the eternal spear in his hand already leveled at Chun Feng. Heimdall, do you really wish to see the warriors of Asgard die in vain? Listen to me, do not open the Bifrost. Tyr strained to stop his father, his voice desperate. Odin's actions were even more reckless than Thor had imagined. The warriors of Asgard should not be sacrificed out of his rage. Sending more men to deal with Chun Feng would only lead to needless loss. But in truth, Odin's intentions were not the same as Tyr's assumptions. Summoning more Asgardian soldiers wasn't to face Chun Feng, but to deal with the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Though Odin was furious, he had not lost his reason. He knew full well that sending Asgard's warriors against Chun Feng would be a death sentence. So then, Chun Feng will be dealt with by Odin himself. Just as Odin was about to speak again, Chun Feng's figure flickered, and in an instant, he appeared at Odin's side, his stone-clad fist swinging fiercely. The sudden assault caught Odin off guard. Fortunately, he managed to react in time, raising his hand to block. A rush of air exploded between them. Chun Feng's fist struck Odin's hand with a muffled, thunderous thud. A powerful, numbing shock surged through Odin's arm. Odin's brow furrowed slightly. He had to admit, Chun Feng's strength was astonishing, a force that truly surprised him. A mere mortal, how could he wield power to rival that of God? In the next instant, another punch lashed out. Even faster, even more forceful than before. It seemed as if the very space before Odin was shattered and twisted by the blow. A thunderous crash. The eternal spear intercepted Chun Feng's fist, its tip flaring with a brilliant, blinding light. Majestic and sacred, its awe-inspiring presence rippling outward. Like lightning, the spear struck Chun Feng's stone-covered arm. But this divine force only managed to shatter a single layer of stone, causing no real harm beneath. At that moment, Chun Feng summoned all his strength, a fearsome aura erupting from his entire body. With a shudder, the power in both his fists surged dramatically. He roared. With a burst of force, Chun Feng's fists drove Odin back several steps before he could steady himself. A cough escaped Odin's lips. The terrifying shockwave still lingered inside his body. Even for a god, it was an uncomfortable sensation, as if his organs had been shaken loose. Remarkable indeed. Chun Feng's eyes followed Odin as he was sent flying, and he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. By using the power of the Voidwalker, Kassadin, and then layering the abilities of other heroes, the combination had elevated Chun Feng's strength by several tiers. If he were to use Yasuo or Malphite directly, Chun Feng would certainly be unable to pose much of a threat to Liangding, the king of the gods. After all, Yasuo is merely a visitor. Even at his peak, the best he could become would be a master swordsman. Malphite is the same. After all, he is just a being made from molten rock, and even at his highest level, he is only as strong as a mighty warrior. Compared to a god, there is an unbridgeable gulf between them. But Kassadin is a completely different story. After surviving being devoured by void creatures, once he reaches his peak, he can stand toe-to-toe with the likes of you. More importantly, right now Odin's power is not even a tenth of what it once was. He no longer possesses the terrifying might of his prime. To make matters worse, he has been hesitant and didn't use most of his divine power against Chun Feng, which has led to his current predicament. Human, Chun Feng, don't get carried away. The eternal spear in Liangding's hand was aimed directly at Chun Feng as he hurled it to the ground. Gungnir, defeat him. With those words, a divine radiance burst forth. The eternal spear streaked across the sky like a beam of light, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Chun Feng. However, Chun Feng showed no sign of panic. With a wave of his hand, a rift suddenly opened before him. Before the spear could react, it was swept right into the void. But in the next instant, Chun Feng sensed a dangerous presence in the air and quickly dodged to the side. The eternal spear swept past Chun Feng's ear and immediately spun around, coming after him once more. Gungnir, the eternal spear. Its power is simple, yet overwhelming. Once thrown, it never misses its target. A divine weapon with unfailing aim, capable of piercing anything it strikes, and then automatically returning to its master's hand. But the idea that it can pierce anything is clearly not absolute. If an opponent's strength far surpasses Odin's, they can easily withstand the spear's attack. That the spear could break through after entering the void was only because Chun Feng's current strength was on par with this weakened version of Odin. Neither side held a decisive advantage. The void he could tear open was only the most superficial layer, which allowed the eternal spear to burst through. At that moment, Odin also charged forward, radiating a terrifying divine power that swirled around him, its sacred and mighty aura filling the heavens and making one want to bow in awe. You'll always return to your master, right? Then let me send you home myself. A thought flashed through Chun Feng's mind, and an idea formed instantly. A rift appeared before him, and he stepped into the void. The eternal spear followed close behind. The next moment, Chun Feng appeared behind Odin. Before the spear or Odin could react, he immediately used Echo's power to manipulate time. Time itself. Time around Odin and the eternal spear froze, flowing at a snail's pace, while Chun Feng remained in normal time. In a flash, he was at Odin's back. Then, Odin erupted with an even more powerful surge of divine energy. In that instant, the power of time that had bound him was completely dispelled. At the same time, Gungnir, the eternal spear, shot forth from the void, hurtling toward Odin's back, ready to strike. Not good. Odin's pupils shrank in alarm. Without the slightest hesitation, he instantly recalled Gungnir to prevent himself from being caught off guard. This was no joke. Even with Odin's divine body, a direct hit from Gungnir would inflict severe damage. He certainly wasn't about to risk his own life to test it. Just as Odin recalled the eternal spear, before he could even relax, a tremendous and blinding wave of sword energy slashed down from behind him, not far away, arcing like a crescent moon in the sky. The void itself split and trembled. At this moment, Odin had no time for any other response. In a split second, he channeled as much divine power as possible to his back, desperately trying to block the terrifying force of that sword strike. A flash of cold light swept past. As expected, the armor on Odin's back was cleaved clean through. Fragments of shattered metal slowly slid from his body, exposing his bare back. Divine energy surged forth, swiftly wrapping around and protecting Odin's form. But in that fleeting instant, there was no way to gather enough strength. The sword aura of the sky-splitting sword tore through his defenses and struck squarely upon his back. A ragged wound burst open, accompanied by a surge of crimson blood. The potent energy of divine blood filled the air, and for a moment, it seemed as if the very atmosphere was saturated with its metallic tang. Odin's expression hardened, steely and resolute. He clenched his jaw and forced himself to endure the pain, turning fiercely to face his attacker. A glint of icy determination flashed in Odin's eyes as he thrust the eternal spear forward. Good, Chun Feng shouted, rather than evading. He leapt high into the air, the weapon in his hand transformed into a mighty battle axe. Like the grim reaper harvesting souls, he swung the axe down with all his strength, aiming straight for Odin's neck. In that instant, it was as if an enormous executioner's blade appeared above Odin's head, hanging like a harbinger of doom. The scent of death spread. Chun Feng's blow, powerful and forceful, left Odin no choice but to recall the eternal spear once more. Divine energy flooded into Gungnir, causing it to expand in size, and Odin met Chun Feng's giant axe head-on, without a trace of fear. When the two weapons collided, a thunderous boom erupted, and a terrifying shockwave tore through everything in the surrounding kingdom. Everything crumbled, everything was destroyed. The deafening roar forced everyone nearby to clutch their ears, their faces etched with terror and disbelief. Gungnir, enveloped in Odin's divine power, managed to block Chun Feng's fierce assault. But Odin's entire aura was utterly suppressed by Chun Feng, leaving him completely on the defensive, unable to mount any counterattack. All you are is a mere human. I am the king of gods. How could I possibly lose to you? Odin roared in fury. In that instant, divine power surged violently within him, erupting from his body like a tidal wave. The sheer force of it shook the very air, and the overwhelming energy radiated outwards, sweeping across the land in every direction. It was almost as if Odin had unleashed the majority of his might. Chun Feng was suddenly blasted backwards by this even more formidable power. Such was the explosive surge that the very sky dimmed, a massive rift tearing open in the azure vault above, swallowing clouds in a ceaseless, churning torrent. Thunderclouds gathered thickly, and ferocious winds howled through the heavens. Chun Feng's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't anticipated that Odin, unleashing his strength once more, would be so terrifyingly powerful. It had to be said, he truly deserved to be called the king of the gods. The majesty of Asgard was not to be challenged by anyone. Odin's divine power converged in the center of his palm, condensing into a perfectly round sphere. His eyes blazed with a godly radiance as he hurled the sphere straight at Chun Feng. The sphere's energy reached its peak just as it was released. Wherever it swept through, there was nothing left but barren sand and stone. Everything in its path was erased, reduced to a cloud of ash. Chun Feng saw the sphere hurtling toward him at breakneck speed, crackling arcs of lightning dancing across his hands. In just a few heartbeats, the lightning in his grasp grew colossal, instantly shrouding an area 10 meters around him. Sparks burst in all directions. The electric arcs danced wildly, weaving a cage of pure energy. Chun Feng gathered all the boundless lightning, compressing it into a sphere no more than 30 centimeters in diameter. Go! With a powerful swing of his arm, Chun Feng flung the sphere forward. In an instant, it collided head-on with the sphere of divine power. At that moment, a sudden rift tore open at their point of contact, swallowing both spheres into a yawning void. A deafening roar echoed like a crashing sea. Even after disappearing into the void, the thunderous explosion rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. The world seemed to lose all color. The void that held both spheres twisted and convulsed, the entire space trembling as if on the verge of being ripped apart. And yet, in the end, silence fell across the world. All the unleashed energies raged within the void until nothing remained, leaving the real world untouched. It's not over yet, Chun Feng. Odin, having expended most of his divine power, had no intention of letting the battle end so easily. He took a single step forward, instantly appearing before Chun Feng, the eternal spear in his hand shrouded in divine energy, driving forward with awe-inspiring momentum. Chun Feng refused to back down. He summoned the power of the wind, gathering it before him to block the spear's assault. At the same time, he unleashed the power of time, freezing Odin in place for a fleeting instant, while thunder crackled and flashed in Chun Feng's grip. Wild lightning raged. Bolts as fierce as creation itself struck Odin, nearly piercing the shield of divine power around him and almost landing a direct blow. But the attack failed to break through. Odin recovered instantly. With a mere thought, his divine power surged forth once more, unleashing a relentless wave of pressure against Chun Feng. Dao Lai appeared abruptly, gathering all the divine power into the void. A blade of sword energy, fierce enough to end everything, swept out with a piercing howl. A sense of danger surged up in Odin's heart, compelling him to defend himself at all costs. Chun Feng and Odin clashed back and forth, each unleashing their most powerful techniques, neither willing to give the other an inch. Odin relied on his overwhelming divine might and an indestructible godly body, while Chun Feng countered with a dazzling array of heroic skills and ever-shifting tactics. This remarkable flexibility in switching and combining moves. Even Odin found it dizzying, unable to grasp Chun Feng's patterns. Unpredictable, and nearly impossible to guard against. Even after Odin unleashed the bulk of his power, he still found himself evenly matched with Chun Feng, unable to gain the upper hand. This rattled Odin's usual composure, making him increasingly anxious. To be bested like this by a mere mortal. If word got out, how could he still hold his position as ruler of the Nine Realms? That was exactly the problem. With Odin's growing agitation, the divine power within him became more and more unstable. In the next instant, just as he tried to release his power, it was as if something inside him ground to a halt. Everything froze for a split second. What a chance! Chun Feng's eyes lit up. He definitely wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He struck with full force. Odin, like a cannonball, shot backward at breakneck speed, finally crashing helplessly to the ground. He gouged a deep rift across the landscape, stripped of all his former majesty. How miserable! So pitiful! Who could have imagined that Odin, king of the gods and lord of Asgard, ruler of the Nine Realms, would be reduced to such a wretched state? Father! Heimdall, open the Bifrost. Quick, take us home! Thor shouted skyward, his voice thick with urgency. No, Heimdall, target the Bifrost. Father, don't speak. I'll get you back to Asgard right away. Thor cut Odin off, his heart aching at the sight of his father's pale and battered face. This battle had forced Odin's Odin sleep to come early, throwing his divine power into chaos. He had nearly lost control, unable to muster his full strength. And that opened the door for Chun Feng to defeat him. The Bifrost target? Could it be? Chun Feng silently mulled over Odin's earlier words, his brow furrowing in concern. After a long moment of contemplation, realization dawned on him. Odin's true intent was clear. The Bifrost wasn't just a portal for moving Asgard's armies anywhere in the cosmos. Far more terrifying. The energy unleashed by the Bifrost was practically on par with a planet-destroying weapon, equivalent on a strategic scale to the nuclear arsenal of a superpower. So, Odin's words have made it plain. He intended to use the Bifrost power to obliterate Earth. Chun Feng's face changed dramatically, a surge of fury rising in his chest. His own loved ones were still on Earth. Damn it! Are you insane? Just for the sake of Scotty's hollowed pride and the pitiful self-esteem wounded by defeat, does that justify wiping out an entire planet's population? What kind of logic is that? Is this just Odin's anger and humiliation flaring up? Such a shameful act. Chun Feng would not allow it to happen. As long as Odin kept speaking, what did it matter if he was the king of gods? Try me. Even a god, I'll show you I can kill. Chun Feng swore to let Odin meet his end, to leave him on Earth forever. Far away, beneath the towering peaks of the Himalayas. Inside Kamartaj, the Ancient One and Mordo were watching the events unfolding in New Mexico, paying close attention especially to Odin's final words, their faces growing ever more grave. Supreme Sorcerer, did you hear that? Odin is going to activate the Bifrost. That's a planet-destroying weapon. If he turns it on Earth, the consequences will be unthinkable. Wong, standing beside them, urged anxiously. So what then? The Ancient One, ever composed, replied with calm eyes and a steady voice. We should move now, lead every sorcerer to New Mexico, and drive Odin off the planet. Mordo's gaze was earnest as he looked at the Ancient One, whose expression betrayed not the slightest ripple of emotion. He spoke out, protecting Earth is our sacred duty. Supreme Sorcerer, let me lead our people there. Mordo's determined tone moved the other sorcerers nearby. One by one, their eyes turned to the Ancient One in unison. They had come to Kamartaj to study the mystic arts, not just to grow stronger, but to fulfill their most important mission, to safeguard Earth. I need to think. The Ancient One shook her head, not rushing to give orders. Instead, her gaze lingered on Chun Feng, as if pondering something deeper. In Chun Feng, the Ancient One seemed to glimpse a radiant future, a hope for Earth that would not be extinguished. Judging from the recent battle, the power Chun Feng demonstrated was truly formidable. He could stand against the God King Odin without faltering. By the end, he even managed to take on Odin directly, though a key reason was Odin's destabilized divine energy, which sharply reduced his strength. Still, Chun Feng's talent and ability ranked among the very best on Earth, especially his control over time and space, which even the Ancient One herself regarded with respect. If only Chun Feng could join Kamartaj and study the mystic arts, his future would be limitless. The thought arose suddenly in the Ancient One's mind. Supreme Sorcerer, please decide quickly. We may not have much time. Wang was beside himself with anxiety. Time? Time was precisely what they lacked most right now. As long as Odin remained on Earth, even for a second, the threat of the Bifrost loomed overhead. At any moment, it could unleash its planet-shattering power and destroy Earth in a single stroke. Shortly after leaving the battlefield, Odin's complexion gradually returned to normal. The weakness in his breath slowly faded, and he once again seemed like the revered king of the gods, admired by all. His regal bearing was undeniable, the very image of an emperor. Yet this was only a facade. The divine power within Odin had merely stabilized, and he could no longer harness it as freely as before. To put it bluntly, Odin was now nothing more than a paper tiger, all appearance but lacking substance. Heimdall, obey my command. Activate the Bifrost at full power. Odin's voice burned with fury. His tone was commanding and resolute, brooking no argument. He wanted Chun Feng and all of humanity to understand why Asgard ruled the Nine Realms, why Odin was the king of the gods, the All-Father. But the Ancient One interjected, advising, Heimdall, don't make another mistake. You've already erred once. See those thousands of dead soldiers? Don't let it happen again. Chun Feng let out a cold snort. Lightning danced in his palm, crackling and arcing onto the sword of Gale in his hand. The sword's aura soared skyward, merging with the wildest of thunderbolts. The sheer terror of the power he unleashed was enough to make everyone tremble. Odin, I won't hesitate to keep you trapped on Earth forever, Chun Feng declared, his gaze icy and his voice chilling the air. A palpable chill swept through the atmosphere. Then, without warning, a golden circle of light silently appeared before them. The Ancient One, along with the Masters of Kamartaj, arrived in New Mexico. Previously, they had assumed Odin would leave, but no one expected his stubbornness, his madness, insisting on using a doomsday weapon against Earth. Odin, leave Earth. Return to Asgard, the Ancient One commanded, her voice unwavering, her body radiating potent magical energy. As the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One's current power was easily a match for Odin, especially in his weakened state. She had no reason to fear him. What truly worried her was that in his madness, Odin might really use the Bifrost to destroy Earth. Billions of lives were at stake, not to mention countless other creatures. How could the Ancient One not be furious? The sorcerers at her side murmured incantations under their breath, conjuring magical weapons that materialized in their hands, all eyes fixed intently on Odin. O Supreme Sorcerer of Earth, the Ancient One, I never imagined your magic would reach such heights. Odin sneered, forcing a smile. But compared to a weapon that can destroy stars, which do you think is stronger? Even at this critical moment, he refused to let go of his pride as king of the gods. To slink away now would be too great a humiliation. What would the Nine Realms say if he retreated in disgrace? Thor, your father's rage has blinded him. He looks close to falling into the Odin sleep. I hope you'll make the right choice, the Ancient One said calmly, her gaze unwavering. He suspected that Odin was only saying this to save face, but he still felt a certain wariness toward the power of the Asgardian weapons. There was no way around it. Those things were just too powerful. Thor looked up the sky and called out, Heimdall, open the Bifrost and send us back to Asgard. This time, he was sure Heimdall would understand the gravity of the situation, just as he did. At that very moment, Heimdall, standing on the Rainbow Bridge, gave a slight nod. He thrust his great sword into the mechanism, and as it turned, the power of the Bifrost instantly enveloped Odin, Thor, and the others. In the span of a few heartbeats, their figures began to blur, and in the blink of an eye, they were about to leave Earth behind. The Ancient One watched this unfold, and finally felt a sense of relief settle in her heart. But that relief lasted only for the briefest moment. In the next instant, the Ancient One's face changed drastically, her eyes widening in disbelief as she saw Chun Feng leap into the beam of light. The Sorcerer Supreme was utterly dumbfounded. What in the world? What was Chun Feng doing? Was he planning to go to Asgard with them? Chun Feng, come back. That's an alien world. Tony immediately noticed what was happening, shouting in alarm. Damn it. If Chun Feng really went to Asgard, wouldn't he be walking right into the lion's den? And even if he made it back, it would be a huge ordeal. Tony, can you bring Chun Feng back? Nick Fury's voice came anxiously through the communicator, tense and full of worry. It made sense. Chen Feng was one of Fury's hand-picked candidates for the Avengers. There was no way they could let something happen to him now. But it was already too late. Tony rocketed forward at full speed, but before he could reach them, the beam vanished, leaving him behind with a helpless, bitter smile. With the light gone, Odin, Thor, and the others had completely left Earth. Of course. So had Chen Feng, who had dashed into the portal at the very last moment. Chen Feng, what are you really trying to do? The Ancient One gazed at the sky, unable to understand or even guess at Chen Feng's intentions. Supreme Sorcerer, we should head back. Mordo looked around at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents gathering in cautious formation, then glanced at Tony in his iron suit and spoke quietly to the Ancient One at his side. Tony flew to a spot not far from the Ancient One and questioned her sharply. Who are you people? Where did you come from? But the sorcerers paid him no mind whatsoever. Their eyes were all fixed on the Ancient One. Judging by your clothes, are you from India, maybe Brahmins, or followers of some other tradition? Seeing that no one was responding, Tony just kept talking to himself, rattling off whatever scraps of information about India he could remember, not caring whether he was right or wrong. The Ancient One merely cast Tony a calm, indifferent glance, then traced a golden circle in the air with her right hand. Instantly, the portal shimmered, revealing the site of Kamartaj. But no one present had ever seen Kamartaj before, so they were left completely bewildered. All the sorcerers filed neatly in behind the Ancient One, stepping through the glowing golden portal. Light flared brilliantly, and in a flash, they vanished from sight, leaving everyone else behind. Tony, are you just going to let them leave like that? From within the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury witnessed this astonishing scene, and his face was filled with disbelief. Why didn't you try to stop them? Stop them? How would I even begin to do that? Come on, anyone could see these people are not to be trifled with, especially their leader, who even threatened Odin himself. Easy for you to say. If you think it's so simple, why don't you give it a try? What am I supposed to do anyway? I can't draw runes, and who knows what kind of traps are hidden in there. Tony shrugged, clearly irritated by Nick Fury's words. And with that, he ended the call without another word. Even Odin was taken away by the Ancient One without resistance. So what could an ordinary human, like himself, possibly do? Still, Tony couldn't help but worry about Chen Feng. After all, the man was heading to another planet, not just stepping out for a casual sightseeing trip. That Tony, he really does have the same kind of temperament as Chen Feng, Fury muttered, hearing the faint sound from the other end of the line. He rubbed his temples helplessly and let out a long, exasperated sigh, feeling a chill settle in his heart. These little troublemakers, every single one of them is a handful. Notify the team in New Mexico. Have them clean up the mess in the town and pull our people out. There's no need for anyone to remain there any longer. After issuing a series of orders, Fury turned to leave. Suddenly, he paused as if recalling something and addressed Agent Hill. Oh, and bring Dr. Eric back to headquarters as well. We might need his expertise. At that moment, as the Bifrost opened its shimmering corridor, Chen Feng followed closely behind Thor and the others, and before long, they arrived in Asgard. Thor, are you all right? Heimdall saw Thor appear before him and rushed over at once. Hurry, take father back. He's about to enter the Odin sleep. Thor's voice was urgent, his face clouded with worry. At these words, Heimdall's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly stepped aside to clear the way. Cradling Odin, Thor raced toward the palace with all his strength, pushing every other concern from his mind. Sif and the warriors three hurried after him. In a flash, they all vanished from the Bifrost. Heimdall, bound by duty to guard the Rainbow Bridge, could not leave. All he could do was silently pray for Thor's safety. After all, Thor had not yet fully come into his own, and Asgard's greatest pillar was still Odin, king of the gods. Who goes there? At that moment, Heimdall sensed a strange presence and spun around in alarm. A human from Earth? Chen Feng. When Heimdall saw the newcomer's face clearly, his shock was so intense his eyes nearly popped out of his head. What on earth? How had Chen Feng managed to follow them here? He hadn't detected his presence at all. It seems you're indeed Heimdall. Let me officially inform you. From now on, there's no need for you to stand here and guard the Rainbow Bridge aimlessly. Go and do as you please. A faint smile curled on Chen Feng's lips, revealing a set of strikingly white teeth. Yet hidden beneath his words was a deeper meaning that made Heimdall's gaze sharpen on Chen Feng, his grip tightening on the longsword in his hand. No need to guard it. Could it be that Chen Feng's true intention is to destroy the Rainbow Bridge? Whatever it was, Heimdall knew for certain. This wouldn't be anything good. Heimdall, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't try to stop me. Chen Feng stood there, exuding an overwhelming aura, as if his presence alone could break through the heavens, commanding awe and respect. The force in his words left no room for refusal. Heimdall was shaken. Only then did Heimdall recall the earlier battle between Chun Feng and Odin, and the way he had wiped out all the Asgardian warriors with just 2 strikes. A god of slaughter. Heimdall had witnessed every detail of those battles with his own eyes, scenes forever seared into his memory. So, when Chun Feng spoke those threatening words, Heimdall's heart was gripped by a sense of despair. For a fleeting moment, he felt the urge to back down. No, I am a warrior of Asgard, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge. I will never allow you to do this. That moment of hesitation vanished in a flash. Heimdall suddenly roared with fury, mustered his courage, and brandished his longsword, charging straight at Chun Feng. Suddenly, a beam of icy light shot out from behind Heimdall, and in an instant, he was frozen solid, turned into a statue of ice with no chance to resist. Wearing his golden crown, Loki slowly emerged from behind Heimdall, a sly smile playing on his lips. It's truly difficult to find the perfect opportunity, isn't it? In Loki's hand was the source of the Frost Giant's power, the ancient casket of winters. Earthling, I never expected you to come all the way to Asgard. I can't decide whether to praise your courage or question your sanity. Loki's eyes gleamed with mockery, not sparing Chun Feng a shred of respect. I thought I'd have to deal with 2 of you, but now there's only 1 left. I must say, you've done me quite a favor with your cleverness. Chun Feng narrowed his eyes, showing no trace of surprise. Clearly, he had already sensed Loki lurking nearby, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Let's see what you've got, you pitifully weak human ant. Loki's anger flared at Chun Feng's disdainful tone, and the casket of winters in his hand began to radiate a chill that could bite straight to the bone. Chun Feng scoffed. Do you honestly believe that relying on that thing, you could defeat me? Of course not. I have other powers as well. Loki burst into wild laughter. Seizing the moment when Chun Feng seemed distracted, he launched his attack. The casket unleashed a beam of frost, colder than the depths of winter. Though Loki had witnessed Chun Feng defeat both Odin and Thor with his own eyes, he still believed he could overcome Chun Feng. After all, at that time, Odin's divine power was unstable, and Thor had only just regained Mjolnir, becoming the god of thunder once more. Loki believed that there was a certain element of luck involved. It wasn't solely due to Chun Feng's strength. Besides, Loki and Thor were fundamentally different. His greatest skill lay in magic, not close combat. This was one of the reasons Loki was so confident. He also had the casket of ancient winters in his hand. This was the very source of the Frost Giant's power. Its strength was not to be underestimated. How laughable! A cold glint flashed across Chun Feng's eyes. A surge of awe-inspiring energy erupted, soaring skyward. In the next instant, a sword aura charged with world-shattering force burst forth, slicing through the air where it landed, colliding head-on with the icy beam from the casket. Boom! Waves of energy rippled outward in layers. The freezing beam from the casket and the terrifying sword aura clashed with a force that sent shockwaves everywhere. The explosion of energy so intense that for a moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Then, a thunderous roar erupted from the Rainbow Bridge. The void trembled. Gale winds whipped in all directions, sweeping past Chun Feng and Loki, tossing their hair about. How? How can you possibly be this strong? Loki's eyes were filled with shock. Of course he was stunned. Who wouldn't be? The casket of ancient winters, the very source of the Frost Giant's power, was strong enough to freeze Earth into a new ice age. Even Odin, at his peak, found it a challenge to face. Yet now, with what seemed like effortless ease, Chun Feng had shattered the freezing beam with a single stroke. Unbelievable! Did he have to be this overwhelming? Loki's expression froze. This terrifying display of power made him wary. He no longer felt as confident as before. In truth, it wasn't that the casket was lacking, but that Loki himself wasn't strong enough. He hadn't reached the level of Lao Fei, the king of the Frost Giants, so he couldn't unleash the casket's true might. The two faced each other. In the next moment, Loki suddenly vanished from Chun Feng's sight. He reappeared behind Chun Feng. The casket in his hand blazed with a chilling light, releasing a surge of terrifying, world-shaking energy. A much more formidable icy beam shot forth. With a frost passed, the very air froze, and even the void itself was not spared. A wave of biting cold swept over everything, seemingly freezing the entire Rainbow Bridge in an instant. Isn't it obvious? Even your father couldn't defeat me. What chance do you have? All your efforts are in vain. Chun Feng's face was calm and unruffled, as if nothing could disturb him. In his hand, arcs of dazzling lightning suddenly blossomed like a lotus in bloom, shooting skyward. Within a 5-meter radius, flashes of lightning danced everywhere. As the freezing beam approached the lightning, It was instantly struck by the furious power of the storm, utterly shattered. Together with the entire icy beam, it was reduced to nothingness. Crack, boom. The air shook with thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning blotted out the sky, surging forward like a ferocious beast toward Loki's stronghold, their terrifying power crashing directly into his body. At that moment, Loki's form was charred on the outside and raw within by the electric surge, and a strange aroma of roasted flesh drifted in the air. Damn it! Suddenly, Loki appeared at the end of the Bifrost, gazing at his scorched duplicate with lingering fear. He muttered, "That damn monster." Luckily, I was clever enough not to face him with my true self. As the god of schemes, Asgard's most cunning deity, Loki would never confront Chun Feng directly. Naturally, he sent a double to probe Chun Feng's strength. The outcome of this test left his heart pounding, cold sweat beading on his brow. He racked his brain, trying to devise a way to defeat Chun Feng, but only one answer echoed in his mind: impossible. Yes, utterly impossible. With his current power, there was simply no way he could overcome Chun Feng. No matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve, in the face of overwhelming strength, such schemes were nothing but a bad joke. With no better options, he could only try to lead Chun Feng away and quietly approach his goal. In the end, this was the only plan Loki could come up with, and it seemed the most reliable. He recalled every word Odin had spoken on Earth, memorizing them without missing a syllable. So, for the sake of his throne, Loki resolved to harness the Bifrost energy to destroy Earth. After all, it was just a tiny planet with nothing to do with him, and obliterating it would be the perfect way to fulfill Odin's wish for vengeance. Who knows? Perhaps when Odin woke from his slumber, he would finally see Loki in a new light. The struggle for the throne would swing in Loki's favor. If he could secretly frame Thor one more time, the crown would soon be within his grasp. Just thinking about it made Loki a little giddy with excitement. Moreover, Loki even considered using the Bifrost to annihilate Jotunheim, erasing his own disgraceful past once and for all. His future would be as the king of Asgard, not the descendant of those accursed frost giants. Chun Feng, did you really think you defeated me? Loki reappeared before Chun Feng, a gleaming dagger in hand, and licked his lips as he declared, "I'll show you what real gods are truly capable of. Are you still playing these childish games?" Chun Feng replied coolly, his gaze icy as the edge of the wind blade sword shimmered with a faint, swirling breeze. Before Loki could react, a sword energy as swift as lightning burst forth, sweeping across in an instant and slicing cleanly through Loki's waist. Loki's eyes widened in shock. He stared at his body, now split in two, his pupils contracting as disbelief twisted his face. Damn it, what the hell is this? Killed so quickly, I barely took 2 steps. At the far end of the Bifrost, the real Loki watched as his double lasted less than 3 seconds and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Now he was still nearly 400 meters away from the control center of the Bifrost. At this rate of cutting down enemies, he'd probably have to summon tens of thousands of clones just to reach it. With a flicker, Chun Feng appeared before Loki, his expression cold as he said, "Loki, should I call you clever? Or just a fool caught in your own trap?" What? How did he figure out? Chun Feng's sudden appearance left Loki utterly stunned. He even instinctively took a step back. As a sorcerer, Loki knew all too well that once Chun Feng got close, it would spell certain death. Keeping a safe distance. This was an eternal truth that every mage had to remember. Chun Feng reached out to grab Loki. "No need to struggle. I don't intend to kill you. I want you to witness, with your own eyes, the greatest event in Asgard's history. Catch me? In your dreams." Loki wasn't about to give in so easily. His divine power surged within him, and, moving at lightning speed, he bolted away as fast as he could. But Chun Feng was even faster. In a flash, he caught Loki by the neck and lifted him up effortlessly. Loki was so terrified, he was on the verge of tears. "Loki, as the first to bear witness, you should feel deeply honored, not wear such a miserable face," Chun Feng said with disdain, then dragged Loki straight to the control center of the Bifrost. With a wave of his hand, Chun Feng bound Loki in place with the power of time. He stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge, and in his hand, a massive axe materialized. Chun Feng steadied his mind, gathering every ounce of strength within him and channeling it into the giant axe. A terrifying aura surged forth, overwhelming and absolute. The force he unleashed was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. This swing of the axe carried a power, as if it could split the sky and earth itself. Unstoppable, unimaginable. With all his might, Chun Feng brought the axe down. The impact echoed like thunder, reverberating across the world. Loki, caught in the shockwave, grimaced in agony, his face twisted with pain. Even the power of time, binding Loki, was loosened by the sheer force of the blow. Gradually, Loki found he could move his hands again, and his divine power started to flow back. But Shinfeng paid no heed to any of this. His axe, heavy as a mountain, crashed again and again upon the Bifrost. After several mighty swings, countless cracks appeared, rapidly spreading in every direction across the bridge. Another strike. The surface of the Bifrost began to shatter, the fissures growing deeper and wider. It seemed that with just one more blow, the Rainbow Bridge would be completely severed. At that moment, the relentless shockwaves finally shattered the temporal bind holding Loki, and he regained his freedom. Seeing Shinfeng poised to destroy the Bifrost, Loki cried out in desperation. "No! Stop! Please stop!" Loki was furious, charging forward with a sharp dagger clenched tightly in his hand. Damn it! That wretched human! Loki's eyes blazed with anger. He could not allow Shinfeng to destroy the Bifrost. If that happened, all of his plans would be for nothing, and the throne would be forever out of reach. For the throne, for the chance to one day rule Asgard. Was he supposed to fear Shinfeng's strength? But so what? Now, Loki, driven mad with desperation like a gambler who had lost everything, would stop at nothing. No matter the cost, he had to stop Shinfeng. His eyes were bloodshot. His greed for power had all but robbed Loki of his reason. But Shinfeng paid him no mind at all. He didn't even spare Loki a glance. The giant axe in his hand came crashing down in a powerful arc. And then, before Loki could reach him, the Bifrost shattered with a resounding crash. All that remained was the endless abyss ahead. No! Loki's eyes nearly burst from their sockets as he witnessed this. His whole body shook with rage. It's over. Everything is over. My throne, Asgard's ruler. A murderous glint flashed in Loki's eyes as he turned to glare at Shinfeng, his intent to kill laid bare. This human deserves to die. Consumed by fury, Loki thrust his dagger straight at Shinfeng's chest. A pest like you. Shinfeng regarded Loki coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Let me send you on your way. Just as the dagger was about to reach him. Suddenly, Shinfeng leaned back, dodging Loki's attack. His right fist shot out, landing a heavy blow on Loki's back. It was like being struck by a speeding train. An immense force surged into Loki's body. Under the crushing power, Loki screamed, unable to control himself, and finally tumbled into the abyss. Loki, from behind, Thor, clad in a crimson cloak, rushed to the scene, desperate to save Loki. In truth, the mighty crash of Shinfeng's axe splitting the Bifrost had shaken all of Asgard. Everyone sensed something had happened, and Thor was no exception. So, after ensuring Odin was safe, Thor raced to the Bifrost without a moment's delay. But by the time he arrived, the bridge was already broken. Now, the only thing Thor could do was try to save Loki. After all, Loki was his brother. There was no way Thor could stand by and watch Loki die. As Loki fell from the shattered Bifrost, Thor darted forward and caught his hand just in time. Loki, I've got you. Climb up. Thor strained with all his might to pull Loki back up, his face flushed, veins bulging on his arms. Grab my hand. Hold on tight. But alas, with the Bifrost destroyed, it was as if Loki had lost all hope. He was utterly dejected, his spirit shattered. Go back up with Thor, only to stay in Asgard and watch him become the new king? No, Loki, would rather die than witness such a thing. Thor, thank you. Loki walked on stage holding a drinking horn, his face carrying a complex expression. Then, under Thor's stunned gaze, he let go of Thor's right hand. His entire body plunged into the abyss. He vanished without a trace. No, Loki! Thor roared desperately into the depths, but at this point, nothing could be undone. Shinfeng watched the brotherly drama unfold with bored eyes, stifling a yawn. After a series of fierce battles, he was a bit tired. Now what he really should be considering was how to get back to Earth. Shinfeng, why did you let Loki fall? After a moment, Thor turned to Shinfeng with a somber face and demanded an answer. Thor, you saw it yourself. He attacked me first. I was only defending myself. Besides, you didn't hold on to him, so how is that my fault? Shinfeng shrugged indifferently, not taking Loki's fate to heart at all. Thor was left speechless. You make a good point, but why does something still feel off to me? Speaking of which, I wonder if I can use Kassadin's spatial abilities to teleport myself back to Earth. Maybe I should give it a try. Muttering to himself, Shinfeng waved his hand, and the space around him began to distort. In the next instant, a rift in space appeared beside Shinfeng. This startled Thor, who thought Shinfeng was about to start a fight. But instead, Shinfeng simply stepped into the rift and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Thor just stood there, feeling more than a little awkward. He felt a pang of guilt. He wasn't actually nervous just now, really he wasn't. To think that he, the god of war of Asgard, had been flustered by a mere human to this extent? As I thought, it doesn't work. Chen Feng found himself back on the Bifrost, disappointment written all over his face. Though Cassidon possessed some control over space, the rifts he could open were shallow and short-ranged. Returning to Earth from Asgard was simply beyond his current abilities. If only I had the Space Stone. At this moment, Chen Feng longed even more for the Space Stone. With that in hand, he would be unstoppable, able to travel freely across the universe without any restrictions. Turning to Thor, Chen Feng asked, Thor, since you're still here, let me ask, does Asgard have any other way to send me back to Earth? The sudden question left Thor completely exasperated, and a surge of anger welled up in his chest. Damn it! When you smashed the Bifrost, didn't you think about whether you could get home? And now you're bringing this up? What's the point? None at all. There isn't, Thor replied firmly. Well, in that case, I'll just have to stay in Asgard for a while. If I get bored, you'd better find a few people to keep me company, or I'll have to use Asgard as a little practice ground, Chen Feng said, strolling off toward the city as if he truly considered himself a guest. Thor almost wanted to curse out loud when he heard this. Damn, could he be any more blatant with his threats? Only now did Thor realize how wrong his earlier words had been. He'd practically brought an ancestor home to Asgard. Thor hurried to catch up. He completely forgot about Heimdall. Heimdall, still frozen in place. Heimdall looked longingly and helplessly at the retreating figures of Thor and Chen Feng. Not long after Chen Feng set off, a golden circle of light appeared before him, opening up onto a snow-white mountain range that filled his vision. Chen Feng gazed at it with curiosity, genuinely intrigued. Chen Feng, come back. A gentle female voice sounded from within, stopping him in his tracks. Who are you? And where is this, exactly? Chen Feng fired off a series of questions. He wasn't about to step in before he understood what was going on. What if it was a trap? He'd have to be careful. I am the Guardian of Earth, the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. This is Kamartaj beneath the Himalayas. The Ancient One explained calmly. At last, Chen Feng felt reassured and prepared to enter. Thor, looks like I won't be able to play around in Asgard this time. Next time, you'd better give me a proper welcome, he called out. With that, Chen Feng stepped into the golden circle of light, which vanished instantly, taking his presence with it from Asgard. Chen Feng's parting words left Thor with a pounding headache, a black line of frustration running across his face. The very first time he came here, he cut the Bifrost in half. Next time, would he just tear down the entire realm? A proper welcome, indeed. If he could help it, Thor would be happy never to see this troublesome god again. Not long after Chen Feng's departure, Thor returned to the broken end of the Bifrost. He gazed down into the pitch-black abyss below, his eyes shimmering with emotion. He thought of Jane, far away on Earth. Now that the Bifrost was gone, he didn't know when, or if, he'd ever see her again. He stood there for a long while, then sighed, turning back to the palace. With Odin in his slumber, and Loki lost to the void, Asgard now rested squarely on his shoulders. Thor suddenly felt the weight of that burden grow heavier than ever. This time, Thor deeply realized how lacking his strength still was, how immature, how unprepared. Though breaking the Bifrost had resolved the threat to Earth and barred the frost giants from entering Asgard, but at the same time, it also prevented the soldiers of Asgard from leaving. The 9 realms, ruled by Asgard, might soon be plunged into chaos. Thor may not have realized it yet. How much trouble would Chen Feng cause for Asgard and the 9 realms by destroying the Bifrost? At that moment, stepping into the golden light, in the blink of an eye, Chen Feng found himself in Kamartaj. Standing before him was a woman in ceremonial robes, the very same Ancient One who had suddenly appeared during his confrontation with Odin. Chen Feng extended his right hand and smiled gratefully. Master Ancient One, thank you for bringing me back to Earth this time. There's no need for thanks. It is simply my duty. The Ancient One offered a slight bow, gracefully accepting Chen Feng's gratitude without reaching out her hand. This left Chen Feng feeling a touch awkward. Ahem, he'd been left hanging for the first time. Just as Chen Feng was about to withdraw his hand, Mordo suddenly stepped forward, gripping his right hand tightly and asking excitedly, Did you really destroy Asgard's Bifrost? Chen Feng turned to look at Mordo, puzzled at why he was so agitated. It's true. Asgard's Bifrost has been severed by my hand. Their so-called planetary weapon is no more. Hearing Chen Feng's explanation, the Ancient One nodded slightly. Ever since Odin had been banished back to Asgard, her greatest worry was that they would use the Bifrost to annihilate Earth. Had it come to that, they would have all had to fight tooth and nail to stop the Bifrost attack. But now, Chen Feng had resolved the entire issue on his own. How can anyone remain unmoved? Master Ancient One, if there's nothing else, I'd like to take my leave. There are many people anxiously awaiting news of me. Chun Feng bowed respectfully to the Ancient One. Back on Earth, the first people Chun Feng thought of were Mindy and Tasha. He knew they must be terribly worried after his disappearance. He longed to see them both. However, since the Ancient One had brought him to Kamartaj instead of somewhere else, there must be a reason for it. I brought you to Kamartaj for one purpose. Magic. The Ancient One wasted no words, stating her intention plainly. Magic? You mean you want to teach me magic? Chun Feng pointed at himself, his face a picture of surprise and disbelief. Astonishment, and a touch of skepticism. The Ancient One nodded. Yes, I hope you can learn the magic of Kamartaj. Chun Feng's strength and talent had made the Ancient One look at him with new eyes. In the future, this Earth would need Chun Feng's protection, and the Ancient One herself was already considering passing the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme to Chun Feng, so that he could continue to defend Earth and guard against incursions from the Dark Dimension. Does that mean you'll personally teach me magic? Chun Feng was indeed quite curious to know the answer. Of course, I'll explain the principles of magic to you, and within the library, you may consult every codex and tome in the collection, but truly mastering magic will ultimately depend on you alone. I am merely a guide on your journey, the Ancient One said, her gentle smile softening her features as she waited quietly for Chun Feng's response. In League of Legends, there are many powerful mages who wield magic. If I could combine the magic of Runeterra with that of Kamartaj, perhaps I could reach an unimaginable new height. Chun Feng mused silently. This thought had just emerged in his mind. Runeterra. There was Zayrath, the ascended ancient mage, and Rise, the rune mage, wandering and guarding the runes, and many others. All of them command the purest forms of magic in Runeterra. Although Chun Feng had yet to gain the powers of these champions, it was only a matter of time. For now, he would focus on mastering the magic of Kamartaj. Once he accomplished that, he could then blend it with the magic of Runeterra. The fusion of both would surely create something extraordinary. Thinking of this, Chun Feng beamed at the Ancient One and gave a firm nod. I accept. I'd like to stay in Kamartaj to study magic. Upon hearing his answer, the Ancient One felt her slight tension ease away. Mordo, prepare a room for Chun Feng. He'll be studying magic with us for some time, she instructed, and then left with Mordo. She had her own affairs to attend to and couldn't always accompany Chun Feng. Mr. Chun Feng, please follow me, Mordo said, leading Chun Feng toward a building in the distance. From the looks of it, that must have been the guest quarters. Mr. Chun Feng, this is the first time I've seen the Sorcerer Supreme personally welcome someone so warmly. You must have great potential for magic, Mordo chatted amiably as they walked. Perhaps, Chun Feng replied simply, not offering much in the way of conversation. After all, he and Mordo weren't that close. You've got it wrong, Chun Feng. The Sorcerer Supreme's judgment is never mistaken. You must have remarkable talent. And from the way she looked at you, I think she even intends for you to become the next Sorcerer Supreme, to wield the Eye of Agamotto and safeguard the Earth. Mordo countered, praising Chun Feng with a hint of flattery. Chun Feng shrugged it off. The Ancient One has her own reasons. I'm just genuinely interested in magic, that's all. He sensed there might be more behind Mordo's words, but Chun Feng didn't bother to guess. In any case, once he finished learning magic, he'd simply pack up and leave. Sorcerer Supreme? Protecting the Earth? Chun Feng didn't care about any of that. Don't be so quick to dismiss it. I have a feeling about this. By the way, do you have a phone here? I'd like to make a call. Chun Feng bluntly interrupted Mordo, unwilling to continue discussing such a tedious topic with him. A phone? There wasn't one here, but once you master magic, you won't need a phone anymore. Mordo shook his head as he spoke. Hearing this, Chun Feng felt a bit troubled. If only he'd thought to bring a phone with him. Then Mindy and Zheng Tasha would know he was safe, and there'd be no need for them to worry. Before they arrived at the room, Mordo had kept rambling, introducing Chun Feng to the concept of magical talent and the legacy of the Sorcerer Supreme. The implication behind his words was clear. He was trying to force Chun Feng to admit that his true purpose was to inherit the position of the Ancient One. From Mordo's tone, Chun Feng could easily sense a hint of jealousy, perhaps even resentment, over how well the Ancient One treated him. Chun Feng didn't understand why Mordo felt this way, nor did he care to find out. What a joke. If Mordo really tried to scheme against him, well, Chun Feng could think of 100 ways to make him regret it. After all, he was only here to learn the magic of Kamartaj. Once he'd mastered it, Chun Feng intended to return to New York. That was his true home. However, what Chun Feng didn't know was this. Mordo had once been an aristocrat by birth. In pursuit of magical knowledge, he'd sought out the Ancient One, and, only after a long time, was finally accepted as her disciple. Through his studies, Mordo had demonstrated remarkable talent, advancing rapidly to become the strongest among all the new apprentices. It was at that point that Mordo began to see himself as the Ancient One's heir, the future Sorcerer Supreme. He started to act above others, often making decisions on his own, gradually taking on the airs of a young leader. During this time, the Ancient One's tacit indulgence of Mordo's behavior made him believe, quite naturally, that she intended him to be her successor. So when Mordo witnessed the Ancient One's warmth toward Chun Feng, jealousy naturally flared within him. Thus, Mordo kept probing, eager to hear Chun Feng admit that he'd come to Camartage to inherit the Sorcerer Supreme's mantle. But all of this was simply Mordo's own misunderstanding. From the start, the Ancient One never intended for Mordo to become the next Sorcerer Supreme. In her heart, she had better candidates, Chun Feng among them, but not the only one. Of course, Chun Feng himself had no interest in becoming Sorcerer Supreme. He simply wanted to understand the magic of this world. So, in the face of Mordo's repeated questioning, Chun Feng couldn't be bothered to respond. He quickened his pace, finally leaving Mordo and his pestering behind as he reached the door to his room. Even in a sanctuary like Camartage, far removed from the world, the human heart remained ever so complicated. Chun Feng sighed, then cleared his mind of all distractions. Now, all he wanted was a good night's sleep, a moment to rest. After battling Thor and Odin in succession, and then even running off to Asgard to sever the Rainbow Bridge, an entire string of unimaginable events had all happened to Chun Feng. If it had been anyone else, they probably wouldn't believe it themselves, might even curse that he'd gone mad. Drained in both body and spirit, Chun Feng fell asleep the moment he lay down on the bed. At the same time, back in his own room, Mordo's face was dark as thunder. A spell gathered in his hand, forming a sharp little blade, and he muttered to himself with venom, "Still pretending in front of me? I've known all along you covet the title of Sorcerer Supreme. If you really want to fight me for it, you'll die a miserable death." With a sharp whoosh, the magical blade in his hand was hurled, embedding itself deep into the wall before him. A cruel glint flickered in Mordo's eyes. No matter who it is, if they dare compete with me for the position of Sorcerer Supreme, their only fate is destruction. The next morning, at dawn, Chun Feng stretched lazily before getting out of bed. Even though it was just a wooden cot, he'd slept surprisingly well. When he entered the main hall, the Ancient One was already seated in meditation, as if waiting for him. Outside in the training yard, all the sorcerers were exercising, some working on their physical strength, others developing their magical skills. Though practitioners of magic weren't known for close combat, that didn't mean they were weak. On the contrary, their constitution was often far stronger than that of ordinary people. "Chun Feng, today I'll explain to you the principles of magic," the Ancient One said, rising and coming over to his side. She placed her finger on Chun Feng's forehead, and in the next instant, the world around him began to change. Suddenly, it felt as if Chun Feng had entered another realm, a space awash in dazzling colors, filled with bizarre and fantastic creatures swirling before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, these things began to morph, transforming into even more mysterious forms. With each shift, it was as if something primal and fundamental was guiding them all, serving as the axis around which everything turned. Suddenly, the space around them shifted again, and Chun Feng and the Ancient One found themselves in a realm of endlessly overlapping dimensions. Here, everything seemed so small and insignificant. Space expanded and twisted upward, passing effortlessly through both of them, infinitely wondrous. Awestruck, Chun Feng stared at the spectacle before him. The profound mysteries of magic seemed to open a whole new world to him. Observing his reaction, the Ancient One smiled and waved her hand. The overlapping dimensions vanished, replaced by the most familiar sight to Chun Feng, New York. She waved her hand again, and New York became Brooklyn. With another wave, suddenly it was Washington, D.C. After showing him a whole array of fascinating places, the Ancient One finally released him from this extraordinary state. The two of them returned to Kama Taja's grand hall, surrounded as always by unadorned wooden furnishings. "This is the world of magic, and these are its principles. I've given you the essence. Now, it's up to you to master and explore it on your own." With those words, the Ancient One resumed her seat, saying nothing more. "Understand, Master," Chun Feng nodded, offering a slight bow before quietly leaving the hall. His next destination was clear, the library where the treasured magical tomes were kept. A teacher can only lead the way. True cultivation depends on oneself. From here on, it was up to Chun Feng to grasp the teachings on his own. Out on the training grounds, Mordo watched Chun Feng's enlightened expression and unconsciously clenched his fists. His mind drifted back to his own days as the Ancient One's apprentice. Back then, The Ancient One had simply sent him to the library to study the most basic magical knowledge. Only after he'd mastered the fundamentals did she begin to teach him the true principles behind magic. But now, Chun Feng was being treated so differently. Wasn't it obvious the Ancient One intended to groom him as her successor? I spent decades to reach my current status. I won't let some upstart ruin everything I've worked for, Mordo thought to himself. His sharp gaze followed Chun Feng until he disappeared from view. There was no doubt about it now. Chun Feng had become Mordo's #1 rival. Before long, Chun Feng arrived at the library. He approached the librarian with a polite question. Mr. Wade, as a newcomer to magic, which book should I start with? A beginner, are you? Wade considered for a moment. The two best books for you are The True Explanation of Magic Principles and Fundamental Theory of Magic. He then pointed out where to find them. Chun Feng thanked him, quickly located the books, and began to read earnestly. But as he flipped through Fundamental Theory of Magic, his head started to ache. Damn, it's so thick. It feels like I'm back in school, slogging through endless textbooks. Though he grumbled, Chun Feng knew that while the Ancient One had just explained the principles of magic to him, truly learning magic was an entirely different matter. At this point, he still couldn't connect the knowledge from Fundamental Theory of Magic with the mystical visions he had witnessed. His mind felt muddled, as if the magical knowledge were obscure ancient script, impossible to decipher. After struggling for a while, Chun Feng silently cursed and set aside the Fundamental Theory of Magic, opting for the True Explanation of Magic Principles instead. Different book, same problem. He still couldn't bridge the gap between the principles that the Ancient One had shown him and what was written in the books. After spending quite a long time browsing, not only did Chun Feng fail to make any progress, but he ended up even more confused than before. He stared at the illustrations over and over again, nothing but illustrations. Was it possible that he truly had no potential for learning magic? This uneasy question surfaced in Chun Feng's mind. Next, he put aside the two most basic books on magic and turned to more advanced tomes. Maybe these overly simplified books weren't suited for someone who already understood the principles of magic. Perhaps the more profound texts would be a better fit. But after delving into them, Chun Feng realized he had been completely mistaken. He was overthinking it. Damn it! These advanced magical treatises were even more unfathomable than the first. It felt like he was skimming the clouds from an airplane window. Everything flashed by, but he gained nothing useful. Whatever entered his mind would vanish the very next moment. After all this, his brain felt utterly muddled. He hadn't grasped a single piece of magical knowledge, nor did anything stick in his memory. It was like wandering through a garden in full bloom, but not a single petal clung to him. Still, for the sake of unraveling the mysteries of magic, Chun Feng gritted his teeth and endured the headache, determined to keep reading. After all, that world the Ancient One had revealed to him, those unfathomable feats, all of it made Chun Feng yearn with every fiber of his being. He spent a full 8 hours in the library before stumbling out in a daze. On his way out, he completely ignored Wade's greeting. His mind was a jumble of cryptic magical symbols and arcane words. Chun Feng felt that if he stayed in there even 1 second longer, he'd lose his mind. Maybe I'm just not cut out for this, Chun Feng thought naturally as he walked down the street. Every craft has its master. Now he finally understood the true meaning of that saying. As Chun Feng walked along the street, Mordo watched him intently from the shadows. Seeing the look of disappointment on Chun Feng's face, Mordo's own expression shifted from suspicion to uncertainty. He couldn't quite read Chun Feng's state. Was this kid really troubled by his studies, or had he actually made some progress? Mordo frowned, caught in this dilemma. Based on his own experience, that expression definitely meant someone was struggling with magic. But this was Chun Feng, someone who had already received guidance from the Ancient One before even starting to learn magic. It was entirely possible that Chun Feng's progress was unlike an ordinary person's, and he might have learned a great deal. Maybe he was just putting on an act. You little brat, don't even think about claiming the title of Sorcerer Supreme. A glint of cold, killing intent flashed through Mordo's eyes as he watched Chun Feng. As long as Chun Feng existed in this world, the title of Sorcerer Supreme was that much further from Mordo's grasp. Only if Chun Feng disappeared from this world would the threat finally be gone. So, Chun Feng, you must die. Mordo made up his mind. The road to becoming the Sorcerer Supreme is always full of obstacles, just as the Ancient One had said. But I will clear away every barrier in my path. As the figure of Chun Feng gradually receded into the distance, Mordo also returned to his own quarters to lay out his plans. Back in his room, Chun Feng, unaware of the schemes brewing in Mordo's heart, restlessly revisited all the magical knowledge he had witnessed that day, eager to give it another try. But the outcome was the same as before. No matter how hard he tried, nothing changed. Chun Feng had failed again. Oh well, let go for now. Things will work themselves out in time. I'll try again tomorrow, and if it really doesn't work, I can always go ask the Ancient One for help. With that thought, Chun Feng flopped onto his bed and drifted off to sleep. In the days that followed, Chun Feng practically lived in the library, yet each day he left disappointed. Still, it wasn't a complete loss. At the very least, he had mastered the most basic magical theories. He just couldn't cast any spells yet. As time wore on, word of Chun Feng's inability to use magic quietly spread, until nearly every mage in Camartage knew about it. Naturally, there were quite a few mages who envied Chun Feng. Look at him, they'd say, personally mentored by the Ancient One, yet he can't even perform the simplest spell. Just look at the size of that guy. You can tell at a glance he's not cut out for magic. So, what exactly did the Ancient One see in him? Is it just his strength? That he's good in a fight? I say, someone like him has no business staying in Camartage, let alone dreaming of one day becoming Sorcerer Supreme. What a joke. More and more mages began to mock and resent Chun Feng in secret, convinced he didn't deserve to remain at Camartage. But the Ancient One paid no heed to such opinions. She still believed, deep down, that Chun Feng could one day unlock the secrets of magic. For in her heart, she had placed her hopes for the future on him. As for all the slander whispered behind his back, Chun Feng simply shrugged it off. The more criticism there was, the less it bothered him. He didn't care and saw no reason to pay these people any attention. You think I can't do it? I'll prove you all wrong. And when I do, it'll be your turn to feel embarrassed. With that thought spurring him on, Chun Feng threw himself into his studies with renewed determination. Though he made some progress, the results still fell far short of his expectations. Another night came. Chun Feng returned from the library, his mind stuffed full of magical knowledge, his spirit worn thin. On the way back, he could feel the unfriendly stares of others, their whole demeanor silently ordering him to get lost. Chun Feng just brushed them off as if they were nothing but hot air, utterly unbothered. If even the Ancient One had nothing to say, who were these grasshoppers to jump around and make a fuss? He let out a deep breath and was about to head to bed when he suddenly realized it was time to draw for a new hero again. In that instant, all his fatigue vanished, and his spirit surged with energy as he connected with the system. System, today you absolutely have to grant me a hero who is a master of magic, ideally the ancient sorcerer Zerath. Chun Feng silently prayed in his heart. Even if he tried to ignore those people, their behavior still left him thoroughly annoyed. To have the chance to teach them a lesson would certainly be the best outcome. Activate! Chun Feng shouted inwardly, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the spinning wheel before him. All he hoped for was that this time, the system would truly heed his desire. Slowly, the wheel speed began to drop, and finally, the pointer came to a halt. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a rune mage. Rise. Please check your hero interface. In the next moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Chun Feng's mind. Ah, it turned out to be Rise? That famed rune mage. The tension on Chun Feng's face finally gave way to a bright, delighted smile. Yes, wonderful. At last, his hopes had not been in vain. Immediately, Chun Feng saw the new hero shining brilliantly within the hero interface. Rize, on the continent of runes. Rise is among the greatest sorcerers, and his understanding and mastery of magic are second to none. In his youth, Rise witnessed his homeland destroyed by the Red Rune with his own eyes. Since then, he's walked the path of gathering and sealing the runes, never once looking back. Almost all magic across the rune continent originates from the world runes. They're the very source of magic. And throughout his quest to collect the world runes, Rise delved ever deeper into the secrets of these runes, gaining a profound understanding of their magical principles. So, in the end, Rise had become a grand mage, a true master of magic whose power had reached its peak. Gazing at Rise before him, a glint of excitement flashed in Chun Feng's eyes. He was thrilled, he was moved, and he was filled with anticipation. A grand mage who had mastered the deepest magics of the rune continent. What kind of sparks would fly when his power collided with the magic of the Marvel Universe? The prospect was nothing short of fascinating. Chun Feng now wanted nothing more than to rush into the library and experiment to his heart's content. But alas, with midnight approaching, the library had long since closed its doors. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow. That night, he was so exhilarated that he could barely sleep. He spent the entire time familiarizing himself with the runic magic Rise wielded. As long as Chun Feng used this hero, he could become a master of rune magic himself, able to cast all manner of spells at will. This, no doubt, gave Chun Feng tremendous confidence. He was sure tomorrow would bring great rewards. That night was the longest Chun Feng had ever spent in Camartage. He lay awake, yearning for the first rays of sunlight to break over the horizon. At daybreak, Chun Feng headed straight for the library. It was only then that Wade, still tidying up, unlocked the library doors. Huh, was someone just greeting me? As Chun Feng's figure vanished behind the bookshelves, Wade finally snapped out of his daze, glancing around suspiciously. There wasn't a soul in sight. Only the gentle breeze from outside drifted through. Am I starting to hear things now? Wade muttered to himself, then gave a helpless, wry smile. Looks like I'm really getting old. At this moment, deep within the shelves, Chun Feng was completely absorbed in the world of magical knowledge. Nothing from the outside world could distract him now. Right now, all he wanted was to immerse himself in magic, to focus entirely on learning the arcane laws of Runeterra and the magic of the Marvel Universe. While they belonged to different worlds, there was a certain resonance between them, a subtle harmony that crossed boundaries. Such is the wonder of magic. Master one form, and soon you'll find your way into others. The skills connect, each opening a door to the next. He pushed all trivial worries aside. As time slipped by, Chun Feng, already skilled in rune magic, began to gain insight into the magic of the Marvel Universe as well. With the theoretical knowledge goo he had shown him earlier, everything suddenly clicked. In a flash, understanding dawned on him, illuminating his mind. When someone truly understands something, it's easy to lose themselves in it. That was exactly Chun Feng's state at this moment. The vast, oceanic knowledge of the library drew him in. He read with insatiable curiosity, studying page after page. Meals, sleep, he cast those needs aside entirely. Except for the most basic necessities, every waking moment was devoted to the study of magic. He was determined to master the magic of this new world as fast as possible, to reach the heights of the Ancient One. It might seem like a fantasy to others, but Chun Feng was filled with confidence. Supreme Sorcerer, where has Chun Feng gone? I haven't seen him in the main hall for days, Mordo asked Gu Yi with a look of confusion. He has now grasped the true essence of magic, Gu Yi replied calmly, offering no further explanation. Mordo, you needn't worry about Chun Feng. I'll handle his affairs myself. For now, focus on helping the other disciples, she added, glancing at him. Yes, Supreme Sorcerer. On the surface, Mordo nodded obediently. But inside, his resentment toward Chun Feng grew deeper still. Damn that Gu Yi. She's definitely giving Chun Feng special treatment. Leaving the hall, Mordo clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug into his palms, his eyes burning with bitterness. In the end, Gu Yi had never truly cared for him, nor ever considered him as her successor. So all along, it was just an illusion she created, using him, making him believe he was important, only to have him do her bidding. Furious, Mordo interpreted all of Gu Yi's previous actions in a new, sinister light. A dark, brooding aura radiated from him. Gu Yi Mordo, the title of Sorcerer Supreme. You two better not even think about taking it from me. Mordo was consumed by madness, his reason completely overwhelmed by rage. Day 4. Chun Feng had already spent 4 days in the library without eating or drinking. During these 4 days, Yi Haizi read every single magic book he could find, nearly devouring the entirety of the library's collection in one go. Along with his relentless study, Chun Feng gained a much deeper understanding of the magical world of Marvel. The magical principles Gu Yi had taught him connected seamlessly with the knowledge found in the books. Moreover, whenever he came across powerful spells, Chun Feng would try to relate them to the runic magic from his own world. A grand idea began to take shape in his mind. He wanted to combine rune magic with Marvel's arcane arts to create an entirely new system of magic. Gu Yi, Chun Feng, the position of Sorcerer Supreme, you two better not even think about taking it from me. Mordo was consumed by madness, his reason completely buried beneath his burning fury. On the 4th day, Chun Feng had already spent 4 whole days in the library, neither eating nor drinking. During these 4 days, Yi Haier had tirelessly read every single magic book. He had practically devoured the entire library. With it came Chun Feng's deeper understanding of magic in the Marvel world. The magical principles taught by Gu Yi now perfectly connected with the knowledge found in the books. Moreover, Chun Feng would often try to link the spells from his own world with the magic of Marvel's universe. In his heart, a grander idea began to take shape. He wanted to combine rune magic with Marvel's arcane arts to create an entirely new system of magic. If he succeeded, this would be a unique form of magic in the world, belonging to him alone, completely under his control. But the difficulty of inventing new magic was far greater than Chun Feng had anticipated. At the very least, for now, he didn't even have a single clue where to begin. Another day passed, and Chun Feng had finished reading every magic book in the library. Now, his mastery of Marvel spells had reached a level of near perfection. Even when compared to Mordo, who had spent years learning magic and achieved considerable results, Chen Feng wouldn't fall behind. However, when it came to confronting Gu Yi, Chen Feng could only rely on the magic from his own world. That was where his deepest strength lay. As for Marvel's magic, he was still a step away from being able to use it to challenge Gu Yi. Logically speaking, Chen Feng had only studied Marvel's magic for 5 days, just barely making his way through the library's collection. He hadn't even tried casting most spells yet. And now he wanted to compete in Marvel's magic with the current Sorcerer Supreme? Are you sure you haven't lost your mind? It's about time to go back. Chen Feng glanced around at the stacks of books. All at once, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Now, the only thing left for him to do was to master Marvel's magic, bringing it up to par with his rune-based spells. But this process would no longer rely on books. It would require constant, hands-on practice. Ugh. After these days of not showering, I reek, Chen Feng muttered, scratching his head as a foul stench wafted up, so bad that he could hardly stand it himself. Damn it, this is disgusting. He had to hurry back for a hot shower, or he was sure he'd end up making himself sick. Mr. Wade, goodbye. Like a gust of wind, Chen Feng swept past Wade, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Wade blinked in confusion. What just happened? Did I imagine that? This time, Wade looked genuinely at a loss, seriously beginning to wonder if he was coming down with dementia. He chuckled bitterly to himself. Maybe I should find a spell to cure my hallucinations. Muttering under his breath, Wade shook his head and went back to reading his magic manuals. After nearly 5 days in the library, more and more of the mages at Camartage began to voice their doubts about Chen Feng. Has that kid gone to the city? No one's seen him for days. Could it be that he's too ashamed to show his face and fled Camartage in disgrace? That's actually quite possible. He spent all these days learning magic, yet can't even master the most basic spells. Wouldn't he just die of embarrassment? I thought he was something special, but it turns out he's just a magical dunce. Good thing he left early, or I would have given him a proper lesson myself. Meanwhile, Chen Feng buried himself in the library, diligently studying magic. In the eyes of these people, he seemed to have vanished from reality. Of course, only the Ancient One knew the truth. Chen Feng hadn't gone anywhere. He'd been in the library the entire time, immersed in his studies. Judging by his current progress, the Ancient One was full of confidence in Chen Feng. Though she didn't allow Mordo to interfere with Chen Feng, he kept a close eye on him all the same. He too discovered that Chen Feng hadn't left. He was in the library, reading day after day. When Mordo realized how relentlessly Chen Feng was poring over books, he couldn't help but sneer, thinking, a slow bird starts flying early. Maybe he'll make up for it. What a joke. And when he saw Chen Feng stride confidently out of the library after just 5 short days, Mordo was even more incensed. After all, the library at Camartage held nearly all the magical knowledge of the world. Even Mordo himself had only mastered a fraction of it. Only someone at the level of the Sorcerer Supreme could claim to have learned everything within those walls. But Chen Feng? He'd barely skimmed through it all, yet acted as if he'd already mastered everything. Who'd he think he was? The new Sorcerer Supreme? How laughable. Mordo's dislike for Chen Feng only deepened. This kind of person wasn't just arrogant. He was vain and reckless. He simply couldn't understand why the Ancient One would choose someone like Chen Feng, let alone make him the Sorcerer Supreme. Was Chen Feng better than him in any way? Well, since you've come out, I'll show you that magic is nothing as simple as you think it is. With a cold, fierce glint in his eyes, Mordo strode out of his room. Back in his chambers, Chen Feng enjoyed a long, hot bath, scrubbing away every trace of fatigue and odor. Once he was refreshed, he prepared to leave Camartage. He had learned all the magic he needed. There was nothing left here to hold him back. After packing his things, Chen Feng made his way to the main hall, where he saw the Ancient One seated calmly on the floor. He bowed respectfully. Master Ancient One, I've mastered the magic. I've come to bid you farewell. I'm leaving Camartage. After all, the Ancient One had brought him from Asgard and taught him magic. No matter what, he couldn't just vanish without a word. At the very least, he owed her a proper goodbye. The Ancient One looked somewhat surprised at his words, but her face remained serene as she asked, "Don't you wish to stay in Camartage a while longer?" "No," Chen Feng replied at once, shaking his head. In a place as remote and barren as this, with no music, no books, and not even a phone, he would die of boredom for sure. Besides, Mindy and Yusha were still waiting for him back in New York. Seeing the resolute and serene look in Chen Feng's eyes, the Ancient One knew there was no way to persuade him to stay. Still, she made one last attempt. "I'm getting old. The position of Sorcerer Supreme must eventually be passed on. If you're not interested, perhaps you can help us find someone better suited." Before the Ancient One could finish, Chun Feng refused without hesitation. What a joke. To inherit the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme? This was a position countless people dreamed of, yet Chun Feng had absolutely no interest in it. He had come here only to learn magic. He never intended to inherit the title of Sorcerer Supreme or shoulder the responsibility of protecting the earth. Sorcerer Supreme. Just then, Mordo burst into the hall, leading a group of people behind him. Both the Ancient One and Chun Feng turned in surprise, as did nearly all the sorcerers of Camartage, their faces full of confusion. What was this about? A farewell? A confrontation? Mordo, why did you bring them here? Even the normally composed Ancient One couldn't help but show a hint of anger at this scene. Sorcerer Supreme, it's been a few days since we last saw Chun Feng. We all missed our junior brother, and, hearing he was here, we rushed over to see him. Mordo replied with a calm smile. The other sorcerers nodded in agreement. Miss me? Really? Chun Feng couldn't help but chuckle at Mordo's words. He'd seen their barely concealed disdain and sarcasm. Did they really think he was that naive? Sorcerer Supreme is Chun Feng. Catching sight of Chun Feng with his belongings all packed, Mordo spoke up. When he arrived, Mordo had overheard the Ancient One suggesting that Chun Feng inherit the title of Sorcerer Supreme. Rage instantly flared within him, so he stormed right in, not even catching the rest of their conversation. Especially seeing Chun Feng so meticulously packed only reinforced Mordo's belief that he was here to snatch the title of Sorcerer Supreme away. But in front of the Ancient One, Mordo forced himself to swallow his anger and maintain composure. I'm leaving Camartage, Chun Feng said, shrugging his shoulders. I just came to bid farewell to the Ancient One. What? Leaving Camartage? Mordo's eyes widened in disbelief, pressing further. Brother Chun Feng, you've only been here for a few days, and you're leaving already? Are you sure about this? Unbelievable. I was planning to set you up. How can you just walk away like this? All the effort I spent, was it all for nothing? Exactly, Chun Feng replied with a sly smile. Otherwise, why would I come to say goodbye to the Ancient One? Wait, Chun Feng, I remember you've been spending all your time in the library lately, diligently studying magic, haven't you? Mordo suddenly grabbed Chun Feng's arm, his face plastered with an amiable grin. To anyone who didn't know better, it would seem Mordo was genuinely concerned for Chun Feng's well-being. What's the matter? Chun Feng subtly shook off Mordo's hand, his expression turning a bit sour. Seriously, since when were we ever that close? I didn't realize you were this kind of person. I'm not getting involved with you like that. It's nothing serious, Mordo said, forcing a smile he thought was warm and friendly. It's just that we senior apprentices care about you. We hope you'll truly learn magic before you leave the mountain. If you left Camartage without learning anything, it might give others a bad impression of our sanctuary. So what? Chun Feng asked bluntly. I hope you could show us what you've learned. Maybe even spar with some of us, Mordo replied righteously. That way, we can see where your magic might be lacking and offer you better guidance. His eyes bored into Chun Feng's, the look in them layered with meaning. A subtle pressure radiated from him, as if trying to force Chun Feng to agree. Ordinary magicians would probably buckle under that weight and accept the challenge. But in front of Chun Feng, it didn't make the slightest difference. Chun Feng thought to himself, so Mordo is dead set on testing my magic. I've been fed up with you for a while now. If this is what you want, why not play along? Chun Feng narrowed his eyes and grinned. He looked toward the Ancient One, knowing she was the true authority here and that her permission was needed. Supreme Sorcerer, we're only doing this for Brother Chun Feng's sake. Please allow us to have a friendly duel with him, Mordo said sincerely, turning to the Ancient One as well. The Ancient One gazed at the two before her, silent for a moment, then nodded. Remember, stop before things go too far. No one should come to harm. Yes, Master. Mordo and the other magicians responded solemnly. Brother Chun Feng, if you please, Mordo said, gesturing with his palm and inviting Chun Feng to the training grounds outside. The group proceeded straight to the arena. Nestled at the foot of the Himalayas, the place was swept by a penetrating, bone-chilling wind. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, turning the world icy and cold. The Ancient One watched them go, her deep gaze flickering with thought. In truth, she had long since noticed Mordo's hostility toward Chun Feng, but had never called him out on it. Instead, she hoped Mordo would overcome his jealousy and greed on his own, and not be ruled by them. After all, the Ancient One didn't intend to pass the mantle of Supreme Sorcerer to someone from England, but she still hoped Mordo could become a worthy assistant to the next Supreme Sorcerer. At the very least, he ought to be able to lend a hand in times of crisis. She hoped that this duel would help Mordo calm his restless heart and focus his mind on cultivating magic. Laying out a long breath, the Ancient One followed them outside. On the training ground, Chun Feng and Mordo stood facing each other, their gazes locked in mutual scrutiny. Junior Brother Chun Feng, You are new here and only have a basic grasp of magic. This time, I'll have Master Hanxia spar with you. The two of you are evenly matched, so you can learn from each other and discover your own shortcomings. Mordo gestured to a slightly overweight middle-aged man standing behind him. No need. I'd actually prefer to spar with you, Senior Brother Mordo. Although my skills may not be on par with yours, fighting a stronger opponent will help me find my weaknesses more easily and will inspire me even more. So, I hope you'll grant my request, Senior Brother Mordo. Chun Feng spoke with a solemn expression, his tone brimming with sincerity. Kid, are you looking down on me? Hanwei, standing behind, was immediately offended and glared at Chun Feng with a stern look. It's not that I look down on you. To be frank, aside from the Ancient One, everyone else here is hardly worth mentioning. With such mediocre skills, there's no point in sparring. It would only be a waste of my time. Besides, Chun Feng could see that these people were all under Mordo's command. Even if he fought one of them, he'd still have to face Mordo in the end. He might as well be straightforward and challenge Mordo directly. The Ancient One suddenly stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Hanwei, do as Chun Feng says. Seeing the Ancient One's decision, Hanwei silently retreated to the back, though he shot Chun Feng a hostile glare on his way. His look seemed to say, just wait, you'll see if Senior Brother Mordo lets you off easy. Mordo hesitated. Supreme Sorcerer, are you sure about this? The Ancient One replied, no problem. Chun Feng, then I'll spar with you. But rest assured I won't go all out. Mordo looked at Chun Feng with a courteous smile. With a muttered incantation, a golden spear materialized in his hand. But I, on the other hand, will be giving it everything I've got, Chun Feng replied, completely breaking the usual conventions. At this moment, Mordo and Chun Feng stepped into the center of the training ground, on the brink of an intense duel. The others gathered around to watch. Chun Feng, that reckless kid, actually challenged Senior Brother Mordo directly. Maybe losing to Senior Brother Mordo will be less embarrassing than losing to one of us. Does he really think he can walk away unscathed? Senior Brother Mordo will teach him a lesson he won't forget. He's just a cocky brat. How dare he dream of challenging Senior Brother Mordo? Doesn't know his own limits. If this so-called magical prodigy gets beaten by Senior Brother Mordo, he'd better pack his bags and leave Kamartaj. A chorus of voices rose in heated discussion. Not a single one believed Chun Feng stood a chance. After all, Mordo had been at the Ancient One's side for many years. He was already the second strongest in Kamartaj. Chun Feng's recent actions had also earned him nothing but contempt from the other sorcerers. This time, Chun Feng didn't rely on any enhancements. He depended solely on his own strength and his mastery of Marvel magic to fight Mordo. The duel was about to begin. Stepping forward, Chun Feng moved with astonishing speed, so fast that his figure was almost a blur to the naked eye. He was already far beyond the limits of ordinary people, and even Mordo, a mage renowned for his physical training, had to admit he couldn't match it. The main reason for this lay in the silent transformation wrought upon Chun Feng's body by the system. After all, every time he channeled heroic spirits, his body had to withstand immense power. So, over time, he changed in subtle but profound ways. In a heartbeat, Chun Feng's feet flashed beneath him as he surged to Mordo's side. A golden light arced from his hand, and a sword of dazzling brilliance appeared, its edge gleaming with lethal intent. Not good. Only then did Mordo react. He thrust his spear toward Chun Feng, but just as the weapon lashed out, a golden circle of light suddenly materialized. Seeing the shimmering circle before him, Mordo instantly released his grip on the spear. In the next instant, the golden ring snapped shut. The entire spear was severed cleanly in two, then dissolved into nothingness midair. What? Mordo's pupils contracted in shock. Chun Feng's sudden attack had sent a cold sweat down his back, draining the color from his face. Damn! If he'd hesitated even a moment longer, it would have been more than just the spear. His own hand might have been sliced off as well. Damn, brat. When did you master such advanced magic? Mordo cursed inwardly, retreating rapidly. Chun Feng's strength had vastly exceeded his expectations. If this continued, defeat would be inevitable. If he lost now, where would Mordo's dignity as an elder go? Trying to run? Watching Mordo instantly widen the distance, Chun Feng let out a cold laugh. With another flash, he closed in yet again. When it came to pure speed, Chun Feng feared no one. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Mordo once more. Chun Feng chanted another incantation, and with a shimmer in the air, countless blades materialized around him, whipping toward Mordo in a storm as fierce as a tempest. At the same time, Chun Feng wielded his magical longsword, striking with a move as swift as lightning straight at Mordo. You little brat. Faced with the relentless assault, Mordo had nowhere to run. He could only conjure two shields in front of him, his heart seething with fury. Too naive, Chen Feng said with a smirk, magical energy rippling outward in all directions. Ahead of the storm of blades, a golden light suddenly appeared. Then, in an instant, the blades vanished, only to reappear behind Mordo. The abruptness of this reversal. Even Mordo, caught unprepared, could only spin around as quickly as possible. The shield in his hands barely managed to block the endless blades, but his back was left completely exposed to Chen Feng. Though forged from magic, the conjured swords were no less deadly than real weapons. One strike, with a roar that shook the heavens, a terrifying wave of sword energy surged toward Mordo's unprotected back. At this critical moment, Mordo let out a long, desperate cry and unleashed his greatest power without reservation. Under the surging force of his magic, everything around him was torn apart. In the very next instant, a golden circle of light appeared at his feet. Without any hesitation, he stepped into it. Even so, he was still a beat too slow. The sword aura behind him struck mercilessly, slashing hard across Mordo's back. A deep, thunderous boom resounded. Mordo emerged from the golden circle, tumbling awkwardly to the other side of the training ground. There was a bloody gash across his back. His entire aura was shattered, barely clinging to life, as if he was just a breath away from death. Chen Feng took a single stride, flashing instantly to Mordo's side, his magical sword aimed directly at him. He spoke calmly, "Senior brother Mordo, you've lost." Chen Feng's composed expression and tranquil tone seemed to declare to everyone present that this was nothing more than a trivial feat. The whole arena erupted in shock. The disciples of the order stared in disbelief, their eyes wide as they looked at the two figures in the arena. On one side stood Chen Feng, sword in hand, coldly declaring victory. On the other, Mordo lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. This stark contrast struck deep into the hearts of everyone watching. Was this truly the so-called magic idiot they knew? That golden circle just now, wasn't that advanced sorcery? I'm still only able to forge basic weapons, but he's already able to conjure such things. Someone, please tell me, am I dreaming? Is this all real? Everyone was left in stunned silence, as if time itself had frozen. This is insane. In just a few short days, Chen Feng had managed to defeat Master Mordo, who had followed the Ancient One for decades, utterly overwhelming him. No tricks, no luck. It was unbelievable, but above all, people were awestruck. No wonder the Ancient One thought so highly of him. This was a true genius of magic. At that moment, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Chen Feng walked impassively to the Ancient One's side and said in a quiet voice, "If no one else wishes to challenge me, I'll be leaving now." His gaze swept across the room. Mordo's followers all lowered their heads, avoiding his eyes. Some even began to edge backwards, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads and backs. The fear was palpable. That icy gaze made them feel as if they'd been plunged into a frozen abyss. All they could hope for was that Chen Feng would leave as soon as possible. He was terrifying. "Chen Feng, why did you hide your strength for so long? If you're this powerful, why not show it sooner instead of keeping everyone in the dark?" The Ancient One sighed. "Chen Feng, if you wish to leave, I can't make you stay. But I hope you'll remember Kamar Taj, and that you'll help us if we ever need you again." Chen Feng said nothing. With a single motion, a rift glowing with rapid, swirling light opened up next to him. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. In a flash, Chen Feng vanished from Kamar Taj. With such talent, even if he cannot become the supreme sorcerer, he is undoubtedly destined to be one of Earth's most important protectors in the future. The Ancient One gazed at the closed rift for a long time, lost in thought, mumbling to herself. "Well, what are you all waiting for? Go and bring your senior, Brother Mordo, back for treatment." Master E.G. barked at the trembling young sorcerers, who were clutching their heads in fear. Her tone was laced with frustration, as if disappointed that they had not lived up to her expectations. If the future of Kamar Taj had to rest on these sorcerers, things were looking rather bleak. Fortunately, in the Ancient One's heart, there was still another candidate for succession, someone she believed could lead Kamar Taj and all of Earth's sorcerers to a brighter future. Stepping out from a rift between dimensions, Chen Feng looked around at the all-too-familiar scene before him and let out a long breath. At last, he was home. Without lingering, Chen Feng went straight back to his house. It had only been about 10 days since he'd left New York, yet the house now felt strangely empty and cold. No one's here. He glanced around, but there was no sign of Mindy. She must have been taken away by Frank or Tony, he guessed. Chen Feng dialed Tony's number and got straight to the point. "Hey, Tony, is Mindy at your place?" Chen Feng, is that really you? You're back." Tony's voice was a mix of shock and delight, still tinged with disbelief. "Of course it's me. Now tell me, is Mindy with you?" Chen Feng had little patience for Tony's rambling. Mindy was all he cared about at the moment. After a pause, Tony finally collected himself and replied, carefully enunciating each word. Originally, Frank was supposed to look after Mindy, but he's been swamped lately, so I asked Jarvis to take care of her instead. Tony, you really do talk too much. Without another word, Chen Feng hung up. In an instant, a rift opened up before him. The next moment, Chen Feng appeared in Tony's home. Where's Mindy? He asked, looking at Tony, who was stunned by his sudden arrival. Tony was utterly floored. You're just here like that? Tony stammered. A moment ago, he'd been grumbling about Chen Feng hanging up on him, and now here he was standing right in front of him. This kind of trickery was almost as impressive as Asgard's Bifrost. Already told you, Mindy's with Jarvis, at Stark Tower of course. I wouldn't lug a little kid around. What a hassle. From now on, I'll tell Jarvis not to bring kids here, either. Tony muttered under his breath, but by then Chen Feng had already vanished from sight. Tony stared at the spot where his unexpected guest had disappeared, a vein pulsing on his forehead. Damn, does this kid think my place is some kind of revolving door? Shows up when he wants, leaves when he pleases? At that moment, a portal opened inside Stark Tower, and Chen Feng stepped through with his hands behind his back. The first thing he saw was the ever-busy Jarvis at work. You had to admit, Tony really did a great job with this. He just handled everything with his own two hands. All of the company affairs have been handed over to Ji, so now he basically just needs to enjoy himself. Chen Feng. Ji was startled. It was the exact same reaction Tony had earlier, and by now Chen was already used to it. Yes, it's me. I'm here. So, where's Ming? He cut right to the chase, since Ming was nowhere to be seen in the office. She's just in the bedroom next door. Should I take you there? Ji was about to get up, still being polite. No need, you keep working. I'll go by myself. Chen Feng smiled at Ji, then turned and left the office. What's all this about? Ji muttered under his breath, then dialed Tony's number. Meanwhile, Chen Feng made his way to the bedroom next door. He peeked inside to find Mingdi absorbed in a video game, and he couldn't help but smile at the sight. She's so into it. When she's like this, nothing else can distract her. With a knowing look and a hint of fondness, Chen Feng could tell Mingdi was once again playing one of those intense action games. He quietly leaned against the doorframe, making sure not to make a sound, just standing there, watching Ming count her scores by the side. It seemed Ming had grown a little taller, and there was a fresh, camera-ready glow about her. Was it because she missed me so much every day? Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a little vain at the thought. But Mingdi was so focused on her game, she hadn't even noticed someone had entered her room. At last, she breathed a sigh of relief. Finally cleared it. Next level, let's go. Just then, Mingdi spun around, only to see Chen Feng standing in the doorway. Her bright eyes blinked several times in disbelief. For a moment, Mingdi seemed stunned, her gaze fixed unblinkingly on Chen Feng. Silence. Absolute stillness. The air itself seemed to pause. Chen Feng said nothing, only smiled at Mingdi, his presence as gentle and warm as a spring breeze. Chen Feng, is that really you? Mingdi seemed unable to believe her eyes, her voice trembling, as if she feared this was just another dream, and that Chen Feng would vanish the moment she reached out. Silly girl, of course it's me. Chen Feng walked toward her softly, his tone gentle. Don't come any closer. Stay right there. Suddenly, Mingdi shouted, stopping Chen Feng in his tracks. Chen Feng was completely baffled. What was Mingdi thinking now? I need to check if this is a dream. Mingdi muttered to herself and slapped her own cheek hard. Ow, that hurts. She clutched her face. You're still here, Chen Feng. You didn't disappear. This isn't a dream. It's real. In that instant, Mingdi, overwhelmed by realization, threw herself into Chen Feng's arms. Her eyes were red with tears that flowed uncontrollably. Chen Feng, you went away for so long without coming back. I thought you died. I was so scared. You owe me. You have to make it up to me. She clung to Chen Feng, unwilling to let go, as if afraid he'd vanish again. Her sobs were so heartfelt and sorrowful that anyone watching would feel their own eyes sting with tears. All right, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He gently patted Mindy's little head, trying to soothe her as best he could. All right then, from today on, you're not allowed to drag me around without my permission, he said. Nor can you just disappear on a whim. You also have to take me out on a fun date every day. And as soon as Mindy opened her mouth, she started chattering away, her words tumbling out in a lively, unstoppable stream. Chen Feng's head began to throb. He could only smile wryly and say, Okay, I promise. Everything you said, I agree to it all. Only after Chen Feng offered her endless reassurances did Mindy finally fall silent, snuggling tightly into his arms. His shirt was already damp with Mindy's tears. a clear sign of just how much she had missed him. The two of them held each other for a long while. At last, they reluctantly let go, but Mindy made sure to keep a firm grip on Chun Feng's hand. "Let's go say goodbye to Sister Pepper. Then we'll go home," Chun Feng suggested. Holding Mindy's hand, he led her out of the bedroom. They walked into the office. By this time, Pepper had composed herself. Seeing Chun Feng emerge, she smiled and asked, "Heading home now?" "Thank you for looking after Mindy these past few days," Chun Feng replied. "I'll take her home now, so we won't trouble you any further." "I wasn't any trouble at all, Pepper. We had a wonderful time together," Mindy immediately retorted, like a little lioness defending her pride. "She's right," Pepper said with a smile. "We really did have fun. Whenever you have a chance, you two should come visit again." It was clear from her expression that she genuinely liked Mindy, especially after that phone call with Tony just now. When she heard Tony coldly say he didn't want children, Pepper had given him an earful and hung up in a huff. Chun Feng hadn't expected Mindy and Pepper to get along so well. He could only chuckle awkwardly. "All right, I'll bring Mindy over to play again next time. Goodbye, Miss Pepper, and thank you," he added. "Bye, Pepper," Mindy chimed in. After a brief exchange, Chun Feng left Stark Tower with Mindy. Along the way, Mindy was in high spirits. She eagerly dragged Chun Feng all around New York, wanting to visit every fun place she could think of. To make up for lost time, Chun Feng joined in her wild adventures, sharing her joy. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D., the moment Nick Fury received Tony's call, the heavy weight in his heart finally lifted. But almost immediately, he fixed the agents in the tech department with a stern look, his voice low and commanding. "Why was it Tony who told me about Chun Feng's return? Can any of you answer that?" "Yes, sir." Of course, it was good news that Chun Feng had returned safe and sound. But it also exposed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technological shortcomings. They hadn't detected his return in time. Silence. Everyone fell quiet. They truly hadn't picked up any trace of Chun Feng. After all, Chun Feng made repeated use of void traversal, and with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current technology, there was simply no way to monitor the void. It was only natural, then, that no one immediately noticed Chun Feng's actions. "Director, we can't really blame them," Hill interjected on behalf of the agents. "Chun Feng's abilities are far beyond anything we could have imagined. We should give them a little more time." In truth, Hill understood the challenges of developing new technology better than most, so she also knew just how difficult their task was. "Hill, I only have one thing to tell you," Fury said, his tone grave. "Time is running out. Even the Asgardians have descended upon Earth. Who will come next? What kind of power will they wield? We can't predict it, but we can be sure they'll be no less formidable than the Asgardians." Fury looked at Agent Hill with earnestness, then turned to the research staff and called out loudly, "I want all of you to upgrade every piece of advanced technology in the shortest possible time. Bring it all up to a level where we can stand against alien tech." This time, the Asgardian invasion had sounded a dire warning for Nick Fury. He understood how heavy the burden was on his shoulders. More importantly, there was precious little time left for Earth. "I'll go check on Captain Rogers," Fury said, and with that, he hurried away. Captain Steve Rogers, known as Captain America, had recently been found by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents inside a glacier, and along with him, they'd recovered a mysterious cube, none other than the Cosmic Cube. It had already been handed over to Dr. Eric for analysis, to uncover what kind of energy it might contain. But for Nick Fury, at this moment, Captain America was the true priority. After all, he was a key part of the Avengers Initiative. Although the Avengers Initiative had not yet been approved or recognized by the World Security Council, Fury was confident. Once he gathered this team together, there would be no reason for anyone to object. Chun Feng spent nearly the entire day accompanying Mindy, taking her around to different places and having fun. Happy times always pass quickly, making it easy to forget about all your worries. Calling Natasha had completely slipped Chun Feng's mind because of this. "Chun Feng, look, there's a huge live-action shooting range up ahead. Let's go try it." Whenever she was with Chun Feng, Mindy became every bit the playful little girl, no longer the cold, ruthless, and decisive hit girl. Even though she had plenty of much more powerful weapons at home, Mindy still preferred playing real-life CS games with Chun Feng. "Well, I did promise you, didn't I?" Chun Feng replied, nodding with a resigned smile. After all, he had said he would make it up to Mindy, though he was starting to feel a little tired now. Suddenly, for reasons he couldn't quite explain, Chun Feng felt a chill run down his back, a vague sense of unease settling in his heart. A vague sense of unease crept up on him, as if something unpleasant was about to happen. Still, since he was keeping Mindy company, Chun Feng decided not to dwell on it. If something bad truly was destined to happen, there was nothing he could do to stop it anyway. He'd deal with it when it came. After all, with his current level of strength, Chun Feng wasn't afraid of anything misfortunate that might come his way. Little did he know, The event awaiting him was nothing like what he'd imagined. That was so much fun, Shinfeng. Can we come here every day from now on? Mindy's voice brimmed with excitement as she walked out of the venue, her face glowing with happiness. Shinfeng smiled. Sure, why not? Seeing Mindy so delighted filled Chunfeng's heart with joy as well. It's gotten pretty late. Let's head home. Tonight, I'll cook you dinner myself. Hand in hand, Chunfeng led Mindy on the way back home. Yay, that's great. I haven't had your cooking in days. The moment she heard Chunfeng would cook, Mindy's eyes lit up in delight. Anyone who had ever tasted Chunfeng's food would react just like Mindy upon hearing those words, overflowing with anticipation. Truth be told, Chunfeng's culinary skills were among the very best in all of America. Otherwise, why would people in Manhattan line up every day just for the chance to see Chunfeng racing over in his car? He'd even been featured in the New York Times, enjoying a brief moment of fame. Back at home, Chunfeng began preparing dinner with meticulous care, while Mindy stayed by his side the whole time, watching him with bright, admiring eyes. After a delicious meal, having played to their heart's content and eaten their fill, Mindy, wrapped in Chunfeng's comforting presence, drifted into a blissful sleep. This little rascal, she wears me out more than a fight with Odin, Chunfeng thought with a wry smile, gently stroking Mindy's hair as his mind wandered through 100 different thoughts. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. Who could it be, calling this late at night? Chunfeng glanced at the unfamiliar number, feeling a bit wary, but answered anyway. Chunfeng, you're home. A magnetic female voice came through the line, and Chunfeng instantly recognized it. Tasha, is it you? Why are you calling from an unfamiliar number? Hearing Tasha's voice, Chunfeng couldn't help but break into a smile, his mood instantly lifting. After all, when a woman takes the initiative to call you and cares about you this much, it speaks volumes about how deeply she loves you. I just finished a mission and finally got word about you, Tasha replied, her words filled with warmth. Chunfeng answered tenderly, I've missed you too, darling. But unexpectedly, Tasha's tone shifted, now stern and a little disgruntled. Missed me, huh? According to my information, you were back this morning. Now it's almost midnight, and I'm the one calling you. Chunfeng. Tasha's barrage of questions made Chunfeng almost picture her furious, stormy face in his mind. Damn it. No wonder, when he was out with Mindy that afternoon, Chunfeng kept feeling a chill down his spine, a nagging sense of unease. Damn. Now at last, he understood the reason. After pondering for a moment, a glint of cunning flashed in Chunfeng's eyes. He put on a serious face and explained, Weren't you on a mission? I didn't want to distract you, so I didn't call. I just found out you finished, and I was about to pick up the phone myself. His words were so flawless, even he had to give himself some credit. I'm brilliant, finding a solution that quickly. Still, Tasha remained suspicious. You knew I was on a mission? Of course, Chunfeng replied without missing a beat. I went to the S.H.I.E.L.D. office myself to ask Nick Fury about your whereabouts. He lied with the calm of a seasoned professional. All right, then I'll go ask Nick Fury myself, Tasha said. What the hell? Does she have to be this thorough? Chunfeng hadn't expected her to be so meticulous. His heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. I just miss you so much. I want to hear your voice all the time. Besides, Nick Fury's probably resting right now. Let's not bother him. No worries, I have 2 phones, Tasha replied. That nearly made Chunfeng want to curse out loud. What the hell? Who brings 2 phones on a mission? Fury must be out of his mind. Doesn't that just make things more dangerous? Chunfeng's mind raced, neurons firing at a frantic pace. Wait, that's it. I can slip into the void, move even faster than an electromagnetic pulse. I'll get there before Tasha does. Without another second's hesitation, a rift tore open beside Chunfeng, and in the next instant, he stepped into S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. But Nick Fury was nowhere to be seen. At that very moment, Tasha had already dialed Nick's number. Smiling, she spoke into her other phone. My night, now's your chance to explain. If you do a good job, I'll hang up right now. She was clearly confident Chunfeng would be nervous, and her words left little room for escape. Chunfeng kept his cool. Why wouldn't I be honest, darling? Every word I said is true. As he spoke, he silently mouthed the question to Agent Hill, asking for Nick Fury's location. A seasoned, sharp agent like her had no trouble reading his lips. Just as she was about to answer, Chunfeng quickly pressed a finger to his lips, signaling everyone to stay absolutely quiet. For reasons they couldn't explain, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. office fell into a hushed silence at Chunfeng's gesture. Even their breathing became more measured. Agent Hill reacted instantly, pointing in a direction and mouthing her reply as well. After getting the answer he wanted, Chunfeng flashed an OK gesture, then vanished with a swift motion, slipping once more into the void and disappearing before all the agents' eyes. Only then did everyone finally exhale, letting their breaths return to normal. They glanced at each other, their eyes wide with amazement and disbelief. Such an extraordinary, almost unimaginable ability left the assembled S.H.I.E.L.D. agents utterly stunned. Just now, it seemed the voice on the phone belonged to Natasha, Hill thought, her suspicion lingering as she recalled that all-too-familiar sound. The next moment, Chen Feng arrived in a room marked Do Not Disturb, where at last he saw Nick Fury. At that moment, Fury was just about to answer the call from Natasha. Spotting Chen Feng, Nick Fury's eyes widened in shock, his face full of surprise. He was about to ask a question, but Chen Feng quickly placed a magical barrier over Fury's mouth, preventing him from saying a word. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Feng silently mouthed his purpose for coming, making sure Fury understood. Why isn't Fury answering the phone yet? On the other end, Natasha frowned at the endlessly ringing line, her heart full of suspicion. I told you already, didn't I? A voice coaxed gently. That Nick Fury guy is probably resting. I was going to ask him about your whereabouts, but maybe I'll wait until tomorrow. Let's not disturb his rest. It wouldn't be polite. Chen Feng skillfully steered the conversation away, making sure all his intended messages were clearly conveyed to Nick Fury. At last, Fury nodded, giving Chen Feng a reassuring look. Chen Feng lifted the spell from Nick Fury, who then immediately answered the phone. As for himself, Chen Feng slipped into the void again, returning home. Director, what are you doing? It took you so long to answer my call. Natasha's tone was tinged with complaint. I was handling Avenger business. Did you need something? Nick Fury replied, immediately following up with a question. Natasha got straight to the point, but Chen Feng, meanwhile, looked serene and untroubled, utterly at ease. As expected, everything played out just as Chen Feng had planned. It was seamless, his fabricated story woven perfectly into reality. Even after Natasha finally hung up, she repeated her question, her instincts sharpened by years of experience. She was certain Chen Feng was hiding something. At that moment, Chen Feng, ever the opportunist, couldn't help but tease, thick-skinned as ever. How could I possibly lie to you? Come on. How are you going to comfort my wounded heart? But I was the one who called you first. Shouldn't you be the one making it up to me? Natasha protested weakly. Since even Nick Fury had said so, there was no point in quibbling further, not when things had already gone this far. With a hint of mischief, Chen Feng grinned. All right then, how about I come over tonight and make it up to you? But right now, I'm in Florida, more than 1,600 kilometers away from New York. How are you going to get here? Chen Feng's words brought a smile to Tasha's face, but as soon as she thought about the long distance, her expression faded with a hint of disappointment. As long as you want me to, I can come over. Do you want me to? Chen Feng sounded utterly unconcerned. Of course I do. But, before Tasha could finish her sentence, a sudden rift appeared at her side, and the man she had been longing for was standing before her in the blink of an eye. I told you. As long as you want me to, Chen Feng said with a gentle smile, looking at Tasha. My night. But there was still Mindy at home. She would be waking up soon, and if she found Tasha missing, she would certainly start asking questions again. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had already left a note for Tasha, so she wouldn't worry about his whereabouts. Is he forcing me to choose? Finally, Chen Feng gave Tasha a deep look, clenching his fists as he pondered. A choice? Not for me. Only children make choices. I want them both. Giving Tasha a lingering look, Chen Feng stepped through another rift and disappeared. When he returned home, Mindy was still fast asleep. No doubt she was worn out from all the fun the night before. Not wanting to disturb her, Chen Feng quietly made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. A classic American breakfast. Eggs, toast, and a glass of fresh hot milk. Simple as they were, under Chen Feng's hands, these foods filled the air with an irresistible aroma. Chen Feng, what delicious thing are you making now? With drowsy eyes and still in her cute pajamas, Mindy wandered sleepily into the living room. Chen Feng chuckled. Little bug, you're finally up. Go brush your teeth and wash up. Breakfast is ready. A simple breakfast, but thanks to Chen Feng's touch and presence, Mindy's face was adorned with a blissful smile throughout the meal. It was the weekend. Mindy still had to go to school, even though she was clearly reluctant and wanted nothing more than to spend time with Chen Feng. But with Chen Feng's gentle insistence, Mindy finally gave in and obediently went off to her classes. After seeing Mindy off, Chen Feng began to ponder how to handle the relationship between Mindy and Tasha. Mindy and Tasha would have to learn to get along. For Chen Feng, this wasn't much of a challenge. With a bit of thought and a touch of his unique charm, he believed he could help them live in harmony. The beaches here were beautiful, among the best in America. Because of that, every year, countless people came here for vacation. On the way, Mindy kept shooting sharp glances at Tasha, clearly unhappy with Chen Feng's decision. As for Tasha, she remained unbothered. Having weathered the storms of adulthood, she was hardly one to quarrel with a little girl. Chun Feng himself had lost count of how many times he'd been with her, yet this little Mindy was still just a child. So, when Tasha noticed the resentment burning in Mindy's eyes, she simply smiled at Chun Feng instead. Catching the look Tasha gave him, Chun Feng felt quite pleased with her attitude. Now, the only thing left to deal with was Mindy, this little girl who had only just entered her teenage years. Unable to stand the constant exchange of glances and subtle flirtation between Chun Feng and Tasha, Mindy finally burst out, clearly annoyed. Chun Feng, I don't want to go to Miami anymore. I want to go home. Chun Feng tried to comfort her. Mindy, we're almost in Miami now, and the car is nearly out of gas. There's no way we can make it back today. This is the most critical moment. Once we get through it, everything will be much easier from here on out. All right, fine. As soon as Mindy heard this, she turned her head away, her cheeks puffed out in a sulk, and a wave of silent indignation filled the car. It was obvious to everyone present. She's still so young. Once Mindy sees the scenery of Miami for herself, she'll change her mind, Tasha said with a gentle, sunlit smile from the side. She could tell that Chun Feng was hoping to improve the relationship between herself and Mindy. For the sake of her night, Tasha was willing to put in the effort. I'm not a kid anymore. I'm already 14. Mindy suddenly protested, as if determined to prove herself. You're not little. You're really not. Chun Feng quickly chimed in, trying to smooth things over while also casting a quick glance at Mindy's changing figure. This little girl had been maturing rapidly lately. She was definitely coming into her own. On the drive, Chun Feng and Tasha could both sense Mindy's moodiness, but thankfully the atmosphere remained manageable, and they finally arrived at the Miami coast. Their first goal in coming here was clear. Chun Feng's intention was to ease the tension between the two girls, but his other motive was to enjoy the sight of Natasha in a bikini, something he had been looking forward to. As for Mindy, honestly, Chun Feng hadn't given it much thought. Yet now, seeing things unfold, he realized she might just surprise him. A refreshing sea breeze swept through, lifting the hem of Tasha's bohemian dress and revealing her perfectly proportioned, curvaceous figure. Even though he had seen Tasha's body countless times before, every glimpse still stunned Chun Feng, as if it were the first time. There's always something new, something astonishing. Tasha had a way of revealing fresh sides of herself unexpectedly. That was one of the reasons Chun Feng found her so captivating. Mindy grunted coldly, catching the look in Chun Feng's eyes. I could do it too. I have a figure like that. I can catch your eye as well. With this thought burning in her heart, Mindy slipped away from Chun Feng's side. When she returned, she was dressed in an outfit that drew every gaze in the area. Chun Feng was left utterly astonished. What on earth is going on in this little girl's head? Tasha walked over to Chun Feng, took his hand, and said, Chun Feng, let's go to the beach. Mindy, of course, refused to be outdone. She grabbed Chun Feng's other hand, her eyes showing a determination that matched Tasha's. Pain mixed with a hint of joy. That was the best way to describe what Chun Feng was feeling at that moment. Their 2-day trip to Miami seemed overshadowed by dark clouds. The two of them had been at odds the entire time. Yet, as the days passed, the distance between them gradually shrank. Chun Feng worked tirelessly to ease the tension, and his efforts certainly made a difference. With this journey now behind them, Chun Feng had already begun planning their next adventure. In the days that followed, Chun Feng would, either intentionally or unintentionally, invite both of them out together. As their outings became more frequent, and as Chun Feng confessed his feelings with increasing sincerity, he felt as if a weight had finally lifted from his heart. All at once, his body and mind felt light, and even his breathing came easier. SHIELD headquarters. Nick Fury stared anxiously at the cryogenic chamber before him, his expression grave. Begin. Nick Fury gave the command. Immediately, the SHIELD technicians beside him activated the machinery. Rogers, you have to wake up. Nick Fury clenched his fists. He trusted modern technology, but deep down, he was still incredibly tense. Time seemed to fly by. Inside the cryogenic chamber, the icy chill that enveloped Rogers slowly faded away. It looked as if he was about to awaken. Where am I? Slowly opening his eyes, Rogers gazed at the strange surroundings, his mind a blur. He had been frozen for far too long. Most of his memories were now a hazy jumble. In the vast, boundless depths of the universe, on a shadowy, desolate planet, Loki eyed the imposing figure before him and asked coolly, Are you sure you'll help me return to Asgard? The tall figure let out a cold, confident chuckle. Of course. Asgardian, the Tesseract has awakened. All you need to do is help me seize it. The throne of Asgard will be yours. At the same time, the figure handed Loki a staff that shimmered with light and went on, The Chitauri will be there to assist you. Don't disappoint me. With that, the figure vanished into the darkness. On the empty, shadowy planet, only Loki remained, gazing at the staff in his hand. Thor. Chun Fong. The throne of Asgard. Just you wait. Before long, Loki, too, left that forsaken world, his eyes blazing with a furious desire for revenge. Mindy, time for school. Your sister Tasha is off on a mission today, so I'll be taking you. Chun Fong gave Mindy a playful pat, a smug grin spreading across his face. After more than 4 months of, let's say, guidance, he'd finally managed to bring Tasha and Mindy's relationship to the state he wanted. Especially after that bold, commanding declaration of his. Both Mindy and Chun Fong were taken aback, and then a heartfelt, deeply moving confession became the decisive turning point. Especially in the past couple of days, Natasha had even come to Chun Feng's home to live together with Mindy. What delighted Chun Feng was that Mindy took the initiative to talk with Natasha. Sometimes, the two girls would share secrets, whispering in ways that excluded him entirely. Because of this, Chun Feng felt a mixture of joy and worry, unable to help but be a little exasperated. Still, resolving the conflict between the two of them was, in itself, something worth celebrating. Has Sister Peisha already left? Mindy's eyes were wide with longing for home, and her tone carried a hint of disappointment. Chun Feng smiled and said, yes, she has a mission she needs to complete. Mindy sighed, then slowly curled back up under the covers. Without Super Sister Peisha around, she didn't even feel like going to school. Watching this scene, Chun Feng could only smile helplessly. Their bond was so close. But perhaps there were downsides to that intimacy as well. Elsewhere, inside a secret shield facility, Dr. Eric was conducting tests on the energy of the cosmic cube. Suddenly, the cube's energy surged and shifted violently, sending a wave of invisible yet tangible terror bursting skyward, rippling through the entire base and leaving everyone shaken. Hearts pounded wildly as, with grave expressions, they all turned to stare at the cosmic cube. Director, the cube suddenly emitted a surge of energy on its own. The energy is still climbing, and it could erupt at any moment. It seems to have been triggered by something. Coulson immediately reported the situation to Nick Fury, awaiting his decision. The moment Nick Fury heard the news, his expression changed dramatically. He barked out orders. Evacuate all personnel from the base as fast as possible, and transfer the prototype of Phase 2 that's still in development. Move it now. I'm heading there immediately. Giving his hurried instructions, Nick Fury rushed toward the secret base. Once he arrived and got out of the car, he was greeted by Coulson. Nick Fury nodded in acknowledgement. He went straight to the point. How's the evacuation of personnel and the prototype coming along? Most of the staff have been evacuated, and the prototype is still being transported, Coulson reported truthfully. What? Nick Fury looked as if he was about to lose his temper, but managed to hold it in. With a darkened expression, he scolded, Agent Coulson, when the cube's energy fluctuated, you should have started evacuating people and moving the prototype right away, not waited for my orders. Sometimes you have to learn to read the situation and adapt quickly. The reprimand, sharp and uncompromising, made Coulson's face darken with displeasure. Inside, he felt a twinge of resentment. Even if I'd given the order immediately, the result wouldn't have been much different. But Coulson kept these thoughts to himself, swallowing them down. After all, Nick Fury was his direct superior, and given how urgent the situation was, it was understandable for him to speak that way. Dr. Eric, do you know what the problem is? As soon as Nick Fury caught sight of Dr. Eric, he hurried after him. The doctor replied with a grave expression. The Tesseract itself is an energy source. At the moment, we can only detect the small amount of gamma radiation it emits, but we don't yet have the technology or means to control it. Hearing this, Nick Fury couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. He turned to Hawkeye at his side and asked, has anything unusual happened? No one's had any issues, Hawkeye responded. I suspect, since the Tesseract is a gateway to the other side of the universe, whoever's behind this may not be on our side of the door, but waiting behind it. The moment Hawkeye spoke, Nick Fury's eyes lit up with sudden understanding. He quickly approached the Tesseract. It was at that very instant. A surge of energy from the Tesseract began to spike. A massive wave of power pulsed forth, and a flash of blue light burst out, opening a gateway to the cosmos. Loki stepped through the portal, scepter in hand, a wicked smile on his lips that sent a chill down everyone's spine. Everyone, get out of here now! Nick Fury barked, drawing his sidearm and leveling it at Loki. Drop your weapon, he ordered, his voice ringing with authority. Loki merely sneered at Nick Fury, utterly unfazed. In that case, don't blame me for what happens next, alien. Fury's gaze hardened with resolve as he squeezed the trigger. But before he could act, a beam of energy, faster than his reflexes, shot out. In a split second, it struck Fury, hurling him across the room and into the shadows of a distant corner, his fate uncertain. Director, Hawkeye shouted, snapping to attention. He knocked an arrow to his bow, ready to fire, but another burst of energy blasted the bow from his hands before he could release. Hawkeye looked at Loki with a mix of confusion and apprehension, unable to fathom why Loki had spared him. Around them, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents drew their pistols, aiming at Loki and preparing to open fire. But the next moment, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from the scepter. Everyone was overwhelmed by the terrifying force and collapsed to the ground. Loki strolled over to Hawkeye and Dr. Eric with a satisfied smile. "I need 2 assistants," he declared. In an instant, a ghostly red energy flowed from the scepter, instantly seizing control of Dr. Eric and Hawkeye. With his new thralls under his sway, Loki strode to the Tesseract, scooped it into a case, and vanished from the base without a trace. Sometime later, cough cough, Nick Fury slowly dragged himself up from the ground. Years of military discipline had left him with the habit of always wearing a bulletproof vest. Luckily, it had saved his life this time. Watching as the Tesseract was taken away, Nick Fury gripped his communicator and called Coulson. "The Tesseract has been stolen by the enemy. From this moment on, the war has begun." On the other end of the line, Fury's grave words sent Coulson into a sudden, thoughtful silence. There was no need to say more. The power Loki had just displayed far exceeded anything any agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. could handle. "Coulson, I need you to act quickly. The Avengers Initiative must be completed in the shortest possible time." From the other end of the communicator, Fury's stern voice echoed again, urgency lacing every word. "Yes, sir. What do you need me to do?" "Everyone, we have lost the Tesseract. And worse, it's in the hands of an Asgardian. I am certain even greater threats are coming, perhaps even more terrifying than Odin's invasion." Nick Fury stared at the holographic images before him, his expression solemn and resolute. "The Avengers must be formed, no matter what." "Fury, you're really going to rely on those monsters? That's a force you can't control. Even if they can deal with the Asgardians, what happens after? Don't forget the destruction Hulk caused last time in New York." A senator, eyes narrowed with skepticism, immediately rejected Nick's plan. But Nick Fury remained unfazed, calmly persuading them. "The most urgent matter is this. An Asgardian god has declared war on us. We cannot expect his kin to help. Phase 2 is still under development and is completely inadequate for the crisis at hand. Our only choice is to restart the Avengers Initiative. We need to gather those extraordinary individuals to face this threat. Otherwise, we'll be watching as America, and even the entire human world, is destroyed by the Asgardians." Fury's resolute and righteous declaration left the senators in heavy silence. A deathly quiet filled the room. Everyone exchanged glances, and it seemed clear, apart from assembling those superpower monsters, no other agents could handle what was coming. After further discussion, most of the senators ended up supporting Nick Fury's plan, granting him permission to proceed with the Avengers Initiative. In a dimly lit basement, Captain America, Steve Rogers, was busy practicing his punches. Having only recently awakened from the ice, he still struggled to adapt to modern life, often spending his time alone, working out in the basement. Every now and then, he would visit his former love, Peggy Carter. But time had left too many marks on her face. Between them now remained only memories of what once was. Time had changed everything. "Director, is there something you need from me?" Nick Fury appeared, walked over to Rogers, and handed him a file. With an earnest tone, he said, "Captain, it's your turn now." Rogers took the file with a hint of suspicion and began to leaf through it. Inside were the names of those selected for the Avengers Initiative. For example, there was the epic clash with the Hulk, or Tony Stark, clad in his signature Iron Man armor. Then there was Thor, wielding the mighty hammer Mjolnir. And, of course, SHLD's elite agents, Hawkeye and Natasha. Naturally, there was also a photo of Captain America, Rogers himself. "So, I was part of your plan from the very beginning?" Rogers closed the file, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Fury. "That's right, Captain. We've been searching for you all along." From the look in Rogers' eyes, Nick Fury knew he wouldn't refuse. "Damn it, I have to handle this myself? Next time, I'm definitely upgrading the suit," grumbled Tony as he repaired the power lines under Stark Tower's roof, muttering his complaints while working underwater. With the help of the laser in his palm, the repairs were soon finished. Stark Tower. It was nearly ready for its grand relaunch. Thanks to the arc reactor technology, it would soon become a self-sustaining powerhouse. Just as Tony returned to the building, he noticed Chin Feng and Mindy were there as well, and a sense of foreboding crept over him. "Tony, Chin Feng needs to talk to you." Pepper hurried over to Tony. Tony immediately looked at Chin Feng, unable to shake the uneasy smile on his friend's face. "What is it?" Tony couldn't stand this feeling. "Of course it's good news. As your friend, would I ever set you up?" Chin Feng pulled Tony aside, best not to embarrass him in front of everyone. Tony blurted out, Oh, come on. As if I'd ever trust you. With your personality, how could you not be planning something? Every single time you've set me up before, and now you're being extra friendly. There's no way this is good news. Where's my Iron Man suit upgrade? My latest weapons? I haven't even seen a prototype. Don't tell me you forgot. As he spoke, Tony's frustration was palpable, lines of stress appearing on his forehead. Chun Feng. And you say you're not trying to trick me? Damn, how did I forget about this? And now he's come looking for me himself. Tony fell silent, as if thinking up a response, but said nothing. Chun Feng wasn't in any hurry. He had plenty of time today and was happy to wait Tony out. Mr. Stark, I need a word with you, if I may. Just then, Agent Coulson showed up unannounced. No, not at all. I'm actually thrilled you're here. Tony exclaimed, as if grabbing onto a lifeline. He hurried over to Coulson, face beaming. What's up? Coulson, caught off guard by Tony's enthusiasm, instinctively took a step back. What on earth? Since when was Tony Stark this eager to talk to him? Coulson quickly brought out the Avengers Initiative file for Tony. Inside were the dossiers of all the superheroes. But both of these documents had one thing in common. Neither took Chun Feng into account. The main reason was simple. Chun Feng was simply too powerful, and they feared his presence would throw the senators into a panic. After all, he was someone who could go toe-to-toe with Odin, the king of the gods, and with his sword, wipe out every last soldier of Asgard. A man capable of standing alone against an entire nation would send more than a few senators into a state of terror, maybe even drive them to plot his destruction by any means necessary. He was simply too dangerous. Tony, I need you to understand. This is a critical moment. The Asgardians have already stolen the Cosmic Cube, and no one knows what they'll do next. Whatever it is, it's bound to be a grave threat. Maybe the entire United States won't be able to escape the consequences. Coulson's tone was grave as he spoke. Tony's attitude shifted as he listened. Originally, he'd only wanted to use Coulson as a way to get rid of Chun Feng, but now, his thoughts were changing. Coulson, Natasha should be out on a mission too, right? Chun Feng suddenly asked from his side. Coulson was caught off guard. He hadn't expected this usually cold and aloof man to take the initiative to ask him anything. That's right. Agent Natasha has her own assignment. Coulson didn't go into details. In S.H.I.E.L.D., every agent's mission was strictly confidential. Such was the organization's rule. Seeing that Coulson wasn't about to explain further, Chun Feng didn't seem to mind. All he really wanted to know was whether Natasha was involved. Chun Feng, about Natasha. I hope you won't interfere with her. Before he could finish, Chun Feng answered a call, gesturing for Coulson to be quiet. Darling, I'm heading to a poor area in India to bring Dr. Banner back. I know you fought the Hulk last time in New York, so would you come with me? Natasha's voice was gentle, tinged with a hint of hope. Chun Feng agreed without hesitation. Looking for Dr. Banner? Of course, no problem. Agent Coulson, standing off to the side, felt a little awkward. He'd just been about to warn Chun Feng not to disturb Natasha, and here Natasha was calling Chun Feng herself. Ahem. Wasn't this a classic case of meddling in other people's business? Chun Feng slipped his phone away and smiled. Well, as you all heard, I'm off to find Dr. Banner, so if you'll excuse me for now. Mindy, you stay here today with Miss Pepper, all right? I'm heading out with Natasha to complete our mission together. Chun Feng instructed Mindy. Having already taken Natasha's side, Mindy nodded obediently, looking every bit the well-behaved child. Miss Pepper, I'll leave Mindy in your care. And Tony, don't forget what I just told you. With a snap of his fingers, a rift opened in the air behind Chun Feng. Having said his piece, he stepped through and vanished from Stark Tower. Tony, Coulson, and his companion were momentarily at a loss for words. They stared at each other, wide-eyed, both seeing nothing but emptiness reflected in the other's gaze. They felt utterly drained. It seemed as if Chun Feng was born to deal with the two of them. Before long, Chun Feng arrived at Tasha's side. At that moment, she was inside a dilapidated warehouse, surrounded by a group of reckless men in black uniforms. Had she just finished dealing with them? Chun Feng glanced at one of the men in black, who lay sprawled on the ground. Of course, darling, Tasha replied without hesitation. Without another word, she leaped into Chun Feng's arms and pressed her lips passionately to his. There, in the old warehouse, the two held each other tightly, lost in a kiss that seemed to intoxicate the very air around them. Chun Feng gave Tasha's curvy hip a playful squeeze, chuckling softly. All right, little minx. Don't you still have a mission to complete? That's true, but Dr. Banner is in India now. That's quite a distance from New York, Tasha replied with a wry smile. India? Far from New York? Would something like that ever bother Chun Feng? In the past few months, even though Chun Feng hadn't drawn a hero with the full strength of an ascendant, he had managed to summon one with half that power. The Void Prophet, Malzahar. He was an elder of the Voidborn, even stronger than Cassidon. Now, Chun Feng's mastery over the power of the void had reached an even greater level. The distances he could cross and the depths he could reach within the void had improved dramatically. What's more, Chun Feng had also been practicing camouflage magic. With the progress he'd made recently, traversing space had become almost trivial. With a gesture, a rift tore open before them. Chun Feng took Tasha's hand and led her into the void. In the next instant, the two of them emerged in a shanty town somewhere in India. All around them lay reeking piles of garbage and makeshift shelters patched together from scraps of cloth. Worse even than New York's 6th District. Chun Feng couldn't imagine how Dr. Banner managed to survive in a place like this. This way, Dr. Banner is here, Tasha said, checking her watch for directions as she led Chun Feng in another direction. Soon, the two arrived at a ramshackle room and walked right in. Who are you? Seeing Tasha and Chun Feng enter, Dr. Banner looked very anxious. He shrank back, even raising his hands defensively. Don't be alarmed, Dr. Banner. We're here to invite you back to New York, Tasha quickly explained, afraid he might flee, or worse, lose his temper and turn into the Hulk. New York? No, I'm not going back now. Please, just leave, Dr. Banner replied immediately, waving his hands to refuse them outright. Natasha approached Dr. Banner slowly, her tone earnest as she said, but we need your help right now. The Tesseract has been taken by the Asgardians, and we have no idea what they plan to do with it. The gamma radiation it emits. Only you can help us find it. I'm not going back. You should leave now. Dr. Banner turned his head, making it clear that he wanted them gone. Why? Earth needs your help now, or it will be destroyed by the Asgardians. Natasha's voice rose, her emotions getting the better of her. I said I'm not going back. Dr. Banner suddenly spun around, shouting in anger. A faint green glow flickered at his neck, and his entire demeanor shifted in an instant, a surge of raw power and tension filling the air. Chun Feng quickly pulled Natasha behind him, shielding her with his own body. Meeting Chun Feng's gaze, Dr. Banner seemed to snap back to himself. He took a deep breath, working hard to calm his turbulent emotions. Just go, he said, his voice tinged with exhaustion, perhaps even defeat. He struggled to control his anger, but it was clear that, despite his efforts, his emotions could still slip beyond his control at any moment. Banner didn't want to become that monster. That creature he loathed, the one he couldn't stand to face. I can't go back to New York, he muttered to himself as he walked back into the room. Even here, I can barely control myself. If I set foot in New York, I'll become a monster for sure. It was clear how much he despised the idea of transforming into the Hulk. In truth, whenever Banner became the Hulk, he would lose all memory of what happened during that time. But every time he saw news reports of the Hulk rampaging through city after city, leaving countless innocent people in tears, fleeing from the destruction of their homes, it tore at Banner's heart. That was why he had chosen to run away from New York, to escape the place he had once brought so much harm. From beginning to end, Banner had always seen himself as a monster, a creature that brought nothing but danger and destruction to others. Even when Natasha invited him to become a hero and save the world, deep down, Banner still believed he was nothing more than a monster. Someone who only brought ruin could never be a hero. Chun Feng spoke up. What if I could teach you a way to control your anger? A way to control my anger? Banner was stunned, taken aback by Chun Feng's words as if struck by a bolt of lightning. What if you could control the Hulk? Chun Feng continued. Those words shook Dr. Banner to his core. He slowly turned to face Chun Feng, a flash of hope lighting up his eyes as he asked, Really? Can you truly teach me how to control my anger? It was obvious how desperately Dr. Banner wanted to escape the constant turmoil within himself. He longed to be in command of his own body, not at the mercy of the Hulk. When it comes to controlling anger, Chun Feng declared with confidence, I dare say I'm the best. No one else even comes close. Chun Feng spoke with absolute conviction, even without relying on the motivational wisdom or various anger management techniques from his previous life. The methods and spells he had mastered, both in the world of legalistic writing and arcane magic, offered plenty of ways to control one's rage. With just a bit of effort, if he applied these techniques to Dr. Banner, he could immediately calm his emotions and help him take control of his inner self. Chun Feng. Natasha couldn't help but worry. After all, she had witnessed Dr. Banner's transformation into the Hulk before, the kind of power that could flatten a city with ease. If Chun Feng was deceiving him, Banner might lose control and become the Hulk right here, and then things would spiral out of control. Chun Feng reassured her with certainty. Trust me, it'll be fine. Seeing Chun Feng's confident smile put Natasha a little more at ease. Having witnessed his mysterious abilities, she found herself trusting him deep down. As long as you can teach me an effective method to control my anger, I'll help you find the Celestial Court's path. Dr. Banner stated his condition. Deal. Chun Feng smiled and extended his right hand, though Banner hesitated, his hand wavering. It's all right. Since you've chosen to trust me, let's give it a try. With those words, Dr. Banner finally reached out his left hand, pressing his palm against Chun Feng's. Determined to free himself from the Hulk's influence, Banner decided to give it his all. Very good. Chun Feng didn't withdraw his hand. Instead, he began murmuring incantations under his breath. A ripple of magical energy spread through the air. Strange energies filled the room. The next moment, Banner felt a wave of clarity wash over his mind, as if a cool breeze had swept away all his troubles, leaving him in utter peace and tranquility. It was as though his soul had been placed on a deserted island. The sea wind swept in from the ocean, finally enveloping his entire being. Whether it was the sea or the wind caressing his body, every part of him felt completely at ease, a wordless pleasure flowing through him. As time passed, the wild fury that belonged to the Hulk was gradually pressed down to its lowest ebb, to the point where Banner could hardly sense its presence. It seems to be working. Combining legalistic spells with arcane magic really does make them more powerful. Chun Feng withdrew his right hand, observing Banner's peaceful expression with a satisfied nod. Excellent. Ever since mastering arcane magic, Chun Feng had been working to merge the two magical systems, and at last he had created something new. Although for now, it was only a basic fusion of rune magic and the shallowest level of arcane might, it laid a solid foundation for deeper integration in the future. Especially seeing the remarkable effect today, Chun Feng was even more excited and confident about the path ahead. Thank you. You didn't let me down. After quite a while, Dr. Banner slowly emerged from that relaxed state. He smiled. For the first time, a smile appeared on his face. Seizing the moment, Chun Feng began to share an abundance of motivational quotes and wisdom he'd learned in his previous life with Dr. Banner. All the uplifting words and classic de-stressing mantras from renowned figures he could recall. Dr. Banner listened thoughtfully, a contemplative look on his face. From his expression, it was clear that these words had struck a chord with him. Chun Feng, how come I never realized you were so knowledgeable? Natasha's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she looked at Chun Feng as if seeing him in a new light, once again overwhelmed by his charisma. There's plenty you haven't noticed yet. Not just here. One day, I'll make sure you know everything about me. Chun Feng tapped his head first, then gestured toward his lower half, giving Natasha a meaningful and mischievous look. Rascal. Caught by Chun Feng's intense gaze and those suggestive gestures, Natasha rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, her cheeks flushing scarlet. I'm ready to go with you now, but let me pack up first. Dr. Banner, oblivious to their playful banter, headed back into the house. Chun Feng shot him a look and called out, rather impatiently, Hey Bruce, didn't you say you had some good stuff here you needed to bring along? Dr. Banner paused in his tracks and scratched his head sheepishly. Well, honestly, I don't really have anything I need. Except for a couple of pairs of pants that have been with me for years. Let's go. We'll have everything you need ready for you. All you have to do is bring yourself. What had once seemed like a tricky mission for Natasha was quickly resolved with Chun Feng's help. A rift appeared before them, an opening into a void both deep and mysterious. As Dr. Banner stared in astonishment, his eyes widened with disbelief. Is this the void? That's right. Let's go. You mean S.H.I.E.L.D. has mastered technology this advanced? Dr. Banner was visibly excited, unable to hide his curiosity. S.H.I.E.L.D.? Come on, do you really think they're that capable? Chun Feng quipped in response. Dr. Banner was taken aback by the question. If it wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D., could it be Chun Feng's own ability? Come on in. Before Banner could process what was happening, Chun Feng pulled him straight into the void. In the next instant, they found themselves right inside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Once again, Chun Feng's dramatic entrance left the entire staff stunned. You again, Chun Feng. Agent Hill approached the trio, her eyes settling on Dr. Banner, whose clothes were in tatters. Again? What do you mean? Natasha's eyes lit up with curiosity, suddenly intrigued by what Hill had just said. It's nothing, really. Maybe he just misses me too much. You know how it is, Fury, that bald old man, has always wanted to pull me into his so-called Avengers. He probably talks about it all the time, so even his subordinates have been influenced. Chun Feng answered quickly, without giving anything away. I have to admit, a woman's intuition is downright terrifying. It's enough to make you feel suffocated. Natasha gave him a suspicious look, then nodded, choosing to believe him for now. Stunned. Absolutely dumbfounded. Does he have to be so bold and domineering? The staff of the Zhou Nation stared, jaws dropping. This was the first time they'd ever heard someone talk to the director like that. Impressive. Seriously impressive. Incredible, my friend. Calling him that bald old man was just about the worst possible way to refer to Nick Fury. Chun Feng coughed lightly and asked, Agent Hill, is your boss, Old Man Fury, inside? On the helicarrier, Hill replied. As soon as the words left her mouth, the three of them vanished into thin air, disappearing without a trace. Agent Hill was left standing there, looking utterly bewildered, and a whole team of staffers stared on, more shocked than they'd ever been in their lives. Everyone stood frozen in place. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng had brought Natasha Romanoff and Bruce Banner straight onto the flying helicarrier. Right now, Nick Fury was in the control room, watching as his team prepared everything. Chen Feng, what are you? Before Fury could finish, Chen Feng shot him a look that made him fall silent. Fury glanced at Natasha, standing at Chen Feng's side, and immediately understood. He turned to her and asked, Agent Romanoff, it seems your mission is complete, and this must be Dr. Banner. Nick Fury walked over to Dr. Banner, extending his right hand in welcome. I'm glad to have you join the Avengers. Banner replied earnestly, It's nothing, really. I owe it all to Mr. Chen Feng. Chen Feng? What did you do? Fury turned his head toward Chen Feng, utterly confused, completely in the dark. Good grief. What's this guy been up to behind the scenes this time? Oh, nothing special, Chen Feng replied. Just helped out a little, so Dr. Banner can control the Hulk inside him, that's all. But Chen Feng's next words left Fury utterly stunned. He stared wide-eyed. Seriously? He calls that just a little help? Come on. Helping Dr. Banner to control the Hulk inside him? There's probably no one else in the world who could pull that off. And he talks about it like it's nothing. Is he showing off? Fury felt a little crushed. He didn't want to keep talking about this with Chen Feng. It was just too much for his ego. What are you all discussing? At that moment, Captain America, Steve Rogers, walked in. Fury made the introductions. Captain, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Banner and Agent Romanoff. From now on, they'll be your teammates. Steve nodded. I've read their files. I hope we can work well together from here on out. Rogers flashed a big, bright smile. His demeanor was meticulous and disciplined, with a touch of old-fashioned efficiency that made him seem like someone straight out of the 90s. It was clear he hadn't quite adapted to the pace of modern life yet. After a brief exchange, Fury led Dr. Banner off to the science division. Tracking Loki through the gamma rays emitted by the Tesseract required Banner's expertise. Chen Feng, Natasha, and Rogers. The three of them, with a rare moment of leisure, wandered up to the deck of the helicarrier, chatting as they enjoyed the refreshing sea breeze. Soon after, the helicarrier seemed to power up, and a wild wind swept across the deck. Natasha said, We'd better head inside. Soon it'll be hard to breathe out here. Rogers glanced around and asked, Is this a submarine? Natasha gave him a knowing smile. You'll see soon enough. Moments later, a fierce gale blasted up from the sea, tossing their hair in all directions. The helicarrier slowly began to rise from the ocean surface, surging upward into the sky on a wave of tremendous energy. It was only then that Rogers understood what Natasha had meant. High above the clouds, the air thinned rapidly. Meanwhile, under Loki's control, Hawkeye finally took action. I need you to create chaos, to distract S.H.I.E.L.D. and help the Doctor acquire the material he needs for his research, iridium. Custom chaos? That's my specialty. Besides, it's time humanity got an early introduction to their new king. Loki gripped his scepter, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. In a heartbeat, the scene shifted. Loki appeared at a lavish gala. Using a device, he scanned a man's eye to bypass the security system and gain entry. The event erupted into chaos. Everyone scrambled for the exits in panic. Loki's dramatic entrance was immediately flagged by S.H.I.E.L.D., and Fury issued swift orders. Rogers, Natasha, Tony, and Chen Feng all raced toward Loki's location. At the same time, Hawkeye, receiving the transmitted data, successfully secured the iridium. As guests from the gala flooded into the street, Loki strode out after them, now clad in golden armor and a flowing cape, scepter in hand. An aura of supreme dominance radiated from him, as if he stood above all. With a mere thought, Loki cast an illusion, ensnaring everyone present, and shouted, Kneel, foolish mortals. Kneel before your new king. A terrifying power exploded outward. The air itself seemed to tremble. Crushed beneath the weight of Loki's might, everyone instinctively collapsed to the ground, unable to lift their heads. Look at yourselves. How weak, how pathetic, how utterly helpless. You humans are like rats living in the sewers, greedy and incompetent. That's why you're desperately in need of a new king, someone to lead you into a brighter future. Loki strolled into the midst of the crowd, savoring the feeling of looking down on them all. You're nothing but... An elderly man stood up, his voice trembling with fury. You despicable mortal, what did you say? Loki fixed his gaze on the old man, a cold and unsettling glint flickering in his eyes. I said you. Before he could finish, Loki's scepter suddenly flared with dazzling light. unleashing a beam of energy. But in that instant, a shield materialized before the old man, deflecting the energy blast. Well, someone brave enough to stand up has appeared. Interesting. I thought all Earth had left were cowards. Loki smirked, the corners of his mouth twisting into a mocking grin. Decades ago, I taught a lesson to another dictator. Back then, I knocked him flat on the ground. Rogers said as he strode toward Loki, raising his shield in defense. Loki flicked his scepter with ease, effortlessly blocking Rogers' attack. With a hint of sarcasm, he added, "It seems the dictator you dealt with before wasn't much of a challenge. I'm more than enough for you." Rogers replied, spinning around to get behind Loki and launching a powerful punch. But for Rogers, who had only recently awoken from his frozen slumber, his strength was still far from its peak, and he was no match for Loki. Loki's form blurred and vanished from in front of Rogers, only to reappear behind him in a flash, landing a heavy blow on his back. In a straightforward fight, Rogers was completely outclassed, constantly on the defensive. It looks like Captain America still has a long way to go before he can stand toe-to-toe with any opponent. Chun Fong stood to the side, silently watching the battle unfold. Right now, Rogers was being thoroughly beaten. It was hard to watch. In the future, Rogers would be the man who could go head-to-head with Thanos wielding all 6 Infinity Stones. But right now, the gap was simply too great. Is it time to step in? Chun Fong narrowed his eyes, focusing on a figure rushing toward them in the distance. Suddenly, a beam of energy struck Loki square in the chest. Tony, clad in his Iron Man armor, had arrived. Another little bug with no regard for his own life. Perfect. Let me show you what the new King of Earth is capable of. Loki sneered, looking disdainfully at Tony hovering in the air, his scepter glowing brilliantly. A dense and powerful energy beam coalesced, then blasted forth with tremendous force. Even with the Iron Man suit, Tony couldn't withstand the attack. Sparks and fire burst from his chest plate. He was sent plummeting from the sky, crashing hard onto a distant street. Pitiful ants, do you really think you can defeat the great and mighty Loki, god of mischief? Loki cast a mocking glance at Rogers and Tony. Both collapsed on the ground. Damn it, I was just starting to get serious. Suddenly, Tony soared up from the ground, the energy repulsor on his chest blazing with dazzling light. A tremendous explosion echoed through the air. In an instant, a terrifying beam of energy burst forth, sucking the air dry wherever it passed. A monstrous shockwave swept outward, shaking everything in its path. Oof, how arrogant! Loki let out a cold, disdainful snort. From his scepter surged a surge of savage energy, forming a shimmering barrier before him. When Tony's repulsor blast struck the shield, the energy was completely absorbed, vanishing without a trace. In the blink of an eye, just a heartbeat, the energy barrier shot back a powerful beam, slamming directly into Tony. He barely had time to react before the force overwhelmed him, sending him crashing down. White smoke curled from his armor as sparks danced and electricity crackled and fizzled. Loki laughed. Getting hit by your own repulsor. How's that feel? Quite the thrill, isn't it? Against Loki, the god of mischief, Tony's unupgraded Iron Man armor was no match at all. Just like Captain America, he was utterly outmatched, completely overpowered. Frontal armor 60% damaged, propulsion system offline, energy system compromised. Jarvis immediately reported the damage from inside the suit. Damn it, Tony cursed under his breath. He wanted to take flight again, but it was already impossible. All he could do was force himself to his feet, sparks leaping from every joint of the battered suit. If only the Mark 7 wasn't still in testing, he would have shown this arrogant Asgardian a thing or two. So, you pathetic ants, don't think anyone's coming to save you. To me, all humans are nothing but lowly, insignificant creatures. Loki strode among the fallen, towering above them with chilling indifference. His gaze swept across each face, brimming with mockery and contempt. From this day on, I, Loki, the great god of mischief, will be your one and only king. I will lead you toward a brighter future. Spreading his arms wide, Loki basked in the feeling of absolute superiority. Stop dreaming and crawl back to Asgard where you belong. Tony's voice was sharp with fury. The last reserve of energy in his armor gathered in the palm of his hand. But before Tony could strike, Loki moved first. With a flick of the scepter, he unleashed a blast that hurled Tony violently into a distant skyscraper. The sound of shattering glass and crumbling stone echoed across the city, filling the fallen heroes with dread, their bodies trembling uncontrollably in fear. Still struggling, little bug? Loki turned, aiming at the charging Rogers, and sent him flying with a brutal blow. Collapsed on the ground, Rogers felt a sharp pain in his chest, every breath becoming a struggle. Do you see now? This is what you call your so-called superheroes. Yet before my great evil god, they are nothing but shadows, easily swept away. None of them can take even a single blow. Loki strode over to the old man who had just stood up and cursed him, and a surge of murderous intent as vast as the heavens swept out from him, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. It is the most effective way to assert authority. If I were you, I would let that old man go. Just as Loki gripped the old man's throat and lifted him high into the air, Chun Feng stepped out from the darkness. Another fool who's not afraid of death, I see. Loki turned around, lowering his head to speak, but before he could finish, his eyes suddenly widened. Shock. Utter shock. He stared blankly at the all-too-familiar face before him, frozen in place. Perhaps Loki himself didn't even realize that, deep in his eyes, a trace of fear flickered. So it's you, Chun Feng. Loki's face darkened, his expression turning ugly, and in a flash, he recalled their battle on the Bifrost Bridge. Back then, Chun Feng had done the very same thing, lifting him high by the throat. It was as if time had rewound itself, yesterday's scene repeating before his eyes. But I've obtained the scepter's power from him. I have no reason to fear Chun Feng anymore. Loki thought of the towering figure on that distant planet, glanced at the scepter in his hand, and suddenly felt a surge of confidence that chased away his fear. This was it, his confidence to defeat Chun Feng. Today is not like yesterday. I advise you to kneel before me and beg for mercy. Perhaps then, I might spare your life. A sharp glint flashed in Loki's eyes as he forced a confident smile. Oh, so, after wandering the universe, you finally have the courage to challenge me. Chun Feng's gaze was playful. When Loki saw Chun Feng's expression, his heart grew heavy. For some reason, a faint unease crept in. A breath. In the next instant, a gentle breeze swept by, and Chun Feng's figure vanished without a trace. A burst of white light exploded. A sword light, cold and swift as lightning, flashed through the air. Along with it, a devastating aura surged forth, as if it could tear the heavens asunder. Loki had felt this aura before, but now, experiencing it again, he realized it had become even more terrifying. Impossible! Loki roared in fury, channeling the surging energy within the scepter to form a barrier. At the same time, a tremendous energy beam blasted forth. Overpowering, crushing, domineering, an unstoppable force. With a casual stroke, the sword aura swept across the world, shattering the oncoming energy beam in an instant. One strike to rend the heavens and earth. That overwhelming power rampaged through everything, tearing all energy apart. How could he be this strong? Loki stared in horror at the collapsing energy before him, his face drained of color. A thought to flee sprang up in his mind. But Chun Feng gave him no such chance. The energy shield shattered. That single strike landed squarely on Loki. A surge of immense power exploded forth, and the golden armor Loki wore shattered instantly, fragmenting and dissolving into fine dust that vanished into the air. He crashed to the ground like a fallen shell, his whole figure somber and beaten. A thunderous boom echoed as clouds of dust billowed. Debris scattered everywhere. A spiderweb of cracks spread out from a gaping crater in the earth. Countless fissures radiated in all directions, as if the entire land were about to break apart. I told you, you're nothing but a weakling. Chun Feng looked down at Loki with contempt in his eyes. He stood like a king, his presence pressed down on the world itself. In his calm gaze, a chilling aura emanated, as though he regarded everything beneath him. Listen, the man sprawled on the ground finally managed to lift his head, staring blankly at Chun Feng before him, utterly stunned and unable to speak. Lost for words. The entire scene was left speechless. An alien, an Asgardian god, utterly defeated, unable even to fight back. Everyone was stunned. Roger stared at Chun Feng in shock, sinking into deep thought. Chun Feng. There had been no mention of him in the files. And Nick Fury had never really spoken to Rogers about Chun Feng's true power. He was too strong. With strength like this, there was hardly anyone who could compare. Silence. The scene fell completely quiet. Everything had ended with a single blow from Chun Feng. Everyone stared at him in awe and disbelief, shaken to their core, unable to find words. And what about that little deer, Bambi? Did it run off again? At that moment, Tony finally flew out from the building, arriving a bit late. He looked around for the now missing Loki, then glanced suspiciously at Chun Feng and Rogers. Neither of them paid Tony any attention, which made him a little annoyed. Damn it! He could accept it from Chun Feng. But Rogers? Weren't they supposed to be a team? Wasn't mutual support the whole point? Just then, a figure struggled up from the rubble and slowly made his way over to the group. And who could it be but our great god of mischief, now looking utterly pathetic? Tony approached Loki, the energy cannon in his palm aimed directly at him. Loki flashed a strange, almost mocking smile, and said calmly, "I surrender. Finally realized you couldn't beat us, huh? You should have done this from the start and saved yourself the beating." Hearing Loki surrender, Tony put on a smug face, as if he'd forgotten he'd been battered by Loki just moments before. Once Loki had been restrained, the three of them left the scene and returned to the jet piloted by Natasha. "Looks like you've completed your mission," Natasha said, casting a glance at the shackled Loki. But something was off. The calm, composed look on Loki's face was nothing like how a capture man should appear. Years of experience as a spy gave Natasha an immediate sense of foreboding. After locking Loki up, Chun Feng went off to flirt with Natasha, leaving Rogers and Tony, who still weren't getting along, behind. "Wait a minute, I think there's something seriously wrong with Loki getting captured. None of this adds up." His expression told me for sure there was definitely something fishy going on. After all, Rogers was a soldier who had lived through World War II. He was especially sharp when it came to reading people and situations. He immediately sensed that something was off. Tony wasn't convinced. What's so suspicious about it? He just lost to me, couldn't beat me, and got captured. That's all there is to it. Nothing strange. A conspiracy? Trouble? Impossible. No way. What I saw was simply Loki, battered and defeated, surrendering on the ground. Tony couldn't care less. As a veteran of World War II, I'm telling you seriously, there's definitely something wrong with Loki, Rogers insisted, pressing Tony for an answer. "I think you spent too much time lifting weights, and it scrambled your brain," Tony shot back, unwilling to waste his time on what he saw as a pointless debate. Natasha glanced at Chun Feng. "Do you think those two can ever get along? They're going to be on the same team in the future. If they can't even get along, how can we expect them to fight side by side? What does it matter to us? As long as I can protect you, that's enough for me," Chun Feng said, moving closer to Natasha and giving her a playful squeeze. She felt wonderful in his arms. Just then, the jet suddenly lurched, as if something heavy had landed on it from above. "Did someone just land on us?" Natasha said in surprise, glancing at the ceiling, her face tense. Chun Feng smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry. I'm right here, aren't I?" He gently stroked Natasha's cheek, and she gradually relaxed. Yes, with him around, there was nothing to be afraid of. Even if the jet exploded, it wouldn't be a problem. A thunderous crash rang out, and a flash of red shot through the jet's cargo hatch. The figure moved so fast that, apart from Chun Feng, no one could see who it was. "This is private property. No unauthorized entry," Tony shouted, aiming the energy cannon in his palm at the red figure, his voice stern. Clang! A hammer slammed hard into Tony's armor, sending him flying aside. Then the newcomer grabbed the captive Loki and immediately soared out of the jet. In the blink of an eye, the man in red and Loki both vanished from sight. "Damn hammer!" Tony, knocked aside, was fuming. Furious, he quickly suited up in his latest Iron Man armor and chased after the red-clad man and Loki. "Cap, I really think you should stay out of this. Their power is way beyond what you can handle," Natasha cautioned, watching Rogers fasten his parachute. "I'll be fine. I know what I'm doing," Rogers replied politely, stepping to the hatch and leaping out without hesitation. "These people, none of them follow orders," Tasha sighed. Chun Feng chuckled. "Maybe letting them have a fight will sort things out. You know how it is. Men's friendships are often forged with their fists." "Indeed, many deep bonds are born on the battlefield," Natasha pleaded. "Chun Feng, let's go take a look. I just can't shake this feeling of unease." Chun Feng relented. "All right then." After landing their aircraft at a certain spot, Chun Feng opened a portal and stepped through it with Natasha close behind. On the shadowy mountainside, Thor had stopped here with Loki. "Thor, how did you get to Earth? Wasn't the Bifrost destroyed?" Loki looked at Thor, his eyes filled with suspicion. "By all accounts, with the Bifrost gone, no one should be able to leave Asgard. Father used all his strength to send me to Earth," Thor explained, then continued. "Loki, the Tesseract is here. I need to take you and it back to Asgard. You must miss Mother and Asgard too, don't you?" At Thor's words, Loki shrugged indifferently, his voice cold. "Asgard? That place means nothing to me now. I've seen a world beyond anything I knew. I've found a greater power. I've uncovered the secrets of the Tesseract. With it, I will rule the Earth." At that moment, Thor grew thoughtful. He now realized someone mysterious was helping Loki from the shadows. "Loki, come back to Asgard with me. The power of the Tesseract is beyond your control." Thor tried to persuade him, but Loki, consumed by madness, wouldn't listen. His plan was already halfway to completion. All he needed was a little more time to fully harness the Tesseract's energy and open countless portals. Then, his reign over Earth would truly begin. "Listen to me, brother." Before Thor could finish, Tony Stark shot through the air and slammed into him, sending Thor flying. I'm listening, Loki sneered, watching Thor vanish from sight, his words dripping with mockery. Having been knocked down the mountain into a dense forest, Thor's eyes flashed with anger as he shouted, "Mortal, stay out of this. This is an Asgardian affair. It has nothing to do with you, and you have no right to interfere." Tony, unfazed, grinned. "Hey kid, just because you're wearing your mom's cape doesn't mean you can play Shakespeare. I suggest you hand over the Tesseract and drag Loki back to your Asgard. Do that, and maybe I'll go easy on you." Tony's blunt words completely ignited Thor's fury. Arrogant. Absolutely arrogant. A mere mortal, daring to unleash his fury before him. The mighty Thor, son of Odin. Rage soared to the heavens. Thor let out a booming shout, and with all his might, hurled Mjolnir. Before Tony could even react, a metallic crash rang out as the hammer struck the Iron Man suit. Crash! Tony was sent flying by a terrifying, overwhelming force. He smashed into the ground, the screech of tearing metal echoing through the air, carving a long, narrow trench nearly 100 meters in length. Warning, suit integrity compromised. Immediate repairs required. Jarvis's voice sounded in Tony's ears. Tony frowned. He had clearly underestimated the strength of this giant. "Mortal, that was but the slightest warning. Next time, it won't be so simple." Without so much as a glance at Tony, Thor retrieved his hammer and prepared to leave in search of Loki. An earth-shaking explosion erupted. A wave of scorching heat washed over the battlefield. Suddenly, an energy blast shot out from behind Thor, striking him squarely and sending him tumbling through the air. "Asgardian, consider this your warning. Hand over the Tesseract and take Loki off this planet." Tony soared upward, launching himself after Thor. The clash of metal rang out. A sharp, ringing clang filled the air as Thor swung Mjolnir, colliding with Tony's armored arm. Sparks flared, igniting the very air around them. A piercing shockwave rippled outward. The entire forest trembled, shuddering beneath the force of their battle. "Mortal, don't push me, or will be your death." Thor roared in anger, raining blow after blow onto Tony's Iron Man suit with his hammer. He had come to Earth only to reclaim Loki and the Tesseract, not to waste time with these meddlesome humans. "Hand over the Tesseract, and I'll let you walk away." Tony sneered and fired a repulsor blast from his palm, followed by a barrage from his shoulder-mounted cannon. Boom! Boom! Dirt flew, trees toppled. The relentless explosions and thunderous blasts filled the woods. It was only through this ferocious firepower that Tony managed to hold his own against Thor. But with every clash, his Iron Man's suit grew more damaged, and it was clear he couldn't keep this up for much longer. Thor swung Mjolnir once more. He struck Tony with brutal force. By now, Tony's energy reserves were depleted. He could only raise his arms to shield himself, barely managing to weather the attack. A dim glow flickered in his palm as he fired another repulsor blast. But this time, it was much weaker, its power all but spent, barely troubling Thor at all. He was hurled away, like a puppet with its strings cut, plummeting from the sky to the ground. Sparks crackled. Lightning danced. Thor's figure flickered as he kept close behind Tony, the cold gleam of Mjolnir flashing in his hand, arcs of electricity dancing along its surface. "Mortal, I warned you already." Suddenly, Thor's speed surged, overtaking Tony in an instant, raising his hammer with an overwhelming force, ready to bring it crashing down. Boom! A heavy shock reverberated. A shield, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, collided with Thor's hammer in a sudden, resounding clash. Asgardian, step away from him. Rogers leapt out from the dense forest, catching his shield as it returned to him. "And who are you?" Thor paused, gripping Mjolnir tightly as he looked suspiciously at Rogers, dressed in his star-spangled uniform. Rogers stood directly before Thor, not answering the question, but countering instead. "What exactly are you here for?" A hint of anger showed on Thor's face. "I'm here to put an end to Loki's schemes." Though Thor had come to retrieve the Tesseract and capture Loki, at heart, his mission was also to aid humanity. He hadn't expected Tony to be so difficult, determined to turn a simple matter into such a mess. "Then show it with your actions. Put the hammer down," Rogers said, pointing at Mjolnir in Thor's grip. He had no idea what a grave mistake those words were. "No, that's a terrible idea. He loves that hammer more than anything," Tony muttered from the side. From the file Shield had shown him after the Battle of Stuttgart, Tony already understood the significance and importance of Mjolnir to Thor. But now it was too late. Several towering trees stood nearby. "You want me to put down my hammer?" Thor's voice thundered, filled with displeasure. It was clear Thor was angry now, muscles taut and bristling with energy. No one tells him to put down his hammer. No one. Thor stomped the ground and leapt high, raising Mjolnir overhead as arcs of lightning crackled and flashed. With unstoppable force, he brought it down toward Rogers. A tremendous crash. Energy exploded with a deafening roar. For a moment, the mountains shuddered, the earth trembled, and the tall trees all toppled. A blinding light, bright as day, burst forth, illuminating the entire mountain range. A terrifying wave of energy swept out, flattening everything within 1,000 meters, leaving nothing but scorched earth. Yet Roger's shield, impossibly, held firm against Thor's attack. It even sent Thor flying backward. Chun Feng, shielding Natasha nearby, glanced at the shield with a flicker of awe in his eyes. Soon after, Thor climbed to his feet, staring at the unscathed Rogers in disbelief, his face a mixture of shock and astonishment. How is this possible? How are you, a mere mortal, completely unharmed? The words tumbled from his lips in utter disbelief. Even the frost giants of Jotunheim could not have withstood such a blow. Yet here was a mortal, effortlessly blocking it with just a shield. Are you kidding me? I'm not that guy, Chun Feng. I don't believe it. A shadow clouded Thor's heart. He refused to accept the truth. Gripping Mjolnir, he prepared to strike again. Hey kid, how about we talk this out? Tony now stood shoulder to shoulder with Rogers, palm raised, repulsor beam aimed squarely at Thor. And you, a mere mortal, what gives you the right to stand in my way? Thor's gaze was cold, lightning crackling menacingly along his hammer once more. Then what if I tell you to stop, will you? At last, Chun Feng stepped forward. His calm eyes and tranquil tone seemed to place him above all others, radiating an aura of unshakable authority. He exuded a kingly dominance that overshadowed everyone. Chun Feng, Thor, recognizing the newcomer, froze for a moment. His face twitched, and without a second thought, he lowered Mjolnir. Rogers and Tony, too, relaxed, letting their weapons fall to their sides. Under the weight of Chun Feng's imposing gaze, the three men all quieted down, one after another. Natasha, who had followed Chun Feng, now stepped forward to address the trio. Gentlemen, we're all on the same side now. Dealing with Loki and the Tesseract together is what truly matters. As expected, Natasha's words gave Thor pause. After a brief moment of reflection, he nodded his agreement. He put Mjolnir away. Let's find Loki, return to the helicarrier, and discuss our next steps, Natasha said, glancing subtly at Thor's movements. Fine. I have no wish to stir up more trouble. I just want to bring Loki and the Tesseract back to Asgard. If we can work together, I have no objection. Thor agreed, his voice steady. Watching Natasha resolve the standoff with just a few words, Chun Feng couldn't help but marvel. It's true. When a beautiful woman steps in, even the toughest conflicts are quickly settled. If it were just Thor, Rogers, and Tony here, they'd probably fight until the sky turned dark. Yet even Chun Feng himself failed to realize that he was the real reason this battle had been halted. With a snap of his fingers, a crack of shadow split the air before Chun Feng. All five of them stepped through together, vanishing in an instant. They reappeared midway up the mountain. Loki was still there, surprisingly enough. He hadn't even tried to run. Thor, you're back. You hadn't finished what you were saying earlier, Loki said, eyeing Thor with a sly, knowing look. The tension was unmistakable. Loki, hand over the Tesseract. You have no chance of winning. Thor's expression was grave, eyes locked on Loki. You're asking me about the Tesseract? Who knows where it is, Thor? Loki replied with a sly smile, his intentions unreadable. It was clear he had something else in mind. Tasha fixed her gaze, completely unfazed by Loki's words, and said bluntly, take him back first. Shield will make him talk. After bringing Loki back to the battleship, the group quickly arrived at the helicarrier. Lock him up. I'll interrogate him myself later, Fury ordered as he watched Loki being escorted in, his brows furrowing slightly. Loki still wore a relaxed expression, smiling indifferently at Nick Fury as if nothing could faze him. I hope that when we finally talk, our conversation will be most enjoyable. I promise you won't be disappointed, Fury replied in a low, steady voice. Soon after, Loki was led into the glass cell designed to hold the Hulk. The security measures here were extremely tight. No matter how powerful his divine abilities, he couldn't break through that glass cell by force. Now, then, Captain, Chun Feng, Agent Romanoff, Thor, Tony, Bruce, I want you all to stay here. I'll go interrogate Loki, Fury said, glancing at the team before leaving alone. Loki, tell me why you stole the Tesseract, and why you surrendered yourself here. Otherwise, with the press of my finger, you'll drop from 20,000 meters in the sky, straight down. Fury fixed his stern gaze on Loki inside the glass cell, his threat cold and unmistakable. From the very beginning, Loki had been playing games with him, not revealing a single piece of useful information, weaving stories to cover his true intentions. Fury's patience was wearing dangerously thin. Instead, Loki only laughed and asked, "Then why do you want the power of the Tesseract? Are you planning to share infinite energy with all mankind? Don't kid yourself." Fury stared back at Loki, saying nothing more, but his eyes betrayed a subtle, thought-provoking look. Did I hit the mark? Loki mused to himself, seeing Fury's silence. You want to use the Tesseract's power to create an even more devastating weapon, don't you? Hey, leaving so soon? Next time you come, I hope you'll be better prepared. Nick Fury locked eyes with Loki for a long moment, then turned and left without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the conference room, putting aside Shin Feng, the outsider, all the Avengers were gathered. No, wait, one was still missing, Hawkeye, who was under Loki's control. I have a feeling Loki's stalling for time. Thor, do you know why? Rogers asked from his seat. Thor pondered for a moment, then told everyone, Loki commands an army of Chitauri. He intends to lead them and conquer Earth. Before he could finish, Dr. Banner interrupted Thor and Rogers' discussion. I think we should focus on the Tesseract right now. And there's one thing I don't understand. Why does Loki want the iridium element? It can serve as a stabilizer, and it also allows for the portal to be expanded at will and kept open for longer periods, Tony added. Banner agreed wholeheartedly with Tony's words, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Perhaps the two of us could work together. It would be my honor, Dr. Banner. Tony and Banner exchanged ideas, their conversation quick and lively. Watching the scene unfold, Chun Feng couldn't help but smile from the sidelines. The science duo is officially online. I think we need to start with Loki's scepter and investigate the whereabouts of the Tesseract. Tony moved over to the lab bench and glanced at the data Dr. Banner had calculated. I agree, this is the right place to start. Tracking the gamma rays will take some time, but perhaps the scepter can help us speed things up. Banner nodded eagerly, his enthusiasm clear. He'd been on the helicarrier for so long, and finally, he'd found a kindred spirit. Tony entered the lab, glanced at Dr. Banner who was studying the scepter, and asked curiously, Banner, I'm really curious. How do you control your anger? Is it deep breathing, smacking yourself on the head, or do you just keep a bucket of cold water handy? Tony's question was a bit offbeat, leaving Dr. Banner with nothing but a helpless smile. Suddenly, Roger strode into the lab. Seeing Tony's antics, he reprimanded him. Do you realize your behavior could threaten the safety of everyone here? Rogers had read the files and knew all too well how terrifying Banner could be once he turned into the Hulk. If that happened, the entire helicarrier could be torn apart. But Tony didn't seem concerned. He changed the subject and said, Don't get so worked up, big guy. What you really ought to be watching out for is Director Fury. That guy is the king of secrets. With that, Tony popped a blueberry into his mouth and glanced at Dr. Banner, who was now smiling awkwardly. Rogers paused, Tony's words making him thoughtful. He seemed to realize something and asked Banner, Is the director really hiding something? Banner hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. The director tried to use the energy of the Tesseract to develop the energy sector. But the only person in the world who could truly achieve energy self-sufficiency is standing right here. Banner looked at Tony, then continued, So why wasn't he brought into the project? Tony offered his blueberries to Banner in agreement. Big guy, just for that alone, I'd say it's worth taking a closer look at S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony said, as he walked over to Rogers and handed him the container of dried blueberries. In fact, a few hours ago, I already had Jarvis start running a decryption program. Rogers turned down Tony's offer of snacks, scoffing at his behavior. I suggest you give it up. None of us should be second-guessing one another. We all need to follow orders. That's what a real team does. Stirring up dissent behind each other's backs only creates division and undermines us. With those words, Rogers left the lab without looking back, his mind set on his own convictions. What Rogers obeyed was not some so-called higher command, but the sense of justice in his heart. He was never just a soldier for America. He was a spiritual leader, the embodiment of freedom and justice. After all, he had forged documents just to join the army, and had disobeyed orders to save Bucky. Well, what did I expect from a muscle-bound jock with more brawn than brains? Dr. Banner, let's carry on. Tony shrugged, unfazed by Rogers' departure. After all, to him, Rogers was just another guy who spent too much time at the gym. Nothing to talk about there. Forget it. He'd much rather keep company with someone who actually used their brains. It was simply more comfortable that way. Tony made his way over to Dr. Banner, picking up the conversation where they'd left off. Ever since Dr. Eric was taken over by Loki, we secretly moved Jane to a safe location. So you don't have to worry about her safety, Coulson said, sitting in his chair and pulling up a photo of Jane to show Thor. Seeing Jane safe and sound at last, Thor felt as if a great weight had finally been lifted from his heart. I don't think Loki took control of Dr. Eric by chance, Thor mused. He must be working with that mysterious figure as a way to get back at me. Coulson paused, skepticism flickering in his eyes. Mysterious figure? So you're saying Loki's invasion of Earth isn't just his doing. He's got someone backing him. Thor nodded gravely, then let out a heavy sigh. As for who this mysterious person is, I honestly have no idea yet. At that, both Coulson and Thor fell silent, lost in thought. An enemy out in the open can at least be seen. But it's the ones who hide in the shadows, the threats you can't see. They're truly terrifying. You never know when they might strike. Chun Feng watched as Natasha insisted on heading to the glass chamber alone. He gently took her hand and asked, "Are you sure you want to face Loki by yourself?" "Trust me, sweetheart," Natasha replied with utter confidence. "I'm a level 9 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I may not have your superpowers, but in every other respect, I'm second to none, maybe even better." As a member of the Avengers without any superhuman abilities, it was precisely Natasha's unique skills that set her apart and earned her a special place among them. "All right, I'll be right beside you. If anything goes wrong, I'll step in immediately." Chun Feng could see the determination in Tasha's eyes and decided not to stop her, but he still chose to stay close. Just in case Loki tries to pull something. Tasha chuckled, then gently pecked Chun Feng on the cheek like a bird sipping water. It felt wonderful to be cared for and protected all the time. Once inside the glass chamber, Tasha began interrogating Loki, while Chun Feng waited silently outside, keeping a watchful eye on Loki's every move. "Loki, what did you do to Hawkeye? And where is he now?" Tasha demanded. Back in the day, Natasha was infamous as a deadly assassin, her life steeped in blood and shadows. The one who saved her from that path was none other than Hawkeye. So, in her heart, Tasha felt forever indebted to him. Now that Hawkeye was in danger, Tasha was determined to rescue him, no matter what. Loki's eyes were filled with mockery as he replied, "Do you really think that saving Hawkeye will repay all your debts? Have you forgotten the blood you once had on your hands? I'll make Hawkeye kill you with his own hands, and then I'll bring him back, just so you two can experience that heartbreak together." Loki's words shook Tasha, her emotions unraveling as she turned away and wept. "You're a monster," Loki sneered. "I'm not the monster here. That green fellow is." Suddenly, Tasha spun around, her expression snapping back to normal. "So, Banner is your target." She shot Loki a taunting glance, then strode out of the glass chamber without another word. Tasha immediately leapt into Chun Feng's arms, her voice filled with pride. "My gallant knight, how was it? Wasn't my acting convincing?" Chun Feng chuckled. "You almost had me fooled. With acting like that, you could win an Oscar next year." With his true sight, he'd seen through her performance from the very start. It was impossible for him to be misled by appearances. Still, he had to admit, her acting was truly impressive. As a seasoned special agent, Natasha possessed skills far beyond what the average superpowered individual could master. These mind games weren't just about putting on a show, they were battles of wit and will. Tasha grew a bit anxious. "We need to find Dr. Banner, quickly. He could be in danger right now." After all, Loki was the god of mischief. Tricks and schemes were his specialty. "Hey Banner, look what I found." Tony placed a stack of documents, decrypted by Jarvis, in front of Banner. The results of S.H.I.E.L.D's Phase 2 project. Director Fury, perfect timing. "I was just about to look for you," Banner said as Nick Fury entered the lab, seemingly to ask about the progress tracking the Tesseract. "Tony, what's going on?" Tony picked up the files on the table, and in a tone like he was interrogating a suspect, said, "Now I want to know, what exactly is the plan for Phase 2? Fury was caught off guard by Tony's questioning, and his face immediately turned serious. "Phase 2 is S.H.I.E.L.D's project to use the Tesseract to develop advanced weapons," he replied. Just then, Rogers and Thor walked in together, stepping in for Fury to answer Tony's question. While Jarvis was hacking S.H.I.E.L.D's confidential files, Rogers hadn't just sat around waiting. Instead, he had conducted his own investigation. He quickly found the weapons that Hydra had left behind years ago, and instantly understood what S.H.I.E.L.D. was trying to do. "Dr. Banner, you should stay in this room for now." Before Fury could gather his thoughts, Natasha and Chun Feng entered the lab, walking arm in arm. "Loki is trying to use you." Natasha's face was grim as she walked toward Banner. But Banner didn't even bother to listen. He turned his head away, avoiding Natasha's gaze, and looked instead at director Nick Fury. He demanded, "Can you explain why S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to use the Tesseract to develop weapons of mass destruction?" Fury pointed at Thor and said bluntly, "Because of him." "Me? What the? Why me?" Thor was so taken aback by Fury's words that he nearly lost his composure, pointing at himself in utter disbelief. "Come on, what did I ever do to deserve this? I haven't even said a word, and suddenly I'm the scapegoat?" Fury went on to explain, "Ever since Thor first came to Earth, and Odin's appearance as well, we realized there is life out there in the universe. To protect humanity from threats beyond our world, S.H.I.E.L.D. had to initiate Phase 2. Thor, indignant and frustrated, shot back, It's precisely because S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to harness the Tesseract that Loki and his allies were drawn here. Tony suddenly chimed in. So your answer is to build weapons just to threaten these alien visitors? But before Fury could reply, Rogers stepped up beside Tony, his eyes warning, Tony, don't twist this. You're just a guy who likes to play hero inside a suit of armor. Tony let out a cold laugh. That's rich. Are you saying I should try being a hero like you? Don't forget, you're just a science experiment, Rogers. Rogers squared his shoulders and glared at Tony. Put on your armor and fight me, if you dare. At that moment, the tension between the two was like a live wire, ready to snap at any second, neither one willing to back down. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow in silent amusement. Tony and Rogers, those two old rivals, really were destined to clash from the very start. Their love-hate dynamic was actually rather entertaining to watch. Besides, wasn't Rogers' shield forged by Tony's father? In a way, the two of them were always bound to cross paths. Sensing that things were about to spiral out of control, Fury looked to Natasha and said, Take Banner to his own room, please. At this moment, Banner refused to comply. Furious, he protested. You're trying to lock me up again, aren't you? Banner's sudden outburst brought the room to a standstill. Everyone calmed down instantly, their eyes turning to him. The memory of Hulk's fierce battle with evil, as well as his final showdown with Chen Feng, was deeply etched in everyone's mind. They understood. And with that understanding came a heightened sense of caution. They knew all too well how terrifying Banner could become once his rage overtook him and he transformed into the Hulk. Dr. Banner, please calm down. I have no intention whatsoever of imprisoning you. Fury's gaze remained on Banner, his tone measured and deliberate. I only want to move you to a quieter place. It's for your benefit, and ours. So what you're saying is that you don't believe I can control my anger. You're all afraid I'll turn into the Hulk. Are you afraid of me? Or do you secretly despise me? Banner's anger flared even higher at Fury's words. It was clear how sensitive he was about the Hulk within. He couldn't accept the monster lurking inside his own soul. Dr. Banner, that's not what I mean at all. I hope you can steady your emotions. No one here hates you, Fury replied, his face betraying a hint of concern as he spoke gently, doing his best to soothe Banner's agitation. Like I'd ever trust a bunch of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Banner retorted, turning his head away in defiance. Ever since he learned that S.H.I.E.L.D. had secretly used the Tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction, his view of the organization had only grown worse. Hearing such words now, it was hardly surprising that his emotions were out of control. The others fell into a brief, awkward silence, casting wary glances at Banner. Yet no one dared to speak up. They were all afraid that a single wrong word might push Banner further toward rage. Most of them had only met him a handful of times. They didn't really know each other, let alone understand his temperament. Banner, that's enough. It's time to calm down and put down the scepter. At this moment, Chen Feng stepped forward. Only then did Banner realize he was gripping the scepter tightly, its blue light pulsing in his hand. Without even noticing, he might have already begun to influence the minds of those around him. Everyone except Chen Feng, of course. Suddenly, the computer blared to life, startling everyone in the room. Dr. Banner immediately rushed to the monitoring station, his eyes scanning the screen as he turned to the others. We found Loki's location. At this, a trace of relief flickered across everyone's faces. Meanwhile, Hawkeye and his team used the scepter's signal to locate the helicarrier. Piloting an F-35 fighter jet, they soon arrived above the massive ship. Without any warning, a hail of bombs thundered down, striking the helicarrier's engines and, in moments, crippling the vessel. A deafening explosion ripped through the air. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted on the deck of the helicarrier, and a powerful shockwave swept through the test chamber, knocking everyone inside to the ground. Yet, under Chun Feng's protection, Super Peisha remained completely unaffected. In contrast, Banner was sent flying and hurled straight out of the room. Chen Feng, go check on Dr. Banner immediately. Whatever happens, don't let him turn into the Hulk. Fury's gaze darted to the gaping hole where Banner had vanished, his voice urgent as he looked to Chen Feng. We'd better hurry and see what's happened. Peisha's heart pounded with anxiety as well. She understood all too well the terrifying consequences if Banner transformed. On a ship as massive as the helicarrier, he could easily punch holes straight through it with just a few blows. If that happened, everyone aboard would be in grave danger. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng disappeared with Peisha, as if guided by fate. Fury turned to the others and barked, Captain, Tony, get to the engine room and stabilize the core, or the carrier will go down. What am I supposed to do with that big guy? What help can he be with those clumsy hands of his? Tony shot Fury a disdainful glance, clearly dissatisfied with his orders. If you don't want to work with me, then leave. I'll handle it myself. Roger snapped, ready to charge out on his own. Fury's expression darkened as he rebuked them sternly. Enough. At a time like this, I expect you to support each other, not squabble. That accomplishes nothing. His words forced Tony, albeit begrudgingly, to set aside his differences. He soared out of the helicarrier to carry out his task. Just this once. When Chun Feng and Natasha reached Banner's side, the situation had already taken a drastic turn. The moment had come. A thundering heartbeat echoed, shaking the air like rolling thunder. Banner, tossed aside by the explosion's aftershock, was now overcome by uncontrollable rage. His body began to expand, and his pale skin gradually shifted into a deep green. Natasha, get back! Chun Feng swiftly drew a rift in space and pushed Natasha into it for her safety. No, Chun Feng. I want to stay with you. Natasha called out desperately, but her strength was no match. She had no choice but to enter the rift. She cast a lingering glance at Chun Feng's back before finally disappearing from the scene. A furious roar erupted. Dr. Banner had fully transformed into the Hulk. Chun Feng regarded the emerald giant before him with utter calm, his eyes unruffled, as tranquil as a frozen lake. Hulk, invincible! Hulk turned, catching sight of Chun Feng standing so nonchalantly before him. Feeling mocked, he let out a savage howl. A tremendous shockwave swept out in all directions. Chun Feng's hair whipped wildly in the wind, but his gaze remained serene and cold as ice. Hulk took a step forward. With terrifying force, the entire helicarrier seemed to tremble under his weight. He swung a massive fist, aiming straight at Chun Feng. The air of the Zhou kingdom was rent by fierce friction, emitting a piercing and thunderous roar. It felt as though this whole pocket of space had been shattered, the boundaries growing hazy and uncertain. Well done, Chun Feng said, grinning as he faced Hulk. In the instant Hulk's fist reached him, Chun Feng refused to back down, swinging his own fist with equal force. His stone-clad fist collided head-on with Hulk's iron fist. A tremendous boom reverberated outward. The shockwave exploded from the center of their clash, rippling through the air. A thunderous, earth-shaking blast erupted, accompanied by a surging wave of force that swept over the entire helicarrier, making it tremble violently. Everyone was thrown off balance. Some toppled to the ground, staring dazedly into the distance. One punch hadn't managed to bring Chun Feng down. On the contrary, it left Hulk utterly shocked, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Chun Feng. Seizing upon Hulk's brief moment of distraction, Chun Feng sent his other fist arcing upward in a powerful uppercut, landing squarely on Hulk's chin and launching him into the air. Hulk crashed into the steel plating of the helicarrier, spinning wildly as he landed, his mind reeling and dazed. The last time Chun Feng had crossed fists with Hulk in New York, he could only defend passively, unable to gain the upper hand. But now, after more than a year, Chun Feng's strength had reached a truly terrifying level. He no longer needed the boost of extra gear or any external powers. His raw, physical might alone was enough to send Hulk flying with a single blow. Such monstrous strength, such an astonishing leap in power, left everyone around him reeling in awe. Hulk angry, Hulk bellowed, shaking his head furiously. Being knocked away by Chun Feng only fueled his rage, making him even stronger. His power surged with his anger. There wasn't a hint of fear. On the contrary, his eyes blazed with ferocity as he charged forward, lowering his head to ram. The air cracked under the force, a sharp sonic boom ringing out. But as for Chun Feng, did he need to dodge? No, he wouldn't. He didn't need to. Chun Feng clapped his palms against the ground, unleashing a tempest of sound waves that roared upward with unstoppable fury. In an instant, his sonic assault shattered Hulk's own sonic boom, crashing into Hulk with overwhelming, irresistible force. The devastating shockwaves battered Hulk, producing a deep, resonant hum as they struck his body. Hulk's forward charge was halted by the wall of sound, his arms raised defensively as he struggled to move forward, every step a battle. Chun Feng seized the moment, his figure flickering as he appeared before Hulk in the blink of an eye. He drove his fist through Hulk's chest, the force so immense that Hulk's spine arched and his eyes bulged, as if he were being crushed beneath the weight of a mountain. Yet this was only the beginning. Chun Feng hammered out another punch, heavy and relentless, smashing down on Hulk's head. Hulk nearly collapsed, bitter bile spilling from his mouth. He staggered as if drunk, unable to steady himself. Countless punches flew, and under Chun Feng's flurry of military moves, the Hulk was left utterly disoriented, unable to tell east from west. The final heavy blow landed squarely on his face, sending the Hulk stumbling back. He crashed to the ground, his breath ragged and labored. Gradually, his massive form began to shrink, the green hue fading from his skin, until he reverted to the appearance of Dr. Banner. Yet, there were no obvious bruises on Dr. Banner's face. After all, Chun Feng had fought the Hulk, not Dr. Banner himself. At most, Banner seemed slightly battered, his mind dazed and confused. With a look of bewilderment, Banner gazed at Chun Feng and asked, "Chun Feng, what just happened to me?" Clearly, the memories from his time as the Hulk had once again slipped away. "It's nothing. Just get dressed," Chun Feng said casually, tossing a set of clothes over to Banner. At that moment, the staccato roar of jet engines filled the air. An F-35 fighter swooped into view, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets that shattered the glass windows in front of them. With a sound like a blade being unsheathed, a dazzling arc of cold light flashed. An earth-shattering surge of sword energy burst forth. The storm of bullets in front of them was sliced cleanly in two by this razor-sharp force, clattering harmlessly to the ground. Unimpeded, the surge of sword energy pierced straight through the F-35, destroying it completely. A violent explosion erupted as the jet, its control lost, plummeted from 20,000 meters like a broken-winged phoenix. Seeing the downed jet, Banner turned to Chun Feng and said gratefully, "Thank you, Chun Feng. You saved me." Chun Feng glanced at Hulk, replying, "No need to thank me. Just do your best to keep your temper in check. Don't turn into the Hulk every time something happens." "Hey, I heard Banner lost his temper, so I came." Thor strode in suddenly, but upon seeing Banner hastily putting on a shirt, his words trailed off as if he had arrived too late. "How's the helicarrier's engine?" Banner asked Thor as he finished dressing. "If we don't fix it, the whole ship will crash." "I'm not sure, but Fury should have sent someone to repair it," Thor replied, shaking his head. Suddenly remembering something, Banner added, "Wait, they must be after the Scepter and Loki. We'd better go check right away." The gravity of the situation was instantly reflected in Thor's expression. Outside the helicarrier, clad in his Iron Man armor, Tony Stark made a swift circle before flying straight to the engine, carefully inspecting the damage. Damn it, all the circuit boards are completely fried. Staring at the scan results on his screen, Tony felt a sharp pain in his head. This is bad. Now we're in real trouble. With the extent of this damage, even he would find it nearly impossible to fix. Tony gazed at the ignition mechanism before him, his eyes lingering for a moment. At last, he let out a long, heavy sigh, as if making up his mind. "There's no other way. I'll have to spin the turbine myself." As Tony voiced his decision, Rogers overheard him and hurried to the ignition switch on the helicarrier. If the turbine spun too fast, Tony could easily be torn apart in the process. "Don't worry. I'll guard the red lever for you," Rogers assured him. Armed with an M16 assault rifle, Rogers stood watch right beside the red lever. At that moment, Tony began to push the turbine. Energy surged from his Iron Man suit, erupting with force and slowly setting the massive blades in motion. Soon, the turbine spun faster and faster, restoring power to the ship. The ignition system roared to life once again. But Tony found himself trapped amidst the spinning blades, unable to break free. "Get out of there!" Rogers had been watching Tony intently. At this critical moment, he yanked the red lever, and Tony managed to escape just in time. With the ignition system back online, the helicarrier finally stabilized and began its gradual descent toward the ground. Even with the repairs, in its current condition, the ship couldn't remain at 20,000 meters for much longer. "This time, you actually got something done," Tony said as he flew over to Rogers' side. "I just didn't want to see the place splattered with blood," Rogers replied with a smile. Though their words were casual, the look in their eyes revealed a newfound respect for each other. Meanwhile, Hawkeye had already infiltrated the helicarrier. Using his formidable skills, he successfully planted a virus in the computer system, crippling every system on board. This operation finally drew SHELD's attention to Hawkeye's actions. "Agent Romanoff, Hawkeye is your responsibility now," Coulson relayed through the communicator, sending Natasha Hawkeye's location and precise coordinates. "Do you need me to help you take him down?" Chun Feng asked from the side. "No, darling," Natasha replied, her eyes flashing with determination. "I'll handle Hawkeye myself. Loki was right about one thing. I owe him." With the coordinates in hand, Chun Feng brought Natasha swiftly to confront Hawkeye. Hawkeye looked at Chun Feng, standing beside Natasha, suspicion in his eyes. "Your new boyfriend?" Even under Loki's control, Hawkeye's memories remained intact. "That's right, he's my boyfriend. Now listen to me, put down your weapon, Hawkeye. Loki's controlling you. Don't throw your life away for him." Natasha's voice was sharp and urgent, trying to reach him. But under the scepter's influence, Hawkeye paid her no heed. He drew a long arrow from his quiver. With steely resolve, Hawkeye stared Natasha down, knocking the arrow and preparing to fire. But Natasha was no pushover. Both were top-tier agents, equally matched in skill, and they reacted almost simultaneously. His right hand shot out swiftly, seizing Tang Yan's bow and arrow, while his left hand moved in from below. Tang Yan suddenly felt a chill in his lower body. Forgetting about the bow in his grasp, he hurriedly reached out to block Tasha's next attack. What a ruthless move. If that strike had landed, it wouldn't just peel the skin, it could be fatal. Losing the ability to fight would be the least of his worries. Losing the ability to have children was far more terrifying. Tang Yan still hoped to have more children in the future. Infuriated by Tasha's ruthless assault, his grip on the bow tightened, and he suddenly twisted it around in his hands. Though the bowstring appeared smooth, it actually concealed a razor-sharp edge. Even the slightest contact with Tasha's skin would easily draw blood. Tasha exerted her strength, shoving Tang Yan aside and darting away, a dagger in her hand flashing forward. Tang Yan quickly rolled to the side to avoid the lethal blade, then knocked another arrow, the cold gleam of its tip ready to fly. Without hesitation, Tasha lunged forward, determined not to give him a chance to fire. The two clashed fiercely, exchanging attacks and defenses, so evenly matched that neither could gain the upper hand for the moment. Chun Feng's eyes narrowed as he watched their entangled struggle. If Tasha were to fall into danger, he would not hesitate to intervene, beating Tang Yan so badly he would be unrecognizable to his own mother. And then, in the next instant, Tasha spun with lightning speed. Before Hawkeye could react, she struck him on the head with a brutal blow. Even with his remarkable physique, Hawkeye couldn't withstand such a heavy hit. His head spun, and he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness on the spot. Brilliant! Chen Feng gave a heartfelt thumbs up and hurried to Tasha's side. He gently wiped the sweat from her brow, a flicker of amazement in his heart. Especially that first kick, Chen Feng felt a sympathetic chill run down his own spine just watching it. My dear, I told you, just trust me, and everything will be fine. Tasha lifted her chin with pride, basking in Chun Feng's admiration. Yes, I underestimated you, he conceded. Chun Feng softly stroked Tasha's beautiful hair and whispered, now you've repaid your debt to Tang Yan. From now on, your heart belongs to me alone. No one else is allowed to take my place. As he spoke, his right hand covered Tasha's left chest, making his claim unmistakably clear. Tasha wrinkled her delicate nose and smiled sweetly. Silly, my heart has always belonged to you. Fortunately, Hawkeye was unconscious. Had he been awake to witness Chun Feng and Tasha flaunting their affection so openly, his pain would only have deepened. This was a feast of public displays of love. Such a blow to the heart is far more devastating than any physical wound. If that moment ever came, Tang Yan would surely find himself desperately longing for his wife Laura. It was a long while before Chun Feng and Tasha finally separated. Even as a level 9 agent, Natasha was left breathless, her mind still foggy from a lack of oxygen. Take Hawkeye back. I'm sure Director Fury will be eager to see him. As Chun Feng gazed at Natasha, whose cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, his fondness for her only deepened. Natasha nodded in agreement. Together, the two of them carried the unconscious Hawkeye back to the main control room. At that moment, Thor arrived at Loki's holding cell. Seeing Loki still confined within the glass chamber, Thor finally allowed himself a small sigh of relief. But before Thor could truly relax, an unexpected thing happened. The door of Loki's glass cell slid open on its own. What's happening? Thor's expression changed drastically at the sight. He rushed toward Loki without hesitation. He knew all too well that Loki must not be set free. With the power of the Tesseract at his disposal, Loki would pose an unimaginable threat to Earth. And that was to say nothing of the one lurking behind him. You're always one step behind, Thor. With a mocking smile, Loki spread his arms wide, his playful gaze never leaving Thor, as if he'd been waiting for this exact moment. Loki! Thor shouted and lunged at his brother. But what greeted him was nothing but an illusion, a phantom figure with no substance. Thor passed right through Loki, falling into the glass chamber. The force of his charge sent him sprawling to the ground. At that same instant, the sound of the glass door slamming shut echoed through the chamber. Thor realized immediately that he had walked into a trap. He spun around to see the sealed door, rage flaring in his eyes as he swung Mjolnir, the mighty hammer of Thor. A dull, thunderous boom resounded. The entire glass chamber shuddered violently. But that was all, just a tremor. The hammer left only a small crack on the glass, failing to inflict any real damage. Outside the chamber, Loki let out a triumphant laugh. Ha ha! This trick never fails with you, does it? You've grown in stature, but your mind is as naive as ever. Long ago, after planting the virus in the helicarrier systems, Loki's cell had been set to open automatically. And Loki had anticipated that Thor would come looking for him. As he expected, Thor fell for the illusion and was now trapped. Loki's scheme had worked perfectly. Having grown up alongside Thor, Loki knew him inside and out, like a worm burrowed deep in Thor's heart. Let's hope you learn your lesson this time. Don't think that swinging a hammer can solve everything. Sometimes brains matter more than brawn. Loki strolled over to the control panel, not missing the chance to taunt Thor one last time. Loki, don't keep making these mistakes. Stop being a child who never grows up, always playing these pointless pranks. Don't let the person behind you poison your mind. Trapped in the glass chamber, Thor shouted, desperate to awaken even a shred of conscience within Loki. He had never stopped believing that Loki was his brother, holding on to the faint hope that. But Loki interrupted, his voice cold. He can give me everything I ever wanted. And you? You're all just obstacles in my path. Thor had clearly overestimated Loki. Take your hand off that control panel, or I'll show you what it feels like to lose your head. Surrender now. Coulson appeared suddenly behind Loki, aiming his weapon with a stern shout. But Loki just smiled, a smile so strange it sent chills down one's spine. Before Coulson could react, the scepter pierced straight through his abdomen. A painful, guttural moan escaped Coulson's lips as all the strength drained from his body, and he slumped slowly to the ground. Once again, Loki had used his illusions to deceive Coulson. No! Inside the glass chamber, Thor's eyes blazed with fury as he watched the scene unfold, roaring in anger. Loki, stop now. I can still plead your case to father. But if you keep going down this path, you'll plunge into an abyss with no end. An abyss with no end? Ha ha ha. Do you really think I'm the one falling, or is it you? Loki's laughter was cold and cutting. He stepped up to the button once more, this time without hesitation or interference, and pressed it. Immediately, the glass chamber hissed with heat, then, with a jolt, was ejected from the helicarrier, plummeting from 20,000 meters above the ground. Thor, my dear brother, why don't you go ahead and see for me what this abyss really looks like? Watching Thor disappear through the clouds below, Loki broke into a smile of pure, unrestrained delight. Only when Thor was entirely out of sight did Loki turn away, find a jet, and calmly escape the helicarrier. As he tumbled toward the earth, the ground rushing up to meet him, Thor's brow furrowed in grim determination. Even as a god, with a body of unmatched strength, a fall like this would bring injuries beyond imagination. Thor clenched his hammer tightly, summoning every ounce of power he possessed. Veins bulged along his arms, lightning crackled and danced, and a mighty force surged from deep within. Lightning flashed, thunder roared. With a thunderous crash, Thor brought Mjolnir down hard onto the glass chamber. A web of cracks spread across the surface. The tremendous force had left a gaping fissure, and it looked like one more strike would shatter it completely. The next instant, Thor, wild with rage, struck again. This time, the indestructible Mjolnir unleashed its full might, blasting a gaping hole in the chamber. Moments before the chamber would have collided with the earth, Thor burst free through the breach. A thunderous boom split the sky. The chamber slammed into the ground like a meteor, sending shockwaves for miles around. The landscape was leveled in all directions, as if the world had ended. Sand and dust billowed, shrouding the surrounding forests in a choking haze. It was clear just how devastating that impact had been. Thor himself didn't escape unscathed. Though he had broken free from the chamber, the relentless force of the fall sent him crashing hard into a distant plain. A deep, wide trench suddenly appeared before them. It stretched on for hundreds of meters. It wasn't until he crashed into a massive boulder that Thor finally came to a stop, his head spinning with dizziness. Thor reached up and rubbed his head, shaking off some of the confusion, then looked up at the sky and let out a powerless roar. Damn it. Loki! Loki had escaped, Coulson was down, and the helicarrier lay in ruins. All of these events proclaimed the flawless execution of Loki's plan. In their first real clash with Loki, the Avengers had been thoroughly outplayed. Only now did Nick Fury arrive outside the glass chamber. Seeing Coulson barely clinging to life, he hurried to his side, gripping Coulson's right hand tightly. Coulson, stay with me. Look at me. Coulson, his abdomen pierced by Loki's scepter and blood pooling beneath him, was gasping for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He looked frail and weak. Meeting Fury's gaze, Coulson spoke with heartfelt sincerity. It's all right, sir. Maybe this will give those problem children some real motivation. Coulson's words, spoken from the heart, made the usually composed Fury fight to keep his emotions in check as he replied earnestly. Coulson, I'll make sure Loki pays for this. And the Avengers I've brought together, I swear I'll unite them, make them work as one. Coulson nodded, his eyes shining with boundless trust. Boss, I believe you can do it. When it was all over, Fury gathered everyone together, his expression grave as he addressed them. Everyone this time, we lost. We not only lost Thor, but Banner nearly lost control, and the helicarrier suffered unprecedented damage. Even my best friend, Coulson, gave his life. Moved by Fury's words, everyone fell silent and bowed their heads. Each person was deep in thought. If only, instead of all that arguing, they had worked together from the start. Maybe they could have stopped Loki's scheme. If Thor hadn't vanished, if Banner hadn't lost control, maybe Agent Coulson would still be alive. But now it was too late. No amount of words could change what had happened. Only Chen Feng sat there, as if nothing had happened, leaning back in his chair with his legs crossed, entirely unmoved by Fury's admonition. Instead, his attention wandered over to Natasha, his hands wandering as well, earning him a sharp glare and a pointed warning from her. Chen Feng just grinned shamelessly, raising his hands in innocence. Fury noticed Chun Feng's antics, but with this man, he never really knew what to expect. Besides, Chun Feng wasn't even a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, so Fury simply let it go. I've decided to initiate the Avengers Protocol. All of you are a part of this, so I need you to work together this time. Join forces, crush Loki's schemes, and drive him off the earth. Fury glanced at everyone before him, suddenly raising his voice, each word ringing with unwavering determination. Yet not a single person responded. Everyone simply sat in their chairs, silent and unmoving. Captain, give me an answer. Fury abruptly turned to Rogers. Right now, the only one here who might actually respond was Captain America, Steve Rogers, whose heart brimmed with justice. Rogers replied with a firm voice, "Yes, sir." But his demeanor fell short of Fury's expectations. He sounded as if he lacked confidence. Coulson's death is something none of us wanted to see. That's why, from now on, I don't want to lose another member. What I want to see is all of you working together, fighting as one against our enemies. Fury's final words came from the depths of his heart as he looked around at everyone present. This heartfelt plea finally seemed to stir the group. At last, they began to respond. Yet, each went off to take care of their own tasks. Chen Feng, let's go check on Hawkeye, Natasha said. The moment she spoke, Chun Feng's expression soured. Damn it. Weren't they supposed to keep their distance from him from now on? Why drag him into this again? Natasha quickly flashed a smile and explained, Hawkeye spent some time at Loki's side. He might have picked up clues about Loki's plans, maybe even secrets about the Tesseract. All right, Chun Feng replied, shrugging without much enthusiasm. Fury, we'll go see if we can bring Hawkeye back, Chun Feng called out, waving to Fury, then took Natasha by the hand and headed out. When they reached Hawkeye, he was already awake, but the deep red in his eyes showed Loki still had him under his spell. With Chun Feng's help, it took a while, but finally Hawkeye returned to himself. Okay, Hawkeye, now that you're back, can you tell us what Loki wants with the Tesseract? What's his plan? And what's the secret of his scepter? Natasha seized the moment, firing off a barrage of questions, her interrogation skills on full display. But, just regaining consciousness, Hawkeye found his mind thrown into turmoil by Natasha's words. It felt like 1,000 thoughts were racing wildly in his head, sending sharp pain through his skull. Natasha, I think you need to give him a break. He's only just recovered, Chun Feng interjected, stopping her with a shake of his head. If this continued, Hawkeye would be reduced to a complete wreck. All right, I admit I was too hasty, Natasha said with a rueful smile, reflecting on her impatience. The two of them stood nearby, waiting for Hawkeye to fully recover before continuing their questioning. On the other side, Tony and Rogers, two men who had never truly gotten along, ended up in the same room together. Tony's face was clouded with gloom, weighed down by guilt over Coulson's death. Rogers let out a sigh and told Tony, "You're not to blame. It's all on Loki. He must pay for what happened to Coulson. We should join forces to fend off our real enemies. Set aside all dissatisfaction and guilt. Once we defeat Loki, the true culprit, we can settle everything else." Rogers' words struck a chord in Tony's heart, reminding him of how Rogers had helped him escape the turbine outside the helicarrier not long ago. Perhaps it really was time to let the past go and focus on the present. Coulson's revenge. I'll handle it myself. None of you are to interfere. Tony added this as his own condition, signaling a tentative compromise. It was also the first sign that the two of them were ready to reconcile. Just then, Tony seemed to realize something. His expression grew grave as he turned to Rogers, saying, Cap, Loki's a man driven by pride. He's been picking us off one by one with his schemes, not just to win, but to show off his own brilliance. Rogers, catching on to Tony's point, responded immediately. So, everything Loki does is to put himself on display. He wants to be king of Earth, and have everyone kneel before him, completely and sincerely. A glimmer flashed in Tony's eyes. He took a deep breath. Just like at that party, he could have caused chaos anywhere to draw our attention, but he chose the party, where the city's elite and all the cameras were. In other words, what Loki really wants is an audience. He wants the whole world to see him, to acknowledge him, to accept him as Earth's ruler. At this, both Rogers and Tony saw the truth clearly. Their faces grew animated, a new sense of purpose shining in their eyes. With this direction, finding Loki would be much easier. Tony moved quickly to the computer, searching for information. I know where he'll go, Star Tower. Moments later, Tony clenched his fist, looking at Rogers with absolute confidence. That's the perfect stage for Loki to put on his grand performance for the world. But Tony's satisfaction didn't last long. Suddenly, his face fell. His expression turned dark as night. Star Tower? If Loki's going to make a stand at Star Tower, that means the final battle will play out there. Damn it. Of all places, why did he have to pick that one? Tony cursed under his breath. He'd only just finished renovating Stark Tower, pouring in a fortune to make it pristine and state-of-the-art. If a fight with Loki broke out there, nothing good would come of it, that was certain. Damn it, Loki. Of all places, he just had to choose Star Tower for the address. Tony couldn't help but curse under his breath. This sudden outburst left Rogers, whose hair was still damp with dew, a bit puzzled. He couldn't quite figure out why Tony was so suddenly angry. But Rogers didn't dwell on Tony's mood. He simply gave Tony's shoulder a symbolic pat and said calmly, Tony, let's settle your personal issues with Loki after this is over. For now, get this information to the others as quickly as possible. We need to head to Star Tower at once. With that, Rogers left the room and strode into the central control chamber of the helicarrier. Tony watched Rogers' retreating figure disappear from view, grumbling. So, this is your idea of teamwork? That's something I spent half a year upgrading, you know? Couldn't you at least consider how I feel? Fuming, Tony stormed out as well, making his way toward the control room. Inside, Dr. Banner and Nick Fury were already waiting, quietly tracking Loki's whereabouts. I found it. The energy from the Tesseract is rising rapidly. It's about to reach a critical threshold. Just as Rogers entered the control room, Dr. Banner suddenly called out loudly. Where is it? Fury's eyes lit up as he sprang to his feet at Banner's exclamation. Downtown Manhattan, New York. The exact location is... Before Banner could finish, Rogers cut in. Stark Tower. That's right, Stark Tower. But, Captain, how did you know? Banner looked at Rogers, genuinely surprised that he'd managed to figure it out even faster than himself. After all, Rogers was a man from the last century, completely unfamiliar with modern technology, and certainly not equipped to track gamma radiation from the Tesseract. I told him, Tony said as he entered the control room, intercepting the answer Rogers was about to give. Rogers could only shrug, his expression resigned. Fine. If you want the credit, take it. I'm not here to compete for glory anyway. Banner turned his attention to Tony, focusing on the key issue. Tony, can you use Jarvis to pull up all the surveillance feeds from Stark Tower right now? Tony, ever cool and confident, replied, Of course, no problem. Jarvis, do as Dr. Banner suggests. Apologies, sir. All surveillance systems within Stark Tower have been compromised. I'm unable to transmit any footage. Estimated time to bypass the interference is 20 minutes. Came Jarvis's calm reply. Tony's face froze for a moment, the confidence draining away. The atmosphere turned awkward in an instant. No problem. Don't panic. I'll give another shot. Seeing the skeptical looks from everyone around him, Tony felt his pride take a hit. Jarvis, crack it as fast as you can. Don't let me lose face in front of these people. Tony kept a calm expression, murmuring quietly to Jarvis. I'm sorry, sir. Even with the fastest method, it will still take nearly 15 minutes. Jarvis's cold, mechanical voice echoed again, completely dashing Tony's hopes. Damn it. Can't a man show off for once? Just then, Fury's voice cut through the tension, stern and commanding. Dr. Banner, bring up surveillance on the target location from the helicarrier. Directly focus on Stark Tower. Following Fury's orders, Dr. Banner swiftly pulled up the live feed of Stark Tower. Atop the tower, Dr. Eric Selvig had successfully activated the Tesseract. Its astonishing energy surged forth in an unstoppable torrent. The sky itself seemed to tremble. A pillar of light, forged from that raw energy, shot straight from the Tesseract, piercing the heavens and vanishing into the clouds high above, its true reach impossible to gauge. Everyone present was visibly shaken by the sight, faces turning grave and somber. Time is no longer on our side. We must act quickly and come up with a plan, or else the Chitauri army Loki spoke of will soon descend upon Earth. And when that happens, everything will grow far more difficult. A crisis of unimaginable scale for the planet. Fury's face darkened, concern etched deep in every line. With the second phase of the plan unfinished, the only ones left who might stop Loki were the Avengers standing before him. Fury turned to Rogers, his tone solemn and resolute. Captain, you'll be leading this mission. Don't let me down. He's leading the team? And what about me? Though Tony and Rogers were back on good terms, that didn't mean Tony was willing to take orders lying down. Fury spoke earnestly. Tony, you'll support the captain. He's a veteran who's seen real war, with a wealth of battle experience. Trust him. Tony glanced at Rogers, then sighed. All right, since Rogers fought in World War II and helped secure a brighter future for our country, I'll reluctantly agree. But if you make any wrong calls, I'll challenge you on the spot. He wore a smile, but inwardly, he was cursing. Though Tony had agreed to let Rogers be the team leader, that didn't mean he'd blindly follow every command. If Rogers made a mistake, Tony would call him out, without hesitation, even if it embarrassed him. Don't worry, Tony. You won't get that chance, Rogers replied with a gentle smile, unfazed by Tony's challenge. Having weathered countless storms and outwitted Red Skull in the chaos of World War II, Rogers' mind was already tempered and mature beyond measure. Neither the control of the battle itself nor the grasp of its momentum was something anyone else here could rival. Good. I don't want to give you any chances either. After all, this isn't just a training exercise, it's a real fight. One mistake could cost countless lives. After saying this, Tony's expression grew even more grave. Loki wasn't just trying to show off. What he wanted was to rule the earth. And along the way, many innocent civilians would suffer. All they could do was try to minimize the casualties as much as possible. Dr. Banner, when it's your turn, don't hold anything back. Tony walked over, looked at Banner, and gave his shoulder an encouraging pat, silently marveling at how terrifying Chun Feng's strength was. Impressive, truly formidable, not just strong, overwhelmingly so. Even the Hulk, as powerful as he was, had been beaten until he didn't know which way was up, eventually turning back into his normal self. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Dr. Banner held his head and, with a determined look, said, I can control my anger much better now. I won't lose control at a critical moment. He remembered losing control and becoming the Hulk on the helicarrier before. That had been his mistake. If Chen Feng hadn't been there, who knows how much destruction he might have caused. That guilt had been weighing on Banner's heart ever since, and now he wanted to do everything he could to help in this fight. Fury said, Dr. Banner, that's exactly the attitude we need. Go with Captain Rogers. He'll take you to Stark Tower. What about Tony? Isn't he coming with us? Banner looked at Tony, who seemed completely at ease, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Dr. Banner, don't forget, I'm the man in the iron suit, Tony said proudly. At that moment, the newly repaired Mark VI armor assembled around him in seconds. With a blast of energy and fire erupting beneath him, Tony shot out from the helicarrier and soared into the thick clouds, vanishing from sight. I'll go greet our antlered friend Loki first. Don't keep me waiting too long, or you'll only see me pinning him to the ground. Tony's confident voice crackled through the comms, as if victory was already in his grasp. Dr. Banner, Captain, let's move out. The helicarrier will provide fire support whenever you need it, Fury said, the weight of responsibility heavy in his tone. In truth, the helicarrier could only offer limited assistance. Whether they could defeat Loki would ultimately depend on the Avengers themselves. Let's go. Rogers nodded and led Banner toward the Quinjet. But just as they reached the exit, he turned back and asked, by the way, what about Natasha and Hawkeye? What's the plan for them? Don't worry, Captain. With Chen Feng involved, they'll reach Stark Tower in no time. Fury replied with certainty, and the two said nothing more. Rogers turned and left right away. Everyone in the Avengers had witnessed Chun Feng's strength firsthand. There was truly nothing to worry about. Once Rogers and Banner had both disappeared from view, Fury finally let out a long breath. His one remaining eye gleamed with a sharp light. After this joint battle, he believed these people, who had always been at odds, would become more familiar with one another and develop a true sense of unity. Natasha fixed her gaze on Hawkeye and asked once more for confirmation. Clint, are you sure Loki plans to activate the Tesseract at Stark Tower? I'm certain, Hawkeye replied, pressing a hand to his forehead, his brows knitted tightly, and his voice ringing with conviction. I might be a bit fuzzy on some details, but I do remember Loki saying he'd show his power to humanity on the grandest stage New York has to offer. Chun Feng suddenly muttered under his breath, his tone low. Well, it looks like our so-called God of Mischief is desperate for the whole world's recognition. Maybe it all stems from a childhood full of neglect and a constant craving for attention. Hawkeye. Natasha. What? Lack of love, a painful childhood. Both Natasha and Hawkeye stared at him, eyes wide in surprise. Their expressions seemed to say, how would you know about Loki's childhood? And why does it sound so convincing? Did you live in Asgard or something? Or are you getting your gossip from somewhere else? Chun Feng shrugged casually. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm just making an educated guess. After all, people who act this way usually have a less than perfect, or even a painful, childhood. It's not that hard to figure out. The way the two looked at him was honestly a bit intimidating, as if they could see right through him. Natasha was still okay. But as for Hawkeye, he thought, no way, I'm not interested in men. Let's get moving, Natasha said after a moment, snapping out of her thoughts, her voice tight with emotion. We need to let Fury and the others know. Then head for Star Tower right away. They probably already know, Chun Feng replied, drawing their attention once more. For all we know, they're already on their way to Stark Tower. You know that too? Natasha thought, but she decided it was better to check with Fury first. She wasn't entirely sure about Chun Feng's so-called predictive abilities, and if he turned out to be wrong, they couldn't afford to waste any time. But in the end, it was Natasha herself who missed the best window of opportunity. Sure enough, when they finally saw Nick Fury, the three of them learned that Captain, Tony, and Banner had all already left for Stark Tower. Chun Feng grinned. Don't worry. With me here, who knows, maybe we'll get to Stark Tower before anyone else. Natasha, whose face was tinged with worry, looked a shade paler. His eyes quietly turned away, and he couldn't help but think that sticking around these two was pure torment. He was constantly bombarded by the spectacle of their affection. Hearing what Chun Feng said, Tasha finally managed to calm herself. Indeed, as long as Chun Feng was there, reaching the top of Stark Tower would be as easy as snapping one's fingers. Compared to Rogers and Banner, who were piloting their fighters, they would undoubtedly get there even faster. Let's go. Beautiful, Chun Feng said with a playful snap of his fingers. The air in front of them shattered like a mirror, revealing a rift that led straight to Stark Tower. Growing impatient, Chun Feng called out, Hey, why are you turning away? Are you coming or not? If you keep dawdling, we'll leave you behind. We don't have time to wait on you. WTF? I was left speechless and a little hurt, unable to grasp the meaning behind it all. All he wanted was to avoid witnessing their shameless flirting and maybe give them a little space to themselves. Was that so wrong? Did they really need to treat him like this? No time to wait for him. Damn, I was left at a loss for words. But reality is often harsh. I had no retort, so he simply walked silently into the rift. In the blink of an eye, the three of them vanished from the helicarrier. It's all up to you now, young ones. Fury gazed into the distant sky, murmuring to himself. He had gone through so many trials and tribulations to assemble this team, all for one purpose, to protect Earth. At this moment, Tony had already arrived at Stark Tower ahead of the others. He fixed his eyes on the Cosmic Cube activation device, placed atop Stark Tower summit. Without a word, he raised his palm. A terrifying burst of energy exploded forth, slamming violently into the activation device. The result was a thunderous explosion, but it failed to truly damage the Cosmic Cube. At this point, the cube had already been activated, its boundless energy surging out in a torrent. Perhaps it couldn't be used to attack, but the protective energy shield it provided was extremely effective. Tony, don't even think about breaking the Cosmic Cube, shouted Dr. Eric Selvig, standing beside the cube, his voice quivering with excitement. You can't even begin to fathom its power. It's going to transform Earth, usher in a new era for humanity. This is our first step toward the cosmos. Just as Armstrong once set foot on the moon, you can't stop this. History is pushing us forward. No one can hold it back. Tony paid no attention to Dr. Selvig, not even sparing him a glance. To him, Selvig was just a mind-controlled puppet under Loki's influence. He didn't even realize it himself. Maybe in the next moment, he'd be obliterated by the cube's energy. Right now, there was no time to waste. The Mark VI armor, whether in terms of power or endurance, could no longer meet the demands of the situation. He needed to deploy the Mark VII. Tony repeated this silently to himself. Just then, the Iron Man suit slowly descended from the sky, landing squarely on the circular platform atop Stark Tower. Upon landing, the Mark VI Iron Man suit on Tony's body was stripped away piece by piece. Taking advantage of the moment, Tony slipped into the heart of Stark Tower, where Loki sat at ease in a chair, calmly sizing up his new visitor. Oh, the lowly insect has arrived as well? Seems your mind is still sharp enough. You actually guessed I'd be here so quickly. Tony strode towards Loki, cool and collected, inching closer to a table. As Loki's attention wandered, Tony deftly clipped a wristband from the tabletop onto his own wrist. This was the key to activating the Mark VII, a trump card that gave Tony a deep well of confidence. Loki, trust me, you're not going to win. Last time your father and grandfather came to Earth, they left with their tails between their legs, humiliated, back to Asgard. You know exactly how that turned out, so take my advice, be smart about this. Unless you want to end up like a beaten dog, slinking away in disgrace, surrender, now. Tony's words were cutting, and they struck a nerve with Loki. Fury flared within him. Loki was practically seething with rage. A mere mortal dares talk down to him? Who does this fool think he is? Chun Feng. Loki snapped. Pitiful mortal. Do you really believe you can stand against a god? You're nothing but an insignificant ant. I'll show you what happens when you incur my wrath. He raised his scepter, its tip blazing with an electric blue glow, as if a beam of pure energy was about to be unleashed. Tony's expression shifted, but he fought to keep his composure, pointing at Loki and retorting, "You've underestimated all of us, and we'll show you just how formidable Earth's people can be. The blood debt you owe won't be forgotten. There's no escape. You will pay for it." Both men advanced toward each other, their eyes locked in a battle of wills, neither willing to cede an inch of ground. Loki smirked, his voice dripping with menace. "Oh really? Should I be shaking in my boots? Huh, how terrifying. Let me help you on your way." With those words, Loki suddenly lashed out, his scepter crackling with blue energy as he drove it straight at Tony's chest. A sharp metallic clang rang out, and sparks flew. The outcome Loki expected didn't come to pass. The move that had never failed him before left him momentarily stunned, a flicker of confusion and disbelief crossing his eyes. How could this be? Tony, too, was taken aback, his chest heaving as he let out a deep breath. He knew all too well, without the Iron Man suit, a blow from that razor-sharp scepter could have ended him right there, just like what happened to Coulson. What was going on? Loki drew back the scepter and struck again at the same spot, but once more, only that clear metallic note rang out. Tony stood his ground, unchanged, eyeing Loki with a look that bordered on defiance. Loki couldn't comprehend it. How could a scepter imbued with such immense power be stopped by an ordinary earthling? This was given to me by that man, a secret weapon powerful enough to rule the earth. But now, all I can say to Loki is just one thing. You really let me down, old pal. The arc reactor in Tony's chest saved his life. If it weren't for that, things would have been fine like before. Loki stared at the scepter in his hand, his eyes flickering in confusion. He simply couldn't understand. None of it made sense to him. To think you're a god, and yet so useless. You've really let yourself down, Loki. A sly smile played across Tony's face as he fixed his bright, spirited gaze on Loki. But before Tony could finish his sentence, Loki hoisted him up with one hand, cutting him off mid-sentence. Loki's face twisted with rage. He gripped Tony tightly, then hurled him with all his strength. Tony crashed to the ground, his cheeks flushed red, his breathing ragged. He landed dangerously close to the floor-to-ceiling window. Just one more step, just one more push, and Tony would plummet hundreds of meters from the top of Stark Tower. Insignificant insect. Did you really think you could defy the power of a god? Did you think the scepter's magic, not working on you, makes you invincible? Who do you think you are? Pathetic mortal. Loki bellowed, his voice booming with a power as boundless as the roaring ocean, shaking the very heavens and halls around them. Loki, trust me, you don't want to throw me out that window. Watching Loki draw closer, Tony's bravado began to fade. Panic flickered in his eyes. Damn it! It was at least 200 or 300 meters to the ground. If he fell, he'd be nothing but a smear on the pavement. Most importantly, Tony hadn't even put on his Mark 7 armor yet. Right now, he was just an ordinary man, completely vulnerable. And the Mark 7 was still in experimental mode. If the sensors failed and the suit didn't reach him in time, he'd be done for. Don't want to? Why would I spare a worm like you? Loki sneered. Then, without hesitation, with a swift, vicious kick, he sent Tony crashing into the glass behind him. With a sharp crack, the window shattered, and Tony was thrown out of the tower. As he plummeted through the air, Tony shouted anxiously, "Jarvis, initiate the Mark 7 armor." Now, in the next instant, a gleaming suit of Iron Man armor burst out of Stark Tower, racing toward Tony at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, just as Tony was about to hit the ground, the Mark 7 snapped onto him, piece by piece. A thunderous burst of energy erupted. Fiery jets blazed from the repulsors in his palms, and the counter-thrust launched Tony back up toward the summit of Stark Tower. Donning his brand-new armor, Tony soared back to face Loki once more. "I told you, you really don't want to send me down there. Too bad you wouldn't heed my warning." As Tony raised his right hand, a brilliant light flared from his palm. A beam of energy shot out at the speed of light. Loki's scepter answered with a dazzling burst of its own power, though he was a step slower than Tony. The energy blast struck Loki squarely, knocking him to the ground in an instant. His scepter slipped from his grasp. At that very moment, up on the rooftop, the Tesseract seemed to complete its mysterious work. A sharp pillar of light erupted, blazing like a newborn sun, piercing the heavens as if reaching into the depths of the cosmos. Above New York City, a gaping rift, several kilometers wide, tore open in the sky, forcing its way into existence. The gateway. At last it was open. Humanity's future had finally arrived. We were about to enter a new era, to welcome a new dawn. Beside the Tesseract, Dr. Eric Selvig was shouting and gesticulating wildly, swept up in manic excitement. Just go back to sleep, why don't you? From the armor of Iron Man, a tranquilizer dart shot out and struck Dr. Selvig in the neck. Within moments, he slumped to the ground, unconscious. Finally, some peace and quiet. Tony sighed in relief, his ears grateful for the sudden silence. Loki scrambled to his feet, eyes blazing with malice. Peace and quiet? You pathetic little insect. Are you dreaming? My army is coming. You're all doomed. His scepter found its way back to his hand. Suddenly, another energy beam blasted forth without warning. But Tony paid Loki no mind at all. The thrusters on his boots ignited, launching him at breakneck speed toward the portal. From the gaping gateway, opened by the Tesseract, an overwhelming horde of Chitauri warriors poured into Earth. The Chitauri, in their endless pursuit of strength, had transformed more than 80% of their bodies into mechanical parts. They were nearly all machine, and so their power was formidable, far beyond the reach of any ordinary human. It was like the unbridgeable gulf between an average person and a fully enhanced cyborg. Boom! The repulsor blast from Tony's palms kept sweeping outward. Each shot triggered a massive explosion, and a storm of micro-missiles rained down from his suit like a tempest. But against the never-ending swarms of Chitauri, his attacks were as insignificant as pebbles tossed into the sea, barely making a ripple. Tony was soon surrounded. Several Chitauri leapt at him, relentless and seemingly unkillable. Despite the heavy firepower, the invaders pressed on, their numbers overwhelming. Inside his suit, the rising temperature was alarming, and Tony's speed began to drop as he shouted into his communicator. HQ, I need backup. I can't handle this alone. 800 meters. 800 meters. With every surge of his repulsors, he blasted apart dozens of Chitauri, carving a path through the oncoming tide. The battlefield was chaos, a storm shaking the very sky. But all of this was like a drop in the ocean. Far more Chitauri continued their assault, their attacks relentless and unbroken. Luo stood at the center of command, declaring, "Hold on a little longer, everyone. We've almost reached the main objective." The Quinjet was parked on the ground, and Luo and Dr. Zhao moved in and out of it together. At the sight before them, both of their faces grew tense with concern. The Chitauri, those invaders from beyond the sky, swarmed like insects. One of them turned to Dr. Zhao and said, "Doctor, you can. Act now. Go help Tony. Right now, with his current strength, he can't do anything against those Chitauri attacking from the air." Why are things stalling? Banner was confused. He felt lost for a moment, exchanging glances with others, unable to understand why the Hulk had suddenly retreated inside himself. Normally, the Hulk loved nothing more than to seize control, bursting out to unleash destruction. This strange behavior made Banner turn his gaze toward Shinfeng. Did Shinfeng do something without me knowing? How odd. Tony soared through the air, shouting, "Hey, quit standing around. Don't you see the Chitauri everywhere? If you don't get over here soon, I'll be buried under this swarm of bugs." With incredible speed and agility, Tony weaved between the skyscrapers, maneuvering around the Chitauri in a deadly dance. Meanwhile, more and more Chitauri forces poured into Earth. Even a gigantic, semi-mechanical, serpent-like beast descended from outer space. Chaos erupted. Utter chaos. New York City fell into complete disarray. The Chitauri squad showed no mercy as they attacked, sending countless ordinary citizens fleeing in panic. Even New York's police were paralyzed with fear, unable to evacuate the people in time. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of sword energy swept across the battlefield. Within a 200-meter radius, every Chitauri invader was torn to pieces by the devastating force. "Captain, this is your moment to lead," Shinfeng reminded. "If you keep hesitating, New York will be consumed by these invaders." His words snapped Rogers out of his deep thoughts. Even during the Second World War, he had never witnessed such a vast and overwhelming battle. And now, fighting aliens, this was truly unprecedented. "I understand," Rogers replied, his focus returning. "Kill them. Slaughter them all. Ha ha ha. Bring me delight. The more of these pitiful mortals that perish, the better." High atop Stark Tower, Loki watched the chaos below with a look of utter satisfaction. Seeing the helpless struggle of the defenders as the Chitauri wreaked havoc, a smug smile played at his lips. Suddenly, Thor appeared out of nowhere, flying to the rooftop to confront Loki. He called out, "Loki, shut down the Tesseract. Stop this before it goes any further. You're only being used." "Thor, do you really think I'm someone who can be used? I'm about to rule the Earth. Do you really think I'd just give up, return to Asgard with you, and let myself stand trial before Odin, that ignorant old fool?" Loki's emotions flared at Thor's words, his voice thundering with rage. Damn it. Loki had had enough of Thor's self-righteous proclamations. All along, they were simply jealous, envious that he had gained such tremendous power. When I rule Earth, you can tell that old man I accomplished something he never could. Maybe then he'll reflect on himself and wonder why Asgard standing in the Nine Realms keeps falling, why we're looked down upon more and more. Loki, you're wrong. You're blinded by hatred and power. Enough. I don't want to hear another word of your tiresome preaching. I am a god, and soon I'll be the god who reigns over the entire Earth and all of humankind. Loki shouted furiously, the scepter in his hand bursting forth with radiant light that lit up half the sky as a long-prepared surge of destructive energy shot forth. A crackle. Lightning arced along Thor's hammer as he effortlessly shattered the energy beam. Go back to Asgard and stay out of my way. Loki's figure flashed as he lunged forward, his scepter gleaming viciously as he thrust it straight at Thor. Clang! A clear, thunderous crash rang out. Thor's hammer sent the scepter flying, knocking Loki to the ground along with it. Loki, even with help, you can't beat me. Just give up and surrender. Thor gazed down at Loki lying on the ground, his face filled with sorrow and a deep sense of guilt. Thor believed that much of Loki's rebellious nature was, in truth, his own doing. Is that so? Seems you haven't learned a thing. Loki sneered, his expression twisting into something almost sinister. But before Thor could react, a chilling aura surged from behind. Thor moved to the side with lightning speed, but still, the sharp blade pierced his armor. A streak of blood appeared across his body. Thor winced in pain, rolling backward as he hurried to press his wound. Typical, nothing but muscle. You really ought to have your head examined, Loki mocked coldly. Then he kicked Thor, sending him tumbling from Stark Tower. Farewell. I won't be seeing you off. Loki watched as Thor fell, a cold smile playing on his lips as he waved goodbye. Captain, looks like your plan will have to wait. Chun Feng narrowed his eyes, a strange smile tugging at his lips as a colossal mechanical dragon, thousands of meters long, materialized before them. Dr. Banner, now would be a good time. Rogers glanced at Dr. Banner, a look of certainty in his eyes. I'm always angry, Dr. Banner replied, striding toward the distant mechanical dragon as he spoke. A good show was about to begin. Chun Feng gave a casual chuckle, a glint of cunning flashing briefly in his eyes before it vanished. He fixed his gaze on Banner, who was approaching the mechanical dragon. With a thunderous roar, Banner let out a cry of fury, his hair bristling as his entire body swelled. The shirt on his upper body burst apart, leaving only a pair of indestructible pants. Hulk, enveloped in a green radiance, stomped onto the ground. Using the force of the impact, he propelled himself toward the mechanical dragon. Rocks shattered and flew through the air. A shockwave swept through, carrying debris in its wake. The sky echoed with the explosive boom of thunderclouds. A wild surge of air pressure, almost tangible in its intensity, billowed outward. In the blink of an eye, Hulk unleashed a powerful punch, his mighty fist crashing straight through the colossal body of the mechanical dragon. Its head was stopped in its tracks, and the massive body behind it was forced forward, piling awkwardly atop the head. It was as if a giant truck had its front wheels locked, causing it to suddenly flip and come crashing down. Watch out! Tony suddenly soared behind Hulk, firing a high-powered armor-piercing round at the mechanical dragon. With a thunderous explosion, the mechanical dragon was instantly blown to pieces, raining shards of metal down from the sky. There's an old saying, you've turned green, but you've grown stronger, too. Chun Feng stood protectively in front of Natasha, shielding her in his embrace. But barely a moment after the mechanical dragon was destroyed, more Chitauri aliens immediately swarmed toward them, an endless tide. Get out of my way! Hulk's eyes burned red with rage. He roared at the Chitauri, then leaped from the ground, snatching a flying alien from the air. With a tremendous wrench, he tore the unfortunate Chitauri in half at the waist. Damn it, will these aliens ever end? Tony muttered. He'd been fighting for what felt like ages. Thousands had fallen by his hand, yet the Chitauri only seemed to multiply, fatigue etched deep in his brow. Chun Feng's eyes remained cold as he gripped the Sword of Gale, waiting for the aliens to gather a bit closer. Then he would strike them all down with a single sweep. But before Chun Feng could make his move, an earth-shattering crash of thunder exploded overhead, shaking the world like a drumbeat from the heavens. The sky was swallowed by a sea of lightning, spreading everywhere. In that moment, the entire space was filled with a terrifying storm of thunder. The heavens were lit up as bright as day. The aftershocks, fierce enough to split stone, swept across the battlefield, leaving no place untouched. Every single Chitauri was turned to ash, utterly obliterated. At that moment, Thor descended from the sky, landing beside the group. How's Loki? And the Tesseract? Rogers immediately asked. Do you really need to ask? Just look at him. You know he failed, or he wouldn't have taken out his anger on those bugs, Chun Feng said with a shrug, bluntly exposing the truth. Thor felt a bit awkward at that remark. I have to admit, every time in her loss to Loki, it was always because of his own carelessness. Just as Loki said, he never learns his lesson. Looks like Shirley and Chun Feng were right. At this moment, Tony chimed in as well. Let's stop talking about this for now. The enemy has already surrounded us. Captain, tell us your plan. Natasha quickly cut off Tony and Chun Feng's idle conversation. The most important thing right now is to defeat Loki and stop the Tesseract from spreading any more of its energy. I have a plan, Rogers said. I'll focus on evacuating the civilians and fighting on the ground, while the rest of you will handle some of the more dangerous assignments. After he finished, he looked around at everyone. He saw that each of them had resolute eyes, unwavering and determined, except for Chun Feng, who remained as relaxed and nonchalant as ever. When Loki saw the Avengers showing not the slightest sign of fear, a cold light flickered in his eyes. He increased the output of the Tesseract's energy once more. With this surge of power, the portal grew even larger, both wider and taller, and even more of the Chitauri poured through. In an instant, the entire sky over New York was swarmed by Chitauri, encircling the city like a flood about to burst its banks, striking terror into everyone's hearts. Fear. Everyone was afraid. No matter who you were, seeing such a terrifying and overwhelming scene would leave you feeling utterly powerless. If all of those aliens descended at once, the entire city would probably be overrun by the Chitauri. Rogers began directing everyone into action, assigning tasks to each Avenger. Hawkeye, take the high ground. Keep a close eye on the battle and send us updates. But you also need to be extra careful. We might not be able to help you in time, so you must stay alert to enemies around you at all times. After giving Hawkeye his orders, Rogers added another reminder. After all, Hawkeye was just a regular agent. Even as skilled as he was, he couldn't match the others. Holding a high position and facing the Chitauri was still incredibly dangerous. I can solve this problem. Chun Feng stepped forward. What do you have in mind? Hearing Chun Feng's words, Rogers' eyes lit up. Ensuring everyone's safety was his greatest hope. I've learned a few simple spells. I can cast a protective charm on Hawkeye, and a shield will naturally form around him to keep him safe, Chun Feng quickly explained. Time was running short, so he could only use a few basic spells. The more advanced ones would take too long. That's perfect. I'll leave it to you, Chun Feng. Please cast the spell on Hawkeye right away, Rogers said gratefully, then turned to Tony. Tony, hold the line. Don't let any of those aliens get out of New York. We have to keep the fight contained here. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Tony's boots flared with energy as he prepared to take off, but suddenly he glanced at Chun Feng. At that moment, Chun Feng had just finished casting an enchantment on Hawkeye. Tony paused, then strode over to Chun Feng and shamelessly said, Chun Feng, how about casting a spell for me too? All right, but remember, you'll owe me another favor, Chun Feng replied with a shrug. This isn't for nothing. You'll have to repay it, he reminded. No problem. Just a favor, right? Go ahead. Tony laughed heartily. He already owed Chun Feng a few favors, so what difference would another one make? The more, the merrier. This time, Chun Feng cast spells on Tony to lighten his body weight, reduce air resistance, and add a protective shield. With these enhancements, Tony blasted off, charging straight into the midst of the Chitauri army with newfound confidence. Explosions thundered and bullets rained down like a storm, filling the sky with streaks of fire that burst and blossomed, dazzling as fireworks. Thor, you're in charge of clearing the grunts at the portal. Stop them from sending in more troops. Do your best to wipe them out before they set foot on Earth, Rogers called out to Thor with a determined nod. It was a heavy responsibility, and only Thor's strength was up to the task. He was a god of Asgard, unmatched in might, endurance, or resilience. No one present could compare, except perhaps Chun Feng. Leave it to me. Thor gripped his hammer and shot into the sky, swiftly soaring to the tallest spire in New York. Lightning crackled and thunder roared. Electric arcs danced across Thor's hammer, accompanied by a deafening roar. Bolts of lightning split the sky, descending like divine judgment. Every Chitauri who crossed into Earth's realm was struck, their bodies reduced to dust by the overwhelming force. Hulk you! Rogers finally turned to Hulk, hesitating for a moment before giving his orders. Your job is simple. Smash everything that moves. At these words, Hulk's face lit up with glee. Destruction was his favorite pastime, and his greatest talent. Hulk loves smashing. With a booming laugh, Hulk hammered his fists against his chest, then leapt away, eyes blazing, charging after the scattered Chitauri with unbridled enthusiasm. This time, with no one holding him back, he was free to unleash his power. Romanoff, you and I will stay on the ground and fight. Chun Feng, you have another task, Rogers said. Chun Feng frowned, immediately displeased. Leaving Natasha on the ground was far too dangerous. She was, after all, just a regular agent. She might be able to handle a Chitauri or two, but what about 5, 6, or more? Chun Feng couldn't relax, and he certainly wouldn't agree to leave Natasha behind. Rogers naturally saw Chun Feng's worry and tried to persuade him with solid reasoning. Chun Feng, you're the only one here who I believe can lock the Cosmic Cube. That's why I need you to go to the top of Star Tower and take care of this. Don't worry, I won't let a single hair on Peisha's head be harmed. I'll do everything in my power to protect her. Nothing will happen to her. These heartfelt and moving words might have convinced someone else to agree for the sake of humanity. But Chun Feng was different. As long as the people he cared about were safe, the rest of the world could come crumbling down, and it wouldn't bother him in the slightest. Before the showdown in New York, Chun Feng had already sent Mindy to the safest place S.H.I.E.L.D. had, where she stayed with Jane Foster. My dear, can't you slip into the void at any time? If things really get out of hand here, I'll call for your help right away. Don't underestimate me, Natasha replied, a confident smile lighting up her face. With these weaklings around, let's see who takes down whom. Chun Feng hesitated for a moment, then saw the unwavering resolve in Natasha's eyes. He shrugged lightly, giving in. All right, Rogers, I'll do it. But Captain, if anything happens to Natasha, I swear I'll make you feel every ounce of pain she suffers. Believe me, that'll be far worse than spending decades frozen in ice. With those words, Chun Feng's figure flickered and vanished before their eyes. Rogers, meanwhile, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. A cold dread seeped deep into his bones. It was as if he'd been plunged into a world of ice. In the blink of an eye, Chun Feng arrived at the top floor of Stark Tower. Loki was still there, quietly enjoying the chaos unfolding below, clearly entertained. But the moment he saw Chun Feng, his expression darkened instantly. Chun Feng, damn it! Loki cursed under his breath. The memory of being pummeled on the Bifrost and the humiliating defeat at the party, cut down with a single stroke, still burned in his mind. Even after receiving help from that mysterious figure and wielding the mighty scepter, Loki still felt utterly powerless in front of Chun Feng, as if he were nothing. It was as if Chun Feng was his natural nemesis. You can step down from your throne now, Chun Feng said, his tone calm, but carrying an undeniable dominance. There was an air to him, a ruler overlooking the world, a presence that demanded submission. Chun Feng, I can make a deal with you, Loki said ingratiatingly. Once I conquer the Earth, you and I can share this planet. You won't have to manage anything. I'll handle it all. All you need to do is enjoy the supreme privilege. What do you say? If brute force couldn't beat Chun Feng, Loki would have to rely on his wits to win him over. After all, he wasn't like Thor, who only knew how to swing a hammer. Well, I have to say, I'm really not interested in that. Chun Feng replied coldly. Power and wealth were trivial things. If Chun Feng desired them, he could claim them at any moment. But unfortunately, he simply didn't care. Chun Feng advanced toward Loki step by step, his expression inscrutable, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Surely we can talk this out, can't we? Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Loki spread his arms wide, trying desperately to appease him, while his body involuntarily retreated, inch by inch. A flicker of dread, real, unmistakable fear, flashed in his eyes. To be bested by Chun Feng again was the last thing Loki wanted. Perhaps if you tell me how to shut down the Cosmic Cube, I might just let you go. Chun Feng halted, pronouncing his words slowly and deliberately. Shut down the cube? It can only be activated. It can't be turned off, you know? Loki's gaze shifted restlessly, but he quickly composed himself and forced a smile. There's always a solution to any problem. Maybe you're just unwilling to tell me, because you know that once the Cosmic Cube is deactivated, you won't stand a chance, and your defeat will be absolute. Chun Feng's tone was light, almost careless, but his words made Loki's pupils constrict sharply. No, impossible. How could he know what I'm thinking? He must be bluffing. Yes, that's it, he's guessing. Loki quickly averted his eyes, gazing off into the distance, determined not to betray even the slightest hint of unease to Chun Feng. For a moment, tension hung in the air. Chun Feng waited for Loki's answer, while Loki lapsed into silence, as if waiting for something himself. Attack him. Suddenly, Loki sprang into action, leaping onto a small Chitauri flyer. Behind Chun Feng, a large group of Chitauri warriors had gathered, their weapons trained on him, ready to unleash devastation at a moment's notice. In an instant, the sky blazed with converging beams of energy. Blasts echoed through the air. Relentless, deadly energy rays surged toward Chun Feng, overwhelming the sky. But in the next instant, Chun Feng's figure blurred and vanished from where he stood, leaving every attack to strike nothing but empty air. Then, behind the Chitauri, Chun Feng reappeared, sudden as a thunderclap. A dark surge of energy, fanning out in a wide arc, swept through their ranks. Every Chitauri within its reach was engulfed. Agonized screams rang out, and as the energy pulse faded, it dragged their lifeless bodies away, vanishing into thin air. Such was the horror of void energy. That dreadful power annihilated the Chitauri in a heartbeat, carrying their corpses into the void itself, where they would become nothing more than sustenance. Witnessing this, Loki's face went deathly pale. A primal fear, rising from the depths of his soul, urged him to flee this place at once. Every Chitauri had been devoured by the void, erased from existence. The sight sent Loki's heart plunging, as if he'd fallen into a frozen abyss. In that moment, it felt as if he had arrived at the coldest place in the world, a biting wind piercing to the bone, making his entire body shudder uncontrollably. That was fear gripping his very soul. He could die here, quickly. He had to get away from this place. At Loki's command, the Chitauri hurriedly turned their ship around and sped off into the distance. The terrifying aura radiating from Chun Feng filled even these aliens with dread. Instead of pursuing Loki and the Chitauri, Chun Feng walked over to the cosmic cube. Waves of energy surged from the cube, sustaining the vast gateway above New York. As long as the cube was closed, the portal in the sky would automatically shut, and the Chitauri would no longer be able to invade Earth. A deep, thunderous rumble echoed through the void. Chun Feng reached out, attempting to approach the cosmic cube, but was repelled by a powerful burst of energy. Had Chun Feng not possessed such strength, that blast alone might have hurled him away. He exhaled, steadying himself, and without losing heart, he channeled the power of the void and moved toward the cube again. This time it worked. The cosmic cube was in essence a space stone, and the power it wielded was the might of space itself, so closely aligned with the energy of the void that the two did not repel each other. Chun Feng's right hand moved ever so slowly toward the cube. Just as he was about to grasp it, an even stronger force suddenly surged from within, fiercely resisting his hand. At this critical moment, Chun Feng gritted his teeth and pushed his void energy to the limit, locking into a fierce contest with the power of the cube. In just 3 seconds, beads of cold sweat the size of peas broke out on his forehead. With a thunderous crash, the energy of the cube flung Chun Feng back once again. Damn it, my void energy still falls short compared to the power of the space stone. Chun Feng cursed under his breath. He wished he could draw upon a void race hero immediately to enhance his mastery over the void. Wait, equipment. Just as Chun Feng was at a loss, the idea of equipment suddenly flashed through his mind. Through the boost of equipment, Chun Feng could strengthen his overall abilities as a hero, thereby deepening his control over the void. Without delay, Chun Feng entered the shop to choose his gear. Deathcap, Ladin's Echo, a fully stacked killing book, Archangel's Staff, Zonya's Hourglass, Embrace of Fire. When Chun Feng returned to the cosmic cube, a confident smile played on his lips. He thrust out his right hand, plunging it straight into the energy shield. The surrounding space seemed to tremble, faintly twisting under the strain. His hand, visible to the naked eye, inched closer and closer to the cube. But just then, the cube erupted with its greatest burst of resistance. A deep rumble shook the heavens. The world itself seemed to reel in awe. Endless power of space exploded outward, and for an instant, the entire sky was in chaos. The massive gate above began to shrink. Chun Feng clenched his teeth tightly as the boundless power of the void within him surged forth. The two forces collided and intertwined, twisting around each other like giant serpents, each laying claim to half the sky. Waves of unimaginable power swept through the air. The void trembled. Two immense, nearly equal energies clashed at this moment, like dragons and tigers locked in battle, neither willing to yield, each tugging at the other. For a brief instant, everything was caught in a stalemate. The collision of energies showed no sign of either side giving in. Both sought to overpower the other, and even with the 6 artifacts in his possession, Chun Feng found himself unable to subdue the cosmic cube just yet. The energy within the space stone was simply too immense, seemingly infinite, unfathomable in its depths. When its power erupted, it was enough to shake Chun Feng to his core. Even his expression could not hide his astonishment. If only I could seize this space stone, then my command over the void would reach truly terrifying heights. By then, I could roam all the worlds of the universe as I pleased. The thought alone stirred Chun Feng's heart, and the power inside him surged uncontrollably once more. Heaven and earth seemed to tremble. But just at this critical moment, a horde of Chitauri warriors, fearless and relentless, charged straight at Chinfeng. Weapons in hand, they unleashed blazing torrents of energy in an instant, a furious barrage of beams, each one targeting Chinfeng. At such a crucial juncture, even the slightest disturbance could lead to disastrous consequences. Chinfeng's gaze grew icy cold. He stabilized his energy and quickly withdrew his right hand from the cosmic cube's barrier. In a single motion, he unleashed a jet of pitch-black void energy, an unfathomable force that swept all before it, swallowing everything in its path and striking terror into all who beheld it. A thunderous detonation, like a star-going supernova. Every energy blast was absorbed and devoured, and even the Chitauri warriors themselves were swept up and consumed by the torrent of void energy unleashed by Lord Chun. In seconds, the ribbon of darkness swelled even larger, and then vanished without a trace from the world. Thank goodness. He stopped him from taking the cosmic cube. From afar, Loki watched as Chinfeng withdrew from the cube and exhaled a long, deep sigh of relief. Astonishment. His heart was gripped by awe. Loki knew all too well how terrifying the energy contained in the cosmic cube was. Even as a god, he could not hope to break through the cube's energy barrier at this moment, let alone withstand the power it could unleash. If he had tried, he might have died 100 times over by now. Even someone as formidable as Loki could only borrow the cube's energy, not command it. Where am I? Just then, near the cosmic cube, Dr. Eric, who had been sedated by Tony's tranquilizer, began to slowly regain consciousness and rise unsteadily from the floor. He stared wide-eyed at the cosmic cube before him, as if in utter astonishment. Dr. Eric Selvig, hurry and get out of here. Chinfeng strode over. An ordinary man, especially an elderly one, was a heartbeat away from death with every second he lingered in this place. Yet Dr. Selvig made no move to leave. Instead, he stood transfixed before the cosmic cube, gazing at it in a daze, and asked in confusion, "The cube, has it been activated?" "Yes," Chinfeng replied with a nod. Right now, getting him out of here was the top priority. It must be shut down, or else the gateway to Earth will remain open, and aliens will swarm through. Dr. Selvig's face had drained of color. He clutched at Chinfeng in desperation, refusing to go. "I know that, of course. Just look at Zhou Tian. The Chitauri are already invading. Do you have any way to close it?" Chinfeng asked impatiently. He was growing tired of this old man. Say that he was under Loki's control and opened the cube, but in the end, wasn't he still responsible for this disaster? A way. Of course there's a way. All you need is the scepter's authority, and you can shut it down immediately. To Chinfeng's utter surprise, Dr. Selvig really did know how to close the cosmic cube. "Well, your mission is complete now. Consider it making amends," Chinfeng said quickly, opening a portal and pushing Dr. Selvig through, sending him somewhere safe. Chinfeng spoke into his communicator. "Clint, give me an update on Loki. Get him out of the sky." "Just my luck," came Hawkeye's dry reply. "Loki's right in front of me." Hawkeye drew an explosive arrow from his quiver and knocked it to his bowstring. With a sharp twang, the arrow shot toward Loki at blistering speed, aiming straight for his face. Seated atop a Chitauri ship, Loki snatched the arrow from the air with a casual hand, a sly smile flickering across his lips. But in the very next instant, the arrow's tip pulsed with a red light. It exploded with a thunderous force, blasting Loki clean off the ship and sending him crashing into a nearby skyscraper. His horned helmet tumbled away, clattering to the ground. "I did it," Hawkeye announced. With that, he cut the comms and drew another arrow, taking down an oncoming Chitauri soldier with practiced precision. Perched atop a high vantage point, Hawkeye faced wave after wave of enemies. Fortunately, Chinfeng's magical shield was holding, easing some of the pressure. As soon as he got Hawkeye's message, Chinfeng raced toward where Loki had fallen. Meanwhile, Thor was astride the back of a mechanical dragon, leaping and charging as he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks on the Chitauri. He was simply too powerful. No matter what the Chitauri threw at him, he swept them aside as easily as a child scattering toys, unstoppable with every strike. Soon, Chinfeng landed atop the dragon as well, knocking aside another Chitauri soldier. But their real target was the mechanical dragon itself. This creature's head was simply too large. Every second it remained in New York spelled more devastation for the city. After Hulk dealt with all the intruders, he suddenly picked up a massive metal plate and, lifting it high, slammed it straight into the core of the mechanical dragon. Thor's divine arcs of lightning danced across the iron plate, the thunder roaring as it raced through the metal, surging together with the plate into the heart of the mechanical beast. Everything happened in an instant. This wild surge of power clearly damaged the energy system inside the mecha dragon. Deprived of its power, the dragon immediately plummeted from the sky, landing with a crash. Hulk and Thor stood side by side, looking down at the mechanical monster as it crashed to the ground. Thor grinned. "Nice job, big guy. We really make a good team, don't we?" But Hulk didn't reply. His face was still clouded with a lingering anger. "Hey, big guy, am I right?" Before Thor could finish, a huge green fist slammed into him, knocking him clean off his feet and sending him flying straight into a nearby wall. What's wrong with you? We're supposed to be partners." Thor pulled himself out of the rubble, shaking dust from his hair. He glanced at Hulk, but the green giant paid him no mind. He just turned and stomped away. "Hey, big guy, wait up." Thor scrambled to his feet, calling after him. With his divine body, he wasn't hurt in the slightest. A heavy thud echoed through the room. Suddenly, Hulk appeared in front of Loki. Before Loki could even get up, Hulk crashed down like a runaway tank, flattening him with a single blow that blasted the air apart and sent Loki flying, smashing through the walls. Loki barely had time to react before Hulk gave him no chance to recover. With a leap, Hulk's massive fist slammed down where Loki lay, roaring after him relentlessly. Dodging the punch, Loki saw the unstoppable Hulk coming for him again and was instantly furious. "Damn you all. What do you think you are? I am a god. And you miserable mortals dare to humiliate me." As he spoke, Loki's expression grew even more severe, radiating a kingly, godlike arrogance. His entire presence exuded the aura of a supreme deity. But before he could finish his tirade, the scene took an abrupt turn. Hulk grabbed him by the right ankle, hoisting him into the air like a sack of flour. With a wicked grin, Hulk swung Loki around and slammed him into the ground again and again, as if Loki were nothing but a rag doll. To call it miserable would be an understatement. The hard stone floor shattered under the repeated blows from Loki's face, splintering in all directions with cracks spreading like a web. It was almost comical. One could say Hulk was performing a dance, flinging Loki around like a green tornado. The whole scene was equal parts brutal and absurd. No one knew how many times Hulk repeated the motion before he finally stopped. Loki was left lying in a crater, arms wrapped tightly around himself, his eyes filled with pure terror. Terrified. No, stunned would be more accurate. He looked utterly dazed, as if he'd been struck senseless. He sat there, stiff as a mummy, his eyes vacant and unblinking, unable to move. Loki, the god of mischief, had been utterly humiliated. He didn't even have the strength to resist. Jack looked down at Loki lying on the ground and said with a hint of disdain, "Weak, far too weak. What a pitiful excuse for a god, truly disappointing." With that, he turned around, ready to leave the building. Meanwhile, Loki lay at the bottom of the pit, completely dazed, unable to recover his senses for a moment. "It seems you've taken care of Loki," Chun Fong remarked as he arrived at the building and saw Jack walking out. "That guy was nothing," Hulk replied with a calm, indifferent look in his eyes. Loki, Gosen, not just weak, pathetically so. With strength this feeble, he wasn't even close to giving Jack a challenge, and he was far inferior even to those Chitauri soldiers. "You go help Captain and the others. I'll stay here and have a little chat with him," Chun Fong said. As soon as the words left his mouth, he flickered into motion, darted inside the building, and came to stand beside Loki at the edge of the crater. Well, Loki, the so-called god of mischief from Asgard, how did it come to this? Defeated by an earthling? With power like yours, did you really think you could conquer this planet? Chun Fong wasted no time in mocking him. At the same time, Chun Feng's eyes swept the area, but he saw no sign of the scepter next to Loki. A sudden sense of unease washed over him. Without hesitation, Chun Fong hauled Loki out of the pit, stared into his eyes, and demanded, "Loki, where's your scepter?" I don't know," Loki stammered, clearly shaken from his encounter with the Hulk, forcing out each word. What a piece of work. Chun Fong thought he was utterly powerless to resist. Jack looked down at Loki lying on the ground and scoffed. "Weak, far too weak. The so-called god, frail as a breeze, is truly disappointing." With those words, he turned and prepared to leave the building. Meanwhile, Loki lay stunned in the pit, unable to recover his senses. "It seems you've dealt with Loki," Chun Fong said as he arrived at the building, spotting Jack just as he was about to leave. "That guy was nothing," Hulk replied coolly, his eyes calm. "Loki? He's not just weak, he's utterly useless. With that pitiful strength, he's not even a match for Jack's pinky finger and far inferior to those Chitauri soldiers. You go help Captain and the others. I'll stay and have a little talk with him." Chun Fong finished his sentence, and with a flicker, slipped into the building, coming to stand by the pit where Loki was. "So, Loki, the infamous god of mischief from Asgard. How could you be defeated by a mere human? With power like this, You still dream of ruling Earth? Really? Chen Feng wasted no time in mocking him. At the same time, Chen Feng glanced around sharply, but couldn't spot any sign of the scepter near Loki. A sudden sense of unease crept over him. He grabbed Loki and hauled him out of the pit, staring into his eyes as he demanded, "Loki, where's your scepter?" I don't know," Loki replied, clearly shaken by his encounter with Hulk. He spoke each word through gritted teeth. What piece of work! Chen Feng shot Loki a cold look and tossed him aside without hesitation. There was no point in keeping someone like this. He wouldn't be able to find the scepter's whereabouts with him anyway. Did you notice if Loki was holding a scepter when you hit him? Chen Feng immediately asked I. Yes, I remember it was in his right hand. That's his most powerful weapon. He never goes anywhere without it, I replied. At that, Chen Feng fell silent, lost in thought. By all rights, the scepter should have been with Loki. Even after Hulk gave him that beating, the scepter shouldn't have just vanished. Damn it, who could have taken the scepter? When I find out, they'll pay for it. Chen Feng's eyes blazed with anger. He raised his fist and smashed it down on the table beside him, shattering it in an instant with a sharp crack. Hey, Chen Feng, we've got more and more enemies incoming. We need you out here now. The matter of the Tesseract will have to wait. Roger's anxious voice crackled through the comms. The number of Chitauri pouring in through the main entrance was overwhelming. Even Thor couldn't hold them back, and the pressure mounting on Rogers, Tony, and the others was growing by the second as they struggled desperately. Consider yourself lucky, Loki, but you'd better find that scepter for me. Remember, it's your only bargaining chip. With that threat, Chen Feng's words hung in the air as he vanished into the void, disappearing from Loki's sight. Scepter? At Chen Feng's words, a sharp glint flashed through Loki's eyes. He's right. The scepter is my only hope. As long as I find the scepter and boost the power of the cosmic cube, once the Chitauri army floods into Earth, victory will be within my grasp. Who cares about Thor or Steve Rogers? Even Chen Feng won't be able to defeat such overwhelming numbers. With this thought, Loki hurriedly rose from where he sat and began to search for the scepter. But Loki couldn't find it right away. After all, it wasn't truly his weapon, but a gift from the other, entrusted to him for use. Damn it, who could it be? Loki cursed in frustration, his anger barely contained. His figure flickered into motion. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng appeared at Natasha and Roger's side. With a single swing of his sword, a tempest of sword energy roared forth, slicing through everything in its path. The Chitauri soldiers surrounding the two were instantly reduced to ash, swept away as if they had never existed. Take care, Natasha. I'm needed elsewhere, Chen Feng said simply, vanishing from sight in a flash. In the downtown district, a dense swarm of Chitauri crowded every surface. Rooftops, streets, the very air seemed thick with their forms as far as the eye could see. It was a seething, writhing mass. Chen Feng, there's a building southeast of your position crawling with enemies. Tony's heavy voice came through the communicator. At that moment, Tony was pinned down by Chitauri forces, unable to break free, so he reported the situation to Chen Feng, whose strength and speed made him the team's best hope. Got it. Chen Feng nodded, then leapt straight into the building. A grinding sound echoed. In an instant, Chen Feng's entire body was encased in indestructible stone, transforming him into a towering stone giant as he barreled through the building's entrance. A deafening explosion followed, rocking the heavens and shaking the earth. The building collapsed into a pile of rubble, and every Chitauri inside perished on the spot. Chen Feng, there's trouble to the northwest. Another urgent voice came through the communicator, and Chen Feng raced off at once. At that moment, a small vial suddenly appeared in his hand, its contents exuding an acrid, piercing scent. With a flick, he hurled it into a cluster of Chitauri warriors. There was a shattering blast. A thick blue smoke exploded outward, instantly enveloping the entire group of Chitauri, wiping them out in a flash. This was the deadliest poison known, concocted only by the master alchemist, Singed. Chen Feng, now in the throes of battle, quickly drew the attention of even more Chitauri. They surged toward him like a tidal wave. In an instant, the sky was blotted out, dark clouds gathering overhead, plunging the world into sudden darkness. Oomph. Chen Feng snorted coldly, utterly unfazed. A sly, confident smile played about his lips. As the endless swarm of Chitauri drones closed in on Chen Feng, the void suddenly tore open before them, a rift appearing out of nowhere. A surge of chaotic energy erupted. A powerful force from the void poured out, and these feeble Chitauri had no control over their bodies. They were all sucked straight into the breach. In the blink of an eye, the rift snapped shut. Just 3 seconds. Every Chitauri in front of Chen Feng vanished without a trace. All that remained was the expanse of sapphire sky. Silence. Utter silence. The entire scene was as still as the grave. The crowd was stunned. And yet, even after so many Chitauri had been wiped out, more kept pouring in at the gates. Thor swung Mjolnir with all his might, lightning crackling and roaring across the sky, felling Chitauri by the dozens. But against such a terrifying onslaught, it was as if Thor's attacks were nothing but a drizzle to the Chitauri. Their overwhelming numbers made them unstoppable. As Thor fought on without pause, his energy was draining fast, the divine power within him ebbing away. Sweat, pale and cold, beaded on his brow. This can't go on. There are just too many of them. We have to shut down the Tesseract. Rogers called out anxiously. With only a handful of heroes, it was only a matter of time before the endless Chitauri swarm wore them down to exhaustion and death. Rogers smashed a Chitauri skull with his shield, his voice tense. Chun Feng, have you found a way to shut down the Tesseract? There is a way, but what I need is missing. Rogers' face fell at these words. If we delay any longer, it'll be too late. I'll have to do this myself and force the Tesseract to close with my own power, Chun Feng said, eyes brimming with determination. He had hoped to find the scepter, even if it took time, but now, with the situation so dire, there simply wasn't a moment to spare. With no other choice, Chun Feng could only take the most direct and most difficult approach, to use the power of the void to suppress the Space Stone's energy. It's the only way now. We'll distract the Chitauri and draw them away. Just focus on shutting down the Tesseract. Roger's eyes shone with resolve. Even if it meant sacrificing themselves, they had to close the Tesseract. If not, it wasn't just New York or America. The entire world would be swallowed by chaos. Take care of yourselves. I won't give these creatures another chance. Chun Feng replied. With a leap, he soared. In just a few breaths, he landed atop Stark Tower. Earlier, he'd been caught off guard by the Chitauri while fighting the Tesseract, giving them their opening. But now, as long as Chun Feng was prepared, he wouldn't let them seize another opportunity. He drew a slow breath. The energies of the void began to stir. The magic incantation was uttered in an instant, and a semicircular shield of energy enveloped Chun Feng in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but the power of time was unleashed simultaneously. Anyone who entered the area within dozens of meters around Chun Feng would be trapped by the overwhelming force of time, unable to move a muscle. In that moment, before Chun Feng could finish preparing himself, the endless swarms of Chitauri soldiers surged forward, their energy blasts raining down like a storm from every direction. But with the energy shield in place, none of these beams could harm Chun Feng in the slightest. I haven't even gone looking for you, and yet you're already rushing up to meet your end. A cold glint of killing intent flashed in Chun Feng's eyes, and a chilling, menacing aura swept out from him. The sky darkened. Up above the vast heavens, suddenly, a deafening roar resounded. A single, deep white point appeared, drawing nearer and growing larger with every passing second. It looked like a star, racing through the cosmos, straight toward them. A thunderous crash erupted, like a meteor striking the earth. It smashed down in the midst of the Chitauri army, obliterating everything in its path. The detonation that followed was ear-shattering, an explosion of terrifying force that swept through the battlefield, consuming every last Chitauri soldier in a surge of energy. Just an instant. This was the power Chun Feng wielded after mastering the art of arcane magic. Now he could unleash this devastating spell, one of his most formidable techniques. At the very same moment the Chitauri were annihilated, Chun Feng had already set up this spell to protect himself. Now, whenever an enemy approached, their attacks would first be blocked by the energy barrier, then their bodies would be frozen in time, and finally, an arcane star would descend from the heavens, destroying them all. Under the might of these layered spells, any Chitauri soldier trying to disturb Chun Feng was nothing more than cannon fodder. At this moment, Chun Feng remained untouched by the Chitauri, but down below, the other Avengers were not so fortunate, each of them locked in a desperate struggle. The endless tide of Chitauri soldiers overwhelmed Hulk, their relentless firepower battering even his massive frame and forcing him back. Hulk would take out one foe, only for another to immediately take its place. With each exchange, the pressure mounted. No matter how boundless his strength, even Hulk could not withstand this endless onslaught for long. Soon, exhaustion began to weigh him down. Sensing this, the Chitauri intensified their assault, unleashing an even fiercer barrage upon the weary Hulk. Elsewhere, Thor found himself surrounded by a sea of Chitauri, the lightning on his hammer dimming from brilliant to faint, a clear sign that his strength was fading. At this point, Thor could only fight hand-to-hand, relying on his indomitable physique to weather the Chitauri's relentless attacks. Only Tony, Rogers, and Natasha remained relatively unscathed. Under Chun Feng's magical protection, they were spared the brunt of the assault. Hawkeye, meanwhile, had already retreated from the rooftop, his quiver now completely empty. Without his bow, Hawkeye's strength was greatly diminished. If he stayed on the rooftop, he'd just be a moving target. "Rogers, give me a hand," Tony called out as he flew over, shouting above the chaos. Rogers immediately understood, aiming his shield toward Tony. With a thunderous blast, two blazing beams of energy shot from Tony's palms. The shield reflected them, sending the unstoppable force sweeping across the surrounding Chitauri. In an instant, most of the Chitauri soldiers were taken down. "This isn't working, Cap," Natasha called out, her blade flashing as she hurled it, taking out a Chitauri soldier in one swift move. "I know," Rogers replied, his expression grave. "But Director Fury, I can't reach him. I have no idea what he's doing." He understood all too well that the handful of them couldn't possibly hold out against this endless wave of Chitauri. But, at that moment, shields seemed to have vanished in a thin air. There wasn't a soul in sight. Inside the command conference room, Fury stood before the senators, his account measured and unhurried. "Gentlemen, perhaps we should consider using nuclear weapons, wiping out all the Chitauri in New York at once," one senator immediately suggested. "But what about the civilians? Have they been evacuated?" "They've all been cleared out. Right now, the entire city is a ghost town. For the sake of the continent, sacrifices must be made," Fury replied, his voice firm and unwavering, yet leaving no room for easy answers. Silence fell over the room. "Very well. Let's proceed. Launch the nuke. Wipe out every last one of those aliens." After a moment, all the senators nodded, agreeing to Fury's proposal. "SHIELD will do everything in its power to protect Earth," Fury declared solemnly, his tone as grave as a vow. Meanwhile, far away in New York, the Avengers had no inkling that a nuclear missile would soon be heading their way. Once more, Chun Feng summoned the power of the void within him. His aura surged, fierce and radiant, like a god descending to Earth, no less imposing than Odin, king of the gods. If not for the rule that each hero could equip only 6 items, with no duplicates allowed, Chun Feng's strength would have already reached staggering heights. At that point, even the Space Stone would seem to him nothing more than an ordinary rock. Once this battle was over, he was determined to explore the possibilities this restriction presented. A glint of intrigue flashed in Chun Feng's eyes as he reached his right hand through the energy barrier of the Tesseract, slowly drawing closer to the Space Stone. The air was electric with tension. Suddenly, the Tesseract erupted with a tidal wave of energy. Space itself rippled outward, fiercely resisting Chun Feng's void power. Once again, the two forces were locked in a dead heat. For a moment, neither side could claim victory. A tense stalemate held them fast. "I don't believe it. Is this space gem really so formidable that nothing can stop you?" Chun Feng was furious. With a roar, a surge of overwhelming power erupted from within him, a pure, unadulterated energy that drove his arm forward, inching ever closer. But the space gem was not about to surrender. The entire cosmic cube blazed with a deep blue brilliance, and its terrifying spatial force surged, shattering everything in its path. A thunderous boom echoed, shaking the very heavens and earth. Once again, the two forces collided, like a local tyrant pitted against a mighty dragon, each unleashing their full strength in a desperate struggle. "Chun Feng, hurry! The Chitauri are swarming. We're about to be overrun." At that moment, Natasha's voice crackled through the communicator, making Chun Feng's expression tighten. He could let others fend for themselves, but Natasha was his woman. He would never allow anything to happen to her. Yet right now, he couldn't be in 2 places at once. If he tried to do both, he would only end up failing on both fronts. But if he ignored Natasha and the others below, the endless tide of Chitauri might wipe them all out before he could even shut down the cosmic cube. No, absolutely not. Damn it. Chun Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly. His mind raced. He had to find a way to resolve this crisis. Meanwhile, Tony had just been shot out of the sky by the Chitauri, and a swarm of enemy soldiers surrounded him. Captain Rogers, Thor, and Hulk were also beset by wave after wave of Chitauri, fighting on with the last of their strength. As for Natasha and Hawkeye, they could only take cover behind their teammates, barely maintaining a semblance of safety. Wait, an idea flashed through his mind. Chun Feng's face lit up, his tense features relaxing at last. "Hang in there, everyone. I'm about to summon my little brother to deal with these Chitauri," Chun Feng announced through the communicator. Little brother? Everyone was stunned, puzzled by what he meant. Could Chun Feng's little brother really turn the tide of this battle? While confusion filled the air, Chun Feng entered the system's shop without hesitation and selected the Gate of the Void. This item could open a rift leading to the depths of the void, summoning forth a massive void creature. Unfortunately, the shop now limited purchases to one item at a time. Otherwise, Chun Feng would have conjured 6 void gates at once. But this was just the beginning. In the next instant, Chun Feng swiped his left hand through the air, opening an even vaster, more ominous portal. This was the power of Malzahar, the prophet of the void. From birth, Malzahar was acutely sensitive to the intricate twists of fate. This sensitivity allowed certain unwelcome entities to creep in, gradually encroaching upon his subconscious. In his dream, a sinister spirit was summoning him, a force from the unknown depths of the void. Gradually, Malzahar could no longer resist the overwhelming sensation. In the end, he was consumed by the void, his entire being surging with its energy. The earth will eventually fade away. The sun will ultimately wither. The celestial palace will one day fall. And they, all of them, without exception, will arrive here at last. They're the unknown creatures from the deepest reaches of the void. 2 great doors swung open at the same time. This world, together with the furthest corners of the void, was shaken by an earth-shattering surge of void energy as storms gathered in their wake. Every Chitauri froze where they stood. Stunned by this overwhelming power, they all turned their heads, gazing toward the 2 gaping doors in the sky. At this moment, under the astonished eyes of all present, from within the 2 void gates, several creatures leapt out. None were especially large, each resembling a small insect. Yet the power radiating from their bodies made it impossible for anyone to underestimate them. A shrill, piercing sound cut through the air as the void creatures, having suddenly locked onto their targets, shot toward the distant Chitauri like streaks of lightning. Just these few little bugs? Can they really get us out of this predicament? Thor looked at the void creatures, which even seemed a bit cute at first glance, and found himself doubting for a moment. They're not even enough for me to snack on. Hulk grumbled from the side. Everyone's eyes turned to Chun Feng atop Stark Tower, their expressions tinged with uncertainty. But then, in the next instant, everyone in New York, including Fury and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents high above on the helicarrier, were struck dumb with terror. They gaped at the spectacle before them, mouths open wide enough to swallow an egg. An uncountable horde of void creatures began surging from the 2 portals, as if a dam had burst, pouring forth in an endless, frenzied tide. It was like a raging flood, threatening to engulf all of New York in an instant, utterly and completely. Everyone was shaken to their core. Thor's face flushed with embarrassment, and he was left speechless. Why are you all standing around? Find a high ground now. Down here will be overrun. It was Rogers who snapped back to his senses and quickly barked orders to the rest. In truth, before the void creatures had even filled the streets, everyone had already scrambled up the nearest tall building. From above, looking down at the dense, swarming mass of void creatures below, a chill crept down their spines. Perhaps because this was their first time emerging from the void, all these creatures were wildly excited, which was why, for a brief moment, they didn't attack the Chitauri. But that moment lasted only a heartbeat. The void creatures instantly locked onto their enemies. Manipulating the power of the void, they vanished from the ground and soared into the air, crashing straight into the Chitauri. Relentlessly, they launched their attack. Perhaps it was because these void creatures were still too young, so the moves they could use were limited, nothing more than simple biting and the most basic manipulation of void energy. Ah, come on, Chun Feng muttered, pressing a hand to his forehead as he watched the scene unfold like a group of children tussling. Is my power still too weak to summon stronger void creatures? The sight was almost painful to his eyes. Forget it. There was no point in watching this kind of fight. It was honestly boring. But Rogers and the others, seeing these void creatures for the first time, couldn't hide their excitement. They watched with rapt attention, thoroughly entertained. Everyone, let's join in too. While we have this great opportunity, let's wipe out these Chitauri. Thor brandished his hammer, his red cape billowing behind him, fighting spirits surging. With the help of the void creatures, the tide of battle turned in an instant. The Chitauri's advantage in numbers vanished without a trace. For every enemy they had, we had just as many allies. The sky was swarmed with Chitauri, but now it teemed just as thickly with void creatures. The 2 sides formed a striking division, carving the world into 2 opposing lines. Chun Feng no longer paid attention to the other Avengers. With the void creatures summoned to aid them, it was more than enough. Hulk, smash! Freed from the mass of Chitauri soldiers that had previously hemmed him in, Hulk unleashed the sheer beauty and brutality of raw strength. He leapt directly into the fray. His fists crashed down again and again on the Chitauri, each blow carrying such force that, in the blink of an eye, bodies piled up around him. Spurred on by Hulk's example, the others charged into the enemy ranks, working alongside the void creatures to strike against the Chitauri. Where their forces met, movement became a blur, shadows and forms nearly impossible to distinguish. All around, whether in the sky or on the ground, the air shook with the roar of impacts and explosions. Atop Star Tower, Chen Feng let out a deep breath. Within him, the void energy surged once more, and he drew another step closer to the cosmic cube. But the cube was not to be trifled with. Its latent power erupted like a long-dormant volcano, a surge of energy more wild and overwhelming than before. Once again, Chen Feng's advance was halted. His right hand stopped just short of the cube. What a troublesome space stone. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, growing impatient as the limitless energy within him exploded outward. Suddenly, his aura shifted. A blazing sun seemed to rise, reigning above all. It was as if a terrifying force from the depths of the void was channeled straight into Chen Feng's body. In that moment, he seemed to become the very god of the void, wielding its power at will. And the spatial force unleashed by the space stone was, at last, firmly suppressed by the might of the void. As long as they held out a little longer, they would absolutely be able to suppress the power of space and shut down the gateway to the universe. Gradually, the energy connecting to the gateway began to wane, and the rift that had stretched thousands of meters wide now narrowed to just a few hundred meters. With the passage of time, the number of Chitauri entering Earth plummeted. Damn it, Loki thought Loki cannot fail like this. I will not accept defeat. Still searching for the scepter in the tall building, Loki grew even more frenzied as he witnessed this scene. He couldn't accept it. He simply couldn't. Clearly, someone had been helping him all along. Clearly, he had already gained such formidable power. How could he possibly allow himself to be defeated by these mere ants at such a critical moment? With a leap, Loki's figure vanished into the depths of the skyscraper. Moments later, his silhouette appeared atop Stark Tower. Loki glared at Chen Feng, standing before him, his eyes blazing with boundless fury. I won't let you have your way. Loki roared, a gleaming dagger suddenly materializing in his hand. He lunged straight at Chen Feng, the blade slicing through the air with a chilling whistle, as if a flash of cold light tore the sky with a crack of thunder. But the instant Loki stepped into that field, he was halted by the power of time. The dagger, brimming with murderous intent, was instantly pinned in place by an invisible energy barrier. At that very moment, the sky rumbled with a deafening roar. A massive meteor came hurtling down, slamming into Loki with tremendous force. Crushed by the overwhelming pressure and gravity, Loki was gravely injured. He collapsed heavily to the ground, staring blankly up at the sky, momentarily lost in a daze. It was over. Completely over. He hadn't even managed to touch the hem of Chen Feng's clothes. Was this how he was to be defeated? Did this make him the most useless god in all of Asgard? A flood of thoughts surged through Loki's mind, his confidence taking a severe blow. A sorcerer insisting on fighting hand-to-hand with a machine. Are you out of your mind? Chen Feng mocked mercilessly, seeing Loki. Sprawled on the ground, his spirit broken. Having weathered such a fierce battle, Chen Feng was finally about to reach the cosmic cube. Get up! With a thunderous command, Chen Feng pressed down on the cosmic cube, channeling an astonishing torrent of void energy into it, attempting to suppress the power of the space stone. The space stone was, after all, one of the 6 infinity stones, its abilities and might beyond compare. Otherwise, it would never have attracted Thanos' relentless pursuit. Now, under the pressure of Chen Feng's void energy, the power of space gradually calmed. Boom! In the next instant, Chen Feng directly pulled the space stone free, cutting off the energy reaction device. High above New York, the rift in the sky finally began to close slowly. Damn! Who launched the nuclear missile? Tony suddenly pointed skyward, spotting a nuclear warhead speeding toward New York City. His expression changed dramatically. Without hesitation, Tony shot into the air, racing at top speed toward the oncoming missile. What? Someone launched a nuclear missile at New York. When Roger heard this, his face darkened, disbelief written all over his features. Is this some kind of joke? That's a weapon of ultimate destruction, nuclear arms, on par with the Doomsday device. Though Roger had been frozen in an iceberg before the end of World War II, he was well aware of the devastating power of nuclear weapons. If that warhead were to detonate in New York, the entire city would be reduced to a wasteland in an instant. Looking at the whole Earth, who could possibly withstand a nuclear missile? Just the shockwave alone would be catastrophic. There is no need to elaborate. New York's future would be a lifeless, radioactive island, a terrifying dead zone no one would dare approach. I've caught it. Just as everyone was reeling in shock, Tony flew beneath the missile, catching it with both hands. He shot toward the still open gate at top speed. The only way to resolve this now was to send a missile into space. If it detonated anywhere within New York, the damage to Earth would be immeasurable. Not something the world could recover from in just a few years, decades, or even centuries. Down on the ground, Roger watched Tony rising toward the sky and shouted, "Tony, hurry." The gate was already starting to close. If Tony ran out of power mid-flight, he might never make it back. Chun Feng, is there any way you can keep the gate open a little longer until Tony returns? Roger immediately thought of Chun Feng. Since the gate was closing, it meant the cosmic cube had already been shut down. Chun Feng's plan had worked. But could he open the gate again? Chun Feng's gaze was calm and intriguing as he replied. Roger couldn't quite figure out what he meant. Was it that troublesome? If so, they were in real trouble. But then, with a casual smile, Chun Feng's next words took Roger by complete surprise. "That's easy," Chun Feng said lightly. "What? Open a portal in space? That's easy?" For a moment, Roger wondered if he'd misheard, questioning his own ears. Only Natasha looked at Roger with absolute confidence. She understood. She knew that if Chun Feng said he could do it, he definitely could. Natasha reassured him. "Captain, there's no need to worry. Since Chun Feng says he has a way, then he absolutely does. Besides, we have no other choice right now. We can only trust him." Chun Feng's strength had long been etched in Natasha's heart, and after spending so much time together, they both understood each other perfectly. That's why Natasha could guarantee it. If Chun Feng said it, there was no doubt. "Chun Feng, at this point, I have no choice but to trust you," Roger said, nodding, a new resolve rising within him. "I'm counting on you for all of this. Right now, there doesn't seem to be anyone else here who can confidently say they have the power to open the portal. Even Thor, the god of thunder himself, does not possess the ability to pierce through space. Otherwise, back then, the Asgardians wouldn't have needed the Bifrost to travel to other worlds." Meanwhile, Tony had squeezed the last bit of energy from his Iron Man suit. With a final push, he broke through the atmosphere, launching himself into the void of outer space. On the other side of the spatial gateway lay the main fleet of the Chitauri. Their colossal ships stretched for thousands upon thousands of miles, so many that the sight alone inspired dread, stifling the breath of anyone who saw them. How many Chitauri were aboard those ships, Tony couldn't say. But if they were allowed to keep pouring through, everything on Earth would be overrun. "Go to hell, you insects!" Tony's eyes burned with wild determination as he released his grip on the nuclear missile. Following its trajectory, the missile streaked straight toward the Chitauri mothership. In the next instant, a blaze of light filled the darkness. A thunderous explosion erupted, and the Chitauri fleet was instantly shattered, obliterated in the blink of an eye. The shockwave radiated outward, annihilating everything in its path. But Tony's Iron Man suit, now completely drained of power, lost all propulsion. Tony himself, having spent too long exposed to the vacuum of space, began to suffocate and slipped into unconsciousness. His limp body started to fall back toward Earth, just as the portal above began to close. Given Tony's current trajectory, it seemed impossible for him to make it through the shrinking gateway. At that critical moment, a flash of brilliant blue energy tore across the sky, yanking the closing portal open just enough. Tony's body passed through the widened gateway and plummeted back toward Earth. This power of the Space Stone is truly unbelievable. Chun Feng couldn't help but exclaim as he watched Tony return to Earth. After using the power of the Void to suppress the Space Stone, he could clearly sense that he had gained a certain level of control over it. After all, the power of space and the power of the Void are remarkably similar, almost like two sides of the same coin. Although they sometimes compete, they can also blend and coexist. That's why, after gaining even a little mastery over the Space Stone, Chun Feng could already unleash a portion of its power. He really didn't deceive me. Roger's gaze locked onto Chun Feng, still standing atop Stark Tower, awe and gratitude welling up inside him. This man was just too powerful, almost godlike, so strong that no one could fathom his limits, or even imagine where his true boundaries might lie. No wonder even Fury was eager to recruit Chun Feng and have him join the Avengers. With a mighty leap, Hulk soared high off the ground and landed right beside Tony, bringing him back in an instant. If Tony, unconscious as he was, had been left to fall freely from tens of thousands of meters up, there'd be no need to imagine the outcome. He'd have been smashed to pieces, nothing but a pulp. At this moment, the remaining Chitauri soldiers in New York were now utterly alone, small, pitiful, and defenseless. But the Void creatures had no intention of letting these enemies go. In the blink of an eye, they swept through and wiped out the last batch of Chitauri still scattered in the city. "Time to come home, everyone," With a surge of void energy from within, Chun Feng recalled all the void creatures back to their realm. The enemy was finished. If the void creatures stayed in New York any longer, they'd spark a chaos no less than what the Chitauri had caused. Tisk, let's check on our hero, Tony, see how he's doing, Chun Feng muttered to himself. After recalling all his void creatures, Chun Feng leapt straight down from the top of Stark Tower. By now, Tony had been set gently on the ground, his helmet lying open to one side. Everyone's expressions were different, but the same shadow of sorrow clouded every face. Tony lay before them, not breathing, the chill of death unmistakable about him. Hey, what's with the long faces? We've already won. Chun Feng finally arrived at the group, asking in confusion. Only when he saw Tony lying there, motionless, did Chun Feng understand. Hulk, give Tony a hand. Chun Feng reached out, pointing at Hulk. Hulk looked back, his face blank. He's already dead. How am I supposed to help? I'm not the lord of the underworld. I can't bring people back to life. Just give him a good shout, Chun Feng said, a little helplessly. For some reason, as he met Chun Feng's unwavering gaze, Hulk decided to go along with the plan. A thunderous roar erupted, so loud and piercing it felt like it might shatter everyone's eardrums. Thankfully, Chun Feng quickly covered Natasha's ears, sparing her the shock. But the others were left stunned, wondering if they'd just been subjected to some new kind of torture. Suddenly, Tony, lying on the ground, convulsed violently, his body curling up like a startled snail. He let out a long, ragged breath. Tony blinked in confusion, eyes wide as he came to. Tony, you okay? Rogers rushed over, supporting Tony and asking with genuine concern. For Tony, who had just saved the world, Rogers had long since set aside any past grievances. At this moment, Tony was the world's savior, and his actions deserved nothing but respect. Phew, I suddenly have this craving for steak from that Arabian grill nearby. Tony burst out laughing, glancing at everyone around him with a random, cheerful remark. Chun Feng, Rogers, everyone stared at Tony with bewildered expressions, as if they couldn't make sense of him at all. Come on, having just escaped death and the first thing on your mind is food? Everyone expected him to say something deeply moving, something that would touch the heart, but instead, it was just such a letdown. You have to understand, when Tony first came back from his harrowing ordeal in the Middle East, the very first thing he wanted was also food, a delicious hamburger. Clearly, after surviving a life-and-death adventure, Tony's immediate response is always hunger. Well then, let's do it. Tonight we'll head to that nearby Arabian barbecue place and try the steak you mentioned, Chun Feng replied, completely unruffled, with a straight face as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Throughout this conflict, he was the one who seemed most at ease. His strength was obvious for all to see. No one present could bring themselves to argue with that. The group fell silent. There was nothing left to say. The Tesseract had been recovered, and the Chitauri mothership was destroyed outside Earth's orbit. In short, Loki's scheme was completely foiled, and the plan to invade Earth had been crushed. But for Chun Feng, there was something even more important. Now he possessed the Tesseract. The power of the Void and the Tesseract's energy. These two forces belonged to the same category, bound by similar laws. He'd only just begun to interact with it, and already there were signs of compatibility. Given more time, Chun Feng was confident he could master the energy of the Tesseract even better. The only problem was, at the moment, he didn't have any weapon capable of housing the Space Stone. Otherwise, he would have already shattered the Tesseract and extracted the gem inside, just like Thanos would do in the future. Wielding a gauntlet forged by dwarves, he'd roam the universe gathering infinity stones, becoming the overlord of Marvel's cosmos. Galactus, the living tribunal, cosmic deities, none of them would matter. With a snap of his fingers, he could make them kneel and beg for mercy, singing songs of surrender. The power of the 6 infinity stones is beyond anyone's wildest imagination. To randomly erase half the life in the universe, irrespective of strength, before that power, all are equal. And if you add the heart of the universe to the mix, the terror only multiplies. After a moment's thought, a plan was already forming in Chun Feng's mind. Gather the remaining 5 infinity stones, and find a weapon that could contain them all. Tony, get up. Didn't you say you wanted to eat at that Arabian barbecue place? Why are you still lying here? Chun Feng glanced around at the near-ruined Manhattan, feeling less and less inclined to linger. Dust filled the sky, and a stench hung in the air, harsh and suffocating. Chun Feng didn't want to stay another moment. Don't tell me that Arabian barbecue place is actually somewhere around here? Chun Feng surveyed the area, his eyes sharp as he quickly scanned for Tony. Nearby? You gotta be kidding me. This whole area was a complete wasteland. No matter what restaurant, park building, or famous company it was, everything was destroyed in the Great Battle. If it were here, I wouldn't even bring it up to you. Honestly, I'm just glad it wasn't, Tony answered, his eyes filled with a hint of complaint. Clearly, Chun Feng's suspicion made him a little unhappy. Why don't you trust me at all? Can't you count on me? If Chun Feng could hear Tony's real thoughts, he would be nodding vigorously. Not trusting you? That's an understatement. When have you ever been reliable? All right, everyone, let's save the barbecue discussion for later. Right now, all I want is to go back, take a good hot shower, and sleep like a log. Zhang Pei stretched her arms with a weary sigh, fatigue written all over her face. This battle really drained me. I'll join you, Chun Feng replied, a mischievous smile curling at his lips. He strode over to Natasha's side and gently took her hand. The sight instantly made the others around them look away in mock annoyance. Seriously? When we're all stranded here, do you really have to flaunt your love like that? It's as if none of us have ever had a girlfriend. But on second thought, apart from Hawkeye and Tony, who did have partners, Roger's lover was already in her 90s and gravely ill, while Banner's girlfriend Betty was long gone. And to make matters worse, General Ross stood firmly in his way. So, it turned out there really were two people here without girlfriends. For a moment, Rogers and Banner both felt a little bitter inside. The cold wind seemed to blow just for them. With Stark Tower in ruins, I'll head out first and take care of what comes next, Tony said, switching to the backup power in his Iron Man suit and flying off toward Stark Tower. I need to get back to the helicarrier right away and report all this to Director Fury. I'll be off too, Rogers announced, leaving in a hurry. Captain, wait up. I'm coming with you. Hawkeye called after Rogers, hurrying to catch up. I'm going after Loki, Thor declared. Hulk, just want some quiet, Banner muttered. With that, both Thor and Hulk dashed off in different directions. Now, only Chun Feng and Natasha remained where they were, as if something frightening lingered here, and everyone else was eager to get away. Don't forget tomorrow's Arabic barbecue. Chun Feng shouted out an invitation, just as the others disappeared from view. My gallant knight, let's go home and bathe together, Natasha whispered with a sultry smile, leaning against Chun Feng and breathing softly in his ear. You owe me a good massage tonight. I'm exhausted. Chun Feng was a little surprised. When did this enchanting little vixen learn to be so bold? Just wait till we get home. I'll show you what happens next. With a sweep of his hand through the air, it was as if he parted a curtain of silk. A sudden rift appeared in the void, radiating a fierce and powerful energy. Chun Feng took Tasha by the hand and stepped inside. In the next instant, the two of them found themselves in Chun Feng's home. Fortunately, the distance between Queens and Manhattan Square was significant, and the Chitauri had been kept busy in Manhattan by MOE, so Queens remained untouched by destruction. The two slipped straight into the bathroom. As night deepened and the air grew colder, the temperature in the bathroom steadily rose. On the shield helicarrier, Rogers stood in front of Fury, his face dark with anger, eyes fixed unflinchingly on him as he demanded, "Why did you order a nuclear missile launch on New York? Don't you realize that if it detonates, all of New York will become a wasteland, a barren, lifeless ruin?" Fury's eyes showed not the slightest ripple as he faced the devastated Manhattan displayed on the screen. His voice was calm. "If we don't launch the nuke, the Chitauri, we'll conquer New York. And if that happens, it won't just be New York, Midtown, the world, the entire Earth will fall to the aliens. Loki will rule the planet. There are times when, for the greater good, we must sacrifice the few. Only by giving up a part can we secure the safety of the whole. Captain." Rogers listened to Fury's explanation, but his anger didn't subside. He fired back without hesitation. "You saw it for yourself. We took care of the Chitauri. We didn't need your nuclear missile at all. We defeated Loki and drove the Chitauri off Earth. You have to admit your mistake, Director Fury. If you won't, then why did you bring us together? Was it just to draw enemy fire?" Rogers' cold sarcasm left Fury speechless for a long moment. Back then, the situation was truly desperate. Fury had chosen to launch the missile for the sake of the bigger picture, sacrificing New York to end the Chitauri threat once and for all. Their dispute lasted long into the night before finally settling down. In the end, Rogers was furious that Fury had acted alone, launching the missile without telling them. Yet, Fury's reasoning left Rogers with a sliver of forgiveness in his heart. You might say he was angry, but deep down he understood. The crisis at the time was dire. Everyone had been pushed to their limits, physically and mentally, after so many battles. If Chun Feng hadn't summoned those void creatures to join the fight, the Chitauri might have overwhelmed them and claimed victory. The outcome would have been rewritten completely. New York would have fallen. Midtown would have fallen. And then, the whole world would have been lost. If that day had truly come, it was unimaginable what kind of apocalypse it would have been. No matter what, Rogers' unwavering sense of justice couldn't allow Fury to sacrifice an entire city just to save Midtown, or even the whole world. Because Rogers always held firm to one belief. Until the very last moment, there will always be a way to solve things. After the two parted on bad terms, Thor brought Loki to the helicarrier. Loki was taken into custody. The security measures this time were at least far stricter and more cautious than before. Now that the Tesseract was gone and the Bifrost destroyed, Loki had no way to return to Asgard. All he could do was wait for Chun-Fong to arrive tomorrow and make new plans. But to personally take the Tesseract from Chun-Fong and bring it back to Asgard, well, that clearly wasn't going to be easy. In fact, it seemed like a colossal headache. Thinking about all this, Thor's head began to throb. Meanwhile, back at Stark Tower, Tony stared at the battered ruins of his building. His face darkened, and unable to hold back, he cursed under his breath. Just his luck. All the effort he'd poured in over the last few months, smashed to pieces in a single night. It felt like everything had been reset to the very beginning. Even as the wealthiest man in America, Tony couldn't help but feel a stab of pain in his heart. He was seriously upset. That damn Loki. What a menace. He's nothing but bad luck for me. Tony finally shouted, letting out his pent-up anger. After a long while, Tony stripped off his Mark 7 armor. He sank heavily onto a battered sofa, staring blankly at the devastated floor before finally drifting into a deep sleep. He brushed up against death itself today. All he needed was a good rest. The next day, all the Avengers gathered at the Arabian barbecue restaurant. Chun-Fong had originally wanted to bring Mindy along, but Natasha stopped him. After all, this meeting involved matters at the very top. For Mindy, it was simply too soon and too dangerous. But in Chun-Feng's heart, a grander idea was quietly taking shape. It would have to wait until Mindy was grown before he could set it in motion. Tony, I really hope the barbecue here suits my taste. You know, I've experienced Chun-Feng's cooking, so don't let me down. Thor declared grandly, sitting down with a fork in hand like some mischievous rogue. Huh, is Chun-Feng's cooking really that good? Rogers glanced at Chun-Feng, his eyes full of curiosity. Having only recently woken from the ice, the captain had never had the chance to try Chun-Feng's food. Absolutely, Cap. Trust me, once you taste Chun-Feng's cooking, you'll be hooked for life. The very first time I came to Earth, his skills blew me away. I never imagined there'd be food on another planet that could rival what I had at home. Thor reminisced, singing Chun-Feng's praises. Thor, just fall in love with my cooking, not with me. I don't care about your preferences, but I'm definitely straight. Chun-Feng quickly clarified, hearing the unintended innuendo in Thor's words. Thor was clearly exasperated, a dark cloud hanging over his face as he snapped. Wait, Chun-Feng, what are you even talking about? Don't be so self-absorbed, all right? Everyone knows Jane Foster is my girlfriend. Stop trying to slander me here. I'm Asgard's #1 iron-willed straight man. Straighter than steel rebar. What are you thinking? Chun-Feng just chuckled and waved his hand. I was only making a casual remark. If you get this worked up, you'll just make it sound all the more believable. Thor's cheeks darkened even further. He was just about to shoot back with another retort when Tony interrupted from the side. We're here to eat, not to debate your sexual orientation. Besides, the barbecue here is just as good as Chun-Feng's cooking. Maybe even better. That's straight from the mouth of Master Chef Happy himself. Tony looked supremely confident as he crossed his legs and settled comfortably into his seat. Really? Well, then I guess my expectations are pretty high, Chun-Feng replied, glancing at the bustling restaurant. A quiet anticipation began to stir in his heart. Hearing all this, I'm genuinely curious. What is it about this Arabian barbecue place that makes it so special? Rogers chimed in, his eyes lighting up with eager curiosity as he gazed toward the front of the restaurant. Everyone else felt their appetites stirred, their throats working as they swallowed in anticipation. No one can resist the lure of good food. It wasn't long before a huge platter of Arabian barbecue was brought out and set before them. This smells pretty good. Natasha's nose twitched as she took in the aroma, a hint of surprise on her face. If the cooking continues like this, it'll definitely taste great, she commented. But whether it can match Chun-Feng's level, that's something we'll have to find out for ourselves. Well, I won't stand on ceremony. Thor wasted no time spearing a hefty piece of grilled meat and stuffing it into his mouth, wolfing it down in a single bite. But suddenly, he froze mid-chew. His expression changed dramatically, his bushy brows knitting together as he hunched forward and spat every bit of the meat back out onto the plate. What the? Is this some kind of dark cuisine? He glared at Tony, furious. Tony, what kind of recommendation is this? This isn't barbecue. Even the worms in Asgard taste better than this. Thor's anger was palpable. He'd gotten his hopes up, only to have both his expectations and his taste buds mercilessly trampled. Is it really that bad? Tony hesitated, picking up another piece of barbecue and eyeing Thor skeptically. Are you playing a prank on me, or something? Let's all give it a try, Tony suggested, gesturing to the others. Maybe it's just not to Thor's Asgardian tastes. Rogers and Hawkeye, not wanting to reject Tony's kind offer, each picked up a piece and put it in their mouths. Come on, Tony, are you messing with us? Hawkeye barely managed to chew once before his face twisted in pain, his brows furrowed in agony as he shot Tony a withering look. Tony, your recommendation is a total disaster. It's not even as good as the bread and milk I had during the war, someone complained. Rogers accepted his food out of courtesy, but he clearly didn't care for the flavor either. Damn it, this is all Happy's fault. Tony spat out the roasted meat in his mouth and immediately shifted the blame to Happy. Since Happy wasn't there, he made for the perfect scapegoat. Tasha let out a deep sigh of relief, grateful that Chun Feng had stopped her just in time. What's going on, Tony? Is this the incredible food you said could rival Chun Feng's cooking? Honestly, it's not even as good as the lowest fare in Asgard. Thor grumbled with a sour expression, then turned to Dr. Banner, who was still eating heartily. For heaven's sake, Banner, how can you stomach this tasteless roasted meat? Banner looked up, a bit embarrassed, his smile awkward. He explained, well, I used to live in India, and not just anywhere slums. Compared to the food there, this roast actually has some flavor. All things considered, when it came to this Arabian barbecue, the taste was at least bearable. Tony, in the name of the warriors of Asgard, I hold you fully responsible for this outrage. Thor suddenly stood, lightning crackling from Mjolnir as he pointed it directly at Tony. Tony spread his hands in exasperation. Look, big guy, it was Happy's idea, not mine. I got duped too, okay? When we get back, I'm definitely giving Happy a piece of my mind. Calls himself a gourmet expert. My foot. He cursed under his breath. Is this the best they can do? They dare call this Arabian barbecue fine cuisine? What a ripoff. Thor just scoffed, unconvinced, and retorted, don't go blaming others. Weren't you the one who insisted we come here? Tony bristled at that, slamming his hand on the table. Thor, let's get one thing straight. This is Earth, not Asgard. And for the record, I'm the one paying for this meal, so what I say goes. The others watched Tony and Thor bicker like children, looking both helpless and a little amused. Hey, how about you two take it outside for a proper fight? Chun Feng suggested with a chuckle. I hear it's an Asgardian tradition for warriors to settle things in the arena. Iron Man versus the God of Thunder, Mark 7 armor clashing with Mjolnir. Now that would be a spectacular sight. Thor paused, tilting his head thoughtfully, then suddenly burst out. Wait a minute, are you saying all Asgardian warriors are brutes who only know how to solve problems with their fists? It took Thor a moment to realize the playful jab in Chun Feng's words, and he couldn't help but feel teased. True, Asgard still followed the old ways of monarchy, and their weapons looked like ancient spears, but that didn't mean they were stuck in the Dark Ages. Just kidding. Asgard is the most powerful force among the 9 realms, centuries ahead of Earth in terms of technology. Chun Feng, I challenge you to a duel, Thor declared, his fighting spirit blazing. Tony, Natasha, everyone. The moment those words left his lips, the entire room fell into stunned silence. Every eye was fixed, wide and unblinking, on the 2 men before them. A duel? No one had expected Thor to say that. There was no doubting Chun Feng's strength. He had displayed it fully during the recent Avengers battle. He had stood toe-to-toe with the Chitauri's warlord and suppressed the power of the Tesseract itself. Even the king of Asgard would struggle to accomplish such feats. Of course, there was no pushover either. Wielding Mjolnir, he could summon thunder and lightning to shake the heavens. But still, the last time, in New Mexico, Thor had already been defeated by Chun Feng. For him to seek another duel now, either Thor had made impressive progress, or he was simply acting on impulse. Most people in the room doubted this fight. It seemed more like asking for trouble. You really want to challenge me? Chun Feng looked at Thor with an expression that suggested he thought Thor had lost his mind. That's right, I challenge you. Thor locked eyes with Chun Feng, his gaze burning with determination. Clap, clap. I admire your courage, Thor. Go on, let's see your heroic style. Tony started clapping from the side, his expression inscrutable, hinting at some hidden motive. Perhaps this isn't the best idea, Rogers interjected, shaking his head. New York was just torn to pieces yesterday. If you two start fighting again, this whole area could be leveled. All right, that's 2 votes, 1 in favor, 1 against. That leaves the 3 of us. Natasha stepped in, assuming the role of referee for the duel. I'm in. What about you two? You had to admit, these people really knew how to have fun. Hawkeye pointed to the many civilians in the hall and objected. I say no. The captain's right. There are a lot of people here. If someone gets caught in the crossfire, the consequences could be dire. As expected, Hawkeye immediately sided with Rogers, a loyal follower through and through. Dr. Banner, what about you? Natasha turned to Banner for his vote. I agree. Banner replied simply, popping a piece of barbecue into his mouth and continuing to eat. All right, that's 3 votes to 2. You two can take your duel outside, Natasha said with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Chun Feng and Thor. At that moment, Rogers walked over to Thor and Chun Feng, his expression grave. You can have your duel, but you must promise not to endanger any civilians here. If anything goes wrong, the fight ends immediately. Chun Feng glanced at Rogers, who was all seriousness, and simply shrugged. No problem. I'll take care of Thor in a single move. There won't be any issues at all. That statement was outrageously bold. Defeat Thor in a single move? Who do you think you are? Talk about inviting trouble. Thor's expression darkened with displeasure. He had to admit Chun Feng was formidable, but to claim he could defeat him in just one move. Even Odin himself wouldn't say that so lightly. Chun Feng, last time I lost to you, it was only because I hadn't yet obtained Mjolnir and unlocked the power of the God of Thunder. The me standing before you now is world apart from who I was then. So don't underestimate me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it. This little guy sure has some backbone. 3 days apart, and you see someone in a new light. Was that what he was trying to say? Chun Feng narrowed his eyes, a meaningful smile tugging at the corners of his lips, and then walked out. Thor shuddered involuntarily, a chill crawling down his back for reasons he couldn't quite explain. It was as if some unseen force was watching him from the shadows. Don't underestimate me. I am the son of Odin, the god of thunder, Thor. Thor quickly regained his composure, storming after Chun Feng, anger blazing in his eyes. Lightning danced and crackled around Mjolnir in his hand, illuminating the entire western side of the restaurant. Moments after his words faded, the guests nearby were left utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before them. It was as if time itself had stopped. Silence. The whole place fell into a hushed, breathless stillness. Damn it, Thor, can't you be a little less ostentatious? Rogers thought to himself with a bitter smile, muttering under his breath. Having chosen their battleground, Chun Feng and Thor each took their positions on opposite sides. They locked eyes, each sizing up the other. The atmosphere between them shifted in an instant, as if the very air had become charged with a force that could tear the world apart. Tony, Banner, and Natasha watched the two men intently. Anticipation etched across their faces as they eagerly awaited the coming duel. Only Rogers and Magic I looked on with grave expressions, a flicker of worry passing through their eyes, fearing the devastation that might soon be unleashed upon this place. Thor made the first move. He streaked forward, leaving a long afterimage behind him, and in the blink of an eye was standing right next to Chun Feng. Sparks of electricity crackled and snapped around him, the sound echoing through the air. Mjolnir tore through the atmosphere, letting loose a thunderous boom that seemed to shake the very fabric of the space around them, filling the air with a blinding storm of lightning. Chun Feng smiled faintly, opening his palm. Brilliant arcs of lightning danced across his hand, shining like the brightest star in the night sky, drawing everyone's gaze. That little star expanded in an instant, swelling to many times its original size, as if it could become a raging inferno capable of consuming everything before it. That move again? Do you really think I'll lose to you the same way as before? Thor's heart sank as he remembered how, not long ago, Chun Feng had used that very same move to defeat him. Thunder versus thunder. But this time, I will not lose to you. Above the god of thunder, a sudden radiance burst forth, illuminating the entire sky, as if the sun itself had drawn nearer to the earth, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. I command a thunderbolt that can shatter all magic. The lightning in Chun Feng's hand began to condense, shrinking from several hundred meters across to a mere 50-meter arc of electricity. Though the arc was now brief and narrow, the power it contained was no less formidable than the lightning that had split the heavens moments before. A deafening crack ripped through the sky. All the gathered lightning converged on Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, swirling with a force so overwhelming it seemed to shake the world as it crashed down toward Chun Feng. Yet Chun Feng's face remained perfectly calm, his expression as still as a tranquil lake, untouched by the coming storm. Electric arcs sizzled and crackled. With a blazing burst, the lightning in his hand collided head-on with Thor's hammer. A thunderous explosion shook the air. In that instant, the roar of their clash erupted, and an immense shockwave swept outward. But the wave expanded only 10 meters before an invisible, terrifying force of the void pulled it up into the sky, swallowing it whole, leaving not a trace of destruction behind. The two bolts of lightning battled, entwined like titanic dragons, each biting and clawing at the other. For a moment, neither side yielded, their clash suspended, locked in a dead heat. Thanks to the presence of the void's power, the wild surges of lightning were contained, not spreading to the surroundings. Instead, They danced and flashed in a dazzling display, crackling incessantly around Thor and Chunfeng. The spectacle was earth-shaking. Their power had undeniably grown. Chunfeng watched Thor, who was holding his own with impressive skill, and a faint smile played at the corner of his lips. But in the very next second, Chunfeng's gaze sharpened, as though he had become another person entirely. Space seemed to tremble, and around Thor, even time itself appeared to slow, as if under someone's control. The flickering of lightning seemed to move in slow motion, each frame of the battle playing out before Chunfeng's eyes. Chunfeng's figure blurred and flashed forward, weaving with nimble precision through the dense web of lightning, and in just a few heartbeats, he was right in front of Thor. Thor's heart lurched in shock. Even his expression seemed to change in slow motion, each nuance appearing frame by frame. Do you think they'll win? Banner glanced at Tony beside him. Who knows? Chunfeng's strength is nothing to scoff at. But if Thor can go toe-to-toe with him, or better yet, if they both end up battered and bruised, that's honestly the outcome I'd most enjoy seeing, Tony replied with a careless shrug. Who wins or loses doesn't really matter to me. It's not my business anyway. But if both of them come out looking worse for wear and put on a spectacular fight, now that would be entertaining. Whether it was Thor or Chunfeng, Tony had less than pleasant memories with both. In fact, he was secretly hoping to see them embarrass themselves, and he relished the thought. Do you think my man would lose to Thor? Natasha's lips curled into a confident, alluring smile, her expression full of certainty. When it came to her own man, Yin had unwavering confidence in his strength. From the current situation, it seemed Chunfeng had a slight advantage, and after all, he had defeated Thor before. Even so, I still hope neither of them gets hurt, especially not the nearby civilians. Whenever Rogers opened his mouth, he couldn't help bringing up the safety of civilians. An old soldier from the era of the Second World War, his way of thinking really was different from theirs. It's almost over. Hawkeye looked up at the fading light in the sky, a glimmer flashing through his eyes. The crowd responded, turning their gazes upward as one. Thunder faded from heavens. The blinding light dimmed. At last, the two figures appeared before everyone's eyes. In Chunfeng's hand, a lightning-forged spear pointed straight at Thor's throat, radiating an unimaginable energy that made everyone below involuntarily tense up. Strong. Unbelievably strong. A wave of powerlessness swept through the crowd. As for Thor, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A lingering sense of fear crept over him as he admitted in a subdued voice, I lost. The crackling arcs of electricity held terrifying power. Thor knew he was outmatched, and his heart sank to its lowest point. If that attack had landed on him, even with the strength of a godly body, it would have been a miserable experience. If you were going to admit defeat, you could have said so earlier and saved us all the trouble. Chunfeng teased with a crooked smile. Thor breathed a sigh of relief, but seeing Chunfeng's mischievous grin, he couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was about to happen. And sure enough, just as the lightning spear was withdrawn, a sudden arc of electricity leapt out, landing squarely on Thor's face. A sharp crackle filled the air. All of Thor's hair stood on end, making him look like a human-sized porcupine. Oops, my hand slipped, Chunfeng commented casually. His words sounded apologetic, but there was no sincerity in his tone. It was obvious he'd done it on purpose. Chunfeng. Thor muttered with a wounded look, but mostly, he just seemed resigned to his fate. After all, Chunfeng had already denied it. Without proof, no one could help him. Even if he wanted to be angry, Thor knew he wasn't a match for Chunfeng. Damn it. So frustrating. To think he was a god, yet here he was feeling awkward and helpless in front of a human like Chunfeng. It was infuriating. And as for you, Tony, I heard every word you just said. Chunfeng's voice, wicked as a devil's whisper, suddenly sounded right next to Tony's ear. Ahem. Chunfeng, you know how I am. I was just kidding around trying to lighten the mood. Honestly, I'm just hoping you both come out of this safe and sound. Tony gave a dry cough and hurried to explain, forcing a fawning smile. Oh my god, how could this guy's ears be that sharp? I definitely don't want to end up like Thor, turned into a piece of charred toast by a bolt of lightning. Arcs of electricity danced between Chunfeng's fingers, casting dazzling, flickering light. He sneered and shot back. Really? With your track record, do you honestly think I trust you? Chunfeng, after all this time working together, don't you know what kind of person I am? Of course you should trust me. We share a profound bond, forged in battle, Tony replied, trying to sound earnest. But Tony's face changed dramatically as he instinctively took a step back, edging closer to Banner. At this moment, only the Hulk barely had enough strength to possibly hold off Chunfeng, if only for a little while. Rogers couldn't hold back any longer. He finally stepped in to stop Chunfeng's relentless pressure. The duel is over. Let's focus on getting Loki and Thor back to Asgard. As for the issues between you two, save them for another time, in private. You can talk things out later. Private? Later? Tony felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, freezing on the spot as those words hit him. Oh no, wasn't this just setting him up for disaster? No way. Absolutely not. He had to steer clear of Chun Feng from now on. Just imagining being alone with Chun Feng, Tony could already picture the outcome. Pain. Indescribable pain. Cap, maybe it's better if Chun Feng and I resolve this right here and now. Who knows? We might even forget about it later. And you, all can witness it. Wouldn't that be better? Tony said, hooking an arm around Roger's shoulder with a bright, almost brotherly smile. But Rogers simply shrugged off Tony's arm, looking helpless. That's up to Chun Feng. I don't have the authority to decide. Weren't you always telling me about human rights and freedom? Well, I'm just following your principles now. Don't worry, Tony, Chun Feng replied coolly. I've already committed this to memory. I won't forget. Cap's right. Our business can wait until later. We'll have plenty of time to talk it out. With that, Chun Feng strode straight toward Thor, leaving a deeply regretful Tony behind. Why'd I have to show off? Why'd I have to push things so far? Tony was on the verge of tears, standing there dazed, questioning his life choices. Banner walked past Tony, giving his shoulder a comforting pat and sighing softly. Natasha also passed by, offering a gentle, good luck. Hawkeye walked by in silence, head down, his expression resigned. He'd already given up hope for Tony. For Iron Man, today was the darkest day of his life, bar none. After a short break, Thor's lightning powers had almost completely recovered. With his godly physique, these wounds were nothing more than a minor setback. What weighed on him was not the pain, but a deep, crushing sense of powerlessness. To be defeated twice by the same person, and both times by the same technique. Anyone would feel humiliated and frustrated by that, especially a proud Asgardian warrior like Thor. You were in such a hurry to bring Loki back to Asgard, weren't you? Well, the arrangements have been made. You can leave now, Rogers instructed. Wait a minute. Thor suddenly sensed something was amiss. They've only just brought me in, and now they're rushing me back to Asgard? Is this really how things work? That's like burning bridges after crossing them. Fine then. Where's Loki? Thor hesitated for a moment, but agreed in the end. Indeed, he did need to return to Asgard as soon as possible. His father, Odin, was surely growing impatient. Back when Odin had used all his power to send Thor to Earth, Asgard's defenses had been stretched to the breaking point. Now, their guard was weaker than ever. Every second Thor delayed could mean disaster. Over there, something earth-shattering could break out at any moment. As for Loki, I've already asked Director Fury to bring him over. He should be here in about a minute, Rogers said, gazing into the distant sky, waiting for Fury and Loki to arrive. Understood, Thor replied. Thor gave Tony a sidelong glance, noticing he was still frozen in place. By the way, what's up with Tony? Chun Feng quickly redirected the conversation, explaining to Thor with a straight face. Oh, he's fine. Probably just contemplating life. You know, how scientists are, ideas pop into their heads all the time, those flashes of inspiration. He's probably pondering something important right now. Beside them, Banner, Rogers, and Hawkeye all rolled their eyes, wearing expressions that clearly said, if I believe you, I'm a fool. Where's that nonsense coming from? That was quite a stretch, even for Chun Feng. He could turn black into white with a few words. Is that so? Scientists really do have scary minds. Dr. Banner, does that ever happen to you? Thor suddenly turned to Banner and asked. Banner found himself at a loss for words, caught awkwardly in the middle, uncertain how to answer. They're here, Rogers announced suddenly, his eyes lighting up and his tone brightening, breaking the tense atmosphere. At that moment, an F-35 fighter jet descended from the sky, landing right in front of everyone. Fury disembarked from the jet, bringing Loki, now in handcuffs, over to Thor. Fury pushed Loki toward Thor, his expression stern as he said, "This bastard is your problem now. Don't let him escape from Asgard again and put our world in danger. Next time, we might not be so accommodating. This time, I'll keep a close eye on him. He won't leave Asgard again," Thor replied, nodding. Just then, Thor remembered something important. Chun Feng, can I take the Tesseract back with me? Without it, we can't return to Asgard, Thor said, hesitantly reaching out his hand, hoping to take the Tesseract. After being roughed up by Chun Feng earlier, Thor had developed a lingering sense of apprehension toward him. If he weren't so outmatched, Thor wouldn't care who Chun Feng was. He'd have roared at him, seized the Tesseract with unyielding force, and swaggered off without a second thought. Without the Tesseract, you have no way back to Asgard. That's a real headache. Chun Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. How about this? Since you're begging, I'll reluctantly open a passage to Asgard and send you all home. Chun Feng, is there any way I can take the Tesseract back with me? Thor pressed again, a note of hope in his voice. Sorry, the Tesseract isn't up for negotiation. Even if you offer me Mjolnir in trade, it's still a hard no. Chen Feng refused instantly, his tone unwavering and righteous. Chen Feng, you really should hand the Tesseract over to me. Keeping it on Earth is far too dangerous. You have to understand, when Loki brought the Chitauri to attack Earth, he wasn't working alone. There are forces even more powerful lurking in the shadows, backing him. Thor's voice was grave with warning. The one behind Loki is after the Tesseract. Make no mistake. For reasons beyond our knowledge, they can't come to Earth themselves, so they sent Loki in there. Instead, the Tesseract's power is immense, but the danger it carries is something neither you nor S.H.I.E.L.D., nor even the whole planet, can withstand. Thor's gaze was fixed on Chen Feng, earnest and unyielding. His concern was not just for himself or for Asgard, but for the fate of Earth itself. Hearing Thor speak so sincerely, Director Fury hesitated and turned to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, maybe you should give the Tesseract to Thor. Let him take it back to Asgard for safekeeping. SHLD's Phase 2 is still in the experimental stage. We're a long way from being fully prepared. For the time being, it's best not to court trouble, and definitely not to attract more alien attention. Chen Feng, I have to agree with Thor. Asgard is better equipped than Earth to protect the Tesseract. Rogers added in support from the side. Compared to Chen Feng's formidable power, Captain America was more concerned about whether the people of Earth could be truly kept safe. Asgard is stronger? You think they can protect the Tesseract? Chen Feng couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. Fury, Captain, have you forgotten who drove Odin back the last time he attacked? There was disdain in Chen Feng's voice, leaving everyone momentarily speechless as memories from New Mexico resurfaced. They remembered a dashing young man, standing tall with a sword, a presence that seemed to command the very world. With a single stroke, he cut down all his enemies. A single man, one strike. Enough to stand against 1,000 armies. Enough to silence gods and demons. Enough to shatter the heavens and the earth. He was the great sword master, the sword immortal who had slain all his foes, or perhaps the sword god who hailed from the distant reaches of the universe, the person most skilled in the way of the sword in all existence. At that moment, everyone who looked at Chen Feng felt as if an unsheathed sword, cold and dazzling, was pointed straight into their hearts. Dominance. Invincibility. This was the aura of someone who looked down on all, whose confidence brooked no rivals. He stood above the masses, gazing upon heaven and earth as if they were but a landscape beneath his feet. The whole room was stirred. Yet silence followed. Rogers, Director Fury, and the others all fell silent, utterly speechless. Now, do any of you still think I'm unqualified to safeguard the Cosmic Cube? Chen Feng arched an eyebrow. Though his tone was calm, it brimmed with an unyielding authority that allowed no questioning. This was supreme majesty, an aura that brooked no argument nor refusal. A full minute passed before the others finally snapped out of their daze. I'll open a portal for you. Take Loki and go home, Chen Feng said directly. A surge of spatial energy gathered in his palm, and in the next instant, a pillar of light stretched from earth to sky, descending beside Thor. Thor took Loki and stepped into the light. Suddenly, he turned his head and asked, if something happens in the future, how will I return to Earth? I'll make all the arrangements. You have nothing to worry about, Chen Feng reassured him, stepping up to Thor and placing a wooden token in his hand. Thor accepted the token, gripping it tightly, and his figure slowly faded into the beam of light. If Earth ever faces grave danger, contact me at once. As he left, his final words echoed from within the light. Seems Thor cares quite a bit about his little girlfriend, Chen Feng remarked, glancing aside. Oh, so you know his little girlfriend too? Natasha suddenly appeared at Chen Feng's side, her tone mild but with a trace of chill beneath. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, then explained with a helpless smile, we met once in New Mexico, that's all. She's just an astronomer. Don't read too much into it, darling. Women truly are complicated creatures. Even someone entirely uninvolved could be seen as a potential threat. Didn't you and Mindy get along just fine? He thought to himself. A woman's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. After Thor left, everyone gradually returned to their normal routines. Dr. Banner stopped running and remained at S.H.I.E.L.D., continuing his research on gamma rays. Captain Rogers grew ever more accustomed to modern life, becoming a key force within S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony busied himself repairing Stark Tower and endlessly upgrading his Iron Man suits. He even sent Chen Feng a set of Mark 7 armor, though by now, Chen Feng had no further need for such things. As for Natasha and Chen Feng, the two were inseparable, always accompanied by young Mindy. With time, Mindy grew noticeably taller, her girlish awkwardness fading as she began to exude the air of a young woman. Chen Feng, drifting in the sea, couldn't help but imagine that particular scene, a secret thrill lighting up his heart. But the time hadn't come yet. Mindy was still just over 14 years old. Chun Feng would never force anything. Waiting for mutual consent from both sides was the wisest path. Yet, judging by how things were progressing, that moment was drawing ever closer. Whenever the three of them were together, Natasha and Chun Feng would always stay up late into the night. Every morning, when Mindy looked at him, there was a hint of longing beneath her air of grievance. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., a bespectacled man picked up his coffee, took a careful sip, then a glint of intrigue flashed in his eyes as he inquired, "How's the research on the scepter going? Any results?" A man below promptly replied, "Sir, we've detected powerful energy within it. The next step is to initiate testing and development." "Excellent. After all these years of patience, it's finally our time to put on a show." The man's eyes turned icy, a sinister grin twisting his lips as if he were a devil incarnate. And yet, on the surface, S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared calm and orderly. Everyone was diligently working through the second phase of the plan. No one realized that beneath this tranquil facade, undercurrents were surging, ready to erupt into a violent earthquake at any moment. When that happened, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. organization might be staring down the barrel of annihilation. Perhaps even the whole world would be at risk. It was the calm before the storm, the last breath of peace before chaos, a fitting description for the current situation. After some time had passed since the Great Battle in New York, the world gradually returned to a state of peace, everything settling back into its former rhythm. The legend of the superheroes spread even further. In the U.S. and indeed across the globe, almost everyone had heard of the Avengers. Although Chun Feng was not an official member, the citizens of New York knew him well. Every time he stepped outside, he'd be swarmed by enthusiastic fans, their voices ringing out. "Chun Feng, let me have your babies. Chun Feng, you're so handsome. Chun Feng, are you free tonight?" "I am." "Chun Feng, I want to taste your noodles. Come to my place. No one else will be there." Unquestionably, these cries from his female fans made Mindy and Natasha roll their eyes at Chun Feng again and again, glaring at him like scorned wives. They would then drag him away in a hurry. Because of this, whenever Chun Feng went out with the two women afterwards, he would have to disguise himself as a different hero, hiding his true appearance. "Chun Feng, I can't believe you're the swift blade swordsman. We fought crime together for so long, and I didn't even recognize you. Am I really getting old?" Inside the living room, Peter lounged casually in a chair, making a half-joking comment. Ever since they'd sent his grandfather to China, Chun Feng had taken over this parlor. The place was now bustling with people every day. Fortunately, Chun Feng had limited the amount of food, or the doors of the hall would have been squeezed right off their hinges. It was only after watching the intense competition that Peter finally connected Chun Feng with the Swift Sword Master. Chun Feng brought over a plate of his secret recipe steak, grinning as he asked Peter, I used to be reluctant to reveal my identity, and honestly, I just wanted to have a little fun with you. So, Peter, how's college life treating you? Are you enjoying it?" The aroma of steak drifted into Peter's nose, and he sighed as he picked up his knife and fork. "College life? Well, it's just SOSO. I've always been working under my advisor, and honestly, it's even more exhausting than the average college student's routine. You have no idea how strict my advisor is. If even a single gene sequence is off by a tear, he'll tear you apart with criticism. Just thinking about it gives me chills. If he weren't such an authority in biology, I would have quit a long time ago. I really don't want to stay under his thumb." As soon as university life came up, Peter's gift for venting his frustrations revealed itself. He poured out all his complaints about college to Chun Feng, barely pausing for breath. "Peter, you're really just the same as always. You haven't changed a bit." Chun Feng dug at his own ear, looking a little exasperated. "That's classic Peter, no doubt about it." "Yep, this is exactly the Peter I know." "All right. Chun Feng, do you think you could introduce me to the Avengers? I'd love to join your team." Peter looked at Chun Feng with eager anticipation, practically staring holes through him. "Sorry, Peter, I can't help you with that. I haven't actually joined the Avengers myself, so if you want in, you'll need to talk to someone in charge." "Who? Is it Tony Stark, Iron Man?" Peter asked excitedly, his face lighting up with admiration for Tony. Thinking about it, that made perfect sense. After all, Tony was the richest man in the States and also a brilliant scientist. For someone like Peter, who loved scientific research, it was only natural to look up to Tony. Well, Tony is one option. You could also try Captain Rogers. He's much easier to get along with than Tony, honestly. Chun Feng thought for a moment and gave Peter a hint. Tony's personality could still be a bit aloof, and his playboy tendencies hadn't faded completely. By contrast, Rogers was a genuinely good guy, and he'd definitely appreciate someone who wanted to protect the country. "Thank you, Chun Feng, but I think I already know what I want to do." Peter looked genuinely happy as he took a big bite of steak. Peter sighed with satisfaction. Chen Feng, your cooking just keeps getting better. This is amazing. By the way, Peter, how's Harry doing lately? Is his company doing all right? Chen Feng suddenly remembered Harry and asked. Peter was thoroughly enjoying his steak when he heard Chen Feng mention Harry. A look of hesitation flickered across his face, and he spoke with some difficulty. I met Harry recently, but he didn't look well. Maybe the company's going through some tough times again. He didn't really go into detail, just told me not to worry and things like that. Not doing well. Chen Feng paused, a glimmer of concern flashing in his eyes. It had been a while since Chen Feng last saw Harry, and he really had no idea how Harry was doing these days. He made a mental note. When time allowed, he'd pay Harry a visit at Oscorp to see what was really going on. In just this short while, Peter had already cleaned his plate, finishing off the palm-sized steak entirely. He let out a satisfied sigh. I'm stuffed. Peter patted his stomach, a look of contentment on his face. Chen Feng, I'd better get going, or my advisor's going to come looking for me again. After a brief rest, Peter stood up, ready to leave. Chen Feng, since you know the Avengers, could you maybe put in a good word for me? Tell them about all my great deeds. Let them know just how awesome Spider-Man is. How about it? Peter had reached the door, but suddenly turned back to address Chen Feng. No problem. Chen Feng gave him an okay gesture, and Peter finally left, satisfied. Of course, with Peter's current abilities, having only taken down some ordinary criminals and a handful of vampires, he was still far from being in the same league as the real heroes. He still had a long way to go before reaching the level of power he had in the original storyline. Meanwhile, in a remote corner of New York, a burly man with a thick beard and 10 rings on his fingers sat at a table, eyes fixed on the screen in front of him. This armored man, he's the one who destroyed our people and our weapons in the Middle East, isn't he? The bearded man popped a grape into his mouth, his voice low and tinged with anger. That's right, boss. That's him. A muscular man nearby replied. He didn't just kill our men, he wiped out our weapons too. These men were from the 10 Rings, the same group that had kidnapped Tony in the Middle East. Their leader, the bearded man, was none other than the Mandarin himself. The 10 rings on his fingers were his deadliest weapons. They were the reason he held sway in the Middle East, and the secret behind his ability to kidnap the richest man in America. Anyone who crosses the 10 rings will pay dearly, the Mandarin declared. From today on, you'll keep a close watch on him. I want him to pay for this with his life. Everything he cares about, destroy it all. He slammed his hand on the table, his eyes blazing as he spoke. His gaze bore into Tony's image on the screen, deadly intent radiating from him. Meanwhile, inside Oscorp, a group of people gathered together, waiting in silence for the results of the experiment. A long time passed. Norman, your physical enhancement project has failed again. We have no choice but to end our collaboration with you. A mushroom-clad Funjon approached Osborn's side. Norman blocked Laurie's path as she tried to leave. He hurriedly pleaded, Laurie Funjon, give me one more chance. Next time, I will definitely succeed. Our Osborn group has already made thorough progress in the field of human physical enhancement. All I need is one more opportunity. This time, I know I can do it. Damn it. If the Funjon side gives up now and stops working with the Osborn group, the loss will be far greater than a mere few tens of billions of dollars. More importantly, the Osborn group would be left with nothing capable of contending with Stark Industries. Right now, when Osborn is already at a disadvantage, they've pinned their hopes on this collaboration to stage a spectacular comeback. Norman, I've already given you many chances. Unfortunately, you failed to seize them. The patience of the Funjon side and of myself has long since run out. If not for our existing partnership, today's meeting wouldn't even have happened. Laurie Fungian's words were cold as ice. She shoved Norman aside and strode quickly toward the exit. Her scathing remarks left the entire laboratory in utter silence, as if the air had frozen solid. Not a single person dared speak. Everyone simply watched Norman's reaction in silence. Only after Laurie Fungian's group had left did Norman snap out of it. He flew into a rage, seizing the chief scientist by the collar and demanding furiously, Why did it fail? Can you give me an explanation? Huh? The chief scientist stammered, panic-stricken, unable to meet Norman's piercing gaze. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Father, maybe our formula is wrong. And with Dr. Connors gone, that could very well be the fundamental reason behind the failure of the enhancement experiment, Harry suggested from the side. It was Harry who had proposed the flying weapons project with the Funjon side, back when Norman was still recovering. They had thought that, with Dr. Connors on the team, the breakthrough in human enhancement would be within reach. Who could have predicted that things would fall apart halfway through? The appearance of the lizard monster threw all of Harry's plans into chaos. And in the end, it was what drove Dr. Connors to leave the Osborn group, leading to today's disastrous situation. Even without Connors, we can still succeed. Now, all of you, get back to work this instant. Find the mistakes, and make sure the physical enhancement experiment is completed within 3 days. Otherwise, every single one of you useless fools can pack your things and get out. Norman bellowed at the entire research team, his voice thundering with fury, then stormed out of the laboratory, his face twisted with frustration and anger. Everyone, just focus on your work for now. I'll go talk to my father. Harry offered words of comfort to the researchers. These people were the cream of the crop at Oscorp. If they were all fired, the company would be finished, let alone having any chance of competing with Stark Industries. With that, Harry left the lab, hurrying after his father. Only when he was gone did everyone in the lab finally breathe a sigh of relief, shaking their heads helplessly. Chinfeng, are you free next Friday? How about we all go to the Times Square Carnival? During lunch, Peter fiddled with his chopsticks and looked over at Chinfeng with a question. The carnival? I want to go. Before Chinfeng could reply, Mindy shot her hand up eagerly, her voice bubbling with excitement. See? Mindy's in. Let's all go together. Peter reached out, wanting to pat Mindy's head in thanks for being on his side, but she dodged away, leaving him feeling just a bit awkward. Seeing how excited Mindy was, Chinfeng had no reason to refuse and agreed to go. Carrying out a bowl of spicy beef stew, he asked with a touch of curiosity, Peter, you're bringing one along, right? Aren't you worried it'll be a bit too much attention if the 3 of us tag along? It smells amazing. Peter took a deep whiff, his stomach rumbling as he couldn't help but swallow hard. Actually, I wanted you to help me out with that final hurdle. I'm not sure how to get past it, he admitted, lowering his voice out of concern for Mindy's young ears. After all, he was still inexperienced when it came to relationships, especially in front of a girl. He'd never been able to cross that last threshold. Noticing the look in Peter's eyes, Chinfeng instantly understood and smiled reassuringly. Mindy, though she'd often pester Natasha with questions about these things, was still just a kid and hadn't grasped the real meaning behind their conversation. Hey, what are you two talking about? What last hurdle? Are you talking about a video game? I'm really good at those, you know. Just ask me. Mindy, not understanding the hidden meaning, puffed up in frustration and hopped on her chair, crossing her arms. It's just a little secret between guys, kind of like the secrets you share with Natasha. Chinfeng soothed her gently. Kiddo, when the time comes, I'll teach you how to get past that final level myself. Peter felt a twinge of embarrassment. He would never have brought it up if he'd known Mindy would be around. How's the modification coming along? Any results yet? That night, Norman returned to the lab. Now, only he and the chief scientist remained. We've corrected the errors, but to know for sure, we'll need to run animal trials first, the chief scientist said, pointing at the machine before them, his tone grave. There's no time for animal testing. Start human trials immediately. Norman shot back, making his stance clear without hesitation. But without conducting animal testing, many unknown dangers that could potentially lead to death, will be beyond our control. The chief scientist, face filled with terror, hurriedly tried to dissuade him. As a scientist, he understood just how frightening an untested research product could be. So what if it leads to death? Are you scared? If we don't get the formula back right away, our company is going to be swallowed up by Stark Industries. When that happens, all of you will be out of a job. Do you understand? This is the real emergency right now. That's what matters most. Norman shot the chief scientist a cold glare, pointed at his nose, and berated him angrily. I'll do the human trial myself. Go get everything ready. Norman turned and strode toward the machine, only to see the chief scientist still rooted to the spot. His temper flared, and he was nearly shaking with anger. What are you standing there for? Move now. Only then did the chief scientist snap out of his daze. He nodded frantically and rushed over to the control console. The Human Enhancement Program was designed to help a person withstand the weight and pressure that came with advanced flight weaponry. Just like the super soldier serum taken by Captain Rogers, it could dramatically increase human limits, turning a weakling into a super fighter. And now, Norman Osborn, in order to regain support for the formula, chose to use his own body as the subject for the experiment. Begin. Norman stepped onto the testing platform. Once he was strapped in from head to toe, he shot a commanding look at the chief scientist, issuing his order without a word. With Norman's tone leaving no room for doubt, the chief scientist didn't hesitate. He quickly activated the machine. In an instant, a thick green mist burst forth, enveloping the entire testing platform. Norman's figure vanished within the swirling fog. Time passed. As the vapors slowly dissipated, Norman's eyes remained shut, as though he had fallen into a deep sleep. The chief scientist, seeing this, rushed to Norman's side in a panic, fumbling to press the release button on the restraints. Suddenly, the moment he touched Norman, Norman's eyes snapped open. His gaze was sharp as a blade, locking onto the chief scientist with an intensity that was almost palpable. It was only coldness and pitiless cruelty. A terrifying aura radiated from Norman, almost tangible in its oppressive weight, stifling the entire room. It was as if a demon from the depths of hell had arrived, his icy killing intent flooding the air. The atmosphere grew suffocating and dreadful. In a flash, Norman broke free from his restraints. With one swift motion, he seized the chief scientist by the throat, sinews bulging as he squeezed with all his might. Bones cracked. The chief scientist's eyes widened in shock. Before he could even struggle, Norman's grip crushed his windpipe, leaving his face a mottled shade of red and purple. He stopped breathing and was sent straight to meet his maker. At this moment, Norman's body underwent a transformation that was nothing short of extraordinary, as if some supernatural force had reshaped him. Bulging, powerful muscles sprang up across his frame, and he seemed to have shed a decade or more in an instant, radiating vigor and vitality. A booming laugh erupted from him. I did it. I've finally succeeded. Carelessly, Norman tossed aside the chief scientist's corpse as if it were no more than a piece of garbage. He threw his arms high above his head and let out another triumphant laugh toward the ceiling. At that very moment, the Osborn Corporation's security system registered Norman's murderous act. A large contingent of security guards rushed toward the laboratory. Hurry! Move! Quickly! Capture him! Don't let him get away! A whole crowd of security personnel arrived just in time, forming a barricade in front of Norman as he tried to leave. Out of my way! Norman barked coldly. His expression was blank, utterly devoid of emotion, as though all feeling had been stripped away. This chilling indifference sent a wave of dread through the guards. They felt an icy fear deep in their hearts. Their pulses raced. A shiver ran down their spines. Instinctively, everyone stepped back several paces. Some were trembling so violently that sweat poured down their faces. It was as if they were staring into the eyes of a demon. An unnatural chill clung to their backs. Father, was it you? Did you kill him? Just then, Harry arrived. He stared at his father in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Norman remained silent. He would never admit to murder. As long as he didn't confess, Norman knew that, given his power and influence, he could easily cover up what had happened. At most, he'd have to buy people's silence, offer the slain scientist's family a hefty sum to dissuade them from pressing charges, and settle things with enough money to hush up any investigation. A fabricated certificate of accidental death would make the whole affair vanish like smoke on the wind. But seeing Norman refuse to speak, Harry understood the truth. Disappointment washed over his face. The father who had always seemed so gentle and refined. How could he have become like this? Cold, ruthlessly murderous. Harry simply couldn't accept it. Norman patted Harry on the shoulder, then, under the fearful gaze of the security guards, strode out of the laboratory. The next day, the Osborn Corporation's board of directors convened and decided to remove Norman from his position as chairman, stripping him of all authority. They had no intention of reporting the incident to the police. It would only tarnish the reputation of Osborn Corporation, and ultimately, they would be the ones to pay the price. Until they were certain the situation was under control, revoking Norman's position was the only sensible course. You'll all regret this. I promise you. There's no turning back after today. Norman snarled, his voice thick with venom, as he pointed at the assembled board members. Ever since transferring part of his shares to Harry, Norman could no longer rule the company single-handedly. Now, confronted by the united front of so many shareholders, his chances of regaining power were gone. Warman, you're out of control. You need time to calm down and steer the Osborn Group back onto the right path, not rely on those shady and scrupulous methods. One of the elders, his hair completely white, rose to his feet and spoke with heartfelt earnestness. He was a founding member of the company, having followed Osborn since the very beginning. Naturally, he did not wish to see Norman destroy everything he had built with his own hands. Oomph. Don't you preach to me with that condescending tone. Norman turned his head sharply, lashing out in anger. It was clear that he was in a foul mood, his eyes blazing with fury, and there was even a hint of murderous intent, though he kept it barely in check. Father. Harry watched as his father's figure receded into the distance, a wave of sadness washing over him. When did things start to change? When did his father become like this? The Times Square Carnival. This was the most relaxed day for people after the chaos in New York. Peter and Gwen. Chun Feng arrived at their agreed meeting spot with Mindy, and instantly spotted Peter and Gwen walking arm in arm toward them. Seeing them, Mindy immediately took Chun Feng's arm as well. If Natasha hadn't been on assignment today, Chen Feng would have brought her along too, just to show Peter what true masculine swagger looked like. Chen Feng, long time no see. I can't believe you're actually a superhero. The way you looked when you saved New York was just incredible. Gwen looked at Chen Feng like a starstruck fan, her happiness shining through. Gwen, your boyfriend is right here. Don't forget, I'm a superhero too. Peter's face changed in an instant, and he hurried to assert himself. Come on, Chen Feng's working with the government's Avengers squad. That's seriously impressive. I'll be one of them soon. Really? Gwen looked at Peter in disbelief, barely able to contain her excitement. Of course. Would I ever lie to you? With Gwen's attention back on him, Peter's confidence surged. He shot a glance at Chen Feng and continued, Isn't that right, Chen Feng? At that moment, Peter's eyes darted upward, desperately signaling Chen Feng for backup. Yes, he's already a provisional member of the Avengers. Chen Feng's words twisted and turned, nearly giving Peter a heart attack from the suspense. Really? Gwen was beside herself with excitement. Didn't you hear Chen Feng say so? Of course it's true, Peter replied, smug and full of pride. That's what brothers are for, having your back at the crucial moment. All right, we're here to have fun, not to waste time bragging, Chen Feng said with a helpless roll of his eyes. A little bit of sunshine, and this. Guy's already basking in it. He really couldn't help but be amused. Taking Mindy's hand, he led the way toward the bustling crowd in the distance. Wait for us, Peter called out loudly from behind, pulling Gwen along as they hurried to catch up. There really was something magical about the Times Square Carnival. In the sky floated balloons of all shapes and colors, featuring a parade of cartoon characters. Among them, to Chen Feng's surprise, was one that looked just like Iron Man. Huh, has Tony already gained fans this quickly? It looks like quite a few middlemen have seized the opportunity to make a handsome profit. Beyond the array of balloons in the sky, the variety of snacks in Times Square seemed endless. So many different kinds, and not a single repeat among them. Despite the abundance of choices, they all shared one thing in common: sweetness. After all, people in America are famously among the world's biggest lovers of sweets. Anything that isn't sweetened just feels bland and unappetizing to them. Mindy, don't eat so much. If you end up with a mouth full of cavities, I'm not going to help you, Chen Feng said sternly, taking the candy out of Mindy's hands. Even though it was supposed to be a day of fun, there still had to be some restraint. What if all that sugar led to tooth decay? Oof. Mindy shot Chen Feng a pouty glare, sulking a little as she turned away, clearly displeased. Let's go over there and have a look. They seem to be giving away something, Gwen quickly interjected, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. At the mention of freebies, Mindy's eyes lit up, and she instantly forgot her irritation from before. Sis Gwen, let's go quick. She grabbed Gwen's hand and dashed off in excitement. Just then, Peter came up to Chen Feng's side, giving an awkward laugh as he said, Chen Feng, tell me, how should I say those words to her? As soon as he spoke, Peter couldn't sit still. A faint blush crept up his cheeks. He was completely flustered. Just say it to Gwen like this. Chen Feng leaned in, sharing his wisdom like a seasoned mentor guiding a novice. Remember, the key is to create the right atmosphere. Try to get her emotions involved, too. And timing is everything. Catch her at the perfect moment, got it? After giving his advice, Chen Feng didn't forget to remind Peter, the nervous rookie. I got it. After listening to Chen Feng, Peter felt as though he'd stepped into an entirely new world. Everything suddenly seemed fresh and intriguing, full of possibilities. All at once, something seemed to occur to Chen Feng. He turned to Peter and asked, By the way, didn't Harry say he'd come to the carnival with you? Normally, with Harry being Peter's best friend, he'd definitely be up for joining the fun. He never missed out on a lively scene. Besides, since Chen Feng was here, there really wasn't any reason for Harry to skip out. I asked him, but he seemed a bit down. He said he just wanted to rest, so I didn't push him. Let him stay home and get some rest, Peter replied, shaking his head with a sigh at the mention of Harry. A fleeting look of empathy flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, but he didn't dwell on it. After all, it was someone else's business. No point in meddling in things that don't concern you. After mingling for a while, Chen Feng and Peter strolled over to where Mindy and Gwen were standing. Mindy, did you manage to win anything? Chen Feng approached Mindy with a smile, asking her with genuine curiosity. Chen Feng, look, I got a big Doraemon plush. I want it myself. Mindy picked up the plush toy beside her, her face beaming with pride, like a child eagerly awaiting praise. Not bad at all. Our Mindy really is amazing. To tell the truth, Mindy already had a solid foundation in fighting. And with the recent training from Master Yi and Super Tasha, her skills and reflexes had only grown sharper. Winning a plush toy at a game like this was child's play for her. If Mindy wanted to, the stall owner would probably go out of business. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, Look, what's that in the sky? Is it a giant bird? There's something flying all over the place up there. It's moving so fast. Wait, could it be a new superhero? One by one, people started noticing what was happening above. Suddenly, Times Square was filled with commotion as everyone instinctively craned their necks to look up at the sky. Chun Feng's brow furrowed slightly as he joined the others in looking upwards. A man in a green bodysuit, standing on a flying device and wearing a menacing demon mask, hovered high above, surveying the crowd from on high. Who's that? Is he a new member of the Avengers? Peter's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he sidled up to Chun Feng, unable to hide his interest. No, get back now. Chun Feng barked urgently. In the next instant, the Green Goblin produced a pumpkin-shaped grenade and, with a wild, maniacal laugh, hurled it straight towards the crowd. One of the grenades was aimed directly at Chun Feng and Peter. Peter immediately grabbed Gwen and dubbed to the side, pulling her out of harm's way. Chun Feng's eyes narrowed, but he didn't budge an inch. With a gentle flick of his right hand, the pumpkin bomb split neatly into midair, detonating harmlessly. At that moment, the crowd below grew even more frantic, chaos threatening to turn into a stampede. Sensing the imminent danger, Chun Feng snapped his fingers. Drawing upon the power of time and rune magic, he froze everyone in place, then transported them all to safety. Peter, what are you waiting for? This is your moment to shine. Having settled the crowd, Chun Feng turned to Peter with a smile. Enemies like the Green Goblin were hardly worth Chun Feng's own efforts. This was the perfect opportunity for Peter to hone his skills and add some real combat experience to his resume. After all, if his only experience was taking down small-time gangsters, it'd be a little embarrassing to recommend him to the Avengers. High above, the Green Goblin was momentarily dumbstruck after witnessing Chun Feng's extraordinary abilities. A sorcerer? Gwen, stay close to Chun Feng and don't move. I'll be right back to take care of our green little sparrow up there. Peter quickly changed into his costume, transforming into Spider-Man. Please vote for me. Please leave a review. 5 stars. Peter changed into his suit in just 2 seconds, which genuinely surprised Chun Feng. No wonder he's still an innocent kid who hasn't hit a home run. His hands are lightning fast. 18 years of single life has really paid off. Peter raised his hand and shot out a web, pulling himself up into the air. Seizing the moment before the Green Goblin could react, a trace of mockery flashed in Peter's eyes as he shot another web, this time directly onto the Goblin's eyes. You damn bastard. Only now did the Green Goblin recover, ripping the webbing off his face. Flames burst from his glider, and in a flash, he shot away from Peter. Peter lunged forward, but missed. Without hesitation, he leapt after him. All right, Greenie, let's see if I don't beat you to a pulp. He fired another web, swung in a perfect arc, and landed right behind the Green Goblin. With a fierce kick, he aimed straight at the 280 demon. But it was as if the Green Goblin had anticipated this. In an instant, he tilted his glider to one side, dodging Peter's attack. He let out a chilling laugh. The glider released 2 razor-sharp throwing knives, which shot straight at Peter's back. Thankfully, Peter's spider sense kicked in. With a quick flick of his wrist, he shot out more webbing, narrowly dodging the flying blades. Spider Guy, you're about to be the stepping stone to my fame. With a furious shout, the Green Goblin's glider roared to life, spewing even hotter flames. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Peter, a pumpkin bomb already in his hand. Before he even got close, he yanked out the pin. By the time he reached Peter, the Green Goblin grinned wickedly and hurled the bomb right at him. A deafening explosion erupted. The blast wave tore through the air, rolling out a thick, swirling cloud of smoke. Pebbles and debris went flying, and the entire area was shrouded in chaos. But, at that very moment, a flash of red burst from the smoky haze. Peter landed a heavy kick straight into the Green Goblin's chest. With tremendous force, the Green Goblin was knocked flying, crashing hard into the side of a tall building. Annoying little bug. The Green Goblin shook his head, fury burning in his eyes. With a swift thought, his glider spewed fire once more, blasting him out of the building. He spun around to face Peter, lips curling into a cold, menacing smile. Lethal intent filled the air. Huh, annoying bug, are you kidding me? Peter let out a mocking laugh, not giving his enemy a moment to regroup. He charged forward, firing 3 or 4 webs in rapid succession, weaving a dense net aimed at the Green Goblin. But the Green Goblin dodged it all with astonishing speed. Standing firm atop his glider, he unleashed a hail of bullets in return. Is this really necessary? Do you think bullets grow on trees and don't cost a thing? Seeing the situation quickly turning against him, Peter had no choice but to temporarily retreat and avoid the brunt of the attack. His bodysuit was made of ordinary materials, not even as protective as a bulletproof vest. A shot found its mark. That was it. Why are you hiding, you fragile little bug? Come out here. The Green Goblin's face twisted into a grotesque grin. His cold, cruel gaze swept up and down as he hovered in the air, slowly flying and scanning for any sign of Peter. In his hand, he gripped a pumpkin bomb, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Boom! Round after round, the Green Goblin failed to spot Peter. He threw all his pumpkin bombs, and one of the tall buildings nearby was blown apart in the chaos. Countless chunks of debris rained down from above, crashing to the ground. Terrified, little Spider's sister bolted from her hiding spot. Ha ha! Found you, little bug! The Green Goblin swooped down on his glider, laughing wildly. You're not getting away this time. Rat-a-tat-tat. A hail of bullets tore through the air, relentlessly targeting Peter's body. In that moment, faced with a barrage of gunfire as fierce as a raging storm, Peter's instincts kicked in. His reflexes, sharper than ever, propelled him into action with superhuman agility. He darted and weaved, evading every attack with quick, nimble movements. A shower of spent bullet casings hit the ground, clinking and clattering in a steady rhythm. And then, Peter did something unexpected. Here comes the big move. He boldly took the initiative and went on the offensive. With a sharp flick, strands of webbing shot out. At that same instant, his whole body blurred into motion, surging toward the Green Goblin with lightning speed. He struck from two directions at once. The Green Goblin's eyes narrowed. He immediately halted his attack and veered away to dodge. But Peter was relentless, chasing after him without pause. Finally, using the dense cluster of buildings around them, Peter and the Green Goblin became locked in close combat, grappling fiercely. Will Peter be okay? Gwen clasped her hands nervously, her heart in her throat. Every time she saw Peter getting pummeled by the Green Goblin, worry was written all over her face. Relax. Your boyfriend's a superhero, after all. He can definitely take a beating. Chun Feng shrugged with a casual grin. Seriously, if Peter has any gift, it's his ability to take a hit. Besides, he's not exactly weak himself. This is so boring. The two of them have been fighting forever and still haven't settled it. I'm starting to wish I had a bucket of popcorn, Mindy complained from the side, utterly uninterested. That's right. What should have been a blood-pumping, life-or-death battle had, in her eyes, become nothing more than a dull popcorn flick. Clearly, for someone who's seen battles of the highest caliber, her standards were on a different level. At least this fight was happening in the city, where Peter's webs made him even more agile. In this kind of environment, his greatest strength, his speed and flexibility, gave him a real chance at victory. Chun Feng, quick to observe, analyzed the fight and commented to himself. The next moment, Peter took advantage of the terrain. Suddenly, he burst out from the other side of the building, pulling the Green Goblin down from his glider. The Green Goblin crashed onto the balcony below, but it seemed he wasn't seriously hurt. Peter started grappling with the Green Goblin. After so many battles, Peter's fighting skills had far surpassed those of the Green Goblin. He was formidable indeed. In no time, Peter gained the upper hand and firmly suppressed the Green Goblin. But then, his spider sense flared, warning him of imminent danger. This time, Peter couldn't react in time. He was slammed in the back by the glider, crashing to the ground under its tremendous force. So what if you're strong? You really think you can beat me? How naive. The Green Goblin leapt, landing once more atop his glider, a cold and merciless grin on his face. The gun mounted on the glider aimed right at Peter's head, ready to spit fire at any moment. Just then, a stone came flying out of nowhere, striking the glider. Thick smoke immediately billowed out. Damn it! The Green Goblin's expression changed drastically. He nearly lost control of his glider and hastily retreated, wobbling as he flew off into the distance. He's finally gone. Peter exhaled deeply, sitting on the balcony and watching the Green Goblin fade into the distance. Fortunately, he'd been quick-witted. Halfway through the fight, he'd secretly wrapped a web around a stone, and when the Green Goblin let his guard down, he hurled it at just the right moment. That was how he managed to defeat the Green Goblin. Otherwise, victory would have been impossible. If things had kept going the way they were, Peter would almost certainly have been gunned down by that hail of bullets. So Chun Feng, how was that? Not bad, right? Peter left the balcony, still catching his breath, and laughed as he spoke to Chun Feng. He'd taken down the goblin. He taught so many bad guys a lesson. With a performance like this, surely he qualified for the Avengers now? Don't get too cocky just yet. If you could take down the Green Goblin yourself, I believe you'd soon have a straight shot into the Avengers. Over the past year, Peter had changed a lot. At the very least, his fighting skills and mastery over his powers had both reached a high level. His reflexes in the heat of battle had also improved greatly. At the very least, he could make the right call at the most critical moment. Really? That's awesome. Peter looked at Chun Feng with excitement in his eyes. Chun Feng turned his head to look into the distance, thinking, man, that fiery gaze is a bit much to handle. Peter didn't mind. At this moment, he was completely lost in thrilling fantasies. The Avengers, the world's greatest team of superheroes. Every hero dreamed of joining them. In Peter's heart, a new goal quietly took root. The Green Goblin, huh? Just you wait. Chun Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Peter. Suddenly, he wondered if he was overstepping by getting involved. After all, he wasn't a member of the Avengers. If it weren't for Maria Hill's sake, he wouldn't have offered to help at all. You have to understand, Chun Feng had never claimed to be part of the Avengers. Why would he want to go there just to be bossed around by S.H.I.E.L.D. and all those rookie government agents? No way. Absolutely not. Just then, several shadows streaked across the distant sky, accompanied by the deafening roar of jet engines. An F-35 fighter jet came to a stop right in the middle of Times Square. Captain Rogers and Director Fury stepped out of the jet together. Chun Feng, you're here too? Rogers paused in surprise when he saw Chun Feng, curiosity flickering in his eyes. I'm just here for a little fun, Chun Feng replied with a shrug. But you guys sure took your time. The target's long gone. Rogers' face remained impassive. We had no idea someone would act at this moment. We came as fast as we could, but unlike you, Chun Feng, we don't have the power to just tear open a portal and step through. With that, Rogers shot Chun Feng a flat look and then made his way toward Peter. Chun Feng narrowed his eyes, watching. Rogers had already reached Peter's side. Chun Feng asked, Fury, does Rogers mean that I should be the one to look after the Tesseract, or am I wrong? Fury quickly shook his head and hurried after Rogers. That's Rogers' idea, not mine. I never said anything like that. Heavens, if he agreed with Rogers, wouldn't he be risking his life, getting on Chun Feng's bad side? Anyone could see Chun Feng's strength and his cunning. Young man, what's your name? Would you come with us to give a statement? Rogers glanced at Peter's red suit and had a pretty good guess about who he was. At this point, Peter wasn't exactly famous, so Rogers didn't know his name for sure. Peter Parker. Just call me Peter, Peter replied, extending his right hand, visibly excited. So, this is Captain Rogers of the Avengers? No way. He looks a bit smaller in person than I'd imagined. I heard he was frozen in ice for decades. Technically, that puts him in my generation, right? In just a few seconds, Peter's mind was racing in all directions. True to his chatty nature, his thoughts were spinning so fast he could hardly get them all out at once. After all, you can only be this talkative if your mind's moving at lightning speed. Nice to meet you, Peter. I'm Rogers. Rogers reached out with his left hand and shook Peter's. So, does this mean you'll take me to the Avengers headquarters? Peter blurted out. Will I get to meet Thor, Iron Man Tony, and the Hulk? Oh, and that guy who's amazing with a bow. I'm blanking on his name right now. Peter was visibly excited, speaking in a torrent of words. That guy's called I. If you really want to know more, why don't you come visit Avengers Tower? Rogers couldn't help but chuckle. This was the first time he'd met such a passionate fan of heroes. Suddenly, he found himself liking Peter a little. Perhaps it was the boy's sincerity and that sense of justice shining through. Then let's hurry, Peter exclaimed eagerly. I've only ever seen you all on TV before. If I could meet you in person, that would be even better. Oh right, can I bring one along? She's a huge fan of the Avengers too. Peter looked at Rogers with hopeful eyes. Well, Peter, the Avengers is actually a classified organization. Only those with special clearance can enter. We don't usually open our doors to the public. So Gwen, Rogers spread his hands, expressing his regret. But Gwen is my girlfriend, and her dad is the most upright police captain in all of New York. You know that, right? No need to explain so much, and there's no rush for you to go to Avengers Tower. Honestly, it's just a rundown place, so small that I don't even want to set foot there, Chun Feng interjected, stepping forward to firmly refuse on Peter's behalf. What would you even do at Avengers Tower? There's nothing interesting there. Just then, the ever-silent system suddenly issued Chun Feng a new mission. Help Peter defeat the Green Goblin. The reward was unclear, but Chun Feng knew it wouldn't disappoint. Perhaps it would even be something truly special, since this involved an important turning point in the original plot. Chun Feng, this matter falls under SFLD's jurisdiction. I hope you'll cooperate with us, Rogers said, raising an eyebrow and speaking seriously. You just want to catch that masked clown, right? I'll take care of it. You guys can go back to S.H.I.E.L.D., sit back, relax, and watch the show. I'll bring that clown right to your doorstep, Chun Feng replied, ready to leave with Peter. Hey, Chun Feng, Rogers called after him. Let's just leave this to Chun Feng, Fury interjected, stopping Rogers and eyeing Chun Feng's departing figure with curiosity. I'm really interested to see why he's chosen to do this. Announcement. Updates will be 4 chapters daily for now, due to current circumstances. Thanks for your support. Chun Feng took Peter and Gwen back to his own home. All the way there, Peter kept grumbling, frustrated about why Chun Feng wouldn't let him visit the Avengers. Once his chatterbox mode was switched on, there was simply no stopping him. His words flowed endlessly, like a mighty river that never runs dry. Chun Feng felt as if his ears were about to grow calluses. Peter, let me be honest with you. If you'd followed Rogers to Avengers Tower, you'd never have had a chance to join the Avengers. Because the Green Goblin would be dealt with by them, and you'd have no achievements to your name. Do you understand? Chun Feng placed a hand on Peter's shoulder, his expression earnest and full of righteous intent, as if everything he did was for Peter's own good. But the captain said he'd take me to the Avengers. Doesn't that basically mean he wants me to join? Peter was momentarily stunned, feeling both confused and impressed. Did he actually say he wanted you to join the Avengers? No, he didn't. He never said that. In fact, he wouldn't even let Gwen come for a tour. This proves that Rogers doesn't see you as a potential member to train. He simply needs someone who can provide information about the Green Goblin. And that someone is you, Chun Feng said seriously, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Is it really like that? Peter still felt uncertain. After all, Rogers' words and demeanor just now were incredibly tempting. Peter, do you think I'd lie to you? Chun Feng fixed his eyes on Peter. Of course not. We're best friends. Peter replied without hesitation, not a hint of doubt in his voice. Would a best friend ever set you up? Just a thought is impossible. You don't need to question me about this. I've dealt with the Avengers more than you have. Trust me. Only when you defeat the Green Goblin will you have any say about joining them. Chun Feng patted Peter's shoulder and headed for the fridge to grab some drinks. At a moment like this, nothing beats an ice-cold beer to wash away the fatigue. Suddenly, Gwen cried out in alarm, her face full of worry. Oh no. Peter, how did you get hurt? Let me take a look. Before Chun Feng could step in, Mindy hurried to Peter's side. After spending so much time with the big boss and Chun Feng, Mindy had picked up not just martial arts, but also some basic first aid skills. Mindy glanced at Peter's wound and let out a small breath of relief. It's all right, just a cut from something sharp. The bleeding stopped, and there's no sign of poison. You'll be fine. Hearing Mindy's words, Gwen finally relaxed, though she still looked at Peter with concern. Gwen, don't worry. I'm not that fragile, Peter said, flexing his hand to show off his muscles. His lively display nearly made Gwen laugh out loud. Every superhero needs to be ready to get hurt. So Gwen, you'll have to accept that Peter will have plenty of scars in the future. That's the mark of someone who fights for justice and stands up for what's right. Chun Feng walked over with 3 bottles of ice-cold beer, handing one to Peter and one to Gwen. What about mine, Chun Feng? Mindy protested, clearly displeased. Kids should stick to milk for now. Chun Feng pointed calmly to the large bottle of milk on the table. Oof. Mindy pouted, grumbling under her breath. Mindy, you're still young. Once you're of age, we'll have a real girls' night. No one's going home until we're all tipsy. Gwen quickly comforted her. In just a short time, Gwen and Mindy had already become good friends, which was surprising to everyone. Yes, and we'll be with Sister Natasha too. Mindy, her face glowing with joy, didn't forget to mention Natasha. This made Chun Feng quite pleased. After all, the better their relationship, the better things would be for him too. Peter, how about staying for lunch at my place today? That way, you can freshen up a bit, and when you head home, Aunt May won't notice anything unusual. Chun Feng exchanged a glance with Peter and spoke in a low voice. That sounds good. Earlier, I even told Aunt May not to prepare lunch for me. Peter nodded, taking a sip of his beer. No one could have anticipated the sudden attack by the Green Goblin at the Times Square Carnival. In an instant, Peter's plans were all thrown into chaos. He'd hoped to use this wonderful day to get closer to Gwen, but now, it seemed that would have to wait. After finishing lunch, everyone chatted for a while longer before Peter got ready to leave with Gwen. Before they left, Chun Feng made sure to help out his good friend. He pulled Peter aside and shared with him some truly useful home run techniques. Tonight, he would help Peter realize a long-cherished dream. Thank you so much, Chun Feng. You're truly a brother to me. Peter hugged Chun Feng tightly, gratitude evident in every word. It's rare to find a good friend in life, and even rarer to find one who truly understands you. After seeing Peter off, Chun Feng turned his attention to the task assigned by the system. Help Peter defeat the Green Goblin. But in this process, he couldn't intervene directly. He could only offer advice. Everything had to be accomplished by Peter himself. Wasn't this the role of a mastermind, a behind-the-scenes mentor? It might seem easy, but it was actually quite the opposite. After all, he needed to make sure Peter succeeded. If he failed to help, the mission would be declared a failure. Hell, what a brain teaser. Chun Feng thought to himself with a wry smile. He then flopped lazily onto the sofa, feeling a bit numb from it all. At that moment, Mindy pounced on top of him, asking sleepily, Chun Feng, is something on your mind again? Chun Feng gently patted Mindy's head and shook his own. It's nothing. As midnight arrived, so did a new chance at the lottery, and Chen Feng immediately accessed the system. Staring at the lottery panel before him, he declared, "Start." The wheel spun rapidly, then gradually slowed, a parade of heroes flashing before his eyes. "Congratulations, host! You have acquired a new hero, the great inventor, Heimerdinger." The system's mechanical voice rang out. On the hero panel, a new hero with a magnificent head began to shine. The great inventor, Heimerdinger. He was known as the most brilliant Yordle in all of Runeterra, and its greatest scientist. The very embodiment of Runeterra's technological prowess. The great inventor, Heimerdinger. Chen Feng pondered deeply about this hero's background. His fighting skills and raw power might not be the absolute best, but his intellect was undoubtedly one of the finest on the entire continent of Runeterra. To seamlessly blend science and magic, perhaps only Heimerdinger could truly achieve such a feat. Of course, in his quest to expand his knowledge, Heimerdinger once conducted an experiment on himself. He enlarged his own brain, which resulted in his head becoming exceptionally large. From then on, he gained another nickname, the Big Head. Maybe I could draw on Heimerdinger's knowledge to craft some gadgets for Peter to help him deal with the Green Goblin. This idea gradually took shape in Chen Feng's mind. Though he couldn't intervene directly, he still wanted to support Peter. The best way, then, was to harness Heimerdinger's scientific genius. Start with the little things. He wanted to make sure Peter wouldn't be at a disadvantage in his coming battles with the Green Goblin just because he couldn't fly. With this notion, Chen Feng found the plan quite feasible. He decided to head to Star Tower. Tony had all the materials he needed. Every kind of precision instrument and laboratory could be found at Tony's place. There was no need for him to prepare anything himself. Tomorrow, yes, he would go to Star Tower tomorrow. Achoo! Is someone thinking about me again? In his lab, as he worked on the next generation of Iron Man suits, Tony sneezed unexpectedly. Rubbing his nose, he murmured to himself. It was nearly 1 in the morning, but Tony didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. His eyes were bloodshot as he continued to work. It wasn't that Tony didn't want to sleep. He simply couldn't. With each passing day, he felt worse and worse. Jarvis, activate the light pulse array. Let's move on to the next test. Tony worked diligently on his experiments, but it was obvious how worn out he was. The next morning, before Chen Feng even woke up, his phone started ringing. "Peter? What's going on so early?" Chen Feng answered the call, his voice thick with drowsiness. "Chen Feng, you're not up yet? I just wanted to let you know. Today, Harry is bringing his father over for lunch at my place. Do you want to come? You were worried about Harry before, weren't you?" Peter quickly explained the situation. "Harry and his father are coming to your house. I'll be there. What time?" Chen Feng perked up instantly, asking without delay. "Noon, 12 o'clock. But I hope you can come earlier. Let Harry's dad try some of your cooking." Peter replied happily. Then, filled with joy, he continued, "Oh, by the way, I have good news. Last night was a success. It was truly an unforgettable night." Chen Feng smiled lightly. "Congratulations, Peter." "Still, thank you, Chen Feng. Hurry over here. Aunt May and Uncle Ben have been waiting for you." Peter didn't forget to remind Chen Feng one last time. "Okay, don't worry. I'll be there right away." With that, Chen Feng hung up the phone. Since he couldn't visit Star Tower to see Tony today, it was no big deal. He could just go tomorrow. After tidying himself up, Chen Feng brought Mindy along to Peter's house. Natasha was still out on a mission. It had already been nearly 2 weeks. Chen Feng couldn't help but miss her dearly. "Aunt May, Uncle Ben." The moment Chen Feng walked in, he saw Aunt May and Uncle Ben busy in the kitchen. It was clear that they, too, took Harry and his father's visit very seriously. After all, Peter's father had once worked at Oscorp, alongside Norman Osborn. Though, for various reasons, he eventually left the company. The two families had known each other for years. "Chen Feng, you're finally here. It's been so long since I've seen you. Who would have thought you'd join something like the Avengers to protect us?" Seeing Chen Feng, Aunt May brightened and rushed over to greet him. Back when Peter and I were still in high school, Aunt May was always so fond of me, Chen Feng thought. "I'm just lending a hand. Really, not an Avenger yet." Chen Feng scratched his head and hugged Aunt May. "Not an Avenger yet? That's fine. What matters is you're looking out for us." Uncle Ben walked over, his face lighting up with a warm smile as he looked at Chen Feng. "And who's this young lady?" Only then did Aunt May notice Mindy, standing to the side, giving Chen Feng a questioning look. Despite the grown-up outfit Mindy had chosen for the day, Aunt May instantly saw through to the little girl underneath. "I'm Chen Feng's girlfriend," Mindy answered with cheerful confidence. "Really?" Aunt May was clearly surprised. Mindy couldn't be older than 15. "No, Aunt May, she's just a kid. Likes to joke around." Chen Feng quickly shook his head, awkwardly denying it. This little rascal, always finding ways to make things difficult for me. All that talk they'd had beforehand, and now she just tossed it aside like it meant nothing. Uncle Ben was equally shocked. Mindy isn't even an adult yet. If that were true, it could get you in trouble. Only Peter and Gwen knew the real story, and they hurriedly stepped in to explain. After a few glances exchanged between Chen Feng and Mindy, the awkwardness finally passed. As the evening went on, Aunt May and Uncle Ben found themselves amazed once again by Chun Feng's cooking. These were dishes that only a chef with decades of experience could prepare. As time went by, Harry and his father, Norman Osborn, finally arrived. Peter hurried to the door to greet them. "Harry, Uncle Norman, you're finally here. I even invited Chun Feng today to cook a special meal for you." Harry's eyes lit up in surprise when he heard this. "Chun Feng is here too." "I'm right here," Chun Feng replied, emerging from the kitchen, wiping his hands as though he'd just finished preparing a dish. Seeing Chun Feng, Harry grew even more excited. "Chun Feng, you really came? Then I definitely have to savor your cooking tonight." He couldn't even remember the last time he tasted Chun Feng's food, but just thinking about it made his mouth water uncontrollably. "So, you're Chun Feng, the friend Harry keeps talking about. Pleased to meet you. I'm Harry's father, Norman Osborn." With a warm smile, Norman stepped forward and extended his hand. Norman had already met Chun Feng once before. "Hello, Uncle Norman. Harry often tells us about you, how you're not just a brilliant scientist, but also a successful entrepreneur. You have no idea how proud and admiring he sounds whenever he mentions you," Chun Feng said politely, shaking Norman's hand with a smile. Norman chuckled modestly and bowed his head. "Harry always exaggerates. I'm not quite as accomplished as he says, at least not until I reach the level of someone like Tony Stark from Stark Industries. In my eyes, Uncle Norman, you're already an incredible success. With Osborn Corporation's advances in medical research, I'm sure you'll help countless people in the future," Peter chimed in, then led Norman and Harry into the living room. The three of them fell into easy conversation, but Harry seemed distracted, his smile forced, and his mind clearly elsewhere. "Harry, come help me with a dish in the kitchen. Maybe Uncle Norman can try some of your cooking too," Chun Feng called, gesturing for Harry to join him in the kitchen. This surprised Norman. "Harry, you can cook now?" Chun Feng grinned and answered for Harry, "Don't worry, Uncle Norman. I'll be here to guide him." With that, Chun Feng brought Harry into the kitchen. "Harry, what's been bothering you lately? Is something on your mind?" Chun Feng asked as soon as they were alone. "Didn't you say the company's issues were already resolved? Has something else come up?" "Chun Feng, I'm fine. It's just a minor matter at work. It'll be sorted out in a few days," Harry replied, avoiding Chun Feng's gaze and clearly unwilling to share the truth about his father. After all, it involved murder, a crime that had already crossed the line of the law. Though Chun Feng was his best friend, Harry felt it was better not to spread word of his father's situation, for the sake of the family's reputation. "Harry, just by looking at you, I can tell this isn't some trivial problem. I really think you should tell me what's going on. Peter and I can help you get through this rough patch," Chun Feng said, fixing Harry with a serious, determined look. Whoosh! Harry let out a deep breath, then glanced at the plate beside him and said, "Chun Feng, thank you. You and Peter are my best friends, but this time I want to handle things on my own." Seeing the determination in Harry's eyes, Chun Feng knew that saying anything more would be pointless. "All right, but if you ever run into trouble you can't handle, Peter and I will always have your back." At this point, Chun Feng realized there was nothing else to say. He could only respect Harry's decision. "Harry, come on. Let me show you how to make a simple and delicious stir-fried greens." Chun Feng handed Harry a bunch of vegetables, signaling for him to wash them. "I've never washed greens before. Don't blame me if I mess this up." Harry took the vegetables over to the faucet, grumbling with a hint of nervousness. "It's fine. You've got a master chef right here. What's there to worry about?" Chun Feng replied with confidence. For someone as talented in the kitchen as Chun Feng, such a small matter was hardly worth fussing over. "Come on, Harry, move your hands. If you don't flip them now, they're going to burn." Chun Feng couldn't bear to watch Harry's clumsy attempt. He patted his own forehead in exasperation. A young master from a wealthy family really is different. Never had to lift a finger at home. But with Chun Feng's guidance and a few sharp instructions, Harry's cooking skills improved quite a bit in no time. Soon enough, a plate of freshly stir-fried greens was ready. Though it was a bit unevenly cooked, it still gave off a fragrant aroma. All in all, it was a decent effort. "Looks like Harry has some talent in the kitchen. Not everyone can pull off their first dish like that," Aunt May said with a smile, turning to Norman as she watched Harry bring out the food. "I never realized he had this talent. Maybe he can learn from Chun Feng and cook for us at home sometime," Norman replied, looking genuinely pleased. Tasting Harry's cooking for the first time was the greatest joy he could have as a father. "Come on, everyone, try the stir-fried greens Harry made himself," Chun Feng said, smiling. No, really, it was all Chun Feng. I just did what he told me to." Harry quickly shook his head, denying any credit. "If Chun Feng hadn't been watching over me, This stir-fried greens would have turned into charcoal by now. Ha ha ha. Uncle Norman, Harry is just as modest as you are. Like father, like son. I'm sure Harry will do a great job taking over the Osborne group one day, Chun Feng said, picking up a bottle of red wine from the table, popping it open, and pouring a glass for everyone. Peter, what happened to your hand? Norman asked suddenly, his sharp eyes noticing the wound on Peter's hand just as Peter was about to take his glass. It's nothing. I scraped it by accident while playing basketball the other day, Peter replied quickly, rolling down his sleeve and avoiding Norman's gaze. So that's how it is. From now on, you really have to be more careful and take good care of yourself. A complicated look flickered in Norman's eyes, though no one could quite tell what he meant by it. Aunt May and Uncle Ben, standing to the side, both looked at Peter with deep concern, their brows furrowed with worry. Peter could only keep explaining himself and making promises before Aunt May and Uncle Ben finally let the matter rest. But over the next while, Norman would, intentionally or not, bring up the topic of whether Peter often went out at night. This startled Peter. After all, apart from Chun Feng, no one here knew that he became Spider-Man at night, swinging through the city and fighting for justice. Aunt May and Uncle Ben were just as puzzled as to why Norman would ask such a thing. As far as they could recall, Peter always came home on time every night. If he wasn't at home, he'd be studying or helping his mentor with experiments. He almost never went out alone in the evenings. They chalked it up to simple curiosity. After all, Peter was at an age where it wouldn't be strange for him to have a girlfriend. Norman quickly offered an explanation. His reasoning convinced everyone present. Indeed, Aunt May and Uncle Ben both hoped Peter would find a girlfriend soon. Aunt May, Uncle Ben, don't worry. It won't be long. Just wait a bit, and Peter will bring her home to meet you, Chun Feng teased with a smile. Peter's face and ears instantly turned bright red, sending a wave of laughter around the table. After lunch, besides marveling at Chun Feng's extraordinary culinary skills, everyone simply chatted and relaxed. Once Norman and Harry had left, Chun Feng also took Mindy and left Peter's house. Peter, about the Green Goblin, you mustn't let her guard down. In a few days, I'll bring you some new gear. Just wait for it, Chun Feng said, standing at the door and speaking to Peter, who'd come out to see them off. New gear? I'll be looking forward to it. Peter's face lit up with excitement. Even though he didn't know exactly what Chun Feng would bring, for some reason, Peter couldn't help but look forward to it. Maybe it was because of the strength Chun Feng had shown before, which had left a deep impression on Peter's mind. Well, I'd better get going. Remember, stay sharp. Chun Feng took Mindy's hand and turned to leave. See you, Peter waved, bidding farewell to Chun Feng. As they walked away, Mindy's curiosity got the better of her. Chun Feng, what's that new gear you said you'd give Peter? It's a secret. When I finish it, I'll show you first, Chun Feng replied with a sly smile, clearly enjoying the suspense. Will you tell me, Chun Feng? Will you? Mindy immediately switched on her playful charm, clinging to Chun Feng's arm. In an instant, a soft warmth pressed against Chun Feng's hand. He had to admit, the feeling was really quite pleasant, like holding something soft and gentle. In contrast to Tasha's voluptuousness, this was an entirely different style. Little geezy, you've really been developing well lately. Acting coy won't work. If I told you, it wouldn't be a secret anymore. Let's go home first. Chun Feng let Mindy cling to his arm, and with his own strength, gently led her forward. Time to get in the car. Chun Feng opened the door and helped Mindy inside. Early the next morning, after dropping Mindy off at school, Chun Feng made his way to Stark Tower. Tony was busy working on his next-generation Iron Man suit. When Chun Feng suddenly appeared before him, Tony nearly botched his experiment in shock. Chun Feng, could you at least announce yourself before coming in? You almost ruined my experiment, Tony complained, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Still, he only dared to grumble quietly. After all, not only did he owe Chun Feng a lot, but he wasn't much of a match for him in a fight, either. Yet, since he was on his own turf, Tony felt the need to defend what little dignity he had left. Your experiment? Chun Feng glanced indifferently at the Iron Man suit being tested before him. In that instant, every single detail of the suit seemed to pour into Chun Feng's mind, forming a dazzling data panel. He saw what materials were used, the formulas behind the design, even the calculations for every component. All of it floated clearly in his mind's eye. Even more astonishing, a whole series of assessments and evaluations now sprang into view. Which part was installed incorrectly, which component could be replaced with a better material, which calculations and formulas were off. Every mistake was highlighted for him. Could this be the legendary power of the great inventor, Heimerdinger? For a moment, Chun Feng was utterly stunned, ignoring the flustered Tony beside him as he marveled silently. On Runeterra, Heimerdinger was the undisputed leader at the pinnacle of science, fusing technology and magic like no one else. But that was only true in Runeterra. Now, in the Marvel Universe, a place swarming with scientific geniuses and mutants whose minds have been transformed by superpowers, the great inventor Heimerdinger seemed not only to hold his own, but to surpass the rest. So this was the true might of a max-level inventor. Heimerdinger's brainstorm had ascended to a whole new level. Exhaling deeply, Chen Feng finally regained his composure. So, Tony, what exactly are you tinkering with? Chen Feng asked, suddenly noticing Tony watching him curiously from the side. Were you just daydreaming about women, or did a ghost possess you? Tony retorted, still eyeing Chen Feng suspiciously. I need to borrow your lab for a bit. You can pause your Iron Man suit test for now. Chen Feng brushed away Tony's hand as it reached for his forehead and spoke concisely. Step back. What do you mean, lend you my lab? Are you kidding me? Tony's face was full of disbelief. For a moment, he even wondered if Chen Feng had lost his mind. Kidding? Don't forget, you still owe me quite a few favors. And that Iron Man suit you promised me. Still nothing. Now clear your stuff out of here. I need to use this place. Chen Feng's words carried a subtle threat. Tony was left speechless by this retort, unsure how to respond. Though this was technically his own turf, it seemed ownership had somehow shifted to Chen Feng. Tony hurriedly stepped in front of Chen Feng, blocking him from shutting down the equipment. With a rare serious tone, he said, Wait, Chen Feng, as far as I remember, you only graduated from high school. Never even went to college. And even in high school, your grades weren't great. Weren't you usually at the bottom of the class? Tony stopped himself, not wanting to wound Chen Feng's pride, nor did he want to risk Chen Feng holding a grudge. So, what I'm saying is, I need you to move your stuff. I want to use this lab. Chen Feng, did you not get what I meant? Do I have to spell out for you? Tony was starting to lose patience, thinking Chen Feng was pretending not to understand. Go ahead, spell it out. Now you've got me curious, Chen Feng said, folding his arms and smiling with interest. With Chen Feng's challenge, Tony hesitated, his expression complex and thoughtful. It took him a long moment before he finally steeled himself and spoke solemnly. What I mean is, you're not cut out to be a scientist. You don't have what it takes. And frankly, this place isn't meant for someone like you to be doing research. Tony pointed to Chen Feng's head, but still looked uneasy, his words beating around the bush. He was being so careful. It was clear he was still wary of Chen Feng's temper. You mean I'm not smart enough, right? Chen Feng, for his part, showed no embarrassment, stating it outright. Well, that's more or less what I meant. I mean, based on your track record, your strength definitely outweighs your brains. I'm not saying you're dumb, just that maybe you're not cut out for scientific work, Tony stammered, clearly worried about angering Chen Feng. Have you ever heard the saying, after 3 days apart, you should look at a person with fresh eyes? Chen Feng didn't seem bothered by Tony's words and instead asked a rhetorical question. What? Is that some kind of Chinese proverb? Tony was completely baffled, having no idea what it meant. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard it. I just want you to know, don't judge me by who I was before. Focus on who I am now. For example, take the iron battle suit you're working on now. You're too restricted by the designs of previous suits and aren't looking ahead to new possibilities. That's why your experiments are destined to end in failure, Chen Feng said bluntly. Tony scratched his head at this, staring at Chen Feng in shock. Did he mean that the entire direction of my research on the battlesuit was wrong? Wait a minute, Chen Feng. Don't think that just because you talk big, I'll be convinced and hand over my lab for you to do who knows what, Tony said sternly, once again blocking Yishan with his body. He was one of the top scientists in America, among the best of the best. In the whole country, there were only a handful who could rival him. And yet, here was someone who hadn't even gone to college, just a high school graduate, daring to lecture a real scientist? Even if this guy was strong and Tony couldn't beat him in a fight, in the field where Tony had the absolute advantage, he was untouchable. I am Iron Man Tony Stark. I refuse to bow down. Chen Feng looked at Tony, whose face was full of resentment, and let out a cold laugh. He walked slowly up to the iron battlesuit, pointing at a piece of armor on its chest. This is made of titanium alloy, but if you used a lighter carbon titanium alloy, not only would it reduce the suit's weight, making it easier to fly faster, it would also increase the suit's flexibility and greatly improve its resilience. As he spoke, Chen Feng moved to another side and pointed at a different part of the suit. Here, on the shoulder armor, you could actually install a small missile to boost firepower. Instead, you streamlined it to reduce air resistance, but overall, the improvement is minimal and you're sacrificing attack capability for it. And here too, you keep sticking to old ideas, thinking you can just keep making armor thicker to improve its durability, but you're completely ignoring the importance of the materials themselves. And the most crucial part is the energy system. Wanting to boost speed is fine, but you can't just pile on more burden to the suit for the sake of speed. You should know, Your arc reactor is already using new forms of energy. The energy system can keep evolving in this direction, not just relying on the old ways. One point after another, Chun Feng pointed out errors in the iron battle suit, explaining each in detail, his words flowing without pause. He didn't stop until he'd covered every little detail. Tony, standing to the side, was utterly stunned. His mouth hung open, eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Chun Feng. Seriously? Was this really the underachiever I knew? The same guy who barely scraped by at the bottom of every final exam? Time had completely upended Tony's outlook on life, and now, he didn't even know how to face Chun Feng. Not only was this man stronger than him, but he was also sharper. His mind worked faster, clearer. It felt just like being up against a star pupil. Their grades were already outstanding, yet they still worked harder than everyone else. When someone both smarter and more diligent than you puts in even more effort, that's the true gap between people. At this moment, whatever pride Tony had left before Chun Feng was thoroughly erased. How did you know? Tony stared at Chun Feng, dumbfounded, his voice trembling with disbelief. How did I know? Isn't it obvious? The very thing you're most proud of. Chun Feng pointed lightly at his own head, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. My brain, Tony echoed, pointing to his temple, a deep sense of frustration welling up inside him, like he'd tried to act wise, only to be outdone and left embarrassed. This biting humiliation marked the most hopeless, mortifying moment Tony had ever experienced. For a while, his mind was a complete fog, as if he were lost in a haze. Can you clear away this pile of junk now? I need to get to work, Chun Feng said, approaching the workbench and glancing at Tony. But Tony was completely stunned, unable to register Chun Feng's words. He seemed to be turning over in his mind whether his newly designed iron suit had really failed in just the way Chun Feng described. A few moments passed before Tony snapped out of it, only to see that the new suit had already been cleared from the lab. Hey, Chun Feng, you didn't have my permission. Tony protested, storming over to Chun Feng just as he began his work, his voice full of indignation. I told you already, it was nothing but a heap of scrap metal. It'd be a waste of your time to keep tinkering with a failed prototype, so I helped you get rid of it. For your own good. Chun Feng replied with perfect composure, sounding as if he were genuinely concerned about Tony. Had Tony not known Chun Feng for years, he might have actually believed this speech. What are you saying? I won't just swallow your words. My iron suit can't possibly have so many flaws. Tony shot back, clinging to the last shreds of his pride and dignity. That was the last face a top scientist could afford to lose. His pride simply wouldn't allow him to admit defeat, not just yet. Unless I build a new suit and prove your so-called mistakes wrong. Am I right? Chun Feng finished Tony's unspoken challenge, utterly unconcerned. That's right. I don't buy that everything you said is correct. Don't forget, I'm the designer of the iron suit. Most of Stark Industries' products are my inventions, Tony rattled on, almost tempted to invoke his father Howard Stark's name. Is building an iron suit really that difficult? Chun Feng spoke with biting sarcasm. He looked utterly at ease, making it clear that Tony's words didn't concern him in the slightest. Tony, full of pride, lifted his chin high. Let's see how long you can keep up this act, he thought. A fresh-faced high school graduate, just a reckless driver from some district, and he thinks he can scare me? Even though, deep down, he had already been rattled. Despite Tony's expression, Chun Feng's composure remained unshaken. He simply walked over to the workbench, and under Tony's skeptical gaze, began his research on the iron battle suit. Materials, components, computers, and every other tool required for forging the suit. Chun Feng had everything ready in just 3 minutes. This display of skill left Tony slightly taken aback. Normally, when he was preparing to develop a new iron suit, he would always gather several types of materials, so he could discover and correct mistakes during the process. But from the look of it, these were all the materials Chun Feng planned to use. He wasn't preparing any alternatives. How much confidence must he have in himself to dare do that? Tony let out a deep breath, calming the turmoil within, and continued to watch Chun Feng. Let's see what kind of spectacle you can pull off with just these supplies. At this moment, Chun Feng already had a complete blueprint for the creation of the iron battle suit mapped out in his mind, from the very first step to the final touch. It was as if a flawless presentation was playing out in his head, each detail vivid and precise. All he had to do was follow the sequence in his mind, step by step, and he would forge a suit that was even more advanced. Then, Chun Feng got to work. His movements didn't resemble those of an amateur at all. Rather, he seemed like a seasoned scholar who had repeated this experiment countless times. Every step, every combination of components, every equation he employed, each action was precise and perfectly timed, almost magical in its brilliance. There were no visible mistakes. Every move was ingenious, almost superhuman, as if he had been born for this very experiment. A true prodigy. Chun Feng focused intently, working at a rapid pace, yet not a single error appeared. The iron battlesuit was quickly taking shape, its form developing with remarkable order and clarity. Even Tony, witnessing this speed, could only stand by and marvel in silence. He's made a mistake. Finally, a mistake. Just as Chun Feng was assembling the suit's power source, Tony, seizing the moment as if he'd found a flaw, clenched his fist in excitement. Inwardly, he practically shouted, his emotions surging uncontrollably. From Tony's perspective, the sequence Chun Feng was following would inevitably cause a major problem with the suit's flight capability. In fact, he was certain it would be impossible for the suit to ever generate enough thrust to soar into the sky. However, Chun Feng paid no attention to Tony's delight, proceeding step by step at his own steady pace. From early afternoon all the way until dusk, Chun Feng finally set down his tools, a thin sheen of sweat trickling down his forehead. Being a scientist isn't just a battle of wits. It's a test of endurance as well. It demands unwavering focus. Most people simply can't handle it. You're already done? Tony stared at Chun Feng, who had just stopped to catch his breath, disbelief in his voice. You could try it now. Chun Feng pointed solemnly at the newly completed Iron Man's suit, speaking each word with gravity. Damn it, that speed. It was more frightening than someone racing to catch a departing train. Is he rushing off to the hospital for a delivery or something? Tony thought about it. Even with Jarvis's help, building an entirely new suit would take him at least a full day. How long has it been? 5 hours, tops? Unbelievable. Go ahead and put it on. Chun Feng handed Tony a sensor, and as soon as he took it, the components of a new suit began to fly toward him, assembling seamlessly around his body. In the blink of an eye, Tony transformed into Iron Man. Not bad. The suit I built does look a bit more impressive. Chun Feng nodded in satisfaction, a contented smile on his lips. A great suit of armor isn't just about top-notch performance. It should look strikingly beautiful as well. Tony, take it for a spin. See what this new suit can do. Chun Feng pressed a button in his hand, and instantly, the Iron Man suit ignited with jets of flame, soaring straight out of Stark Tower. Sir, all systems are configured. You may begin testing the new suit's functions. Jarvis's voice chimed in unexpectedly, putting Tony at ease. If even Jarvis detected no issues, this suit could be trusted. Jarvis, calculate its flight speed, frictional resistance, airflow, and energy consumption. Entering test mode, Tony immediately became all business, issuing commands in a measured tone. In the next instant, the Iron Man's suit surged forward, leaving only a streak of brilliance and a trail of shimmering light in the sky. In a flash, the suit broke through the clouds, soaring high above the earth. But Tony didn't pause for a moment. He darted through the sky at top speed, weaving through the clouds with exhilarating agility. Wow, this is unreal. What a rush. Soaring through the air, Tony once again felt the thrill of his very first flight. That exhilaration was something he hadn't experienced in a long, long time. Especially after the Battle of New York, Tony had been trapped in a constant state of anxiety, his heart never quite at ease. Constantly researching new battlesuits was Tony's way of trying to erase every lingering worry from his mind. Yet, trapped in his anxiety, the more he worked on his inventions, the more mistakes crept in, and his unsettled heart made it impossible for him to truly focus on his craft. After flying through the sky for what felt like ages, weaving across the entire expanse of New York, Tony finally returned to Stark Tower. Well, how does it feel? Like you could work straight through the night. Chun Feng grinned as he watched Tony step out from inside the suit, teasing him lightly. It's not bad. Honestly, it's not that different from my Mark 7, Tony replied, his tone stubborn and defensive. Until Jarvis finished the final assessment, Tony was determined to keep up appearances. Still putting on a brave face, huh? Chun Feng smiled knowingly, curious to see how long Tony could keep this up. Sir, the evaluation results for the new battle suit are in. A moment later, Jarvis projected a string of data in front of Chun Feng and Tony. When Tony saw the numbers, he was completely dumbfounded. His face even twitched a little in disbelief. How did you pull this off? Tony turned his head stiffly, looking at Chun Feng with a stunned expression. Every metric showed that Chun Feng's new suit outperformed his own in every possible way. Chun Feng simply made a gesture, signaling Tony to leave. Now, Tony, do you think you can walk out of this lab? I. Tony faltered, searching for words, but in the end, he had nothing to say. He left the lab in silence, his spirits crushed. Even in the field he was best at, he'd been effortlessly surpassed by Chun Feng. Is this what life is really like? So unforgiving? Watching Chun Feng busy himself in the lab, Tony found himself speechless and despondent. He realized now, He needed to seriously consider. What was he supposed to do next? Tony, did you finish your experiment? Just then, Pepper walked in, her face filled with anticipation. Pepper, I want to go to Venice for a while. Just the two of us. Let's book the tickets now and leave right away. Tony's eyes darted about as he murmured almost to himself. For a moment, Pepper looked at Tony in bewilderment, not knowing what had gotten into him. Tony hadn't been in the best mood lately. He hardly slept through the night, and he often seemed weighed down by guilt. But today he was acting even stranger than usual, almost manic, in fact. Tony, I know you're hurting, but I wish you could talk to me, share your burden, instead of carrying it all alone. I'll do everything I can to help you. Pepper walked over, gently touching his cheek, her voice warm and full of concern. Tony just shook his head, fully aware that the anxiety in his heart was something only he could face. No one else could truly help. Pepper, all I want is to go somewhere peaceful and beautiful to relax for a while. Don't you want to come with me? Just imagine the picturesque scenery of Venice and those irresistible local delicacies. Promise me, let's go together. Tony turned and took both of Pepper's hands in his, speaking with deep feeling. Tony, before Pepper could finish, a sudden sound echoed through the lab, immediately drawing both of their attention. Chen Feng, when did you get here? Spotting the figure inside the lab, Pepper sounded a bit surprised. It's nothing, don't mind me, just carry on. Chen Feng picked up his miniature electronic synthesizer and continued tinkering with his latest invention. What's Chen Feng up to? Pepper turned to Tony, curiosity in her eyes. He's just here to play around, Tony replied, steering the conversation back to their trip. Let's keep talking about Venice. Tony had no intention of dwelling on Chen Feng's presence. Tony, if you're set on going to Venice, wouldn't it be better to spend more time working on the combat armor I designed? Maybe it could help ease your worries. Chen Feng suddenly interjected. His words caught Tony completely off guard, leaving him momentarily frozen. Every night, the events of that day replayed in Tony's mind. The alien invasion, carrying the nuclear missile into space, the confusion in those final moments, and the fading image of Pepper from his memory. At the root of it all was his own weakness. Compared to the alien invaders, he simply wasn't strong enough. If they ever came again, would he really be able to stop them? Without stronger weapons, those nightmares would never end. Chen Feng, I get it now, Tony murmured, a flash of realization crossing his face. Earlier, Chen Feng's bluntness had bruised his last bit of pride, clouding his judgment and making him forget what mattered most. But now, with just a few words, Chen Feng had helped him rediscover his purpose. Tony strode quickly over to the prototype Iron Man suit, took it up, and headed straight for the backup lab. With Chen Feng's modifications, he would forge a new suit, one truly capable of standing up to alien technology. Pepper, I'll leave the company in your hands for now, Tony called out as he left. Pepper could only raise her hands in exasperation. What kind of man had she fallen in love with? She didn't know if Tony would ultimately succeed, but one thing was clear, he was going to be very busy for a while. Much later, inside the lab, Chen Feng finally paused his work. Surveying the gleaming new equipment before him, he allowed a satisfied smile to spread across his face. Peter, with this at your side, taking down the Green Goblin will be a piece of cake, Chen Feng muttered to himself. With the new gear in hand, he was ready to leave Stark Tower. Should I go see how Tony's doing? Chen Feng tilted his head, glancing back a bit hesitant. He mostly wanted to know whether Tony, that genius scientist, had managed to grasp the ideas of the most brilliant minds from Xingwen continent. Forget it. If I go now, I'll just end up hurting his pride again. That wouldn't be good. After mulling it over for a moment, Chen Feng ultimately decided against it. Otherwise, knowing himself, he'd start guiding Tony before Tony even understood it, and all the confidence Tony had painstakingly rebuilt would be dashed again. At this rate, Tony might actually end up depressed. And if Tony really did get depressed, who knows, he might just tell his iron suit to fire a shot and finish himself off. Then he'd become the first superhero ever taken out by his own equipment, which would definitely be a running joke among all the villains. Not wanting such a tragedy to happen, Chen Feng chose to slip away quietly. The next morning, Chen Feng arranged to meet Peter in Central Park, New York. Chen Feng, are you really going to give me that secret thing? Peter darted through the dense trees, weaving his way over until he stood before Chen Feng a moment later. Here, take it. Have a look yourself. Chen Feng placed the small pouch into Peter's hand, leaving the surprise unspoken. So mysterious. What could it be? Could it be a new suit? No way. Is it really an iron suit, like Mr. Tony Stark's? You know how much I adore Mr. Stark's armor. I dream about having a set of my own. Chen Feng, if you actually give me one, I'll remember it forever. Please. I don't even care if it's not exactly the same. Peter chattered excitedly as he opened the pouch, barely able to contain his anticipation. He was like one of those talkative old ladies on the street, completely unable to keep quiet. Huh, Just these things. Peter looked down at the small triangular prism, the square-shaped object, and the diamond-shaped piece in his hand, sounding a little disappointed. He shot Chen Feng a plaintive look, as if demanding an explanation. Just try them out, you'll see. Chen Feng paid no mind to Peter's dissatisfaction, speaking calmly. But how do you use these? Peter, hearing Chen Feng's words, calmed down and fiddled with the three devices uncertainly. The triangle goes on your chest, the square on your shoulder, and the diamond on your hand. Chen Feng pointed to each spot on Peter's body, explaining how to use them. Triangle, chest. Square, shoulder. Diamond, hand. Following Chen Feng's directions, Peter placed each device in its designated spot. As soon as all three pieces touched his body, a tight-fitting suit of red and white appeared, wrapping itself around Peter. It was the same heroic outfit he had always worn, absolutely identical in every detail. This is... Peter stared at his own hands and the new clothes that had appeared on his body, a little stunned. Your new combat suit. Impressive, isn't it? Chen Feng smiled gently. It looked beautiful and felt incredibly light and fresh, nothing like the heaviness of his old uniform. It was as if he wasn't wearing a uniform at all. Peter took a deep breath, and instantly, a refreshing sensation surged through his body. The air of the great outdoors flowed perfectly through the suit, invigorating Peter with every breath. Chen Feng, this suit is astonishingly light. There's no sense of weight at all. It's like being wrapped in air itself. Peter continued to test the suit, and soon discovered another advantage. That's to be expected. I crafted this suit using ultra-thin carbon fiber, and even integrated memory metal, so it can shrink and be stored inside your device at will. Much more convenient. No need to carry a spare suit around anymore. Chen Feng explained, a note of pride in his voice. With the abilities of the great inventor, Schrödinger, at his disposal, none of this was a challenge for him. Of course, beyond technology, Chen Feng had also imbued the suit with magical enhancements. To combine science and magic, perhaps only Chen Feng could pull off such a feat. For now, though, Peter hadn't yet noticed the magical attributes woven into the suit. The quadrilateral module, try activating it. Test out what it can do. Chen Feng suggested, noticing Peter's fascination with the combat suit. Only then did Peter snap out of his amazement and nod. As soon as he passively triggered the quadrilateral module, it connected with the triangular module. Suddenly, a jet of air burst from Peter's back, launching him straight into the sky. Whoa, what is this? Put me down. Now. Peter was still unaccustomed to flying, flailing helplessly in midair as he tried to regain control. Peter, steady yourself. What are you panicking for? It's just a little trip to the sky. Didn't you always love Stark's Iron Man suits? Chen Feng called up from below, his voice booming. But Peter was in full panic, and this was nothing like what he had imagined. He was completely out of control, swaying up and down through the air, about to lose consciousness. Sheesh, even a girl hero swings through the air every day. Yet here you are, frightened out of your wits. Where's your nerve? Chen Feng frowned slightly, sighing in exasperation. He had no choice but to cast a spell, anchoring Peter in midair. Gasping, Peter finally managed to calm his breath. Sudden flight in the open sky. It was a challenge, even for a seasoned hero. Peter, didn't you say you wanted to experience what real flying feels like? Now's your chance. Don't be like a bird that needs its mothers. Help just to soar through the sky. You're an adult now, understand? Everything depends on you. Don't let me think you're just a coward. Chen Feng spoke sternly, not sparing Peter's feelings in the slightest. Hanging in the air, Peter fell into deep thought after hearing these words. It was true. He was the one who had wanted Iron Man's combat armor, and his performance now fully justified Chen Feng's scolding. Chen Feng, I understand. I'll do my best from now on. After a moment, Peter steeled himself and lifted his chin with determination. As long as you know. With just this brief reply, Chen Feng released the binding spell. Caught completely off guard by the sudden move, Peter was sent tumbling through the air, thrown into a state of utter confusion once again. Hey, Chen Feng, I wasn't ready. You can't just, like this, I'll. His words sounded confident before, but putting them into action was another matter entirely. Sigh, looks like he still needs a lot more training. Chen Feng shook his head, a hint of exasperation in his voice, and used magic to bring Peter back down safely. But by now, Peter had already fainted, a trace of drool still at the corner of his mouth. Really? You call yourself Spider-Man and you're afraid of heights? That just defies common sense. Chen Feng couldn't wrap his head around how someone with such enhanced physical abilities could pass out like this. But in truth, it had all happened so suddenly, and Peter's nerves were stretched taut. Combined with other factors, it was no surprise things turned out this way. Without wasting any more time, Feng cast a purification spell and instantly woke Peter up. Hey, Feng, actually, first wipe that drool off your mouth. It's really unpleasant to look at. Peter hurriedly wiped his lips, his face burning with embarrassment. Today was truly the most humiliating day of his life. All right, enough talk. Let's keep practicing. Before the Green Goblin shows up, you'd better master aerial maneuvers. Otherwise, if you lose the advantage of the terrain, you'll end up losing the fight. Feng didn't mince words, dousing Peter with a cold splash of reality. I understand. Peter nodded solemnly. He knew full well that the only reason he'd beaten the Green Goblin last time was because he'd had the upper hand geographically. If they fought in open space, victory would be far from guaranteed. In fact, the whole outcome could be entirely different. Let's begin. At Feng's command, Peter launched himself into the air. Unlike his earlier clumsy attempts, Peter was now prepared, both mentally and physically, and began to show the prowess of a true superhero. Within minutes, he had mastered the basics of flight. After a little more than 10 minutes, he was weaving effortlessly through the trees, unscathed. Now, this was what a superhero should look like. After witnessing Peter's progress, Feng silently marveled to himself, thinking, it really is exhausting to complete all these system tasks. Now that Peter had mastered the art of flight, this chapter of events had finally come to a close. Peter, the last upgrade I gave you was mainly to reinforce your webbing. At the very least, when facing the Green Goblin's attacks, your webs won't snap so easily anymore. Feng explained to Peter. These 3 new pieces of equipment were all inventions Feng had whipped up at Star Tower. But these are just the simplest types of gear. When I have more energy and time in the future, I'll craft even better equipment for you, Feng said calmly. To Peter, though, these words rang out with a thunderous impact. If such powerful gadgets were considered basic, then just how terrifying would more advanced versions be? Could they possibly let him fly straight from New York all the way to New Mexico? For a moment, Peter's imagination ran wild, conjuring up outlandish scenarios. His mind brimmed with anticipation for just how over-the-top the next set of equipment might be. Go ahead and test out your new webbing, Feng said, watching the dazed look on Peter's face. What on earth is this kid daydreaming about now, he wondered. All right, I'll give it a try now. Peter snapped back to reality. He raised his right hand, aimed at a large tree ahead, and shot out a strand of web. Thwack! The web pierced straight into the tree trunk, leaving a tiny hole. The force behind it was astonishing. Is this really my webbing? At this rate, it could probably kill someone. Peter stared in disbelief at the web embedded in the tree, mumbling to himself in awe. You can increase the power of your webs even more if you want, Feng remarked lightly, as if stating the obvious. I can make them even stronger? Peter's surprise grew, but so did his excitement. Harnessing the enhancements from the last upgrade, Peter focused and fired another web at the tree. A gust of wind swept by as the web shot out, and the instant it touched the tree, it punched all the way through, boring right through the trunk. The moment the web sliced through, the entire tree seemed to shatter, splintering from a single point outward. Boom! There was a sharp, explosive crack as wood fragments scattered through the air before raining gently to the ground. The sheer power left Peter utterly stunned. His face froze, and like a robot, he turned his head to stare at Feng. I only increased the webbing's hardness and toughness a little. In the future, I'll keep improving your webs, but for now, you're still able to control them, Feng said with a placid tone, as if recounting something utterly mundane. You'll make them even stronger? Peter asked in shock, realizing that his own thought process couldn't keep up with Feng's pace. It was like the difference between Asgard's and Earth's technology, a chasm so wide, Peter couldn't even imagine how to cross it. Next, get used to this new battle suit and its features, and prepare yourself to defeat the Green Goblin. Having said that, Feng stepped aside to watch. Suddenly, another idea flashed through his mind, and he added, Oh, right, Peter, almost forgot, there's something else I should tell you. This suit has a few more tricks up its sleeve. I want you to discover them on your own. It'll be much more fun that way. Feng's words stunned Peter once again, raising his anticipation to a whole new level. The functions he had already discovered were impressive enough, and now, hearing Feng's tone, there were even more hidden abilities? Wouldn't those be even more incredible? Without further delay, Peter began his testing. At first, during the initial round of tests, Peter didn't notice anything unusual. Everything felt so easy and smooth. This left him a bit frustrated. Could Feng just be messing with him? But after a while, Peter realized what was missing. It wasn't that Feng had tricked him, but rather that he hadn't found the right approach. To reveal the suit's new capabilities, he couldn't just go through the motions. He needed to put himself under some real pressure, maybe even take a few hits. Once he understood that, the rest of the testing became much easier. Peter soon discovered several more features hidden within the suit. For one, when under attack, the suit could generate a protective shield. It could also boost his flight speed dramatically in a split second. The final feature was perhaps the most astonishing. It allowed him to weave a thread, slip into the void, and then reappear from another location entirely. This last ability was truly overpowered. It gave Peter the chance to launch a surprise attack in broad daylight. Chun Feng's 3 magical enhancements fit Peter's needs perfectly. They elevated his fighting power in a whole new way. In his showdown with the Green Goblin, Peter would definitely not be outmatched because of his equipment. In fact, he would hold the upper hand from the start. "All right, that's enough training for today," Chun Feng said, his tone both encouraging and serious. "But before you face the Green Goblin, you must keep practicing. Master every aspect of the suit." With those words, Chun Feng led Peter out of the park. Over the next few days, Peter continued his nightly patrols as Spider-Man, fighting injustice and protecting the innocent. At the same time, he became ever more adept at using every feature of the new suit, mastering each function until everything became second nature. Inside the Osborn Corporation, Norman stood before his glider, staring at his own reflection in the mirror as he muttered to himself, "Yank, your son is truly outstanding, even more so than I ever imagined. But unfortunately, Peter stands in my way. He blocks my path, do you understand? So I have no choice. I must kill him. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, so very sorry. Ha 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 ha. Soon, your whole family will be reunited underground." At that moment, Norman's laughter was wild, even a little twisted and menacing. He looked just like a madman. In Queens, District 6, Peter was patrolling the rooftops as usual, scanning his surroundings. The evening breeze swept along the buildings, brushing gently past Peter, making him feel especially at ease. He was particularly satisfied these days, as crime in the area had noticeably declined. A sense of pride welled up inside him. After all, thanks to his efforts, District 6 had enjoyed such an extended period of peace. Who else but me could have achieved this? Who can rival me? Just then, a sharp, urgent scream suddenly rang out from an alley in the distance. Peter's expression darkened immediately upon hearing it, and in a flash, he landed in the alley. Hardly a moment had passed before he gave himself a resounding slap across the face. He was determined to teach this foolish troublemaker a lesson, one they wouldn't soon forget. Peter's mood plunged to rock bottom. "Listen, buddy, I'm in a pretty bad mood right now. So if you stop whatever disgusting thing you're doing, I might just show you some mercy and not leave you black and blue." Peter shouted angrily at the man, who was already in the act of tearing a woman's clothes, his voice echoing down the alley. If it weren't for the man's oversized teeth, Peter might have mistaken him for some mutant with the power of invisibility, using it for evil. The man spun around in a panic as soon as he heard Peter, and whatever little bravado he'd managed to muster moments before instantly wilted away. Just as he, boiling with rage, prepared to avenge his own bruised ego, his switchblade glinting menacingly in his hand. Peter's appearance utterly terrified him. No exaggeration. The fear was so real, he actually wet himself a little. "SPSP, Spider-Man. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll leave. I'll leave right now." The man dropped his switchblade to the ground, nodding and bowing in frantic supplication. In his panic, he even forgot to pull up his pants, shuffling backwards awkwardly. "Did I say you could leave?" Peter stepped toward him, gesturing for the assaulted woman to hurry away. What was about to happen next would be brutal. Best not to let an innocent bystander witness it, lest it leave a scar on her mind. In broad daylight, no, wait, under my watch as Spider-Man. You dare to commit such a vile, lawless act? You must remember this lesson, or you'll never repent. Peter advanced step by step. Though each stride was light, to the would-be criminal, they landed like heavy blows, as if each footfall pressed down on his heart, suffocating him. "Please have mercy. Spare me, Spider-Man. I swear I'll never do this again. I'll change my ways. I'll help old ladies cross the street, donate to the homeless, never litter or spit again. Please, just let me go." Under such intense pressure, the man babbled so fast his words tumbled over each other, leaving even Peter momentarily stunned. Pressure breeds motivation. There's truth in that saying. For a rapist, I'd confiscate his tool of the crime, so that he'll remember this for life and never dare offend again. Peter made a V sign with his fingers, pointing at the black man's lower body. "No, please no. Have mercy. My mother is counting on me to give her a grandchild this year. And I'm her only son. If you do this, there will be no one left in our family. My parents are still alive. If something happens to me, they'll be devastated. Please, I'm begging you." The black man sobbed uncontrollably, his tears and snot streaming down as he pleaded with Peter. Seeing this, Peter nodded in satisfaction. Confiscating his tool of the crime was just a joke. The main point was to make him realize his mistake and change his ways. Now, it seemed the black man truly understood what he had done wrong and was ready to repent. In light of your sincerity, I'll... Before he could finish, Peter's spider sense flared. Danger surged in his mind. He hesitated for a split second, but quickly leaped away from the black man. Suddenly, a harsh burst of gunfire rang out, sharp and deafening. The black man in front of him was riddled with bullets, collapsing to the ground in an instant, gone from this world forever. Ha! Spider-Man, weren't you going to judge that guy? What's stopping you? From afar, a villain in a green suit, riding a flying device, swooped down in front of Peter. You murderer! Peter shouted furiously. Looking at the lifeless body on the ground, rage burned inside him. Peter had never intended to kill the man. He only wanted to teach him a lesson so he'd never make the same mistake again. I'm a murderer? Huh, that's right, that's exactly what I am. And you're next. The Green Goblin cackled madly, like a demon from the depths. You monster! Peter's anger exploded. Webbing shot from his wrists and struck the Green Goblin. Still trying to use that against me? The goblin sneered, his hand flashing as he drew a razor-sharp blade that glinted coldly in the light. In an instant, he slashed at the webbing. But a sharp, clear sound rang out, and the web did not break. Instead, the blade itself showed signs of wear from the struggle. Your web? How is this possible? The Green Goblin was stunned. This blade was designed specifically to cut through Peter's webbing. But now, not only was it useless, it had actually been damaged in the attempt. There's a lot you don't know about me, Peter said with a touch of pride. He lunged forward, firing off several more strands of webbing. Don't get cocky, kid. You really think that's enough to beat me? The Green Goblin roared in anger. Suddenly, drops of white liquid began to seep from the green armor, and in an instant, the spider silk binding him dissolved away. The glider below him roared with fire, surging forward without hesitation, hurtling straight toward Peter. A pumpkin bomb appeared in his hand, pulled from his belt, the safety pin already yanked free. Die, you little brat! The Green Goblin shouted furiously, hurling the pumpkin bomb directly at Peter's position at 370. Bang! A thunderous explosion echoed across the sky, a cloud of smoke swirling in the air, and Peter's figure vanished completely from sight. Ha! You little pest, you're finished. Watching the smoke billow before him, the Green Goblin threw back his head and laughed, utterly delighted. Yet before the smoke could even clear, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him, landing a solid kick on his back. The Green Goblin stumbled, nearly toppling off his glider, and spun his head around in alarm. Spider-Man, you're still here. Seeing the figure before him, the Green Goblin was utterly shocked. How did he survive my bomb? For a moment, countless questions crowded Norman's mind. He found himself unable to see Peter clearly anymore. I told you, there are plenty of things you can't even imagine. Peter replied with a cheerful confidence. There's nothing quite as satisfying as catching your enemy off guard. You really think you alone can stand against a whole organization? Don't kid yourself. The Green Goblin barked harshly. Behind him stood the entire Osborn Corporation, countless top-level scientists. How could a single kid, all on his own, possibly fight a corporation, a whole army of people? This was Norman Osborn's greatest source of confidence. Norman adjusted his glider, unleashing a barrage of bullets, like a hurricane of steel, leaving Peter not a sliver of space to dodge. But Peter didn't need to dodge. With a twist, he increased the tensile strength of his webbing and fired it outward. In an instant, the thread spread wide, forming a massive web. Every bullet that struck the web was stopped dead in its tracks. Not a single shot made it through to Peter, standing behind. This can't be. Norman stared at Peter, unharmed, unable to believe his eyes. These bullets were Osborn Corp's latest invention, designed to rival Stark Industries. Their power was such that even 5mm thick steel plates could be punched through with ease. You're only going to be more amazed, Peter replied, a confident smile flickering across his face. He had to admit, the equipment Chin Feng had given him had dramatically boosted his combat abilities. Faced with such advanced technology, he now had a real edge, even dominance. Norman shot skyward, swiftly rising dozens of meters above the ground. Looking down from above, his confidence surged once more. This area, while not exactly deserted, is mostly filled with low-rise buildings. Even if Peter tried to swing using his webs, he wouldn't be able to reach such heights. You can't hit me, but I can attack you again and again. Hero, let's see how you plan to defeat me now. Norman burst out in arrogant laughter. Beneath his feet, the glider spewed another torrent of fire, and a barrage of bullets rained down like a violent storm. But once again, Norman's calculations were off. Peter leapt high, soaring straight into the air. With the quadrilateral device supporting him, he could now hover freely above the ground. much like Tony in his Iron Man suit. The moment Norman saw Peter flying through the air, he froze in shock. Peter seized the opportunity. The energy units near his shoulders and legs flared to life once more. A streak flashed across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, Peter appeared behind Norman. He threw a fierce punch to Norman's head and, at the same time, fired webs that wrapped tightly around Norman's body, pinning his arms to his sides, thoroughly restraining him. "Let's see you get out of this." With a swift kick, Peter sent Norman flying off the glider, hurling him from dozens of meters up in the air. "Get!" Norman cursed, plummeting rapidly, but showed not a trace of panic. The glider shot toward him at top speed, catching him just as he was about to hit the ground. A bit of white liquid oozed from Norman's armor again, but this time, it failed to melt Peter's webs as quickly as before. "What trick did you pull with this webbing?" Norman rose into the air, glaring at Peter across from him as he demanded an answer. "Why should I tell you? You are just a defeated opponent. Focus on finding a way to beat me, instead of turning this fight into a senseless mess." Under Chun Feng's tutelage, Peter's sarcasm had reached new heights. "Little rabbit, I'll make you pay for your arrogance, just like your father did." Norman deliberately raised his voice, making sure Peter would hear every word. As expected, Peter froze on the spot the moment those words reached his ears. 2 missiles from beneath the glider, along with pumpkin bombs from Norman's belt, shot toward Peter with electric speed. Just as the missiles and pumpkin bombs were about to reach him, Peter's spider sense kicked in with blinding intensity. That acute danger instinct spurred him to react instantly. The quadrilateral device surged with power, and for a split second, he moved faster than the speed of sound, narrowly escaping the attack. The pumpkin bomb exploded with a deafening blast, reducing a nearby building to nothing but rubble and dust. But the 2 remaining missiles seemed to possess some form of homing ability, relentlessly pursuing Peter as he fled. "Let's see how you get out of this one." Norman lounged on his glider, watching the deadly chase unfold with a look of smug satisfaction. Peter kept a wary eye on the missiles trailing behind him as he shot webs in rapid succession, weaving through the narrow alleys. But because there were still many people in District 6, Peter was careful not to let the missiles crash into just any building. If someone happened to be inside, he would never forgive himself. Damn it! Peter's face darkened, and his hatred toward Norman reached its peak. "I've got it. The Green Goblin. I'll lure the missiles to him." A sudden idea flashed in Peter's mind, and hope lit up his face again. Fight fire with fire. Let him suffer his own tricks. As Peter rushed toward him, Norman's expression turned grim. "You really think you're clever, kid?" Norman let out a cold laugh. "These 2 missiles aren't just simple heat seekers, you know." Peter glanced at the motionless Norman, and a sense of unease crept into his heart. A trap. That was Peter's immediate thought. But he had to try. Even if it was a trap, he needed to make the Green Goblin pay. Peter sped right up to Norman, then made a sharp turn, brushing past him and soaring upward. "Think you're so smart, huh?" As he darted past Norman, Peter suddenly heard his mocking words. Instantly, Peter realized something was wrong. Glancing down, he saw 2 pumpkin bombs now dangling from his waist. The pumpkin heads gleamed ominously, radiating a heat that seemed to pulse from within. "Damn it!" Peter cursed, trying to tear the bombs from his waist, but they exploded. Norman raised his hand, shielding himself from a sliver of the blast, the demonic mask on his face twisted with mocking delight. Smoke billowed and swirled above, so thick it nearly blotted out the bright moon. Those 2 bombs, just as they neared Norman, swerved with incredible speed and shot into the cloud of smoke. Wait, could Peter still be alive? Norman's eyes widened in disbelief. 2 pumpkin bombs, and he still survived? Is he even human? 1,000 thoughts flashed through Norman's mind in an instant. But right then, 2 missiles burst out from the smoke, streaking straight toward Norman from behind. Damn it! Norman spun around just in time to see a fist flying at him. Thud! With a heavy blow, Peter sent Norman crashing away. The 2 missiles trailing behind immediately changed course to follow. Peter had to change direction. He twisted to the side, and the crystalline structures in his shoulders and legs flared with energy, propelling him upward. The 2 missiles behind him were relentless, following Peter with uncanny precision. Nothing like the clumsy movie versions that crashed into the nearest tree. I need to get rid of these things. Peter darted through the empty streets, his mind racing for a solution. Desperately, you search for a way to counter the incoming missiles. Got it. Rounding a bend, a sudden idea flashes into your mind. You channel the energy of the rhombus-shaped device in your hand to its maximum level. Then, aiming behind you, you shoot out several webs at the 2 missiles, each strand flying at lightning speed. Even though the missiles react quickly, they're no match for the speed of your webs. Do you really think these little tricks of yours can stop Chernobyl-class missiles? Don't be so naive. Norman watches the scene unfold, a wave of irritation washing over him. This kid, what does he take missiles for anyway? Does he really believe some webs can stop them? But just as the webs touch the missiles, both explode with a thunderous blast. A brilliant burst of fire lights up the night sky, illuminating the entire shadowy 6th district in an instant. What? Norman's eyes grow wide with shock, his mouth agape. He's lost count of how many times he's been stunned tonight. This must be the 183rd time. Tonight, Peter has surprised Norman again and again, far beyond anything he had imagined. These webs, powered at maximum energy, are as strong as titanium alloy, aren't they? Peter himself is a little taken aback. He hadn't expected his webs to actually stop the missiles, and even set them off midair. Even he hadn't realized they could do something like this. With the missiles out of the picture, let's see how you dodge my attacks now. A bright grin flashes across Peter's face. Now it's time for his counterattack. In a split second, the quadrilateral device at his shoulders unleashes a surge of energy, and he's right in front of Norman. Webs shoot from his wrists, wrapping around Norman's demonic mask, blinding him in an instant. But just then, Norman suddenly draws a sharp knife, slashing it toward Peter. Spider's sense tingles. Danger! Peter fires a web and swings himself backward, narrowly dodging the attack. At the same time, he lands a solid kick to Norman's back, knocking him off the glider. Webs shoot out at top speed, try to ensnare the glider. But he's a split second too late. The glider swoops down and steadies itself beneath Norman, saving him just in time. You got lucky this time, Norman. If you'd fallen from that height, you'd be nothing but a smear on the pavement. Peter's voice is cold and sharp. He launches himself after the retreating Norman. Norman, too, knows he can't win by force. He needs a new plan to deal with Peter before going on the attack again. Otherwise, he'll always be at a disadvantage, with no chance to turn the tables. Too late to run now. Peter watches Norman flee into the distance and lets out a cold shout. With a burst of energy, he surges forward, quickly gaining on Norman. Suddenly, a pumpkin bomb appears in Norman's hand. He pulls the pin and hurls it at Peter, unleashing a barrage of explosions. Although not a single pumpkin bomb struck Peter directly, the shock waves from the explosions still managed to halt his pursuit of Norman. In a way, Norman's combat tactics had paid off. In Queens, at Shinfeng's house. Mindy, haven't you always wanted to know what I gave Peter? I'll take you to see it now. Chun Feng glanced at the display on his watch and asked calmly. That's great, let's go right now. Mindy grabbed Chun Feng's hand, her voice bubbling with excitement. From a moment Chin Feng had changed into fresh clothes, she had sensed that something important was about to happen tonight. So she decisively put on a new outfit herself, just waiting for Chun Feng's signal. You really are a little clever fox, aren't you? Come on, let's go. Chin Feng gave Mindy's petite nose a gentle pinch and smiled. With such a sharp little mind by his side, nothing seemed to escape her notice. Suddenly, a rift of violet light split open before them, and the power of the void spilled out. Leading Mindy by the hand, Chun Feng stepped through the portal, and in an instant, they found themselves in an alleyway in the 6th district. At that very moment, Peter and Norman were locked in a fierce struggle dozens of meters above the ground. Overall, Peter held the advantage, pressing Norman back with growing momentum. Out was Peter flying. Mindy stared up at Peter in astonishment, unable to hide her curiosity. That's the new gear I gave him. Chin Feng replied with pride. He then enthusiastically explained all the features of Peter's new equipment to Mindy. When she finished listening, Mindy couldn't help but give a thumbs up, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she looked at Chin Feng. Her respect for him only deepened. So handsome, tall, charismatic, smart, and he could cook. Chin Feng was simply the perfect man. For a moment, Mindy was completely entranced by Chun Feng's charm, her hands clasped together as she swooned with infatuation. Weren't you here to see Peter? Why do you keep staring at me? Chun Feng couldn't help but laugh at her expression, both amused and exasperated. This girl could lose herself, even at a time like this. What's so interesting about Peter? None of it compares to how good-looking you are, Chun Feng. Mindy replied without a trace of embarrassment. She caught hold of Chun Feng's hand and leaned happily against his arm. Sometimes, being too outstanding can be a burden, Chin Feng thought, resigned but amused. Up in the sky, Peter and Norman's battle had reached its climax. What began as tentative probing was now an all-out clash of fists. Both had fully sized up the other, each well aware of their opponent's tactics. Pumpkin bombs exploded in the air one after another, bursting like brilliant fireworks against the night sky. Below, Chun Feng and Mindy stood together like a couple newly in love, gazing at the fireworks that bore witness to their affection. Up in the sky, Peter darted and weaved, skillfully avoiding the pumpkin bombs that rained down around him, making sure none of them found their mark. Yet with so many bombs flying his way, There were a few Peter couldn't dodge, but thanks to the protective shield of his new suit, he was able to completely neutralize their explosive force. That was how Peter managed to emerge unscathed, dancing through a storm of pumpkin bombs without a scratch. Damn it, I'm out of bombs. Norman's hand instinctively reached for his belt, only to grasp at empty air. It was in that moment of stunned realization that he discovered he had used up all his pumpkin bombs. While Norman hesitated, Peter closed the distance in a flash. The webbing from his hand shot out first, wrapping around Norman and binding him tightly. The next instant, Peter landed atop the glider, delivering a fierce punch to Norman's face, followed by a punishing kick to his ankle. A guttural cry burst from Norman's lips. Even with his battlesuit's protection, he couldn't help but scream in pain. After all, in the comics, Spider-Man Peter's strength is said to reach nearly 60 tons. That's only a shade less than the Hulk himself. Even in the cinematic universe, though Peter's power is slightly diminished, he can still lift at least 40 or 50 tons. Stopping a speeding train with his bare hands, or holding together a splitting ferry. These feats speak to just how frightening Spider-Man's strength truly is. So for Norman to survive a direct blow like that, without shattered ribs, only proved how tough his demonic armor was. With that punch, Norman was knocked clean off his glider. Sensing its master's fall, the glider immediately tried to swoop down to rescue Norman. But Peter, now firmly atop the glider, wasn't about to give it the chance. A quick flick of his wrist sent webs shooting out, wrapping the glider up like a mummy, leaving it almost completely immobilized. Still, the glider thrashed violently, desperate to reach Norman. Its energy jets flared, spewing searing heat, but against the iron-strong webbing, they accomplished nothing. Without power, the glider could no longer stay aloft, and soon plummeted straight down. By now, Norman was hurtling rapidly towards the ground. A fall from such a height, if not fatal, would certainly leave him crippled. But Peter had made up his mind. He would not intervene. The evil Green Goblin had hurt so many people, destroyed so many homes. He had to face justice. But just then, Peter suddenly remembered something the Green Goblin had said earlier, something that touched on his father. "Peter, it's me. I'm your Uncle Norman. Help me." With a sudden motion, Norman tore off his goblin mask, exposing his true face. At the same time, he called out to Peter in a loud voice. Peter, whose senses and vision were exceptionally sharp, instantly saw Norman's face clearly. For a moment, he was utterly shocked. In that instant, Peter not only thought of his own parents, who had once worked at Oscorp, but also of his good friend, Harry. If Norman ended up paralyzed from the fall, there was no doubt Harry, already weighed down by despair, would be plunged into even deeper pain. No matter what, Harry was still his best friend, and there were rumors that his parents' deaths were somehow tangled with Norman in ways hard to forget. A web shot out from Peter's wrist, slicing through space in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he caught Norman. At the very last moment, Norman's face stopped just a centimeter from the ground. "Tell me now, how did my parents really die?" Peter flew to Norman's side in a flash, seized him by the collar, and demanded with a grave voice. "Peter, calm down. Give me a moment to catch my breath, then I'll tell you everything." Norman looked terribly uncomfortable, his face pale as a sheet. He pointed at Peter's hand, gripping his collar. Peter gave a forceful shove and tossed Norman aside. Norman, sprawled on the ground, gasped for air. He looked up at Peter with a twisted smile and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. "Peter, I have to admit, your intelligence and talent far surpass your parents. For someone to single-handedly create such a powerful weapon, I have to hand it to you. How about this? Join Oscorp, become our chief scientific officer. You won't have to worry about your future at all. As long as you help Oscorp surpass Stark Industries, not only will you have money, I'll even give you a 2% share of the company. Do you have any idea how much 2% is? That's worth several $billion." Just as Norman was getting fired up, Peter's fist shot out and struck Norman's face, leaving it immediately red and swollen. "Save it. I don't care how much you offer me. Stop dodging the question. Tell me how my parents died." Peter glared at Norman with fierce, unwavering eyes. If not for Harry's sake, he might have killed Norman right there and then. Norman burst into laughter. "Peter, since you want to know so badly, I'll tell you. But I have one condition. After you learn the truth, promise me you'll join Oscorp and help Harry. Without me, he'll be lost and alone. And as his best friend, you're the only one who can help him." Even in his sorry state, covered in dirt and bruises, Norman managed a dazzling smile. "What are you saying? Are you looking to die?" Peter couldn't quite figure Norman out, but a sense of unease gnawed at him. "In truth, your parents. I drove them out of the company, and then I had them killed." Norman's words were soft, but they pierced Peter's heart like a dagger. For a long moment, Peter stood frozen, staring blankly at Norman before him. "What did you say?" Say it again. I said, your parents were killed by me. Norman continued speaking, as if he were recounting the most ordinary thing in the world. You kill my parents? Peter's voice trembled softly, his words slow and heavy. Yes, I killed your parents. My parents died by your hand. At that moment, Peter stood frozen in shock, while Norman's gaze never strayed from the glider behind him. Almost there. Just a little longer and it will be done. The webbing binding the glider was already nearly dissolved. Bright flames burst out from the back, visible and threatening. You kill my parents! Peter shouted in fury. He gripped Norman's shoulders tightly, and in that instant, Norman's shoulder bones shattered completely, the sound sharp and sickening. Norman said nothing, a strange, indescribable smile still lingering on his face. In his eyes, a flicker of light, almost as if it were the glint of victory. Peter, get out of the way! Chen Feng's urgent shout broke through the tension. At the same time, Peter's spider sense screamed a warning. Startled, Peter's shoulders erupted with energy from the quadrilateral core. In a flash, he disappeared from right in front of Norman. A scream tore through the air, and then silence. When Peter looked down, he saw that Norman was already dead, the glider's blade impaled through his chest. In midair, Peter was stunned, frozen like a statue. Norman, he's dead. This news struck Peter like a bolt of lightning out of a clear sky, shaking him to his core. His first thought was of Harry. Norman was dead. How could he ever explain this to Harry? Harry would be devastated when he heard. Even though Peter hadn't killed Norman himself, in some way, he felt responsible. If Harry found out, things could become unimaginably serious. For a moment, Peter didn't know what to do. Even the pain of losing his parents faded to the background. Peter, come down. Don't worry about this now. Norman's death wasn't your doing. Most of it was his own fault. As for Harry, we'll face it together. Chen Feng's words offered Peter a measure of comfort, suspending him in the air. He landed beside Chen Feng, but still looked withdrawn, unable to say a word. Peter, with Chen Feng here, you don't have to worry about anything. He'll help you through all of it. Mindy's voice rang with absolute trust in Chen Feng. In her heart, there was nothing Chen Feng couldn't solve. Chen Feng could only give a helpless smile at that. This girl really knows how to pick her moments. At this point, Peter could only hope he could rely on Chen Feng. After all, Chen Feng and the Avengers were old acquaintances, and he also had a very good relationship with Harry. Peter walked over to Chen Feng's side, waiting for his answer. Don't worry, Chen Feng reassured them. If I say it's fine, then it really is. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed across the sky as a bright beam of light shot out from the distance, illuminating all three of them. They're here again, Chen Feng muttered, his brows knitting together. He looked at the approaching helicopter with a touch of resignation. The very next moment, two people stepped off the helicopter, just as Chen Feng had anticipated. It was Captain Rogers of the American team and Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Though one had to admit, the two of them always arrived a bit too late. By the time they got here, the whole thing was already over. Where's the Green Goblin? What happened to him? Rogers strode straight to Chen Feng's side, his face grave. Chen Feng pressed his lips together and didn't answer right away. But Rogers, sharp as ever, immediately noticed Norman lying motionless nearby. Did you kill him? Rogers' face darkened as he demanded, his tone cold as steel. So what if I did? Chen Feng replied without a hint of remorse. Is it wrong to kill someone so wicked? It's not your place to decide. Rogers retorted, anger edging into his voice. Even if he's a criminal, even if he's a murderer, there are people meant to judge him. That's not your job, do you understand? The justice Rogers believed in did not permit killing without due process, not even when the person was a monster whose crimes were beyond forgiveness. No matter what, deciding life and death should never be so casual. If I don't judge him, should I leave that to those useless fools high up? People who spend their days feasting and indulging themselves, whose bodies are drained by women, and whose heads are full of nothing but filth. Should we let them decide? The same people who, with a wave of money, would let these criminals go, only to have them return to cause more chaos, to kill and burn again? You tell me. How can you guarantee that won't happen? Chen Feng's words cut straight through, challenging Rogers without hesitation. Rogers fell silent, unable to respond. Indeed, many of those in high positions in America were just as Chen Feng described. If you hand Norman over to the Avengers, I promise we'll make the right call, Rogers replied after a moment's thought, his sense of justice unwavering. He won't escape judgment. But Chen Feng simply smiled, a complicated mix of emotions flickering across his face. What a grand and righteous sense of justice you have, Rogers. But that's your justice, not mine. So don't lump us together. Chen Feng's retort left Rogers momentarily speechless. Was this not the same as openly defying the Avengers? Rogers couldn't believe that someone who once fought to protect the Earth, a true hero, could change so much. Chun Feng, even if the justice you uphold is different from Rogers, at the core, both you and Rogers want to protect the Earth. Because of that, we should be on the same side, not fighting among ourselves. Fury stepped forward, playing the role of mediator. Protect the Earth? That thought had never even crossed Chun Feng's mind. His cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers had been nothing more than a means to obtain the Space Stone. And now, helping Peter to defeat Norman was simply a matter of completing a task assigned by the system. In the grand scheme, whether the people on Earth lived or died was of no concern to Chun Feng, except for those few individuals he truly cared to protect. Since you put it that way, let's hope Rogers doesn't keep going on about Norman, and as for the rest of you, don't meddle in how I do things. Every decision I make comes from my own judgment. Chun Feng's words completely incensed Rogers. That attitude, killing so casually, yet acting as if he's upholding some higher cause, was exactly what Rogers despised the most. This is America. Incidents like Norman's fall under SHLD's jurisdiction, and specifically, are to be handled by the Avengers. So I don't care how powerful you are, here, in this country, things like this must be decided with the Avengers' approval before you act. Rogers spoke with barely contained anger, staring Chun Feng down. Well, this is how I'm going to do things. What are you going to do about it? Don't try to use the Avengers or S.H.I.E.L.D. to pressure me. It won't work. I have my own code, and this is how I'll handle it. Do you have a problem with that? Chun Feng was unwavering, his tone leaving no room for doubt. His commanding presence, that sense of standing tall above all others, made even Rogers involuntarily take a step back. I'm telling you, matters like this fall under Avengers' jurisdiction. You can't just do whatever you want. There are rules for everything. Rogers pulled his shield from his back, holding it squarely in front of Chun Feng. So, what? You want to settle this with a fight? Chun Feng gave a faint, dismissive smile, his gaze full of disdain as he looked at Rogers. Don't think that just because you're evenly matched with others in the movie universe, it'll be the same in front of me. You're not facing Thanos now. Captain, Chun Feng, didn't we work together just fine during the last big incident? There's no need for us to draw weapons on each other. Let's calm down and talk things through. Fury quickly stepped between the two of them, raising his hand to stop them. Director Fury, if you keep indulging him like this, there will be endless trouble in the future. Some things have to be dealt with before they become a bigger problem. Rogers used a shield to nudge Fury aside, his expression grave. With his personality, he would never allow Chun Feng to act so recklessly. Everything must be done within proper rules, or else the whole world will fall into chaos. Captain, perhaps there's still room for negotiation here. You don't have to be so decisive. Fury turned his head to look at Rogers, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. After all, Rogers had only just recovered from being frozen. He didn't know Chun Feng well enough, nor did he realize just how terrifying this man could be. The Hulk, Thor, even Odin, the god of the Norse, all fell at the hands of the god of leaves. Each of these people, in terms of strength, surpassed Rogers. Fury didn't want to see the superhero he had fought so hard to bring back end up crippled at the hands of Chun Feng. That suits me just fine. Let's settle this right now. Otherwise, every time I try to do something in the future, you'll step in and try to stop me, criticize me. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back then. Chun Feng's voice was icy, and a chilling intent to kill suddenly radiated from him. It swept over Rogers and Fury, making them feel as if they'd been plunged into a frozen abyss. A duel, is it? Very well, I accept. Rogers gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and took a fighter stance. It's not about a duel. It's about making you understand that some people lie beyond your jurisdiction. Chun Feng's voice was calm. A gust of force surged out from him, carrying the unstoppable might of a bursting flood and crashing waves. The oppressive aura threatened to shatter the very air itself. For a moment, Rogers and Fury found it hard to breathe, as if they were trapped in a vacuum. That's Captain America of the Avengers. Fighting him is basically declaring war on the whole team, isn't it? Isn't that a little much? Peter glanced at Mindy beside him, his voice timid. After all, he'd always dreamed of joining the Avengers. Ruining that relationship now would be a real shame. Relax. Just watch and see what Rogers and Fury decide to do. Mindy seemed perfectly composed, not worried in the slightest. Chun Feng, this is New York. You must follow the rules here. Under immense pressure, Rogers demonstrated his unyielding will. Every muscle in his body tensed, veins bulging on his forehead, and even cold sweat trickled down his face. Step by step, he slowly approached Chun Feng, his uniform starting to split at the seams. It was like a web of cracks spreading out from Rogers, snaking in every direction. The pressure Chun Feng exerted was simply overwhelming. Rogers, you can't beat him. Give it up. There's still room to talk. Fury managed to choke out through the pressure, his face twisted with effort and strain. But Rogers didn't answer, still advancing toward Chunfeng. Chunfeng, the rules of New York must be obeyed. After what felt like an eternity, Rogers finally reached Chunfeng, struggling to lift the shield as he forced out the words through clenched teeth. I'm sorry, but I can't agree to that, because you're still far from worthy. Chunfeng replied coolly. With a single kick, Rogers was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground some distance away, carving a deep groove across the earth. The power of time is truly effective. Being able to effortlessly manipulate the flow of time around others is, in essence, the ultimate control skill. Captain, Fury hurried over and helped Rogers back to his feet. I'm all right. With a violent cough, Rogers expelled all the air from his lungs. Only then did some color return his pale face. Chunfeng, I won't give up. I will fight this to the very end. Rogers summoned the resilience of a seasoned soldier, clinging to his last shred of dignity and determination. Suddenly, an earth-shattering wave of sword energy erupted, splitting the space around them as if the world itself had been torn asunder. Fury and Rogers felt as though a razor-sharp blade, capable of shattering anything, had sliced straight through their hearts. The pain was far beyond anything they could have imagined. Their faces twisted in agony, cold sweat streaming down their bodies, as if they had just returned from the very brink of death, their complexions deathly pale. If you still intend to meddle in my affairs, I'll show you the deepest, darkest abyss. When you gaze long into the abyss, remember, the abyss gazes also into you. From beginning to end, Chunfeng seemed to stand perfectly still, as if neither the sword energy nor the power of time required any conscious effort. This simply flowed naturally from him. Let's go. Chunfeng turned away, heading toward Peter and Mindy, paying no heed to the figures of Rogers and Fury lying on the ground. As they walked farther and farther away, the silhouettes of Chunfeng, Peter, and Mindy gradually vanished from the two men's sight. Captain, from now on, maybe we shouldn't interfere so much in Chunfeng's affairs. He hasn't actually done anything wrong. After all, Norman killed countless people. From the perspective of those victims, they would surely want Norman to face the fairest justice possible. What Chunfeng did is exactly what they would have wanted. So, let's follow Chunfeng's suggestion. Fury spoke slowly and thoughtfully. Once again, Chunfeng had overturned everything Fury thought he knew about him. But perhaps the most reassuring thing was that Chunfeng still stood on Earth's side. He had never deliberately become its enemy. Everyone he had killed was an unforgivable criminal. In the end, there was nothing truly wrong in what he'd done. Rogers fell silent. Perhaps it was time for him to reconsider his view of Chunfeng. At the very least, those words about the deepest darkness had struck straight into Rogers' heart. Back at home, Chunfeng couldn't wait to enter the system and claim his reward. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of helping Spider-Man defeat the Green Goblin. Your reward is now being issued. The system's mechanical voice, cold and emotionless, suddenly rang out. For the first time, Chunfeng's usually calm heart began to race. Mission reward. The host has unlocked the hero summoning function. Now, any hero obtained from the system can be summoned to fight by your side. Chunfeng, overcome with excitement, landed a heavy punch on the headboard, his mouth stretched in a grin he simply couldn't hide. But the loud thud woke Mindy up as well. With sleepy eyes still half closed, she snapped angrily. It's the middle of the night. Can't you let people sleep? Chunfeng hurriedly tried to soothe Mindy, coaxing her back to sleep. Watching her breathing through her nose, he had to admit, she really did look beautiful. Right now, Chunfeng was still basking in the joy of his reward. Being able to summon heroes from League of Legends. Didn't that mean he could have his very own super team? To replace organizations like the Avengers or the Illuminati would be as easy as flipping his hand. With that thought, Chunfeng felt that this reward was truly heartfelt. At last, this aloof system seemed to have figured out its role. It existed to serve its host, to help him become the mightiest man in the universe, to conquer all. Not just to sit idly in his mind, handing out the occasional reward as if tossing him scraps. Reciprocation, mutual benefit. How could the system not grasp such a simple truth? Because he'd completed this type of mission for the first time, the system rewarded him with a chance to randomly draw a hero. As Chunfeng was reveling in his happiness, a golden opportunity fell into his lap, quite literally like a pie from the sky. Whoa, when did the system become so generous? Chunfeng was so shocked, there was even a twinge of disbelief. After a moment, he finally composed himself and said gleefully to the system, "Spin." The next second, the prize wheel whirled rapidly, the pointer flashing past hero after hero. Give me someone powerful, Chun Feng kept muttering under his breath. But fate had other plans. When the pointer stopped, Chun Feng couldn't help but feel a little let down. This system really is just as stingy as ever. Congratulations, host. You have won the right to summon the loose cannon. Jinx, the mechanical voice of the system rang out, but it couldn't dispel the disappointment in Chun Feng's heart. Jinx, the loose cannon. Sure, she was pretty tough. But at the end of the day, she was still just a regular human. No matter how much her fighting skills improved, she'd never reach godhood, not to mention ascension. She wasn't even half an ascendant. At best, she might reach the level of someone like Natasha, top-tier human strength, but nothing more. Well, it is what it is. Since he had the reward, he might as well accept it. Still better than nothing. Chun Feng shrugged helplessly, sighing. System, let me ask you something. Now that I have the right to summon Jinx, does that mean I can use her abilities too? Curious, Chun Feng couldn't help but inquire. Sorry, host. You have only obtained the right to summon Jinx, not to use her powers. You can call her forth, but you cannot wield her abilities yourself. The system's reply poured a bucket of cold water over Chun Feng's head. Talk about a buzzkill. His excitement evaporated on the spot. I knew it. Your system would never be that generous. If there's ever one reward, there surely won't be a second. Chun Feng shook his head, having long since anticipated just how stingy the system could be. But right now, it was already 2 a.m. Mindy had fallen into a deep sleep. And as for Rampage Dreamy, Jinx, on the continent of Runeterra, she was definitely not what you'd call a good girl. In fact, she belonged to the downright villainous category. So Chun Feng decided not to summon her tonight, just to see what she was capable of. If she caused a ruckus and woke Mindy, that would be a problem. I'll test her out tomorrow, Chun Feng muttered to himself, then soon fell asleep as well. Yet, a new thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. How was he supposed to unlock the summoning rights for the other heroes? He quickly asked the system in his mind, but in response, he received nothing but a long, heavy silence. It was like wandering into an empty wilderness. Silence was his only companion. Damn it, this system is a complete mess. Chun Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly. Once again, it seemed he'd have to rely on his own guesses or wait for the system to suddenly toss him a mission, just to get the right to summon another hero. What a complete hassle. The next morning, Peter and Pepper Little Chili Potts both called him. Peter's reason was all about Norman. He delivered Norman's corpse to Harry's house last night, but unfortunately, Harry had glimpsed him. Now, Harry believed Norman's death was all Spider-Man's fault, and was even vowing revenge. Peter hadn't slept a wink all night. He wanted to call Chun Feng as soon as he was done, but didn't want to disturb the leaf god's rest, so he waited until early morning. Chun Feng could only rub his forehead helplessly at Peter's actions. At the moment, he couldn't think of any good solutions. Peter, today you need to focus on calming Harry down. Don't let him overthink things, just reassure him. I'll come help you afterward. Peter could only nod. At this point, there really didn't seem to be any better way. As for Pepper, her call was about Tony's anxiety, which had her deeply worried. Tony himself refused to open up, burying everything inside. With no other options, Pepper turned to Chun Feng. The last time Tony had been genuinely excited about anything, it had been because of Chun Feng. Calls himself a genius scientist, Chun Feng mused. Didn't I already give him a model? How is he still stuck in anxiety? Useless. After dropping Mindy off at school, Chun Feng prepared to head to Stark Tower. Just then, a piece of good news arrived. Natasha would be back soon. The thought of Natasha, with her graceful figure, leapt instantly to Chun Feng's mind. He truly missed that little enchantress. Inside Stark Tower. Tony, not only are you late today, but you tried to fool me with a fake suit of armor. Pepper's voice was sharp as she pointed to the suit beside her, her tone demanding an explanation. Today is supposed to be their anniversary, yet slipped by just like that. Pepper, it's just, I can't think about any of that right now. My mind is completely filled with images of the Battle of New York. I'm afraid I'll lose control and end up hurting you. And that's the last thing I'd want. Tony spoke with deep remorse. He didn't want things to be this way, but there was no helping it. His anxiety had only grown worse with time. He constantly felt as if someone might attack him at any moment. Tony, it's okay. Look at me. Share everything with me. Let it all out. I'll help you through this. Pepper gently stroked Tony's face, her anger from earlier replaced by warmth and understanding. It's all right now. The important thing is that you're here and you're safe. Tony took her hand from his face and turned away. He knew that anxiety was something Pepper couldn't help him with. All he could do was make sure she didn't get hurt. How about we take a shower together and try to relax? Pepper suggested softly. But, as always, Tony refused her offer every time. That's why, in the end, Pepper picked up the phone and called Chun Feng. She had no other reason. She simply couldn't bring Tony any real peace of mind herself. At this moment, all Pepper could do was anxiously await Chun Feng's arrival. Chun Feng, you're finally here. Just when her anxiety was at its peak, Chun Feng's figure finally appeared inside Stark Tower. Chun Feng, what are you doing here? Tony quickly turned around, a hint of surprise in his voice as he looked at Chun Feng standing behind him. I came to see you. Have you finished developing your new Iron Man suit yet? Chun Feng walked over to Tony, glancing into the lab. Not bad. You're already halfway there. Looks like you'll be able to build the next generation of Iron Man suit soon. Seeing the prototype of the suit on the workbench, Chun Feng nodded in approval. Tony, this kid, at least hadn't let down all the guidance and advice he'd given him. This new suit is called Mark 42, but it's still in the testing phase, so it can't be used in combat yet. Tony pointed to the suit, offering a brief explanation. Chun Feng, please. I'm counting on you. Pepper leaned in and whispered softly in Chun Feng's ear. What really worried her wasn't the suit, but Tony's anxiety disorder. She couldn't bear to watch Tony spiral toward ruin, step by step. Miss Potts, from the looks of it, you probably have a lot of work to take care of. Leave Tony to me. Chun Feng smiled reassuringly. There was something so confident in his smile that Pepper nodded almost unconsciously, then left the lab. Tony, you're just about finished with your new suit. What is there to be so anxious about? Chun Feng turned and looked at Tony, genuinely puzzled. The anxiety all started with the Battle of New York, didn't it? It's because you lost consciousness, fell out of space, and nearly died, right? When it comes down to it, the real issue is that the original Iron Man suit was simply too weak. Now that we've developed a much more powerful version, we really ought to be full of confidence. Chun Feng, you don't understand, Tony replied, shaking his head before making his way to the liquor cabinet and taking out a bottle of brandy. Come, share a drink with me. Tony poured a generous glass and placed it within Chun Feng's reach. You're not actually feeling discouraged by me, are you? Even with the new suit finished, you're thinking that it was all my idea and your own effort and creativity didn't count for anything. Chun Feng accepted the glass, looking at Tony in disbelief. If that were really the case, wouldn't that make him the greatest psychological hurdle Iron Man ever faced? That's not really the reason, Tony said, shaking his head again to dismiss Chun Feng's assumption. Honestly, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be in a far worse state than I am now. Well, what is it then? Now I'm really curious. Chun Feng clinked his glass against Tony's and took a small sip. The mellow aroma of the brandy rolled across his tongue, sending a warmth straight to his head and then radiating through his whole body. I've got to hand it to you, Tony. Your taste in booze really is something else, Chun Feng said, taking another generous sip, unable to hide his admiration. If you like it, there's plenty more where that came from. Help yourself to whatever you want, Tony replied with a wave of his hand, completely unconcerned about sharing his private stash. To him, material possessions like these hardly mattered anymore. In that case, I won't be shy. Any other good stuff you'd recommend? Give me a few suggestions. Chun Feng grinned, showing no sign of holding back. After all, Tony still owed him a few favors. Or, better yet, why not just ask Tony to give him a slice of Stark Industries shares? If that happened, wouldn't he instantly become the next billionaire? Fine wine would be just the beginning. That thought suddenly popped into Chun Feng's mind. The more he considered it, the better it sounded. Tony, don't bother with recommendations. Just give me half of Stark Tower's shares. He believed in putting ideas into action, and he demonstrated this perfectly. What? Tony was so startled by the request that he nearly dropped his glass. Are you here to comfort me? Or just to take advantage of the situation? Half the shares? That's asking a bit much, don't you think? Chun Feng, I actually have a few more questions about the new suit that I'd like to discuss with you. Don't change the subject. Let's talk about the shares first. You still owe me a couple of favors, remember? Chun Feng cut Tony off decisively, his expression serious. Tony was left speechless, swirling his drink and falling deep into thought. It's just half the shares, Tony. You're already the richest man in the country. Don't tell me you're going to be stingy now. Chun Feng said cheerfully, his tone brimming with mischief. We'll talk about the shares later, Tony finally replied. There's a lot going on with the company right now. Let's sort that out first, then we can discuss your proposal. Tony continued to dodge the topic, skillfully evading the issue at hand. Although the Stark Group was founded single-handedly by his father, it was Tony's own hard work that had turned it into the empire it was today. To have all those years of dedication and effort split in half with a single sentence. No matter how generous Tony's heart was, he couldn't possibly accept that. Tony, you need to realize something. During the incident at the Hell's Kitchen, you owed me a favor. Don't forget that. Chun Feng seized on the most critical point, pressing Tony relentlessly. In that instant, all of Tony's anxiety and obsessive worries seemed to vanish from his mind. He was now engaged in an intense battle of wits with Chun Feng. Sir, happy situation at the Sea York Hotel has taken a turn. He's in a critical state now. Just then, Jarvis's voice broke the tension, instantly shifting the entire atmosphere. Happy's been hurt. Who did this? Find the culprit for me now. Tony's face darkened immediately, his expression grave and stormy. Sir, the details are still unclear, but it's best if you head there right away, Jarvis replied helplessly. Through the sensors on Happy, he had only managed to determine Happy's current condition. As for how Happy had been injured, further investigation was necessary. Then hurry up, call an ambulance for Happy, and get him to the hospital. Tony barked the order, rushing straight to the garage. Sir, the ambulance has already been dispatched, and the hospital's address has been uploaded to your car system. Just start the engine and you'll be routed straight there, Jarvis stated calmly. As an artificial intelligence, Jarvis's efficiency was second to none. Chinfeng, come with me to see Happy. I swear, I'll find whoever did this and make them pay. Tony was clearly blinded by fury, murderous intent radiating from him. Even though, during the last incident at the La Belle Mead house, Happy had helped him save face in front of everyone. No matter what, Happy was still his closest friend. You go on ahead. I'll catch up soon. Chinfeng shook his head, signaling for Tony to leave first. All right, I'll head out then. Tony waved at Peter, then drove off at top speed toward the hospital where Happy was being treated. In the lab, Chinfeng wandered around the liquor cabinet, eyeing bottles of rare and expensive spirits, the kind nearly impossible to find on the open market. He couldn't help but sigh with admiration. How wonderful it was to be rich. To start group that 50% stake, he realized he absolutely had to get his hands on it. Bacardi, Smirnoff vodka, Black Label whiskey, Ricard, Remy Martin. Chinfeng picked out the finest and most prestigious bottles from the cabinet, selecting only the best. Jarvis, tell me which hospital Happy's in. Once he prepared the liquor, Chinfeng called out in the empty laboratory. A moment later, Jarvis's voice echoed through the space, providing the name of the hospital where Happy was being treated. Happy, when you get better, you really ought to thank me for bringing you all this fine liquor. Normally, Tony would never let you try any of this. After grumbling silently to himself, Chinfeng suddenly saw a rift in space appear before him. Jarvis, goodbye. Remember to tell Pepper that I'll take good care of Tony. Those were Chinfeng's words as he left. Of course, Mr. Chinfeng. I'll be sure to pass your message along to Miss Potts, Jarvis replied seriously. And with that, Chinfeng's figure vanished from Stark Tower. The next moment, Chinfeng appeared inside the hospital, and the sharp scent of disinfectant and alcohol immediately filled his nose. As expected, hospitals are really not my kind of place, he thought, wrinkling his nose and looking rather uncomfortable as he headed toward Happy's room. Still in surgery? Looks like I got here too soon. Seeing the emergency room's red light still on, Chinfeng sighed helplessly. It was only when the red light went out and the green light came on that Tony finally arrived at the hospital. Catching sight of Chinfeng sitting at the emergency room door, unconcernedly drinking from a bottle of Remy Martin, Tony's expression instantly darkened. This is a hospital, Chinfeng. Please have some respect for the rules. Drinking around patients is really inappropriate. Tony tried to snatch the bottle from Chinfeng's hand, but came up empty. Oh, come on, Tony. Are you serious? The whole place already reeks of alcohol. A little more won't make any difference, will it? Chinfeng shrugged and took another swig of Remy Martin. Sometimes it's nice to try something different for a change. Western spirits have their own character, just like Chinese baijiu does. They each have their unique charm and flavor. All right, I'm not going to argue with you right now. Let's go check on Happy first. Tony knew there was no winning an argument with Chinfeng, so he gave up. Right now, Happy was what mattered. At that moment, the doors to the emergency room swung open, and Happy was wheeled out, his body almost mummified in bandages. Happy, are you okay? Tony rushed to his side, gripping his hand anxiously. Happy nodded. His injuries were so severe he couldn't speak, but he forced himself to act strong so Tony wouldn't worry. Happy, I brought you something special. Once we get to your room, I'll show you, Chinfeng said, pulling out a bottle of liquor from his coat with a mischievous smile. Happy's eyes instantly lit up at the sight. He'd had his eye on that bottle in Tony's collection for ages, but never had the chance to try it. That's a 1987 whiskey. Just thinking about its taste made Happy's mouth water. Chinfeng, Happy's still recovering, and you're offering him that? Are you trying to kill him? Tony snapped, clearly furious at Chinfeng's antics. He turned to the doctor. Doctor, tell me, can Happy have alcohol right now? Chinfeng ignored Tony and instead asked about the attending physician on his own. A little bit of alcohol is still permissible for cleansing, but remember, absolutely not too much. After the attending physician finished speaking, he hurried off in a rush. This was the largest and best hospital in New York, with a staggering number of patients passing through its doors every day. Every attending physician had countless cases to handle. Before Tony even had a chance to ask further, The doctor had already disappeared from sight. At that moment, Happy entered his hospital room. Happy, do you know who attacked you? As soon as Happy settled onto the bed, Tony asked him solemnly. It was a heavy silence. Happy wanted to tell Tony everything he knew, but there was nothing he could do. Right now, he couldn't utter a single word. You two really do reach new levels of awkwardness. Chun Feng shook his head in exasperation. With a gentle wave of his fingers, the stiffness in Happy's body eased a bit, and the blockage in his throat cleared up almost instantly. Tony, based on my hunch, it must have been Killian's doing. Happy, speaking rapidly, turned his head sharply toward Chun Feng, his eyes filled with shock. This isn't scientific at all. Even Tony, who was well aware of Chun Feng's abilities, was taken aback by this display and turned his gaze toward Chun Feng too. It's just a minor spell. It'll wear off in a minute. Happy, if there's anything you want to tell Tony, say it quickly. Chun Feng spoke calmly, pulling out a bottle of 1987 whiskey from his coat. I saw Killian making a deal with a man. He handed him something, and after the man swallowed it, his whole body turned bright red. When I tried to get closer, the man just exploded. That's how I ended up like this. After spilling everything in one breath, Happy fixed his gaze hungrily on the bottle of whiskey in Chun Feng's hand, eyes full of longing. But by then, he was unable to speak again. He could only let out a few weak noises, staring intensely at Chun Feng. I know, Happy. Don't be so impatient. Chun Feng, unhurried, picked up a glass from the side and poured him a drink. Hey, Chun Feng, what are you doing? Tony grabbed Chun Feng's wrist, questioning him bluntly. Look at Happy. If you just brought out the whiskey from your cabinet for him sooner, maybe none of this would have happened. Chun Feng replied with a calm smile. With a quick twist, he broke free from Tony's grasp. Without his Iron Man suit, Tony was, after all, just an ordinary man. Is that so? For a moment, Tony's face clouded with guilt and regret. At the same time, his anxiety crept back, sending a sharp ache through his mind. Have a drink, it'll help take the edge off. Chun Feng offered him another kind of whiskey, pressing the glass into Tony's hand. Sometimes you just need to stop overthinking. Just be yourself. Be your best self. When Tony heard what Chun Feng said, he was momentarily stunned, falling into deep thought. Ever since the big showdown with the group, a thought had been surfacing in Tony's mind again and again. He realized that, beneath the armor, he was just an ordinary man. Without his Iron Man suit, he was no longer Iron Man, just a playboy and a billionaire, nothing more. It wasn't until Chun Feng uttered those words that Tony's mind finally cleared a little. Is Tony Stark in the suit truly Iron Man? Or is Tony Stark himself Iron Man, with or without the armor? Now, this question began to swirl chaotically in Tony's head, restless and uncertain. Even he himself couldn't quite be sure, not at that moment. Happy, don't worry. I promise I'll bring those people to justice. Tony set this question aside for now, focusing on Happy as he spoke earnestly. Let's have a drink first. You don't look so well. Try to relax. Chun Feng handed over his glass, his tone gentle and unhurried. Happy, take good care of yourself. Tony took the glass, downed it in one go, and then left the hospital room. He was determined now to hunt down whoever had orchestrated the explosion. What a hothead. Chun Feng took a sip of his drink and shook his head with a wry smile. He didn't leave the hospital room, of course, not after bringing so much fine liquor, all meant to share with Happy. Happy, all this wine here is ours. Drink as much as you like, however you like. Chun Feng brought out all the bottles he'd taken from Tony's wine cabinet and set them on the table. In that instant, Happy's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he couldn't help swallowing hard twice. There's plenty of time tonight, and for however long you're in the hospital, drink whenever you want. Chun Feng smiled as he spoke, pouring Happy another glass. Sometimes, you've got to let yourself enjoy life when you can. Fury, send me all the data you have. I'm going to find those bastards. Back in his sports car, Tony immediately called Fury. Tony, maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. can handle this. There's no need for you to get involved. Fury, hearing the anxiety in Tony's voice, hesitated and didn't agree right away. I said, give me everything you have on those people. Happy is my best friend. Do you get that? Tony's tone rose sharply, tinged with anger. Fury fell silent for a moment, as though weighing his options. All right, I'll send you the files, but I hope you won't go it alone. It's best to work with S.H.I.E.L.D. and take these people down together. After a long pause, Fury finally agreed. After all, with Tony's temperament, there was no telling what kind of trouble he might stir up otherwise. Hacking into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s computer system might be the least of it. If he went so far as to announce he was quitting the Avengers, that would be a disaster no one could afford. After receiving Fury's answer, Tony hung up the phone without another word and drove straight back to Stark Tower. Before long, every file related to Killian and the explosions was sent directly to Tony's hands. Tony spent the entire evening poring over the information and at last, he uncovered the mastermind behind it all. The Mandarin, a terrorist from the Middle East, had threatened to kill the President of the United States and was responsible for a string of bombing incidents. Digging deeper, Tony discovered that the Mandarin was, in fact, the leader of the Ten Rings, the very organization that had kidnapped him in the Middle East. Astonishingly, all of these events could be traced back to more than a year ago, and Tony felt a surge of emotion as he realized how far the conspiracy reached. Everything from start to finish had to end. Tony let out a long, steady breath, a steely determination glinting in his eyes. It began with me, and it will end with me. The next day, Tony called a press conference. Wearing a black overcoat, he was immediately surrounded by reporters, each one brimming with curiosity and anticipation. This press conference was so unexpected that some journalists had barely had time to freshen up before rushing over. There have been several explosions in New York recently. Many people have been injured, and some have even lost their lives. I know a lot of people are living in fear right now, including you reporters. Tony spoke, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. But I, Tony Stark, Iron Man, have found out who is behind these attacks. So you don't need to worry. I promise to protect each and every one of you. With that, Tony removed his glasses, glared fiercely into the camera, and declared in a deep, unwavering voice, "Mandarin, you're nothing but a coward, always hiding in the shadows. I will take you down myself." He held the camera's gaze for several seconds before putting his glasses back on and turning to leave. From that moment, Iron Man's battle against the Mandarin had officially begun. Tony was confident that as long as the Mandarin dared show himself, he would defeat him. "Tony, you really are arrogant." Standing inside Star Tower, Chun Feng looked down at the crowd below and muttered to himself. The Mandarin was no ordinary enemy. Claiming to be a descendant of Genghis Khan, he possessed some Chinese ancestry. So, after retreating from his earlier pursuits, he traveled to China, seeking the legendary arts of immortality and immersing himself in the ancient mystic traditions. Later, as time shifted to the modern era, he succeeded in mastering incredible powers, making him far stronger than ever before. What's more, with the power of his 10 rings, his might was truly unfathomable. Compared to the Mandarin, Tony still had a long way to go, especially since his Mark 42 Iron Man suit was still in the testing phase and couldn't even be used for combat yet. At a time like this, Chun Feng couldn't understand where Tony found the courage to challenge the Mandarin so openly. Perhaps it was anger, or maybe the result of his anxiety disorder. JRVS, investigate the commonalities between these explosions. The moment Tony stepped into the lab, he started barking orders at Jarvis. "Yes, sir." In the next instant, a projection materialized in front of Tony. Wait, am I just being completely ignored here? Watching Tony's intense concentration, Chun Feng couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. The temperature at the site of each explosion exceeded 3,000 degrees Celsius. Tony immediately picked up on the shared trait of all the explosions, his mind racing at lightning speed. "Tennessee. The first blast happened in Tennessee," Tony suddenly shouted, his voice brimming with excitement. "So, are you heading to Tennessee?" Chun Feng asked leisurely, standing off to the side. "No, I'm heading home first." Tony shook his head and turned, making his way to the garage. "Home?" Chun Feng was a bit puzzled, not quite understanding right away. "Pepper's still at home. If I'm going to Tennessee this time, I need to let her know," Tony explained as he walked toward the garage. "Pepper was already worried about me as it is. If I leave now, without saying goodbye, our already strained relationship might just fall apart completely." Hearing Tony's words, Chun Feng gave an awkward, sheepish smile. "So that's what this is about. Here I thought he was off to do something epic. It's all for little Pepper. Let me take you." With a casual wave of his hand, Chun Feng tore open a rift shimmering with shifting colors right in the middle of the lab. A wave of void energy surged forth, instantly enveloping Tony. Tony was no stranger to this sensation. The power of the Tesseract. It felt just like this. Memories of the Battle of New York flooded his mind once more, rising from its deepest corners. For a moment, Tony froze, his hands twitching involuntarily. He had the urge to call his Iron Man suit, just to protect himself. Don't overthink it. That's all in the past. Let's go. Chun Feng stepped up beside Tony and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. In that instant, Tony's hand made a motion, and the parts of the Mark 42 suit started to respond, ready to fly to him. But just then, the electromagnetic signal from his wristband seemed to be neatly severed by some unseen force, and the Mark 42 pieces remained firmly in place. Only then did Tony snap out of it, letting out a long, heavy breath. "Thanks, Chun Feng. Let's go." Tony muttered absent-mindedly, then stepped forward into the void. Chun Feng glanced at Tony, said nothing more, and followed him into the rift. In the blink of an eye, the two of them appeared in Tony's home. Pepper was busy handling company affairs when the two suddenly materialized. She stared at them in shock. Tony? Chen Feng, what are you two doing here? Chen Feng simply shrugged and pointed at Tony, making it clear he was just along for the ride. Pepper, I have to take care of something in Tennessee soon. You'll be here alone, so please, be careful. Tony hurried over to Pepper and pulled her, still dazed, into a tight embrace. At once, he remembered the incident earlier when he had publicly challenged Lord Man. A sudden worry for Pepper seized him. Those terrorists especially loved to threaten family members. Wait, you're going to Tennessee? What for? Alone? But your anxiety disorder, it's not cured yet. Pepper quickly pulled away from Tony's arms, her words tumbling out in a barrage of questions. Don't worry, I'm just heading to Tennessee to find out what happened to Happy. I'll be fine. Tony's voice was gentle and reassuring. Sir, there's an armed helicopter 1 kilometer out. It appears to be heading straight for us. Just as Pepper tried to press for more details, Jarvis's voice cut in, grave and urgent. Armed helicopters? Don't they know this is private property? Make them leave. If they don't, hit them with everything we've got. Tony issued the command without hesitation. Sir, it seems they have no intention of leaving, nor are they responding to our warnings. Jarvis reported again, his tone suddenly turning sharp. Sir, take cover. They've launched missiles. Before he finished speaking, 4 missiles screamed through the air, all slamming into the house at once. A thunderous explosion erupted. In an instant, the house collapsed, chunks of stone crashing down from above, one of them about to strike Pepper directly. Jarvis, use Mark 42 to shield Pepper. Seeing this, Tony shouted with urgency. At the critical moment, all the parts of the Mark 42 suit shot toward Pepper at breakneck speed, assembling around her just as the stone came crashing down, keeping her safe. Damn! But then a massive chunk of stone was hurtling straight at Tony. Hey, don't you have a couple more Iron Man suits? A flash of cold steel split the air. Instantly, the enormous stone shattered into dust and vanished. Thank you, Chen Feng. Tony said gratefully, scrambling to his feet. Tony, are you all right? Pepper rushed to his side, her voice full of concern. I'm fine, but who the hell are these people, and where did they come from? Tony summoned his suit, encasing himself in armor. His answer came in the form of several more missiles streaking toward them at blinding speed. More incoming? Tony's anger flared, and he raised his palm toward the missiles. But all that followed was a heavy, ominous silence. Come on, Tony, don't just talk big. It's not helping anyone. Chen Feng shook his head, resigned. With a sweep of his sword, a torrent of energy surged forward like a raging flood, slicing through the air. The missiles exploded spectacularly under the force of the sword energy. The shock wave spread outward, but as it neared the trio, an invisible wall of wind stopped it cold, not letting it advance an inch further. What? Inside the armed helicopter, the pilot's eyes widened in disbelief behind his goggles as he saw the 3 figures emerge unscathed. Are these even humans? They're not afraid of missiles? Monsters, perhaps? What are you staring at? Keep firing. What are you so scared of? Beside him, an elderly man with a snowy white beard barked out the order, his voice thundering with anger. Startled, the pilot snapped back to action. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of bullets, a storm raining down on Chen Feng and his companions. The old man at his side was none other than Master Man, the leader of the 10 Rings. He was a true demon, notorious for his ruthlessness and cruelty, methods so brutal they were almost legendary. The pilot had no intention of losing his life here. Just wait a little longer. It's almost time. Master Man's gaze stayed fixed on the deep sea below, as if he were waiting for something to surface. Keep firing. Don't stop. Use up every missile and bullet. Leave nothing behind. Master Man continued to command, his voice booming with authority. On the palms of his hands, 5 rings of different colors gleamed on each finger, their brilliance twisted and strange. These 10 rings were Master Man's deadliest weapons, each holding unimaginable power. Tony Stark, Iron Man. Last time you managed to escape by sheer luck in the Middle East. This time, I won't let you get away. As Master Man caressed the rings on his fingers, a chilling aura of bloodlust burst forth from him. Get Pepper to safety. Leave this to me. Chen Feng turned to Tony, speaking calmly. The Mark 42 armor was still in its experimental phase, offering little combat capability. There was no point in Tony staying here. All right, I'll leave this to you for now. I'll be back as soon as I can. Tony hesitated, then made his decision. He quickly led Pepper out of the ruined building, leaving Chen Feng alone to face the approaching storm of bullets and the onslaught of missiles. Chen Feng watched the chaos unfold before him. In his black eyes, there was not a trace of panic. With a casual sweep of the Gale sword in his hand, a terrifying arc of sword energy slashed out, ripping through the air. Every bullet and missile that met the sword energy was instantly sliced in half, losing all momentum. Thunderous explosions shook the air, while the spent shells rained down with a metallic patter. With one stroke, Chun Feng had erased all attacks. Smoke and fury dissolved into nothingness, as if a rainbow had cut through the storm, leaving only a fleeting blaze of brilliance. In a single moment, everything was reduced to ashes. Boss, there's something wrong with that guy. The pilot swallowed hard, unable to hide his fear as he stared at the untouched building. Nonsense. Human or ghost, keep attacking. Masterman didn't care in the slightest, snapping back with a roar. His only concern now was the arrival of that creature from the depths. By then, even if the Avengers themselves showed up, we could smash them to pieces. Yes, boss. The pilot responded through gritted teeth. Sweat was pouring down his face. His nerves were stretched taut as he focused every ounce of his attention on Chun Feng ahead. Aboard the armed helicopter, the last of their elixirs were unleashed, every single one meant to ensure Yishin's death. In the air, a dense swarm of pills shot forth like a flood breaking a dam, surging toward them. Chun Feng appeared calm, almost indifferent, making no move to wield the windbreaker blade in his hand. Instead, in the center of his palm, a brilliant light flickered, crackling with the sound of electricity. 1,000 bolts of thunder. A dazzling web of lightning exploded from Chun Feng's hand, the arcs of electricity flaring wildly. An earth-shaking force surged from the center of his palm, radiating outward in a storm of power. With a sudden motion, Chun Feng thrust out his arm, unleashing the full might of the thunderous energy. It was as if a blazing sun had erupted in the sky, flooding the world with daylight in an instant. The thunderbolt pierced through every bullet, every missile in its path, not even giving them a chance to explode. And after shattering all the elixirs, the terrifying storm of lightning did not stop. Instead, it continued forward with unstoppable, overwhelming force, sweeping everything before it. Boom! Both armed helicopters were struck by the thunderous attack. They exploded in the air, thick plumes of black smoke billowing out. Boss, this is bad. We're going down. The pilot struggled desperately, but there was no way to halt the helicopter's plummet. On my way. D. With a murderous glint in his eyes, Lord Man slammed his fist into the pilot's skull. With a sickening crunch, the pilot's head burst like a watermelon under the tremendous blow, a spray of crimson blood arcing through the air. Now, uncontrolled, the helicopter dropped even faster, spiraling toward the sea below. But Lord Man remained unhurried. He calmly moved to the door and leaped out. Crash! The helicopter hit the sea at full speed, erupting into flames and smoke, sending a geyser of water skyward while fire raged across the surface. At that very moment, a massive black shadow appeared beneath the waves, hundreds of meters long, dozens of meters wide. In the blink of an eye, the colossal form burst through the surface. The sheer size of its body sent towering waves nearly 100 meters high surging around it. Even nearby buildings shuddered with the force of its emergence. Lord Man landed steadily atop the monstrous creature, his gaze icy as he stared at Chun Feng, murderous intent radiating from him in waves. Mecha Sea King, kill him. Lord Man gave the order as if announcing an execution, utterly calm, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Roar! Upon receiving the command, the Mecha Sea King shot forward at blinding speed. For such a gigantic form to move with the swiftness of lightning, it was truly a terrifying sight. The mechanical Sea King crashed headlong into the shoreline, and the houses that once stood there shattered completely, dissolving into dust. When Chun Feng saw the machine beast charging his way, he had already left the building and moved to the coast. This creature was part machine, part flesh, and even retained some of its primal life force, something modern technology could hardly achieve. Chun Feng felt a twinge of confusion. He couldn't figure out what power source linked all the components together in the mechanical Sea King. Where is Tony Stark, that playboy? Someone should really bring him out here. The Mandarin paid no attention to Chun Feng standing before him, instead scanning the area for Tony. The Ten Rings Gang's authority brooked no challenge. No one was allowed to trespass, not even Iron Man. For him, there was only death. Well, Tony's not here, Chun Feng said with an air of mock seriousness. But you've brought in a monster this big. Did you remember to pay the import tax at customs? His tone was utterly fearless. You cocky brat, the Mandarin sneered. Looks like you're itching to play the hero. Fine, I'll kill you first, then see if Stark dares to show his face. A cold, menacing grin slithered across the Mandarin's lips. At his command, the mechanical Sea King leapt from the ocean, landing heavily on the shore. Damn it, is this thing still growing? Chun Feng exclaimed as he watched the beast sprout 3 pairs of massive mechanical shark heads, its jaws opening wide. What bizarre world. Truly, nothing was impossible here. Rattled already, boy? Is the great Easter magic too much for you? The Mandarin taunted, his voice oily with disdain. In the next instant, the mechanical Sea King opened its blood-red maw and lunged straight for Chun Feng. A massive battle axe appeared in Chun Feng's hands, its edge gleaming with a lethal chill. "Time to make some shark fin soup," he declared, charging forward. With all his might, he swung the axe down at the mechanical Sea King's head like a falling mountain. A sharp metallic clang rang out as the axe bounced right off, unable to penetrate. Still, a deep, white scar was left on the beast's metallic skull. "You little wretch. Today, you'll be food for the Shark King," the Mandarin roared furiously. The mechanical Sea King bore down on him like a colossal tank, crushing everything in its path. "Chun Feng, I've got your back," came Tony's voice from behind, as he flew swiftly to Chun Feng's side. "Looking at your armor, it doesn't seem all that useful," Chun Feng remarked, pausing for a beat and showing no mercy for Tony's pride. "Damn it, I knew I should have brought the Mark 40, Tony swore. "Maybe give me a minute to swap suits?" He glanced at the Mandarin, testing his luck. "I doubt he's going to give you that chance," Chun Feng replied, stepping forward to shield Tony, his entire body radiating a formidable energy. Lightning danced over him, cloaking his figure in crackling energy. He looked like a living thunderbolt, with arcs of electricity leaping across his form. Kinnon's storm charge power was truly terrifying. With the blessing of the half-ascended Cassidon, it became even more formidable. "Kill him, King Hayes." Master Man paid Chun Feng no heed whatsoever, not the slightest bit intimidated by the surging lightning crackling around him. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the air with its force. The fierce gale that followed shattered instantly the moment it collided with the charged lightning. With that level of strength, you're just asking for death. Chun Feng barked coldly, then shot forward like a flash of lightning, appearing behind the mecha Sea King in an instant. Secret Art Chidori. Lightning gathered into a ball in Chun Feng's palm, emitting a piercing, bird-like shriek as it threatened to tear open the heavens. In the next moment, the crackling lightning struck King Hayes' back, the terrifying current leaping and weaving its way into his body. It was as if the entire frame of the Sea King was alight with electricity, a blinding radiance bursting from within. "Ark!" King Hayes let out a howl of agony, his massive tail lashing out violently. The gale unleashed by that strike seemed enough to tear the very world asunder, as though space itself would shatter under its force. The tail, nearly 80 meters long, swept in like a mountain crashing down, aiming to crush all in its path. But Chun Feng didn't even attempt to dodge. Lightning surged anew around him, even fiercer than before. A blade of pure electricity, razor-sharp, materialized in his hand. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, wild, bloodthirsty killing intent erupting from within. With a slicing sound, the powerful electric blade cleaved into the Mecha Sea King's tail. A deep, gaping wound appeared instantly. Within the vivid red flesh, there shimmered threads of white gold metal, all crackling with arcs of electricity. Even with mechanical augmentation and phenomenal defense, before the lightning blade, there was no resistance at all. "Ark! Ark! Ark!" The Sea King howled in pain once more. He looked not just furious, but for the first time, a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. "Is that all? I haven't even warmed up yet." Chun Feng shook his head calmly, an indifferent smile on his lips. Before Master Man could even react, the Mecha Sea Shark King could no longer hold back, bellowing in rage. Ignoring the wound on his tail, he wheeled around, opening his gaping maw and lunging at Chun Feng with savage ferocity. "You really think you can still fight?" Chun Feng sneered with contempt. Lightning surged wildly across his body, swelling up and reaching toward the sky itself. In the blink of an eye, a cloudless blue sky was swallowed by countless storm clouds, plunging the world into sudden darkness. Within those rolling clouds, lightning writhed and rumbled, converging in a mighty tempest. Down below, the Mecha Sea King stared up, stunned by the ominous spectacle overhead, his charge faltering. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky, striking the empty ground with a deafening crash. In an instant, the ground shattered, a vast chasm yawning open, with countless cracks spidering out in all directions. Such savage force took both the Mandarin and the Mecha Sea Shark King by surprise. Already scared? The real show is yet to come. Chun Feng stepped forward, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, impossible to read. Tony watched the scene unfold and quietly retreated toward the rear. He already understood what Chen Feng was about to do. He'd witnessed it once before in New Mexico, a display of power so destructive it seemed to tear the heavens and rend the earth. So this time, he wisely backed away, not wishing to be caught in the aftermath. At the same time, a deep sense of awe welled up inside him, and even the way he looked at Chen Feng was tinged with newfound respect. You think your little tricks are enough to scare me? Don't kid yourself. I was killing men before you were even nursing at your mother's breast. The Mandarin refused to back down, the 10 rings on his fingers shimmering faintly. Bolstered by the Mandarin's bravado, the Mecha Sea King regained a bit of his confidence. He roared at the thunder gathering above, utterly unafraid, then glared viciously at Chen Feng and charged straight at him. Not afraid of death, are you? Chen Feng murmured under his breath, calm and composed. The lightning around him bristled, wild and frenzied, as if a mad dog straining at the leash, ready to be unleashed. Very well, let me show you, hillbilly, what true power looks like. In that instant, Chen Feng's aura transformed abruptly, as if he were the emperor of heaven and earth, commanding all beneath the sky. Divine judgment, heaven's myriad thunder prison. Thunder rumbled within the storm clouds, as if summoned by a single will, converging and striking down as one. For a moment, it seemed as though nothing existed in the world except the blinding, burning brilliance of the lightning. A terrifying force swept across the entire coastline. The Mandarin and the Mecha Sea King were completely surrounded, enmeshed in a web of searing bolts. Like arrows of a wrathful god, the lightning pierced them again and again, riddling their bodies. The surging current rampaged through the Mecha Sea King's form, shattering both metal and flesh, reducing everything to scorched debris. Screams of rage, at first deafening, grew weaker and fainter with each strike, until at last, all fell silent. All that filled the world now was the relentless roar of the storm. Could that be the power of the 10 rings? Chen Feng watched the flickering rainbow hues within the lightning, scratching his head in puzzlement. The cataclysmic barrage lasted nearly half a minute before finally ceasing. The spot where the Mandarin and the Mecha Sea King had stood was now choked with thick, rolling smoke, hiding any sign of life. They are probably dead, right? Tony quickly flew to Chen Feng's side, gazing at the smoke with grave concern as he asked. If you can roast them until they're perfectly charred and smell like barbecue, then they're absolutely finished, Chen Feng said, half joking. To be honest, he wasn't entirely sure himself. Masterman's 10 commandments really did have something to them. I think I actually smell a bit of burnt barbecue now, Tony said, straining with effort, then breaking into a look of delight. Chen Feng looked over at Tony in surprise. He hadn't expected Iron Man to have this side to him. Kid, it seems I really underestimated your abilities, he thought, just as a deep, ancient-sounding voice suddenly rang out from the thick mist, reaching both Tony and Chen Feng's ears. Tony, it looks like there's something wrong with your nose. You've been too stressed lately. Maybe you should go see a doctor, Chen Feng quipped, seemingly unfazed by Masterman stepping out and instead teasing Tony. Buddy, now's really not the time for jokes. Why isn't this guy dead? Tony asked in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. After all, Chen Feng's lightning had once defeated Thor himself. Thor, a true god from Asgard, not just a legend. And this Masterman in front of them looked, at best, like an ordinary old man. He wasn't even a mutant. Tony hadn't detected a trace of mutated genes in him. Tony, the world's a big place. There's still a lot you don't know. Just keep your eyes open and remember what you see, Chen Feng said, giving Tony a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Masterman had now emerged fully from the mist, his eyes glinting with malice as he stared at Chen Feng. He had poured his heart and soul, not to mention immense effort, into creating the mechanical Sea Shark King, only to have it reduced to a heap of charred metal by the Man of Lightning. Chen Feng had to pay for this with blood. The power I invested in Sea Shark King, I'll reclaim it with your life. Masterman spat out venomously. On his left pinky, a sky-blue gemstone began to shine with a dazzling light. In the next instant, the entire coastline was enveloped in a biting chill, as if the Arctic's cold had descended upon them. Sir, temperature has dropped sharply. Energy consumption is skyrocketing. Please address this issue. Jarvis's voice broke through, sounding at the most inopportune moment. For a brief moment, beneath the Iron Man mask, Tony's face turned bright red. He had no idea what to say. Tony, I even gave you a model, and you still haven't solved the most basic problem? I'm very disappointed, Chen Feng said, exasperated, shaking his head and giving Tony a failing grade for his performance. Boy, don't ignore me, Masterman roared, and with a forceful wave of his left hand, the sky-blue gemstone on his pinky shone even brighter. Suddenly, icy winds howled along the shore, and flakes of snow began to fall, plunging everything into a deadly freeze. D. Masterman bellowed. Behind him, a furious blast of icy wind took shape, its sub-zero chill wrapping around them like a tomb of ice, threatening to freeze them where they stood. The icy wind swept through, freezing everything it touched, transforming all into solid blocks of ice. In an instant, the temperature in the entire area plunged below zero, almost reaching absolute zero. Tony, looks like you'll have to step aside for this one. Chunfeng pushed Tony out of the way, standing alone at the front. Between his fingers, golden light flickered, and a golden circle appeared. A wave of scorching heat erupted from it, so intense it must have reached thousands of degrees Celsius. The ice storm, as soon as it drew near Chunfeng, evaporated completely, dissolving into steam and vanishing into thin air. Damn it, you brat. Where did you learn such heretical magic? Master Man's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the searing magma within the volcano behind Chunfeng. Such a technique, drawing the energy of the volcano all the way to this temperate coastline, was simply overwhelming in its might. I learned this through my own ability. Why would I need to tell you? Chunfeng replied with a calm indifference, the confidence in his tone unmistakable. He had already mastered most of Kama's succinct magic. What he was using now was merely an intermediate spell. The higher-level ones were even more terrifying. Let's see how you like a magma bath. With a subtle movement, Chunfeng began to chant. In an instant, the magma from within the volcano surged through the golden sigil, drawn directly from afar to the battlefield. It was like a colossal dragon of fire, charging wildly toward Masterman. In that moment, the once frozen air completely melted. The ground, once encased in ice, was scorched by the intense heat, cracking and rupturing everywhere. The magma, burning at nearly unimaginable temperatures, radiated an aura so fierce it threatened to incinerate everything in its path. You brat, do you have any idea how powerful I really am? The golden ring on Masterman's right hand burst forth with dazzling light. A beam of energy shot out from the ring, piercing straight through the surging magma. Every substance, every molecule, even the elemental bonds within the lava itself, was utterly destroyed by that energy. Even after cutting through all the magma, the beam barely seemed diminished, continuing its relentless assault. Interesting. Those 10 rings of yours, they're as good as mine. Chunfeng showed not the slightest sign of concern, but instead looked at the rings on Masterman's fingers with unmistakable greed and amusement. As the energy beam was about to strike, Chunfeng traced an arc in the air with his fingers, and suddenly a rift appeared before him. The power of the void manifested. The energy beam crashed straight into that rift and was swallowed whole. Gone, just like that. Why don't you show me the rest of your ring's powers? Consider this a demonstration. I'd like to see them all. Chunfeng spoke as if he were a merchant inspecting goods, gesturing at Masterman's fingers. You arrogant brat. Who do you think you are? Stop putting on such a show. The green ring on the middle finger of the Mandarin's left hand suddenly gleamed with a sharp light. A bolt of lightning, seemingly connecting heaven and earth, came crashing down from the sky and struck Chunfeng. A thunderstrike? But I've already mastered this ability myself. Chunfeng let out a sigh, sounding a little disappointed. Then I'll use my own lightning to show you what it feels like to be scorched. The Mandarin roared angrily. 2 streaks of lightning exploded in the air with a deafening crack, unleashing endless arcs of electricity. They struck a nearby boulder, instantly shattering it to dust and scattering it across the surface of the sea. I don't need your ring. The power of thunder it holds is far too weak. Chunfeng shook his head in disappointment, clearly dissatisfied. No, on second thought, I suppose I'll take this ring after all. Mindy and Natasha could both make good use of it. A sudden inspiration flashed through Chunfeng's mind, and he regretted almost giving up. He quickly changed his mind. Xiaozhu, did you really think I'd just hand it over to you? You're the one who will meet your end at my hands. The Mandarin shouted in fury, and the ring on his finger blazed with light once more. All these years, I've never encountered an enemy so ruthless. Especially after mastering my divine skills, I've been unstoppable, whether facing gods or Buddhas. Meanwhile, Tony stood quietly to the side, watching the fierce duel between Chunfeng and the Mandarin. Every Iron Man suit he had at his disposal had just been destroyed by Mecha Aquaman, and the suit Chunfeng built was still back at Stark Tower, nearly 10 kilometers from here. The Mark 42 suit he was currently wearing was still in the prototype stage and barely functional in combat. So for Tony, all he could do was stand by and silently cheer Chunfeng on. Jarvis, is there any way to bring the Iron Man suit from Stark Tower here? Tony furrowed his brow and asked Jarvis. Sir, that particular suit isn't integrated into the system, so there's no way to summon it here. Jarvis's response completely dashed Tony's hopes of helping. Tony was at a loss for words and didn't know what else to say. On the other side, the battle between the Mandarin and Chun Feng erupted in full force. The blue-black gemstone on the Mandarin's right pinky finger suddenly radiated dazzling light. In an instant, all the bright light around Chun Feng was swallowed up, leaving him in pitch darkness so deep he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. Within this field of darkness, Chun Feng's vision, hearing, and even sense of smell were completely cut off. He was utterly unable to perceive anything around him. "Brat, let's see how cocky you are now, trapped in absolute darkness." The Mandarin's derisive laughter echoed from all directions, making it impossible to tell where it was coming from. What is this thing? How did it absorb all the light? Tony stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. At this moment, even Jarvis could no longer sense Chun Feng's location or presence. It was as if the man had vanished into thin air, a most uncanny disappearance. "Chun Feng, hang in there. I believe in you. You won't be defeated at a time like this." Tony clenched his fists tightly, his heart full of faith in Chun Feng. A man who could defeat the gods. How could he possibly be taken down by some ordinary old man? In the depths of the darkness, Chun Feng remained calm and collected, even appearing at ease. Though his eyes, ears, and nose were all sealed, none of it prevented him from pinpointing the Mandarin's location. The true sight granted by the system could pierce all illusions and shatter all forms of emptiness. So, even without sight, smell, or hearing, Chun Feng had already discovered exactly where the Mandarin was hiding. "The power of your ring is quite impressive. I must admit, I'm pleased." Chun Feng spoke with a cool detachment, and began to walk step by step toward the Mandarin's position. "You like it, do you? Then go to hell and savor its might to your heart's content." The Mandarin laughed heartily, a booming sound that echoed with excitement. Watching Chun Feng draw ever closer, his anticipation only grew. A prey that walks right up to your door, like a pie falling from the sky, landing squarely on your plate. Suddenly, the crimson ring on his left index finger flared with a scarlet glow. But within the confines of the shadowy domain, the light was swiftly swallowed, fading as quickly as it appeared. Yet, in that instant, the temperature of the surrounding space soared, as though they had been plunged into the heart of a volcano, molten lava roiling all around. But Chun Feng, now deprived of all physical sensation, felt none of this heat. Thanks to the presence of the true sight, Chun Feng had already noticed the sudden surge of energy from the Mandarin's index finger. That sensation, surely, it must be the energy of fire. Having a keen sense for energies, Chun Feng instantly deduced the nature of this power. If only he had mastered water or ice, he could counter the attack directly, letting the Mandarin taste the bitterness of his own medicine. But since he hadn't mastered it, he would simply create it. A sly smile curled at Chun Feng's lips, dazzling and radiant. Golden light danced between his fingers. With a sweep through the void, a shimmering golden ring appeared out of thin air, just as when he had summoned the volcano before. Only this time, the setting transformed into a polar glacier. "I'm not a creator," Chun Feng mused. "I'm just a mover of nature's wonders." With another flick of his finger, the glacier from the polar region was drawn through the golden portal, entering the shadowy domain. The temperature around them plummeted, dropping instantly to freezing. And as more ice swept in, the air grew colder and colder, the chill biting straight to the bone. Even Tony, standing outside, could feel the icy sting. Are they fighting in there? Feels like we've gone back to the Ice Age. Even encased in his Iron Man suit, Tony couldn't escape the bone-deep cold and couldn't help but shiver. After all, the Mark 42 is still in the experimental phase, even though a whole series of previous Iron Man suits have already solved the stability issues. The Mark 42 still leaves much to be perfected. But what is this chilling coldness? Within the darkness, the Mandarin sensed a bone-chilling cold so terrifying, it made him furrow his brows in deep concern. In the next instant, a massive pillar of ice, so vast it seemed to blot out the sky, suddenly appeared before his eyes. He was utterly stunned. Such an enormous ice pillar. He had only ever seen anything like it at the North Pole. But this was the west coast of America, a region known for its warm winds all year round. How could an ice pillar like this possibly appear here? The arrow was already knocked and had to be released. The red gem on the Mandarin's left index finger began to radiate an intense, scorching light. In that moment, the relentless cold rushing toward him was met head-on by the terrifying heat he unleashed. Ice and fire, two forces of opposite natures, collided with unstoppable might. There was no sound, but the two powers twisted and clashed like colossal dragons, an ice dragon and a fire dragon, locked in a furious struggle. As the forces continued to meet and battle, Beads of cold sweat appeared on the Mandarin's brow. The power of the ice dragon was beyond his expectations. The energy inside his ring was struggling, almost unable to hold back this onslaught. Pressed to the limit, the Mandarin was forced to draw upon his own strength to resist the ice dragon's invasion. Meanwhile, although Chun Feng appeared completely at ease, the golden shield encircling him was beginning to falter. Transferring a glacier directly from the polar regions required an immense amount of magical energy, and to keep it moving endlessly demanded even more, so much that the golden light barrier could barely last much longer. Cracks began to spider across the golden shield, its radiance quickly fading as the strain mounted. Though the ice dragon's power was overwhelming, it would soon exhaust its source of energy and collapse without further support. But before that happened, defeating the Mandarin was still well within reach. The ice dragon relentlessly tore into the Mandarin's fire dragon, its unstoppable force leaving him no room to fight back. Just as the fire dragon was about to be shattered by the ice dragon, the Mandarin's white ring flashed with a dazzling light. In an instant, the electromagnetic waves in the surrounding space were drawn and shaped by the power from the white ring. A tremendous gravitational force lashed out, seizing the ice dragon. In a blink, the massive ice dragon was completely immobilized, unable to advance even a single step. As the white ring's light grew brighter, the gravity intensified. With a tidal surge of force, the ice dragon's form was dragged backward, forcibly shifted from its position. Its gigantic head roared toward Chun Feng, and the bone-deep chill swept over him, icy terror flooding to his core. At the same time, the Mandarin's fire dragon lunged alongside it. Both dragons now aimed squarely at Chun Feng. Fire and ice, two utterly opposed forces, rushed forward, as if in this very moment they would merge into one unstoppable tide. This ring's power is indeed quite intriguing. Chun Feng stroked his chin, sizing up Ruo with an amused glint in his eyes. There was not the slightest trace of worry on his face, only a deep, unshakable calm. "You brat, don't act so fearless. I'll show you the true terror of Eastern power." The Mandarin was clearly agitated by Chun Feng's attitude. That composure, that should have been his, not this young man's. But now, it was Chun Feng who stood there with such confidence. A surge of energy burst from within the Mandarin, flooding outward. Before him, the dragons of ice and fire gathered strength, advancing side by side until their forms merged into one. Scarlet flames and piercing white frost swirled together along the creature's colossal body, creating a dazzling spectacle. In the next instant, the dragon, wreathed in both fire and frost, launched itself from the ground, its maw gaping wide as it tore through space toward Chun Feng. Chun Feng stood firm with his sword in hand. His bangs danced as if caught in an invisible wind, and the hem of his robe flapped sharply with each breath. He looked every bit like an immortal descended from the heavens, aloof, untouched by the world. Just as the dragon of fire and frost surged before him, Chun Feng moved. The blade in his hand, the gale sword, flashed with speed like quicksilver. A cold gleam sliced through the air, and for an instant, it was as if heaven and earth themselves faded in comparison. The so-called field of darkness, the mighty dragon of fire and frost, even the surrounding world. All of them paled beneath that single strike, unable to even compare. This was Chun Feng's sword intent, his sword aura, his very own gale swordsmanship. In the utter stillness that followed, a thunderous boom echoed across the world. Then, the mighty dragon of flame and frost dissolved into a cloud of dust, drifting gently to the ground and mingling with the earth. The Mandarin's mouth twitched, and for a moment, he was completely at a loss. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Lips parted, but no words would come. After all these years, he had never witnessed such terrifying power. A force like this surely belonged only to the world of ancient legends. It was the very power the Mandarin had pursued all his life. "I knew it. I wasn't wrong to believe in you." On the other side, Tony gazed at the vanishing darkness and the calm, unruffled Chun Feng, murmuring to himself. From defeating Thor, repelling Odin, mastering the cosmic cube, to battling the Mandarin today. In Tony's eyes, Chun Feng's strength had grown at a geometric rate. Even though his own Mark series armors evolved rapidly, they still lagged far behind Chun Feng. "Your so-called Eastern mystical power, it's useless against me. Do you know why?" Chun Feng approached the Mandarin slowly, his voice calm and unhurried. What? The Mandarin was caught off guard by Chun Feng's words. He froze, unsure of how to respond. "I just want to tell you, like you, I come from China. There's a saying, though I wonder if you've heard it before." Chun Feng paused, as if waiting for the Mandarin's answer. "What saying?" Master Man couldn't help but ask, his emotions betraying him. "I only know how to draw my bow and shoot," came the reply. No sooner had the words left Chun Feng's lips than his entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Like a blade unsheathed, a fierce and overwhelming presence belonging to a true king burst forth from him, spreading swiftly through the air. Master Man, thrown off by Chun Feng's words, reacted a beat too late. But at that very instant, the sapphire blue ring on his ring finger flared with an uncanny light. Chun Feng's body, encased by stone, radiated an unyielding and impenetrable power. He seemed to become a giant of myth, devouring the heavens and the earth, surging forward to crush Master Man with unstoppable force. Master Man's body was overwhelmed by the sheer might of this assault. In an instant, he was smashed like an overripe melon, reduced to a pool of blood and shattered flesh. No, something was wrong. This was an illusion. Hesitating for just a moment, Chun Feng quickly regained his composure, his eyes sharp and alert as he glanced to the right. A beam of energy suddenly shot out, striking Yishun with blinding speed, faster than the ear could catch. At the critical moment, a wall of wind sprang up, shielding Chun Feng and absorbing the force of the energy blast. But in the blink of an eye, the wind wall was torn apart by the energy beam, dissipating into harmless breezes. The energy beam allowed Chun Feng no time to recover. It slammed into him with punishing force. Chun Feng staggered back dozens of steps before finally regaining his footing, his chest throbbing with pain. Master Man appeared again, a cold sneer on his face. The golden ring on his right ring finger continued to glow faintly. "You little brat, you're still too green to challenge me." Chun Feng shuddered, forcefully driving out the oppressive energy within his body, masking any sign of injury. Still, he had to admit, the illusion conjured by Master Man's left-hand ring had been quite formidable. Even Chun Feng, blessed with the true sight, failed to see through it immediately and fell right into the trap. And then, the right-hand ring's energy beam, which could break down matter, was both unique and powerful. "You truly have given me many surprises. I must say, I've grown quite fond of your rings," Chun Feng said calmly. The space around him seemed to tremble subtly, as if unable to bear the pressure radiating from him. Or perhaps, it was the pressure of a higher power. "I've been neglecting my space gem for too long. Almost forgot what it could do. You'll serve as a fine whetstone for its edge." A deep blue energy, drawn from the cosmic cube, surged out from Chun Feng's side. In an instant, the very space around Master Man was locked down by the power of the space gem. Even his escape abilities were rendered useless, completely suppressed. "Damn you, brat. What is this power?" Master Man was shaken to his core, his brow furrowed in panic as cold sweat trickled down his face. Chun Feng's strength far exceeded anything he had imagined. He had thought victory was certain, but now, it seemed he had made a grave, no, a monumental, miscalculation. "I told you. Your rings are mine," Chun Feng said, his voice as steady as ever. Step by step, he drew closer to Master Man, his footsteps silent as a shadow, yet every step sent a chill of terror deep into the bones. Master Man absently stroked the ring on his finger, a wicked amusement flickering in his heart. Not a single ring possessed the power to cleave through the laws of space itself. Yet at that moment, the ring on the middle finger of Master Man's right hand began to emit a faint light. As Chun Feng approached, the glow grew ever brighter, dazzling, as if heralding a desperate last stand. A gust of wind swept through. The air vibrated with a fierce, whistling gale. All around, it seemed as though endless winds were converging, whipping Chun Feng's hair across his brow. The power of the wind. Sensing the swirling currents around him, Shun murmured softly. In the next instant, the wind roared even more violently, thundering like a storm, drowning out every other sound along the coast. Below, the surface of the sea was thrown into chaos. Countless waves tossed high by the furious wind, some towering several meters, crashing hard against the shore as if intent on shattering the very coastline. The wind raged fiercer still, gathering and twisting until it formed a terrifying tornado. Master Man's gaze was sharp and unblinking as he stared at Chun Feng, the gemstone on his middle finger shining ever more brilliantly. But this time, he no longer had absolute confidence that he could defeat Chun Feng. "You little brat, your strength is indeed impressive, even more than I expected. But the power of the 10 rings is far from exhausted." Clenching his fist, Master Man unleashed the apocalyptic tornado, letting it sweep forth like a monstrous grinder, intent on tearing Chun Feng apart. "The power of the 10 rings is much more than this. If this was all they could do, they'd be worthless and a waste of my time." Chun Feng's face remained expressionless, but his words brimmed with supreme confidence. Master Man said nothing, no longer trading words with Qinfeng. Instead, he seemed to be channeling every ounce of his strength. Having trained in the mystical arts of the East, he could now fuse arcane power with the force of the rings. This was only the second time Master Man had used such combined might. The first had been to face an old sage from the East, a man blessed with divine power, awe-inspiring and inviolable. Even then, employing such force had only barely earned him victory, and he'd suffered grievous wounds in the process. Yet, it had to be admitted, when fused, this power could pierce the clouds and shatter the earth. With Master Man's energy surging through it, the tornado became even more ferocious. The entire shoreline seemed ready to collapse under the strain, faint cracks spreading outward from the eye of the storm. Countless fractures crept across the ground, radiating from the heart of the tornado. So you do have some tricks left. Glancing at the cracks spreading at his feet, Qinfeng muttered to himself. At that moment, a violent storm began to swirl around him as well. It was as if a single spark, given a moment's grace, could set the entire prairie ablaze. Yet this crucial moment was nothing more than a fleeting instant. The storm swirling around Qinfeng grew ever more powerful, rising up to clash directly with Lord Man's tornado. The two raging winds, like lions baring their teeth, snapped and tore at each other in a fierce struggle. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. How could he possibly match my tornado? How could he stand toe-to-toe with it? Lord Man's face froze in disbelief as he saw his storm held at bay. Impossible. This is the strength that can even challenge the gods themselves. There's no way you can defeat me. Lord Man roared, his voice ringing with fury. The blue gem on his middle finger blazed with an even more intense light, as if summoning gales from miles away. At that very instant, the tornado itself began to shift and twist, gradually taking on the fearsome visage of a monstrous deity. The power of the Asura god. Let end you. Lord Man bellowed. The tornado had now fully transformed into the likeness of Asura, with twin gusts of wind coalescing in its hands, morphing into a mighty battle axe and a shield. The power of the East, the majesty of the divine. You are but a mortal, and you can never prevail, Lord Man declared, his voice thunderous. The tornado, now the incarnation of Asura, raised its battle axe high and brought it crashing down on Qinfeng's tempest with unstoppable force. With a roar, the axe cleaved the gale in two, as easily as slicing through a melon. Yet even as the storm split apart, the two have surged around the axe, wrapping it tight, leaving the Asura god unable to withdraw it. So this is your vaunted Eastern power? The dignity of your so-called divinity? How pitifully weak it is. Qinfeng shrugged, his tone dripping with disdain. With Yasuo, the wind swordsman's mastery over the winds, combined with the power of a half-ascended Void clan member. The two forces combined made it effortless to counter Lord Man, who was relying on nothing more than the power of a single ring. The fragmented winds swept in from all directions, entwining the Asura god, binding it so tightly that it could barely move. No, impossible, impossible. This cannot be happening. Lord Man refused to believe the scene before him, his eyes blazing with furious heat. Centuries of cultivation could not end here, not at the hands of some impudent youth. Especially now, with the Asura god ensnared by the wild winds, it suddenly seemed so feeble, so utterly helpless. The sky-blue gem on his left pinky finger flared with scorching brilliance, and in an instant, the temperature around them plunged to freezing, as though an ice age had descended. Yet this chilling power did not strike at Qinfeng. Instead, it rushed toward the tornado, now in the form of the Asura god. In a heartbeat, a layer of white armor coated the Asura god's form, gleaming with a blinding, icy brilliance. In that moment, its strength seemed to swell anew, while Qinfeng's wild winds threatened to freeze solid under the crushing chill. The convergence of power increases. Could it be that the energies of the 10 rings are actually connected? Qinfeng stroked his chin, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. If the power of the 10 rings could be combined and layered upon one another, then their might would surely become far more formidable. At that point, his own strength would once again rise to a whole new level. If Master Man were to know what Qinfeng was thinking at this very moment, he would surely be so furious that he might spit blood on the spot. It was as if those 10 rings were already in Qinfeng's pocket, with not a shred of worry that he might lose. Go on, keep trying. The combined force of just 2 rings is still not enough to defeat me. Lightning crackled in Qinfeng's hand, filling the air with a storm of electric currents, twisting and turning like dragons and serpents across the sky. The frenzied flashes of lightning instantly leapt onto the armor of the Asura god. That snow-white armor was immediately shrouded in arcs of violet electricity, as if wrapped by celestial shackles, binding the Azura god tightly in place. No matter how intense the cold or how low the temperature dropped, nothing could break through the electric arcs encasing him. Lightning and ice, two forces, neither able to restrain the other, so it would all come down to whose strength was greater in the end. Compared to Masterman, Chun Feng now possessed an absolute advantage in terms of raw power. Masterman's strength mainly stemmed from the 10 rings. His mastery of Eastern mystical arts, while potent, still fell short of the rings themselves. You arrogant brat, don't get too cocky. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to feel the wind. A deep frown creased Masterman's brow, and a trace of hesitation flickered across his face. He had become intimately familiar with the 10 rings' powers over so many years, completely mastering each one, but only using the rings one at a time. To truly blend the energies of all 10 rings together was a chasm he could not easily cross. Hesitate, and it's death. Chun Feng's words were calm, yet his tone left no room for doubt. With this, he forced Masterman to attempt the fusion of the 10 rings' might. Suddenly, the green gem on the middle finger of his left hand blazed with fierce light, and a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm shot forth. It crashed down upon the Azura god like divine judgment descending from the heavens. The lightning Chun Feng unleashed seemed to be swallowed by Masterman's own thunderbolts, merging into the Azura god's power. Faced with this, Chun Feng did nothing to stop it. Instead, he let his own storm be absorbed. In the very next moment, radiant lightning coursed across the Azura god's armor, shining with dazzling brilliance. The powers of lightning and ice, they really can merge, and it looks like a perfect fit. Chun Feng stared intently at the Azura god before him, silently making note of this in his heart. Right now, he was filled with excitement at the thought of merging all 10 rings' powers into one. Ha ha ha, that's it, kid. Have you run out of tricks? Still daring to put on a show in front of me? Now it's time for you to die. A sinister smile crept over Masterman's lips, pride flashing coldly in his eyes. At the command of Lord Man, the Azura god swung his battle axe, lightning crackling along its edge, as if the heavens themselves answered with a thunderous roar. The axe came down with tremendous force, swift as a streak of light, slicing a lingering afterimage through the air, about to strike Chun Feng's head. Chun Feng let out a cold, disdainful snort, his face entirely unperturbed. Just as the axe was about to land, a layer of stone abruptly encased his entire body. A formidable, impenetrable aura spread out in all directions, commanding respect and fear. A deep, muffled crash instantly echoed through the air. The lightning-wreathed axe was halted by a stone-armored hand, stopping it dead in its tracks. Tiny fragments crumbled to the ground, quickly whisked away by the breeze, vanishing without a trace. The raging currents of lightning on the axe blade were blocked by the stone, unable to penetrate a single inch further. Dry stone, after all, is the perfect shield against lightning. Your strength is nowhere near enough, Chun Feng said lightly, his voice filled with effortless scorn. Energy surged from within him. With a shake of his arm, he sent the massive axe flying back, forcing even the Azura god to stumble backward. Chun Feng himself stood motionless, in no hurry to counterattack, remaining where he was as if awaiting Lord Man's next move. How dare you trifle with me? You little rabbit, do you really think I can't handle you? Don't get cocky. Lord Man was so incensed by Chun Feng's silent provocations that he could scarcely contain himself. His face flushed crimson, and within his eyes, unrestrained fury blazed. The veins on his neck bulged, a red haze spreading over his features, like embers threatening to ignite. With just 2 rings, you truly aren't capable of defeating me, Chun Feng replied with a mocking glint in his eyes, not holding back in the slightest. Provoked by these words, Lord Man's last shred of reason was nearly swept away by a tidal wave of rage. Merging 2 rings was already an arduous feat. Any attempt to fuse more would exponentially increase his power, but at the same time, the risk to his body would grow just as rapidly, threatening to destroy him. Lord Man knew he couldn't afford to pay that price. What's wrong? Are you scared? Looks like you really are the coward Tony spoke of. Chun Feng taunted again, stoking the flames of fury in Lord Man's heart. It was as if an active volcano was being constantly agitated, on the verge of a catastrophic eruption. Coward? I'll show you what it means to wield the power of a god. Lord Man roared, his voice crackling with unrestrained wrath. He had come here because of Tony's challenge, because of that single word, coward. Chun Feng's latest jab was the final spark to the powder keg, setting off an explosive reaction. The golden gemstone on his right ring finger and the white ring on his left thumb suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. The destructive rays from the golden gem and the powerful gravitational pull from the white ring converged, channeling their force into the Asura god's body. His pale form was instantly blackened by the destructive blast, becoming even more solid and imposing. The immense gravitational pull seemed as though it wanted to draw every drop of seawater from the ocean onto the shore. Even the rocks along the coastline appeared ready to be wrenched from the earth by this force. The aura of the Asura god grew ever more formidable and terrifying, carrying with it an oppressive might that threatened to press every living thing around Jotong beneath its feet. The power of the four rings, combined through magnetism, should be enough to withstand a blow from Thor. Watching the scene unfold before him, Chun Feng couldn't help but sigh in awe. The power of the 10 rings truly was fearsome. No wonder the Mandarin had become the greatest adversary Tony Stark, the Iron Man, had ever faced in his life. Kill him. With a wave of his hand, the Mandarin's eyes turned icy, sharp as a drawn sword. Yet his tone was low and heavy, as if a dense cloud of grief had lodged in his chest, making it hard to catch his breath. Only the Mandarin himself knew that merging the power of 4 rings had already begun to damage his body. If even the combined might of these 4 rings could not defeat Chun Feng, then his own situation would only grow more precarious. He had to make the strike count, 1 blow, 1 kill. With each thunderous step the Asura god took, the shoreline trembled, fissures widening as though the ground might shatter at any moment. Now, the Asura god seemed even more like a living, breathing being than it had moments ago when it was born from the whirlwind storm. Interesting, but 4 rings are still too few, Chun Feng murmured softly. The Asura god, now empowered by the 4 rings, had undergone a fundamental transformation. Every movement radiated an undeniable divine authority, as if the very heavens and earth themselves were compelled to change color in its presence. The shield on its left arm suddenly morphed into a long chain, which lashed toward Chun Feng with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. The air exploded with a piercing boom, as though the very fabric of space was being torn apart. Chun Feng's eyes remained cold and unflinching as he faced the chain whipping toward him, his gaze deep and unperturbed. In the next instant, a surge of fierce energy erupted from his entire being, and a beam of light, bright as day, split the sky and soared into the heavens. It was as if the hand of a god had suddenly appeared, and just as the chain was about to strike Chun Feng, that hand caught it in an iron grip. At that moment, the chain was forcibly halted in midair, unable to move an inch further. Sparks danced wildly along its length, lightning crackling and striking at the grasping hand, trying desperately to break free. Yet in the face of Chun Feng's thunderous power, the Asura god's electric attacks proved futile. The two forces wrestled, locked in a furious struggle like 2 enraged beasts gnashing and tearing at each other with relentless ferocity. Where lightning met, sparks rained down to the earth, so intense that even the stones seemed ready to melt. The thunderous power wielded by both was perfectly matched, neither side able to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, another violent rush of wind split the air, and a wave of overwhelming pressure descended from above. The whole world seemed to tremble, as if the very sky was about to be torn apart. Chun Feng glanced to the side. A fierce and formidable void force suddenly appeared around him. In an instant, a purple-black radiance enveloped Chun Feng, its terrifying void energy surging outwards in all directions. Under the might of this power, even the furious attacks of the battle axe seemed to be diminished. That purple-black energy split away from Chun Feng's body, gathering before him into a crescent-shaped, jet-black blade. Next, Chun Feng pressed down with his foot, and the purple-black blade, like a lightning bolt with 10,000 hooks, shot straight toward the Asura god's battle axe. With a sharp, splitting sound, the overwhelming force struck the Asura god's axe, piercing through it directly. The battle axe disintegrated into a pile of ash, vanishing into the air, completely wiped from existence. Yet the crescent of purple-black void energy did not lose any of its momentum. Before the Asura god could react, it tore through his entire body. Arcs of electricity, shattered shards of ice, and whistling gales all tried desperately to mend the gaping wound in his form. But the instant they neared the purple-black void energy, they were crushed and ground to dust. At the same time, the long chain clutched by the thunderous giant hand, now deprived of energy, snapped instantly, shattering into fragments that scattered across the world. I told you, the power of 4 rings is not enough. Go on, show me your strength again, otherwise. Chun Feng spoke calmly, but a chilling, murderous intent suddenly radiated from every inch of his body. His meaning could not have been clearer. Upon hearing these words, Lord Man clenched his jaw, fists tightening, his face twisted in rage and shame. Such utter contempt. He had not encountered such scorn in years. And this time, he was powerless to resist. He could only do as Chun Feng commanded. Otherwise, he might truly perish here. The ring on his right little finger shimmered, its blue-black gem bursting into light. A torrent of dark energy erupted forth in an instant. This time, Lord Man carefully activated only one ring, slowly guiding its power into the hole. For even now, he was uncertain he could perfectly fuse the power of all 5 rings together. The dark energy surged into the Ashura god's body, and the bloodied wounds left by the void began to show faint signs of healing, shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a thin crack appeared on the Ashura god's body, a nearly invisible fissure, yet one that radiated absolute danger. At the same moment, a thin line of bright red blood trickled from the corner of Lord Man's mouth. It was clear he had suffered a grievous wound. 5 rings. It's still too much for me, Lord Man muttered under his breath. He glanced up, inadvertently meeting Chun Feng's eyes. What he saw was a trace of indifference, a gaze utterly unconcerned, brimming with scornful challenge. You brat, don't you dare underestimate me. Centuries of cultivation and the dignity of a true powerhouse surged within Master Man, instantly summoning every ounce of energy in his body. A formidable elder would never allow himself to be defeated by a junior who looked down on him with such arrogance. With Master Man pouring all his strength into it, the dark energy completely wiped out the remnants of the void power within Ashura god's body. At the same time, the energies from the other 4 rings gradually began to merge together. Slowly, the Ashura god regained his former brilliance. The light in his eyes radiated an innate majesty that brooked no offense. It seemed, for a moment, that the Ashura god had once again seized the upper hand. Yet the combined power of 5 rings still wasn't enough to rival the fusion of my 2 energies. Chun Feng spoke calmly and leisurely. The lightning in his left hand and the black void energy in his right hand effortlessly merged into a single swirling orb. On the surface of the purple-black void energy, a flickering layer of lightning danced, vibrant and alive. In the next instant, Chun Feng hurled the black void energy, crackling with powerful arcs of electricity, straight at the Ashura god. The black sphere shot forth at lightning speed, leaving only a blur in the air. With a deafening crash, the newly restored Ashura god, looking more like a helpless child, stood no chance of fighting back. Thunder, chilling frost, raging wind, splitting light, and a field of darkness. The energies of these 5 rings mounted a brief resistance before being shattered almost instantly. The once imposing Ashura god was now reduced to a battered and broken figure. He looked utterly pitiful. Chun Feng, entirely at ease, finished off the Ashura god and calmly waited for Master Man to harness the power of the next ring. From afar, Tony watched this clash of titans, utterly stunned. This was nothing short of a one-sided domination. As Tony glanced back at Master Man, he suddenly felt a surge of pity for him. He seemed even more pitiful than Tony himself during his bouts of depression. Amid the lingering shockwaves of immense power, Master Man looked fragile, as if a mere breeze could blow him away. Perhaps this was what people meant by being beaten into utter defeat. How could I lose to some snot-nosed brat? There's no way I could lose. Master Man clenched his fist, a strange light flashing in his eyes. His entire demeanor transformed as if he had thrown everything he had into this final stand. At that moment, the other rings on his fingers flickered with a faint glow. As time ticked by, the glow grew steadily brighter, more dazzling, shining with an almost sacred brilliance. Is he finally about to strike? Chun Feng watched the scene unfolding before him with interest. After waiting nearly 2 minutes, he was finally about to witness the moment he had been anticipating. The power unleashed by the fusion of all 10 rings. Now there was something truly worth waiting for. As he struggled to channel the power of the remaining 5 rings, beads of sweat, as large as beans, began to stream down Lord Man's forehead, and even his breathing grew ragged and uneven. Let alone what would happen when he attempted to merge the forces of all 5 rings together. Even if I'm gravely wounded and have to sacrifice an arm, I will kill you, you wretched boy. Lord Man snarled through gritted teeth, his entire being exuding an unyielding aura of resolve. Come now, the power of the 10 rings, merge as one. In that instant, all 5 rings unleashed terrifying energy at once, crashing into the Ashura god like a tidal wave. At that very moment, storm clouds surged across the heavens, swallowing the entire sky in their darkness. Thunder roared, Fierce winds howled, and waves rose wildly upon the sea, crashing furiously against the shore. As the power of the Ten Rings was unleashed, the very world seemed to tremble and change color. An energy storm formed around the Azura god, dazzling with a riot of swirling, vivid colors, so blinding one could scarcely look upon it. The sheer force radiating from it made people instinctively want to defend themselves with all their might. This power truly was enough to rival the strike of a deity. Chun Feng stared intently, murmuring to himself in awe. No wonder Lord Man claimed he had defeated a god. Turns out, he wasn't lying. The 10 overwhelming powers merged, collided, and intertwined, becoming a force so mighty that even heaven and earth could not withstand it. But behind this spectacle, Lord Man's face had gone deathly pale, as white as paper, so frightening that he looked almost ghostly. His entire face seemed to shrink inward, skin tightening over bone until he resembled nothing more than a walking skeleton. The effort of fusing the 10 rings' energies seemed to have drained every last drop of strength from his body. A thick gush of blood burst from Lord Man's mouth, splattering to the ground. His aura faded once again, leaving him like a withered old man, barely clinging to life. He had never once succeeded in fully fusing the power of the 10 rings. Even in his closest attempt, he had only managed to unite 8 of them. But facing Chun Feng now, the pressure was such that he knew. Only by fusing all 10 rings could he hope to win. I will not lose. With a furious bellow, Lord Man forced out the last and purest essence of his strength, drawing it from his very blood and bones. His figure shrank further, transforming into a stooped, withered elder. Meanwhile, around the Azura god, the swirling, iridescent energies showed signs of finally converging into one. Now, even the residual energy was enough to activate Chun Feng's defenses on its own, rippling over him in waves. Come, let's see your true strength. A flash of excitement lit up in Chun Feng's eyes. A new idea was already forming in his mind. In the distance, even Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, was forced to retreat further back. The Mark 42 armor could not withstand the aftershocks of the 10 rings' power. If he stayed any closer, the entire suit might be damaged or even shattered. Find a way to activate the weapon systems of Mark 42. Tony's expression was grave, his face shadowed with concern. The power of the 10 rings filled him with dread. He feared even Chun Feng might not be able to withstand it. That's why he had to step into this battle himself, to help Chun Feng. Mark 42 is still in the testing phase. The weapon system can't be activated. But the mouth cluster can be launched, Jarvis replied. Jarvis's words instantly lifted Tony's spirits from despair. Although it was only the mouth cluster cannon, its destructive power rivaled that of most other weapons. Hurry, activate it, Tony ordered urgently, his gaze locked on the unfolding battle ahead. The power of the 10 rings had begun to manifest visibly. On the body of the Azura god, all sorts of colors roiled and intertwined, weaving together like a blazing rainbow. Had the transformation truly succeeded? Chun Feng's eyes burned with anticipation, yet a faint smile played on his lips. This power was overwhelming. This sensation, magnificent. Kill him, roared the Mandarin, his voice hoarse and barely human. No sooner had he spoken than he seemed crushed by the immense pressure, dropping to one knee. Yet in his eyes, a lethal intent blazed so fiercely it seemed to saturate the air itself. The Azura god stood radiant from head to toe, aglow with divine brilliance, as though a deity had descended from the heavens, majestic and resplendent. Every movement seemed to draw upon the very forces of the world, as if he were the Earth's own avatar. At that moment, Chun Feng remained calm and composed. Behind him, void energy of deep purple-black flared to life, while lightning, bright as day, raged in his palms. His entire body was encased in impenetrable stone, exuding an aura of absolute invulnerability. Come on! But before the Azura god could attack, Chun Feng struck first. He vanished like a streak of light, disappearing from his spot and reappearing before the Azura god in the blink of an eye. With a sharp burst, the force of thunder and void energy combined, landing squarely on the Azura god's body. But this time, the unstoppable, overwhelming assault was stubbornly blocked. You brat, you'll pay for your arrogance. The Mandarin, at the rear, curled his lips into a smug grin. The force of the 10 rings was not something mortals could defy. The Azura god did not immediately retaliate, yet suddenly a shadowy darkness seeped from within him, invading Chun Feng's hand. The lightning and void energy on Chun Feng's palm seemed to be pulled away, drawn irresistibly toward the Azura god's body. Not bad, but still too weak. Chen Feng said coolly. The wild energy within him surged, locking the black shadow in place, as if shackled, unable to budge. The terrifying power of time revealed itself in that instant. Even intangible forces could not escape its influence. In a flash, Chen Feng withdrew his arm, but he did not retreat. On the Sword of Gale, sword aura burst forth in all directions, reaching into the sky as if pulling down inexhaustible power from the heavens. With a single sword strike, the very fabric of space was torn asunder, the blade slashing down fiercely upon the body of the Azura god. A thunderous roar echoed across heaven and earth. Yet, that sword energy failed to pierce through the Azura god's form. Not even a scar was left behind. At that moment, it seemed as if the space around Zhou Tian itself began to tremble. An overwhelming shockwave burst forth with unstoppable force. That shockwave carried the aura of world-shattering destruction. The ground beneath Chen Feng's feet instantly shattered. Countless fragments of stone tumbled into the sea below, sending up great plumes of water. And this was only the beginning. The entire stretch of coastline seemed on the verge of collapsing, teetering at the edge of destruction, ready to crumble and fall into the churning sea at any moment. Even the surface of the ocean was caught in the grip of this terrifying power, great waves surging up in a violent upheaval. Waves nearly 10 meters tall erupted from the depths, crashing toward the shore with irresistible fury. Behind Chen Feng, the roaring sea surged closer, while before him, shockwaves powerful enough to split clouds and shatter stone thundered toward him as well. The stone armor covering Chen Feng's body began to vibrate violently, sending a rain of fine powder to the ground. Not bad, he thought, savoring the lingering force of the shockwave. Chen Feng licked his lips. The greater the power drawn from the fusion of the 10 rings, the better it was for him. After all, those 10 rings would ultimately be his. Those stone powder flaked off his hands. Even more layers of stone swiftly formed, thickening his armor. Let's see whose strength is greater, he murmured. A fiery light blazed in Chen Feng's eyes. With a determined smile, he suddenly clapped his hands together. The 2 massive stones encasing his hands collided with a resounding crash that shook the heavens. A tide of unstoppable force erupted, surging outward like a tempestuous sea. The 2 shockwaves collided in an instant, like furious dragons unleashed upon the ocean, their momentum overwhelming. With a roar, an even more terrifying power burst outward. Beneath the Azura god and Chen Feng, the rocky barrier was pulverized to dust and collapsed completely. Stone powder filled the sky, momentarily obscuring all of heaven and earth. But neither the Azura god nor Chen Feng were touched, floating like deities in the midst of chaos. What they wielded was mastery over the very power of the wind. And the aftershocks of their clash were no less formidable. Far in the distance, the earth was laced with countless new cracks. Trees and living things alike were reduced to nothingness, not even a trace of their remains left behind. The surface of the sea seemed pressed down, creating a vast, sunken arena. The Azura god and Chen Feng now stood on opposite sides, facing each other across the void. Suddenly, the air around Zhou Tian grew searingly hot, as if standing at the mouth of a volcano, waves of heat rushing over them. A moment later, within that heat, a sudden chill arose, a biting cold, as though one had fallen into an icy abyss. Yet the cold did not diminish the heat. Instead, they seemed to complement each other, each intensifying the other's presence. Though these 2 forces should have repelled one another, in this moment they became the perfect allies, each feeding the other's strength. But it didn't end there. Suddenly, a surge of wild, explosive power poured in, raising both the fire and the ice to an even higher realm. Energy gathered in front of the Azura god, gradually forming into a sphere like a nuclear bomb on the verge of detonation. Is it still not over? Chen Feng sensed yet another unfamiliar energy, and couldn't help but feel surprised. It seemed the Azura god truly intended to settle this with a life-or-death battle. If this is the fight you desire, then I'll grant your wish. A faint aura of sword energy shimmered around the swift-wind blade in his hand. Though it appeared delicate, it effortlessly tore open the space around him, the rift spreading in wild, chaotic ripples. At the same time, a swirl of violet-black, void energy drifted toward the swift-wind blade, instantly entwining itself around the sword's edge. Lightning, bright as day, crackled across his palm and poured into the swift-wind blade. These 2 forces were those Chen Feng wielded best. But he didn't stop there. Drawing upon yet more power, Chen Feng channeled additional energies into the swift-wind blade. Even bits of immovable stone clung to the blade, their sharp edges distinct and jagged. Both the Azura God and Chunfeng were now holding back their ultimate moves, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash them. Yet silently, their energies drifted apart, each claiming a portion of the sky. Though the clash had yet to begin, both were already locked in a silent standoff. With the space between them as a dividing line, their energies gnawed at each other, probing and testing, yet also exerting their full might. The tension between the two powers sent shockwaves rippling outward, enveloping both the Azura God and Chunfeng in a magnetic field. "Jarvis, is it ready yet?" From several hundred meters away, Tony called out anxiously. The battle had reached its most feverish point. If it didn't end soon, even the latecomers would miss the show. "Sir, the mouth cannon has begun charging, but it will take 3 more minutes before it can fire," Jarvis replied immediately. This news made Tony frown. In other words, for the next 3 minutes, there was nothing he could do but stand by and watch. "Jarvis, divert all the energy from the Mark 42 into the mouth cannon. I want it ready in 1 minute." Tony hesitated only a moment before giving the order. "Sir, if we do that, the Mark 42 will be completely drained," Jarvis warned. "That doesn't matter. Do as I say." Tony's voice was unwavering. Right now, there was no room for retreat. "Yes, sir." Jarvis, being an advanced AI, could only obey an absolute command. In the next instant, all the energy from the Mark 42 began to pour into the mouth cannon. Countdown, 60, 59. As the seconds ticked away, Tony's anxiety only grew more intense. Because the final clash between Chunfeng and the cybernetic Azura God was about to erupt. Faster, just a little faster. Tony clenched his fists, his brows tightly furrowed, and urged in a low, urgent voice. On Chunfeng's Gale Sword, energies of all kinds converged. There was the elusive power of the void, violent and crackling lightning, and the fierce force of howling winds, among others. On the other side, the Azura God's released power had also gathered into one. Two forces, sharp as needles and blades, faced each other, a battle of divine might, untouchable and sacred. Chunfeng tightened his grip on the Gale Sword and gently lifted his right hand. With just that simple motion, the world itself seemed to tremble as a wild and untamed power was drawn forth. The Azura God's energy sphere was also pulling at the very fabric of the world, sucking in energies and swelling in size. The clash was imminent, on the very verge of explosion. Before the Azura God, the energy sphere shimmered in a swirl of 5-colored light, gleaming with a cold brilliance. Then suddenly, the colors spun faster and faster, merging into a single, blinding core. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. On the surface of the sea, colossal waves, dozens of meters high, surged and crashed, sending spray bursting through the air. The coastline, now little more than a barren slope, was obliterated within several hundred meters, the ground reduced to powder and suspended in the wind. This terrifying shockwave even tore open the very fabric of space, shooting straight into the clouds. Mark 42 at 80% damage. Chest repulsor charging. Recommend aborting, came Jarvis's immediate report inside Tony's battered suit. "Keep charging. That's an order," Tony replied in a deep, resolute voice. At this critical moment, he had no choice but to make this decision. The godlike energies unleashed here were beyond terrifying. Chunfeng might not be able to withstand them. "Yes, sir." Jarvis offered no protest, immediately obeying Tony's command. Standing directly across from the Azura God, Chunfeng's eyes narrowed, his expression grave. Although the shockwave had been sliced apart by the sword energy swirling in front of him, leaving him unharmed, the sheer force of it left Chunfeng a little shaken. The combined power of the 10 Commandments exceeded even his expectations. He exhaled slowly, a long breath, gripping the upraised Gale sword even tighter. The blade shimmered with rippling colors, dazzling and magnificent, with a beauty all its own. Sword energy drifted and danced freely in the surrounding air, seemingly formless, yet each strand held the might of the gods. The Azura God's lingering power could not even breach this web of sword energy, much less harm him. "Kill him with the sword," croaked the Mandarin, standing behind the Azura God, his voice raspy and strained as if his throat were being squeezed. His breath was weak to the point of vanishing, his appearance like that of a dying old man. Receiving its master's command, the energy sphere before the Azura God completed its final preparations. A surge of energy, several meters wide, burst forth in an instant, swift as lightning, and shot directly toward Chunfeng. Wherever it passed, the air itself seared and sizzled, filling the space with a piercing, grating sound. Under the force of this energy wave, it was as if the world itself was split in two, divided into separate realms. Chun Feng blinked lightly. On his arms, muscles bulged and veins stood out, as if his strength had been pushed to the absolute limit. The power gathered on the Sword of Gale grew even more intense, as if it could fuse everything in existence into one. With a sweeping motion, Chun Feng brought his arm down, channeling a torrent of creative energy that surged forward to meet the Azura God's energy blast head-on, as easily as snapping a dry twig. Even before the two forces collided, the space between them seemed on the verge of collapse, as if reality itself was about to break. In the blink of an eye, sword energy and the energy wave clashed together. For a moment, it felt as though heaven and earth had exploded. The deafening roar of the blast shook the world. A raging gale swept out in all directions, its terrifying force rivaling the might of creation itself. Crash! Boom! Bang! Across the surface of the sea, countless waves surged and exploded, rising into towering walls of water hundreds of meters high. In the space above the ocean, all the seawater instantly vaporized, vanishing into steam before being obliterated by the chaos. Meanwhile, the sword energy and the energy blast remained locked together, ceaselessly battering against one another. Waves of violent energy continued to surge outward, sweeping across the world. Guangwei, is the energy cannon ready yet? Tony, now, at a safe distance, called out anxiously. The Mark 42 suit was battered and barely holding together. It could only last a few more minutes here. If he didn't leave soon, he'd be nothing but a pile of scrap. Sir, 10 seconds remaining, Jarvis replied calmly. Damn it, hurry up, Tony muttered through gritted teeth. 927. The situation was dire, yet he was powerless to help in any way. At that moment, Chun Feng shifted his stance, a cold light flickering in his eyes. He moved. More energy surged onto the Sword of Gale, gathering without end. A chill radiated from Chun Feng, his calmness undercut by a deadly resolve, the certainty of victory. A streak of light flashed, leaving nothing but an afterimage in the sky. Chun Feng's figure could no longer be seen. What are you waiting for? Go! Finish him! From the rear, the Mandarin, seeing the Azura god standing motionless, roared in fury. Overcome by rage, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face flushed a ghastly red. The Azura god slowly turned his head, casting a look of utter disdain at the Mandarin. For a moment, the Mandarin was stunned, swallowing hard. Click! A beam of energy shot out from within the Azura god, landing squarely on the Mandarin's head. In that instant, his head exploded, blood spraying everywhere, a blend of white and red erupting in a gruesome display. Masterman never imagined, not even in death, that the Azura god would personally end his life. The 10 rings on his fingers were snatched away by the Azura god with lightning speed, vanishing instantly as they were absorbed into his own body. With this, the Azura god was no longer a vague, formless energy being. Even his physical form was gradually taking shape. I'll kill you. In the Azura god's eyes, he saw Chun Feng charging toward him at impossible speed. With his mouth slightly open, he spoke softly. Before him, 4 spheres of energy surged, erupting with even greater power, channeling their force into a devastating shockwave. At the same time, his right hand wielded the battle staff, which he swung directly, his eyes glinting sharply, tracking Chun Feng's every movement with predatory focus. In a flash, Chun Feng arrived before the shockwave, the Gale sword in his hand, slashing down without mercy. The forces collided with a titanic crash, unleashing their most ferocious power. But on the surface of the shockwave, a fine crack suddenly appeared. Rapidly, the crack widened, extending deeper into the energy's core. The power within Chun Feng surged once more into the Gale sword, unleashing a supreme and wild force. Man and sword became one, and with Chun Feng at the helm, they tore through the decaying mass, plunging into the very heart of the energy shockwave. Yet the Azura god remained unhurried, watching Chun Feng dive in, a glint of interest flickering in his expression. In the blink of an eye, Chun Feng broke through the shockwave, leaping out from within. Behind him trailed a sword aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and shattering the earth, a presence as awe-inspiring as a sword immortal descending to the mortal realm, untouchable and magnificent. The Azura god simply raised his battle staff, bringing it down with immense force against the oncoming Chun Feng. A thunderous roar echoed out, as if the entire world was being pierced and annihilated. That formidable power swirled through heaven and earth, as though it twisted all of space, indirectly forging a realm of its own. Chun Feng's Gale sword clashed with the Azura god's staff, the impact like a comet striking the earth, releasing a force that shook the heavens. But at that moment, the two powers locked in a dead heat, neither able to overpower the other. For a brief span, neither side held the upper hand. "I am a god," the Azura god intoned in a deep, resonant voice. His whole being shimmered with radiant, prismatic light, casting his figure in a dazzling glow. And just then, the force coursing through the battle staff suddenly surged, growing even more formidable. The sword aura around the Gale sword seemed to be gradually suppressed and restrained. Behind the Azura god, a vast darkness spread, like a curtain blotting out the sky, sweeping everything into its profound blackness. Eyes that ignored all, that gazed upon the world with indifference, slowly opened from within that curtain of darkness. Eyes that seemed to emerge from the abyss, from endless hell, embodying divinity, life and death, and the totality of existence. As those eyes opened in silence, the Azura god underwent a complete and utter ascension. It wasn't just a difference in strength, but in presence as well. He seemed to have truly become a deity, an otherworldly god from a distant star. A pressure radiated from him instinctively, a force that subdued all living things beneath its might. Chen Feng's expression grew grave at this shift. The power surging from his opponent's weapon was as heavy as a mountain, and there was an invisible pressure that weighed down on Chen Feng's body. "You die." The Azura god, now transformed into a lofty, divine being, issued a verdict of death upon Chen Feng with chilling certainty. Chen Feng retorted with a question of his own. The momentum that had been suppressed within him suddenly surged forth, like a tiger rising to its feet, exuding a fierce and unfathomable aura. In that moment, the tide quietly turned, so subtly that even the Azura god didn't see it coming. "You die." This time, the Azura god practically roared in fury. The will forged from the union of the Ten Commandments demanded supremacy over all, striving to become the sole ruler of the world. But unfortunately for him, he was nothing but a false god. Chen Feng spoke calmly. On his left hand, a cube as radiant as a blazing star suddenly appeared. A terrifying, supreme aura burst forth from it. In an instant, it felt as if the very fabric of space around them was seized and forced into submission beneath Chen Feng's command. The space gem. It was the first time Chen Feng had ever used it in battle. A torrent of terrifying energy erupted from the space gem, surging in all directions, encircling the Azura god. No power could resist it, not even the combined might of the Ten Commandments. In the blink of an eye, the space around the Azura god was completely locked down by the space gem, all his strength suppressed within that prison. Feeling the crushing pressure, the Azura god struggled desperately, trying to break free. But no matter what he tried, his power was just not enough. In the end, his fury could only dissolve in silence. "Perish!" Chen Feng's voice was cold as steel. Expressionless, he raised the swift-wind blade, letting the energy of the space gem flow into the sword, merging with his own power. In that instant, the world itself seemed to change. Dark clouds churned overhead, gathering into a single, ominous mass. Standing tall with his sword in hand, Chen Feng allowed no room for the Azura god to fight back. He stepped forward. His entire form became a streak of pure light, slicing across the sky in a heartbeat, vanishing from where he stood. All that remained was a fleeting afterimage. The sword's boundless intent had already arrived before the Azura god. There was nowhere left to run, only a desperate, forced defense. The spectral wings behind the Azura god flared with a murderous light. In that instant, all his power focused on the battle axe, swinging it with wild, reckless force toward Chen Feng. Blade and axe collided with an explosive impact. A deafening thunderclap echoed through the sky, and a blinding flash, brighter than day, burst across the heavens. In an instant, it was as if this entire region had vanished from the face of the earth. No surveillance could detect even a trace of its existence. Even those just a few hundred meters away could only see a gaping swath of pale emptiness, as if something crucial had been erased from reality. "Sir," Jarvis's voice crackled through the static, stuttering, and incomplete. He managed only a single sentence before fading away forever. Tony gazed at the fully functioning Mark 42 armor before him, but a sense of suffocation gripped him, making it hard to breathe. Beads of sweat the size of peas broke out all over his body. Tearing the helmet off his head in one swift motion, Tony finally felt a little relief. What on earth just happened? He stared into the boundless space ahead, searching for any sign of life, but nothing stirred. Not a single soul, not even the faintest hint of vitality. It was as if this place had become a barren realm, detached from the world itself. This strange state lasted for a full 3 minutes. Even inside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury was listening intently to his agent's reports. "Find out what's going on now." Fury barked out the order to all the agents present. That was Iron Man Tony's home. If anything went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whether it was Stark Industries or the Avengers, the losses would be incalculable. "I'm sorry, sir. None of our detection equipment can sense anything from that area." Agent Hill reported with concern. "If machines can't find anything, then send people in." Fury insisted, already heading for the exit. He was determined to check it out himself. "Sir, we still don't know what's going on there. If you rush in like this, the risks are enormous." Agent Hill hurried to block his way, her tone grave and urgent. "If Tony's dead, the danger will be even greater," Fury said, brushing past her, his voice heavy with worry. "Stark Industries alone could bring untold disaster to the country." "Sir, I'll go with you." After a moment's hesitation, Agent Hill volunteered, falling in step behind Fury. Fury didn't refuse, taking Hill along as they left together. This sudden incident was even greater than the Battle of New York. It was unprecedented in its severity. For an entire region to disappear from radar, what kind of power could possibly achieve such a thing? In the daylight of his home, Chun Fong was surrounded by 10 gemstones, each glowing with a different hue, their brilliance breathtaking. He let the jewels orbit around him, savoring their immense power. The Azura god, beneath that single sword strike, managed only a brief resistance before being shattered completely. All the god's power collapsed, returning into the 10 rings. The 10 jewels spun around Chun Fong like a constellation of radiant stars, each one shining brightly. After a while, Chun Fong swept his hand, and the 10 gemstones instantly gathered into his palm. Gazing at the iridescent stones, Chun Fong gripped them tightly in his hand. Although he had fought face-to-face with the Azura god, the power of the 10 Commandments was indeed not to be underestimated. If he hadn't possessed the Space Stone, he might well have lost his life. "Since each of your races has its own unique strength, but can also unite as one, I'll arrange for you all to be placed in the best possible place." A good idea had already taken shape in Chun Feng's mind. 2 minutes later, the terrifying divine power that had distorted heaven and earth finally faded away. Daylight vanished. Once again, this area reappeared on the radar screens. Chun Fong, still searching in the lingering daylight, Tony immediately noticed Chun Fong standing before him, his surprise overwhelming. "Tony, it looks like your Mark 42 has finally reached its limit." Chun Fong pointed at Tony's battered and tattered armor as he spoke. "What about that giant? Where did it run off to?" Tony didn't pay any mind to his damaged Iron Man suit and hurriedly asked, "What do you think?" A slight smile appeared on Chun Feng's face as he opened his hand, and 10 radiant gemstones shimmered into view. "You fought it." Tony's voice was full of disbelief. Every move of the Azura god, every aura it released, could shake the very heavens. But now, seeing all this, Tony realized his efforts to help had been unnecessary. "Tony, I think you'll need to find another place to rebuild your home." Chun Fong spoke nonchalantly, glancing around at the surrounding land, 200 meters of earth gone without a trace, as if it had never existed. "Tony, say hello to Star Tower for me." Chun Fong called out to Tony, then turned and left. Why is he just going back like that? Tony called after Chun Feng's back, thoroughly confused. But Chun Fong paid him no mind. A portal opened in front of him, and in the next second he stepped through. "Damn it, wait up." Seeing Chun Fong vanish before his eyes, Tony cursed in frustration. With his Iron Man suit damaged, he couldn't even fly back if he wanted to. Just as Tony was growing anxious, a sudden idea flashed through his mind, and his expression softened. Another 20 minutes passed before SHIELD's aircraft touched down on the coast. Fury, Agent Hill, Rogers, and a team of field agents all disembarked together. "My God, boss, did this place get split open vertically?" Agent Hill stared in shock at the sheer, smooth coastline before her, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Check the energy levels here. I want to know exactly what happened." Fury's face was grim as he ordered the agents beside him. "Yes, sir." The agents pulled out their gear, preparing to begin their analysis. SHIELD's newly developed equipment was sensitive enough to detect even Thor-level energy signatures. The moment the devices powered on, they immediately began emitting urgent warning alarms. Before anyone could react, all the detectors exploded at once, flames leaping and crackling into the air. Everyone was startled and instinctively turned their attention to the equipment. "What's going on?" Rogers asked, puzzled. As someone from the World War II era, he still wasn't quite familiar with this kind of advanced technology. "Captain, it means that the energy intensity here has surpassed the output from Surtur's flames," Agent Hill explained calmly. Fury's face grew increasingly grim, and he couldn't help but grip the railing tightly. Worry swirled in his eyes, and there was even a trace of fear. Whoever had unleashed this energy didn't seem to pose a threat to Earth for the moment. But who could say if things would remain so peaceful in the future? Seal off this area. Send in more people and better equipment to continue analyzing it, Fury ordered. With that, he turned to leave. I'll go find Tony. You should be fine, he said. Director, I'll go with you, Rogers offered, shifting his gaze as he moved to Fury's side. The two men locked eyes, as if reading each other's thoughts. No, Captain, you stay here and take charge. I can handle this alone. Fury declined Rogers' request. He knew that Rogers, like himself, was suspecting the same person. After all, on this planet, the only one capable of such destruction, yet uninterested in conquering Earth, could only be that man. And the two of them already had their differences with him. All right, Director, Rogers didn't press further, simply nodding. But a determined light shone in his eyes. Inside Star Tower, Chen Feng had already returned ahead of the others. He went straight to the lab and took out 10 gemstones, as well as his most trusted weapon, the Swift Wind Sword. Now, his task was to set the gems into the sword. While it couldn't rival the power of the Infinity Gauntlet, it would still greatly enhance the sword abilities. He picked up the Thunder Gem, a jagged, green crystal, and pondered for a moment. You don't need to be embedded in the Swift Wind Sword, he murmured. Lightning surged in his palm, arcs of electricity crackling menacingly as he directed them at the gem. The gem instantly fought back, unleashing a sea of thunder that clashed fiercely with Chun Feng's lightning. But without any external force to support it, the gem was no match for Chen Feng. Moments later, the gem shattered, and its boundless thunder energy burst forth, filling all of Stark Tower with a stormy sea of lightning, flooding the building in a surge of electric light. There's no point in resisting, Chun Feng whispered softly. More thunder poured out, and in a flash, the sea of lightning was under his control. With his full power, the lightning storm shrank and compressed, transforming into a tiny sphere. With a subtle motion, Chun Feng absorbed it, merging the thunder's power into his own. As he exhaled, it was as if lightning itself rumbled within him. Congratulations, host. Your mastery of the power of thunder has increased. Super Thunder Placement, 0/50. The sudden system voice startled Chen Feng. Just how powerful was this Super Thunder Placement? Once he regained his composure, Chen Feng found himself particularly intrigued by this new ability. But he decided to set it aside for now. Shifting his focus, Chen Feng turned his attention back to the gemstone and the Swiftwind Sword before him. How could the power of the gemstone's arcane law be fused with the Swiftwind Sword? On matters like this, the great inventor Heimerdinger was second to none. The blue gemstone, originally set in a ring on the Mandarin's left ring finger, a ring that held the power to conjure illusions, had not yet been placed next to the Swiftwind Sword. Chen Feng seemed to have a plan of his own. During the previous battle, even the Eye of True Sight had been briefly neutralized, which gave Chen Feng another idea. To combine the blue gemstone's power with the Eye of True Sight. This way, not only could the Eye of True Sight better resist illusions, but it could also harness the gemstone's power to create illusions of its own. Resting in Chun Feng's palm, the blue gemstone was soon enveloped by an overwhelming force. In an instant, the gemstone's hard outer layer shattered, and a surge of energy exploded forth like a tidal wave, sweeping away everything in Stark Tower. At the same moment, the gemstone's power began to bore into Chun Feng's body, while a tempting illusion unfolded before his eyes. But having already been caught by such tricks once, Chen Feng was not about to fall for them again. The power of the Eye of True Sight flared to life, dispelling all deception, wiping away every trace of illusion. Chen Feng, you. Just then, Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit and carrying Pepper in his arms, came rushing back into Stark Tower. But the moment he stepped inside, the gemstone's power ensnared him, plunging him into a bewildering illusion. Damn it, Chen Feng, you couldn't wait for me. You just left me hanging back there? I was still thinking about helping you, you know? What's the matter with you? Are you finally admitting you were wrong? With a burst of frustration, Tony slammed a fist into the floor, and the ground split apart, cracks spiderwebbing in every direction. It seemed that in Tony's illusion, Chen Feng had lost his powers and was being violently attacked. It's good that you know you were wrong. Don't make the same mistake again. Tony shouted with conviction, taking out his anger on the empty air, his face alight with excitement. It was as if all his pent-up grievances had finally found release. Chen Feng watched the scene with a smile, neither stopping it nor withdrawing the energy. He let the illusion play out, allowing Tony and Pepper to vent their most primal desires. As for the rest of the gemstone's energy, Chun Feng forcefully drew it all into the eye of true sight. Now, what remained before him were the 8 rings. Combining the power of all 8 rings at once would be no simple task, even for Chun Feng. Before this, he had already experienced the power of the 10 rings combined, and knew just how terrifying their might could be. The 8 rings, too, wouldn't be much weaker. Well then, let's start with 2 of them. Chun Feng picked up a round blue gemstone and a sky blue, cylindrical gemstone, holding them in his hands. Under the force of his powerful energy, both gems were instantly crushed to powder. In that moment, the temperature around Zhou Tian plummeted straight down, plunging to 0 in an instant. The training chamber, once filled with a gentle breeze, was now swept by a raging wind, as if it might tear the entire room apart. With a sweeping motion of Chun Feng's large hand, the 2 surging energies were subdued like serpents pinned down by a palm. Their wild momentum instantly stilled. The energies compressed into a tight, compact mass. Harnessing the knowledge of a great inventor, Chun Feng poured both streams of energy into the sword of swift wind. From the familiar rings to the unfamiliar blade, the 2 forces erupted in fierce resistance. But under Chun Feng's overwhelming power, there was no chance for them to break free. A moment later, 2 tiny points appeared on the sword's body. One sky blue, the other blue, each swirling with a mesmerizing, luminous glow. The powers of wind and ice were similar enough, without any clashing attributes. So, for the next step, Chun Feng paused to think carefully. In his palm, he placed a golden square gemstone and a purple ring-shaped gem. The golden gemstone could unleash an energy beam capable of disintegrating anything, while the purple ring could rearrange the molecules and atoms of any substance, transforming its very nature. There is a certain similarity between the energies of these 2 gems. Under Chun Feng's formidable strength, they too had no room to resist, and were set into the sword of swift wind. But the next 4 gemstones gave Chun Feng a headache. As more gems adorned the sword, inevitable conflicts arose. Each of the 4 gems released its energy, vying for the best and largest territory on the blade. If not for the exceptional material of the sword of swift wind, it might have already shattered under the chaotic struggle of these 4 energies. Now, it was best to add them one by one. Chun Feng took up a white ring-shaped gem and crushed it. Then, he poured all its energy into the sword. The moment the energy touched the blade, a powerful repulsion surged, resisting his efforts. But with Chun Feng's relentless will, the energy was ultimately forced into the sword. At once, 5 energies surged together, and the sword of swift wind radiated a dazzling array of colors, a truly awe-inspiring sight. The entire blade quivered, setting the whole space trembling with it. Chun Feng quickly channeled his own strength into the sword, barely managing to stabilize the 5 energies. To make them coexist, what a difficult task this is. Chun Feng finally understood why Masterman had kept all his rings separate. It wasn't that he didn't wish to combine them, but that he simply lacked the strength. Thanks to Chun Feng's mediation outside, the 5 streams of energy finally stabilized. However, the 6th stream of energy that followed was bound to be even more challenging. A blue square gemstone appeared in Yezhin's palm, the very ring capable of creating a force field. As Chun Feng channeled this energy into the blade of Gale, an even more powerful repulsion force erupted. The entire Star Grand Plaza began to tremble, with the surging energy radiating out for 100 meters. It was as if a magnitude 5 earthquake had struck. Towering buildings trembled relentlessly, and the ground threatened to split apart at any moment. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Chun Feng quickly poured an even greater energy as a balancing force, working to stabilize this 6th stream. It took quite some time, but at last he managed to mediate the energies and erase the power lingering within the artifact. Chun Feng glanced at the 2 remaining rings in his hand, momentarily stunned. If he were to forcefully channel them into the blade of Gale, there was no doubt it would trigger at least a magnitude 6 earthquake. What's more, he would lose a considerable amount of his own energy in the process. Pondering for a while, a sudden spark of inspiration flashed in Chun Feng's mind. If he could achieve absolute dominance in terms of power, then there would be no problem at all. He withdrew a cubic crystal, the space gem, its brilliance flickering in his palm. "You'll be the one to help me take this final step," he thought. Without further hesitation, Chun Feng took both rings in his palm. In an instant, the surrounding mist dissipated, and a wild surge of energy burst forth. Yet under the overwhelming suppression of the space gem, that wild force was tamed in a heartbeat. It was as though 2 gentle lambs now waited quietly for their master's command, with the power of the space gem restraining them. Chun Feng swiftly infused the two streams of energy into the blade of Gale. But just as the energies entered the blade, an earth-shattering, apocalyptic aura suddenly erupted from within. It was as if the very heavens and earth were about to be overturned, the world on the brink of shattering. Even the power of the space gem struggled to contain the onslaught. Isn't this just the power of the 8 rings? Isn't this a bit too much? Chun Feng couldn't help but marvel at the intensity. Even when he had faced the combined power of the 10 rings and battled the Azura god, it hadn't felt like this. But in truth, he had only recently defeated the Azura god. His strength had yet to reach its absolute peak, which was why he was struggling now. "Submit to me," Chun Feng roared, flipping his palm as a torrent of energy surged forth, joining with the space gem's force to resist the might of the 8 rings. A thunderous roar shook the heavens. Winds howled across the land, dark clouds churned, and lightning flashed violently above. In that moment, all communication signals across Manhattan went dead, like a hurricane sweeping through, overwhelming and unstoppable. Crowds in Manhattan gaped in disbelief, staring out their windows at the raging, tumultuous sky. My God, is the world ending? Is another god about to descend upon us? Get up quick! O Lord, have mercy on me! In the city, everyone was gripped by fear. Confronted with this overwhelming force of terror, all anyone could do was pray to the heavens for deliverance. Inside Stark Tower, two great powers intertwined, radiating an aurora-like brilliance from within. The ground trembled violently. Countless thin, jagged cracks appeared, spreading outward in every direction like a web of green veins. All across Manhattan, even the most earthquake-resistant skyscrapers were trembling relentlessly, their advanced engineering proving useless in the face of such upheaval. An emergency broadcast interrupted the airwaves. A magnitude 7 earthquake has struck the Manhattan area. The exact cause remains unknown, but on-site energy readings confirm. The epicenter is Stark Tower. All residents are urged to stay put. Do not attempt to evacuate, as moving may cause further harm. Please await instructions from emergency services. But before the broadcast could finish, the energy within Stark Tower surged even more violently. The ground heaved, and the emergency signal was abruptly cut off. The city was plunged into darkness. No electricity, no water, no signal. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. People cowered, clutching their heads in terror, a deep, primal fear gripping every heart. Yet inside Stark Tower, Chun Feng was fully focused, locked in a deadly struggle with Beiji. The fierce battle moments earlier had already drained much of Chun Feng's strength. Don't you dare play dead on me. With a furious roar, Chun Feng unleashed a staggering aura, his entire being radiating with a force that seemed to shake the heavens. An unstoppable surge of power exploded from within him, bolstered by the energy of the space stone itself. In an instant, he overwhelmed Beiji's strength. With no defense, Chun Feng's right hand seized the sword of the gale. Flames, ice, howling winds, disintegrating beams, all sorts of energies rained down upon him. Yet his right arm, beneath the relentless assault, remained as pristine as white jade, smooth and unblemished. Not a single force could harm him. A metallic clang as loud as thunder rang out. In a swift, decisive moment, Beiji's wild power was completely subdued, now docile and contained within the sword. Chun Feng let out a long breath, tightening his grip on the sword of the gale. But the final shockwave of power swept across the entire Manhattan area. Glass shattered in an instant, and some unstable buildings collapsed into heaps of rubble. It was as if a tornado had torn through Manhattan, leaving devastation in its wake. Everything was in utter chaos, like a scene from the poorest of slums. Chun Feng's eyes sparkled as he examined the sword of the gale in his hand, scrutinizing every detail. He paid no mind to the turmoil outside Stark Tower. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the U.S. government would handle the aftermath. He had no reason to be concerned. With a gentle swing of the sword of the gale, a razor-sharp arc of sword energy sliced out, carving a massive gash into the wall of mixed metals before him, its surface as smooth as a mirror. Excellent, excellent, Chun Feng murmured with a satisfied smile, clicking his tongue in admiration. With the power of all 8 rings combined, the sword of the gale had been elevated by several tiers, far surpassing its former might. Retracting the gale sword, Tony and Pepper also snapped out of the illusion. Time still felt a bit off in their heads, everything a little hazy, not quite clear. Chun Feng, let me tell you, Tony started to say after a moment, finally coming to his senses and pointing at Chun Feng. No need. Chun Feng cut him off, looking out the window. You'd better focus on how to deal with what's happening outside. What's going on? Tony turned around suspiciously, eyes fixed on the view through the glass. Are aliens invading again? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself. The chaos of last time in New York was only just a notch worse than this. The world's most prosperous district, Manhattan, now looked as if it had been ravaged by a natural disaster, hardly recognizable. Is this your doing? Tony finally pieced it together, looking at Chen Feng, his voice hesitant. It didn't look like an alien invasion. There were no signs of battle. That left only one possibility, the seemingly harmless young man standing before him. The people outside are yours to handle now, Chen Feng said coolly. He spoke as though it had nothing to do with him at all, turning as if to leave. No, Chen Feng, you can't just... Tony barely got the words out before a rift tore open in the air, and Chen Feng vanished before their eyes. Damn it, how are we supposed to explain this? Tony clutched his head in anguish. Pepper finally hurried to Tony's side, wrapping him in a worried embrace. It's all right. I'm here. I won't leave you, she whispered. Without the slightest warning, you left just like that, right before my eyes, bringing me surprise after surprise. Returning home on his own, Chen Feng was in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune. Mindy was still at school, so Chen Feng wandered around the room to himself. Natasha would be back soon, too. With 3 people living here, the place was starting to feel a bit cramped. Resting his chin in his hand, Chen Feng fell into thought. Time for a change. Soon, he made up his mind. It was time to find a villa. He pulled out his phone, browsing through real estate listings. This one looks interesting, he thought, his eyes lighting up as he stumbled on a house for sale. Perfect. What a coincidence. Chen Feng picked out a place and decided he'd go see it tomorrow. Meanwhile, outside Star Tower, crowds of reporters had gathered. Inside, high-ranking government officials and Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., had already taken over. Tony frowned deeply. This had nothing to do with him, yet he was the one taking the blame. His face was grim, and everyone else looked just as troubled. After all, Manhattan was one of the most crucial areas in the whole country. Wall Street, the heart of the nation's economic lifeline, was right here. Now, because of an unknown energy, everything has collapsed. The government's top officials are approaching this matter with extreme firmness and gravity. Mr. Stark, according to our instruments, the energy that destroyed the Manhattan area originated from Stark Tower. We hope you can give us an explanation, one of the government representatives asked pointedly. Last time, the government had already tried to confiscate all of Tony's Iron Man suits. So it's fair to say that the relationship between the government and Tony is far from good. And now, the government has found yet another opportunity, a very advantageous one at that. If Tony slips up, the government might take the entire Stark group and seize all its assets. Colonel Rhodes, who had come along of his own accord, kept shooting Tony looks, silently pleading with him to dial it down and be a bit more conciliatory. Otherwise, there was no doubt this would end badly. Tony, just tell them what you know, Fury chimed in from the side. He also knew that Tony couldn't possibly have caused all this. It had to be Chen Feng's doing. But at this point, it was clear Chen Feng wanted Tony to be the one to deal with the fallout. Fury didn't name Chen Feng as the real culprit, afraid of provoking his displeasure. If Chen Feng were angered, the consequences could reach far beyond the destruction of Manhattan. The entire United States might be wiped off the map. Tony stood up and, under everyone's gaze, slowly walked over to the window. This matter actually involves trade secrets. I can't disclose anything, he said. With those words, everyone was left stunned. Mr. Stark, don't try to dodge the issue. Even if it's a trade secret, you have to tell us. Otherwise, you'll be facing consequences you can't afford. The government official snapped, his tone dripping with threat. Tony, I hope you'll tell us the truth. It's in both our interests, Fury reminded him again, eager to find out what Chen Feng had taken from the scene. Tony, don't do this, Colonel Rhodes urged, clearly worried. If this kept up, Stark Group would really be confiscated by the government. If you think I'm wrong, you're free to leave. These are trade secrets, and if they leak, you won't be able to bear that responsibility either. Tony strode up to the government official, meeting his gaze without flinching. Tony, Fury and Colonel Rhodes tried to intervene, but Tony stopped them with a wave of his hand. If you can take responsibility for the fallout, I'll tell you. So can you? Tony said, his tone icy and unyielding. That unshakable pride of his had never left him. Tony's words left the government official's face burning with frustration and anger. If you can't, then please leave. I'll send people to repair the Manhattan area myself, Tony said firmly, pointing at the door without the slightest courtesy. The confidence of a billionaire was unmistakable. Stark, don't get too cocky. Speak up. What happened? You're responsible for this now. Finally, someone from the government mustered up some backbone, retorting sharply. Courage, huh? I always thought the people in government were just a bunch of softies. Tony burst out laughing, making his sarcasm obvious. Stark, stop wasting time and tell us what happened right now. A government official shouted in exasperation, his face dark with anger. Fine, I'll tell you. Tony's expression shifted, taking on a hint of slyness. Chenfeng, you set me up, didn't you? Well, two can play at that game. With these words, Tony spun a story he'd concocted in his mind and managed to fool the government officials. Only Fury realized that Tony's answer wasn't the truth at all. The next morning, bright and early, Chenfeng arrived at his new house. Everything was ready. He just needed to move his things in. So, this is where we'll be living from now on? Mindy wandered through the villa, her eyes full of curiosity as she took in her surroundings. Although she'd seen the house before, this was her first time actually moving in. That's right. From now on, we'll be living here together with Tasha. Chenfeng looked at the spotless rooms, thoroughly pleased. The previous owner was, indeed, a meticulous and tidy surgeon. If not for the car accident that destroyed his skillful hands, Chenfeng wouldn't have been able to buy this villa at such a low price. Chenfeng gazed into the distance, wondering quietly, I wonder if Strange has reached Kamartaj by now. The rest of the day passed as Chenfeng moved in the furniture, officially settling down. Hello, Peter. What's up? Chenfeng answered the phone. Chenfeng, I think Harry's been acting strange lately. You'd better come take a look. Peter sounded flustered, his words tumbling out urgently. Don't worry, I'm a bit busy here. Keep an eye on Harry yourself, and if you really notice something wrong, let me know. Just moments ago, Natasha had called to say she was back and asked Chenfeng to pick her up. So he had no choice but to turn down Peter's request. All right, Chenfeng, but... Peter still wanted to say something, but the call had already ended. My dear, I'm at the airport now. Where are you? Tasha's voice came over the phone, sweet and gentle. I'm on my way. In the next instant, Chenfeng appeared in front of Tasha, a warm smile on his face. Come on, Tasha, and keep your heart steady. Chenfeng scooped Tasha into his arms and stepped into the villa. Chenfeng, did you buy this place? Tasha exclaimed in delight, her eyes shining with excitement as she looked around. Tasha, you're back. Just then, Mindy ran out happily and threw herself into Tasha's arms. I have to admit, Chenfeng has done a remarkable job raising those two little girls, Mano and Zhao. That mischievous thought crept into Chenfeng's mind once again. With a teasing smirk, Tasha stroked Chenfeng's cheek and asked playfully, What are you daydreaming about with that sly look on your face? What do you mean, sly? This is love. Love for you both. Do you understand? Chenfeng countered, catching Tasha's hand and pulling her close, then gathering Mindy into his embrace as well. Honestly, at this point in my life, do I really need to act like a lovesick fool? He joked inwardly. All that's left is to wait for Mindy's last year to pass. The two girls blushed furiously, lowering their heads and nestling into Chenfeng's chest in shy embarrassment. We're practically an old married couple by now. What's there to be shy about? Chenfeng laughed heartily, the joy radiating bright on his face. After a minute wrapped in each other's arms, they finally let go. Chenfeng then went off to prepare a delicious lunch for Tasha and Mindy. Now was the time to show off his culinary skills. After their delightful meal, the three of them lounged contentedly in the villa, chatting about anything and everything under the sun. Chenfeng pushed aside all his other worries, embracing this rare and peaceful moment of leisure. But just then his phone rang. It was Tony, and the timing couldn't have been worse. Chenfeng, I'm afraid I need your help right now. Tony's voice on the phone was heavy with concern, sounding like he'd run into a real mess. Help you? I don't exactly have the time for that, Chenfeng replied, ready to hang up. It was already irritating enough to have his perfect afternoon interrupted, and now someone wanted a favor on top of that? Not a chance. Wait, Chenfeng, this has to do with the destruction in the Manhattan area. Tony's tone grew urgent, almost desperate, trying to hold Chenfeng on the line. He'd meant to use this as leverage against Chenfeng, but it seemed things weren't going according to plan. Chenfeng paused, considering for a moment. Tell me, what is it? He had no intention of getting tangled up with S.H.I.E.L.D. or the federal government again, if he could help it. Tony wasted no time, quickly explaining everything, afraid Chenfeng might hang up at any second. So, what you really want is for me to create this thing for you, isn't it? Chenfeng saw right through Tony's intentions and asked calmly. You know how those bureaucrats are? Always throwing their weight around and bullying others with their authority. But this time, the situation is serious, Tony admitted. And since you asked me to handle it, this is the only solution I could come up with. He shrugged, clearly trying to shift the responsibility back onto Chenfeng. And what if I say no? Chenfeng replied, feigning deep thought. That threw Tony off completely. This wasn't how he'd hoped the conversation would go. Chenfeng, if you refuse, those people will come knocking on your door themselves. And when that happens, get ready to deal with trouble every single day. Tony steadied his emotions, bracing himself as he spoke with forced bravado. So, do you really think those people are coming after me? Chenfeng responded with a casual question, his tone effortlessly revealing a frightening level of confidence and power. Tony, caught off guard by this calm reply, found himself at a loss for words. For a moment, he had nothing to say. Indeed, with Chun Feng's strength, even if the entire American establishment mobilized against him, they still wouldn't be able to pose any real threat. In the midst of this heavy silence, Chun Feng suddenly spoke. If you want my help, it's simple. Just hand over half of Stark Industries' shares to me. This abrupt and audacious demand struck Tony like a bolt of lightning. For a moment, there seemed to be a ringing in his mind. What? What did you just say? Tony asked in disbelief. You should be thinking about what will happen to your Stark Tower if your lies are uncovered, how the government will treat you then. Chun Feng didn't answer directly, but pressed on, his words full of threat. Once again, Tony fell into silence. He had never imagined that his carefully crafted plan would end this way. The phrase "tried to steal the chicken," only to lose the rice, fit Tony perfectly at this moment. Think it through carefully, Chun Feng said, and hung up the phone without another word. He returned to the bedroom, lying back beside the fragrant and soft Natasha. Something good happened? You look so happy, Natasha asked, curious about the joy on Chun Feng's face. Someone who thinks he's clever is basically bringing me money. Chun Feng replied with a chuckle. Just thinking of Tony's current expression filled him with delight. It wasn't until the afternoon that Tony called again. Though he sounded anything but pleased, he still agreed to Chun Feng's terms. There was no way he'd let the company he'd fought so hard to build fall into the hands of some useless bureaucrats. All right, I'll head over right now and help you get that thing made, Chun Feng said, his mood clearly lifted. After letting Natasha and Mindy know, he made his way to Stark Tower. Relax, Tony. Now that I'm part owner of Stark Industries, I'll make sure its stock price only goes up, he said, clapping Tony reassuringly on the shoulder, his confidence unwavering. Anyone would be upset after losing most of their fortune for no good reason. Now, let me get to work and make you what you need, Chun Feng said, then headed into the lab. He needed nothing from Tony. All Tony had to do was stand aside and watch. No point watching. You'd never be able to learn this anyway, Chun Feng said suddenly, glancing at Tony, who was watching intently from the side. His words landed like a thunderclap, hitting Tony squarely and leaving him stunned. A renowned genius scientist, ranked among the top 3 minds in the world, now found himself recognized in such a way. Even though he'd been bested by Chun Feng last time, this time, Tony was certain he would not lose again. Chun Feng, however, paid Tony no further mind. If Tony wanted to watch, let him. He wouldn't understand anyway. All the materials were ready, but Chun Feng felt a twinge of concern. They might not withstand the force he was about to unleash. It seemed clear now. He would have to forge an even tougher, new material first. Suddenly, power surged through his entire body, rolling through the lab like ocean waves, gathering and condensing within the room. Drawing on the scientific wisdom of the great inventor Ding Gu and the alchemical expertise of the master alchemist Singed, Chun Feng picked up several materials, rapidly combining them together. His movements were not showy. In fact, they were downright practical. Yet, for all their simplicity, Tony couldn't make heads or tails of what he was seeing. It was utterly at odds with everything he knew. This was a new world altogether. Gone were Newton's laws of motion, gone was Einstein's theory of relativity, and gone was everything he knew about electromagnetism. Nothing here followed the old rules. Tony blinked, doubting his own eyes, but within that brief moment, a brand new material appeared in Chun Feng's hands. On the table, the pile of raw materials had vanished, leaving only a scattering of colorful residue. What happened next shook Tony even further. The newly created material, barely the size of a palm, instantly swelled to many times its size in Chun Feng's hands. Its shape shifted dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into the familiar silhouette of a suit of iron armor. The Mark Series armor, your favorite design, Chun Feng said coolly, glancing at the stunned Tony. Tony had never imagined that forging a new suit of iron armor could be so simple. His mouth hung open in silent amazement. With the armor complete, a wave of dark energy suddenly welled up around Chun Feng, threatening to tear the very space apart. He quickly gathered all that energy, compressing it into a tiny, diamond-shaped crystal. He placed it at the heart of the iron suit, right in the chest. Okay, it's done, Chun Feng said, dusting off his hands as the abundant energy in the lab dissipated into nothing. The black crystal embedded in the armor shone with dazzling light. And in the very next instant, the suit seemed to come alive, radiating an extraordinary presence. All right, it's time to go. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, Chun Feng said with a wave of his arm. The iron suit soared into the air, hovering in midair. Tony, I think this suit will fit you much better. He brought the armor in front of Tony, indicating that he should put it on. Tony, still dazed, finally snapped out of it. He pointed at himself, his gaze filled with disbelief. Aren't you Iron Man? Suit up and let's go. Shenfeng didn't give Tony a chance to ask any questions. A crack in space appeared before him, and the power of the void suddenly surged forth. With a single stride, he stepped into the rift and vanished from sight in an instant. Hey, Shenfeng, wait for me, Tony called out. Left with no other option, Tony hurriedly suited up in his Iron Man armor and followed after him. Curiously, the Iron Man suit didn't resist him in the least. It felt as if it was his longtime companion. Sir, coordinates have been set. Jarvis's voice suddenly chimed in, startling Tony. Even Jarvis's system had been seamlessly integrated into the suit. How could it have happened so quickly? And when had Shenfeng even managed to hack into Jarvis? A bead of sweat formed on Tony's brow. All he could do was marvel at just how vast the gap between himself and Shenfeng truly was. Jarvis, get us to the destination as fast as possible, Tony commanded. The next moment, flames erupted from his palms and the soles of his feet. With a thunderous roar, Tony soared away from Stark Tower, hurtling toward his destination at breakneck speed. In the government building's special interrogation room, reserved for major incidents, Fury, Colonel Rhodes, and an elderly man with a head full of white hair sat at the head of the table. You're all here so early? Shenfeng suddenly appeared in the room, his voice calm and even. The sudden appearance caused the guards nearby to spring into action, swiftly drawing their assault rifles and aiming them squarely at Shenfeng. Down! Drop your weapons. Hands behind your back. They snapped into action with practiced precision, surrounding Shenfeng in an instant. Put your guns away. Stand aside. Fury barked sharply, his voice urgent. If they managed to anger Shenfeng, none of them might make it out alive. But Fury's authority seemed to waver. All eyes turned to the elderly man with snow-white hair. Clearly, he was the highest-ranking official present. Stand down, everyone. He's Shenfeng. There's nothing to worry about. Tom, the white-haired man, gestured to the guards. Looks like you've brought quite a crowd with you, Shenfeng observed, glancing with a smile at the well-dressed group nearby. One of them seemed vaguely familiar, but Shenfeng couldn't quite place him and let the thought pass. Where's Tony? Didn't he come with you? Colonel Rhodes looked around, searching for Tony but finding no sign of him. I'm here. I'm coming. Right on cue. Tony's voice rang out. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Stop right there. You are not authorized to enter. If you don't stop, we will open fire. Behind Tony, a group of security guards shouted angrily, rifles raised. But Tony, in his Iron Man suit, had already strode into the room. Everyone out. Fury snapped at the guards still shouting in the hallway, his expression stern. These people are truly making a spectacle of themselves. Yes, sir, the guards replied in unison. Everyone turned away and left in dejection. They all understood that trouble had been stirred up. Come down, Tony. Show these geniuses your business secrets. Shenfeng called up to Tony, who was still in the sky. Moments later, Tony landed and emerged from his iron suit. When he saw Zhou Tian and many familiar faces, a complicated smile crossed his lips. For the sake of my Stark group, you really came well prepared, Tony said bluntly, his gaze fixed directly on Tom Jenkins in front of him. The safety of the Chu family should be protected by people like us. I believe, Mr. Stark, that you share the same idea, Tom Jenkins replied smoothly, unfazed by Tony's pointed words, defusing the tension with practiced ease. Let's put everything else aside for now. First, show us your iron suit. A scientist among those present stood up, pointing at Tony and speaking sternly. So impatient. Are you in a hurry to get home and have kids? Don't you scientists know that what you need most is a calm mind? Tony retorted without missing a beat, leaving the scientist red-faced, hands trembling, unable to come up with a response. Now, let me introduce you all to this iron suit. Tony ignored the commotion and launched into his presentation. Having just used the iron suit, and with Jarvis's assistance, Tony had already gained a thorough understanding of it. This suit represents a qualitative leap in technology. It can disassemble incoming attacks, break down their energy, and then reconstitute that energy into whatever the suit requires, transforming defense into offense. I've named this iron suit the Mark God. As Tony finished his explanation, every scientist in the room fell silent. To disassemble energy and then reconstitute it. Such miraculous technology. Not a single scientist present dared claim they could achieve it. Don't try to fool us with such tales. I need to see it with my own eyes. One middle-aged white man in glasses stood up and demanded. No problem. I can even let you experience it for yourself, Shenfeng said with a smile. Experience it myself? Do you think I'd be afraid of you? I won't be tricked by such unscientific nonsense. The white man scoffed, utterly unafraid. After all, in his mind, such technology was simply impossible. Use your full strength. Hit it as hard as you can. Chun Feng said challengingly. The look he gave the white man was dripping with disdain. That blatant provocation made the man bristle. He could no longer sit still. Fine. You think I'm scared? He charged up to the iron suit and slammed his fist against its armor with all his might. You fraud. Before he could finish, his right arm was suddenly enveloped by an invisible force. In an instant, blood spattered, flesh torn apart, scarlet drops flung through the air, and his bones were shattered by an overwhelming shock. He didn't even let out a cry before collapsing unconscious to the ground. Yet those fresh blood stains and the clavicle bone did not linger in the air for long. They quickly dissipated, transforming into another surge of energy that was absorbed by the iron battlesuit. The glowing runes on its surface flickered with light for an instant. Anyone else want to give it a try? Chun Feng's icy eyes swept over the assembled scientists. With just one sentence, every scientist present was utterly shaken, a trace of fear and anger flickering deep in their eyes. Not a single person dared to stand up and set an example. If there are no objections, then this matter can come to an end. Chun Feng spoke with effortless calm, as if nothing unusual had happened, and prepared to leave the room. Wait. At that moment, Tom stood up and called out to Chun Feng. Do you still have questions? Chun Feng turned around and asked. It's just a personal doubt I'd like to resolve, Tom said, locking eyes with Chun Feng, as if trying to dominate him by sheer force of will. Haha. Well, since you've spoken up, Tom, go ahead and give it a try. But you'd better be careful. Don't get yourself hurt, Chun Feng said with a light laugh, his words tinged with obvious provocation. Is that any way to speak to the director? Watch your tone. A white man standing nearby, likely the head of security, shouted furiously. Stand aside. Don't interrupt. Tom barked back, his gaze sharp as a blade. The security chief wanted to retort, but in the end swallowed his words and quietly retreated, looking rather subdued. Director Fury, bring out the plasma weapon. Tom addressed Fury directly. From his tone, it seemed this had all been prepared in advance. Shortly after, Fury brought out the plasma weapon and approached the iron battle suit. Begin. Tom wasted no words and gave the order directly. Chun Feng, this is SHLD's latest weapon. Its power is on par with Thor's hammer. I hope everything you've said holds true. Before starting, Fury couldn't help but remind Chun Feng once more. Go ahead and test it. Just be careful, Chun Feng replied, his face expressionless, completely at ease. Seeing the unwavering look in Chun Feng's eyes, Fury said no more and activated the plasma weapon. A moment later, the room was filled with a harsh, piercing noise that grated on the ears. It felt as though all the air in the room was being sucked toward the plasma weapon, as if they were suddenly standing in a vacuum. Energy gathered rapidly, building to a peak. Then, with a deafening blast, it erupted forth. Go! The plasma energy surged forward with ferocious force. But 20 centimeters in front of the iron battle suit, it was abruptly halted by an invisible force, unable to advance even a fraction further. In the blink of an eye, the crushing pressure radiating from the plasma energy was suddenly neutralized, and everyone in the room let out a sigh of relief. Fury and General Tom both sensed the energy, their brows furrowing tightly. There was a trace of disappointment, mingled with disbelief, on their faces. The oppressive force of the plasma energy was wiped away. Immediately after, the energy itself vanished as well. It was invisible to the naked eye, yet it had already been transformed into another substance, absorbed into the iron battle suit. Chun Feng, you were right after all. Fury turned around, letting out a sigh of genuine admiration. Boom! Suddenly, a torrent of energy surged outward from the iron battle suit, like a flood bursting its banks, roaring and sweeping across the room. In an instant, the ground beside the suit was ripped apart, torn open into a deep, jagged trench. The fissure raced outwards in all directions, as if threatening to shatter the entire room. What's going on? Are you trying to assassinate the general? Protect the general. Seize him. Drop your weapons and get on the ground. At that moment, all the guards, as if injected with adrenaline, rushed to General Tom's side, surrounding him in a tight circle, their guns pointed squarely at Chun Feng and Tony. Huff! Chun Feng let out a cold snort, paying no attention to the guards. Before they could even fire, the terrifying force radiating from the iron battlesuit knocked them all to the ground. The weapons in their hands instantly crumbled to dust, scattering into the air like powder. With your paltry skills, you do well to measure your own worth before standing in my way, Chun Feng said with contempt, hands clasped behind his back. Only General Tom, Colonel Rhodes, and Fury remained untouched by the shockwave of energy. General, do you believe me now? Chun Feng stepped forward, closing the distance between himself and General Tom to just a single stride. His words, accompanied by his actions, carried an unmistakable sense of threat. Chen Feng, don't do this. Fury quickly stepped forward, positioning himself between the two men. Very well, kid. You were right, but remember, this is America. Even the Avengers are under government oversight. Don't think you can stir up a storm here, General Tom said, his voice steely from years of fighting in Vietnam. The Avengers? Just a bunch of worthless rabble, Chen Feng replied after a moment's thought, his words leaving everyone in the room stunned. It was almost unbelievable. Chen Feng actually dared to say such a thing. Kid, don't push your luck any further. You're nothing but an arrogant, incompetent old man. Get out of my sight. Chen Feng cut him off without ceremony. The words were deeply humiliating. General Tom's face flushed red, veins bulging at his neck, and he nearly choked with rage. Chen Feng, Director Fury shouted, trying to intervene. But Chen Feng shot him a chilling look that made Fury swallow his words and fall silent. Anyone else have a problem? Maybe you so-called scientists lying on the floor? Chen Feng turned, his voice icy, staring down at the scientists who had already been knocked to the ground. Under Chen Feng's sweeping gaze, everyone lowered their heads, avoiding his eyes. No brains, no guts, what a useless bunch. After this merciless remark, Chen Feng, clad in his iron battle suit, strode outside. Out in the corridor, the guards leaned against the wall for support, but none dared step forward to block his way. Their hearts were filled with a bottomless dread, a terror that came from deep within. Is that Iron Man, Tony, inside? Just then, a raspy voice suddenly rang out. A flash of green shot in from outside at lightning speed. The Green Goblin? Chen Feng took a good look at the newcomer and was a little surprised. He immediately remembered what Peter had said to him earlier. So it's Harry, after all. Chen Feng stopped in his tracks, watching the Green Goblin hover above, scanning the surroundings atop his glider. He hadn't expected that, in the end, Harry would succumb to darkness. But between him and Harry, there was still a sliver of friendship. So Chen Feng could never allow Harry to die, just because he'd fallen into shadow. Harry, you need a rest. Suddenly, the Gale Blade appeared in Chen Feng's hand. A gem set in it glowed, instantly enveloping Harry in shimmering light. So you're here, Spider-Man. I'm going to kill you and avenge my father. Boom, bang, boom. Harry hurled 3 pumpkin bombs straight down, and they exploded throughout the room. At once, all the guards who'd been paralyzed with fear scrambled out as fast as their legs could carry them. When your life's in danger, adrenaline kicks in, no matter how weak you felt before. Damn it, why does this illusion have no warmth, no family, only endless fighting? Chen Feng slapped his forehead and shook his head in exasperation. Chen Feng, who's this now? Tony soon emerged from inside, curiously watching the little green goblin Harry in midair, lashing out at seemingly nothing. Chen Feng didn't answer. The gem on the Gale Blade flared once more. This time, he meant to conjure an illusion that would comfort Harry, calm him down, and fill him with warmth. But things didn't go as planned. Chen Feng's control over the gem still needed work. Harry, the little green goblin, seemed even more frenzied as he hovered in the air. The glider beneath his feet spat tongues of fire, as if ready to blast the whole room apart. At his waist, pumpkin bombs rained down in a relentless barrage. Boom, boom. The explosions tore through the floor, blasting open countless cracks. Suspended midair, Harry grew ever more manic, his laughter echoing throughout the space. Ha ha, die Spider-Man. I'm going to torture you to death. Under the relentless onslaught, the entire house seemed on the verge of collapse, ready to become dust. General Tom, you need to get out of here now. Fury led Tom out of the room, making their way quickly to safety. The soldiers who had just been knocked to the ground were now all on high alert, their guns aimed at the Green Goblin, Harry hovering in the air. Protect General Tom. Suddenly, a pumpkin bomb was hurled in General Tom's direction. Among the soldiers, the captain shouted, his gun spitting fire as bullets sped toward Harry. This isn't a matter for you to meddle in, he barked. With a single sweep of his right hand, Chen Feng unleashed the Gale Sword, sending a wave of sword energy surging forth. Every bullet was instantly sliced into fragments by the sword energy, scattering into the air like dust. Even the pumpkin bomb was pierced through by the force. There wasn't even the faintest sound of an explosion. Chen Feng, don't go too far. Seeing this, Fury shouted sternly. Not killing you is already my greatest mercy, Chen Feng replied coolly, but a chilling wave of murderous intent suddenly swept over everyone. As that killing intent washed over them, each person felt as though they'd plunged into icy water, their bodies freezing up in terror. Fury opened his mouth, but for a moment, not a single word would come out. The pressure Chen Feng brought was simply overwhelming, so much so that he dared not challenge him any further. Take your people and get out of here, Chen Feng said, staring directly at Fury, his words slow and deliberate. Under such undeniable force, no one dared utter a word of protest. So, with their heads hung low, they led General Tom and a group of scientists out of the building in defeat. Chen Feng, I hope we can have a proper talk later, Fury called as he followed the retreating group, choosing not to linger any longer. Chen Feng paid him no mind at all. His gaze remained locked on Harry, still in the air. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh split the air. Spider-Woman burst through the window, flying into the room. Chen Feng, what's the situation now? Peter hurried to Chen Feng's side, his voice anxious. I've almost got Harry under control, Chen Feng replied. Ha ha ha. Spider-Man, do you finally see how powerful I am? Is that all you've got? That's it? You're really that weak? Come on, get up. You useless coward. Harry's taunting words from above made Peter's face darken beneath his mask. Was this what he called under control? What's wrong with me? At that moment, Harry shook his head, muttering to himself, in confusion. Chen Feng quickly noticed this, and when he saw the now-dim gem on his Gale sword, he immediately understood. The gem's power must have finally run out. Spider-Man. Harry suddenly spotted Peter below and shouted in rage. He'd paid a heavy price to discover that Tony would be here today. According to his intel, Spider-Man was close to Tony. So if he attacked Tony, Spider-Man was bound to show up. And that would give him the chance to avenge his father. Go to hell. Harry piloted the aircraft, swiftly descending toward Peter below. At the muzzle of his gun, scorching flames burst forth. A relentless barrage of bullets tore through the air, filling the sky in a hailstorm of lead. Yet, without exception, every single bullet was stopped in front of Chen Feng. Softly, harmlessly, they fell to the ground. What? Harry was utterly stunned by the sight. He froze for a moment, staring intently at Chen Feng's expressionless face before him. Why are you helping him? Harry demanded angrily. He was supposed to be one of his best friends, so why was Chen Feng standing in the way of his revenge? Because I don't want to see you fall into endless darkness, Chen Feng replied calmly. But he killed my father. You know that, Harry shouted, his voice cracking with pain. He completely forgot to question how Chen Feng had recognized him under the mask. No, your father wasn't killed by him. He took his own life. Chen Feng continued, his voice steady. So you're saying you were involved in this too? I treated you as my closest friend, and this is how you betray me. Harry's emotions spiraled out of control, his voice raw with anger, teetering on the brink of madness. In that moment, he could no longer hear a single word from Chen Feng. Only one thought remained, kill. Streams of fire spewed forth as he hurled his last pumpkin grenades at Yishan. But the outcome was the same. They did nothing. Blinded by rage, Harry piloted the aircraft like a thunderbolt, charging straight at Chen Feng. Thor, take this suit of iron armor back and keep it in the Stark Vault. If anyone wants to examine it, let them. Yishan handed the iron suit over to Tony. Steve, you and I will go back together and settle this, he added. Those who had been sent away no longer posed any threat. They were all promptly returned along with Chen Feng. But Chen Feng didn't take Harry home. Instead, they arrived at an open, desolate place. It was here that Norman Osborn had met his end. Put him down, Yishan instructed Peter behind him. Peter looked at the bleak surroundings, momentarily dazed, but didn't lower Harry to the ground. Instead, he asked in a hushed voice, Chen Feng, why did we come here? With a gentle wave of his hand, Chen Feng made Harry, who was slung over Peter's shoulder, land softly on the ground. You want to resolve the misunderstanding between you and Harry, don't you? This is the best place for it, Chen Feng said. Yishan radiated an overwhelming presence, and a surge of energy poured into Harry. The next instant, Harry awoke from his stupor. At the first sight of Chen Feng and Peter, resentment and rage flooded him, and he immediately tried to charge at them. But a formless force pinned him in place, keeping him rooted where he stood, unable to take a single step forward. Kill me if you must. But if you don't, I swear I'll tear you apart. Harry, like a wild beast, bared his teeth without a hint of restraint. Even if I don't kill you, you're no match for me, Harry. For now, I only want to tell you the truth of what really happened. Chen Feng spoke calmly, his words carrying supreme confidence and a sense of effortless ease. Harry merely let out a cold snort, turning his head away as if he had no intention of listening to Chen Feng's explanation. Whether you believe it or not, I'm just here to tell you the truth. Chen Feng paid no mind to Harry's attitude. In his hand, a radiant light gleamed with all the colors of the spectrum. In the next instant, a golden ray swept across the entire area. This was a spell Chen Feng had learned from Kamartaj, a magic that could restore past scenes. At this moment, the spell began to take effect. Watch closely. This is the reason your father died. Scenes from a few days ago slowly unfolded before Peter and Harry's eyes, like a movie playing out in vivid detail. At first, Harry resisted accepting what he saw, but the voice of Norman soon gripped his full attention. Father. Harry gazed at his father, now transformed before his eyes into the Green Goblin, and called out to him with deep emotion. As time passed, the vision reached its final act. Norman Osborn had tried to ambush Spider-Man, but thanks to Chun Feng's timely warning, he ended up falling into his own trap and caused his own death. The scene faded away, leaving Harry and Peter both standing in silence. Peter, you never told me that you're Spider-Man. Harry lowered his head, speaking softly. The truth was now undeniable, and the shock of it reverberated in Harry's heart. He didn't want to accept this answer. He had already become the new Green Goblin, determined to avenge his father by going after Spider-Man. But now, Spider-Man turned out to be his best friend, Peter Parker. And as for his father, Norman Osborn, it was hard to truly blame either Peter or Chun Feng for how things ended. Harry, take your time to think it over. If you still believe that Peter and I are responsible for your father's death, then after tonight, you're welcome to come find us and take your revenge. Chun Feng said, each word cutting like a sharp blade straight into Harry's heart. Harry felt a heavy pressure in his chest, sinking into deep thought. Harry, if only I'd reacted a little faster back then. Maybe Uncle Norman would still be alive. I'm sorry. After Peter spoke these words, he and Chun Feng walked away into the distance, leaving Harry alone, frozen in place. If you think what you've seen is just an illusion I conjured, I have nothing more to say. Come find me if you wish. This is the last time I'll let you relive it. A golden light flickered at Chun Feng's fingertips, and the scene replayed before Harry's eyes once more. Max, you'd better keep an eye on this batch of electricity tonight. Don't even think about stealing any, or I'll throw you straight into the power grid. A man who looked like a supervisor barked sternly at Max, standing nearby. Lately, no one knew why the Osborn Group suddenly needed such a massive amount of electricity. As a result, the company was forced to bring in vast quantities of power from out of town, working around the clock to keep up with demand. As a result, managing everything became even more exhausting. Every worker's workload increased dramatically. Yes, supervisor, Max replied cautiously, his voice barely above a whisper. He was terrified of provoking the supervisor's anger again. On top of that, days of continuous overtime had left him especially drained, both mentally and physically. Remember what I said? Keep a close eye on them. If even one goes missing, it'll be your life on the line. You can't afford that kind of loss. The supervisor barked another warning, his words dripping with disdain for Max. Max nodded again, not daring to meet his gaze. Only then did the supervisor finally leave. You damn eels! Once the supervisor's footsteps had faded away, Max lashed out with a kick at the glass tank, venting the frustration that had been bottled up inside. It took quite a while before he calmed down. Max slumped into a chair to rest for a moment. After a short break, he stood up and began his work for the day. The routine inspections were always the most grueling and dangerous part of his job. Even you creatures in there have it better than I do. Looking at the electric eels swimming in the tank, Max muttered bitterly. Task after task, each one as monotonous and repetitive as the last, left Max even more numb than before. Suddenly, as Max was inspecting the last few eels, his mind wandered for a split second, and he slipped, falling right into the glass tank. Startled by the sudden commotion, the electric eels thrashed violently. In an instant, millions of volts surged through the water, striking Max with merciless force. In the stillness of the factory at midnight, only Max's agonized cries echoed through the vast space. Chun Feng, you're back already? Did you finish dealing with Harry? In Stark Tower, Tony looked curiously at Chun Feng, who had just appeared before him. Tom and Fury, those two didn't come back, did they? Chun Feng glanced at the chaotic mess around the room and asked. They probably got scared out of their wits and wouldn't dare show up again, Tony replied smugly. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Who's calling at this hour? Tony frowned at the unfamiliar number. Mr. Stark, do you remember me? As soon as he answered, a mocking voice with a strange tone came through the line. My memory's not so great these days. Who are you? Tony shot back. That tone, it definitely spelled trouble. Of course, someone as important as you, always busy, must have forgotten a nobody like me by now. But I'm sure this voice sounds familiar to you. Tony, don't come here. There's. The voice on the line was laced with a sinister sort of amusement. Pepper, Tony shouted, but all he could hear was Killian's voice coming from the phone. Let her go, or I swear, you won't even get the chance to regret it. Tony's threat was met only with Killian's mocking laughter on the other end of the line. Stark, let me tell you this. Come here right now, or your little girlfriend, sure, won't live to see the sunrise tomorrow. Or perhaps you'll hear the distant sound of an explosion. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the call was abruptly cut off, leaving Tony no chance to respond. Jarvis, do you have a location? Tony asked anxiously. At this moment, he looked just like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in agitation. Sir, I found it. It's right here. Jarvis swiftly completed the trace. Without another word, Tony donned the Iron Man suit crafted by Chun Feng and rushed out immediately. Watching Tony vanish from sight, Chun Feng stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Mr. Chun Feng, aren't you going as well? Jarvis asked, his voice tinged with doubt. Teaching my own woman a lesson. Tony alone is more than enough. However, Chun Feng had his own plans brewing. He hadn't summoned Dreamwalker Jinx since he'd gained the right to call upon her. Now, it seemed, was a perfect opportunity. Besides, Killian likely carried the extremist virus within him. That piqued Chun Feng's interest as well. With a thought, he summoned Jinx. Rules are meant to be broken. Jinx leaped into view, dressed like a terrorist with her massive gun slung over her shoulder. Master, who do you want me to kill? New to this world, Jinx's excitement was palpable, her eyes darting everywhere, searching for a worthy target. Seeing Jinx's energetic and obedient demeanor, Chun Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. There's indeed someone I need you to take care of, Chun Feng said calmly. His words only made Jinx even more eager. Tell me, where is he? Wait, I'll send you right there myself. Chun Feng stopped her with a word. He traced a portal through the void and sent Jinx on her way. At River Harbor, Tony arrived clad in his Iron Man suit in no time. The moment he entered, the suit's signal was heavily jammed, rendering most of its systems nearly useless. But soon after, light pulsed across the armor, and all the systems quickly stabilized. Did Chun Feng anticipate this interference when he designed the suit? Tony wondered aloud, astonished. Stark, you sure got here fast. You must really care about your little girlfriend. Killian, glowing with a fiery red light, stepped out from atop a shipping container. With the extremist virus raging within him, he looked like a volcano ready to erupt. Tony, get out of here. It's too dangerous. The captive Shao Kong shouted loudly, panic in her voice. Pretty girl, don't struggle. That ruins all the fun. Killian grinned as he grabbed her chin, his smile cold and malicious. Let go of her. This is a fight between men. Don't get a woman involved. Whatever happens between us, let's settle it ourselves. Tony clapped his hands, the laser in his palm aimed straight at Killian. Huh, Stark well said. A fight between men really has nothing to do with women. Killian burst into laughter, waving his arm with a dramatic flourish. Suddenly, a swarm of men radiating searing red light appeared around Tony. They surrounded him completely, their heat so intense it felt as if the very air was about to ignite. Stark, enjoy the feast. Killian held Pepper hostage off to the side, watching the scene unfold with a twisted amusement. Pepper, wait for me. Tony managed to shout, but before he could say more, the fiery men lunged at him like a maddened pack. Each fist they swung carried terrifying heat, as if their blows could melt anything in their path. Blows landed on the Iron Man's suit, instantly hissing and sizzling as white steam curled up from the impact. Despite the ferocity of the assault, the Iron Man armor remained unscathed. It didn't even turn red. It looked exactly the same as before. All the heat and energy was absorbed and transformed by the suit, redirected safely within its systems. My God! Even Tony couldn't help but marvel, utterly impressed by Chun Feng's genius engineering. Let me show you what real molten fury feels like. Tony's chest repulsor cannon ignited, firing a concentrated beam that, upon hitting one of the fiery men, transformed into a stream of blazing molten energy. With a thunderous blast, the fiery man's body dissolved instantly, reduced to a pool of scalding blood that quickly vaporized, vanishing in a steam upon the ground. Damn, this Iron Man suit is beyond powerful. Tony suddenly felt that the dozens of armors he'd built before were nothing but scrap metal by comparison. How is this possible? I clearly set up a signal jammer. The suit should be useless. Far off, Killian was bewildered, unable to comprehend how the suit still unleashed such overwhelming force. Suddenly, a burst of purple light split the air. Jinx had arrived. All eyes snapped to her. Hey, you little brat, get lost, or I'll kill you myself. Killian squinted and saw she was just a young girl, which only enraged him further. He bellowed, his voice dripping with menace. You call me a brat? Jinx was furious, her oversized gun already steaming with energy. Only my master can call me that. Anyone else dies. Rage blazed in Jinx's eyes, every word laced with deadly intent. She unleashed a wild hail of bullets at Killian, the machine gun roaring like a violent storm. A dense barrage of rounds swept toward him, as unstoppable as a net cast across the sky. A barrage that blotted out the sky and sun pressed down. Killian's brow furrowed tightly. This little girl, she's far more violent than he expected. You brat, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Killian let out a furious roar, his whole body suddenly glowing a deep red, molten and liquid as if forged from lava. With a sweep of his massive hand, it was as though a stream of molten magma shot forth. The bullets before him instantly melted into iron, splattering onto the ground in steaming droplets. In that instant, the hardened earth beneath was seared straight through by the burning metal. Seeing her attack fizzle out, Jinx swiftly switched her machine gun into something with even more punch, a grenade launcher. There was a shrill whoosh as 3 grenades launched like streaks of lightning, arcing straight toward Killian. This time, not even he dared to stand his ground. Grenades were a different beast than bullets. These were true instruments of destruction. The violent explosions could easily trigger the extremist virus raging inside Killian, sending it into a frenzy. If that happened, it might just consume him from within. Damn brat. Killian spat the words, ducking aside like a startled wildcat. The grenade struck a shipping container, blasting it instantly into dust and setting off a fierce blaze. Huh, come out, you cowardly turtle. You're pathetic. Jinx laughed loudly, taunting him as she lobbed another round and chased after Killian. Damn it, you little punk, don't think I can't handle you. Killian's eyes burned red, flames seeming to dance within them. His fists glowed ever hotter, as if molten iron would drip from his knuckles. His entire body radiated an unbearable, searing heat. Killian drove his fist into a victim's body, injecting the extremist virus within. He left the unlucky one writhing in pain, and alone, he slipped through the maze-like labyrinth of containers, darting silently. He was determined to catch Jinx off guard. Come out and face your death, you worthless wretch. Once I find you, I'll tear you to pieces. Jinx slung her grenade launcher over her shoulder, her eyes sharp as an eagle's as she swept her gaze across the surroundings. Suddenly, a rush of wind whipped behind her, snapping Jinx to attention. Her grenade launcher collided with Killian's flaming fist, sending up a shower of blazing sparks. Bot! Killian roared. The red light, surging from his body, flared brighter, as if it could swallow the whole space in searing heat. The surrounding temperature shot up, climbing rapidly to 1,000 degrees Celsius. Yet, even in this inferno, Jinx's grenade launcher was unharmed. She couldn't even feel the heat. What? How are you still standing, you little pest? Killian stared at her in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Jinx before him was completely unscathed. This was 1,000 degrees, a heat that could melt steel, not some flickering spark. You really aren't worth my master's personal attention. The mouth of the grenade launcher flashed, spitting out one shell after another in a relentless barrage. Killian didn't even have time to react before several howitzer shells slammed into him and exploded on the spot. In an instant, thick smoke engulfed Killian's surroundings, and amidst the haze, a fiery red hand tumbled to the ground. Far away, Tony was surrounded by a horde of blazing men, but thanks to the Iron Man suit designed by Chun Feng, he quickly managed to defeat them all. However, before he could take another step, the fallen fire beings suddenly erupted like TNT, unleashing a wild, uncontrollable force. Tony hastily raised his arm to shield himself, but the blast from these living bombs barely made a dent in his Iron Man armor. It was as if a gentle breeze had swept by, clearing away the dust from his suit. Damn, this is insanely powerful. Once again, Tony was left in awe of Chun Feng's cutting-edge technology. At that moment, Tony felt not a single ounce of regret for handing over half of Stark Industries' shares to Chun Feng. On the other side, as the thick smoke dispersed, a figure emerged from within. Killian was still alive, kneeling heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. But his right arm had already been severed. You little brat, I won't let you get away with this. Killian raised his head, his eyes sharp as blades, radiating a deadly intent. Even after his defeat, he still dared to boast and threaten. Jinx's fury surged uncontrollably. She leveled her rocket launcher at Killian's head. Then go to hell. She pulled the trigger, but just as the rocket blasted forth, Killian's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. You little brat, just you wait. The voice echoed from high above. Killian, clinging to his last bit of strength, forced himself. Did you really think you could escape? A chilling, almost gleeful smile curled at the corner of Jinx's lips. Super Mega Death Rocket. A massive missile locked onto Killian's position and shot out with a thunderous roar. All that was left in the sky was a fading afterimage. It was impossible to see the missile at all. The next instant, a deafening explosion ripped through the heavens. Killian, who hadn't even had time to celebrate his escape, was instantly reduced to ashes in midair, falling to the earth below. Is this what passes for a child soldier among terrorists? Tony looked at Jinx, who had just dealt death with such ruthless decisiveness, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Mr. Stark, what are you standing there for? Aren't you going to look for your little girlfriend? Jinx glanced at Tony with a mischievous grin. Reminded by her words, Tony suddenly remembered Pepper and frantically began searching through all the shipping containers. He nearly forgot that the boss still needed the extremist virus. Jinx gazed at the falling ashes drifting through the air, her eyes wide, her expression blank as if she were lost in another world. Pepper! Tony shouted at the top of his lungs. It wasn't long before he found Pepper in a corner. Pepper, what happened to you? Seeing Pepper's whole body flushed red, Tony was instantly overwhelmed with worry. Tony! Bolt hugged the other Tony tightly, quietly sobbing. I don't even know what happened. At this moment, Tony simply held Pei in his arms, doing his best to comfort her. It's all right, it's all right. I'll find a way to fix this. Bathed in the moonlight, the two held each other close. At some point, Jinx had crept up to Tony's side without a sound, a strange glint flickering in her eyes. She looked as if she'd just discovered a priceless treasure. Master, I've completed your task, Jinx murmured softly. Meanwhile, Chun Feng, on his way to S.H.I.E.L.D., suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason. A short while later, Chun Feng arrived at the entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D. The grand and imposing building truly lived up to S.H.I.E.L.D's formidable reputation. With a swift movement, Chun Feng slipped inside, instantly startling everyone present. Chun Feng, how did you get in here? Agent Hill exclaimed in surprise when she saw him. Although Chun Feng had managed to enter S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters this way on numerous occasions, it was shocking every single time. Where's Fury? I need to talk to him, Chun Feng asked succinctly, glancing around the room. The director and the captain are both on the helicarrier, Agent Hill replied. Thank you, Agent Hill. Before she could say another word, Chun Feng's figure vanished from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Those present finally let out a collective sigh of relief, exchanging helpless smiles. In the next instant, Chun Feng appeared aboard the Sky 730 helicarrier. After the epic battle in New York, S.H.I.E.L.D. had upgraded the helicarrier once again. The second phase of improvements was nearly complete. Chun Feng, what are you doing here? Fury spotted him immediately, rising to his feet and regarding him warily. Anything out of the ordinary always meant trouble. The last time Fury had asked Chun Feng to talk, he'd been flatly refused. Now, for Chun Feng to show up uninvited, something was definitely off. Didn't you want to talk to me? Well, here I am. Fury was about to speak, but Chun Feng raised a hand, stopping him. But before that, I need you to answer a question for me. What is it? Go ahead, Fury replied, sensing Chun Feng's sincerity and relaxing a little. Captain Rogers, standing nearby, walked over to join them. Unbothered, Chun Feng continued. During the battle in New York, I remember Loki brought a scepter with him, right? Fury nodded. I want to know, where is that scepter now? There's a mind stone embedded in it. Chun Feng would never let an artifact like that fall into the hands of someone like Thanos. Especially since it was still on Earth. There was no reason to let it slip away. Faced with Chun Feng's question, Fury looked a bit troubled, slipping into deep thought. Fury, looks like you know something, don't you? Chun Feng said, reading Fury's expression clearly. Furrowed brows and silence. Fury didn't answer, clearly still searching for the right words. But before he could speak, Captain Rogers took a step forward. We do have a general idea of where the scepter is, he said. But if you want that information, you'll have to negotiate with us first. Rogers' stern expression made his intentions unmistakable. Unless their differences were settled, Chun Feng wouldn't get a single clue about the scepter's whereabouts. Captain, this is between Fury and me. I don't see how it has much to do with you. Chun Feng replied with a half-lidded gaze and a wry smile, his words laced with mockery. You're welcome to test that theory. Maybe you'll find out how involved I really am. Rogers shot back, meeting Chun Feng's eyes without a hint of fear. All right, Captain. Chun Feng, can't we just sit down and have a civil conversation for once? Fury interjected with a weary shake of his head, his tone pleading for peace. Yet the rift between Chun Feng and S.H.I.E.L.D., no, more specifically between Chun Feng and Rogers, was as glaring as ever. Fury, tell me where the scepter is, and perhaps we can continue to coexist in peace. Otherwise, one day, S.H.I.E.L.D. might cease to exist, Chun Feng warned bluntly, his words cold and unyielding. With his power, destroying S.H.I.E.L.D. would be as effortless as snapping his fingers and erasing half the life in the universe. Chun Feng, you... Rogers surged forward, his eyes blazing with anger. His very presence radiated a dangerous intensity, like a razor-sharp blade aimed straight at Chun Feng. Yet Chun Feng remained utterly still, the air around him shimmering with an overwhelming sword-like aura that shattered Rogers' aggression in an instant. He pressed down on Rogers with the weight of an emperor's authority, so crushing that Rogers could barely straighten his back, forced instead into a reluctant bow. This is the difference between us. Last time, it seems you didn't quite understand, Chun Feng said coldly, his voice brimming with dominance. There was such menace in his tone, it seemed as if, with a mere thought, he could end Roger's life. Chenfeng, that's enough. I'll tell you where the scepter is. Fury finally spoke up, seeing Rogers drenched in sweat, muscles trembling, his clothes stretched nearly to tearing. Originally, Fury had hoped that by handing over the scepter, he could have a proper conversation with Chenfeng and resolve their differences. But now, it was clear that things would never unfold according to some perfect script. Fury, no. This is between the two of us. Don't interfere. Rogers barked, the pride of an old soldier refusing to let him fall so low. You still think this is a fight? Chenfeng's voice dripped with sarcasm. Rogers, this isn't a battle. This is me crushing you alone. You're nothing more than an ant. There is no fight between us. His words, cutting and merciless, made Rogers' face flush with humiliation, yet there was nothing he could say in return. Because of his own weakness, he truly was like an ant. He couldn't even manage to stand up. Chenfeng tightened his grip, and the pressure beside Rogers' body compressed even further, binding him like chains and holding him firmly in place. It felt as though his entire being was shrunk, curled up into a tight ball. Fortunately, Rogers had taken the super soldier serum, and his body was tough enough. Otherwise, every bone in his body would have shattered by now, and he would be dead. Chenfeng, that's enough. Let him go. Fury, moving with difficulty, finally made his way to Chenfeng's side and placed a hand on his shoulder. Chenfeng glanced at Fury, then with a wave of his large hand, sent Rogers flying through the air. He crashed hard into a distant wall, smashing a deep hole into it. All right, Fury, now you can tell me. Where's the scepter? Chenfeng spoke, his tone ambiguous, neither pressing nor letting go. The scepter, based on our assessment, is somewhere in Europe, Fury replied directly. But we haven't pinpointed its exact location yet. It'll take a bit more time to find it. So it's in Europe, hidden pretty far away, Chenfeng mused, nodding. Fury, as long as you keep Rogers in check, there won't be any conflict between us. Do you understand? Chenfeng fixed his gaze on Fury as he spoke. Fury didn't say a word. He walked over to Rogers and helped him up. But from the look on Fury's face, it was clear he understood. Chenfeng trusted that, when the time came, Fury would have a serious talk with Rogers. In the next instant, Chenfeng's figure vanished. Captain, I think it's time we had a real conversation, Fury said, locking eyes with Rogers. We can't let personal prejudice keep escalating the tensions between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Chenfeng. You want to talk to me? Unexpectedly, Rogers answered him with indifference. Seeing Rogers' attitude, Fury's expression darkened, and he rebuked him in a low voice. Captain, if you keep butting heads with Chenfeng, S.H.I.E.L.D., even the entire United States could be plunged in a crisis. You've seen it yourself. Chenfeng's power has already surpassed anything on Earth. Rogers seemed unfazed. He shot back. If we compromise just because someone is too powerful, then it doesn't matter if the organization is destroyed. And besides, during the last mission, you kept a lot from me. After hearing Rogers' words, Fury realized their mutual trust was already slipping away. Captain, I didn't keep anything from you. I told you everything about the helicarrier. That's why, now more than ever, we need to trust each other. Fury tried to explain. In times like this, we can't afford to alienate those we trust. That's just the tip of the iceberg, Rogers said with dissatisfaction. There's a lot I still don't know about. His trust in Fury had sunk to an all-time low. Fury, hearing this, let a deep sigh. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming weariness in his heart. After dealing with Chenfeng's situation, now he had to face Rogers. Perhaps it's time for us to truly lay everything on the table and have an honest conversation, Fury said seriously, looking directly at Rogers. On the other side, after receiving the intel, Chenfeng headed straight for the docks. At this moment, Tony and Pepper were still holding each other tightly. Master, you're here. Jinx, with her keen senses, instantly noticed Chenfeng's arrival. She spun around excitedly and ran to him. Master, I killed that man, and I've also secured the extremist virus. Jinx leaped into Chenfeng's arms, her delight clear as she eagerly reported her accomplishments. Then, with great anticipation, she looked up, waiting for Chenfeng's praise. Well done, Chenfeng said with a smile, gently patting Jinx on the head. Wait, is the extremist virus inside Pepper now? Just then, Chenfeng noticed an unusual heat radiating from Pepper's body. So she's still alive. Isn't that clever? Jinx replied with a bright, blooming smile. Chenfeng was left at a loss, caught between laughter and exasperation, unsure how to react. Did you completely obliterate Killian, leaving only Pepper as the source? Chenfeng thought for a moment, and quickly pieced together what might have happened. Sure enough, Jinx's eyes widened in sudden shock, and she turned her head away, visibly rattled. Wow, Master's mind is really something else. It's all right, I'm not blaming you, Chun Feng said softly, consoling the startled Jinx. With that, he walked over to Tony and took a close look at Pepper. Tony, take Pepper home. I have a way to remove the extremist virus from her body. Chun Feng's unexpected declaration snapped Tony to attention, his eyes lighting up with hope. Really? Even so, Tony couldn't help but ask for confirmation. Have I ever lied to you? Chun Feng shot back, brimming with confidence. Soon, the group returned to Stark Tower. While Tony watched anxiously, Chun Feng remained calm and unhurried. Though the extremist virus had invaded every cell in Pepper's body, for someone like Chun Feng, it was hardly an insurmountable challenge. He possessed formidable magical power, knowledge from both the Marvel Universe and Runeterra, and the wisdom of Heimerdinger, who combined magic and technology. All of this filled Chun Feng with absolute confidence. Once Pepper was settled on the bed, Chun Feng unleashed a surge of powerful energy from within. It enveloped the whole room, distorting space and time. Chun Feng, I'm counting on you. Tony stood outside the room, silently praying. Endless power, under Chun Feng's control, took the shape of a massive arm, slowly reaching into Jiabo's body. It mingled with her blood, flowing through every vein and limb. Time slipped by quietly, yet Chun Feng felt no fatigue. Instead, his gaze grew ever sharper. The final moment was near. Nearly all of the desperate virus inside Bo's body had been seized. Just a little more, and he would be able to pull every last one out. At that very instant, the world seemed to tremble. A deep rumble resonated, and even Stark Tower itself shuddered ever so slightly. Then, in a flash, a crimson ribbon burst from Bo's body, yanked free by Chun Feng's power. This blazing energy leaped and writhed like living molten fire, radiating an intense, almost scalding heat. Yet, beneath Chun Feng's unyielding grip, it could muster no resistance, its fury utterly suppressed. With a tight clench of his hand, the fiery stream was compressed, shrinking until it coalesced into a small, ruby-like gem. In that moment, the terrifying energy that had shaken the world faded into nothingness. The desperate virus was now under Chun Feng's command. Staring at the glowing red gem in his palm, Chun Feng tucked it away. In time, this desperate virus might serve an even greater purpose. Thank you, Chun Feng. Tony rushed in immediately, his words of gratitude ringing out as he hurried to Bo's side. Master, you're incredible. Jinx gazed up at Chun Feng with unabashed adoration, looking every bit the starstruck fangirl. Chun Feng merely smiled, his thoughts already turning toward the Mind Stone. It seemed he would need to forge a weapon, one that could hold and harness these gems. Perhaps, much like Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet, just like in 493. Meanwhile, in the factory, Max, who had fallen into a nest of electric eels, slowly climbed out of the shattered tank. Sparks of lightning danced across his entire body, crackling and striking at everything in his vicinity. He himself had changed completely, his whole form aglow with blue light, as if he were made of living energy. What's happened to me? Max stared in disbelief at his now translucent hands, muttering to himself with growing dread. He stumbled to a mirror, and upon seeing his reflection, suddenly let out a howl of anguish. A roar thundered through the factory, lightning exploding everywhere, filling every corner with an endless storm, reducing everything to ashes. I'll kill you all. The rage Max had buried deep inside finally erupted in full force. He thought of his supervisor, who berated him daily, of all those around him who looked down on him. The factory's boss, and even the Osborn group, flashed through his mind. With these thoughts, flames of fury blazed in Max's eyes. A torrent of lightning surged from his body once more, striking the already ruined factory with relentless fury. All the anger he had bottled up, he was going to unleash it all. And first in the line of fire, the supervisor who had always hurled insults at him. Max transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished without a trace. After obtaining the Doomsday virus, Chun Feng left Stark Tower and returned home. He needed to find Natasha to ask her about the scepter, or more precisely, about the Hydra organization. Darling, you're back? The moment Chun Feng stepped through the door, Natasha's keen senses picked up on his presence. As for Jinx, Chun Feng had already recalled her into the system. He didn't want to have to explain her presence to another woman yet again. Most importantly, Chun Feng didn't have much time to spare these days. Just deciphering the Mind Stone would already consume most of his energy. Natasha, do you know anything about Hydra? Chun Feng asked. Hydra? Natasha frowned, instantly lost in thought. Why are you suddenly asking about that? Besides, Hydra was completely wiped out back in World War II, Natasha said, looking at Chun Feng with curiosity and a hint of confusion. It's nothing really. I just wanted to learn a bit more about Roger's past, so I thought I'd ask you. Chun Feng replied with a smile. He didn't share his own plans or true thoughts with Natasha. If she knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been wholly infiltrated by Hydra, there was no doubt his plans would become much more complicated. I see. Well, why don't you try the food I made? I spent the entire morning learning how to cook it, Natasha said, trusting Chun Feng completely and not overthinking things. You started learning to cook? Chun Feng exclaimed in surprise at her words. When a woman is willing to learn how to cook for you, it's clear what that means. No need to say more. So, instead of rushing off, Chun Feng stayed and tasted Natasha's cooking with genuine anticipation. He had to admit, it was actually quite delicious. She had definitely put in the effort. At the moment, there were still over 2 hours left before Mindy got out of school. After eating and drinking his fill, Chun Feng decided it was time to do what any man would do. For example, head to the bedroom and work off some energy. Even Natasha probably didn't expect that Chun Feng would want to do this so early in the morning. Natasha smiled at Chun Feng, her eyes sparkling with affection, like a blooming rose, beautiful, though not without its thorns. By midday, Chun Feng and Natasha finally got out of bed together. Natasha went to pick up Mindy, while Chun Feng set out to carry out his own plans. In the blink of an eye, Chun Feng appeared inside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. At that moment, Secretary Pierce was sitting in his office, reviewing data on the helicarrier. Once the helicarrier takes to the skies, everything will belong to us, Hydra, Pierce said with a smile, positively glowing with excitement. He certainly looked pleased with himself. Had he really prepared for everything? Chun Feng suddenly appeared before Pierce, his voice cold and calm. Who? Security. Security. The moment Pierce saw Chun Feng's face, he froze in place and began shouting for help. As a high-ranking director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce had long heard of Chun Feng's formidable reputation. So now, his cries for help were born more from deep-seated fear than hope. Stop shouting, Chun Feng said quietly. Do you really think anyone could hear you? With that simple, indifferent remark, Pierce's voice died away completely. Stunned, Pierce stammered. Chun Feng, what are you trying to do? This is S.H.I.E.L.D. If anything happens to me, you won't get away with it. Pierce knew he was a Hydra member, so a guilty conscience gnawed at him. He was terrified that Chun Feng already knew his true allegiance. I'm not going to kill you, Chun Feng replied coolly. But I want to know, where is your Hydra cell hiding now? His words were devoid of emotion, chilling Pierce to the bone. Hydra? What are you talking about? Pierce sputtered, desperate to distance himself from any connection. Hydra was destroyed long ago. Don't talk nonsense. Panic swept over him, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Are you certain you're not with Hydra? Chun Feng pressed, stepping forward until he was right in front of Pierce. Or are you just lying to me? It felt as if a razor-sharp blade hovered inches from Pierce's heart, threatening to strike at any moment. His face turned ghostly pale. He sat frozen, unable to move, every muscle tense, as if he were sitting on a bed of nails. With great effort, he swallowed and finally stammered, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Under such crushing pressure, Pierce found it impossible to deny anything. It was as if a mountain was weighing down on him, forcing the truth from his lips. Our base, it's located at XX. Pierce's nerves only frayed further after he revealed the secret. He feared Chun Feng would kill him on the spot. But to Pierce's astonishment, Chun Feng simply turned and left. The suffocating pressure evaporated, and at last, his pounding heart began to settle. No, I have to warn them fast. Pierce snatched up the phone and hurriedly relayed everything to the members of the base. The second phase began. A scientist gazed at the dazed Bucky ahead of him and gave the order. Immediately, someone nearby picked up a hood and moved toward Bucky's head. They're starting the brainwashing again? A strange voice echoed through the base, sending a jolt of alarm through everyone present. Intruder alert. Kill him now, the scientist shouted. Guards swiftly raised their assault rifles, taking aim at Chun Feng. A barrage of gunfire erupted, bullets roaring through the air in a deafening storm, sweeping toward Chun Feng like an inescapable net. Chun Feng's face remained impassive, as if the onslaught meant nothing to him at all. In the blink of an eye, as the bullet neared Chun Feng, it was halted by an invisible wall of wind. The whistling bullet, fierce just a moment ago, suddenly lost all its momentum and dropped gently from the air. Everyone was stunned, frozen in place in utter disbelief. Was this a monster? The security guards all gasped in unison, voices laced with shock. In this base, they had witnessed many people with extraordinary abilities, but never anything like this. What are you all standing around for? Kill him. Fire. Shoot him now. One of the leaders stepped forward, shouting furiously. Instantly, everyone snapped out of their stupor, unleashing a storm of gunfire from their rifles. But against Chun Feng's power, these attacks were utterly useless. With the blade of the gale in his grasp, Chun Feng simply swept it lightly through the air. A wild wind erupted, All the bullets that filled the sky reversed course, spiraling back toward the guards and the others, striking them down. In a matter of seconds, only a handful of people remained standing within the entire base. Jaws dropped. They stared at Chen Feng in disbelief. Their eyes brimmed with unending terror and dread. Chen Feng took a step forward, and the people before him collapsed to the ground in panic, their fears so great it seemed their legs could barely hold them up. Their eyes reflected only hopelessness, void of any light. But Chen Feng ignored those who remained, walking straight to where Winter Soldier Bucky lay. The others, sprawled on the floor, didn't dare glance at Chen Feng even for a moment. All they wanted was for this demon, Chen Feng, to vanish from the base as soon as possible. Gazing at the sleeping Bucky, Chen Feng's lips curled into a subtle, inscrutable smile. With Chen Feng's current strength, restoring Winter Soldier Bucky's memories was a trivial task. But Chen Feng needed Bucky to help him accomplish something first. Before setting his plan into motion, Chen Feng turned to look at the survivors around him. He scratched his head, as though pondering how to deal with these people. In the next instant, his hand moved, and a streak of sword energy, devastating and absolute, shot forth. Heads thudded heavily to the ground, their eyes wide open in shock and disbelief. You have no reason to go on living. Having finished, Chen Feng turned away, preparing for his next move. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, the phone in front of him suddenly rang. Chen Feng's brows knitted together, a wave of irritation passing through him. Hurry, you must get out of the base. Chen Feng is on his way. As he answered, Pierce's frantic roar burst through the receiver, urgent and desperate. So it's you? Chen Feng replied with a cold chuckle, then promptly hung up. He hadn't killed him before, simply because he didn't want to dirty his own hands. But now, it seemed there was no reason to let him live any longer. Jinx, go to S.H.I.E.L.D. and kill Pierce for me. Chen Feng summoned Jinx and gave the order in a voice as calm as still water. The moment she heard about killing someone, Jinx became excited, even hopping up and down. Yes, master. I promise I'll get it done. Jinx replied with delight. With a flick of his finger, Chen Feng conjured a rift in the void right before Jinx. She leapt in head first and vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, on Chen Feng's fingertip, it looked as if a shimmer of light was dancing. It seemed to tug at Winter Soldier Bucky's nerves. A thin thread of Tao energy silently slipped into Bucky's mind. Moments later, Bucky came to his senses. He gazed at Chen Feng before him with a dazed, almost pitiful expression, his eyes filled with confusion. Instinctively, he tried to reach for his gun, only to realize he couldn't move at all. Bucky, perhaps we can make a deal between us. Chen Feng spoke calmly. Then, with another thread of energy, he invaded Bucky's mind once more. Ah, no. Stop. Please. Bucky screamed in agony. His face twisted in torment, his body writhing in futile struggle. This is what you've been searching for all along, the memories you've lost. All I need is for you to do one thing for me. Once it's done, the rest of your memories will be yours. Chen Feng pronounced each word with solemn clarity. As time passed, Bucky's pain faded. He stared intently at Chen Feng. What do you want from me? Bucky asked, his voice low. The fragments of memory he'd just regained helped him understand who he was, at least partially. But at the most crucial juncture, everything still went blank. For the key to his past, Bucky had no choice but to agree. It's a simple task. Chen Feng smiled. He walked over to a table and began rummaging through the items atop it. See this person? He's your target. As for the specifics, I'll tell you what to do. Chen Feng picked up a photograph. The face in the picture struck Bucky with an overwhelming sense of familiarity. It felt as if this person was deeply connected to the most important part of his lost memories. Tell me, who is he? Bucky's voice was low and hoarse. He had a feeling that, if he could find this man, every knot in his memory would finally unravel. Very good. Chen Feng smiled faintly, stepping closer to Bucky. Although his goals overlapped with Hydra's, in essence, their aims were vastly different. After a brief conversation, Bucky's expression changed dramatically, turning grim and unsightly. It's up to you now. Chen Feng turned and left, not the least bit worried Bucky might refuse. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce had just finished a phone call and now sat in his chair, his face clouded with suspicion. The abruptly ended call left him riddled with anxiety. Perhaps Chen Feng had already infiltrated the base. The thought sent a chill through Pierce. If Chen Feng had answered the call instead, his own situation would be perilous indeed. No, I have to tighten security. With a decisive slap on the table, Pierce stood up. He pressed a button, preparing to summon security personnel. Don't move. If you so much as twitch, your brains will be splattered all over the wall. A voice barked out, sharp and unforgiving. Behind him, the cold tip of a spear pressed against Pierce's head. It was little Mengli Jinx, arriving at the perfect moment. Who are you? Don't you know this is S.H.I.E.L.D.? I told you don't move. With a swift slap, Jinx struck Pierce across the head. The blow was so powerful that Pierce saw stars, his mind reeling as dizziness overtook him. Jinx then slowly moved around, coming to stand directly in front of Pierce. Just an old man. How boring. She sighed, disappointment written all over her face. Taking out a nobody like him didn't bring her any sense of accomplishment. Heroine. Pierce noticed the disappointment in Jinx's eyes and was just about to beg for mercy. But before he could finish, a gunshot rang out. Blood blossomed from his head, and he crumpled backward like a dead pig, eyes wide open, dead on the spot. The deafening gunshot echoed through S.H.I.E.L.D., instantly putting everyone on high alert. Sirens blared as alarms went off, and every agent snapped into combat readiness. Now, this is getting interesting, Jinx said, a wild grin spreading across her face as she surveyed the shadows of agents closing in from all directions. In her hand, a few grenades appeared, her signature incendiary bombs. "Ha! Enjoy the fireworks, everyone!" she shouted gleefully, completely fearless. She was ready for an all-out brawl. Meanwhile, after leaving the base, Chunfeng set out to find Harry and Peter. After all this time, he had finally reached the moment to resolve everything. Wait, almost forgot. It was time for another lottery draw. The system's sudden appearance startled Chunfeng. Let's begin. Though he didn't really expect much, deep down, he still hoped for champions like Aurelian Soul, the Starforger, or Kindred, the Eternal Hunters. These beings, who surpassed even the gods, were the stuff of Chunfeng's wildest dreams. Begin, he whispered silently. After a moment, the results appeared. Congratulations, host. You have received the summon rights for Garen, the Might of Demacia. Please check the system for details. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Chunfeng was a bit surprised. The Might of Demacia, Garen, a formidable warrior. Commonly known as Bush Garen, famed for his fearless courage and his skill at charging into battle. In the game, Chunfeng had played him countless times. Ambushing from the brush, Garen had left a psychological shadow on countless players. And with his ultimate, Judgment, his combat power soared even higher. Meanwhile, Jinx had been completely surrounded by S.H.I.E.L.D. A dense mass of agents stood outside, weapons drawn and aimed directly at her. Inside, drop your weapons and surrender. Don't even think about resisting. Agent Hill's voice boomed from outside, brimming with anger. Jinx burst out laughing. Now this is finally getting fun. She held up her incendiary grenades. Without hesitation, she hurled them straight at the crowd outside. Watch out! Agent Hill shouted loudly, her voice sharp with urgency. A thunderous explosion echoed across the sky, and a violent shockwave swept outward, rippling through everything in its path. However, an energy barrier sprang up, blocking the brunt of the blast. Immediately after, a barrage of gunfire erupted from outside. A relentless storm of bullets poured in, turning day to night with their force. Ah, yes. In the midst of this extreme danger, Jinx only grew more exhilarated. She picked up her massive gun, switched it into a different mode, and fired a powerful shot at a nearby wall, blasting open a gaping hole. With lightning speed, she charged through the breach. At the same time, she aimed her grenade launcher at the surrounding agents and unleashed several explosive rounds. Seizing the chaos, Jinx slipped through the hole and made her escape. Even though the energy barrier absorbed the explosions, the force rattled everyone inside. It was as if every bone in their bodies had been shaken loose. Move! Get in there! Find out where that passage leads. You got 5 seconds. Agent Hill, watching the footage on her phone, wasted no time in giving orders. Immediately, all the agents rushed into the room. But as soon as she entered, Hill sensed something was wrong. A chill ran down her spine. Fall back. Now! Hill's command rang out, urging everyone to retreat. But they were a split second too late. A cluster of incendiary grenades detonated inside the room. The massive shockwave tore through the entire space, knocking over every agent who had just entered. The attack came so suddenly, they had no chance to activate their energy shields. Hill's reactions were quicker, and with the help of other agents shielding her, she escaped with only minor injuries. Medical team, get over here. And the rest of you, find that lunatic. Don't let her get away. Seeing her agents sprawled on the ground, Hill was furious, cursing under her breath. Yes, ma'am. The others, spurred by Hill's angry shout, responded with determination. Have you found that woman? In the main control room, Fury had just arrived, his face grim as he stared at the monitors. He asked urgently, Director, we found her. She's in the Northern Weapons and Munitions Depot. A special agent suddenly shouted, excitement flashing across his face. But when he saw the location, his expression shifted to concern. The weapons depot. Fury's brow furrowed, his fists clenching. You come with me, and don't let the captain get involved in this action. With those words, Fury led a squad in a rush toward the armory. Right now, what Rogers needed most was to keep his cool. For just one woman, S.H.I.E.L.D. could handle it. In no time, Fury arrived just outside the weapons depot. According to the latest intelligence, Jinx was still inside and didn't seem intent on leaving. If the lady inside is willing to lay down your weapons and surrender now, as director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I guarantee you'll receive the utmost leniency. Come out, child, Fury called out in a commanding voice. But all that greeted him was endless silence. It seemed Jinx never intended to negotiate with him at all. Ha ha, so many bombs. I'm gonna blow this place sky high. Reduce it to rubble. The moment Jinx entered the armory, she was instantly captivated by the array of weapons before her. Her eyes sparkled as she darted glances around, completely enthralled by this world of smoke and explosions. Get ready to storm in. Fury kept his eyes locked on the main door and the monitors, his voice steady and calm as ever. Years of tempests and turmoil had forged his heart into steel. What he didn't know was that, at this very moment, little Jinx was already dreaming up ways to turn S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters upside down with a blast. Before Fury and his team could charge in, the heavy doors swung open with a small kick. Out stepped a young girl, almost adorably petite, struggling a bit as she made her entrance. But Fury's hope was short-lived, for what he saw in Jinx and trailing behind her utterly shocked him. Director, watch out, she's got bombs. Director, get back. Fall back. Requesting backup. In an instant, agents shouted orders, voices echoing with fear and panic. Jinx was covered head to toe in explosives, so densely packed it seemed every inch of her was rigged to blow. And dragging behind her was a heap of even more bombs, at least half a ton by the look of it. No one could believe that such a small girl possessed such tremendous strength. In the control room, the agents stared at the monitor in utter disbelief, jaws dropping as they watched the tiny troublemaker. This was no mere child. She was a cold-blooded terrorist. What are you all waiting for? Send reinforcements to the director. The rest of you, find a way now. Agent Hill snapped out of it first, her voice sharp with urgency. But the others remained frozen in place. They were completely stunned, their minds blank. You're the boss here, aren't you? Come on, take me out if you dare. Jinx cackled wildly, closing in on Nick Fury step by step like a madwoman. Stay back. One more step, and I'll shoot. Fall back. Everyone fall back now. The agents raised their weapons, shouting at Jinx, but she only laughed harder. Go ahead, shoot. Blow this place to bits. Ha ha ha. Jinx was utterly unhinged. The seasoned agents found themselves helpless, forced back by a single little girl, dropping to the ground and scrambling away in fear. Child, calm down. You know if these bombs go off, you'll die too. And think, there must be someone in this world you can't bear to leave behind. Fury spoke softly, treading carefully, hoping to reason with Jinx. As expected, Jinx halted in her tracks, falling deep into thought. She remembered her master, that handsome and powerful man. It seemed that if she died, she would never see Chinfeng again. So, you need to calm down. Don't let those who love you lose you just like that. They would be heartbroken. Seeing that his words were having an effect, Fury quickly spoke up. The people who love me. My master, does he love me? Jinx found herself thinking of Chinfeng, her heart filling with yearning. Child, it looks like there's someone you can't let go of. So whatever you do, don't go through with this. Take off all those bombs, will you? Fury slowly edged closer to Jinx, murmuring softly as he approached. But just as Fury was about to reach her, he froze on the spot. Don't move, old man. Jinx shouted angrily, her large gun aimed squarely at herself. Though Chinfeng had indeed made her hesitate, her sense of vigilance was still razor-sharp. All right, I won't move. But I hope you'll seriously think about what I said. Fury dared not budge, keeping a close watch on Jinx. Ready to act at the slightest sign, she might pull the trigger. If it truly came to that, Fury would throw himself at her without a second thought. He'd risk everything to stop her. My master and these bombs. I like them both so much. Jinx was suddenly torn in two directions. The thought of blowing S.H.I.E.L.D. sky high thrilled her. But the idea of never seeing her master again sent a sharp pain through her heart. While Jinx hesitated, the other agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. sprang into action. They had no intention of sitting around waiting for death, nor would they leave their fate in anyone else's hands. It was then that quite suddenly a figure appeared out of nowhere beside Jinx. What on earth are you doing? Seeing Jinx covered in explosives, Chinfeng felt a headache coming on. This girl was trouble with a capital T, and she seemed utterly fearless. Master, you're here. I was just thinking about whether to blow this place to bits, but then I thought I might never see you again, and now I don't know what to do. Jinx rushed to Chun Feng's side, her voice pleading and pitiful. What's the point of blowing this place up? It serves no purpose. Hurry up and take off those bombs, Chun Feng said, his tone tinged with irritation. Jinx immediately averted her gaze, as if she wanted to escape from it all. She quietly began to remove the terrifying explosives strapped to her body, one by one. These are all of them, Master, Jinx said in a small, subdued voice, her head hung low. She didn't want to stain Chun Feng's heart with another bad impression of her. You really are. Chun Feng looked at the pile of bombs at his feet and sighed helplessly. This girl, he thought, really could stir up a storm at any moment. Fury, don't be so tense. I'll leave the bombs here for you to handle. With that, Chun Feng led Jinx, who was still sulking beside Lu Wei, out of shield. Only then did the agents finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, all of them had practically taken a walk along the edge of death. From a shadowy corner, Rogers observed everything, a mysterious glint flickering in his eyes. Once Chun Feng had left, Rogers slipped away as well. Agent Hill, we need to strengthen SHLD's defenses, Fury said with a weary tone. There was a hint of strain in his voice. The emergence of Chun Feng had become a point entirely beyond their control. S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't restrain him, and soon, perhaps no one on Earth would be able to. Chun Feng returned home with Jinx in tow. Natasha and Mindy weren't home yet. It seemed they'd gone out for some fun. Just then, the phone rang, its ringtone slicing through the quiet. Chun Feng, come to Oscorp Tower right away. There's a monster here. He's discharging electricity. You know, just like that giant from Asgard. Peter's anxious voice came through the line. Someone who can use electricity like Thor? Chun Feng paused, racking his brain for anyone in the Marvel world with such powers. After a moment, he still couldn't come up with a clue. Meanwhile, Peter's voice grew more and more urgent. I'm on my way. Is Harry all right? Chun Feng asked quickly. If the attacker was targeting Oscorp, odds were Harry was the real target. I'm not sure, but this monster doesn't seem to be after Harry, Peter replied hastily, watching as the villain before him crackled with endless arcs of lightning. In the next instant, a rift in space tore open beside Peter, and Chun Feng's figure appeared at his side. Chun Feng, look, that's the guy. He's got lightning dancing all over him. Peter pointed urgently in one direction. Chun Feng narrowed his eyes and finally saw the so-called monster who could wield electricity like Thor. Electro. The name flashed through his mind. A flood of information poured up from his memory. You exploiters of the underclass. I'm going to kill every last one of you. Electro, Max Dillon, roared, unleashing a furious storm of lightning. Under the barrage, Oscorp Tower was blasted into ruins, thick black smoke rolling as countless employees screamed and fled from the devastation. Some, less fortunate, were caught by the lightning, reduced to cinders in an instant. Ha ha! All of you go to hell. Max reveled in the destruction of Oscorp, his laughter echoing with savage joy. You people, always looking down from above, thinking you're better than everyone else, free to step on whoever you please. Today, I'll show you the fury that burns inside us. Maxwell's body erupted with an even more blinding light, for a split second turning the entire sky dazzling white. Thunder rumbled across the heavens. Dark clouds rolled over the sky, boundless and endless, with bolts of lightning churning within them. A wild storm howled as lightning spears cracked through the air. Maxwell let out a mighty roar, and it was as if the thunder in the sky answered his call, exploding violently overhead. All at once, the surging lightning converged into a colossal bolt, which hurtled with terrifying force toward the Osborn Corporation below. Maxwell bellowed in fury. But at that moment, a streak of light seemed to slice through the distance. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Maxwell, interposing itself beneath the raging lightning bolt. The Osborn Corporation cannot be destroyed by you so easily, came a calm voice. Endless thunder crashed down upon Chun Feng's body, yet he stood unharmed. Instead, he absorbed all the lightning, gathering it in his palm, where it flickered and surged. Who are you? Why would you help this pack of scum? Maxwell demanded, eyes locked on Chun Feng, suspicion in his voice. There was something about Chun Feng, an oppressive aura that set him apart. Because among them, there is someone important. You cannot harm him, Chun Feng replied coolly. The lightning dancing on his fingertips vanished in an instant. But they hurt me. They turned me into this. Neither human nor ghost. Maxwell's fury burned. They must pay the price. His rage intensified, lightning crackling even more violently around him. The air itself trembled with sharp, explosive snaps from the unleashed bolts. Trust me, you don't want to fight me, Chun Feng said quietly. Suddenly, a forceful, awe-inspiring aura radiated from him. It felt as if the world itself had entered an ice age, the temperature plummeting to freezing. I will have my revenge. Maxwell's eyes blazed with flames of vengeance. He would make them all pay dearly. Facing Maxwell's unrestrained rage, Qinfeng saw no point in arguing further. No words could change what was coming. Lightning surged from Maxwell's body, shining so brilliantly it was blinding. In the next instant, the lightning exploded outward, sweeping across everything in its path. The Osborne Corporation was instantly enveloped as though caught in a giant electric net. Such divine might press down, forcing many to their knees in terror and submission. All of you die, Maxwell roared. The lightning burst forth with lethal intent, striking at everyone in its path, crashing, shattering. In a heartbeat, dozens were hit and reduced to dust, vanishing without a trace. Maxwell frowned, turning to Qinfeng with a puzzled look. Why didn't you protect them? Qinfeng shrugged indifferently. Why should I protect them? That simple answer left Maxwell speechless, unable to respond. If you're not going to protect them, then don't stand in my way. Max paused to think for a moment, then grew even more furious. A torrent of thunder exploded without warning, surging straight toward Qinfeng. Qinfeng's expression remained calm. He gently raised his right hand, and it seemed as though sparks of light danced at his fingertips. The thunder roared. The lightning was meant to strike Qinfeng's palm, but it didn't leave so much as a scratch. Instead, the bolts gathered in his hand, as if merging with him, becoming part of his very being. What? How could this be possible? Was he some sort of god who commanded the power of lightning? In that instant, everyone was left dumbstruck, staring in disbelief at Qinfeng's hand. It was as though an endless magic radiated from it, drawing everyone's gaze, impossible to look away. Impossible! This can't be happening! Max shouted, his voice trembling with rage. His entire body blazed with an even fiercer light, and the sound of thunder echoed across the heavens. The thunder summoned by the Aspen group surged more violently, growing ever more intense and concentrated. But before Max could even make a move, Qinfeng stepped forward. Suddenly he was right in front of Max. And then, before the stunned eyes of the crowd, Qinfeng clamped a hand around Max's neck. The man who just moments before seemed invincible, wielding the power of God, now looked like a helpless chick in Qinfeng's grasp, small, weak, and utterly pitiful. Let G. Max didn't even have time to finish his sentence. His voice cut off, as if a massive stone had lodged in his throat, leaving him unable to make sound. Now, all he could do was struggle in vain, his blue-tinged face turning an alarming shade of red. Kill him. Finish this beast off. Don't let this murderer go. Damn this rat from the slums. He deserves to die. With Max subdued, the others began shouting furiously, venting their anger in a chorus of condemnation. At the same time, their eyes turned toward Max, filled with nothing but revulsion and contempt. Enough. Silence. A crack of thunder boomed before the mob, its terrifying force immediately pinning them to the ground. The bullies of the arena instantly lost their bravado, faces pale, scrambling backward in fear. They only dared to bully the weak, cowering before true strength. That was the best way to describe this pack of rabble-rousers. Just a bunch of mindless fools, only ever making a racket. Qinfeng muttered coldly, paying them no further attention. I don't care how much anger you have left to unleash. From now on, the thunder within you belongs to me. His voice was soft, almost gentle. Max still hadn't processed what was happening, but immediately he felt a wild surge of energy erupting inside him. He had no say in the matter. The power was simply ripped away, as if Qinfeng were drawing forth every last bolt of lightning within him. Within a mere dozen seconds, the radiant blue glow that had surrounded Max faded away. He reverted to his original form, his features now deathly pale. With his energy drained, his body could no longer hold out. With a heavy thud, Max collapsed to the ground, gasping desperately for breath. Congratulations, host. Super Thunder Command, 20/50ths. Seeing his thunder ability advance yet again, Qinfeng felt a surge of joy. Now, he needed to seek out 3 more to take the next step in mastering the Thunder Command. Still, when it comes to things like this, it's best to let fate decide. There's no need to force it. Harry, are you all right? At that moment, Peter, holding onto his web, swung down and landed at the entrance of the Osborne group. Harry was just stepping out from inside the building, looking rather exhausted. But it wasn't the attack from Max that had worn him out. It was everything that had happened with Norman. I'm fine, Peter, Harry replied, his voice lacking energy. Then, glancing toward Qinfeng in the distance, Harry recalled every word and action that had just unfolded, all of which he'd been watching closely. Especially that one sentence. There's someone here you cannot kill, which had sent a tremor through Harry's heart. Harry, you look like you're unharmed. That's good. Suddenly, Chen Feng appeared right in front of Harry, giving him a quick once-over. New York's been getting more and more dangerous lately. You'd all better be careful. I'm heading home to get some rest. Chen Feng stretched, letting out a big yawn as he spoke. Having gained control over Max's electrical powers, today had proven to be a productive day. And in the blink of an eye, Chen Feng vanished from in front of the Osborne Group. How should we handle this person? An employee of the Osborne Group asked. For a moment, all the employees, like a pack of hounds, fixed their fierce gazes on Max. I'll take care of it. You don't need to worry, Harry shouted, putting an end to any thoughts they might have had. Meanwhile, Rogers was speeding down the highway in his pickup truck. Thanks to intelligence from S.H.I.E.L.D., he'd already found out where Chen Feng lived. If everything started because of him, then he would be the one to end it. Suddenly, bang! With a thunderous crash, Rogers' body jerked to the side, his truck spinning out of control and flipping over onto its side. He'd been attacked, but with his exceptional physique, Rogers managed to crawl out of the overturned vehicle almost instantly. Clutching his shield tightly, he scanned his surroundings, alert. A sharp whoosh of wind cut through the air, making Rogers tense up at once. He spun around, just in time to raise a shield and block an incoming rocket-propelled grenade. The explosion's shockwave sent Rogers flying, hurling him off the highway and crashing down hard onto the roof of a car below. At that instant, a black figure, swift as a storm, leapt down from the highway above. With tremendous force, the figure aimed a knee strike directly at Rogers. Crash! The car's hood and windshield shattered under the impact. Thankfully, Rogers' reflexes were fast enough to dodge the blow. Who are you? Rogers demanded, sizing up Bucky with a wary eye. But Bucky gave no reply. His face was expressionless as he raised his gun and opened fire on Rogers. Bullets screamed through the air. Rogers instinctively raised his shield to block them. Each round struck the shield, but not a single one managed to break through. The shield's defensive power far surpassed the force of any bullet. Forged from vibranium, the shield's protection was astounding, so Rogers remained completely unharmed. Damn it, Rogers shouted in anger. To be attacked out of nowhere, anyone would be furious in his place. Who are you? Who sent you? Rogers demanded, his voice sharp and commanding. But his only answer was another barrage of whistling bullets. Even a grenade launcher was fired at him again. Rogers had no choice but to temporarily seek cover, using his shield to fend off Bucky's relentless assault. Once his rifle was emptied, Bucky tossed it aside and charged forward, striking out at Rogers' chest with the ferocity of a wolf. A dull, heavy thud rang out as Rogers braced himself behind his shield, blocking Bucky's metal fist. Then, with a swift turn, Rogers moved behind Bucky in an instant and seized a chance to strike. Bucky's reflexes were just as sharp. With a quick backward swing of his right arm, his fist collided with Rogers' punch. Both men were at the absolute pinnacle of human ability, their skills and strength nearly evenly matched. Blow after blow, they traded fierce attacks, neither able to overpower the other. Bucky's metal right arm and Rogers' shield were almost equals in might. In the heat of their violent clash, Rogers seized an opening while Bucky was distracted and tore the mask from Bucky's face. At last, Bucky's true face was revealed. It's you, Bucky. The sight stunned Rogers. This was the face of the friend he'd cherished most during the war. Bucky, it's me. Rogers, don't you remember me? Rogers called out, furrowing his brow, his voice ringing with urgency. But Bucky's expression remained blank, as if he truly didn't recognize Rogers at all. In truth, Bucky's remaining memories had been sealed away by Yifeng. All that lingered was a vague impression, a shadow of thought left in his mind. Bucky, don't do this. We're friends. Rogers came to a halt, but Bucky did not. Instead, Bucky's attacks grew even more ferocious. Each punch and strike came down like a relentless storm, leaving Rogers no room to breathe. After seeing Bucky's face, Rogers lost all desire to fight back, resorting only to passive defense. Thud! Bucky's fists pounded hard and fast against Rogers' shield again and again. Caught on the defensive, Rogers struggled to keep up with the savage onslaught. Within seconds, he was covered in bruises, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Yet, thanks to the super soldier serum, Rogers' body was incredibly resilient. These wounds were nothing to him. Bucky, wake up! Rogers shouted desperately. Blocking Bucky's iron fist, he suddenly jabbed his own fist out from behind the shield, landing a powerful blow on Bucky's face. Bucky was hurled backward by the tremendous force, slamming into a car parked behind him. Rogers! Bucky! Rogers! Leaning against the car, Bucky spoke, enunciating each word slowly and deliberately. It was clear from Bucky's expression that the shadowy figure in his mind was becoming sharper and more distinct. Bucky, do you remember me? Rogers was overcome with excitement, hurrying over to stand in front of Bucky. But all he received was a vicious punch of iron. The blow struck Rogers so hard that he instantly spat out a mouthful of bitterness. Just as Bucky vaguely recognized Rogers, Chun Feng's words suddenly echoed in his ears. In that instant, a ruthless sharpness flashed in Bucky's eyes, and a chilling aura surged forth. The temperature in the surrounding area seemed to plummet, dropping straight to freezing. "I can't!" Bucky roared. In the next second, the car behind him shot forward with a thunderous rush, moving as swiftly as lightning. While Rogers was still dazed, the metal fist crashed into him with brutal force. Bang! Rogers was knocked to the ground, scraping a long trail across the asphalt. Bucky advanced on Rogers, step by step. Deep in his eyes, a trace of reluctance flickered. "Is it enough?" Bucky shouted, tilting his head to the sky. But only the echoing wind in the sky answered him. At home, Chun Feng sat watching the furious battle between Rogers and Bucky unfold on the highway below, his eyes fixed on the screen. When Rogers was finally struck down, lying motionless on the ground, Bucky stood over him, and Chun Feng rose to his feet. He summoned Garen, a sly smile curling on his lips, and stepped decisively inside. "If you want the answer so badly, then I'll give it to you," Chun Feng murmured to himself. In the blink of an eye, the two of them appeared before Bucky and Rogers. "Chun Feng, you again?" The moment Rogers saw Chun Feng, his tone shifted, thick with disdain. "Is it enough?" Bucky asked Chun Feng, turning to him once more. "Do you think this is enough, Rogers?" Chun Feng shot back with a pointed question. Bucky hesitated, glancing at Rogers lying on ground. It seemed Rogers really wasn't hurt all that badly. "All right," that was all Bucky said, before launching himself forward once more. He unleashed another storm of relentless attacks upon Rogers. "Bucky, the two of us should be fighting him together," Rogers shouted. He kept dodging and defending himself as best he could. "Rogers, what I think makes Bucky better than you is that he sees things clearly. But you're just too arrogant." Chun Feng stood aside, quietly observing the clash. Rogers clearly didn't understand what Chun Feng meant, forced onto the defensive, confusion written across his face. After a while, when Chun Feng felt things had gone on long enough, he gestured for Bucky to stop. "Bucky, come here." Chun Feng spoke as if issuing an order. "Don't listen to him, Bucky. Let's fight him together," Rogers called out desperately. But Bucky didn't even glance back at Rogers. He simply walked straight toward Chun Feng. "Rogers, I'm surprised you still don't get it. I'm starting to question your intelligence." Chun Feng shook his head in mild disappointment. "Let me put it this way. Whether Bucky can regain his memories or not, it all depends on me, understand?" Chun Feng said calmly. "And right now, whether Bucky lives or dies is also up to me." That one sentence pushed Rogers, Zhao Maheo, over the edge. Everyone's life belongs to themselves. You have no right to decide. "Oh, is that what you really think?" Chun Feng let out a mocking laugh. He glanced at Bucky, tossing him a handgun. Bucky caught it, hesitated for a moment, and then raised the barrel, aiming it at his own head. With just a single order from Chun Feng, Bucky would pull the trigger on himself. "Don't do it, Bucky. Don't listen to him." Panic seized Rogers. He tried to rush forward, but a powerful energy barrier blocked his path, stopping him in his tracks. "I told you, whether he lives or dies is up to me." Chun Feng's voice was icy cold. His words left no room for doubt. The look in his eyes was a warning to Rogers. Any rash move, and Bucky would die. "Say it. What do you want?" Rogers' voice was low and rough as he asked. He'd figured out Chun Feng's intentions by now. "Rogers, so you're not as dense as you seem." Chun Feng chuckled, teasing him. "You can see what I want, but you still refuse to accept the most basic truth." Was it Rogers' pride? Or did he just despise everything Chun Feng stood for? In any case, Chun Feng couldn't fathom what was really going on in Rogers' mind. "If you want me to agree to something, just say it," Rogers asked again, yielding but still carrying a trace of pride. Even if he had to die, Steve Rogers would die standing tall. "It's nothing complicated. I just want you to have a match with one of my men." Chun Feng replied coolly as the burly man Garen stepped forward from the bushes at his side. "Just a fight? With him?" Rogers asked, probing for every detail. He wanted to make sure Chun Feng wouldn't pull any tricks. "It's that simple. You don't have to worry about me cheating. As long as you can defeat Garen, I'll help Bucky get his memories back." Chun Feng paused. Then his tone dropped, sharp and menacing, brimming with murderous intent. "But if you lose, Bucky dies here today. And you will die here too." At that, Bucky suddenly grew agitated, his face twisted with anger. Yet in an instant, Chun Feng forced him down, leaving Bucky struggling helplessly. "You promised me. You promised." Bucky shouted in fury, but at this point, it was nothing but powerless rage. "I did promise you that as long as you defeated Rogers, I would spare his life. But now I've changed my mind. Besides, you didn't truly beat Rogers, so this is the only way things can be resolved. Chun Feng replied calmly, his tone indifferent and non-committal. Garen, let's begin. After sealing Bucky's mouth, Chun Feng stood off to the side, ready to observe Garen's combat strength. Rogers, upon hearing Chun Feng's words, became even more furious. His rage was barely contained. Has this man always seen us as nothing but pawns on his chessboard? Facing Garen, charging forward with the force of a tank, Rogers gripped his shield tightly, raising it in front of him. In an instant, with a burst of motion, he turned into a blur and dashed forward at lightning speed. Garen's massive sword crashed against Rogers' vibranium shield, sending a thunderous sound echoing through the air. The shockwave rolled outward, and the wild wind tossed Chun Feng's hair behind him. The clash between Garen and Rogers had reached a critical point, one spark away from eruption. Despite Garen's imposing heavy armor and formidable size, his speed and agility were nothing short of astonishing. He spun swiftly, wielding his greatsword like a battle axe and bringing it down hard upon Rogers' shield. Sparks flew in all directions. Rogers struggled to bear the crushing force, stumbling backward and gritting his teeth. Demasha, is that all you've got? Too weak. Garen's string of taunts completely infuriated Rogers. His face flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead. With a furious shout, he forced himself to his feet. Under the immense pressure, his shield screeched with friction, growing hot to the touch. I will never lose to the likes of you. Summoning all his strength, Rogers managed to stand his ground. With a powerful thrust, his shield sent Garen flying backward. Garen staggered back several steps before regaining his balance, while Rogers seized the momentum, hurling his shield with renewed force. The air around them seemed to tremble under the impact, and the shield, like a giant palm, came crashing down with tremendous might. Unfazed, Garen's body suddenly shimmered with radiant light, as if a round shield of energy enveloped him. With a sweeping motion, he swung his greatsword, unleashing a strike that flashed like lightning. A deafening boom erupted. All the force behind Rogers' shield burst forth like a raging flood. Garen's greatsword managed to block part of the onslaught, while the remaining energy was absorbed by the shield surrounding him. What are you staring at? Rogers looked at the unscathed Garen, shocked. Before he could react, Garen's other fist shot out, landing a fierce blow to Rogers' face. In battle, never let yourself get distracted. Garen rebuked him sternly. Then, just as Rogers was feeling dizzy, there was another swift move, and he was sent flying with a wild force. Rogers shot through the air like a cannonball, landing heavily on the ground. Lying on the ground, Rogers took a deep breath, feeling as if his whole body had fallen apart. That's your lesson. Do you understand now? With a flash, Garen appeared at Rogers' side, speaking like a stern instructor. Rogers let out a cold snort, trying to show he wasn't fazed. If you lose, you lose. Don't act like you can't accept it. Garen's voice was icy. What I despise most are those who can't accept defeat. I'm not finished yet. Seizing a moment when Garen was distracted, Rogers swung his shield with all his might, slamming it hard into Garen's head. The force sent Garen flying. Seems the one who should have been paying attention is you. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Rogers spoke in a low, determined voice. Haha, not bad. I didn't expect your body to be this tough. Garen slowly pushed himself up from the ground, a complex smile flickering across his face. But if that's the best you can do, it's nowhere near enough. With a powerful burst, Garen charged forward. The massive sword in his hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the very air. Judgment. Yet, just as Garen was about to strike Rogers, he suddenly halted. Slamming his greatsword into the ground with a thunderous shout, he stood his ground. A shiver ran through Rogers' heart. Instinctively, he sensed something was wrong. He looked up and saw a dazzling, ethereal giant sword descending from the sky. Have you ever witnessed a sword technique that strikes from the heavens? Garen tilted his head back, a sharp gleam lighting up his eyes. Rogers had no time to react. All he could do was raise his shield in a desperate attempt to block. With a deafening crash, the giant sword struck Rogers' shield. The ground beneath him split open first, then collapsed entirely, leaving a massive pit. Rogers, along with the shattered earth, plunged into the bottomless abyss. Only then did Garen retrieve his greatsword, striding step by step toward the edge of the pit. Rogers, this is the difference in strength. Do you see it now? With that, he leapt into the pit, hauling the barely conscious Rogers out. With a mighty heave, he tossed Rogers directly in front of Bucky. Rogers, it seems you can't save Bucky. In fact, you can't even save yourself. Chun Feng let out a helpless sigh, his tone tinged with disappointment. Beside him, Bucky suddenly began to struggle with all his might. At some unknown moment, Memories in his mind had surged forth, growing much clearer. Rogers lay beaten on the ground, unable to stand. Garen's final judgment had poured all his strength into a single blow, its power enough to shake heaven and earth. Rogers, the truth is right in front of you. It's time to make your choice. Chun-Fong walked slowly over to Rogers, his tone calm as he spoke. Let Bucky go. Whatever conflict lies between us, let it be settled between the two of us alone. Rogers gritted his teeth against the pain, his voice hoarse as he forced out a reply. Haha, come on, take a good look at the situation. Right now, everything is up to me. I make the decisions. You have no right to ask for anything. Chun-Fong let out a cold, derisive chuckle. His words brimmed with an overbearing authority, leaving no room for objection. As the loser, you have no choice but to accept all of this. Roger's face darkened as he hung his head, sinking into deep thought. After a long pause, he finally forced himself to speak. What do you want me to do? He raised his head to look at Chun-Fong, a sharp gleam flickering in his eyes. It's simple. Chun-Fong curled his lips into a chilling smile and said slowly, I want you to kill Bucky. That single sentence struck Roger's heart like a bolt from the blue. He stood there, stunned, unable to react for a moment. What did you say? Roger stammered, disbelief clouding his face. You heard me. Chun-Fong spoke as he walked over to Bucky's side. If you won't kill Bucky, then I'll show him just how merciful death can be. His words, as cold and cruel as a demon's, made Rogers grit his teeth in agony. At that moment, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. It felt as though he should never have stood against the man before him in the first place. Rogers, don't worry about me. You have a greater purpose. I'm just lucky to have survived this long. My life isn't worth your sacrifice. Bucky shouted in anger. But his words did nothing to shake Rogers' resolve. The decision had already been made in his heart. I'll save you, Bucky, Rogers said firmly, raising his head with determination. Yet, no solution came to mind. No, I'm not worth it, Bucky yelled again, his voice and eyes full of desperate pleading. But just then, Rogers suddenly collapsed to the ground, his face twisted with unwillingness and frustration. Chun-Fong, spare Bucky. If you want revenge, take it all out on me. Chun-Fong watched the scene unfold, chuckling softly without a word. Yet an overwhelming aura of power radiated from him, suffocating everyone present. Under this crushing pressure, Bucky's face flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled to endure. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he cried out and bent over in pain. Chun-Fong, let Bucky go. I was wrong, Rogers said in a low, remorseful voice. His words were filled with endless regret, his bowed head radiating sincere remorse. If only you'd said this sooner, Chun-Fong replied coolly. The oppressive force in the room gradually dissipated. The crushing weight on Bucky's body finally eased, and he let out a long, relieved breath. Rogers, I believe there's no longer any conflict between us, is there? Chun-Fong asked, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Rogers simply nodded, silently conveying his answer. All right, let's go back now. A rift in space appeared in front of Chun-Fong. The two of them stepped through it and disappeared beneath the highway. Bucky, are you all right? Only then did Rogers rush forward. He wrapped his arms around Bucky's shoulders and asked gently, I'm fine, Rogers. Bucky shook his head and, with Rogers' help, got to his feet. Afterward, Rogers supported Bucky as they made their way home. Elsewhere on the streets of New York, in an abandoned building, Jane and Darcy were inside, analyzing some unknown substance. Suddenly, Jane vanished from sight. It was as if she had disappeared in a thin air. The sudden event gave Darcy quite a fright. At that very moment, heavy clouds rolled across the sky, thunder rumbled, and lightning split the heavens. In the next instant, a dazzling arc of light appeared between earth and sky. Thor, his crimson cloak billowing, clad in silvery armor and wielding Mjolnir, materialized outside the deserted building. Not long after Thor's arrival, Jane appeared as well, falling to the ground right in front of him. Jane, are you all right? Thor rushed to her side and gathered her in his arms. But despite his anxious calls, Jane didn't respond. At that moment, Darcy ran out as well, staring in disbelief at the sight of Thor before her. The first time she'd met him, he never gave off this overwhelming, godlike presence. Do you know what happened to Jane? Though wary, Darcy, ever Jane's best friend, asked seriously. I'm not entirely sure, Thor replied thoughtfully, but it seems there's something new inside Jane. His powers were rooted in thunder and lightning. Delicate, medical matters like this were not his strong suit. After a while, Jane slowly opened her eyes. Her first glance landed on Thor, and her face lit up with delight, quickly shifting to a stern expression. With Thor's support, she stood up and demanded sharply, Why did you only come now? Thor raised his hands helplessly and tried to explain. Jane, you have to understand, But before he could finish, Jane slapped him across the face. Both Thor and Darcy were left in stunned silence. What? Darcy gasped. What's going on? This is because you didn't come to see me, Jane declared bluntly. All right, Jane, but do you know where you just went? Thor chose to let it go for now, his expression serious as he asked. I don't really remember. Jane shook her head, as if that period of time had simply vanished from her memory. Thor's expression grew somber in an instant. He tightened his grip on Jane's hand and said, Jane, I think you must come with me back to the palace for a checkup. I just have this feeling that something isn't right. Relying on his own intuition, Thor sensed a trace of unease. But I don't really feel anything out of the ordinary, Jane replied, trying to reassure him and not wanting him to worry so much, her voice resolute. No, you have to come with me to Asgard. This is for your safety. Thor insisted, his tone serious and leaving no room for argument. Jane, I think it's best you go with Thor. I'd hate never to see you again. Sif chimed in from the side, her voice gentle yet persuasive. Under their joint persuasion, Jane finally nodded and agreed. So, on a gray and rainy day, Thor took Jane and, harnessing the power of the Bifrost, returned with her to Asgard. Stay safe, Sif called out from below, gazing up at them with deep concern. Chen Feng, come try the latest dish I've learned. You're sure to love it. From the kitchen, Natasha emerged with a large bowl of noodles, her face beaming with pride. For Chen Feng, she had taken the time to study Chinese recipes, and this bowl of Lantau hand-pulled noodles was her latest achievement. Let me give it a try. If it's not up to standard, I might have to punish you, Chen Feng said teasingly, picking up some noodles and placing them in his own bowl. The rich aroma wafted up, and Chen Feng found himself filled with anticipation. Though Natasha's previous attempts at Chinese cooking had missed the mark, this time it felt surprisingly authentic. He took a bite, and his taste buds seemed to light up with delight. The experience was almost indistinguishable from real Lantau noodles back in China. Only the savoriness was a tad different. Not bad at all, Natasha. I think you've mastered it. Chen Feng nodded approvingly, smiling as he spoke. Of course. Natasha's been practicing for ages. Mindy, sitting nearby, spoke up proudly after hearing Chen Feng's praise. When it came to defending Natasha, Mindy was always one step ahead of Chen Feng. The three of them then sat down together, enjoying the delicious noodles, their faces glowing with happiness. This kind of comfortable and pleasant life was exactly what they all yearned for. After the meal, Natasha approached Chen Feng and quietly said, Lately, S.H.I.E.L.D. seems off. There's been a big internal shakeup. The moment Chen Feng heard this, he understood. Bucky had recovered his memories. Director Pierce had been killed. With Rogers involved, Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. had surely been exposed. Besides, most of Hydra's top brass had already been eliminated by Chen Feng himself. The rest, S.H.I.E.L.D. could easily deal with. Maybe they're wary of me, so they decided to speed things up. Chen Feng mused, not wanting to tell Natasha too much about Hydra, so she wouldn't get dragged back into this mess. Let life unfold at its own gentle pace, just as it always has. A one-man, Tasha sighed with feeling, then settled herself in Chen Feng's embrace. Even though she spent every day with this man, it never felt like enough. She found herself missing him at every moment, no matter how close they were. After a lingering moment of tenderness, Tasha, too, had to leave for S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng, meanwhile, began to turn over the matter of the Nordic Hydra organization in his mind. There, he would find the Mind Stone he needed. When he thought of the Infinity Stones, Chen Feng's thoughts drifted naturally to the weapons that could house them. On the Blade of Gale, he had already embedded the 8 precepts of the Mandarin, and its power had grown exponentially. If he could find a truly powerful weapon and embed all 6 Infinity Stones into it, wouldn't that surpass even Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet? Perhaps he could seek out an even mightier weapon from Runeterra. The thought struck Chen Feng immediately. Runeterra was home to many weapons of unimaginable power. Ezreal's Gauntlet, Fizz's Trident, each was a force to be reckoned with. But for the moment, acquiring one would be rather difficult. System, can I obtain weapons from Runeterra? Chen Feng asked aloud. Yes, the host can obtain them through the lottery. The system replied. But this answer didn't quite satisfy Chen Feng. Lottery draws included not only heroes, but also hero summoning rights, and if weapons were thrown into the mix, the odds would be even slimmer. Chen Feng let out a helpless sigh, when suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. System, can I use the weapons of the heroes I summon? Yes, but ownership remains with the hero. You may only use them temporarily. The system answered. Once again, this left Chen Feng disappointed. Temporary use, without real ownership, was of little use to him. It seemed he would have to rely on the lottery to obtain a truly formidable weapon. Chun Feng shrugged with resignation and decided not to dwell on it further. He'd just have to leave it to luck. He set his coordinates to District DE, and in the blink of an eye, found himself on a bustling street. District DE was the birthplace of the Nazis, and Hydra still regarded it as their sacred ground. But as Chun Feng made his way into a stretch of wasteland, he suddenly noticed someone rushing toward him. A figure, its head wreathed in flames, riding a motorcycle that blazed with fire, wielding a flaming chain, came hurtling straight for Chun Feng. Ghost Rider? Chun Feng was puzzled. He couldn't fathom why ghosts, so she wouldn't get dragged into this troublesome affair again. Let life unfold as it always has, moving forward slowly and steadily. A one-man. With a sigh, Tasha voiced her thoughts, then settled into Chun Feng's embrace. Even though she spent every day by his side, it never felt like enough. She found herself missing him at every moment, no matter where she was. After a tender exchange, Tasha, too, had to head off to S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, Chun Feng's mind turned to the Hydra organization in Northern Europe. There, he knew, lay the Mind Stone he sought. The thought of the Infinity Stones brought to mind the idea of weapons embedded with these gems. His Gale sword already bore the power of the Mandarin's 8 rings, its might having multiplied several times over. If he could find an even more powerful weapon and set all 6 Infinity Stones into it, wouldn't that surpass even Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet itself? Perhaps, just maybe, the world of Runeterra held even greater weapons. Chun Feng instantly thought of the continent of Runeterra, a place famed for its countless, unparalleled arms. Ezreal's arcane gauntlet, Fizz's trident. These were formidable weapons indeed. But for now, they were not easily obtained. System, is it possible for me to acquire weapons from Runeterra? Chun Feng asked aloud. Yes, the host can obtain them through the lottery, the system replied. But this answer did little to please Chun Feng. A lottery could yield not only heroes, but hero summoning rights, and, on top of that, weapons. That meant the odds of getting a weapon were even slimmer. Chun Feng sighed helplessly, when suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. System, can I use the weapons of summoned heroes? He pressed on. Yes, but the ownership remains with the hero. You may only use them temporarily, the system responded. Once again, Chun Feng was disappointed. Temporary use, with ownership not belonging to him, was of little practical value. It seemed he would have to rely on the lottery if he wanted to acquire a truly powerful weapon. With a resigned shrug, Chun Feng let the matter drop. It would all come down to luck. He set his coordinates for District DE, and in the blink of an eye, found himself in the midst of a bustling street. District DE was the birthplace of the Nazis. To this day, Hydra regarded it as their sacred ground. But as Chun Feng stepped into a stretch of wasteland, he suddenly noticed someone charging toward him at breakneck speed. A figure with a flaming skull, astride a motorcycle wreathed in fire, wielding a chain blazing with infernal light, lashed out at Chun Feng. Ghost Rider? Chun Feng was taken aback, unable to fathom why Ghost Rider would seek him out. Ghost Rider was a superhero who had inherited the powers of Mephisto, Lord of Hell. His very existence was meant to punish the guilty. But Chun Feng had committed no crime. In fact, he had even aided Earth. Perhaps Ghost Rider saw Chun Feng as too great a threat, too unpredictable, and that was reason enough for him to strike. Come on, show me just how powerful you truly are. Chun Feng licked his lips, a sharp gleam flashing through his eyes. On his sword of Gale, it seemed as though frost was forming, and the air around them grew cold and still. The temperature plummeted in an instant. Freeze! With a furious shout, Chun Feng swung the sword of Gale forward. A towering wave of ice surged forth, crashing down upon the Ghost Rider's motorcycle like a tidal wave unleashed by a raging storm. Everything in its path was annihilated, reduced to withered remnants. Nothing survived the onslaught. All was frozen, as if the world had been plunged into a new ice age. The hellfire that had been blazing upon the Ghost Rider's body was snuffed out in an instant, overwhelmed by the relentless force of the cold. Under the remorseless pressure of the endless frost, the fire flickered out like a candle in the wind, silent and defeated. The Ghost Rider, his motorcycle, and even his chain were sealed in ice. Come on, let me see just how powerful you really are. Chun Feng licked his lips, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. On the sword of Gale, it was as if frost was forming. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and the temperature dropped sharply. Freeze! With a furious shout, Chun Feng swung the sword of Gale forward. A colossal wave of ice surged forth like a tidal flood, aimed directly at the Ghost Rider's motorcycle, sweeping out with the force of a raging tsunami. Wherever it passed, all life withered. Nothing could withstand its advance. Everything was encased in ice, as if the world had entered a new ice age. The blazing hellfire that had been burning on Ghost Rider's body was suddenly snuffed out in an instant. Under the relentless assault of the bitter cold, it was like a dying candle. Unable to resist, it simply faded away. Ghost Rider, his motorcycle, and his chain were all frozen solid, transformed into fossils of ice. Pathetic, hardly worth the effort. Chun Feng sighed in boredom. He sheathed his sword of Gale and continued toward the Hydra base. But the moment Chun Feng withdrew his power, the ice cracked apart. The flames on Ghost Rider's body blazed up once more furious than before, yet he made no move to advance. Staring at the man's retreating figure, a thread of fear crept into his heart. Too strong, utterly unbeatable. At that moment, only this thought echoed in Ghost Rider's mind. Picking up his flaming chain, the Ghost Rider silently headed elsewhere. He didn't even dare to walk in the same direction as Chun Feng. Mephisto, Lord of Hell. So this was a test of my strength, wasn't it? Walking along the road, Chun Feng muttered to himself. It seems that all the gods on earth have begun to take notice of me. But in the face of absolute power, none of it matters. Unbeknownst to him, the moment when the 9 major zones would all be connected was drawing near. Soon, Thor and Jane would have to confront the invasion of that mysterious race. Meanwhile, something was about to happen on Earth, something that would shake the entire world. After Ghost Rider left, the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, appeared silently, watching Chun Feng's slowly fading figure with an inscrutable expression. To defeat Ghost Rider so effortlessly, and without even showing his full strength, Mephisto couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe toward Chun Feng. One true powerhouse on Earth is enough. The rest are unnecessary. Chun Feng, unconcerned, strolled onward toward the Hydra base. The Mind Stone was what he desired most now. Everything and everyone else could be ignored. But just then, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared ahead, glancing around in confusion. Wait, isn't that the Scarlet Witch? Chun Feng looked closer and recognized Wanda's face. He couldn't help but sigh at the coincidence, meeting her halfway like this. Who are you? Don't come any closer. Wanda saw Chun Feng approaching her and immediately called out to him. There was a deep warning in her voice. A swirl of red, chaotic energy quickly gathered in her palm. It seems you haven't truly mastered chaos magic at all, have you? Chun Feng stopped in his tracks, sizing up Wanda as he murmured to himself. What did you just say? Chaos magic. Wanda looked at him in surprise and suspicion, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Chun Feng was at a loss for words at her reaction. Could it be that she's still unclear about chaos magic? Or is her mind just muddled right now? What chaos magic? Tell me, Wanda shouted, her whole body surging with a powerful force. Even the ground beneath her seemed to tremble, as if it might be ripped up at any moment. It really seems like you've lost your mind. Chun Feng helplessly patted his forehead. Dealing with an enraged woman could be truly frightening. Forget it. A spark of inspiration flashed through his mind, and he suddenly had a good idea. For Magneto's sake, I suppose I can help you. Just this once. Chun Feng said to Wanda. Then he placed his hand gently on that soft, comforting energy in Wanda's palm. Wanda was about to flare up, but suddenly felt a wave of energy sweep through her mind, soothing the violent chaos within her. In an instant, Wanda calmed down, slowly closed her eyes, and seemed to savor this strange sensation. What's happening to me? As the energy entered Wanda's body, Chun Feng suddenly discovered that her chaotic power was flowing into him as well. What's more, he was absorbing the chaotic energy easily, as if it was second nature to him. Time slipped by quietly, like sand through an hourglass, as the chaos energy within Chun Feng gradually condensed and took shape inside him. Nearly 10 minutes later, Chun Feng finally released Wanda's hand and let out a long breath. He felt as if he had been completely transformed, radiating a new and much stronger presence. Meanwhile, the chaos energy in Wanda's palm began to dance nimbly at her fingertips, as if performing a ballet. She now looked as though she had wholly mastered the power of chaos. She opened her eyes and gazed at Chun Feng, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, as if a hidden bond tied them together. You? Wanda wanted to speak, but words failed her for a moment. It's nothing. No need to thank me. Chun Feng waved his hand dismissively, then with a sly smile added, but if you really want to show your gratitude, you'll have to be sincere. I already have wealth and possessions. There's only one thing I'm missing, and I think you know what it is. Why not repay me with that? Wanda stared at Chun Feng, completely bewildered by his cryptic words. A long moment passed before she realized what he meant, red chaos energy flickering in her palm, and she replied, You want to try out chaos energy, don't you? The innocent and pure answer made Chun Feng standing nearby, looked grim and stony-faced. Who on earth wants chaotic energy? What I want now is for you to understand. Can't you see that? I have it too, Shenfeng replied irritably. Then, in his palm, a flow of red, chaotic energy began to swirl and shift. What? You have it too? You also know how to use the chaos technique. Seeing the red energy in Chun Feng's hand, Wanda gasped in astonishment. She stared in disbelief, even reaching out as if to touch it. But with a flick of his wrist, Chun Feng withdrew the swirling energy back into his palm. A flicker of disappointment immediately appeared in Wanda's eyes. Oh, right, Wanda, let me ask you something. Chun Feng's demeanor suddenly shifted, turning serious as he questioned her. Go ahead. Wanda nodded, her bright eyes fixed intently on Chun Feng. Those soulful, sparkling eyes, framed by her large blue irises, made her look even more striking. For a moment, Chun Feng was caught off guard, drawn into the depths of Wanda's gaze. Are you all right? Wanda, innocent and unguarded, waved her hand in front of Chun Feng's face. I'm fine. So, are you from this world? Do you know how to get back? Chun Feng quickly pulled himself together and asked. I'm from over there. Wanda turned and pointed at a towering mountain behind her. Then she looked back at Chun Feng and said, I know how to get back. Do you want to go take a look? Without hesitation, Chun Feng nodded in response to Wanda's question. He was genuinely curious to see Hydra's secret base for himself. Then, come with me, Wanda said with a bright smile, clearly delighted to have made a new friend in Chun Feng. But just as they were about to leave, her expression changed, and she said bitterly, But they won't let me bring strangers there. Hearing this, Chun Feng hesitated for a moment, then said, It's all right. I'll just look around outside and won't go in. When the time comes, I'll leave right away. After Chun Feng's patient persuasion, Wanda finally agreed, though a bit reluctantly. With Wanda leading the way, Chun Feng soon saw the outline of the base. Behind them, the Hell Lord Mephisto watched the two, his brow furrowing ever more tightly. Chaotic power. Unexpectedly, it was now in the hands of a mutant. And Chun Feng could easily suppress even chaotic power. Such strength was beyond anything he had anticipated. Unacceptable. A cold gleam flashed in Mephisto's eyes, and murderous intent surged from him. Another Ghost Rider appeared before him, awaiting his command. Mephisto leaned in and whispered instructions into the Ghost Rider's ear. Normally, he would pay little attention to affairs in the mortal world, leaving them to the Ghost Riders to handle. But now, someone had appeared who might even pose a real threat to him, someone he couldn't guarantee victory against. That, he could never ignore. This time, Mephisto was determined to show Chun Feng that the true rulers of Earth were still the Lords of Hell. Inside the Asgardian Hall of Prophecy, Sif looked at Jane, whose face was somewhat haggard, but still filled with gratitude. Jane, trust me. You'll be all right. My father will definitely find a way to help you, Thor reassured her. Hearing Thor's gentle words, Jane managed a reassuring smile. Thor, I'm fine. It's just that I miss my family a little. But I believe you'll cure me. Not long after Jane arrived in Asgard, the energy inside her erupted completely. If they couldn't extract this energy from her body within the next month, Jane would face certain death. Upon Air's diagnosis, it was revealed that the energy within Jane was none other than the ether, an artifact that had been sealed away. This was the greatest treasure of the Dark Elves, who, thousands of years ago, had planned to use the ether to plunge all 9 realms into eternal darkness. But then Odin appeared, and with his immense power, defeated the Dark Elves and sealed away the ether. Now, it had resurfaced, and had been absorbed by Jane. This could only mean one thing. The Dark Elves were about to return. Jane, don't worry, Thor said, pulling her gently into his arms. The two of them stood side by side, gazing into the distance at the setting sun. In the dungeons of the palace, Loki was imprisoned. From his expression, it was clear he had descended into madness. To lose his freedom was, for Loki, to lose everything. Not even the love of his proudest and most beloved mother could draw him back from the darkness. But just then, Loki seemed to notice something. He pointed his finger toward the horizon. The enemy has invaded. All soldiers to arms. Defend against the enemy. Sif's expression grew grave as a massive spaceship suddenly appeared before her. Jane, go inside the palace, she instructed. I'll handle what's happening outside. Thor released Jane, his tone serious and determined. Facing such an unexpected crisis, Jane could only nod in agreement, trusting Thor's command. Lightning crackled and flashed along Mjolnir. With a leap, Thor hurled himself directly at the spaceship. Endless thunder rumbled across the sky, and giant bolts of lightning shot toward the ship. But the instant they struck, an invisible barrier absorbed them completely. Thor's face filled with shock. After so many years of honing his strength, He had risen to a whole new level. Yet now, he couldn't even damage a single spaceship. It was hard to believe. Thor, son of Odin, came a voice from inside the ship, as a man with white hair stepped out. Lay down your weapons and surrender at once, or you will witness the fury of Asgard. Thor warned sternly, but his threat only made the white-haired man smile. The white-clad man swept his arm, unleashing a torrent of energy, a brilliant crescent-shaped arc that surged across the ground, leaving almost nowhere to dodge. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly, lightning crackling along its surface, and hurled his thunderous might to meet the oncoming energy head-on. A deafening sound thundered through the heavens and the earth, echoing with such force that it seemed to awaken all of Asgard. So this is the extent of Odin's lineage, the white-clad man spat coldly. The energy arc tore through Thor's lightning, shattering his defense and slamming brutally into his body. His chainmail shattered at the point of impact, cracks spiderwebbing rapidly in all directions. Thor's entire body flew backwards like a cannonball, crashing into a distant house, which exploded into fragments under the force. Odin, hand them over, the white-clad man bellowed at the sky. All of Asgard heard his furious demand. Meanwhile, Jane, who was with Frigga, grew pale. Inside her, the ether particles seemed to be on the verge of being wrenched away. Jane, don't worry. Thor and his father will defeat these invaders, Frigga said, soothing her with as much calm as she could muster. Are you sure? Jane asked, her voice trembling. Just then, the white-clad man appeared before Frigga and Jane, his lips curled in a wicked grin. Jane, get behind me. Wait for your chance to escape, Frigga commanded in a low, steady voice. She raised her sword, pointing it at the white-clad man. With a swift motion, her blade sliced through the air, striking toward him. But with a single blur of movement, he dodged easily. Then, with a casual grip, he seized Frigga's sword from her hand. He drove it swiftly into her abdomen. The blade quickly stained deep crimson. A heavy scent of blood filled the air. Go, Jane, run, Frigga cried, summoning the last of her strength to hold the white-clad man at bay. But Jane, frozen in terror at the sight of blood, stood rooted to the spot. Die, you wretch, the white-clad man snarled, shoving the mortally wounded Frigga aside. Just as he turned to deal with Jane, Thor arrived in the nick of time. With a mighty swing, Mjolnir smashed the sword in the attacker's hand to pieces. Mother, Thor cried, his voice hoarse with anguish, his eyes wild with grief. I will never forgive you, Thor roared, unleashing a relentless barrage of thunder and lightning in his fury. But by now, Asgard had fallen completely under the control of the Dark Elves. The royal guard was in utter disarray. Even King Odin himself had been wholly restrained, unable to help the others. Meanwhile, in the dungeons of the palace, all the prisoners had been set free, and with them, Loki regained his liberty. Asgard, the throne, it will all be mine, Loki whispered, his eyes glittering with cunning. With a flicker, his figure vanished from the cell. Elsewhere, Thor and the white-clad man fought on, locked in fierce, desperate battle. The battle between the two was nothing short of cataclysmic. Each clash of power shattered countless buildings, reducing them to ruins. All of New Asgard was thrown into utter chaos. Wanda, your home is just ahead, isn't it? Chun Feng asked, breaking the silence. Wanda nodded enthusiastically, a bright smile lighting up her face. But just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through. A mutant, moving so fast that only a blur remained in the air, charged at them at lightning speed. Yet, as he aimed to attack Chun Feng, a single hand caught him by the neck, bringing him to an abrupt halt. Let me go. The man struggled desperately, his voice tight with fury. But his strength was nothing compared to the grip that held him. He was like a helpless chick, weak and pitiful in the face of true power. Pietro, what are you doing here? Wanda stared at the man in shock. This was none other than Pietro Maximoff, Quicksilver, the younger brother of the Scarlet Witch, Wanda. His speed was legendary, so fast it seemed to transcend time and space itself. But before Chun Feng, master of the Space Stone, even that wasn't enough. It seems your brother has quite the grudge against me, Chun Feng remarked calmly, a faint, amused smile on his lips. Chun Feng, please let Pietro go. He didn't mean any harm. Wanda pleaded softly, concern etched on her face as she looked at her brother. With a dismissive chuckle, Chun Feng released his grip. The moment he was free, Pietro darted away in another burst of blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Chun Feng, launching a swift kick at him. Chun Feng's smile turned cold. With a casual wave of his hand, he caught Pietro by the ankle. If not for your sister's sake, you'd be a corpse by now. With a flick of his right hand, Chun Feng hurled Pietro to the ground with such force that the earth cracked open beneath him. Under the crushing weight, Pietro's head spun, his vision filled with dancing stars. Without a second thought, Chun Feng tossed Pietro at Wanda's feet, leaving him gasping for breath. His chest heaved, his face twisted in pain. He was clearly suffering. "Kid, don't try to show off in front of adults," Chun Feng said, then strode calmly toward the base ahead. "Pietro, are you all right?" Wanda knelt to help her brother up, worry clouding her eyes. She had seen Chun Feng's power firsthand. He was overwhelmingly strong. After a long moment, Pietro slowly opened his eyes, his voice weak. "I'm fine." Only then did Wanda finally let out a breath of relief. Chun Feng, meanwhile, had already vanished from her sight. "Wanda, who is he?" Pietro asked, a hint of fear in his voice. "Chun Feng. He's a very powerful man. You'd best steer clear of him." It was only then that Wanda realized she knew almost nothing about Chun Feng, yet he seemed to know everything about her. This feeling stirred a faint panic in her heart. "Hurry, let's catch up." Some mysterious sense tugged at Wanda's nerves, filling her with unease as she rushed after Chun Feng. "I'll take you there, Wanda." Pietro's strength quickly returned. In a flash, he scooped Wanda up and, moving with lightning speed, brought her to Chun Feng's side in mere moments. Staring at Chun Feng's back, Wanda suddenly found him towering and unreachable, as if no matter how hard she tried, she could never catch up. "Chun Feng, don't go any further. They'll kill you," Pietro shouted after Chun Feng, his voice echoing with urgency. But Chun Feng only gave Wanda a reassuring gesture, then strode calmly deeper into the darkness. "Pietro, we have to stop him." Wanda turned anxiously to her brother, her heart pounding with worry for reasons she couldn't quite name. She desperately hoped that nothing would happen to Chun Feng, that he wouldn't get hurt or fall into danger. Pietro's expression grew complicated as he looked at Wanda, moved by a look on her face he'd never seen before. But without another word, Pietro sprang into action at his sister's command. In a heartbeat, he shot forward, leaving a streak in the air like a comet's tail. Before anyone could react, he stood before Chun Feng, blocking his path with outstretched arms. "If you keep going, they'll kill you," Pietro warned, his voice sharp as steel. Yet Chun Feng merely offered a faint, enigmatic smile and shook his head. "Go back to your sister and tell her not to worry about me." As he spoke, a glimmer of red energy flickered at his fingertip, glowing with an unearthly light. A strange sensation flooded Pietro's chest. But before he could respond, the red energy lifted him off the ground, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. With a dull thud, he was sent flying back, landing beside Wanda. Only then did the red energy gradually dissipate from his body. Pietro looked bewildered, glancing from Wanda before casting a puzzled look toward Chun Feng in the distance. After a moment, he asked, "Wanda, how does he have the same kind of chaotic energy as you?" Wanda shook her head helplessly. "I don't know either." But just then, a violent alarm erupted from within the Hydra base. "Fall back. Don't come any closer. Get back. Stay away, you outsiders. One more step and you'll die." The shouts rang out, cold and commanding, brimming with arrogance. But Chun Feng neither retreated nor stopped. Instead, he continued forward, unfazed. Suddenly, a hailstorm of bullets tore through the air, whistling past him. The ground at Chun Feng's feet erupted with impacts, the bullets a sharp warning from Hydra. "This is your last warning. Get out now." Angry shouts thundered from inside the base. "Go back." Chun Feng responded with a light, almost amused smile. The Gale Blade awakened. The 8 gems embedded in his weapon shimmered with dazzling light. "Open fire. Kill him." The Hydra leader's furious command rang out from the depths of the base. Outside, the aura around Chun Feng was simply overwhelming, so much so that he paid no heed at all to this blatant, naked warning. Ahead of Chun Feng, time seemed to slow. Artillery fire and bullets, along with bombs, rained down like an inescapable net from the heavens. Just seeing such a display would be enough to send the White House into a trembling panic. Chun Feng let out a cold laugh and lightly tapped the Gale, sword in his hand. In that instant, a terrifying surge of sword energy, enough to rend the world apart, burst forth in every direction, as if slicing the very sky in two. Heaven and earth seemed to change color before this might. Everything bowed before this surge of power. The hail of bullets and bombs that filled the sky was instantly swept aside by the sword energy, disintegrating into dust and falling silently to the ground. Inside the Hydra base, those who witnessed this terrifying spectacle stared in shock, their mouths agape, utterly speechless. Such overwhelming dominance, wielded with godlike force, was beyond anything anyone could have imagined. Even Wanda and Pietro, standing behind Chun Feng, were deeply shaken by his display of power. At that moment, Wanda finally understood why Chun Feng had told her not to worry. Even chaos magic, she realized, could not compare to even a tenth of this sword energy's might. Pietro was even more alarmed. Had Chunfeng gone all out earlier, Pietro might not have lived to see the sun rise again. Chunfeng sheathed his Gale sword and strode forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, in Asgard, the realm was engulfed in endless flames of battle. The Dark Elves were gradually gaining the upper hand on the battlefield, forcing the Asgardian warriors to retreat step by step. Even the All-Father Odin was entangled by the curses of the Dark Elf sorcerers. Thor, the god of thunder, was locked in a fierce duel with the leader of the Dark Elves, their clash wild and unyielding. Their powers were evenly matched. Lightning and darkness each claimed half the sky. "I will kill you," Thor roared, his hammer crackling with dazzling lightning. The force of his will keen as a blade. The Dark Elf leader sneered, his entire body brimming with a surging tide of dark energy, which he shaped into a colossal axe that seemed capable of splitting the world in two. With a destructive fury, he brought the weapon down upon Thor. At that moment, lightning and darkness collided head-on once more. There would be no stroke of luck here. Only their own strength could decide the outcome. And now, the Dark Elf leader's power was clearly superior. Thor was struck by the overwhelming dark energy, sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily through several buildings. Battered and covered in dust, Thor slowly rose from the rubble, looking utterly disheveled. "So, this is all the son of Odin amounts to?" The Dark Elf leader, Malekith, sneered with disdain. "You're just as weak as your useless mother, completely helpless." "Shut up. I'll kill you." Thor's fury exploded at those words. No one could insult his mother or father. No one. Thor gathered all his strength in an instant, channeling it into Mjolnir, the hammer of thunder. A terrifying surge of lightning burst forth, blossoming like a lotus on the verge of unfurling. Fearsome, yet breathtakingly beautiful. "Do you still not realize the gap between us?" Malekith sneered coldly, and once again, dark energy gathered before him, transforming into countless razor-sharp swords. He aimed them straight at Thor, ready to unleash a furious assault. At that moment, the winds howled and clouds churned. The very energies of heaven and earth seemed to come alive. The aura of both warriors soared to its peak, two titans clashing head-to-head. "Pathetic. Step aside. It's you who should die." With simultaneous roars that seemed to split the sky and shatter stone, the two unleashed their attacks in a violent collision. World-shaking waves of energy crashed together, their impact echoing across the land. The aftershock of their time-bending storm swept out in all directions, obliterating everything in its path. Houses, dark elves, Asgardian soldiers, where the energy passed, not a blade of grass was left. All living things caught in the blast were thrown to the ground. The weakest among them simply turned to dust. Cries of rage and agony echoed through the apocalyptic storm. In this boundless surge of power, all else was swallowed. Those watching from afar stared in horror, wide-eyed, transfixed by the growing tempest. This was likely the most terrifying battle Asgard had seen in centuries. Even Odin narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at the scene below. It was as if, in Thor, he saw the shadow of his own youth. One day, Thor would inherit Asgard. Of that, he was certain. Moments later, the winds of chaos faded, revealing the two figures within. Thor and Malekith stood facing each other, eyes locked in silence. "I told you, you're no match for me." Malekith spoke with a cold confidence. "Are you sure about that?" Thor, breathing heavily, shot back. At Thor's words, Malekith's expression changed. Suddenly, he felt a surge of lightning rampage through his body, searing him from within. "You!" Malekith tried to point at Thor, but a jolt of agony sent him crashing to the ground. Thor raised Mjolnir, lightning crackling, ready to strike down Malekith once and for all. But just then, a shadow streaked across the field with blinding speed. An axe blocked Mjolnir, and a powerful kick sent Thor flying. The wounded Thor crashed to the ground like a severed kite, unable to rise. Odin arrived at that moment, energy surging from him like a tidal wave. But Malekith and his cursed warrior were already fleeing toward their ship. Odin made no move to stop them, letting the pair escape. As Malekith and the cursed warrior departed, the remaining dark elves withdrew from Asgard as well. Odin cast a long, meaningful look at Thor, lying defeated on the ground, as if contemplating something deep and unspoken. And soon after, the news of Frigga's death spread throughout all of Asgard. Everyone was plunged into an endless sea of mourning. A few days later, Thor stood within the grand halls of the palace, his expression grave as he addressed the man before him. "Father, please allow me to go to the dark world and bring Malekith back." Odin refused him outright, without a moment's hesitation. "Father," Malekith is vulnerable now. This is our best chance. Besides, Jane can't wait any longer. The ether within her is on the verge of destroying her. Thor pressed on. Still, Odin replied coldly. Thor, this is far too dangerous. You must understand. If your mission fails, the ether will fall into Malekith's hands. And soon, the convergence of the 9 realms will begin. If Malekith seizes the ether, he will use it to consume all 9 realms. The consequences will be catastrophic. Thor wanted to argue further, but Odin dismissed him from the hall. There was no other way. Whether Odin agreed or not, Thor had already resolved to leave for the Dark World. Loki must know of another way out of Asgard. A sudden thought struck Thor, brightening his mood at once. He had sought Odin's permission only because he needed the Bifrost to leave Asgard. But now, remembering Loki, the greatest obstacle was instantly resolved. With a flash, Thor arrived at the palace dungeons. Loki, I'm going to the Dark World to avenge our mother. Are you coming with me? Thor asked plainly. Frigga? That woman is dead. What does it matter to me? Loki replied with a careless chuckle, as if Frigga were a stranger, someone with whom he shared no bond. Don't pretend you don't care. I know you're the one who cared for Mother most. Thor cut through Loki's facade, then added, if you won't help, I'll go alone for Mother's sake. With that, he turned to leave the dungeon, not waiting for a response. I'll do it. Loki's eyes flashed with uncharacteristic intensity as he called out to Thor, who was striding away. Thor paused, turning with a knowing smile. He opened Loki's cell and, with his brother in tow, left the dungeon behind. I want to kill that bastard with my own hands, Loki declared, repeating those words more than any other as they walked. So long as you help me kill him, I don't care who you are. But how do you plan to leave without being discovered? Thor asked seriously. Oh, that's hardly a challenge, Loki replied with a mocking grin. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into an ordinary palace guard. The next moment, he became Captain Rogers of Midgard. Within seconds, Loki had shifted through several different forms. How about that? Not bad, Loki asked, pride gleaming in his eyes. Nongr merely smiled faintly, without saying a word. Relying on Loki's shape-shifting magic, the two quickly left the dungeon. At the same time, Jane was brought to the place where the spaceship was located. Is it you? The moment Jane saw Loki, her expression grew stern. It's me, lovely lady. Loki greeted her with a gentlemanly flair. But all that greeted him in return was a resounding slap. That's for the people of Earth, Jane exclaimed, her voice brimming with anger. Thor, your little girlfriend really is quite the temper, doesn't she? Loki remarked with a sly, mocking tone, though the expression on his face was impossible to read. The three of them headed together toward the spaceship, but along the way, Loki and Jane were clearly at odds. Thor, however, had no time to worry about their quarrel. Time was running short. Hurry, this is the ship. Let's get in. Once Thor had picked out a vessel, he led the other two aboard. But they had barely begun to fly when the Asgardian guards discovered them. Moments later, a patrol ship shot out at high speed, chasing after Thor, Loki, and Jane. Loki, don't you know the other routes out of Asgard? Tell me now. Thor called out urgently. Loki flashed a wicked smile, cast a glance at Thor, then moved swiftly to the pilot's seat. Under Loki's deft hands, the spaceship veered off in a completely new direction, racing toward a desolate, remote corner. The guards behind them soon issued a warning, signaling for Thor to stop the ship. But Thor, resolute as ever, paid no heed to their threats. Fire on them. The captain of the guard, seeing no alternative, gave the order. In an instant, laser blasts swept through the air like a vast, deadly net, closing in on Thor and Loki's ship. Yet Loki's piloting skills were impressive. With agile maneuvers, he dodged the guard's attacks again and again. We're almost through. Hold on tight. Loki shouted above the roar. Suddenly, the space ahead began to ripple violently. The ship shuddered with a bone-rattling force. Jane and Thor struggled to stay on their feet, nearly losing their balance. Hang on, we're almost there, Loki said, his voice heavy with concentration. Thor reached out and caught Jane, relying on his own divine strength to shield them both from the chaotic spatial turbulence. We've made it. Moments later, the ship emerged into a barren world. It resembled a twilight desert, vast and empty, with not a soul in sight. Thor, Loki, and Jane gazed out over the endless wasteland, their eyes full of shock. The world of the Dark Elves was truly desolate beyond imagination. Let's go. It's time to find Malekith. Thor was the first to collect himself, picking a direction and pressing forward. Only then did Loki and Jane snap out of their astonishment and follow after. Are you just going to walk right up to Malekith and challenge him head on? Do you really think you can defeat him? Loki stopped in his tracks, looking solemn as he asked the question. Thor paused at these words, turning to look at Loki. Then do you have a better plan? A sly, inscrutable smile crept onto Loki's lips. Do you really think the title god of mischief was handed to me for nothing? Loki's enigmatic smile made Thor furrow his brow in concern. Tell me your plan, Thor said simply, his tone leaving no room for doubt. There was an unmistakable authority in his voice, the weight of an elder brother. Loki's laughter rang out, deep and layered with meaning, as he glanced at Thor. Then, he began to unveil his plan. We must strike swiftly and decisively. If Malekith gets his hands on the ether, things will become much more complicated, Thor said gravely. This plan, while offering a high chance of success, carried enormous risks as well. If they succeeded, Malekith would be defeated then and there. But if they failed, the cost could be nothing less than the fate of all 9 realms. This was a plan that demanded success. Failure was not an option. Jane, I'm afraid you'll have to put up with a bit of hardship, Thor said gently, looking at Jane with concern. It's all right. I won't hold you back, Jane replied with a bright, radiant smile. Don't worry. I'll protect you, Thor said, gently touching Jane's head and placing a tender kiss on her forehead. Loki looked at the two of them with a roll of his eyes, unable to resist remarking, Life is precious, but love is priceless. Afterwards, once every detail of their plan was in place, the 3 of them began to move. After drawing out some of the ether from within Jane, they waited for the arrival of the Dark Elves. They're here, Loki called out loudly. In the distance, a massive spaceship approached, rumbling forward like an enormous tank. Get ready, Loki shouted. Thor took his place at the front, gripping his hammer tightly as thunder flickered across its surface. Loki and Jane stood at his side, their gazes fixed firmly on the approaching ship. Moments later, Malekith arrived at the head of his dark elf army, quickly coming to face the 3 of them. Asgardians, should I admire your courage or question your intelligence, to come to the dark world and seek me out yourself? Malekith sneered. Thor raised his hammer, pointing it straight at Malekith's head. Remember the name, Thor, god of thunder. But just as Thor was about to strike, Loki sprang into action. In a flash, he hit Thor's arm, knocking the hammer aside. Then, grabbing Jane by the arm, he dragged her forcefully toward Malekith. Loki, you've betrayed me again. Thor cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, his voice hoarse with anger. But Loki's response was cold and merciless. I am Loki, enemy of Asgard. Let me stand and watch as Asgard is reduced to ashes. Ruhr immediately flung the scroll in his hand at Malekith's feet. Malekith, seeing this, raised the scroll with one hand. Dark, surging energy poured out from within him. At the same moment, the ether particles inside Jane seemed to sense something and rushed forth, hurtling out of her body. As the ether burst forth, Jane cried out in agony. The ether particles twisted and warped in the air, about to surge into Malekith's body. Loki now, Thor, still lying on the ground, shouted hoarsely. Loki wasted no time. He immediately dispelled the illusion cloaking Thor. The severed hand reappeared, restored in an instant. Lightning crackled endlessly across Mjolnir. With a deafening roar, Thor hurled the hammer toward the ether swirling in the sky. Meanwhile, back at the Hydra base in Sector D, the people finally snapped back to their senses. Keep attacking. Use the new weapons. The leader bellowed, voice laced with fury. In that instant, all their powerful 3.5 class weaponry locked on its Chun-Fong. The entire space seemed to tremble, as if thunder itself was rolling through the sky, a deafening cacophony shaking the heavens. Chun-Fong stood with eyes half closed, the sword of Gale pulsing with wild, untamed power in his grasp. He swept the blade in a wide arc, and a tempest of sword energy exploded forth, raging like a storm. Every attack, bullets, missiles, lasers, was reduced to ash in the onslaught. And yet, Chun-Fong stood motionless, completely unscathed. Once again, everyone was left and stunned, awed at Chun-Feng's overwhelming power. Who dares draw the blade now? Only I, General Chun-Fong, stand supreme. In that moment, a chilling, deathly stillness descended upon heaven and earth. The wind howled cold across the river, a lone figure and a single sword, ready to cut down all that exists under the sky. As the others stared in dumbstruck silence, Chun-Fong took a single step forward and vanished instantly. It was as if he had performed some divine feat, shrinking the earth beneath his feet, and appeared out of thin air before the Hydra agents. Seeing Chun-Fong suddenly materialize in front of them, every last member of Hydra was struck dumb with terror. All eyes fixed on Chun-Fong, unable to look away, their faces pale with fear, throats bobbing as they swallowed hard. Why you? Who are you? The highest-ranking leader inside the Hydra base stammered, barely able to get the words out. It seems your research on the scepter is coming along well, isn't it? Chun-Fong replied, ignoring the question. He strode past the people in front of him and headed straight for the scepter at the back. At that moment, the scepter was still glowing, bathed in a dazzling blue light, breathtaking in its intensity. Qianfeng seized the scepter in his hand, studying it closely. The Mind Stone, just how powerful are you? He murmured to himself. Then he turned to face the Hydra agents, holding the scepter, now gleaming with a warm blue radiance, right before their eyes. So, what have you managed to create? Qianfeng's voice was like the whisper of a devil, seductive and impossible to resist. Instantly, everyone fell into a trance, like puppets, answering every question with mechanical obedience. After hearing these people speak, a smile tugged at the corners of Qianfeng's mouth. With a sweeping gesture of his large hand, a rift tore open in an instant, unleashing a surge of void energy that billowed outward. Let's go. I'll take you out to make your choice. Qianfeng was the first to step into the rift, followed closely by the others, who kept pace and entered together. Moments later, Qianfeng led the members of Hydra to stand before Wanda and Pietro. Qianfeng, what is this? What have you done to them? Wanda, seeing the high-ranking Hydra members appear, asked anxiously. Let them go. Don't you dare harm the saviors of Earth. Pietro was even more direct, shouting angrily. Qianfeng looked at Pietro with amusement in his eyes. That deep, penetrating gaze made Pietro avert his eyes and turn his head away immediately. Though his words were fierce, when it came to facing Qianfeng's stare, he simply couldn't hold his ground. There was an overwhelming pressure that made it impossible for him to breathe easily. One had to admit, Hydra's brainwashing methods were truly formidable, enough to make you all believe they're the saviors of this world. Qianfeng turned to Wanda, smiling as he spoke. If Hydra had existed in the 21st century, they'd have been the most powerful pyramid scheme on Earth, perhaps even the world's foremost cult. What did you say? They are the saviors. We're the ones destined to rescue this broken, ruined world, not that so-called Avengers. Wanda retorted fiercely. To shatter the deeply rooted beliefs in her mind would be a painful and difficult process. And at that very moment, the chaos energy within her erupted. Like a thunderclap, it surged through the entire space. Wanda! Pietro shouted. With speed bordering on the impossible, he rushed forward. Whenever Wanda fell into such a state, it was always herself who ended up hurt. So, to keep her safe, Pietro would risk injury himself and charge ahead without hesitation. But just then, a far more powerful wave of chaotic energy surged forth, as unstoppable as a raging river. It collided head-on with the chaos Wanda had unleashed. The instant they touched, Wanda's wild power was immediately subdued, and the entire space fell silent. Wanda, stay calm. Don't let your anger blind you. Qianfeng's voice was clear and steady, like a mountain stream, flowing gently through Wanda's veins. In an instant, her agitated emotions were soothed, her heaving chest gradually calmed. You feel as if your beliefs of all these years are under attack. That's all right. I'll show you the truth right now. Qianfeng spoke softly. Then he picked up the scepter and lightly tapped it against Hydra's highest leader. Wanda, Qianfeng was right. I'm not a savior, and Hydra is no messiah either. We only deceived you, so you would serve Hydra. The power you two possess is enough to stand against the Avengers. With the strength of the Academy added to that, Hydra will surely rise again. When that time comes, we will fulfill the mission of our ancestors. Conquer the Earth, and every human will bow before Hydra. Those who refuse will perish. Hydra is the one and only ruler of this world. Hail Hydra! Suddenly, there was a sharp rush of wind, and then everyone saw the man's chest pierce straight through. Hot, red blood sprayed like a fine mist, splattering across Pietro's face and staining his clothes. Pietro drew in ragged, heavy breaths. You beast! In a flash, his fist shot out again. With unstoppable force, it smashed into the man's face, crushing his features together in a grotesque snarl. From a distance, Wanda watched the scene unfold, her hand flying to her mouth in shock. The brother she remembered could be rebellious, but never had she seen him so ferocious. That's right, keep going. Let out. Break free from the chains Hydra has placed on your heart. Qianfeng stood beside them, his words ringing with encouragement. If you want to shatter what's trapped inside you, the best way is to personally destroy the one who gave it to you. With every drop of blood spilled, you'll find true liberation. Meanwhile, in the shadow world, Thor's sudden emergence clearly caught Malekith, the dark elf, off guard. With a baleful glare at Loki, his eyes burned with murderous rage. How was my acting? Was it convincing enough? Loki asked offhandedly, unfazed. Thor soared high, lightning crackling around him, as Malekith stared up in astonishment. Loki was certain their plan had succeeded. A thunderous roar split the air. Wild, terrifying bolts of lightning crashed down on the ether. The shadow world, usually as calm and lifeless as a desert, was suddenly torn apart by howling winds and quaking earth. Massive fissures split the land in every direction. Legions of dark elves found themselves helpless against the force, hurled away as if by an invisible hand. The ether, which had been poised to enter Malekith's body, froze in midair. Thor! Malekith bellowed in fury. Endless waves of dark energy erupted from his body. The suspended ether shuddered as if breaking through ice, surging forward once more. But Thor's lightning was swallowed up, completely enveloped and blocked by the darkness. With a sweeping gesture, Malekith sent another blast of dark energy. It struck Thor squarely, shattering his armor and sending him hurtling backward through the air. He crashed onto the barren desert, gouging a trench hundreds of meters long. After being struck away, Thor's resistance collapsed, and the ether particles, unimpeded, surged directly into Malekith's body. A wild, triumphant laughter rang out. Suspended in midair, Malekith, now fused with the ether, threw his head back and let out a howl of exultation. It was as if the entire dark world trembled with excitement at the return of the ether. Jane plummeted straight from the sky. Deprived of the ether, her illness was cured, yet her body instantly became frail and weak. Standing nearby, Loki witnessed all of this, a flash of grim resolve crossing his eyes. Without hesitation, the razor-sharp, seven-bladed dagger appeared in his hand. He took a single, decisive step, instantly closing the distance to Malekith's side. As the god of mischief, Loki's forte was magic and trickery. Close combat was his greatest weakness. But now, to defeat Malekith, he was willing to risk everything. You? An insignificant ant. Malekith turned with a sneer, his eyes blazing with fury as he barked out his words. The entire space seemed to freeze in the wake of his proclamation. Loki was held motionless in midair. He looked like a helpless lamb, awaiting slaughter. Loki struggled desperately, trying to plunge the dagger in his hand into Malekith's heart. But the chasm in power between them was simply too vast. He couldn't move. Pitiful creature. Just a half-blood child of the frost giants, duped by that old fool Odin for so long. Did you truly mistake your people's enemy for your father? Did you really believe you belonged to Asgard? You've always been a pawn, a fool left in the dark. With a contemptuous sweep of his right hand, Malekith summoned a torrent of raw energy. No! Thor, just managing to get to his feet, saw Loki about to be executed and bellowed in rage. The beam, a fusion of ether and dark energy, shot forth, piercing Loki's chest and shattering his heart. In an instant, Loki's face drained of color, his breath stilled. He fell from the air, crumpling to the frozen wasteland below like a broken rag doll. In those pale, lifeless eyes, only endless regret remained. Thor rushed to Loki's side, catching him with trembling arms, his face contorted in grief as the body in his grasp grew ever colder. And now you, Thor, will die here in the dark world alongside this frost giant. Malekith cared nothing for Thor's anguish. He had always believed in eliminating every last threat. Especially Thor, Odin's son, his eternal nemesis, his mortal enemy. Another beam of energy erupted from Malekith's hand, aimed mercilessly at Thor. It tore through time and space itself. It seemed there was no escape, no way to withstand Malekith's assault. With pain blazing through his every nerve, Thor summoned all his will, swinging his hammer. Thunder roared, forming a shield of crackling lightning to protect him from Malekith's onslaught. Then, without hesitation, Thor picked up Jane and, moving at lightning speed, whisked the two of them away from the area as fast as he could. Moments later, a burst of energy pierced through Thor's shield of lightning, gouging a massive crater 100 meters wide into the ground. But by then, there was no sign of Thor, Jane, or Loki. Damn it, where did they go? Malekith scanned the area, searching in every direction, but Thor was nowhere to be seen. Find him for me. They couldn't have gotten far. Malekith's voice thundered with rage. To think they dared to slip away, right under my nose. Absolutely impossible. Just then, one of the dark elves at his side spoke up, stopping him. Master, the Nine Realms convergence is about to begin. We should hurry to Earth now. At those words, Malekith fell silent, lost in thought. After a moment, he nodded. They're headed to Earth too. We'll kill them when we get there. All of you, follow my orders. We head for Earth. Forget about those three for now. In an instant, the dark elves climbed into their ships and departed. Far away, Thor finally slowed to a stop, the emptiness behind him reassuring enough for him to relax, if only a little. But in his arms, Loki had already dissolved into dust, his remains scattered across the desolate wasteland during their escape. Thor was still lost in the sorrow of Loki's death, so much so that for a time, he forgot Jane was even there. After a while, Jane slowly opened her eyes. Still feeling a bit dazed, she looked at Thor, whose face was clouded with grief, and asked in confusion, "Thor, what's wrong?" Only then did Thor snap back to reality. He forced a smile and shook his head. "It's nothing." Jane's words reminded Thor of what he had to do. He must stop Malekith, and he could not allow the Nine Realms to fall into eternal darkness. This was his destiny, and he had to see it through. Damn it, how do I get out of this world of darkness? As that thought crossed Thor's mind, he frowned. Without Loki, he had no idea where the exit might be. "Maybe I can help you." Jane spoke softly at his side. Her words were like a refreshing spring in the desert. Thor immediately grabbed Jane's shoulders. "Really? You truly know how to find a way out?" His questions tumbled out like a barrage, almost feral in their urgency, leaving Jane momentarily stunned. Was this really the Thor she knew? "Yes, I'm sure we can find it." Jane hesitated for a moment, then nodded, her eyes burning with determination. She didn't know what had changed Thor so much, but she understood that now, more than ever, he needed her faith. The two looked into each other's eyes, as if drawing strength and encouragement from one another. From then on, they wandered the dark world together, searching for a way out. Heaven never disappoints those who are determined. After countless setbacks, Thor and Jane finally discovered the passage. "This place feels strangely familiar," Jane murmured, reaching out to touch the seemingly intangible air, her voice tinged with suspicion. "This space, it feels so much like what I experienced on Earth." Hearing her words, an unusual light flickered across Thor's face. He lifted his head, his hands unconsciously tightening at his sides as a chill swept through him. Thinking of Loki's body pierced straight through. The memory sent a cold shiver down his spine. "Let's go then." Thor took the lead, stepping into the cavern ahead. Jane quickly followed close behind. In an instant, the two of them vanished into the world of darkness. The next moment, they suddenly reappeared, on Earth. "Don't touch me." Wanda pushed Chun Feng's arm away, turning her head to the side. Even after half an hour had passed, she still struggled to accept the truth she'd been kept in the dark about for so long. Beside her, Pietro, Quicksilver, looked even more pensive after having killed the Hydra leader with his own hands. "Wanda," Pietro called softly, hoping his words might help calm his sister. At that moment, Chun Feng raised his eyes to the distant sky, his brows knitting together. Far off, the sky was suddenly in turmoil, as if a hidden force was stirring. Though the wind itself was faint, he could still sense it. Chun Feng silently watched the horizon, feeling the energy within him respond, subtly awakened by this disturbance. It could be said that, at this moment, Chun Feng was the god of Earth, holding dominion over all life on the planet, over the entire Earth itself. So the moment anything threatened Earth, Chun Feng would sense it with razor-sharp clarity. "What's wrong? Is something happening over there?" Pietro looked at Chun Feng with concern, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "It's nothing, just a little breeze," Chun Feng replied calmly. But just then, a fierce gust swept through, whipping Chun Feng and Pietro's hair across their foreheads. "Seriously? Right after I said that, the wind picks up?" Chun Feng muttered under his breath, disgruntled. His expression changed, not out of anxiety, but annoyance. In the air, the scent of ether particles suddenly mingled with the wind, and with it, the overwhelming power of the ether. In that moment, not just Pietro, but even Wanda, lost in her own thoughts, lifted her head. "What is that?" Wanda murmured, bewildered. The chaos magic within her, stirred by the presence of the ether, threatened to burst forth. "Wanda, do you want to go take a look together?" Chun Feng turned to her, asking softly. The question caught Wanda completely off guard, and she stared blankly for a moment. After a while, she finally nodded. She, too, wanted to know what could stir the chaos magic burning inside her. "Let's go." Chun Feng opened up a pocket of space, bringing Wanda and Pietro with him as they headed straight for the epicenter of the ether particle explosion. New York City. Suddenly, the sky was engulfed by churning black clouds, pressing down as if to smother all of Manhattan. The boundless darkness threw everyone into a state of panic. People crowded the streets, looking up at the sky, where a scene of divine might was unfolding. "What is that? Is another god about to descend upon us? Oh my God, is this the end of the world? Does Earth even have a future left? Run, we have to get out of here. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Everyone this way." In an instant, the whole city was thrown into chaos. Some people shouted at the top of their lungs, their screams piercing the tumult. Others stood frozen in shock, staring blankly at the unnatural sky. There were even a few who threw on cheap knockoff superhero costumes, determined to save the world, however futile it might seem. Yet all of this would have no effect on the Dark Elves' plan. From the endless shadows, a massive alien spaceship tore through the mist like a beast, crashing down onto Earth. Director, we have extraterrestrials entering the planet. All units on alert. We're under attack. Hurry, get ready. Head for New York. Protect the civilians. As the Dark Elves invaded, S.H.I.E.L.D. went into emergency mode. Everyone was mobilized. But up to this point, everything they did was in vain. The leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, stepped out from the spaceship and looked up at the pitch-black sky, his voice echoing. Darkness is coming. The Nine Realms will soon sound their final notes. Devour everything. Let darkness reign. Malekith raised both arms, as if performing some ancient ritual. At once, the ether within him began to surge out in great waves, spilling into the air. It twisted and turned overhead, swirling and intertwining in midair. A look of growing ecstasy crept across Malekith's face, an involuntary smile breaking through. High above, the Nine Realms gradually aligned into a single straight line, and countless witnesses were left utterly stunned by the sight. Their jaws dropped. Words failed them. Just then, a streak of light flashed by. Thor and Jane returned to the building where it had all begun. This was the very place where Jane first came into contact with the ether. There's no time left. The convergence of the Nine Realms has already begun, Thor said, his gaze heavy as he stared into the distant darkness. Then let's get over there, quickly, Jane replied urgently, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. No, Jane, you have to stay here. I'll go alone. Thor shook his head, his refusal firm and direct. Seeing Jane about to argue, he spoke again, gently but resolutely. Don't make me worry about you. That one sentence silenced Jane. She had no words left. Then please, be careful, Jane said softly, her beautiful eyes locked on Thor, her voice full of emotion. Sewer cast one last glance at Jian before turning and leaving the abandoned slope. In that moment, only a streak of red lingered in the sky. Beneath the spaceship, Chun Feng and his two companions appeared. Looking up at everything above them, Wanda and Pietro were even more astonished. It was their first time seeing aliens. Is this the ether particle? Chun Feng studied it for a long time, still uncertain. If this was the ether particle, then it was the very substance that formed the reality stone. Incredibly precious. Thor, what brings you to Earth? Just then, a fierce gust of wind swept in. Chun Feng turned around and saw Thor rushing toward him. Without much hesitation, Thor immediately explained everything to Chun Feng. The ether particle, the Dark Elves, he laid out all the most crucial details one by one. So it really is the ether particle. What an unexpected find. Chun Feng grinned, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile. At a time like this, you can still smile? If the ether particle invades all Nine Realms, everything will be plunged into darkness. Thor roared furiously. The ether particle was no ordinary thing. Its power was immense. Even Odin could only bury it away, unable to destroy it completely. Once it fully awakens, no one will be able to stop it. Thor, you're still as impatient as ever. Chun Feng replied nonchalantly. No matter what, the ether particle is simply the reality stone. And he already had two stones in his possession. With both the Space Stone and Mind Stone, could he really lose to just the reality stone? Don't joke about the fate of the realms. Thor, surprised, exclaimed, I didn't expect you to actually escape from the dark world. Seems I guessed right. On the spaceship above, Malekith looked down at Thor, his voice sharp as a blade. He completely ignored Chun Feng, standing beside Thor. From Chun Feng, he sensed no powerful aura at all. He simply dismissed Chun Feng as an ordinary mortal. But it was Wanda at the side who piqued his interest. Chaos magic. Even in the vast universe, it was a force to be reckoned with. Thor, you're fast. You've already found yourself some help. Malekith glanced at Wanda. Help. Thor immediately glanced at Chun Feng, standing beside him. If anyone here could be considered his ally, it would have to be Chun Feng. But in truth, both sides had misunderstood each other's intentions. Thor, it seems he wasn't talking about me. Chun Feng noticed and laughed softly. Well, now is the perfect time to send you down to meet that frost giant. The two of you can have a little family reunion underground. Ha ha ha. Malekith's insane laughter echoed, once again stabbing at Thor's sore spot. Thor's expression changed dramatically, his eyes blazing red, an endless killing intent rising within them. You're the one who's dead. Go join Loki in the afterlife. With a furious roar, Thor unleashed a force as mighty as the sea from within himself. In an instant, he shot upward, soaring toward Malekith, who hovered more than 10,000 meters high in the sky. The hammer of the god of thunder in his hand crackled with an astonishing charge, lightning arcing and weaving throughout the entire space. It was as if the heavens and earth themselves trembled with the weight of 10,000 thunders, the very air subtly shuddering with their power. Huh, did you really think you could still be my match? From the deck of his cosmic ship, Malekith sneered with open contempt. Having regained control over the ether particles, his arrogance now knew no bounds. Not even Odin, the current all-father of the gods, was worthy of his concern. Kill him. A cold glint of murderous intent flashed in Malekith's eyes. The ether particles, swirling endlessly in the air, suddenly coalesced into a massive sword, its point leveled directly at Thor. Then, with a howl like an erupting volcano, it shot forth at the speed of lightning. Thunder and ether collided in a titanic clash. For a heartbeat, the whole world seemed to tremble. No one could say who would emerge victorious. At that moment, Malekith's expression suddenly changed, his brows knitting in surprise. The energy within Thor's thunder, which he had deemed trivial, turned out to be endlessly resilient, far beyond his expectations. You will pay the price for Loki's death. Thor roared in fury. The hammer of the god of thunder blazed with an even more blinding light. Even the ether particles were, for an instant, overshadowed by the brilliance of his lightning. Do you think fury alone can let you surpass me? Don't delude yourself. Malekith snapped, his voice thunderous. Dark energy, surging like a tidal wave, gathered and poured into the ether. The ether particles, once suppressed, suddenly broke free, piercing through the thunder and merging with the darkness. In an instant, they morphed into a venomous dragon drill, hurtling forward with overwhelming force. The thunder, once all-encompassing, was torn apart, piece by piece, by this relentless onslaught. No matter how fiercely Thor fought, the lightning that encircled him buckled and fell back, losing ground by the second. I will not lose. Thor withdrew every bolt of lightning from the surrounding air, gathering it all within his hammer. In the next heartbeat, the god of thunder's hammer exploded with a radiance as dazzling as noon, so brilliant it stunned all witnesses. Even the venomous dragon drill formed by the ether was utterly forced back by this light. Clang! Hammer and dragon drill collided in a cataclysmic crash. A thunderous boom shattered the heavens, echoing across the land. A shock wave of unimaginable force erupted outward, consuming everything in its path. Within a radius of several kilometers, buildings and towers crumbled to dust, reduced to a landscape of ruins. The terrifying tremors split the hardened earth, carving deep, jagged ravines across the ground. Crash! A figure was flung backward from the heart of the smoke and chaos, hurtling through the ruins like a ragdoll blasted by an explosion. A long while passed, yet there was still no sign of air getting back up. It seemed that this attack had truly packed a punch. Even an Asgardian god could barely withstand such force. Standing nearby, Chun Fong stroked his chin as he watched the scene unfold. The power of the ether particles was not to be underestimated, especially when someone had them firmly under control. All right, little girl, you're the only one left now. Surrender to the endless darkness. Kneel, and I might spare your life. Malekith looked down at Wanda, his voice cold and commanding. His words, ice-cold and overbearing, carried the arrogance of a deity high above the world. He pronounced death upon others with casual indifference. Self-righteous to the extreme, did he truly see himself as the ruler of the universe? Chun Fong spoke in an even tone. At that, Malekith, standing aboard his ship, flew into a rage, his eyes burning with an intense, fiery light. Since arriving on Earth, no one had ever dared challenge him so directly. Mortal, do you not realize you're speaking to your own doom? Malekith snapped his fingers, sending a surge of dark energy shooting forth. He didn't spare Chun Fong another glance, dismissing him as a man already dead. But before the dark energy could even reach Chun Fong, it dissipated in an instant, crumbling like a handful of dust and scattering to the ground. Who is it? Who dares to help this ant? Malekith quickly realized something was amiss, and shouted furiously at the surroundings. Never, not for a moment, did he believe it was Chun Fong himself who possessed such formidable power. After all, Chun Fong emitted not a trace of any mighty aura. Off to the side, Wanda and Pietro exchanged looks, staring at Malekith as though he were insane. Was there something wrong with this man's head? With so few people left, did he still not understand the situation? Oh, you're not coming out? Fine, then I'll force you out myself. Seeing that no one responded, Malekith's anger only deepened. He immediately summoned a portion of the ether particles from the sky, directing an attack at Chun Fong. A dull, thunderous sound rang out, but Chun Fong, standing below, remained completely unscathed. This time, Malekith finally felt the terrifying power radiating from Chun Feng. You not an ordinary person? Malekith recoiled in shock, pointing at Chun Feng in disbelief. Just how powerful must someone be to conceal their strength so well that no one else could sense it at all? That fact alone was enough to send a chill down Malekith's spine. Cursed warrior, kill him. But right now, Malekith had no time to dwell on Chun Feng. The convergence of the 9 realms had already begun, and his time was running short. He couldn't afford to waste even a second on Chun Feng. Yes, sir. The cursed warrior nodded, then leaped from over 10,000 meters above, straight down from the sky. He crashed into the ground with earth-shattering force, shattering the earth and leaving a massive crater in his wake. Creatures born of mysterious magic were also recorded in the texts of Kamartaj. Glancing at the cursed warrior before him, Chun Feng immediately thought of the Ancient One. He wondered whether Dr. Strange had made his appearance yet. It seemed he would have to find time to visit Kamartaj himself. After all, the time stone was kept there. If the cursed warrior and Malekith knew what Chun Feng was thinking right now, they'd be furious enough to start swearing on the spot. No need for any pretense. They just let loose with their curses straight away. They were about to clash, and yet he still had the leisure to let his mind wander. Perhaps on all of Earth, only Chun Feng could manage such a thing. With a thunderous roar, the cursed warrior let out a deafening bellow. The sound was so powerful it became a shockwave, surging toward Chun Feng. With a cold snort, Chun Feng exuded a majestic aura, which instantly shattered the shockwave. Peace returned to the world. The cursed warrior's attack had been effortlessly neutralized, leaving even Malekith floating in the air, somewhat taken aback. But he quickly turned his attention elsewhere, for the convergence of the 9 realms had already begun. It was time to unleash the ether. At this moment, all he needed was for the cursed warrior to keep Chun Feng occupied. He had no time to worry about anything else. All Dark Elves, charge down now and kill them all. Striding into the darkness, Malekith shouted his order. The Dark Elves inside the ship surged out as one, tumbling forth like a breached dam, howling wildly as they swept down. You mortals, all of you die. The cursed warrior cast a cold glance at the descending horde of Dark Elves, his voice icy and menacing. In his eyes, Chun Feng and the few people beside him were already as good as corpses. Chun Feng, I'll hold these people off. Go deal with that monster. Wanda gathered the chaos energy within her, letting it explode outward to fill the entire space in an instant. The sudden surge of chaos magic startled not only the cursed warrior, but also the Dark Elves leaping from their ship. This was the mightiest force in the cosmos, even wielded by someone like Wanda. Not yet in full control, it was still utterly terrifying. If it had been Chun Feng, the result would have been even more fearsome. Chun Feng looked at Wanda with a meaningful gaze, complex emotions flickering in his eyes. What are you waiting for, Pietro? Come help now. Wanda shot a fierce glare at her brother, who had been standing motionless, and barked her command. All right, I'm on it. Caught off guard by her sudden reproach, Pietro looked genuinely startled. How amusing, Chun Feng thought to himself with a faint smile. Wanda was truly a mystery. What are you afraid of? She's just a mortal. Kill her. The cursed warrior bellowed in fury. The Dark Elves, frozen in the sky for a moment, surged forward with renewed ferocity, leaving only streaks of afterimage as they charged downward. Under the protection of chaotic energy, all the Dark Elves were kept at bay, unable to touch Chun Feng. Yet, under the relentless, surging assault, Wanda's face had grown pale, beads of sweat as large as peas dotting her forehead. It was clear she couldn't hold on much longer. She was still too young, her control over the power of chaos far too ordinary. Chun Feng sighed softly, catching his breath, and murmured under his breath. Then, with a flick of his finger, a streak of crimson energy shot forth and merged into Wanda's chaotic power. In that instant, the pressure on Wanda's body eased noticeably, and she couldn't help but glance at Chun Feng, who stood beside her. The only person who could help her now was this man before her. The crimson chaos energy spread out like an inverted dome, shielding all the Dark Elves outside its bounds. No matter how fierce or sharp their assault, it could not break through the barrier, now strengthened by Chun Feng's energy. I'll finish you first. The cursed warrior, seeing his Dark Elves unable to break through, let out a furious roar. Raising his massive axe, he aimed it at Chun Feng's head and brought it down with a savage swing. A metallic clang rang out, reverberating through the sky. A sword, aglow with dazzling, multicolored light, intercepted the cursed warrior's giant axe. You really think a broken sword can stop me? Don't kid yourself, the cursed warrior bellowed. Summoning every ounce of strength, He pressed down with his axe like a mountain descending, the weight threatening to shatter the very air, fracturing the space itself like a mirror splintering under pressure. Yet Chun Feng's expression didn't change in the slightest. He showed no sign of discomfort. It was as if he hadn't even exerted himself, effortlessly holding back all that force with nothing but the swift-wind sword. "This can't be," the cursed warrior exclaimed in shock. "Not even Odin, father of the gods, could have taken that blow so easily. Your strength is far too weak." Chun Feng replied with a cold laugh. With a sudden upward sweep of the swift-wind sword, he knocked the giant axe aside, sending both the weapon and the cursed warrior himself hurtling backward. They crashed heavily to the ground, gouging out a massive pit hundreds of meters wide. Cracks spidered across the cursed warrior's armor, while his giant axe shattered, leaving a gaping notch several centimeters deep. That section, struck by the swift-wind sword, crumbled instantly into dust. The cursed warrior struggled to his feet, battered and covered in dirt, looking utterly disheveled. Stung by Chun Feng's mocking words, his rage exploded. He threw back his head and unleashed a primal howl. The sky echoed with the cursed warrior's furious roar. "Anger makes you reckless, doesn't it?" Chun Feng said with a light chuckle, his expression unchanged. "The greatest advantage of something born of magic is the absence of pain. So long as the energy within isn't depleted, it will never truly die. I want you dead." The aura of the cursed warrior shifted dramatically, towering like a giant as he charged at Chun Feng. The ground shook with such force it felt as though an earthquake was about to erupt, everything trembling in its wake. Even Pietro was caught up in this wild surge of power, his speed noticeably hindered. As expected, he's nothing but a brainless brute. Chun Feng sighed helplessly. Dealing with creatures like this was always a hassle. In that case, one sword stroke will settle this. A glint of icy determination flashed in Chun Feng's eyes, as cold and piercing as a glacier stretching for thousands of miles. He tightened his grip on the gale blade, its 8 differently colored gemstones bursting into dazzling light. Each gemstone's power, so distinct from the others, now converged as one, focusing into the edge of the gale blade. A primordial sword intent, vast as the dawn of creation, surged from the blade in an overwhelming wave. Wherever it passed, space itself was rent asunder, and the world seemed to split in two at that very spot. "Perish!" Chun Feng's voice rang out cold and resolute as he slashed the gale blade forward. A crescent-shaped arc of sword energy exploded outward with the force to obliterate all in its path, instantly carving a trench hundreds of meters long and several dozen meters deep into the earth. The devastating energy swept toward the charging cursed warrior, unstoppable, as if nothing in existence could stand against it. A guttural cry erupted. The cursed warrior, too, felt the sheer, sky-splitting might of this sword intent. But at this moment, there was nowhere left for him to flee. Even if he had to grit his teeth and face it, he had no choice but to charge ahead. A thunderous roar shook the heavens, echoing across the sky. Heaven and earth seemed to tremble. It was as if 100 ghosts wailed in unison. Wanda's chaos energy was instantly shattered by the impact. Outside, countless dark elves were caught in the shockwave, reduced to drifting black fragments that fell to the ground. In that instant, every enemy was swept away. All that remained was the desolate earth, and 2 people left utterly speechless by what had transpired. This. Pietro was so stunned, he could hardly speak. Just moments ago, he'd been fighting the dark elves, and in the blink of an eye, all the enemies had vanished. The sheer force of what he'd witnessed left the inexperienced youth deeply shaken. Only the one in the sky remains. Chun Feng murmured, lifting his gaze to the heavens. A profound stillness settled over the world, as though it had fallen into the endless depths of the cosmos. All that was left was an infinite, tranquil silence. The cursed warrior had been reduced to nothing but scattered fragments of black armor by Chun Feng's single strike. Everything else had vanished without a trace. The power born from the fusion of the 8 rings was indeed formidable beyond measure. Even Chun Feng couldn't help but marvel at it. He had never before wielded the full power of the 8 rings, and this time, he felt its force in its entirety. Sheathing the gale blade, Chun Feng gazed into the darkness above. Ether particles, already released by Malekith, circled and coiled beneath the alignment of the 9 stars. It was as if they were searching for a way to merge with the darkness, seeking entry into another dimension. Chun Feng, hurry and stop him. Otherwise, the 9 realms will all be consumed by the ether particles, and everything will be plunged into endless darkness. Thor looked up at the sky, his face grave as he watched the swirling ether. Just moments ago, he had fought desperately against the dark elves, and coupled with his wounds from the world of darkness, He could no longer stand against Malekith. All he could do now was pin his last hope on Shinfeng. Just stand there and watch carefully. Shinfeng stepped forward, his voice calm but resolute. Thor, your combat skills really do need some work. Relying solely on brute strength won't let you defeat truly powerful foes. At these words, Thor's heavy expression darkened further, turning ashen. To be spoken to like this, perhaps only Shinfeng would dare. With a bound, Shinfeng vanished from where he stood, leaving only a streak of light arcing across the sky. Enough, Dark One. Your game ends here. In an instant, Shinfeng appeared before Malekith. Malekith, still manipulating the ether, started in shock, staring at Shinfeng in disbelief. How did you? The cursed warrior, the dark elf. But before Malekith could finish, he sensed what had happened below. His already sour expression grew even worse. You killed them, Malekith demanded in a low, menacing voice. He turned, the ether swirling around him. Even without Shinfeng's answer, he knew the truth. It could only have been this man. The ether halted, reshaping itself into a massive sword, and surged toward Shinfeng with unstoppable force. That aura, supreme, overwhelming, as if heaven and earth themselves must yield, spread outward, changing the very sky and earth, as though all power must bow before it. Shinfeng merely snorted with disdain. He didn't reach for the windblade, but instead drew out the space stone. A sapphire light instantly enveloped the entire area. Its formidable power collided fiercely with the force of the ether. For a moment, neither side could overpower the other. The Space Stone and the Reality Stone, both among the 6 Infinity Stones, matched each other in strength and every other aspect. The two forces clashed like titans, dazzling lights bursting forth and colors swirling in the air. Yet behind this breathtaking spectacle was a power so terrifying it defied imagination. Luckily, the darkness overhead blocked the sight from ordinary mortals below, shielding them from the truth. How can you possibly wield such power? Malekith stared at Shinfeng in utter disbelief. The ether was a supreme relic from ancient times. Nothing in all 9 realms was supposed to rival it. There's much you don't know. Shinfeng's tone turned icy as he spoke, each word sharp and clear. Don't overestimate yourself. The ether isn't a force a mere mortal like you can truly contend with. Malekith erupted in fury, his voice echoing with rage. Why don't you try and see for yourself? Though perhaps you won't get the chance to find out. A chill flickered through Shinfeng's words. It was like the eternal chill of an ancient glacier, making one feel as if they had plunged into melting ice. Go to hell. Malekith roared in fury. At his command, most of the ether particles were drawn back to him. Before him, they darted and leapt, swirling wildly. The ground beneath his feet transformed into a colossal axe, which he raised high and brought down upon Shinfeng's head with furious force. The Space Stone burst forth with light once again, releasing a power that matched his own, surging forth in an instant. The ether particles crashed together with that force, colliding like titans. A deafening, thunderous boom echoed through the clouds. A terrifying shock wave swept out, as if it would sweep away even the darkness from the sky. The duration of the 9 stars' alignment was also dragged out by this clash. The 9 great realms began to slowly drift out of perfect alignment. Yet Malekith knew well that unless he killed Shinfeng, he would never be able to conquer all 9 realms. Don't think you can stop my plans. As the last moments ticked away, Malekith summoned every last ounce of his strength. He was determined to strike Shinfeng down with a single blow, not merely defeat him, but to kill him outright. I've already stopped you. Shinfeng spoke calmly, his tone light as the breeze. This nonchalant remark utterly infuriated Malekith. The 9 stars' alignment wasn't even over, and yet this man already dare believe he had won. Don't get ahead of yourself. I ulti by my hand. The ether particles erupted in full, converging into a single mass that clung together tightly. Slowly, they morphed into a massive wolf, which raised its head and let out a great howl that pierced the clouds. The black wolf, jaws agape, lunged straight for Shinfeng. Its entire body radiated a boundless, ferocious aura. No matter who faced it, under such a razor-sharp presence, they would surely be forced to submit. At this moment, Shinfeng had not yet fully mastered the power of the Space Stone, and so he found himself at a disadvantage. Ha ha, you're just a mortal. Did you really think that by possessing great power, you could challenge a god? Trash will always be trash. Malekith looked on, laughing wildly at the scene. Yet Shinfeng remained utterly unshaken, his face unreadable, leaving others unable to guess what he was thinking. All they could sense was a terrifying void, energy, surging from within him, erupting forth. It was uncannily similar to the power of the Space Stone. When the two forces merged, they instantly held back the ether's onslaught. The howling giant wolf was pinned in place by the power of space, unable to advance even an inch. What? Impossible. How can you withstand this? Malekith stared down at Chun Feng in utter disbelief. The full force of the ether was something even he himself could not guarantee to withstand. And yet Chun Feng had not budged an inch, completely fending off the power of the ether. That look of utter indifference made Malekith's skin crawl. That expression of contempt was almost unbearable to witness. It was as if he were being told, "Go ahead, use your strongest move, and try to defeat me. You see, your plan has failed." Chun Feng pointed toward the 9 stars in the sky, his voice calm and unhurried. At this moment, the 9 celestial regions had shifted out of alignment. Malekith's plan had collapsed. And to make matters worse, he was being mocked without mercy. Below, Thor finally let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the 9 regions were no longer in a straight line. Gazing up at the terrifying shockwave created as the two forces collided, Thor couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Chun Feng's power was surging at an astonishing rate, almost as if he were riding a rocket. Thor simply couldn't keep up. All he could do was chase from a distance, left in the dust. The sky, which had been pitch black only moments ago, was beginning to brighten as faint rays of light broke through. "You beast! How dare you ruin my plan? You will pay for this." Malekith was now consumed by fury. He had waited thousands of years for this day, only for everything to be ruined by a mere mortal. The energy of the ether was now fully unleashed. The sky, just touched by the first hints of light, was once again swallowed by boundless darkness. The ether coalesced suddenly into a snarling demon, baring its fangs and roaring with rage. "If you still haven't realized the gulf between us, then I'm sorry, but this is the end for you." A cold glint flashed in Chun Feng's eyes. His presence sent chills straight to the bone. Suddenly, a scepter blazing with searing light materialized in his hand. The power of the Mind Stone poured forth, merging with the oppressive might of the Space Stone, and in an instant, a terrifying energy erupted. Even the demon formed from the ether was forced to stagger back a few steps. "Impossible!" Malekith bellowed in fury. Every ounce of power within him surged forth at once. Dark energy swept out, overwhelming and unstoppable, pouring into the ether and swelling its monstrous form. The ether's force exploded again, reaching a crescendo that threatened to engulf the entire world. The Space Stone and Mind Stone now clashed against the ether and the darkness. It was like two worlds colliding, and no matter who won, the Earth would suffer catastrophic consequences. The destruction of the planet itself was no longer out of the question. "What's wrong with all of you? Are you just going to stand there? Move now!" Fury roared as he watched the chaotic clash of energies over New York on the screen. "Agent Hill, you take command here. I'm heading to the scene myself." Fury pulled off his headset, turned to Hill, and gave his order. "Director, be careful." In that moment, all Agent Hill could do was offer Fury her final blessing. There was simply no way anyone could make Fury give up on this idea. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Director Fury. "Don't worry about me. I've been on countless secret missions before and never failed. Dancing at gunpoint is something I've done more times than I can count." Fury flashed a broad, brilliant smile, showing off his white teeth. Agent Hill nodded, choosing not to say anything more. With that, she turned around and focused intently on the battle unfolding on the screen. Seeing this, Fury finally felt at ease and took his leave. "This time, I'll protect Earth myself." Above New York City, two forces clashed against each other with all their might. Thunderous blasts echoed through the sky, fierce and relentless. Explosions erupted one after another, bursting like fireworks in the night. "You cocky brat, don't get ahead of yourself. I haven't even used my full strength yet." Malekith, furious at Chun Feng's relaxed demeanor, shouted through clenched teeth. Never before had he met anyone so brazen. "It's just power, nothing more." Chun Feng replied coolly. His words left Malekith's face burning with humiliation. Every syllable dripped with disdain. "You!" Malekith roared, unleashing the terrifying force of the ether and his dark energy, shaking the entire space. But the combined power of the Space Stone and Mind Stone was more than a match for the ether. There wasn't the slightest pressure. After all, two Infinity Stones were far stronger than just one. No matter how desperately Malekith struggled, he couldn't break through their combined force. All he could do was thrash about, blocked by their power, unable to break in. "This can't be." Malekith howled in rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. With a deafening crack, his terrifying aura surged outward. Cracks appeared along his body, spreading in all directions as if he were coming apart at the seams. To kill Chun Feng, Malekith had thrown all caution to the wind, paying no mind to the toll on his own body. As long as he could kill Qinfeng, no price was too high. Lightning crackled and danced in Qinfeng's palm. Though it hadn't yet evolved into super lightning, it was already incredibly powerful, countless times stronger than when he'd first mastered it. In moments, the space around Qinfeng was filled with lightning, the temperature soaring. The entire area warped and twisted, making it almost impossible to see anyone clearly. This overwhelming aura reached Malekith, terrifying him to his core. Compared to Thor's thunder, this was on a whole different level, like heaven and earth, separated by an unbridgeable chasm. For all your talk of godhood, you're nothing but a worthless fool, Qinfeng said calmly. His light, breezy words made it clear just how little regard he had for Malekith. Beneath the darkened sky, Shield arrived at the battleground. What on earth is this? This is terrifying. Has the end of the world arrived? Even though he had seen this scene on the screen before, experiencing it in person was unimaginably shocking. All the agents' eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept what was unfolding before them. Snap out of it. Stick to the plan, and watch out for your own safety. Agent Hill's voice came through the communicator, grave and commanding. Everyone quickly regained their composure. Determination flashed in their eyes as they charged forward in their assigned directions. A thunderous rumble erupted. Countless explosions tore through the air, making the very ground tremble. Shield agents could barely keep their footing, swaying as if they might collapse at any moment. Is this the power of a god? My goodness, it's just too terrifying. The overwhelming force sent a new wave of fear through every agent. Stay calm. Everyone, hold yourselves together. The fate of the Earth now rests on your shoulders. Do you understand? Agent Hill's sharp voice snapped them back to attention. With her stern reprimand, they finally collected themselves again. Sometimes, like squeezing toothpaste, you need a bit of pressure or nothing will come out. It seemed this group found it hard to bear the future of S.H.I.E.L.D. without a push. After some scrambling and bumping, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents finally reached the spot beneath Mjolnir and Qinfeng. We're in position, preparing to install the missile now. The message on the communicator brought a sigh of relief from Agent Hill. Now, get everything ready according to the plan. When the time comes, I'll give you the order to begin. Agent Hill's tone was heavy with responsibility. She glanced at Director Fury, still en route, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. At Fury's age, he could no longer be compared to the younger agents. His reflexes and stamina were not what they used to be, but his unmatched experience more than made up for it. That's why, as they aged, veterans like him would eventually move into behind-the-scenes roles. Their wisdom helped the new generation grow quickly and avoid many detours. But now, Director Fury was risking his life, heading alone toward the battleground of two gods. To an ordinary person, this looked like an egg thrown at a rock, a hopeless act. Yet in Agent Hill's eyes, every move Fury made had its own logic. I believe in you, Director. Hill clenched her fist, full of confidence in Fury. Piloting his ship, Director Fury soon reached the battlefield. He observed the fight from above for a moment, then surged forward. Navigating through the terrifying shockwaves, he managed to dodge one deadly attack after another. In just moments, he caught up with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents ahead. While the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents ahead were still proceeding cautiously, inching their way upward, Fury slipped past them in a flash. Who is that? Judging by the way he moves, he must be one of our S.H.I.E.L.D. people. Is he not afraid of dying? Charging in like that? This reckless man is ruining our plans. At that moment, among the agents, some were amazed, while others grumbled in frustration. But regardless of their feelings, every gaze directed at Fury was filled with respect. Such courage and determination. Right now, you couldn't find anyone else like this in all of S.H.I.E.L.D. Look, he's about to rush inside. Just then, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent shouted loudly. Instantly, everyone was startled, staring in disbelief at the jet that had disappeared from sight. Headquarters, someone's already gone in. Should we go in and support them? One agent asked urgently. No, just focus on your assigned tasks, came Hill's cold reply. Are you sure we shouldn't? The agent was surprised and asked again. Follow my orders and execute the mission. Hill snapped angrily. Only then did all the agents fall silent and comply. Still, with their sharp instincts, they guessed that this might be an elite dispatch from headquarters. Yes, ma'am. They all shouted in unison, no longer bringing up Fury, and instead pressed on his plan toward the upper arena. Up in the sky, the battle between Qinfeng and Malekith had reached a fever pitch. Malekith, in particular, was fighting with everything he had, his aged face flushed deep red. All the dark energy within him surged out, pouring into the ether. In order to contend with the power of two infinity stones, Malekith was willing to pay any price. But the price was taking a heavy toll on his body. Tiny cracks spread all over him, making for a terrifying sight. If this fight didn't end soon, Malekith might well explode from within. Spirits of the dark dead, lend me your souls and your power. Offer your strength to the great Lord of Darkness. For the cause of darkness, devote yourselves. Malekith suddenly bellowed to the sky, as if chanting some ancient incantation. More of your tricks and theatrics. How tiresome, Chen Feng said calmly, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. Mortal, do you really believe that wielding 2 accidental treasures is enough to defeat the great Lord of Darkness, the eternal, boundless night? Death is your only fate. On the ground, the souls and last remnants of power from every fallen dark elf and cursed warrior surged into Malekith's body. Even in the distant realm of darkness, the entire land quaked violently, as if some ancient, immeasurable force was about to break free from beneath the surface. Yet limited by the boundaries of space, it could not be fully unleashed. Moreover, Malekith didn't have the time or means to open up a dimensional portal. So now, he could only draw upon the power of the fallen dark elves around him. Even though it was only a fraction of their strength, the aura he unleashed soared skyward, reaching a terrifying peak. I, Malekith, have declared your death, so you shall die. Malekith roared, his voice laced with the arrogance of one who believes himself above all others. A waste of effort, just posturing for show. Chen Feng murmured softly, not taking Malekith seriously in the slightest. Hearing this, Malekith was consumed by rage. I'll make you understand the gulf between gods and mortals. In an instant, a dreadful power erupted. Ether particles swirled around Malekith, transforming into countless swords. The air rang with the deadly force of 1,000 blades, their energy cutting and sweeping in every direction. Chen Feng only snorted coldly, unfazed by Malekith. None of this was worth his attention. With the power of 2 infinity stones, all he needed was to release a fraction of their energy to easily defeat Malekith. Monster, get off Earth. You're not welcome here. Just then, Fury appeared, shouting furiously at Malekith. All the weapons on the combat jet lit up at once. Vulcan Gatling guns, seeker missiles, and even small tactical nukes launched in a barrage. A storm of firepower rained down on Malekith. But to him, these ordinary weapons were nothing more than tiny waves rippling across the surface of the sea, utterly harmless. With a casual wave of his hand, a surge of dark energy burst forth. He didn't even need to exert himself. Every one of Fury's attacks was neutralized, and even the jet beneath him was pierced straight through. Thick, black smoke billowed from the wounded machine, flames licking hungrily at its frame. The jet instantly lost its ability to hover in the sky, plummeting from over 10,000 meters toward the earth below. At this point, Fury's only option might have been to eject. Yet even now, Fury refused to abandon his jet. But now, Malekith no longer paid him any mind. In his eyes, Fury was already a dead man, no longer a threat. It was him before, now. It's your turn, mortal. Malekith roared. The swords formed from ether particles surged like a tidal wave, crashing down with relentless force. But at that moment, another barrage thundered from behind. The last few missiles from the combat jet streaked out in a sudden salvo. Malekith didn't even have time to react before he was struck. The missiles exploded with tremendous force across his back. Though they didn't cause any real harm, they did disrupt his attack. You stubborn insect! Malekith's eyes blazed with fury, burning with wrath. Fury's sudden interference completely disrupted Malekith's attack. This infuriated Malekith beyond measure. He whirled around, sweeping out a streak of black light. Under the force of that attack, Fury's fighter was split in two, leaving him not even a chance to eject. Damn it! Fury was surrounded by a searing blaze, the flames licking hungrily at one side of his body. But just at that moment, the ejection mechanism seemed to fail, utterly unresponsive. As the fire raged hotter and brighter, the whole fighter was on the verge of exploding. You worthless fool! How dare you challenge a god? Malekith roared with fury, his eyes blazing with wrath. It was blatant, undisguised contempt. He did not see Fury as even worth considering. Yet even as Malekith struck at Fury, Chen Feng did not stand idly by. He unleashed the thunder he held in his hands. Do you really think you're God? Chen Feng's calm voice rang out from behind. At that instant, lightning surged forth, crashing straight toward Malekith. A blinding radiance erupted, flooding the space with dazzling light so intense no one could keep their eyes open. Below, Wanda, Pietro, and the Asgardian gods were all swallowed by that endless, glaring daylight. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were trapped within that world of white, all signals cut off in an instant. HQ, do you read me? We're inside some kind of blinding white daylight. We don't know what's happening. For many of these new SHIELD recruits, it was their first time facing such chaos, and panic took hold. Their lack of experience was on full display. Do you two want to break out of here with me and help Chun Feng? Thor called over his shoulder to Wanda and Pietro. Before either could answer, he swung Mjolnir and charged forward without hesitation. Mighty bolts of lightning crackled and roared in the sky, their thunder echoing through the air. But for now, he still couldn't break free from that blinding daylight. It felt as if he were trapped in a boundless universe, with no sign of an exit anywhere. Damn it, Thor bellowed in frustration. In this situation, it seemed all anyone else could do was watch helplessly from the sidelines. Elsewhere, Wanda and Pietro, who had also wanted to join the fight, found themselves circling endlessly within the blinding white, unable to break through. Wanda, looks like even fate won't let us get involved in their battle, Pietro said, emphasizing each word. Seeing the situation, Wanda had no choice but to give up as well. Though she longed to help Chun Feng, her strength simply wasn't enough. Meanwhile, high above at 10,000 meters, Chun Feng and Malekith were still locked in fierce combat. Their clash had reached the very pinnacle of power. Even though Chun Feng possessed the power of 2 infinity stones, Malekith was no pushover. He unleashed the full might of the ether in a blazing eruption. The sheer, overwhelming force left Chun Feng momentarily speechless in awe. If only I had fully mastered the powers of the space and mind stones, I could have destroyed you with a single blow, he thought to himself. He then drew the sword of Gale, its blade radiating with a dazzling, multicolored light. The brilliance was so intense that it was nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. At that moment, the power of all 8 stones surged forth, pouring directly into the combined energy of the space and mind stones. Time seemed to halt. The world was left with nothing but a chilling, murderous silence, so deep and unsettling it sent shivers down the spine. Is this really the extent of your abilities? Malekith, standing directly opposite, sneered with disdain. Then, as if black liquid began to pour from his eyes, his entire body underwent a strange transformation. It was as though he'd been dropped into a river of molten lava at thousands of degrees, his form melting away in an instant. So, you've drawn out every last trace of the dark laws from your body? Chun Feng watched this scene with a calm expression, showing not the slightest ripple of emotion. I'm surprised a mere mortal like you understands this. Then you should realize just how terrifying it truly is. Malekith replied angrily, his entire being dissolved into pure darkness, swiftly merging into the ether. In the next moment, the ether was completely overtaken by Malekith, reshaping itself in his image. With the ether as his new body, Malekith's power, both in defense and attack, rose to unprecedented heights. Pitiful ant, I told you long ago, you could never hope to defeat me. Malekith mocked with biting sarcasm. Then, in a blur, he lunged straight at Chun Feng. It was clear he intended to ignore the powers of the space and mind stones, aiming to strike Chun Feng directly. But Malekith had overestimated himself and placed far too much faith in his own strength. The intertwined energy of the 2 stones formed a barrier, blocking Malekith's assault completely. It was like a fishing net, utterly dashing any hope the fish might have had of pressing forward. Impossible! Malekith's eyes blazed with fury as he roared in disbelief. How could Earth, the weakest of the 9 realms, harbor a force even greater than the ether merged with the dark laws? I'm sorry to disappoint you, Chun Feng replied with a faint, teasing smile. He gripped the 2 stones before him and forcefully clapped them together. A thunderous boom echoed across heaven and earth. It was as if a giant hand had pressed down upon the entire sky, threatening to crush it beneath its weight. The gap between sky and earth seemed to contract, forcibly drawn together. This terrifying power swept down from the clouds, rolling across the land below. All the SHIELD agents were flung back by the shockwave. The fighter jets in formation stood no chance against the crushing pressure and were instantly torn apart. Fortunately, thanks to the fighter jets blocking the attacks, the agents were spared from further harm. Wanda had no choice but to unleash her chaos magic, shielding both Pietro and herself. Even Thor of Asgard, gripping his hammer, summoned his formidable strength to steady himself amid the shockwaves. What kind of terrifying battle are you waging? Thor looked up at the sky in utter astonishment, murmuring to himself. Throughout his battles across the 9 realms, Thor had never encountered such a fearsome display of power. He doubted that even his father, Odin, could unleash such overwhelming might now. His respect for Chun Feng rose to yet another level in his heart. At that moment, the three infinity stones collided with a thunderous force, sweeping Malekith into the chaos as well. After all, he was now completely merged with the ether. "You filthy nuisance, you're truly an eyesore," Chen Feng said with open disdain. Then, power surged violently from within him as the Space Stone and the Mind Stone flared once again. Another attack, as mighty as the heavens themselves, crashed down upon the ether. A deafening rumble shook the air, and then a faint cracking sound. Invisible to the naked eye, but across the surface of the ether, minuscule cracks had begun to appear. What? Malekith stared at his own body in utter terror. Those countless tiny fractures sent a chill straight through his heart. Malekith knew all too well how indestructible the ether was. Even at his full strength, he should never have been able to shatter it. Yet now, Chun Feng's assault had left the ether riddled with cracks. Anyone would have been scared out of their wits. Heal! Hurry, heal! Malekith frantically summoned all his power, desperately trying to mend the cracks in the ether. But no matter how much energy he poured in, the wounds refused to close. On the contrary, as time ticked by, the cracks only spread and deepened. Even worse, Malekith himself was now fused with the ether. If the ether shattered, it would mean his own instant demise. After being sealed away by Odin for thousands of years, Malekith had only just managed to escape. He simply could not accept dying now at the hands of a mere mortal from Earth, especially with his plans left unfinished. Such a waste, to let the ether fall into your hands and squander its power. Chen Feng sighed. Then, wielding both stones, he unleashed another devastating beam of energy, aiming straight at Malekith. Without even a moment to react, the ether finally shattered completely, breaking into countless fragments that spun and drifted through the air. Chen Feng swept his large hand, gathering the ether particles into his palm. Yet, as he looked at the shattered ether particles, a sense of regret welled up within him. The real challenge lay in how to reforge them into the reality stone. But this method, Chen Feng clearly had no idea how to accomplish it. Perhaps only those ancient beings of the cosmos would know such secrets. After pondering for a moment, inspiration flashed through Chen Feng's mind, and he finally came up with an idea. If he couldn't manage it himself, why not let someone else help him complete the task? It would save both effort and worry. That was the way to go. Chen Feng then cast his gaze down to Thor. Of everyone present, Thor was by far the best choice, and, in fact, the only real option. After all, among the supreme beings of the universe, Thor was likely the only one with any real knowledge. The others had never even left Earth. How could they possibly manage it? Chen Feng. Thor, catching Chen Feng's gaze, looked up in confusion. There was something in Chen Feng's eyes that made him distinctly uneasy. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng vanished from Thor's sight, startling him. "I have something for you." But before Thor could react, Chen Feng was already at his side. "Huh? What is it?" Thor asked, flustered. Chen Feng had never been so eager to help before. It threw Thor off completely. "Of course it's something good." Chen Feng smiled faintly and opened his palm. "The ether particles," Thor exclaimed. Even though the ether had been reduced to dust, its familiar energy was unmistakable. Thor recognized it instantly. "Wait, why is it just dust now?" Thor pointed at the powder, perplexed. After all, when he'd fought Malekith, the ether had been whole and unbroken. "No need to worry about that. What matters is that I'm entrusting this to you now." Chen Feng cut off Thor's questions, handing over the ether powder. "Don't underestimate this dust. It still contains the power to shake the heavens and earth. It only behaves because it's in my hands." Once he'd passed the powder to Thor, Chen Feng felt instantly relieved. Now, all that was left was for Thor to deliver the powder to the universal supreme beings. Last time, Odin had buried the ether on Earth after defeating Malekith, but they'd still managed to find it again. This time, Thor would never repeat that mistake. He would certainly put it in the hands of someone truly capable of protecting it. The universal supreme beings were the only choice. "How about we bury the ether particles on another planet?" Thor's sudden suggestion took Chen Feng by surprise. Was this man really just trying to contradict him at every turn? Chen Feng proceeded to talk Thor out of the idea, patiently persuading him until he finally gave up on it. "Chen Feng, I know exactly who I should give it to now." Thor spoke with unwavering determination. It seemed he had already chosen his candidate. "Very well, go ahead. I'll take care of matters here on Earth." Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Thor swung his hammer and soared into the sky, vanishing into the atmosphere in a flash. Truly a remarkable figure. Chen Feng smiled faintly and paid no further attention to Thor. He turned and walked over to Wanda and Pietro. "Wanda, now that you no longer have a home, why don't you come stay at my place for a while?" Chun Feng suggested gently, his tone full of genuine concern. That? I'm not sure that's appropriate, Wanda stammered, her voice tinged with embarrassment. After all, they'd only known each other for a day. Moving in together felt a bit much. Wanda still found it difficult to accept. Noticing the hesitance on her face, Chun Feng understood and spoke softly. Wanda, I'm really doing this for your own good, you know. You and your brother aren't ordinary people. You're mutants with special powers. In America, there's an organization called S.H.I.E.L.D. created specifically to control people like you. If they find out about you, both of you will be captured and locked away, treated as test subjects. So, Wanda, I'm thinking of your safety. You wouldn't want to spend the rest of your days in a damp, dark basement, dying alone and miserable, would you? There was no denying the power of Chun Feng's words. They struck home. Wanda was clearly moved. Her eyes flickered with indecision as she weighed her options. Wanda, maybe we should go to Chun Feng's house. I don't want you to keep wandering without a place to call home. It would make me feel terribly guilty, Pietro added, trying to persuade her as well. Chun Feng looked at him approvingly, feeling quite satisfied. This kid isn't bad at all, he thought. After much deliberation, Wanda finally made up her mind to stay at Chun Feng's place for a while. But she resolved that if she ever felt she was intruding, she would leave immediately. Don't worry, my house is very spacious. There won't be any problems, Chun Feng reassured her with a warm smile, then opened up a portal. As for Natasha and Mindy, Chun Feng was confident he could easily handle the situation. After all, both of them now viewed him as their sole support. Whether emotionally or physically, they would trust and accept him without question. So, when it came to those two women, Chun Feng had no concerns at all. His only worry was that Wanda might have second thoughts and want to leave. But Chun Feng already had a plan for that as well. In the blink of an eye, Chun Feng brought Wanda and Pietro to his home. At the moment, the house felt a bit empty. Natasha had been called back by S.H.I.E.L.D. due to the sudden attack by the Dark Elves. Mindy, on the other hand, was away at school. That was why the house seemed so quiet. But a woman's intuition is always sharp. She could spot the smallest detail in an instant. Chun Feng, is there someone else living in your home? Wanda glanced around the room, asking with a hint of curiosity. Chun Feng looked at Wanda's face, hesitated for a moment, then replied, That's right, there are two more people staying at my place, both women. As soon as he said this, Pietro, who never seemed to catch on to subtlety, was instantly stunned. He stared at Chun Feng, whose expression remained calm, as if to say, Come on, man, you already have women at home, and you still brought my sister here? Are you trying to get yourself in trouble? But Chun Feng paid no mind to Pietro's gaze. His attention remained fixed on Wanda. As long as she stayed, everything else would be manageable. Unexpectedly, Wanda simply nodded and continued to walk around the room, taking everything in. As she turned her head, a fleeting, inscrutable look flashed across her eyes, something between a challenge, a hint of jealousy, and perhaps a touch of vulnerability. Well then, you and Pietro can get comfortable here, make yourselves at home. I'll head out to buy some groceries and cook you both a feast. It was already nearing evening, and since morning, the three hadn't eaten a thing. All thanks to that sudden appearance of Malekith. Wanda murmured her agreement and headed straight into Chun Feng's room. Pietro, noticing Wanda acting a little differently, was at a loss. Wanda, are you okay? He hurried over, lowering his voice to ask in concern. I'm fine, why wouldn't I be? You should have a look around, too. If you don't like the place, or think it's unsuitable, we can just leave, Wanda replied with a calm, composed face. From the outside, nothing seemed amiss at all. But Pietro couldn't shake off the odd feeling in the air. Still, after hearing Wanda's response, he didn't press further and went to check the other rooms. Only Wanda lingered in Chun Feng's room, inspecting every corner, much like a wife quietly keeping tabs on her husband. Chun Feng left the house, ostensibly to buy groceries, but also to let Natasha and Mindy know about Wanda and Pietro's arrival. If he didn't give them a heads up, things might spiral out of control when they all met unexpectedly. He dialed Natasha's number, and a gentle female voice answered. My dear, what time will you be home tonight? I want to make you a big dinner. Chun Feng smiled and asked, probably around 7. That alien that popped up out of nowhere really threw a wrench in our work. Otherwise, I'd be home earlier. Natasha replied with clear frustration. It's been such a day, thanks to that alien. We all got so much more work to do. Don't worry, I'll make dinner a bit later. It'll be hot and ready when you get home, Chun Feng said, his tone soothing. Thank you, darling, Natasha answered sweetly. Darling, there's one more thing I need to tell you, Chun Feng said in a deliberately mysterious tone. What is it? Tasha's curiosity was piqued instantly. We have guests today. They'll be joining us for dinner tonight. Chun Feng said, his voice cheerful. Are they men or women? Tasha asked sharply, her intuition on high alert. Indeed, a woman's intuition is truly impressive. Chun Feng didn't dodge the question and replied directly, one man, one woman. Both of them are mutants, a brother and sister. As soon as Tasha heard this, she became visibly anxious and pressed on. Mutants? Why are you getting involved with those people? Within S.H.I.E.L.D., mutants have always been regarded as unpredictable elements. That's because many mutants, once they obtain great power, become arrogant and flaunt their abilities everywhere. Most of them pose a significant threat to society. That's why Tasha reacted so strongly, deeply worried about Chun Feng. It's fine, really. They're both kind people. I rescued them from Hydra, Chun Feng explained, trying to reassure her. Well, since you say so, I won't say any more for now. Tonight, I'll get to know these two mutants myself. With these words, Tasha had essentially accepted Chun Feng's decision, an indirect agreement. Thank you, darling. Then, the two shared a kiss before hanging up the phone. Afterward, Chun Feng followed the same script and called Mindy. But Mindy, who had a fiery temper and little tolerance for a third woman, was quite hard to persuade. Thankfully, Chun Feng was quick-witted, and after he recounted the tragic pasts of Wanda and Pietro in detail, Mindy finally agreed. After making the two calls, Chun Feng realized the status at home seemed rather low. No, I can't let Natasha and Mindy keep having the upper hand. If this goes on, I'll definitely end up looking weak in front of Wanda tonight. I have to change this situation. Gritting his teeth, Chun Feng made up his mind. But for now, the most important thing was to keep Wanda at home and make sure she wouldn't even think about leaving. At this moment, a delicious meal seemed absolutely essential. Yet, what to make stump Chun Feng? After all, he had no idea what Wanda liked to eat. He mulled it over and finally decided on hot pot. This beloved Chinese dish, famous for winning over anyone who tries it, would surely make Wanda want to stay forever. Thinking it through, Chun Feng remembered that most Americans have a sweet tooth. So tonight, he decided to turn half the hot pot into a cheese fondue. The other half would be the classic spicy broth. Two flavors, one to cater to American tastes, the other to introduce them to something new. Who knows, maybe Wanda would fall in love with spicy hot pot. If that happened, it would be a complete success. With that settled, Chun Feng slipped away to Chinatown. After all, only here can you find all sorts of ingredients perfect for hot pot. But as for the soup base, Chun Feng planned to make it himself. As a chef, this little task was hardly a challenge for him. He spent more than 20 minutes in the market, carefully picking out and preparing everything he needed. Now it was time to show off his extraordinary skills. At this moment, Mindy was the first to return home. She happened to see Wanda stepping out of Chun Feng's room. With a cold smirk tugging at the corner of her lips, she asked, "You must be the friend Chun Feng brought home, right?" "Yes, that's me. My name is Wanda, and this is my brother, Pietro," Wanda replied, reaching out her right hand and introducing herself with sincerity. "Dressed quite nicely, aren't you?" Mindy commented, extending her own left hand in return as a gesture of politeness. The conversation remained relatively calm for now. "Oh, by the way, you two are from District A, aren't you?" Mindy suddenly asked, as if the thought had just occurred to her. "That's right, we used to live in District A," Wanda nodded, not quite understanding what Mindy meant by this question. "That's good to hear. I remember Chun Feng mentioning it. I was worried you might have come from District FA instead." "After all, District A and District FA are right next to each other," Mindy said, letting out a relieved sigh. But Wanda and Pietro exchanged confused glances, unable to grasp the meaning behind Mindy's words. "You two seriously don't know what I'm talking about," Mindy pressed, as if on purpose. Both of them shook their heads, though Wanda was beginning to sense a faint hint of something more in Mindy's tone. "You've lived in District A, but don't you know about all the pickpockets in District FA? They're everywhere. Last time I visited, I almost got killed because someone snatched my wallet right in front of me," Mindy continued, her voice animated. "Luckily, I'm skilled in self-defense. I caught that thief and gave him a thorough lesson," she boasted. "So you'd better be careful if you ever go to District FA. Watch out for people from the surrounding areas. There are plenty of thieves waiting for unsuspecting tourists at all the scenic spots," Mindy explained with great enthusiasm. Yet, beneath her words, Wanda couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Still, remembering she was in Chun Feng's home, Wanda forced herself to smile. "Thank you for the reminder, Mindy, but actually we haven't run into many thieves in District FA. Maybe you just look like an easy target to those pickpockets," Wanda replied, her tone calm, but edged with irony, like a smiling assassin. Mindy caught the underlying meaning, and, young as she was, couldn't entirely hide her emotions. A flush of red appeared on her cheeks. For a moment, Mindy was so angry she was at a loss for words. "It's not my fault there are so many pickpockets there," she finally retorted after a long pause. "I'm a good person, friendly-faced and all, so of course I'd be their target." However, the hostility in her words was so mild it was barely worth noticing. At most, it was just a defensive gesture, a way to protect herself. Miss Mindy, why don't you show me around? There are so many places in this district I'd like to see. Sensing things were about to go south, Pietro immediately stepped in, hoping to prevent Wanda and Mindy from getting into another argument. After all, they were still guests in someone else's home. If she wanted to look around, she could just go herself. They were all adults now, not children who might get lost or kidnapped. But Mindy was in no mood to cooperate. She ignored Pietro's attempt to smooth things over and walked right past him, heading down the stairs. Miss Mindy, Pietro was left standing there, awkward and embarrassed, forced to smile in an attempt to ease the tension. No wonder you got robbed by thieves and ended up beating them up. You really are a tomboy, Wanda said sharply, not bothering to hide her sarcasm. Seeing her brother lose face, Wanda, as his older sister, naturally felt compelled to stand up for him. Who are you calling a tomboy? The moment Mindy heard those words, she snapped. Her voice was sharp and furious. Because of her regular training, her hands were more muscular than most girls. So when she first started at school, many boys would secretly call her tomboy. But after Mindy taught a few of them a lesson, they all became her followers. Still, the nickname stuck with her, lingering like a shadow she couldn't shake. Just as Mindy was about to lose her temper, Pietro looked stricken with panic. Only Wanda remained seated on the sofa, cool and unbothered, as if nothing had happened. The tension in the room grew so thick it felt like the very air had frozen. It was as if an ice age had swept through, a bitter wind whistling soundlessly, threatening to freeze everything in its path. Pietro stood rooted to the spot, nervous and unsure, glancing from Wanda to Mindy, completely at a loss. And just as things were about to reach a breaking point, Chunfeng returned home with Natasha. Geez, why is it so cold in here? As soon as she stepped through the door, Natasha complained, her words instantly breaking the icy silence in the room. Sis Natasha. The moment Mindy saw Natasha, she rushed over to her side. What's wrong? Seeing the tears welling up in Mindy's eyes, Natasha's heart went out to her. What happened to her? Natasha asked, clearly puzzled. Usually, when someone visits another's home for the first time, they're on their best behavior. At the very least, they wouldn't do anything to upset their host. She bullied me. Mindy stammered, choking on her words, like a child who'd suffered a great injustice and was seeking comfort from her mother. Chunfeng, if this is how you treat your guests, then I'm leaving right now. Wanda stood up as she spoke, her eyes red with emotion, on the verge of an outburst. This? Chunfeng was caught in the middle, glancing at Wanda, then at Mindy, not knowing what to do. Pietro, come talk to me. Tell me what happened. At this moment, Chunfeng could only turn his gaze toward Pietro. Remember, tell it exactly as it is. No embellishments, no emotion, he instructed. Chunfeng fixed his eyes on Pietro, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Under this kind at this moment, Chunfeng could only turn his gaze toward Pietro. Remember, tell exactly as it is. Don't add any emotion to your words. Chunfeng fixed Pietro with a piercing stare, radiating a powerful sense of pressure. Under such scrutiny, Pietro had no chance to lie, not even a little. Pietro nodded, swallowing hard before he finally began to speak, his words coming slowly and deliberately, one after another. After listening, Chunfeng stroked his chin thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. Then, turning to Mindy, he addressed her with utmost seriousness. That was out of line, Mindy. No matter what, Wanda is still our guest. Besides, I already told you about the sibling situation. Why are you still being so unreasonable? Hearing Chunfeng's words, Wanda's expression finally softened a little. Mindy, on the other hand, pouted in frustration, cheeks puffed with anger. She wanted to retort, to argue back, but couldn't find a suitable reason. Still, being reprimanded by Chunfeng in front of outsiders left Mindy feeling very disgruntled. Unable to stand the atmosphere any longer, Mindy let out a huff and stormed toward her room. Natasha, go check on her. Chunfeng spoke to Natasha. Catching his meaning with just a look, Natasha nodded and followed Mindy into her room. Wanda, don't be upset. At the end of the day, Mindy is still a child. She's in her teens, going through a rebellious phase. I hope you could be a little more understanding. Chunfeng walked over to Wanda's side, speaking to her gently. I know, Wanda replied, but her words really were hurtful. Pietro didn't do anything wrong. He was just trying to be friendly, and she shut him out cold. Wanda's voice trembled with emotion. It's fine, really, I'm okay. Pietro, off to the side, waved his hand emphatically, trying to reassure everyone not to worry about him. In trying to ease the tension between Wanda and Mindy, Pietro had already made many sacrifices. Pietro, You shouldn't just let this go. You did nothing wrong. You even tried to help her, and this is how she treated you. She's clearly at fault. Wanda, hearing Pietro's words, became indignant on his behalf, defending him passionately. I really am fine, Wanda. Mindy's just a kid, I get it. Noting the heavy look on Chun Feng's face, Pietro quickly spoke up. Ever since witnessing Chun Feng's overwhelming strength, Pietro had developed enormous respect for him. Naturally, he didn't want to put Chun Feng in a difficult position. Wanda, don't worry. I'll go talk to Mindy and make sure she apologizes to Pietro. Chun Feng seized the moment to reassure her. Hearing this, Wanda finally relaxed, her tense expression easing a little. Once I've straightened things out with Mindy, I'll make you and Pietro something delicious. You're sure to love it. Chun Feng lifted the bag in his hand, then turned around and left, leaving behind a remark that lingered in the air and invited reflection. Will he really cook? The same thoughts surfaced in both Pietro's and Wanda's minds at that moment. Chun Feng's presence had completely transformed their understanding of what it meant to be truly powerful. In their minds, they couldn't help but picture Chun Feng standing in the kitchen, earnestly preparing a meal. After some time, and only after receiving a stern lesson from both Chun Feng and Natasha, Mindy finally, albeit reluctantly, agreed. She would go and apologize to Pietro. But for this to happen, Chun Feng also had to make a promise, a compromise between him and Mindy. This little girl, ever since she'd grown another year older, hadn't slept beside him. Yet, deep down, she'd always harbored the wish to snuggle up to Chun Feng again, just like before. I've agreed to all your terms. Now hurry up and apologize to Pietro. Later, I'll make something delicious for you. Chun Feng urged her, his tone brisk. He didn't want Wanda to wait too long, and he could already feel his thoughts drifting elsewhere. All right, I got it. Though her expression still held a trace of dissatisfaction, her voice was brimming with secret delight. And so, the conflict among the three finally came to an end as Mindy offered her apology with sincere resolve. Still, after this incident, there remained a subtle barrier between Mindy and Wanda. Neither would seek out the other, and a quiet distance settled between them. Natasha, on the other hand, proved as understanding as ever. She went straight over to Wanda to talk. With her wealth of experience, Natasha could easily see that Chun Feng genuinely cared for Wanda. Otherwise, he wouldn't go to such lengths, insisting Mindy apologize, and then personally preparing a special meal. Natasha had long since accepted that someone as remarkable as Chun Feng could never belong to her alone. She had already made peace with the idea of sharing Chun Feng with others. Otherwise, she would have turned him down decisively when it came to Mindy. In his room, busy with preparations for Hot Pot, Chun Feng caught sight of this scene and finally allowed himself a contented smile. Natasha, he thought, had proven herself to be the perfect partner at home, wise and understanding. The two women sat together, chatting and laughing easily, their conversation lively and full of warmth. Pietro, meanwhile, wandered aimlessly about the room by himself. He'd originally hoped to use the opportunity to mend things with Mindy, but was flatly rejected. It left Pietro feeling more than a little frustrated. After all, he was a handsome guy with superpowers, the kind of guy girls usually swooned over. What he didn't realize was that, in Mindy's heart, there was room for only one person, Chun Feng, and no one else could ever take his place. After a while, the room began to fill with a rich and tantalizing aroma. It instantly awakened everyone's appetite. Unsurprisingly, the hot pot drew all their attention. Sensing the hungry, almost wolfish gazes from outside, Chun Feng couldn't help but curl his lips into a satisfied little smirk. If I can win over your stomachs, am I not bound to win your hearts as well? Chun Feng thought to himself with unwavering confidence. After making sure everything was prepared, he brought out the pot and all the dishes. It was the first time anyone had seen hot pot, and everyone looked on with curiosity and suspicion. But the rich aroma that filled the air drew them in, making their hearts yearn for a taste. This is a couple's hot pot. On the left is a mild, non-spicy broth with a base of cheese and milk. On the right, you have authentic Chinese hot pot, brimming with spicy and numbing flavors. If you like spicy food, help yourselves to the right side. It's wonderfully fragrant. Chun Feng began by introducing the hot pot to Tasha, Wanda, and the others. He then pointed to the various dishes on the side, explaining each one in turn. But when everyone heard words like pig's blood and beef tripe, their eyes widened in disbelief. Their faces were filled with shock, as if they were looking at a monster, looking at Chun Feng as though he were from another world. Animal organs are simply not eaten in the American region. Such things they would just throw away without a second thought. Chun Feng, are you sure these things are actually edible? Tasha, slightly fearful and clearly disgusted, pointed at the dishes and asked. It had to be said, People from the American region instinctively saw offal as utterly repulsive. Of course, they're edible. They're absolutely delicious. Chen Feng answered with complete confidence, offering the four of them a reassuring smile. Even with Chen Feng's guarantee, the four of them still looked like they didn't believe a word of it. Tasha would rather jump from 10,000 meters in the sky on a near-impossible mission and die out there than ever eat these things. Their expressions said it all. They were dead set against trying any of it. Just wait and see. Chen Feng smiled slightly. Then he placed all the beef tripe into the pot, and soon a bubbling, lively sound could be heard. Wanda, Tasha, and the others, however, only put beef slices and some vegetables into the hot pot. The things they found disgusting were immediately ignored and pushed aside. When eating duck intestines, the trick is to dip it in and out 7 times, up and down, and then it's ready. Chen Feng picked up some duck intestines and began to demonstrate for everyone. But as he lowered the intestines into the boiling broth, the others visibly shuddered with fear. They looked more horrified than if the world were ending. Why don't you give it a try? Chen Feng encouraged the four of them, and even helped them prepare dipping sauces, setting them on the side. No, I'll just stick to these. Wanda shook her head emphatically, making her refusal clear. I went to great lengths to prepare all of this. I even got splattered by hot oil in the kitchen. I worked so hard, and yet you all turned me down so heartlessly. My heart aches. Chen Feng put on a show of mock heartbreak. Tasha and Mindy, upon hearing this, both felt a pang of guilt. Having spent the most time with Chen Feng, they had grown quite close to him. Naturally, they didn't want to see Chen Feng so disappointed, and after a moment, they nodded in agreement. All right then, I'll give it a try. Tasha was the first to pick up her chopsticks, though she was still not very skillful. She focused intently as she tried to grab a slice of duck intestine. Despite her obvious fear, she forced herself to endure it. Ming Lian, who sat nearby, watched Yin Su's attempt and recoiled, as if she wanted to retreat to the back of the room. Yin Su herself was equally terrified. Her hand, holding the chopsticks, trembled uncontrollably. After a few awkward starts and stops, the piece finally made its way into the spicy broth on the right side. With Chen Feng patiently guiding her, the group managed to complete the step, their nerves swinging up and down like a roller coaster. By the time she retrieved the cooked piece, her hand felt rigid and numb, as if it had turned to stone, making it nearly impossible to move. Give it a try, it's really delicious. Trust me, Yi offered quietly, reassuring them from the side. Seeing the anticipation in Ye's eyes, Tasha took a sip of water, then slowly moved the morsel toward her own bowl. As it entered her mouth, countless possibilities flashed through her mind, her mood weighed down and her expression somber. Braving her discomfort, she finally placed the piece in her mouth. She didn't even bother to taste it. Instead, she made straight for the back of the restaurant. Let's have a competition, Yi suddenly suggested at that moment. At these words, both Tasha and Yun Su were startled, almost dropping their utensils in surprise. A look of tragic resignation appeared on their faces, as if they were marching toward their doom. But only a second later, Yun Su's expression changed completely, brightening in an instant. She began to eat with great relish, savoring every bite and looking utterly content. Hey Tasha, did you eat something bad? Ming Lian asked, tapping Tasha's head gently, suspicion in her eyes. What are you talking about? Tasha quickly brushed away Ming Lian's hand and shot her a warning glance. Hurry up, you all have to try this. It's honestly delicious, she urged, unable to hide her delight. The spicy and numbing flavor was exactly to her liking. Generally speaking, people from the north preferred hearty dishes, so their seasonings were often bold and full of flavor. But when it came to spicy food, only a small number could truly handle it. Wanda, Mindy, and Pietro listened to Tasha's words in disbelief, their mouths agape, staring at her as if she were from another planet. But then, Tasha calmly picked up another piece of intestine and dipped it into the bubbling pot. To the 3 onlookers, this scene was almost surreal. Don't worry, and don't stress yourselves out. It's really fine, and actually, it tastes amazing, Chen Feng said gently, trying to reassure them. At this moment, Natasha ate another piece of duck intestine. The numbing Sichuan peppercorns had already brought beads of sweat to her forehead. Tasha could handle some spiciness, but only on the mild to medium side. Too much heat was still beyond her limits. Wanda, should we give it a try? Pietro looked eager, trying to persuade Wanda to join in. All right, Wanda finally replied, after a long moment of hesitation. For a young woman, facing something so unappetizing was especially difficult. After quite a while, she finally nodded her head in agreement. With a pair of chopsticks that were quite adept, Pietro and Wanda each picked up another piece of raven sausage. Following Chen Feng's instructions, they set about their task. Even though it was their first time, their technique was impressively practiced. Perhaps it had something to do with their mutant nature. No matter how you looked at it, they were far superior to ordinary people. Add some seasoning, it'll taste even better, Chun Feng said warmly from the side. The two hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed Chun Feng's directions. Pietro, on his part, was rather calm. Once he finished, he immediately took a bite. Like a true gourmet, he sampled the food with great seriousness. Expressions flickered across his face, revealing a range of sensations. After a brief moment, he gave Chun Feng a big thumbs up. "It's really delicious, Wanda." He turned to Wanda, giving her the confidence to take a bite herself. Wanda nodded. Encouraged by his enthusiasm, she finally set her eyes with determination. With a decisive motion, she put the sausage into her mouth. In that instant, a burst of flavor exploded on Wanda's palate. The numbing spiciness, the savory aroma of the raven sausage, and a unique seasoning all mingled and soared together in her senses. The three flavors enhanced each other, sending the taste to new heights. "So good," Wanda couldn't help but exclaim. She especially loved that tingling, spicy sensation. "Hey!" At that moment, a strange sound suddenly interrupted them. Everyone turned their heads to look at Mindy, who was swallowing her saliva at the door. "I'm fine, just a little hungry," Mindy said quickly, her cheeks flushing bright red. "Well, you'd better hurry, or there won't be any left," Chun Feng replied calmly. Wanda, Natasha, and Pietro wasted no time, diving eagerly into their meal. The food in the small bowls disappeared before their eyes at a remarkable pace. "Hey, leave some for me. Leave some for me," Mindy shouted anxiously. Right now, she was so impatient she could hardly stand it. Without hesitation, she joined the frenzied scrum for food. The four of them, like children unaccustomed to sharing, unleashed a food storm. Even Chun Feng found it hard to get in on the action. Especially with Pietro, whose superpower was speed, he had a clear advantage in this culinary battle. Before long, much of the food on the table had vanished. But Pietro and Natasha were both sweating profusely. The spicy richness was delightful, but it was simply too intense. Both of them had reached their limit with the heat. But what surprised Chun Feng the most was Wanda and Mindy. These two, who usually didn't get along, turned out to be the biggest fans of spicy food. And from the look on their faces, it seemed the two were locked in a silent competition. Neither looked ready to back down until the other surrendered. This had become more than just eating, it was a battle of wills. As for the tension between Wanda and Mindy, their rivalry, Ji-shun, Natasha, and Pietro sat quietly to the side, simply watching. Every now and then, they'd pick up a bite, dip it into the pot for a moment, and have a taste. Of course, they were using the mild milk broth. The spicy hot pot, however, had been completely taken over by Wanda and Mindy. Natasha couldn't help but whisper, "Honestly, how much longer do you think those two are going to eat?" She watched the pair in front of her with some astonishment and asked the question. "I'm not really sure myself," Chun Feng admitted, scratching his head, clearly baffled as well. Turning to Pietro with curiosity, he asked, "Is Wanda always such an eater?" The sudden question caught Pietro off guard. He paused, then replied, "I've actually never seen her eat like this before. This might be a first." Chun Feng and Natasha both stared in stunned silence at his answer. This is unbelievable. Yet at the heart of this culinary battlefield, Wanda and Mindy seemed totally oblivious to the three watching them. Here, there was no such thing as going easy on your opponent. Behind the two women, the air shimmered red with heat, and even a hint of spice hung in the air. So the three could only watch from the sidelines as Wanda and Mindy battled it out, bite for bite. The bubbling hot pot sent up clouds of steam, its contents already completely cooked through. Slices of meat surfaced from the fiery red oil, glistening as they emerged. The sheer intensity of the heat made even Chun Feng, who usually loved spicy food, shudder a little. "Do you want me to add some water for you?" Chun Feng asked carefully. "No need," came the fierce and immediate reply. The hand reaching for the broth kettle dropped back in surrender. "Chun Feng, are you sure the two of them will be all right eating like this?" Natasha asked, her voice tinged with worry. The spice level was already overwhelming. Anyone unaccustomed to it would be sneezing and fleeing the scene by now. Judging by how they look, they seem fine. "Plus, with me here, I won't let anything happen to them," Chun Feng replied with confidence. But there was still an indescribable glint in his eyes as he glanced at Wanda and Mindy. Truly, when women compete with each other, it's something to be feared. "Bring out more food." Just then, Wanda and Mindy slammed their chopsticks onto the table in unison, calling out loudly. Only at that moment did Chun Feng realize they had cleared every single dish off the table. "That's enough for now. You're all ladies, remember to show some restraint." Chun Feng shook his head, trying to persuade them. The two women before him were flushed, and beads of sweat as large as pearls rolled down their foreheads. mingling with the faint, spicy aroma that filled the air. Out of the way, I haven't eaten yet, Mindy shouted, the rich scent of the hot pot wafting straight at Chunfeng. All right, I'll get more. Just wait a moment. Chunfeng relented, realizing he was powerless to stop them. Not wanting to dampen their spirits, he had no choice but to go along with their demands. After Chunfeng left, Wanda and Mindy stared at each other, their eyes locked in a silent contest. Even the sound of their slightly labored breathing was forcibly suppressed. In front of each other, neither was willing to show the slightest weakness. Little girl, if it's too spicy for you, don't force yourself. Take care of your health. If you get sick, that'll be a real hassle. Wanda straightened her back with pride and said mockingly. She deliberately touched on the topic Mindy least wanted to address, causing Mindy's face to flush a rosy red, her ears burning as well. You should be the one worrying about yourself. Be careful you don't end up stuck in the bathroom tomorrow and can't get out at all, Mindy shot back, sulking. In her embarrassment and irritation, Mindy even stuck her tongue out like a child. We're all friends here, so let's not argue. Besides, since you both love spicy food so much, who else could possibly keep up with you in the future? Natasha, seeing the argument about to flare up again, quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. After hearing this, Wanda and Mindy stopped bickering and fell into a brief silence. She's right. It's rare in life to find someone who shares your love of spicy food. Here it comes, but there's only this much, so savor it. Chunfeng brought out a portion of the dishes. It was both for their safety and also a decision he made after hearing Natasha's words. He hoped to take this opportunity to clear up any misunderstandings between the two and help them build a genuine friendship. That, after all, was the real purpose behind this dinner Chunfeng had prepared. I want this one, Wanda declared, swiftly picking up a slice of beef tripe with her chopsticks. This dish was truly one of her favorites. I want that too. Mindy was not to be outdone, grabbing another piece of beef tripe with lightning speed. There's plenty for everyone, so no need to rush, Chunfeng said quietly from the side. At that moment, Wanda and Mindy met each other's eyes again. They both glanced at the beef tripe on each other's plates, a strange glint flashing in their eyes. There was no more quarreling, no more words, just the simple act of placing their beef tripe into the bubbling hot pot together. Well now, looks like there's hope. Chunfeng observed this scene, his heart filling with delight. From then on, the tension between Wanda and Mindy faded away. Around the hot pot, peace finally reigned. The two of them finally began to eat together as if they were ordinary girls. In their hearts, a subtle sense of camaraderie grew, an unspoken bond between fellow food lovers. To find someone who shares your passion for food in this world is truly a rare thing. This last piece is yours. You're younger, after all, Wanda said, noticing the final slice of beef tripe in the bowl and offering it to Mindy. Mindy hesitated a moment, then nodded in acceptance. Although Wanda was making an effort to be friendly, Mindy still felt a little awkward. As the meal went on, the entire atmosphere changed completely. Yelena and Pietro watched this transformation unfold, finding it almost unbelievable. In the end, the two of them slipped outside together to admire the starry night sky. Pietro, could you share some stories from your and your sister's childhood? I'd like to know more about Wanda. Chunfeng pointed at the starry sky, speaking slowly and deliberately. Our childhood? The unexpected question sent Pietro into a reverie, his eyes shimmering as memories surfaced. After a while, Pietro finally began to speak. I remember when we were very young, Wanda and I became inseparable. Even now, I still don't know what our father looks like. It seemed Pietro regarded Chunfeng as an older brother he could confide in, recounting the details of their early years. As time quietly slipped by, the light outside grew dimmer, and the stars in the sky became even brighter. Chunfeng felt every bit the dependable elder brother, while Pietro was like a little brother pouring out his heart. Inside the room, Wanda and Mindy also started opening up to each other. First, they talked about their true feelings, then about the argument they'd had before. Now, they could laugh about it all, realizing their misunderstandings. Over a meal of hot pot, Wanda and Mindy's relationship rose from the depths of estrangement to new heights. Though they hadn't reached the unbreakable closeness Wanda shared with Natasha, their bond now surpassed that of ordinary friends. All right, time to clean up. You two, go have a proper talk in your room. Natasha smiled at the pair as she started clearing the plates from the table. Caught off guard by Natasha's words, the two paused, then laughed together. Hurry up, I want this place spotless, Natasha urged them on. At that, Wanda and Mindy stood up and headed to Mindy's room. Meanwhile, outside, Pietro and Chunfeng were also finishing their conversation. Hearing about Wanda and Pietro's past gave Chunfeng a deeper understanding of them both. Despite their powerful abilities, their childhoods had been filled with pain. A new idea took shape in Chun Feng's mind, one that would help Wanda trust him even more. Pietro, why don't you and Wanda stay here for a while? Chun Feng said to Pietro. This time, Wanda and Mindy stayed up talking through the night, leaving Chun Feng quite forgotten. Their promise to spend time together was pushed to the back of Chun Feng's mind. But Chun Feng seized the opportunity to spend some quality time with Natasha. The next morning, Wanda and Mindy were already up, chatting and laughing in the living room. When they saw Chun Feng and Natasha emerge from their room, their expressions changed, glancing at the two with a hint of mischief. You two were really making a ruckus last night. Wanda and I hardly got any sleep. It felt like the walls were shaking. Mindy teased, her words laced with playful sarcasm. You little brat, what are you saying? Chun Feng replied lightly, his tone calm as ever. But beside him, Natasha's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her shyness written all over her face. A little child, not yet weaned, and to have it be his own youngest sister saying such things. This made it all the more awkward and embarrassing. To be honest, he replied with a red face. Next time, keep your voice down. Don't talk like that around me. Clearly, she was dissatisfied with Chun Feng's attitude. But truly, more than anything, it was Tasha's forwardness that left him at a loss. Because, in her mind, she had long imagined doing shameful things with Chun Feng. It was just that Chun Feng always used her young age as an excuse and never got too close. That's why, this time, she made sure to include Chun Feng sleeping with her in her list of conditions. Ming, let's go over there, she said, pulling Wanda by the hand and heading toward the side. Even as she walked away, she didn't forget to call back to Chun Feng. Don't forget to get breakfast ready early. Seeing Ming's playful expression, the god of time couldn't help but smile. He could only shrug helplessly and look at the children around him. They were all young, innocent, and unguarded. With a gentle word of comfort, he watched them head inside, thinking that, no matter what, the first thing to do was to prepare breakfast. The meal was simple, but under the careful preparation of the god of time and Su-1, it gave off a tempting fragrance. For a moment, it drew everyone's attention. Wanda, in particular, couldn't take her eyes off the food on the table, and even swallowed unconsciously. All her life, the idea of delicious food had never really existed for her. It wasn't until she started living with Chun Feng and the others that she discovered there were things in this world so enticing. After a satisfying meal, Tasha reluctantly set off for S.H.I.E.L.D. There were still the remains left by the Dark Elves that they needed to clean up. As for Mindy, she simply took a few days off, planning to take Wanda and Pietro on a proper tour of New York. As for Chun Feng, Mindy left him entirely out of her plans, not sparing him another thought. Mindy, take care when you're out with Wanda, Chun Feng called out to her. New York might look calm on the surface, but beneath it, turbulent currents ran deep. In the shadows, things were happening that ordinary people could scarcely imagine. Don't worry, Chun Feng. I'll look after Mindy, Wanda suddenly said, stepping forward with confidence. With her mastery of chaos magic, she naturally had no fear of any power on Earth. With Wanda by my side, there's nothing to worry about, Mindy chimed in. The bond between the two had grown to a level that truly surprised Chun Feng. He nodded with satisfaction. Then he watched as Wanda, Mindy, and Pietro left the house together. Sitting on the sofa, he stared blankly at the ceiling for a long while before snapping back to reality. The time stone, it's time to keep it close at hand. He stood up and conjured a rift in the air before him. A powerful spatial force surged from within. Beyond the tear in reality was a frigid world of ice, where even the wind howled with icy fury. With a swift movement, Chun Feng slipped into the illusory rift and vanished from the room. Inside Camartage, the Ancient One and Mordo stood at the doorway, their gazes fixed thoughtfully on Strange, who was training outside. He is truly an exceptional talent, the Ancient One mused softly. I only hope he won't follow Caecilius into the world of dark magic. Mordo, standing respectfully to the side, replied, Rest assured, Sorcerer Supreme. I will keep a close watch over him. Ever since Chun Feng had defeated her last time, the Ancient One had spent many long conversations with Mordo. Through patient guidance, Mordo had finally managed to suppress the shadow in his heart. Make sure he never delves too deeply into the dark arts, the Ancient One warned again. With that, she returned to her chambers to continue her meditation. Out in the training grounds, Strange was immersed in physical practice. His first arrival at Camartage, and the revelation that he possessed a soul, had utterly transformed his understanding of the world. My hands, they will be healed. I know it, he murmured, staring intently at his own hands, lost in thought. Memories of his days as a doctor flashed across his mind once more. Strange, don't slack off, stay focused, a nearby warrior called out sharply. The shout snapped Strange from his reverie. Yes, Strange quickly responded. Inside the Ancient One's room, a sudden rift appeared. Chun Feng emerged from the shimmering portal. Chun Feng, you're back. The Ancient One's face lit up with both delight and a trace of suspicion. The last time he left, that lingering aura of sanctity had left a deep impression in her mind. I heard you have a new student here, Chun Feng replied calmly. We have a bit of a connection, so I thought I'd visit. Strange, do you know him? The Ancient One's curiosity was instantly piqued by this reply. I bought his house, so you could say fate brought us together, Chun Feng replied lightly. That's certainly a kind of fate, the Ancient One agreed. Come, let me introduce you. She rose from her seat and led Chun Feng out of the room. Together they walked outside, where Strange was still diligently training in the courtyard. He seems quite impressive, Chun Feng observed with a slight smile. In terms of magical aptitude, he may not match you, but he is still among the best, the Ancient One remarked thoughtfully. It was clear she held high hopes for Strange. I only hope he doesn't repeat Kaisalius' mistakes, Chun Feng said suddenly, causing the Ancient One's expression to shift. Kaisalius had always been a scar on the Ancient One's heart. Once, she had believed he could be the next Sorcerer Supreme. But in the end, he was lost to the lure of dark magic. All the more painful was that, under her very eyes, he had turned into her enemy. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. The Ancient One spoke solemnly, clenching her fist in a gesture of conviction. How about I take him under my wing for a while? Chun Feng turned his head and offered. Oh, you want to mentor Strange? Do you have plans for him? The Ancient One looked at Chun Feng with genuine surprise, as if she were seeing him in a new light. I just suddenly want to see what it feels like to be a teacher. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Chun Feng gazed intently at Strange before him, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. If I leave Strange in your hands, I have no objections. In fact, I'm quite curious to see how far you can take him. The Ancient One gave a nod, then walked over to Strange. Sorcerer Supreme. As the Ancient One approached, every sorcerer present stood at attention and saluted, all of them pausing their activities out of respect. Chun Feng, following behind the Ancient One, immediately drew wary glances from the others. They all remembered well the time when Chun Feng had left Kamartaj. Back then, each of them had felt an overwhelming sense of dread towards Chun Feng, a chilling fear that seemed to seep from the depths of their souls, making them shiver involuntarily, as though plunged into icy water. Especially their senior brother, Mordo, the strongest among them after the Ancient One. Even he had been swiftly defeated by Chun Feng in just a few moves. Now, seeing Chun Feng again, their awe was mingled with keen curiosity. Master, is there something you need? Strange folded his arms, looking somewhat weary as he asked. I'm introducing you to a new teacher. The Ancient One stepped aside, making room for Chun Feng to come forward. Him? A kid? Strange's face darkened at once, clearly displeased. It seems your hands have partially healed. Chun Feng smiled faintly, a mysterious light glinting in his eyes. Strange found himself transfixed by Chun Feng, suddenly falling silent. It was as if there was a subtle force compelling him to trust this newcomer. Well, it appears Chun Feng is qualified to be your teacher. The Ancient One looked between the two men, her gaze deep and meaningful. No. Strange clapped his hands together, cutting the Ancient One off. Not unless he proves he's truly powerful. I won't accept him as my teacher otherwise. So you want a demonstration of real magic, do you? Chun Feng stopped the Ancient One from speaking and addressed Strange, enunciating each word deliberately. I came here to learn magic, to heal my hands, not to waste my time. Time, huh? Before Strange could finish, Chun Feng interjected with a laugh. Suddenly, the entire world seemed to shift. The surroundings transformed completely. The snowy, icy landscape vanished, replaced by a breathtakingly surreal, dreamlike realm. Countless overlapping spaces hung suspended in the air, splitting reality into floating fragments, each one distinct from the others. At the same time, everything kept shifting, sometimes near, sometimes far, sometimes grand, sometimes small. In one instant, it seemed as if it was about to approach, and in the next, it felt as though it was receding hundreds of thousands of years into the past. The profound mystery and depth of it all left Strange, who was standing within, momentarily stunned and speechless. He stood there in a daze, as if he simply couldn't believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Suddenly, Chun Feng thrust out his hand, and a circle of black light shot forward, passing straight through Strange's body. In that instant, Strange vanished from where he stood. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely different landscape. It was immediately obvious. He was now on the streets of New York, a place he knew better than anywhere else. But only a moment later, the space around him began to change. The city folded in upon itself, splitting into 4 sectors, up, down, left, and right. Each section spun independently, becoming its own isolated world. Within this space, Strange found himself lost, unable to find any way out, forced to keep running in order to avoid getting swept up into unknown realms from which he might never return. After a long while, Chun Feng finally restored the space to normal. Strange and Chun Feng appeared before the others once more. "Now, do I have the qualification to teach you?" Chun Feng asked calmly. There was no need to think. The answer was undoubtedly yes. "Of course," Strange replied with a nod. The magic he had just witnessed was proof enough. "Everyone, continue your own training. Don't waste this precious time," the Ancient One said. Seeing that her part was done, she turned and quietly left. "So, what should we train in next?" Strange's eyes lit up, filled with anticipation for what lay ahead. "No need to rush. We have plenty of time, and you have much to absorb," Chun Feng said, leading Strange out of the training ground. They walked until they reached a quiet room, and only then did Chun Feng finally stop. Following behind, Strange felt as though he had just been through the most fantastical journey. Each step seemed to carry him across centuries, the shifting scenes flashing through his mind like a montage. He yearned to glimpse the secrets of the future, but all he saw before him was a blur, forever out of reach. No matter how hard he focused, he couldn't find any answers. "How would you describe your current mastery of magic?" Chun Feng suddenly turned, fixing Strange with a thoughtful gaze. "I feel like my mental strength is sufficient, but when it comes to actually casting that final step of magic, I always fall just short," Strange replied, carefully recalling his own experience. "Come with me," Chun Feng said simply. With a wave of his hand, a rift in space split open. A blast of icy wind whistled out, carrying with it countless tiny shards of ice. "Go on in." Chun Feng was the first to step inside. He waved his hand at Strange, who was still standing motionless behind him. Strange hesitated for quite a while before he finally managed to move his feet and step inside as well. The biting cold wind cut straight through to Strange's bones, making him shrink into himself and shiver uncontrollably. "Maintain absolute focus, and then use your own power to return to Kamartaj," Chun Feng instructed. He took a step back and instantly vanished from the blizzard-ravaged Himalayas. All that was left behind was Strange, still in a daze, struggling to collect himself. When Strange finally came to his senses, he realized that all around him, there was nothing but endless wind and snow. Chun Feng's whereabouts were already unknown. Strange's breath grew fast and ragged, his face flushed yet pale at the same time. He looked like an old man on the verge of burning out, barely holding on, as if he might succumb at any moment to the vast, unforgiving mountains. "Is it really okay to leave Strange there alone?" Beside the Ancient One, Mordo spoke up, a trace of worry in his voice. "Trust Chun Feng, and trust Strange as well," the Ancient One replied, her words calm and measured. She said nothing more. A peculiar light flickered in Mordo's eyes as he gazed intently at the room, at Chun Feng, and at Strange, who was still lost somewhere in the Himalayas. "If my calculations are correct, you should be coming out any minute now," Chun Feng murmured to himself, feeling every second pass. On the freezing, unforgiving slopes of the Himalayas, Strange summoned every last ounce of willpower, desperately trying to focus his mind. But the relentless cold soon shattered his resolve, the howling wind gnawing away at his determination. "No, if this keeps up, I'll die here for sure." Strange gasped, each breath turning instantly to tiny beads of frost. "Come on, open, portal of magic." Strange spun his wrists again and again, following the method he'd been taught, struggling to conjure a golden magical ring. No matter how loudly he shouted, only a faint, incomplete arc of golden light appeared before fading quietly away. He simply couldn't form a full, functional portal. "No, I can't die here." Staring at his own trembling, purplish-red hands, Strange's eyes burned with a fierce, unwavering fire. Once more, he shut out everything, the biting wind, the freezing temperature, the world itself, and drove his mind to a state of perfect, absolute concentration. Outside, the three observers kept their eyes on Strange at all times. Only Mordo's gaze was filled with worry. Chun Feng and the Ancient One, however, watched on with unshakable calm. Suddenly, a golden circle of light burst into existence in the room. Strange, covered in tiny snowflakes and crystals of ice, collapsed onto the floor, icy air still radiating from his body. Yet he had already fallen into a deep and mysterious trance. "Congratulations, you've mastered the basics of spatial magic and can now perform short-range teleportation." Chun Feng applauded Strange, his eyes gleaming with genuine admiration. "No wonder you're destined to become the Sorcerer Supreme. Difficult circumstances often awaken hidden potential." With a gentle twist of his fingers, a ball of flame suddenly bloomed in Chun Feng's palm, casting a bright glow. In an instant, the icy chill lingering in the room vanished completely. With another subtle motion, the flame drifted in his strange body, its warmth spreading, allowing him to sense a surge of power taking over and coursing through his veins. After just over 10 seconds, the once exhausted Strange slowly opened his eyes. Looking down, he caught a glimpse of something different about himself and instinctively took a step back. There's fire. There's fire inside me. But soon, Strange realized the flame in his chest wasn't causing him any real harm. On the contrary, it seemed to be granting him a new, formidable strength. This spark of magic is my gift to you, a reward for mastering the most fundamental spells. At this moment, Yi finally spoke up. He gazed out into the endless space and said, "Now, let's move on to the next stage of magical training." Strange was momentarily dazed. Everything was happening so fast. He hardly felt ready. Your body and willpower are fully prepared for what's next. Only your conscious mind lags behind, struggling to catch up. Chen Feng explained patiently, turning to Strange. As the magic within him surged, a sense of vitality filled his entire being. Suddenly, he felt the space around him shift, as if the world itself had been divided, creating a clear boundary. What is this? Strange's eyes widened with curiosity as he examined the area beside him. But no matter how he reached out, he couldn't feel the table at all. He realized he was in another dimension, a mirrored reality, completely separate from the outside world. Here, he could hone his skills and observe the universe, undisturbed by external influences. He continued his explanation. But this place is also dangerous. If you lose your focus, you might easily become trapped here forever. Hearing this, Strange looked down at his own hands, feeling the unfamiliar power pulsing through him. Then, looking up more intently, he noticed Chun Feng's fingers were empty. There was nothing actually there. "You're not worried about being trapped in here?" As he asked this, Strange suddenly realized how naive his question sounded. After all, Chun Feng was a sorcerer powerful enough to rival the Ancient One. He was hardly someone to be bound by ordinary means. "When you reach my level, you'll truly understand how the mirror dimension works." Chen Feng answered simply, offering no further explanation. Yet even these few words were enough to fill Strange with longing and determination. In the days that followed, Chen Feng dedicated himself to training Strange, helping him grow stronger and learn more about the mystic arts at an astonishing pace. Before coming here, Chen Feng already had a complete plan mapped out in his mind. Time slipped away, the sun had already set, and dusk approached, painting the sky with a beautiful glow. That's the end of today's training. For the remaining time, you may choose to continue studying in the library. With those words, Chun Feng's figure vanished, leaving the room behind. He had another purpose for coming to Karmachin, one that concerned himself. The fusion of Jinwei world's magic and the spellcraft of Xingwen continent had reached a near-perfect state. Yet, he still felt that something was missing. So tonight, Chun Feng decided to seek counsel from Master Ancient One. Perhaps, he thought, she might offer an idea that would help him perfect that final thread. "Is there something you need from me?" A faint candlelight cast gentle shadows over Ancient One's slender frame. "One does not visit the temple without reason. I have a question about the arcane arts and would like your guidance." Chun Feng spoke without reservation, laying bare his intentions. "I always thought your mastery of the arts would never require my guidance again," Ancient One replied with a soft chuckle, clearly intrigued by Chun Feng's question. A prodigy like Chun Feng had only truly studied the arcane arts for 7 days. Yet in those short 7 days, he had mastered all the spells Karmachin had to offer. All, of course, except the 2 scrolls concerning the Shadow World's arts, which Cassilia had taken away. "This issue has bothered me for quite some time. It is neither grave nor trivial," Chun Feng said, furrowing his brow as he recalled the earlier fusion of the 2 arts. "Speak your mind. If it's within my power, I'll help you," Ancient One offered. She'd always wanted to draw Chun Feng closer, and would not let a chance like this slip by. "You know as well as I do," Chun Feng began seriously, "that the arcane arts are another manifestation of this world, guided by the strength of our minds. But if there are 2 different systems of magic running parallel with no point of intersection, how can we attempt to bring them together?" Ancient One was taken aback by these words. Shocked and incredulous, she stared at Chun Feng, lost in thought. After a long, silent moment, she finally spoke, her voice slow and measured. "Why would you even consider merging 2 different systems of magic? Even I have only a superficial understanding of such things. I've never truly witnessed it myself. How do you know about this? Have you encountered another kind of magic?" She looked at Chen Feng, grave and intent, eager for his answer. "Yes, I have indeed come across another system of magic. That's why I need your insight," Chen Feng replied, frank and direct, without any attempt to conceal the truth. He understood that Ancient One would never hold back with him, and if anyone could help him perfect his ideas, it would be her, a true master of the arcane. It took a while before Ancient One finally managed a wry smile. She walked toward the door, as if searching through memories long past. Chun Feng followed closely behind, choosing not to ask any further questions. At moments like this, giving yourself time to recall all the useful information is the wisest course of action. Before long, the two of them arrived at a house that was enveloped in a hush. A blanket of white snow covered its roof, radiating a cold and desolate aura. It was clear that no one had lived here for quite some time. Perhaps what you're looking for can be found here, the Ancient One said, stepping into the house first, almost as if speaking to herself. This is where every Sorcerer Supreme leaves behind their most secret things. The two types of magic you mentioned, previous Sorcerer Supremes have encountered them before. I once came across them while reading here, but they seemed too distant from my own pursuits, so I didn't look into them further. Shen listened to the Ancient One's words, wandering around the room. The air was thick with magical energy, so strong, in fact, that after the blessings of generations of Sorcerer Supremes, it was no less potent than a small pocket dimension. For a new sorcerer like Strange, entering here would be disorienting. He might never find his way out. Is it this one? Chun Feng picked up a notebook from the table and showed it to the Ancient One. That's the one, she confirmed, nodding. You can read it, but don't take it out of this room. Chun Feng agreed, then carefully took the ancient, time-worn notebook in his hands. Inside, the cryptic symbols were almost indecipherable, making his head spin. But ever since he had finished reading all the books in Kamartaj's library, these ancient magical scripts no longer posed much of a challenge to him. At most, they were just a bit tricky. Very soon, Chun Feng found the section he needed and began to read attentively. His mind slipped into a state of deep focus, thoughts racing at lightning speed. When dusk finally fell outside, Chun Feng closed the notebook and let out a long, slow breath, his exhale visible in the cold air. The Ancient One stood quietly at his side the entire time, never leaving. Seeing Chun Feng's expression clear as though something had suddenly dawned on him, she asked with curiosity, "Did you find what you were looking for?" "I found a clue, at least." "That's enough for now," Chun Feng replied, not offering much more. He wanted to take his time to digest everything he had just learned. "Very well, let's head back," the Ancient One said, not pressing further. With that, Chun Feng and the Ancient One vanished from the room, as if no one had ever been there at all. After leaving the silent house, Chun Feng returned straight to his own chambers. He closed his eyes, carefully recalling everything he had just experienced. His entire being seemed to enter a state of ethereal calm. Magical energy surged rapidly through his veins, circulating throughout his body after 4 cycles, reaching every extremity. The power became so dense it overflowed, seeping beyond the walls of his room, thick as water. Amidst this torrent of magical energy, another force, entirely distinct in nature, began to emerge. At first, it layered atop the original magical energy, one line glowing a deep azure, the other a bright white. The two currents started to invade each other's domain, their forces blending as if held together by a harmonious magnetic field. Yet, just as they reached a critical step in their union, the balance was suddenly shattered, and chaos erupted in an instant. Suddenly, energy surged forth from him, a powerful wave bursting out, shaking the entire place. The surrounding space seemed to be battered by the impact, like a bright mirror splintering, countless cracks rapidly spreading across its surface, growing more unstable, as if it might shatter at any moment. At this crucial instant, Chun Feng's expression was extremely grave. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly. Though the situation showed no sign of improvement, the momentum did not wane. Instead, the energy continued to accumulate and evolve. Just as the magic was about to spiral out of control, on the brink of exploding within the sanctum, Chun Feng let out a deep shout, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming energy from within. In a flash, this force surged into the area where the two streams of magic clashed most violently, breaking through the barrier between them in one decisive move. The two magical energies, once like floodwaters held at bay, suddenly found a way to coexist peacefully. In an instant, they merged as one, completely fusing together at their core. By now, beads of sweat as large as beans covered Chun Feng's forehead, his breaths coming in shallow, ragged gasps. The fusion of two worlds' magical systems was, indeed, an extraordinary feat. It took quite a while before Chun Feng finally opened his eyes, calm once more. He carefully examined the intense blue and white magical energy before him, a hint of delight flickering in his gaze. The legendary archmages truly lived up to their reputation. Chun Feng rubbed his temples, recalling the notes in his journal, a faint smile curving his lips. In this world, there are always people whose talents in certain fields are simply unmatched. So much so that someone at his level could hardly even hope to reach their heights. Now that he had successfully combined the rune magic and marvel magic systems, one of his greatest worries was finally laid to rest. The next step was to train Strange properly. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Chun Feng arrived at Strange's quarters. Still groggy from sleep, Strange was startled at the sight of Chun Feng's face. "You, so early?" he asked, still suspicious and hurriedly pulling on his clothes. "The sooner we start training, the sooner your hands will recover," Chun Feng replied coolly. Just those few words instantly reignited Strange's fighting spirit. In less than a minute, he was fully prepared. With his own innate talent and Chun Feng's guidance, Strange quickly became a standout among the sorcerers. He was just a hair's breadth away from surpassing even the most seasoned practitioners. However, there was one occasion when Strange curiosity got the better of him. Using the Eye of Mordo, he restored 2 pages that had been taken by Caecilius, revealing some hidden secrets. But due to Mordo's use of the dimensional web to leave Camartage, everything was soon reset. The continuous use of the eye came with strict rules. If not carefully controlled, it could easily lead to spatial misalignment and cause dimensional gateways to go haywire, possibly plunging the user into an endless abyss. The warnings in the aftermath made Strange even more cautious. All because of this, he realized just how much trouble he had nearly caused. "Your teacher is a master shrouded in deep secrets. If something happens, maybe I'll tell you about it," Mordo said gravely, locking eyes with Strange. "Come on, it's no longer safe for you here." Still caught up in his own thoughts, Strange simply followed Mordo's lead. He never even had a chance to choose for himself, as if he'd already stepped onto an unknown and predetermined path. "Do I have a choice not to go?" Strange forced a bitter smile, trying to assert some measure of autonomy. "No," Mordo shook his head, his answer resolute. "Since you chose to join Camartage, and have shown such talent, especially after wielding the Eye of Agamotto, you're more than qualified to be involved in what comes next." "All right, then." Strange saw the look in Mordo's eyes and knew there was no room for refusal. All he could do was reluctantly agree. After winding through several corridors, Mordo led Strange into a small, quiet room. Inside, the Ancient One stood alongside a slightly portly, middle-aged man with a round face. The room was shrouded in darkness. Before them hovered a black sphere, gleaming with a deep, mysterious light, like a miniature and hauntingly beautiful universe. "What is this?" Strange was transfixed by the fantastical sight, his mouth agape in astonishment. Though he'd already witnessed mystical arts, the object before him left him utterly awestruck. "There are 3 sanctums on Earth: New York, London, and Hong Kong," the Ancient One began, her voice calm and steady. She circled the radiant sphere, which sparkled with the brilliance of a starry night, and continued. "Beyond our world, there exists something called the Dark Dimension. The domain of the Dark Lord Dormammu. It's always expanding, devouring the universes around it, and countless worlds have already perished within Dormammu's darkness. And the 3 sanctums exist to resist Dormammu's invasion, to shield the Earth from his grasp." As the Ancient One explained, Strange gradually began to grasp the gravity of it all. His gaze toward the 3 sanctums grew more complex, tinged with both awe and a faint apprehension, perhaps doubting his own strength. "Strange, if you're ready, I can appoint you as the guardian of one of the sanctums. Wong will be at your side to support you," the Ancient One said, gesturing toward the man beside her. "I am Wong, guardian of the New York sanctum." Wong introduced himself, extending his hand with a courteous nod. Strange shook Wong's hand, nodding in return, and politely introduced himself as well. "What about Chin Feng?" Strange glanced around the room, a sudden question rising in his mind. "He has his own matters to attend to at the moment," the Ancient One replied, her gaze lingering on the 3 sanctums before her. "Well, have you made up your mind?" she asked. At her words, Strange fell silent, still uncertain if he was truly ready. "Perhaps you need more time," the Ancient One said gently, making no attempt to pressure him, and turned as if to leave. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from the direction of the New York sanctum, a deafening roar that shattered the calm. "Someone's breached the sanctum," Wong immediately called out in a loud voice. He looked toward the Ancient One, waiting for her decision. "Hurry, don't let the sanctum be destroyed." The Ancient One quickly issued her command. "Strange, you go with Wong as well." In the next second, Strange, Wong, and Mordo vanished from the room in a flash. The very next moment, They reappeared inside the New York sanctum. The wall ahead had already been smashed open, and four shadowy figures now stood before Strange and the others. Caecilius, you traitor! I can't believe you even dare to come back. Mordo's voice rang out in fury. His tone brimmed with anger. It was clear how deeply he despised Caecilius. Really, Mordo? You're still working for that selfish old woman? You really are stuck in your ways. Caecilius shook his head in disappointment as he listened. He let out a faint sigh and continued. Haven't you ever wondered how the Ancient One has managed to live for so long? Or have you just chosen to ignore the truth? She's always telling us one thing, but secretly she's been doing something entirely different behind our backs. And I'm going to make sure the truth comes to light. Every sorcerer in the world will know what she's done. Mordo, you still have a chance to join us, and the rewards are beyond anything you can imagine. Mordo shot back with a furious roar, his voice resolute and unwavering. Go to hell, Caecilius. I'll take you down myself, you traitor. So, there's nothing left to discuss. Caecilius raised his hand, a hint of regret in his voice. The two men beside him suddenly radiated a powerful, magical aura. In the next instant, several surges of wild, explosive force erupted inside the New York sanctum. Mordo wielded his magical longsword, clashing against one of the men. Though he was one of Kamartaj's masters, he found himself unable to gain any advantage over his opponent. Meanwhile, Wong was locked in combat with the other man. A newcomer? Looks like the Ancient One's brainwashing has already begun. Caecilius looked at Strange, smiling faintly. But in his palm, beams of dark light flickered, morphing into a massive axe. At the same moment, a surge of black energy shot towards Strange, aiming straight for him. Damn it! Strange cursed inwardly. He'd only just started learning magic, not nearly enough to challenge Caecilius. He quickly drew a glowing magical circle, stepped through it, and disappeared from the New York sanctum. But the portal didn't take him far. He only ended up on a street outside. Caecilius wasted no time, blinking after him, a mocking smile on his lips as he watched Strange panic. What nonsense are you spouting? Strange snapped back in anger. His mind raced, desperately searching for a way out. With his current abilities, defeating Caecilius was simply impossible. He couldn't afford to get drawn into a prolonged fight with him, either. No matter how hard you try, rookie, you're not getting away. Caecilius spoke with utter indifference. In his eyes, Strange was already a dead man, a corpse reeking with the stench of death. Strange said nothing. He was gathering energy within his body, preparing to leap to a place where he was confident he could defeat Caecilius. Just watch me. Strange shouted with resolve. Golden beams of light flickered between his fingers, tracing a circle at lightning speed. He dashed through it. Yet Caecilius, standing to the side, seemed perfectly calm, almost as if he were quietly resting. I'm curious to see just how far you can go, he said in an unhurried tone, following after at a measured pace. The residence of Sorcerer Supremes from generations past, so he had come here. Interesting. Gazing upon the scene before him, Caecilius's eyes shone with genuine intrigue. But here, how are you planning to teach yourself a lesson? With a faint smile and a glimmer in his eyes, he quickly cast a spell that revealed Strange's location. A feeble little mouse. Let me send you to meet the Sorcerer Supremes as they watch over us. Caecilius moved like a predatory beast, quietly closing in on Strange. Little mouse, I'm coming for you. If you don't want to die, you'd better beg for your life now. Strange hid behind a table. His heart pounded rapidly within his chest, thudding like a drum. Recommended reading, I Am the Main God in Fairy Tale. If you're interested, give it a look. Forcing himself to steady his racing heart, Strange exhaled a heavy breath. Having released the stale air from his lungs, his face finally regained a bit of color. But at that moment, Caecilius had already drawn near. Come out, my little mouse. If you crawl out and beg, maybe, just maybe, I'll let you live. Caecilius whistled, the picture of a hunter confident in his victory. Strange took several deep breaths to steady himself. Golden light danced between his fingers, and a long, shimmering chain materialized. With a determined stance, he leapt up and hurled the chain with all his might, hurling it at Caecilius's head with blinding speed. Still trying to fight back? Caecilius reacted instantly. Black magical energy flared in his hand as he caught the chain in one swift motion. Yet Strange showed no sign of disappointment. Instead, he seized the opportunity, gripping the chain and using Caecilius's strength to launch himself forward. Golden light flared in his other palm as a razor-sharp sword materialized, gleaming with deadly intent. But Caecilius merely smiled faintly, utterly unruffled. With a subtle shift to the right, he dodged Strange's lethal strike with ease. Then, his right hand transformed into a block of solid stone, heavy and unyielding, which he drove into Strange's side. A surge of brutal force sent Strange flying, slamming him into the wall and leaving a deep crater in the stone. Sliding down from the wall, Strange clutched his mouth and broke into a violent fit of coughing. Still too weak, Strange clenched his fists and bowed his head, an overwhelming wave of despair washing over his heart. If he could reach the realm of the Ancient One, or Chun Feng, he wouldn't have to worry about Kaecilius at all. If you hadn't resisted, I might have considered sparing you, giving you a chance to join us. But now, blood will be spilled, and you will die here. Kaecilius' eyes flared red, his bloodthirsty, murderous intent suddenly unleashed. Run now. Strange screamed inwardly, but his legs, numb and weak, simply wouldn't support him. He couldn't die here. Pressed to his limit, Strange finally forced himself upright and dashed toward the open space ahead. Still trying to run? Do you even realize your own limits? Kaecilius watched Strange's desperate flight with cold amusement. He didn't hurry, but followed at a leisurely pace. Strange's internal organs were battered and bruised. He couldn't run far at all. To Kaecilius, he was moving no faster than a tortoise. But Strange, bracing himself against the tables as he went, finally stopped before a wide, beautifully carved desk. He took several desperate breaths, sweat pouring down his face in large beads, his entire body drenched, soaking his clothes. Run? Why aren't you running? Go on, run. Moments later, Kaecilius caught up, sneering coldly. It's time for you to die. A golden light flickered at his fingertips, quickly morphing into a massive blade aimed straight at Strange's neck. The blade came crashing down with a howling rush, splitting the air with its force. If that blade struck, Strange's life would end instantly. He'd leave this world forever. But at that very instant, a crimson cloak on the desk behind them suddenly wrapped itself around Strange, yanking him backward with astonishing speed. It moved so fast that Kaecilius' blade couldn't keep up. A sentient relic? Kaecilius' eyes widened in shock. Most importantly, this cloak was the symbol of the Sorcerer Supreme across generations. To be chosen by the cloak was to be acknowledged as having the potential and power to become the next Sorcerer Supreme. You're just like the Ancient One. Nothing but a fraud. Kaecilius roared in fury. He had once joined Camartage with dreams of becoming Sorcerer Supreme himself. But in the end, all he discovered was the Ancient One's darkness. Today, I'll destroy you and this worthless thing together. Vengeance burned in Kaecilius' eyes, magical energy radiating from him in overwhelming waves. Arcane spells flared to life, filling every inch of the chamber. And Kaecilius, with terrifying speed, closed in once more. The cloak, take me back to Camartage. Only there can I be protected. Strange spoke earnestly to the cloak beneath him. As if it understood Strange's words, the cloak quickly changed direction, soaring away at incredible speed. A shimmering afterimage trailed through the air. Watching this unfold, Kaecilius was utterly astonished. The Sorcerer Supreme's cloak, truly, its power is remarkable. Don't even think about escaping. Kaecilius rushed after them, his hands flashing with all manner of mysterious magic. But the cloak was incredibly nimble, darting left and right, evading every spell with uncanny agility. Damn it, that blasted cloak. Kaecilius flew into a rage, his eyes burning red with anger. You can't slip out of my grasp. If Strange managed to flee, Kaecilius would be furious enough to explode. But when Kaecilius finally caught up to Strange, he noticed subtle ripples in the surrounding space. Damn it, they even left a portal here. Kaecilius cursed aloud. The tricks left behind by previous Sorcerer Supremes truly disgusted him. The cloak whisked through a shimmering, dreamlike dimension and, in the blink of an eye, vanished inside the house. Kaecilius hurried after, only to be stopped short by an invisible barrier. He ran straight into it. Damn his cloak. He pounded hard against the unseen wall, but his efforts only sent ripples spreading out like waves. His hands crackled with magical light, unleashing a relentless barrage against the barrier before him. For all his ferocity, his attacks raging like a violent storm, it was utterly useless. I won't let you escape. The Ancient One, Camartage, prepare for your destruction. Empty-handed and seething, Kaecilius threw down his cloak in frustration and stormed away. The cloak brought Strange to Camartage, where he found the Ancient One waiting, her expression calm and serene. It seems you've gained the approval of the previous Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One said with a gentle smile. A peculiar emotion flickered in her eyes as she looked at Strange. Yet she made no mention of anything else, not even the fall of the sanctum. It was as if everything was unfolding exactly as she had foreseen. Ancient One, I saw the contents of those 2 slips of paper Kaecilius left behind, so now I want you to tell me the truth. Strange had regained his composure and spoke calmly. The Ancient One hadn't expected Strange to learn of these closely guarded secrets and was visibly surprised. For a long moment, she said nothing, simply gazing at the scene before her, fingers tracing the fabric of empty air. Strange, you have been chosen by the cloak, which means you have the potential to become the Sorcerer Supreme. So I hope you can become the guardian of the New York Sanctum. Answer my question, Ancient One. Don't change the subject or try to avoid it. Strange shouted furiously, accusing the Ancient One. But the Ancient One remained silent. She traced a golden arc of light before her, stepped through it, and with Strange following close behind, the portal vanished in an instant, transporting them both into the New York Sanctum. I will tell you everything you wish to know, she said, but I hope you'll agree to my request to become the guardian of the New York Sanctum. The Ancient One fixed Strange with a steady gaze, awaiting his answer. As long as you tell me everything, I'll consider it, Strange replied, nodding. He did not refuse outright. Just then, another golden portal appeared. Mordo stepped swiftly into the New York Sanctum. He glanced at the two before him, his face clouded with suspicion at their odd demeanor. It's true. I have drawn energy from the dark dimension. That is why I have lived for so long. The Ancient One began, her words directed at Mordo. Sorcerer Supreme, what are you saying? I don't believe it. Mordo cried out, his eyes wide with disbelief. That's the truth, Mordo. You've always been kept in the dark, or perhaps you simply never wanted to believe it, Strange said, his tone firm. Yet the Ancient One's expression did not change. She remained as calm as ever. Caecilius will return. We must be on our guard and defend the sanctum with utmost vigilance, the Ancient One said gravely. But at that moment, both Mordo and Strange wore complicated expressions. As her words faded, the Ancient One turned and departed. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from the New York Sanctum. You coward. All you do is shirk responsibility and run from reality. You possess great power and the former Sorcerer Supreme's recognition. Yet you refuse to do what befits your abilities. Mordo's face twisted with anger as he lashed out at Strange. Right now, we should be united against our enemies, not fighting amongst ourselves, he declared. Just as Mordo's tirade continued, a sudden, thunderous crash echoed through the sanctum. Downstairs, Caecilius reappeared within the sanctum, a cruel smile on his lips. Well, I'm back. Did you miss me? He sneered. In his palm, a massive sphere of energy glowed with a blinding light, its violent aura sending a chill down the spine. This is bad. He's going to destroy the New York Sanctum. Stop him now, Mordo shouted. Without hesitation, he leapt downward, drawing the long sword from his back, and swung at Caecilius in a flash of steel. You? Stop me? Don't make me laugh, Caecilius scoffed, utterly unfazed. He drew forth an arm and thrust it forward. Immediately, a torrent of magical energy shot out. Mordo had no time to dodge. The blast struck him, hurling him backward into a bookshelf. The bookshelf shattered, splinters and debris flying through the air. Damn you, Caecilius! Mordo cried out in rage. Strange did not act rashly. He stood firm, murmuring incantations under his breath, the very words of magic. In the next moment, the sanctum was shielded by the prismatic realm of the mirror dimension, fending off Caecilius' assault. Caecilius was taken aback, staring at the scene before him, a sight all too familiar. He rose to his feet, fixing his gaze on Strange in the distance, the heat of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Strange, as a doctor, you should understand what we seek. Don't you long for eternal life? Why should the Ancient One alone enjoy such a privilege? Eternal life is something many pursue, but I will not use wicked means to obtain it, Strange retorted, his voice resolute. Since you know I'm a doctor, you must also understand the last line of morality I cannot cross. All the while, Strange's eyes remained locked on the sling ring on Caecilius' finger. Within the mirror dimension, only those as powerful as Chun Feng and the Ancient One could navigate without a sling ring. Others would be hopelessly lost. Strange held this truth close to his heart. It seems our paths have truly diverged, Caecilius said, forcing a helpless smile. His whole demeanor shifted, exuding the aura of a king on the brink of unleashing his might. You're absolutely right. In that split second, Strange seized upon Caecilius' momentary lapse, lunging forward and snatching the sling ring from his finger. He hastily traced a golden portal, pulling Mordo with him as they escaped the mirror dimension together. Cursed relic! Caecilius roared in frustration. He tried to pursue, but the disorienting labyrinth of the mirror dimension blocked his every step. Yet there was no panic in his eyes. Instead, a mysterious smile curled at the corner of his lips. Strange and Mordo, barely out of the mirror dimension, had no time to catch their breath when a fierce, murderous presence surged up behind them. Look out! Mordo shouted, shoving Strange aside and raising his long sword to block the oncoming attack. So you'd already set up an ambush, truly devious. Mordo growled, swinging his sword in anger as he engaged the enemy in close combat. Steel clashed in a blur of motion, and the enemy faltered under Mordo's relentless assault. Strange, still rattled by the ordeal, suddenly sensed an intensely violent threat looming nearby. The cold blade of a magical spear pierced through Strange's side. Strange collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound in a desperate attempt to staunch the bleeding. Prepare to die. A shadowy figure burst forth from behind, brandishing a longsword gleaming with deadly light, aiming straight for Strange's head. Get back! With a mighty swing, Mordo forced the enemy, Nua Hao Zhao, back, then rushed towards Strange's side. His sword intercepted the black-clad attacker, buying them precious seconds to escape. Hurry go! Strange clenched his mouth tight, sweat pouring down his body like rain, as he summoned every ounce of his strength to carve a golden ring of light. With light, almost drifting steps, he walked into the ring. Only after watching Strange depart did Mordo finally breathe a sigh of relief. But faced with the attacks from both opponents, he knew he couldn't hold them off for long. From here on, you're on your own. The clash of blades rang out, sharp and clear, echoing through the quiet alley in New York with startling intensity. Meanwhile, Strange, having escaped, made his way to the place he knew best, the hospital in New York City. By chance, he ran into Christine, who happened to be on duty. Strange? Oh my God, what happened to you? Christine covered her mouth in shock, staring blankly at the weakened Strange. Christine, help me. Quickly. Strange spoke with urgency and brevity. He looked unsteady, on the verge of collapsing. Christine hurried to support him, her eyes full of worry. Ever since Strange's accident, since his hands were injured, he had vanished, as if he'd evaporated from the world. Christine had tried to find him before, but her search had always ended in vain. In the end, she had no choice but to give up. And now, Strange appeared before her again, dressed in outlandish, almost medieval attire, and the shock was overwhelming. Do exactly as I say, Christine. Trust yourself, and trust me. Strange panted, gripping Christine's hand tightly. At this moment, his life was quite literally in her hands. Tell me what to do. Christine gently touched Strange's forehead, wiping away the sweat. Her eyes brimmed with concern. First, get these supplies. Strange listed all the medicines and equipment he needed for treatment. Just then, an odd sensation flickered through his mind. Do you need anything else? Christine moved with remarkable speed, bringing over everything he'd asked for in no time. Now do this. Strange explained each step to Christine, then closed his eyes. His astral form burst free from his body, soaring outward. That aura, there was no mistaking it. It had to be one of Kaisalia's followers, tracking him down. And there was no doubt the pursuer would be in astral form as well. But the moment Strange's spirit left his body, his heart stopped. All vital signs dropped to zero. Strange! Strange! Christine shouted his name, panic filling her eyes and making her hands tremble. At that moment, her mind went blank. She didn't know what to do. Damn it! Strange, sensing that ominous presence, quickly locked onto his enemy. He surged forward at lightning speed, seizing the moment before the enemy could react, and landed a powerful blow right on his face. Under the force of the strike, the enemy's spirit was hurled backward and crashed into the wall behind him. Seizing the opportunity, Strange dashed after him and pressed the enemy's spirit down with a firm grip. He tried to use his formidable strength to restrain the enemy, hoping to overpower him and end his life then and there. Strange, you have to wake up. Christine, holding a stun gun, pressed it hard against Strange's body. A surge of electricity jolted through Strange, making his body convulse violently, but it seemed to have no effect. It was a contest of endurance, who could last longer. With a burst of effort, the enemy broke free from Strange's grasp and let out a cold laugh. Strange, gravely injured, knew that if his spirit remained separated from his body too long, permanent, irreversible death would follow. Then you'll die even faster, Strange retorted, his eyes gleaming with determination as he unleashed a fierce surge of energy. Moving at blinding speed, he once again overpowered the enemy, landing blow after blow upon his spirit. Yet the enemy seemed only to be stalling for time, determined to keep Strange's spirit from returning to his body, hoping that would be the end of him. Suddenly, a torrent of energy surged through Strange's body. The current flooded into his spirit, igniting within him an overwhelming force. His entire spirit burned with brilliant light, dazzling like the sun itself. Under the weight of this power, the enemy's spirit shriveled, as if it were a vampire exposed to sunlight. Cracks began to spread across the surface of the enemy's spirit, radiating outwards in all directions. Then, with a sound like shattering glass, the spirit exploded into a cloud of dust-like fragments, scattering and disappearing into the air of the hospital. At the very last moment, having exhausted every ounce of his strength, Strange's spirit finally returned to his body. He arched his back sharply, his body forming a U-shape, before collapsing onto the bed once more. Gasping for breath, he could feel the unmistakable presence of his own being. So close. He had come so close to dying forever. "Thank you, Christine." Now calm, Strange suddenly embraced Christine tightly, his voice full of heartfelt gratitude. Christine returned the hug, gently running her fingers through his disheveled hair. "You wanted to know where I've been all this time, didn't you? I'll tell you now." Having brushed past death, Strange found himself seeing the world with new eyes. "Are you finally going to be honest with me?" Christine's face lit up with joy, her happiness unmistakable. "Ever since my fingers were injured and no one could cure them, I searched everywhere for a remedy. After a long and arduous journey, I finally discovered a place where my fingers, once paralyzed, were miraculously healed. Now I can move them freely, even play basketball. It was someone who had experienced the same who told me about it." In the time that followed, Strange told Christine everything. Upon hearing these utterly bizarre tales, Christine's expression changed dramatically. She looked at Strange as if he were some kind of monster. For most people, it's truly difficult to accept the concept of magic all at once. To ordinary folks, magic is nothing more than a trick, a show for deceiving the eye. And for someone as well-educated as Christine, it was especially hard to take in. "Christine, stay here in the hospital. I have to go." It was only then that Strange remembered. Outside, Caecilius was still waiting for him to deal with the situation. Although he had already taken Caecilius' sling ring, there was a nagging feeling deep down that Caecilius would soon find his way out. Drawing a golden circle of light, Strange offered Christine a final word of thanks, then vanished from the hospital. Strange. As the golden portal closed, Strange was entirely gone. At this point, no matter how much Christine wanted to deny it, she could not help but marvel at the sheer wonder of what she'd witnessed. Reappearing beside the New York sanctum, Strange immediately saw Mordo, who had been knocked to the ground. Right now, Mordo's face and body were covered in bruises and dust, making him look utterly bedraggled. "Why did you come back? Didn't I tell you to leave?" Seeing Strange, Mordo shouted in utter confusion. "Didn't you say we needed to stand together? That's why I'm here. As a doctor, I have my own code of ethics." Strange readied himself for battle, golden magical energy flickering at his fingertips. "You really are good, comrade. The Ancient One trained you all remarkably well." Suddenly, a rift opened up in the air. Caecilius appeared, clapping mockingly as he stepped through. And yet she herself lacks that very conviction. Isn't that the greatest irony? Mordo snorted, unimpressed by Caecilius' words. He gripped his long sword tightly, resolve flashing in his eyes. "Strange, prepare yourself. What's coming next will be a brutal fight." Mordo spoke in a low, determined voice. Hearing this, Strange tensed up, feeling the surge of magic within him, almost as if it were getting hard to control. "I'll support you. As a sorcerer, the most basic requirement is this. When facing an enemy, don't let your hands tremble." Mordo reminded Strange sternly. He stepped forward, slowly closing the distance to Caecilius. "You, a mere lackey of the Ancient One, really believe you can stand against me?" Caecilius scoffed, utterly dismissive. He glanced at Mordo, utterly unconcerned. "You won't know unless you try. Don't get too cocky." With a furious shout, Caecilius charged forward. He swung his sword with a sweeping motion. At the same time, magical energy crackled along the blade of his warrior's sword, making it shimmer with an even sharper edge. He struck in a single, decisive blow. A glint flashed in Caecilius' eyes, and then, in the blink of an eye, he vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, he appeared suddenly behind Mordo, launching a fierce attack. Magical energy burst at Mordo's side, and then a figure was sent hurtling backward through the air. A deep, resounding thud echoed through the space. Mordo landed hard on the ground, covered in dust and dirt. His sharp warrior's sword had already slipped from his hand and clattered to the floor with a metallic ring. What a useless wretch! After knocking Mordo down, Caecilius sneered in mockery, then didn't spare him another glance. It was as if he had erased Mordo from the world altogether. "Now it's your turn, Strange. Will you serve the Ancient One, or will you, like me, embrace the great Lord of Darkness, Dormammu, and gain the power of immortality? The choice is yours. I believe you're a man of intelligence." Caecilius turned his gaze upon Strange. He still held high expectations for him. The fact that Strange had been chosen by the former Sorcerer Supreme's relics spoke volumes about his extraordinary potential. If Strange chose to defect and he delivered him to Dormammu, the rewards would be immense. Who knows, perhaps he might even become something akin to a demigod. At the thought of this, Caecilius couldn't help but smile with delight. The prospect was simply too wonderful. I'm sorry, but actually Before Strange could finish, his speed exploded in a sudden burst. Empowered by the cloak of levitation, he shot forward like a streak of lightning, closing the distance to Caecilius in an instant. A flash of golden energy appeared in his hand, swiftly transforming into a magical staff. With the speed of a thunderclap, he swung it down. Although Caecilius seemed somewhat relaxed, he never let his guard down. With a swift sidestep, he dodged Strange's attack. Fury flared in his eyes. I gave you a choice, and you dare repay me with a sneak attack. Enraged, Caecilius unleashed a torrent of magical power from within. The entire space began to tremble, as if it were a mirror straining under too much pressure on the verge of shattering. Stay trapped here forever, you pitiful ants. He slammed his palm down, and in an instant, the environment around them changed dramatically. You're not getting away. Strange chanted under his breath, quickly weaving a complex spell. Caecilius' magical barrier became dangerously unstable. A massive vortex of wind appeared, unleashing a terrifying suction that spread outward. Caecilius' expression changed instantly, his brows knitting tightly. Damn it! He cursed out loud, magical energy surging in his palm. But before he could cast a single spell, a powerful gravitational pull swept him up and dragged him into the magical space. When he opened his eyes again and took in the scene before him, Strange's eyes widened in shock. It was still the unmistakable city of New York, yet it had been split into several sections, each one operating independently. All the sections were constantly spinning and shifting. The place resembled a scene from Inception, with no visible exit or way out. It felt like a labyrinth, shrouded in an impenetrable haze that defied understanding. There they are. Beside him, Mordo, having recovered a little after a brief rest, pointed toward Caecilius and his companion in the distance and shouted, "We need to get out of here and protect the sanctum. That's what matters most." Strange had no intention of attacking Caecilius here. That would only waste precious time. Right now, the most urgent thing was to safeguard the sanctum, to prevent the Dark Lord Dormammu from seizing the opportunity to invade Earth. If that happened, things would only spiral further out of control. I can't sense any concentrated energy anywhere. Mordo shook his head, his face clouded with worry. This space felt like a self-contained little world with no path leading out. Let's look somewhere else. There has to be a way out. Strange refused to give up and dashed toward another isolated section at top speed. We have to hurry, Mordo said, emphasizing each word, his tone grave. In the blink of an eye, Caecilius and his men had already begun to close in on them. Try using a spell to stop him. Strange began reciting an incantation, magical energy gathering at his fingertips. With a swift motion, he hurled a bright stream of power straight ahead. Caecilius swept his right hand across, and the stream shattered instantly, dissolving into glittering sparks that vanished into thin air. You fools, don't even think about escaping. Caecilius sneered, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Just then, a golden ring of light appeared beside Caecilius. The Ancient One, dressed in sacred robes, appeared before them all, her expression calm and composed. Ancient One, you actually came? Caecilius was genuinely shocked, almost unable to believe it. A moment later, his laughter grew even more maniacal. Ancient One, you chose hell when you could have walked to heaven. Tomorrow at this time, your life ends. A sharp, long sword materialized in his hand. Caecilius and his followers closed in, encircling the Ancient One in a pincer formation. Supreme Sorcerer, let me help you. Mordo, fighting through the pain of his injuries, drew his katana and charged forward. Strange sighed, but quickly followed after him. At this moment, the arrival of the Ancient One took everyone completely by surprise. Don't be in such a hurry, she said. Every one of you from Camartage will die here, one after another. Caecilius now looked like a figure drenched in blood, his eyes seeming to flicker with a crimson glow. Caecilius, she announced, today I will be the one to deal with you. But before Mordo could hurry to the Ancient One's side, the clash between her and Caecilius had already begun. Once Dormammu descends upon Earth, all of you will perish, Caecilius declared. His bloodshot eyes burned with sarcasm as he stared at the Ancient One. His gaze, sharp and reptilian, glimmered with a chilling, blood-red light. The Ancient One said nothing. Between her fingers, a gentle golden light began to swirl, and in an instant, 2 shields appeared in her hands. She assumed a fighting stance. Then in a single, swift movement, lunged at Caecilius with remarkable speed, hurling her shields with immense force. A sharp metallic clang rang out. Caecilius stood firm, gripping a razor-sharp longsword, which he used to block the Ancient One's attack head-on. She quickly took a step back, though her retreat was but a feint. In a flash, she sidestepped to Caecilius' flank, catching him off guard. Energy surged on the surface of the magical shield, and in no time, it transformed into a roaring lion. Its maw gaped wide, lunging for Caecilius' waist with the speed of a raging storm. "Damn you, old woman!" Caecilius' expression twisted in fury as he cursed under his breath. He tensed his entire body, power surging from within, forcing himself to shift aside just in time. The lion's fangs grazed his side, tearing a long gash along his waist. Shreds of cloth were sent flying through the air, remnants of his sliced garments. At the very moment Caecilius dodged, a heavy thud resounded. The Ancient One, who just moments before held the advantage, was suddenly hurled backward. Her magical shield, now in her hands, was covered in fine cracks. It was one of Caecilius' followers who, seizing a moment of inattention, had struck the shield with a mighty blow, forcing her to retreat. "Supreme Sorcerer, I'm coming," Mordo called out from afar, his face grave as he quickened his pace. But inside this world, time flowed differently from the outside. Each part of this space operated independently, making Mordo's progress all the more difficult. In a short span, it was nearly impossible for him to reach the Ancient One in time. "Don't get distracted, Ancient One," Caecilius shouted. He dashed forward, leaving only a blur in the air, and a heartbeat appeared beside her. He struck with the weight of a mountain, the force of a tidal wave crashing down upon the Ancient One's magical shield. The cracks spread rapidly, splintering outward in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the shield was on the verge of shattering. There was no time for Gu-E to react. Another attacker lunged forward, his saber gleaming with magical energy, striking down as swiftly as lightning. Even under the assault of two opponents, Gu-E relied on her formidable strength, refusing to yield an inch. A torrent of magical energy surged from within her, as vast and boundless as a great river. Her entire body radiated a dazzling blue-gold light. Her magical shield, nearly shattered moments before, was instantly restored. Around her, a faint, circular shield of light began to form, fending off the attacks from Caecilius and his followers. What's more, it seemed that the shield was gathering strength, like a dormant volcano building toward eruption, ready to unleash its power at any moment. "Don't give her a chance to release it," Caecilius shouted with authority. Leading the charge, magical energy blazing in his hands, he dashed toward Gu-E in the blink of an eye. His followers rushed in right behind him, splitting off to flank Gu-E from behind. The two coordinated their assault, pressing Gu-E with relentless force. But just then, the energy Gu-E had gathered reached its tipping point. With a sudden, earth-shaking burst, the light shield erupted with cataclysmic magical force, sweeping outward in an instant. Caecilius and his followers, poised to strike, were stopped in their tracks, forced to call upon every ounce of their own power just to withstand the onslaught. "Caecilius, your descent into darkness has always been a scar upon my heart. Today, let me end this with my own hands," Gu-E said, her face a study in complex emotion, her gaze unfathomably deep. The magical shield in her hands transformed into a razor-sharp blade, its tip aimed straight at Caecilius' heart, glinting with deadly cold light. "Dream on, you undying monster!" Caecilius snarled, his voice twisted with rage. A sudden shift swept over him. A three-pointed mark blazed upon his forehead. An aura of darkness, deep and eternal, surged from his body. "You've absorbed Dormammu's dark energy?" Gu-E exclaimed, her pupils narrowing in shock. "And why should you be the only one allowed such power?" Caecilius retorted with a sinister smile, resembling a demon risen from the pits of hell. Corrupted by the touch of dark energy, a similar three-pointed mark appeared on Gu-Ye's own forehead. Mordo, who was still rushing to join them, froze in his tracks at the sight, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if his very faith had been shaken to its core. "No, it can't be impossible," he murmured over and over, yet he could not deny what stood before him. Further away, Strange watched the scene unfold with unshaken calm. Once again, the two figures wreathed in dark energy collided in fierce combat. Ever since absorbing the dark energy, Caecilius' power had grown at a staggering rate. In his battle with Gu-E, he now stood her equal, refusing to give ground. Just as the two were locked in a fierce and heated battle, Caecilius's followers crept up quietly from behind. "Watch out!" Instinctively, Mordo shouted out a warning. But the Ancient One, caught in the thick of the fight, didn't have time to react. With a chilling sound, a long blade suddenly pierced her waist. Crimson blood spilled out in rivulets. "Master!" Mordo's eyes widened in horror, his voice trembling as he cried out. He surged forward, moving even faster, desperate to reach the Ancient One's side. Caecilius struck, landing a brutal kick that sent the Ancient One flying. Bleeding from her wounds, the Ancient One crashed to the ground, her breath faint and ragged. She pressed a trembling hand to her injury. Yet even in that moment, her eyes remained unwavering, filled with resolve. Golden light shimmered between her fingers, and at once a rift in space began to form. By then, Mordo had reached her side and helped her up. "Hurry, go." The look in the Ancient One's eyes made her meaning instantly clear to Mordo. Strange quickened his pace, and with Mordo supporting the Ancient One, they leapt into the spatial rift. At the very last moment, Strange managed to board this final lifeline, escaping just in time. Caecilius and his followers stared menacingly at the vanishing rift, their faces twisted with fury. "Dormammu will arrive soon. Do you really think you can run from us?" On the streets of New York, Mordo landed among the crowd, holding onto the Ancient One. People on the street stopped in their tracks, staring at them wide-eyed in shock. "Come with me. We have to get the Ancient One to a hospital." Strange spoke up urgently. Mordo and Strange hurried with the Ancient One, making their way into the hospital. "Strange, what's happened now?" Christine looked at Strange, surprised to see him again. "Get her to the emergency room now." Strange didn't waste words, his gaze never leaving the Ancient One. Seeing the blood-soaked Ancient One, Christine immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and asked no questions. She swiftly prepared and led the way, rushing the Ancient One into emergency care. "Hold on." Both Mordo and Strange were filled with worry. Beneath the harsh hospital lights, the Ancient One's heart began to falter, her life slipping rapidly away. Strange saw her vitals plummet, and a shock ran through his body. He felt himself entering a trance-like state. His astral form slipped free from his physical body, drifting toward the distant window. "Master, go back to your body. Your time is running out," Strange urged, his voice heavy with concern. "I've long since come to terms with life and death. I drew dark energy from the dark dimension in Dormammu. I know none of you can forgive me for that, so I only ask that you become the guardian of the New York sanctum. Protect New York and the Earth. In the Eye of Agamotto, keep it safe. Don't let it fall into the wrong hands." The Ancient One spoke calmly, her face tranquil and serene. Gazing up at the beautiful nightscape outside the window, the Ancient One's spirit slowly faded away, dissolving into tiny points of starlight. "This world still needs your protection. And Caecilius, he must have already begun the ritual to summon Dormammu. The dark dimension is about to devour the Earth. You cannot leave now, Ming." Strange struggled desperately to intervene, but his efforts did nothing to bring the Ancient One back. "Strange, you must believe in yourself. You have the power to protect the Earth, to repel Dormammu in the dark dimension. The Eye of Agamotto will aid you." As soon as she finished speaking, the Ancient One's spirit shattered, leaving behind only a calm, serene face gazing out at the distant scenery. "Ancient One." Strange reached forward, but his hand grasped nothing but empty air. As her spirit drifted away, the Ancient One's lifeless body lay still on the operating table, utterly devoid of life. A chilling sense of death seemed to seep into the room. Strange's spirit lingered there, frozen in place, his eyes fixed ahead for a long time. It wasn't until Christine patted Strange's body that he snapped back to reality. His spirit quickly returned to his body, and he looked like himself again. "Strange, I'm sorry. We couldn't save her," Christine said, her voice heavy with regret. "For Doctor, watching a patient slip away right before your eyes always brings a wave of heartbreak, as if everything you've ever learned suddenly counts for nothing. It's all right, this isn't your fault." Strange gently touched Christine's hair, comforting her with quiet warmth. Death was the Ancient One's own choice. No one else can be blamed. "Mordo, our teacher chose her own path. From now on, it's up to us." Strange turned his head and glanced at Mordo, who stood in silence. As a sorcerer, Mordo understood all too well. "I'll deal with Caecilius myself. That traitor won't get away with this." With those words, Mordo left the hospital. The mirror dimension could only trap Caecilius for a short while. Soon, he would return. And when he did, Dormammu would invade Earth, bringing the dark dimension with him. Without the Ancient One, that would be their greatest trial yet. Strange didn't leave immediately. Instead, he brought Christine outside the operating room and gently held her shoulders. "Listen to me, Christine." With deep emotion, Strange finally revealed everything he had been holding in his heart. After pouring out his thoughts, the heavy weight inside him finally settled, and he felt a great relief. I believe you can do it. After hearing it all, Christine simply replied with those heartfelt words. In Kamartage, Chun Feng opened his eyes. When Marvelian magic and Dutch magic merge, the transformation that follows is something entirely different. It's time for another draw. At that moment, Chun Feng suddenly realized he had another chance to draw a prize. Let's begin. Chun Feng rubbed his hands together, waiting for the outcome. Although deep down, he had always hoped to gain the power of an ascended hero, the result was far from what he'd wished for. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the right to summon the Master of Shadows. Once used, you will be able to summon Zed. The system's voice echoed at that moment. Summon. Without the slightest hesitation, Chun Feng spoke directly. Embrace the shadows, or welcome death. From the void, a deep voice suddenly resonated, carrying a chilling darkness. A ninja, completely shrouded in black cloth, appeared before Chun Feng, transcendent and imposing. You truly have the power to summon me. Zed stared intently at Chun Feng, his body as still as a statue. Become my subordinate, and the shadows of this world will be under your control. You can establish your own Shadow Legion. Chun Feng spoke slowly. Compared to Jinx in her rampage, the Master of Shadows seemed to harbor deeper intentions. A Shadow Legion, it sounded rather appealing. Zed nodded slightly, clearly satisfied with Chun Feng's proposal. But before that, there's something you need to do. Chun Feng gazed into the distance, as if his eyes pierced through time and space, transcending Kamar, whatever that was. What is it? Zed asked calmly. I will send you to that place. All you need to do is kill a man named Caecilius. Chun Feng replied in a measured tone. Caecilius? That name is truly unpleasant. Very well, I'll help you end him. Zed agreed. The blades in his hands gleamed with a cold, deadly light. With a slight movement of Chun Feng's finger, a purple rift suddenly appeared, radiating an aura of spatial distortion. Go in. It will take you to the right place. Chun Feng made no move to follow. Instead, he headed in the opposite direction. He will become a soul lost to the shadows. Zed declared with absolute confidence. With that, he stepped into the void rift. Once Zed vanished within the rift, a mysterious smile curled on Chun Feng's lips. With the eye of Agamotto and the time stone, everything was under his control. In a silent alley in New York, a rift split the air. Caecilius and his followers emerged from within, looking up at the sky. Lord Dormammu, you will soon descend upon the earth. But just then, another rift appeared before them. The Master of Shadows, Zed, stood before the two. Let me recommend a new book. How can you get stronger if you don't eat? It's written by a friend. Please show your support. Who are you? Caecilius asked, wary of the figure before him. From him, Jie could sense an aura that had accumulated in the shadows, so dense that even the dark dimension paled in comparison. That was why Caecilius treated such a man with utmost seriousness. A messenger born from darkness, someone who had devoted his eternal life to serving the shadows. He spoke, his tone calm and measured. Despite his formidable strength, he never showed the slightest hint of disdain toward Caecilius. As a seasoned thinker, he would never allow himself to relax until the mission was complete. Don't spout nonsense here. Stop playing games with us. Who sent you? One of the subordinates snapped coldly, his suspicion flaring. Magical energy surged from within, sweeping toward Jie in a wave of invisible force. Truth resides in the shadows, and you have never once grasped the real truth. He sounded just like an old oracle, uttering words that no one else could understand. Let's kill him now. The subordinate glanced at Caecilius, seeking his approval. Strike him down. But before Caecilius could even respond, the subordinate had already charged forward. Take him. Caecilius barked out the order. He hadn't planned to kill Jie just yet, but now things were spinning out of control. The sigil of the dark dimension flashed above his head as a terrifying surge of black energy erupted outward. Yet, in that electric instant, Jie's figure vanished, leaving only a streaking shadow in the air. Careful, Caecilius warned, his voice grave. They knew nothing about their opponent's strength or background, so they had to be extremely cautious. Understood. But before he could finish, his subordinate let out a strangled cry. Caecilius's pupils shrank, his entire body tensed in alarm. Magic crackled between his fingers as he entered a state of absolute focus. But it was useless. A razor-sharp blade sliced through the subordinate's throat, and hot, crimson blood splattered, vivid against the hard cement floor. It caught the light, gleaming with an almost blinding brilliance. Don't you dare underestimate me! Caecilius roared, leaping into action. In his hand, a magical longsword appeared, as fierce and unstoppable as a tidal flood, slicing down toward Jie. But as the blade struck, it met only a wisp of shadow. A shadow, again with these shadows. Damn it! Caecilius cursed, infuriated by the way he was being toyed with. "I will destroy you, you worthless scum." The sigil on his forehead blazed with intense light, and Caecilius was swallowed by the dense energies of darkness. It was as if he'd become a servant of the dark power, lending his body to the shadows themselves. Unfortunately for you, you now face the Emperor of Shadows. Despite his rage, Caecilius did nothing to pressure Gia. Instead, he launched a direct assault. The clash of metal rang out, crisp and sharp, echoing through the air. Gia's blades and Caecilius's magical longsword collided, sparks flying as they crashed together with brutal force. Caecilius, still unable to gauge Zed's true strength, chose not to clash head-on. He swiftly dodged and swung his blade in another direction. "Is that all you can do?" Zed's voice dripped with disdain. With lightning reflexes, Zed spun around, his blade slicing through the air like a dancer performing the perfect waltz. He parried Caecilius's attack while his weapon swept viciously toward Caecilius's head, striking with sudden ferocity. A sharp clang rang out. Caecilius barely managed to block Zed's blow. But his balance was now completely lost. A chilling whisper escaped. "You belong to the shadows now." In an instant, Zed vanished from sight, melting away before Caecilius's eyes. Deprived of any support, Caecilius slowly toppled toward the ground. A deep, grave voice echoed, and in the silent alley, the air turned deadly cold. "Did you really think you could kill me so easily?" "I serve Lord Dormammu," Caecilius sneered, a flash of smugness flickering at the corner of his lips. Dark magical energy surged around him, shielding him from what should have been a fatal blow. "Do you truly believe you've survived?" Zed's sudden words, and the unwavering confidence on his face, wiped the smile clean off Caecilius's lips. A faint cracking sound rippled through the air. The dark magic, once dense and impenetrable, now spiderwebbed with countless cracks, spreading rapidly in every direction. "Impossible!" Caecilius's eyes flew wide, his pupils trembling with disbelief, his face frozen in shock. "In the shadow's embrace, none escape its edge," Zed said calmly. His blade pierced through the collapsing dark magic, driving with merciless force into Caecilius's chest. "I cannot die like this. Lord Dormammu." Racked with unbearable pain, Caecilius threw his head back and roared at the sky. At that moment, in the silent alley, there was no one left to save Caecilius. No one. Zed withdrew his blade, watching silently as Caecilius collapsed in a pool of blood. He felt no exhilaration at defeating such a formidable foe. For one who sought to master the shadows, victories like this were but minor accomplishments. Perhaps only when the shadow was truly his to command would his heart finally be moved. Lord Dormammu, blood streaming from his lips, Caecilius stared unyieldingly at the sky, hoping for the one who could save him. But even as his eyes closed, the sky remained unchanged, just as blue as ever. The blade of shadow cuts all in its path. Zed wiped the blood clean from his blade, then strode out of the blood-soaked alley. How am I supposed to get back? It was only then that this question suddenly crossed his mind. Chen Feng had only brought himself here, but hadn't left a path home for himself. The speed and power of the Eye of Agamotto were indeed extraordinary. Its mastery over time was even stronger than Echo's. Chen Feng gazed at the Eye of Agamotto in his palm, unable to hold back a quiet sigh. "But now, you still have your own mission to complete." With a flick of his finger, a rift in space tore open before him. He stepped forward and, in an instant, disappeared from Kamartash. Should he kill? Suddenly, Chen Feng appeared right in front of Jia. "Not too difficult." Jia nodded in response. "Products from the system never fail to impress," he said. Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Those who wield shadow powers are truly formidable. "Come with me. The real event is about to begin." Chen Feng took a single stride, moving as if the earth shrank beneath his feet, crossing the space in a flash. Jia was momentarily stunned, then quickly followed, curiosity lighting up his eyes about what would happen next. With a flicker, Chen Feng brought Jia by his side, and together they instantly arrived at Strange's location. "Chen Feng, what brings you here?" Strange, who was just about to head to the New York sanctum, stopped in his tracks. "I understand everything now. Let's set aside sorrow for the moment. Our top priority is stopping Dormammu's invasion." Chen Feng spoke earnestly. Then he turned his palm over, revealing the Eye of Agamotto once more. "The Ancient One must have told you. When facing Dormammu, the Eye of Agamotto can be a tremendous help." Strange hesitated, not taking the eye Chen Feng offered him. "Take it. To defend Earth and drive back Dormammu and his dark dimension, we need a bold young sorcerer like you." Chen Feng placed the Eye of Agamotto firmly into Strange's hand, his tones solemn and sincere. Jia, watching from the side, was utterly amazed. A young sorcerer? Aren't you the younger one? This strange fellow must be at least a decade older than you. It wasn't just Jia. Strange, too, looked bewildered, feeling that all of this was a bit too much to take in. But, no buts. Time is short, and Earth needs you to step up and shine with your own brilliance. Chun Feng gave Strange's shoulder a firm clap, leaving him no room for protest. A crack in space opened, and in the blink of an eye, the three of them were transported to the devastated New York sanctum. Strange, hurry! I can sense it now. Dormammu and the overwhelming darkness of his dimension are close. He's not far from us. Mordo stared intently ahead, completely unaware that Chun Feng had also arrived. No sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous explosion shook the air in front of them. In an instant, a dense, smoke-like darkness surged toward them, sweeping across the ground. In an instant, vast swathes of the narrow streets were swallowed up as the devastation surged outward in all directions like clouds swept away by the wind. Houses, roads, vehicles, everything was swept up from the ground, and under this crushing pressure, it felt as if at any moment they would shatter and dissolve into the darkness. It's up to you now. Make good use of the power of the Eye of Agamotto. Chun Feng whispered softly to Strange. At a moment like this, Strange had nothing more to say. He simply nodded solemnly. He dashed forward to stand before Mordo, his right hand gripping the Eye of Agamotto, where green energy pulsed and flowed. At that moment, the power of time was unleashed, instantly reversing the flow of time. The endless, terrifying darkness retreated back into its own dimension, just as if Dormammu had never invaded Earth. Strange, you did it! Mordo's voice rang out excitedly from behind as he witnessed the scene. But only for a moment. Suddenly, like an ancient, eternal galaxy, a force flashed across the sky above New York, and the aura it released was so overwhelming, so chilling, it struck terror deep into one's bones, as if the entire city had been plunged into an ice age. Damn it! The Sanctum Sanctorum in New York has been destroyed. Our planet's shield has been completely broken. Mordo punched the air in fury, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Ancient One, you tried to stop me for so many years, but in the end, you failed. Ha ha ha! From the eternal darkness, a massive, illusory projection suddenly emerged, laughing wildly. It was none other than Dormammu, Lord of the Dark Dimension, the devourer of infinite universes. Mages? The Ancient One is gone. Perfect. I'll use you as a sacrifice. Dormammu's gaze fell upon Mordo and Strange. In his phantom eyes, a deadly, piercing intent flared. His will cross space, drilling straight into their minds, making their bodies tense up involuntarily. Use the Eye of Agamotto's power. At that critical moment, the words echoed once more in Strange's mind. Watch out! Strange shouted. With a wave of his cloak, he soared into the air, surging forward under a shield of green light, and plunged into the dark dimension. Dormammu! He had barely finished the word when, in a flash, a colossal hand, huge as a mountain, came crashing down, smashing Strange to pieces, leaving not even the smallest trace behind. But Dormammu did not realize that, just before this, Strange had already activated the time manipulation ability of the Eye of Agamotto. In the blink of an eye, Strange reappeared before Dormammu once again. Dormammu. He had barely begun to speak when a beam of energy, hundreds of meters thick, blasted out and tore through Strange's body. He was reduced to dust. Nothing remained. Once more, Strange was effortlessly slain by Dormammu. But with the power of the Eye of Agamotto, every time Strange died, time rewound, restoring him to life as if nothing had happened. Thus, Strange became almost immortal. Every time he was reduced to ashes, he would immediately return to his original state. Dormammu. Dormammu. After countless cycles, Dormammu could no longer remember how many times he had killed Strange. In the dark dimension, where time itself was meaningless, Dormammu began to unravel under the weight of these endlessly repeating memories. Dormammu, I'm here to bargain. This time, Strange finally managed to get the whole sentence out. You cursed human, what is it you want? Dormammu demanded, barely restraining the urge to destroy Strange on the spot. A deal, terms that both of us can accept. If you leave Earth. Before he could finish, a surge of energy blasted forth, engulfing Strange completely. In an instant, he was gone without a trace, not even a wisp of smoke left behind. After all the trouble he'd gone through to invade Earth, how could Dormammu possibly turn back just because of a mere mortal's words? What a cosmic joke. Dormammu. Yet before Dormammu could compose himself, that infuriating Strange appeared before him once more. That offer still stands. Agree to my terms, and you'll never see me again. What do you say? You insignificant insect. You have no right to bargain with me. Furious and humiliated, Dormammu cast aside his endless frustration and killed Strange again, without hesitation. How many times had this happened now? Strange's name echoed in Dormammu's mind like a haunting refrain, never fading, always lingering. Begone! Get away from me! Leave me alone! No matter how Dormammu roared in rage, he couldn't drown out Strange's calm, masculine voice. Dormammu, have you considered my offer? Your terms. Driven nearly to madness by Strange persistence, Dormammu hesitated, torn by unwillingness to yield. If you leave Earth, you'll never have to hear my voice again. Think about it, seriously. All the while, the power of the Eye of Agamotto wrapped Strange in a protective aura. Inside the dark dimension, Strange had managed to keep Dormammu occupied, which meant things outside remained calm. The tidal wave of darkness that once threatened to engulf the world had subsided, replaced by a rare, uneasy peace. In fact, ever since Strange activated the Eye of Agamotto, he nearly finished repairing the damage done to New York. It looks like Dormammu's been held off, Mordo said, his face tense as he gazed into the dark dimension, finally letting out a slow breath. Behind him, Chen Feng seemed unsurprised by the outcome, his expression calm and unmoved. Look there, do you see it? Chen Feng fixed his gaze on a point in space and spoke quietly. What? Jia was caught off guard. He hadn't noticed anything unusual inside. Aren't you supposed to be the expert on shadows? And you didn't notice? Chen Feng glanced at Jia, a trace of surprise in his eyes. You'll understand soon enough. These words in an unfamiliar language left the two nearby monks, Dongwen and Air, completely baffled, their minds filled with suspicion and confusion. Dormammu, have you made up your mind? Strange hovered in midair, feigning an air of ease, all the while keeping the Eye of Agamotto's power in constant motion. Cursed humans! Dormammu spat out the words in fury. Clearly, bowing his head to an ant was a humiliation too great to bear. But if he refused, that maddening barrage of words would surely echo endlessly in his mind. Weighing his options, leaving Earth seemed the better choice. Detestable sorcerer. Fine, I'll let you have your way this time. Reluctantly, Dormammu gave in. The surging tide of energy began to retract, and the glittering, star-like dark dimension gradually pulled back as well. After all, the Ancient One was dead. On Earth, there were no longer powerful sorcerers capable of opposing him. Next time, he would be fully prepared and return to claim Earth as his own. Strange kept his gaze locked on the retreating Dormammu, ready to act at the slightest sign of treachery, determined to make him pay dearly for any move out of line. But then, suddenly, a streak of light shot forth from behind at lightning speed, leaving only a fading afterimage in the sky. Even Dormammu, almost out of Earth's reach, was startled by this flash. He froze in place for a moment, caught off guard for just a couple of seconds. Yet in that brief instant, Chen Feng surged into the dark dimension. He sped like a gale toward a shadowy corner. Before Dormammu could react, he saw Chen Feng clutching a shard of black matter, gleaming ominously in his hand. Surtur, you wretch, do you have a death wish? Dormammu's roar thundered through the dimension, shaking all of darkness to its core. Terrifying waves of dark energy erupted, battering Chen Feng like a raging storm. Begone! Chen Feng retorted with disdain. Suddenly, a gleaming gemstone appeared in his palm, shining with a brilliant blue light. The space before him abruptly shifted, solidifying into a crystalline barrier that sealed off the entire area. The surging darkness slammed into this barrier, but was immediately halted, unable to advance a single step. As Dormammu's rage peaked, an even more violent power swept forth. The space stone unleashed its might again. The crystalline shield expanded outward, then curved to envelop the entire area, forming a dome that trapped Dormammu in the dark dimension within. In the next instant, a blinding light flashed, as if touched by some unearthly divine radiance, so dazzling that none could look upon it. When the world returned to normal, both Dormammu and the dark dimension had vanished, leaving only the empty, quiet streets of New York behind. From some distant fold in space came a faint, wrathful roar. I will return. You did it, Strange. Ingdu rushed forward and threw his arms around Strange. Mordo's Eye, from now on, it's yours to safeguard. Remember to protect Earth and the Sanctum Sanctorum. After Chen Feng spoke, he turned and left without hesitation. He had his reasons for leaving the Time Stone with Strange. This was only one part of his plan. Down the long road ahead, this gem would play a crucial role. Strange watched Chen Feng's departing figure, utterly confused, his fingers brushing the Eye of Agamotto in his hand, feeling a deep sense of bewilderment. To protect Earth, to become the guardian of the Sanctum Sanctorum, he knew he would rise to the responsibility. Yet when it came to Chen Feng, it was as if a thick mist clouded his understanding. He simply couldn't fathom what kind of person Chen Feng truly was, or what he was thinking. He himself possessed the power to defeat Dormammu. So why did Chen Feng insist that he be the one to confront Dormammu? Perhaps, in time, the answer would reveal itself. That was the only reassurance Strange could give himself. If even he acknowledges you, then from now on, Kamar Taj, the Sanctum, and Earth are all yours to protect. The other sorcerers will stand by your side, Mordo said solemnly, watching Chen Feng vanish in the distance. He turned, clapping Strange on the shoulder, his voice full of gravity. Are you leaving as well? Strange instantly understood the meaning behind Mordo's words, and uncertainty gripped him once more. There are some things I must resolve myself, Mordo replied, his tone resolute. Indu said nothing more. Ever since learning that the Ancient One also drew power from the Dark Dimension, his beliefs had been shaken. He no longer knew if upholding the Ancient One's teachings was still the right path. And so, these questions had to be answered by himself, and himself alone. There's no need to dissuade me. This is my decision, and it won't change, Mordo said, waving his hand to cut off any further argument from Strange. Is this the thing you mentioned? Jie asked, eyeing the black, cube-shaped stone in Chen Feng's hand. He didn't quite understand what this artifact from the Dark Dimension was. It's the crystallized product left behind after Dormammu devoured countless universes, Chen Feng explained roughly. With this, we can forge a weapon that draws out the maximum power from the 6 Infinity Stones. And by my calculations, the time is nearly upon us. It seems you're destined for something great. Soon, you'll see the final creation. Chen Feng smiled as he spoke. For now, do as you see fit on Earth. Just don't cause too much commotion or reveal yourself lightly. Only that way can you become our hidden ace, Chen Feng instructed, his tone deadly serious. Yes, Jie answered, his face calm and composed. In a not-so-distant future, the shadows of this world would belong to one alone, the Shadow Master, Jie. The moment of parting has come again, throat, Chen Feng thought silently. He couldn't help but feel a pang of reluctance. He hadn't even had the chance to truly connect with Wanda before he had to leave. But before that, it was time to find Tony. An idea had taken root in Chen Feng's mind, and he was eager to see it realized. Only Tony could truly understand his intentions. The power of shadows is not here. I must travel to the distant east to seek out the energy that lies hidden away. Jie lowered his head, pondering for a moment, then looked up at Chen Feng, as if silently requesting permission. Go, Chen Feng replied without hesitation, nodding his assent. When I see you again, I hope you'll be someone entirely changed. He had no qualms about it. After all, the stronger his followers became, the less he'd have to take matters into his own hands. I'll be off now. Jie's figure flickered and blurred, then slowly blended into the shadows, vanishing from the busy streets of New York. Looks like it's time for me to get moving too. I can't just sit around like this, Chen Feng muttered to himself, stretching his back and letting out a casual yawn. In his hand, the dark matter was clutched tight, gleaming with a cold, black luster. Upon returning home, he found Wanda lounging comfortably on the sofa, while Pietro sat close by her side. The game controllers in their hands made it obvious to Chen Feng what the two were up to. Super Mario? The moment he saw the screen, Chen Feng was utterly taken aback. He'd assumed they'd be into something gritty, bloody, and intense. Never would he have guessed they'd be immersed in this adorably whimsical adventure. Suddenly, memories of his own childhood came rushing back. Those days dodging obstacles and conquering every level. You're finally home. Wanda turned to him, her voice brimming with delight and excitement, eyes practically sparkling with joy. Yeah, I'm back. How have you two been these past few days? A warm smile spread across Chen Feng's face. These have been the happiest, most relaxing days of my life. Great food, fun games, and the freedom to go wherever we please. Pietro counted off each point on his fingers with utmost seriousness. I'm glad to hear that. What do you want for dinner tonight? I'll cook. Rolling up his sleeves, Chen Feng was ready to get started. Yes, please. Wanda could hardly contain her excitement, practically bouncing off the couch with happiness. The last time Chen Feng made hot pot, it had left a deep impression on her. And from what Mindy had told her, she now knew just how skilled and masterful a cook Chen Feng truly was. I want steak. The words tumbled out of Wanda's mouth before she'd even had time to think. Then steak it is, Pietro said with a helpless smile, seeing Wanda's enthusiasm. All right, steak it is tonight. Chen Feng nodded and left the room to start preparing. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Oh, and for this level, you'll need both of you to work together to get through to the next stage. Before leaving, Chen Feng kindly offered Wanda and Pietro a helpful tip. When it came to this game, Chun Feng certainly knew what he was talking about. When I was a kid, I can't even remember how many times I cleared this game. Want to give it a try? After Chun Feng left, Wanda glanced at Pietro and tentatively asked. Of course. As Chun Feng's #1 fanboy, Pietro immediately straightened up, eager to match his idol. A determined glint flashed in his eyes, and it was as if a burst of flame ignited in Wanda's demeanor. Ha, it's just a simple game. Don't think you can stop me. Not long after, Chun Feng returned. Yes, I did it. I beat the level. Wanda threw her hands into the air, as jubilant as if she'd scored the winning goal at the World Cup. Next to her, Pietro watched Wanda with a look of utter defeat, lowering his hands in resignation. The character he'd been playing was already grayed out on the screen. It seemed the one who had to sacrifice was Pietro after all. Somehow, that felt perfectly expected. Chun Feng, I beat the level. Pretty impressive, right? Wanda, with a touch of playful pride, came over to Chun Feng, holding up her controller. Impressive. But the next stage is the toughest one yet. It'll really get your heart racing. His words carried a clear note of challenge, instantly igniting Wanda's competitive spirit. You think I'd be scared? I'm the queen of games. Wanda planted herself in front of the screen, determined to conquer Super Mario once again. Moments later, the kitchen began to fill with the sizzle of cooking, and the mouth-watering aroma of premium Wagyu beef drifted through the air. The scent lingered in the room, making it hard to think of anything else. I died. It's all your fault, Chun Feng. Suddenly, Wanda's sharp cry of frustration rang out from the living room, brimming with accusation. She really does have a knack for finding someone to blame. Chun Feng chuckled wryly to himself and shook his head. Better focus on my steak. His fingers moved deftly, sealing the rich aroma of the beef inside the kitchen, keeping it from wafting too far. Today, Natasha was out on a mission, and Mindy had gone with her, so neither would be coming home. How do I get past this level? It's so hard. Not long after, Wanda's voice of despair echoed from outside the kitchen, thick with frustration. I give up. I'm done. What a lousy game. Pietro, can't you just stand still for once? Every time, it's you. You keep dragging me down. After several more defeats, Wanda shifted the blame squarely onto Pietro, as if the controller in her hand was her weapon. Women. Chun Feng glanced at Wanda and couldn't help but sigh to himself. Wow, that smells amazing. Is the steak ready yet? The rich aroma filled the air, instantly capturing Wanda's senses. She tossed her game controller onto the sofa and dashed into the kitchen. Can we eat now? Wanda asked breathlessly. Just a moment, I want to add a bit more seasoning. Chun Feng shook his head and smiled, taking out his own special spice mix and sprinkling a little into the pan. It was as if something miraculous had happened. The steak suddenly gleamed with a golden sheen, looking irresistibly delicious. It's ready to eat. Chun Feng took the steak out and placed it on the table. Wanda, much like an eager little kitten, followed close behind him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, wide and expressive. Pietro, come and eat. After setting the table, Chun Feng called out to Pietro. With candles lit, the delicious dinner officially began. Wanda and Pietro had already cast aside the bitterness of losing their game, their attention glued to the steak before them, unable to stop themselves from swallowing hungrily. Wanda couldn't wait any longer. She dove right in, her knife and fork working swiftly, and took a generous bite of steak. A blissful smile instantly bloomed on her face, radiant and full of joy. It's so good. Wow. Wanda was at a loss for words, unable to find the right expression, and could only keep marveling at it. But of course, do you know who I am? Certified Super Chef of America. Chun Feng declared with unabashed pride. When it came to culinary skills, no one could measure up to him. Then I'll be counting on you for breakfast, lunch, and dinner from now on. Wanda, recalling the subpar food she'd been eating out lately, felt those meals paled in comparison, and quickly voiced her thoughts. So direct, huh? Chun Feng gave a wry smile. Well, in that case, I'll have to charge you. Charge me? You never mentioned that before. Wanda was clearly surprised by Chun Feng's words, her mouth agape, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. Well, I never said it would be free, did I? Chun Feng grinned, looking just a bit mischievous. That expression gave Wanda a prickly feeling, making her a little uneasy. Noticing the tension between the two, Pietro shrank back, sensing the mood, and quietly tried to excuse himself from the table. Suddenly my stomach hurts. I'd better run to the bathroom. You two take your time. Pietro feigned a pained look and hurried off toward the restroom. Pietro. Wanda reached out to stop him, but he had already vanished. Her instincts immediately told her that Pietro was dodging his share of the debt, deliberately escaping and leaving the task of repayment entirely to her. Damn you, Pietro. Just you wait. Wanda cursed him inwardly in frustration. Well, young lady, have you thought about how you're going to pay me back? Chen Feng stepped closer to Wanda. The way he closed the distance made her feel quite uncomfortable. Yet mingled with her discomfort was a strange warmth, and her cheeks flushed rosy red. Don't come any closer. Wanda extended her hand to block Chen Feng's advance. Seems you don't have anything to offer in return. In that case, how about you hear my suggestion? Chen Feng smiled gently, speared a piece of steak with his fork, and popped it into his mouth, savoring the taste with great delight. Everything seemed to be firmly in control. What's going on? Wanda asked, a bit scared. Somehow, from Yi Shun's expression, she sensed that something was off. Here, let's start with this, and then I'll tell you what comes next. Yi Shun's eyes gleamed as he pointed to his own cheek, his meaning unmistakable. What are you doing? At this moment, Wanda was still a little dazed, clearly a loss. She waited for quite a while, but never felt the expected soft touch on her cheek. Yi Shun fixed his gaze on Wanda, as if he could see right through her. Woman, you really don't even get what I mean? Kiss me, Yi Shun explained helplessly. What a silly girl. He almost wanted to knock his own head against a block of tofu in exasperation. Kiss you? Wanda's eyes widened in shock, as if she'd just heard something unthinkable. To pay a debt with a kiss, to pledge yourself with a kiss, don't you understand? Yi Shun leaned in closer, his face almost touching Wanda's lips. Aye. Wanda's cheeks turned crimson as she timidly backed away. Her eyes showed a hint of fear, but also the bashfulness of a young girl in love. Come on, hurry up. If you don't agree to this, what comes next will be even scarier. Yi Shun tried to spook Wanda a little. After hearing this, Wanda swallowed hard, as if she had made up her mind. Determination flashed in her eyes. Pietro hadn't gone far. He stood outside, peeking in at Wanda and Yi Shun in the living room. To his surprise, a ripple of feeling stirred in his own heart. Just then, a chilling, icy aura swept out from the living room, making Pietro feel as if he'd plunged into a frozen abyss. Without a moment's hesitation, Pietro immediately abandoned his peeping and slipped away into the distance. Had he stayed any longer, he was sure he would have been swallowed up by endless danger. At least the kid knows when to quit. Yi Shun glanced at Pietro's retreating figure outside the garden and nodded inwardly. With Pietro gone, Yi Shun became completely immersed in the sweetness between him and Wanda. After a long while, the two finally parted, both faces flushed with embarrassment. Wanda shyly lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, hiding instead in Yi Shun's arms. What's there to be shy about? This is just the beginning. Yi Shun chuckled softly, his tone gentle and teasing. At his words, Wanda's cheeks reddened even more, as if they might start dripping with color. I'm not doing that. After a moment to compose herself, she relented. Fine, that's enough. It's over now. From now on, I'll make you delicious food every day. Yi Shun pretended to look pained. Now that sounds more like it. Wanda pursed her lips with pride. Seeing this, Yi Shun hugged Wanda tightly, happiness radiating from his face. In the soft candlelight, the shadows of Yi Shun and Wanda intertwined on the wall, casting a tender, intimate silhouette. It was like an exquisite painting, so heartbreakingly beautiful, so utterly captivating. The next morning, as soon as Yi Shun had finished preparing breakfast, he set out for the day. Inside Star Tower, Tony was hard at work, testing his latest suit of armor. The suit Yi Shun had left behind earlier had sparked Tony's inspiration, and now he was eager to incorporate those ideas into his new Iron Man design. Shit, you scared me again. Tony clutched at the arc reactor on his chest, clearly startled. I have something I want to discuss with you. Yi Shun got straight to the point, wasting no words in stating his intentions. Can I say no? Tony reluctantly raised his hand in protest. But it was obvious that wasn't an option. Of course not. You don't get a say in this. Yi Shun's answer was blunt and final. Tony heard those words and wanted to argue, but he couldn't come up with a single good reason. So what is it? At this point, Tony could only go along with whatever came next. I want to create a robot to help you protect Earth, a flawless defense system. Yi Shun laid out his idea. Tony was stunned, blurting out, I've been thinking about the same thing. Creating a robot that could solve so many problems and help safeguard the planet. It would be so much more effective. Yi Shun was genuinely surprised to find Tony's thoughts mirroring his own. Looks like your brain isn't too bad after all. You actually came up with the same idea as me. I'm not disappointed in you. Yi Shun's words made Tony want to kick him. What kind of nonsense is that? Does he really think so little of me? Can't he spare me a little dignity? But even so, Tony still couldn't find a comeback. He could only glare at Yi Shun, like a wolf sizing up its prey, and wait for what Yi Shun would say next, his real plan. Loki's scepter. You know about it, don't you? Yi Shun brought up a new topic. That thing that went missing after the Battle of New York, right? I already have a detailed plan, but I'll need a bit of help from you. Yishun spoke lightly, as if it were no big deal. Though he'd lived in his previous life on Blue Star and knew full well how the Marvel Universe would unfold, Yishun was confident he could keep everything firmly in his grasp. Let's hear it, Tony replied. I've always wanted to make this idea a reality, but I was missing something crucial, something that could ensure our robot would surpass ordinary artificial intelligence. Without it, it would just be another machine. Yishun had piqued Tony's curiosity. His eyes shone with excitement as he watched Yishun. Maybe what you're missing is this. Yishun placed the Mind Stone in the center of his palm, smiling as he spoke. Loki's scepter? Tony was utterly shocked, but also a little confused. After all, he hadn't come into contact with a Mind Stone yet. This was just his intuition speaking. So, his brain hasn't rusted after all. Yishun said this half-jokingly. Then, all at once, his entire demeanor shifted. The Mind Stone burst forth in a brilliant golden light. In an instant, the light enveloped Tony, drawing him into a wondrous and surreal realm. A sharp, clear chime rang out. Moments later, Yishun put away the Mind Stone and snapped his fingers. Tony finally awakened from the illusion, staring at Yishun in utter disbelief. It was as if he was seeing him in a whole new light. How did you even come up with this idea? The question slipped out, without a trace of hesitation. Of course I rely on this. Yishun tapped his temple, answering with unwavering confidence. The atmosphere shifted. Tony awkwardly scratched his nose, unable to offer any rebuttal. If there are no further questions, then let's get started. Without another word, Yishun strode straight into the lab. Inside was the new Iron Man suit Tony had been testing. It was lacking in so many ways: design, materials, innovation. None of it was up to par. Yishun shook his head, and with a casual motion, cleared the suit out of the lab. It was as if he were tossing out a piece of trash, his eyes filled only with disdain. Tony, standing off to the side, bit his lip hard, barely restraining the urge to punch Yishun. His hand tensed and relaxed in the air, clenching and unclenching in visible frustration. It was clear he was struggling intensely inside. What are you waiting for? Get in here and get to work. Yishun called out to the still stunned Tony. He had already placed the Mind Stone on the workbench. All right. No need to shout. I'm right here. You think I can't hear you? Tony silently cursed Yishun in his mind, drawing furious circles of resentment. At the same time, he forced a smile and walked over to Yishun's side. My smile isn't real happiness. It's just a mask for the pain. Power up the laser oscillator, initialize the energy phase shifter, and start logging the data fluctuations. As soon as Tony had gotten ready, Yishun's rapid-fire instructions rattled off right next to his ear. Okay, Tony replied, sounding utterly soulless. But as a top-tier scientist, his hands moved quickly. He finished everything Yishun had listed in a flash. You keep watch here. I'm going to prepare the materials we need. Yishun walked off to the other side, entrusting Tony with the tasks at hand. To use the Space Stone to create a robot, the chosen materials had to be incredibly dense. Otherwise, things might play out just like in the cinematic universe. After creating Ultron, once he devoured Jarvis, he turned traitor almost immediately. If a person's mind goes astray, it's a nightmare to deal with the aftermath. The same holds true for an artificial intelligence robot. After installing the brain of the great inventor Heimerdinger, both the speed of calculation and the pace of thought became astonishingly fast. Very soon, Yishun designed a flawless shell. Using a blend of arcane magic and modern technology, the shell was forged into existence. Suspended in midair amid a gust of wind, 8 gemstones glimmered on its surface, their brilliance as radiant as a rainbow. In the center of Yishun's palm, a surge of azure, magical energy bloomed. Under Yishun's precise control, the two forces gradually moved closer together. Their differences sparked an intense reaction, unleashing a powerful energy as they collided. In an instant, the entire lab was flooded with this wild and volatile force. Tony stood off to the side, body tense, not daring to move a muscle, afraid that this power might tear him apart. Relax, take it slow, no need to rush, Yishun silently reminded himself. Under his flawless control, the two energies slowly merged, then began to seep down into the titanium alloy below. For a long while, a suffocating aura filled the laboratory, but at last, it faded away. Only then did Tony dare to take a deep breath, letting his anxious heart settle. Tony, how's the data? The sudden question caught Tony off guard. After a moment, he snapped back to attention. The Mind Stone's energy is stable. The laser oscillator's readings are perfectly normal. With Tony's report, Yishun confirmed the key information. He moved the material beneath the Mind Stone, letting its energy beam directly into the alloy. Stay focused, Tony. The next step is the most critical one, Yishan said, his face turning grave. His entire demeanor shifted, and his eyes gleamed with unwavering concentration. Don't worry. When it comes to science, I always carry a sense of reverence, Tony replied, his expression changing. He was no longer the arrogant, careless, and somewhat irresponsible playboy. Seeing Tony so composed, Yishan intensified the Mind Stone's energy output. As the three energies collided within the titanium alloy, an epic battle unfolded. Yet with both Yishan and Tony in absolute control, the chaos quickly subsided. Now, the energies seemed to scrutinize each other, as if weighing whether they could accept this newcomer as one of their own. Sweat beaded on both Tony's and Yishan's foreheads, their breathing growing short and ragged. Clearly, this was an exhausting experiment. With both men giving their all, the three energies finally converged, giving birth to a new intelligence. Like a newborn child, a mind had been created. But now, it would be up to others to decide how he would view the world and what tremendous responsibilities he would be asked to bear. Today is Monday. From now on, your name shall be Monday. Before Yishan could even react, Tony had already made the decision himself. Monday? That's just too cliché. No wonder, after Jarvis was gone, your next AI butler ended up being called Sunday. Yishan couldn't help but slap his own forehead in exasperation. Well, if you want to call it Monday, so be it. After all, he hadn't come up with a better name himself. As for the name Ultron, he still preferred not to use it. Am I really called Monday? Monday touched its own head, looking at Tony and Yishan with a confused, sleepy expression. That's right, kid. This is your name. Jarvis will fill you in on the details in a moment, Tony declared, pointing at Monday with resolute certainty. With that stern look on his face, it almost seemed as if he was interrogating a criminal. What do you want Jarvis to do? Hearing this, Yishan felt a vague sense of dread rising in his chest and quickly asked. Of course, I want Monday to understand the responsibility he's been given, to protect the Earth, Tony answered, deadly serious. So, it really is like that. Yishan sighed inwardly. Thank goodness he'd asked in advance. Otherwise, the tragedy from the movie might have played out all over again. Jarvis would be devoured by Monday. Tony's ideals for Earth's protection would be twisted, and they'd end up creating another villain by accident. In the end, wouldn't he just have to clean up the mess again? Is there a problem? Tony noticed Yishan's strange expression and asked, puzzled. No problem, but I'll be assisting Jarvis from the sidelines. Yishan shook his head, sharing his thoughts. Assist Jarvis? This is the world of data. Why not let them handle it themselves? Tony looked even more exhausted at the thought. Jarvis was his trusted butler, the one AI he felt completely safe with. He believed that, left alone, Jarvis would keep everything under control. The world of data? That's actually my specialty, Yishan replied with a faint smile. But to Tony, that smile seemed to hint at mockery. All right, whatever. I'm not going to argue with you. Tony hesitated for a moment, then decisively let it go. If he kept arguing with Yishan, he'd probably just explode on the spot. Meanwhile, Monday stood there not understanding a word, looking exactly like a dazed little child. Jarvis, go help Monday. Make sure he understands what he's supposed to do. Tony immediately summoned Jarvis and gave the order. Yes, Mr. Stark, Jarvis replied, nodding before flowing smoothly through the network system and entering Monday's core. Jarvis, wait up. Yishan hurried to follow. Armed with the Mind Stone, mastery of Marvel's magic, and an understanding of soul manipulation, he was ready for whatever came next. Yishan effortlessly allowed his spirit to closely follow Jarvis, entering the world of the data network. Mr. Yi, how could you do this? Even Jarvis, upon witnessing Yishan's transformation, couldn't help but be startled. Never before in the database had there been a human who could morph into pure data. It was nothing short of a miracle in the world of mankind. Don't worry about it. Just stay aside for now. I'll be the one to instill the knowledge into Monday. Yishan stopped Jarvis, who was about to take action, and approached Monday's mind himself. There must not be another Ultron born from this. Otherwise, it would be the greatest insult to himself, a shame that would be forever etched in infamy. Yes, Mr. Yi. Jarvis agreed and stepped back. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, as an artificial intelligence, he was deeply curious as to how Yishan would impart his thoughts to Monday. With a grand wave of his hand, Yishan gathered a cascade of information into his palm. After meticulously filtering it and weaving his own beliefs into the data, he gently placed the entire strand into Monday's brain. A terrible, anguished cry burst forth as the immense data flooded Monday's mind. His young mind suddenly felt as if it were stuffed to bursting, ready to explode. My mistake. I forgot your brain is still so new. Yishan looked at Monday with an apologetic gaze. With a gentle motion of his fingers, Monday's pain eased considerably. This was mainly because Yishun had broken the information into smaller fragments, making it easier for Monday's mind to handle. After a long while, Monday finally finished absorbing all the information and grew still once more. Amazing, Mr. Yi. How did you do that? Watching from the side, Jarvis let out a sound of genuine wonder. I'll tell you once we're out. Now wasn't the time to linger inside Monday's mind. Staying would only hinder his recovery. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Jarvis looked elated, like an eager student thirsting for knowledge. He was far more enthusiastic than Tony ever was. Yishun nodded, silently poking fun at Tony in his mind. All done. Tony looked at Yishun, whose eyes had regained their spark, and asked in surprise, "Who do you think I am?" Yishun tossed his hair with a flourish, exuding confidence. At that moment, it felt to Tony as if 1,000 wild horses were stampeding through his heart. Painful and relentless. To be mocked so directly, who could bear it? While Monday was rebooting, Yishun shared what he had promised Jarvis. Understand now? Yishun spoke calmly. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Even as an artificial intelligence, Jarvis's excitement was still palpable in his tone. Tony's gaze flicked back and forth between the two of them, like a suspicious husband wondering if his wife was having an affair. Love is like a green light, so enchanting, so irresistible. What are you two scheming behind my back? Some shady deal again? Though he was dying to know the answer, Tony kept his curiosity hidden, especially in front of Yishun. He figured he could always interrogate Jarvis later. No secrets could ever slip past his watchful eyes. Tony straightened his back, brimming with confidence. What's this guy thinking about now? Yishun caught Tony's expression and couldn't help but smile wryly, giving himself a gentle tap on the forehead. Just then, Monday finally finished assimilating all the data fragments from Mordo. Taking in that information meant inheriting Yishun's way of thinking as well. Now, Monday's highest priority had become protecting Yishun's 3 women, Tasha, Wanda, and Mindy. Protecting the Earth would only come as a secondary goal after ensuring their safety. Well, at least this time, we're not about to create another Ultron. Yishun glanced at Monday, who looked as harmless as ever, and nodded in satisfaction. Why does he look so vacant? You didn't turn him into an idiot, did you? Tony suddenly blurted out, shooting Yishun a disgruntled look. An idiot? Mr. Stark, that comment alone shows just how poor your judgment really is. Monday retorted immediately, not even waiting for Yishun's response. Having perfectly inherited Yishun's mindset, Monday wasn't about to hold back when it came to Tony. Tony was momentarily speechless, at a loss for a comeback. Has Monday picked up all of Yishun's bad habits already? Tony suddenly regretted agreeing to Yishun's earlier proposal. It felt like he'd been thoroughly swindled. Yishun, did you teach him to talk like this? Tony hurried over, his voice edged with a chill. And if I said I didn't, would you believe me? Yishun smiled faintly, his meaning clear as day. I knew it. It had to be you. Tony cursed Yishun inwardly, but kept his expression composed and gentlemanly on the surface. After all, when it came to raw power, he was still no match for Yishun. So, all his grievances had to be swallowed in silence. All right, moving forward, Monday will help us build a new defense network to safeguard the Earth, Yishun said, turning his gaze to Monday. He had integrated a portion of the Mind Stone's power, Marvel magic, Rune Terrace arcane arts, and the energy of the Sword of the Winds Beiji. While it wasn't quite on par with the complete Mind Stone, it was certainly close. That's why S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers would still need to join forces to protect the planet. Tony, I'm leaving the negotiations with S.H.I.E.L.D. about constructing the defense network to you. Take Monday with you. It'll give us a better shot at success. Yishun spoke to Tony in a slow, deliberate tone, like a boss who'd just thrown off his coat and was ready to let others handle the details. Tony clenched his teeth, reluctantly agreeing. He could already guess that the S.H.I.E.L.D. people would be a pain to deal with again. Especially that old-fashioned, stubborn Captain America, Steve Rogers. Just thinking about the man made Tony's head throb. But there was no way out of it now. He'd just have to bite the bullet and go. Well, with your talents, I'm sure you'll win them over, Yishun said, giving Tony a big thumbs up, as if he were handing out an award in advance, bestowing a badge of honor. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He managed a fake smile and played along. Nearby, Monday watched Tony's reaction and silently thought to himself, that's exactly the kind of person he is. Night fell. As usual, young Spider-Man, Peter, was out fulfilling his responsibilities as the guardian of the night. With Spider-Man's fame soaring, more and more people in New York had started to truly like him. Sometimes, he'd even run into a female fan at night who'd surprise him with an unexpected show of affection. But ever since Peter had met Gwen, he'd always politely turned down such advances. Popularity definitely had its downsides. Peter scratched his head, feeling the burden. Faced with the temptations of New York's glittering nightlife, he constantly reminded himself to stay true to his heart and never lose his way. A secluded, shadowy little bar, exactly the kind of place where crime festers. Swinging on his webs, Peter's sharp eyes caught sight of a spot hidden in darkness. He'd lost count of how many times he'd intervened in places like this, silently scaling down walls, teaching a lesson or two to the bad guys. Outside the bar, the scene was desolate. There wasn't even a stray cat in sight. Wait, what's that? The smell of blood? The moment he got close, the stench of fresh blood hit him, so strong that Peter's face changed instantly. Without hesitation, he dashed inside. But what he saw inside, even with all his experience facing death, made his stomach churn. The floor was strewn with severed limbs, and pools of crimson blood flowed like little rivers, staining the whole bar red. He'd stepped into a living hell. Everything was so horrifying. Heads, legs, hands, even genitals and organs, all from human bodies, scattered everywhere in a scene of relentless brutality. Fighting back the wave of nausea and discomfort, Spider-Man quickly searched the bar for any clue the perpetrator might have left behind. But after a while, he still found nothing. What is this? Peter picked up a black object from the source of the blood. It looked like some kind of tissue. He examined it closely, but couldn't identify what it was. At that moment, the overwhelming stench of blood forced Peter to leave the scene. He gasped for breath, drawing in the crisp, fresh air outside in heavy gulps. Only then did he manage to calm his wildly pounding heart. Who could have done this? Who could be so cruel? Judging from the scene, the massacre inside the bar happened no more than 7 hours ago. It was so quiet, almost nobody noticed anything, and yet nearly 50 people were killed. From this, he deduced that this was no ordinary crime. It had to be connected to some unknown force. Immediately, Peter thought of Yi Shun, S.H.I.E.L.D., and the Avengers. Maybe it would be best to let them handle this case. He dialed the number, and a familiar voice answered. Peter, what is it this time? Yi Shun, I found something major. It's in a rundown little bar in Brooklyn. Peter blurted out his discovery, afraid Yi Shun might hang up on him if he hesitated. Over 50 people dead without a sound. Yi Shun repeated quietly to himself. You don't need to worry about this for now. I'll take care of it. Yi Shun's mind was racing. He already had a plan in mind. I'll stay in the area and look for the killer's trail and assist you. Peter had barely finished speaking when the line clicked. Yi Shun had already hung up. With a resigned sigh, Peter put away his phone and walked off into the distance. But he didn't notice the pair of pitch-black eyes in the shadows, watching his every move. Mindy, from now on, follow my lead. Whatever you do, don't act rashly. Otherwise, both of us could die here. Natasha's face was grave as she looked at Mindy. At this moment, the two of them were deep in crisis. Mindy understood the gravity of the situation and nodded solemnly. Natasha surveyed their surroundings. She hadn't expected that SHLD's intel would be so flawed this time, landing them in such a hopeless position. The enemy's power was far beyond anything she'd imagined. Now move. A moment later, Natasha shouted and charged forward. Mindy's nerves were taut, her reflexes razor-sharp, and she followed instantly. Gunfire erupted behind them in a relentless, deafening barrage. Luckily, Natasha's keen observation skills kept them both unharmed. Taking cover behind a thick wall, Natasha and Mindy had finally taken their first step toward survival. But the road ahead would be thousands of times more perilous than before. Oh, a little ancestor, why are you leaving now? These two people haven't even been killed yet. A burly, bald man looked anxiously at the little girl in the purple bodysuit, her perfect figure outlined by the fabric, and tried to dissuade her, his words timid and hesitant. I'm bored, the girl replied, her tone indifferent. They're just two ordinary people. Deal with them yourselves. With that, she vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving the crowd behind. The bald man could only stretch out his hand helplessly as she disappeared, unable to say anything more. You lot, get in there. Suppress them with firepower. Make sure you kill those two bitches. Now, the bald man could only vent his rage on Tasha and Mindy. But as soon as one of his men, clutching a submachine gun, rushed forward, a single gunshot rang out, sharp and sudden. A crimson burst of blood splattered through the air. The man crumpled to the ground, his eyes wide open, lifeless, incapable of closing even in death. The other henchmen, who had been ready to charge, immediately shrank back in terror, trembling so hard they couldn't take a single step forward. You filthy whores! What are you afraid of, you useless cowards? Follow me. The bald man sneered at his own men, then took the lead, stepping forward without hesitation. Inspired, if only by fear, by his display, the others tightened their shaking hands around their Type 380 rifles. Mindy, you've only got 6 bullets left in your pistol. We don't have time to reload. so every shot must count. Tasha's voice was stern now, stripped of the gentle, neighborly warmth it once held. Between life and death, only overwhelming pressure could guarantee survival. Understand, Mindy replied, her words sharp and cold. The killer within her revealed itself, a flash of ruthless determination flickering in her eyes. Tasha felt a surge of admiration for Mindy's lethal resolve. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Before anyone could charge, the bald man unleashed a wild barrage from his M16, bullets hammering into the thick walls in a furious storm. The thought of his underling nearly being cut down by gunfire had driven the bald man into a rage. Those two bitches, he had to see them dead. Even now, the bald man felt his confidence faltering. There was no time for hesitation or second-guessing. He dreaded what might happen if things took a turn for the worse. It wasn't hard to imagine just how deep his hatred for Natasha and Mindy ran. Charge! Open fire! Natasha and the bald man shouted at the same time. Fire burst from the muzzles of their guns, the deafening roar of gunshots filling the entire room. Everyone was plunged into a world of ringing ears, the noise overwhelming. Though their hearing was shattered, their eyes seemed sharper than ever. A handful of henchmen burst out, but under Mindy and Natasha's sharpshooting assault, they fell one after another, blood splattering through the air like spilled wine. Go! What are you afraid of? The bald man howled, spraying bullets wildly, his fury echoing with every shot, forcing those underlings who wanted to retreat to grit their teeth and push forward. Under the bald brute's relentless assault, Natasha and Mindy were both pinned down, unable to risk sticking their heads out to return fire. Don't rush. He's about to empty this magazine. Wait for my signal, then counterattack immediately. The barrage of gunfire, howling and unending, finally ceased after a tense moment. Now is the time for Natasha and Mindy to strike back. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots, 3 bullets, then the gun jammed. Mindy had to fall back, hurriedly swapping in a fresh magazine. But in those 3 shots, 3 enemies were taken down, each bullet finding its mark right between the eyes. Such efficiency would put even many Navy SEALs to shame. Shoot already! Are you all idiots? The bald brute, reloading, bellowed furiously at his frozen men. Everyone else is firing. Don't you know how to fight back? Are you so scared you've pissed yourselves? And we're talking about just 2 women. The bald brute nearly lost it. He wanted to shoot these cowards himself. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Jolted by his tirade, the men finally snapped out of their stupor. A rainstorm of bullets lashed out, furious as storm-tossed waves crashing down. Natasha had no choice but to duck behind the wall, evading this overwhelming barrage. The walls and floor were riddled with bullet holes, densely packed and terrifying to behold. Ready? One last push, then we move that way. Natasha pointed toward the side, her resolve unshakable. Mindy nodded firmly, no hesitation at all. There was no doubt Natasha was the one in charge. Seizing the moment while everyone reloaded, Natasha and Mindy darted out together, moving like 2 seasoned agents with deadly intent, each shot finding a target. Bang, 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 bang. The enemies dropped where they stood, blood splattering across the floor, staining the ground crimson. A guttural scream, raw and piercing, tore through the chaos. The bald brute, just about to fire, toppled to the ground, clutching his thigh in agony. Scarlet blood streamed through his fingers as veins bulged on his forehead, pain etched across his face. Damn you, you filthy bitches. The bald brute could only glare helplessly at the 2 women as they escaped. He was powerless to stop them. That window, go! Natasha shouted, then kicked through the glass and leapt outside. Seeing this, Mindy followed without a second thought. From the 3rd floor, they landed together on the ground below. But the little girl, she was gone. Though they were out of immediate danger, Natasha couldn't help but look back. Who was that little girl? The one who hadn't been part of the plan? That question would linger in Natasha's mind for a long time to come. Natasha, hurry! Their reinforcements will definitely be here any minute. Mindy urged Natasha, pulling her as they dashed toward the main street outside. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Yi-Shun and Tony, accompanied by Monday, stood before Fury and Rogers. Establish a new defense network? No way, absolutely not. Something this highly classified must remain in my hands. Fury didn't even hesitate, rejecting Yi-Shun and Tony's proposal outright. Stubborn old man. Tony muttered quietly under his breath. This was exactly why Yi-Shun and Tony were always reluctant to negotiate with S.H.I.E.L.D. There was always something said, some infuriating remark that made you want to start a fight. But this time, Yi-Shun held a card up his sleeve, a trump card that would force Fury to agree. Maybe after you watch this, you'll be willing to keep talking with us. Yi-Shun tossed a small sphere. Fury caught it, puzzled, not sure what it was, but he had a gut feeling whatever it was, it couldn't be good. With a gentle press, an image sprang out of the orb. It was Brooklyn, the very bar where the massacre had taken place. Who was it? Who dared commit such an atrocity right under our noses? Rogers shouted, his voice shaking with fury. Even during the days of World War II, such brutal slaughter was rare. To fall on the battlefield and to be tortured and killed. Those are two completely different things. Monday can solve this problem. Can you? Yishun spoke concisely, his gaze cool and steady. No need. I'll go myself and bring that murderer to justice. Rogers volunteered instantly, his eyes blazing with anger. Monday, your first challenger has arrived. Yishun chuckled softly, glancing at Monday. He'd expected Rogers to step forward, but he hadn't thought it would happen this quickly. Rogers didn't even stop to ask about the details of the case. Yishun, handing the Earth's defense network over to an artificial intelligence we know nothing about, is absolutely out of the question. As for this murder, Captain Rogers will handle it. He'll find the killer. Fury's tone was resolute, leaving no room for argument. He gave Yishun and Tony no chance to continue the conversation. Let's hope, next time Earth is invaded by aliens, you'll at least manage some reaction, instead of letting them waltz right in. Yishun shot back, his words sharp and unyielding. But he didn't take Monday and leave S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, creating the new defense network was non-negotiable. How about this? Let's make a wager. If Rogers catches the killer first, we'll drop the subject and never bring it up again. But if he can't, and Monday succeeds, then the Earth's defense network goes to Monday. Deal? Tony spoke on Yishun's behalf, slowly removing his glasses as he made the proposal. Fury fell silent, lost in thought. If we don't agree, the days ahead will be unbearable. He knew Yishun's character all too well. Don't worry, we can let Rogers go first. If he fails, we'll send someone else on Monday. Seeing the situation, Tony immediately added another condition. It sounded extremely favorable to Rogers. Captain, Fury suddenly held back Rogers, who was about to charge forward, and called out sternly. I'll catch him myself. Just you wait. I promise. Rogers shouted, his voice burning with anger. Tony's words were a blatant taunt. If Fury hadn't stopped him, Rogers surely would have gone up and given Tony a beating. It's a deal. Tony smiled faintly, his face showing the satisfaction of a scheme well played. He turned to look at Yishun, his eyes brimming with smug pride. Well, we won't keep you any longer. Let's go. With Rogers' promise secured, Yishun and his companions left S.H.I.E.L.D. All that was left was to wait for news of their failure. It probably wouldn't take long. Rogers, you being too impulsive. We're not fully prepared. Watching their figures fade away, Fury let out a helpless sigh. They hadn't even checked the bar yet. There might not even be surveillance there. And to pull off something like this, it couldn't have been an ordinary person. It was most likely a mutant with special abilities. So in every way, things seemed to be stacked against S.H.I.E.L.D. Agreeing to this had only given Yishun an opening. Fury, don't worry. I'll find him. Bucky has a knack for sensing things that lurk in the dark. Rogers, however, didn't seem concerned. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. This time, he would have to rely on Bucky's help. What have you done? A face twisted in terror stared at his own arm, now shrouded in a black substance, and stammered out the question. Killing, eating, indulging. Haven't you felt it? The thrill that surges from within. A low, gravelly voice answered from within the darkness, like a cold-blooded killer lurking in the shadows, brimming with cruelty. Killing? No, no, no. Hardy threw his head back and roared at the sky in fury. His mind was a haze, the memories of that bloodshed already lost. Don't want to accept it? Huh. Maybe you simply haven't tasted the boundless delight within. Then go. Enjoy it once more. This time, truly experience it. The raspy voice let out a chilling chuckle. In an instant, the black substance covered Hardy's face. Feral fangs gleamed in the silver moonlight, radiating a ferocious hunger. No, no, no. Under the suffocating darkness, Hardy struggled with all his might, but it was all in vain. Relax. What comes next is when you'll really want to scream, ha ha ha. A shadowy figure darted past, bursting out from the corner, cloaked in darkness in the blink of an eye. Let's savor the thrill of the kill. Within a secluded and silent little inn, people from all walks of life had gathered. Most of them were society's cast-offs, drifting along the border between life and death. Drug users, sex workers, gamblers. Here, all kinds of illegal activities unfolded in an almost orderly, everyday fashion. It looked like a paradise on earth, but on closer inspection, it was nothing but an illusion, a living hell in disguise. You'll fall in love with this sensation. The figure from the dark organization let out a wild laugh and charged straight into the inn. The slaughter had officially begun. Under the dim lights, dismembered limbs flew through the air, blood spattered like wine in the wind, and a severed head tumbled to the ground. There, too, was a gaping mouth like a black hole, devouring everything in its path, its body stained a ghastly crimson. No one even had time to scream. In an instant, the hole was submerged in chaos, soaked in blood. "Natasha, Mindy, you're back." Wanda spotted them at once and called out joyfully. But as she drew closer, she realized both of them looked utterly battered, covered in blood, their clothes torn and ragged, even bearing the marks where bullets had grazed them. "Ooh, who attacked you?" Wanda's face changed in a flash, fury blazing uncontrollably in her eyes. A surge of chaotic magic burst out at once, making the entire house shudder. "Wanda, calm down, we're fine. It's all the enemy's blood." Natasha quickly tried to reassure her. She was afraid Wanda's explosive power might shatter the room in an instant. Pietro stood by, gently consoling Wanda as well, finally easing her anger. That suffocating sense of pressure gradually faded away. "Was this your mission?" It had to be said, a woman's intuition was as sharp as ever. "There's a slip in the intel, but nothing we couldn't handle." Natasha nodded. Her mind drifted again to that terrifying little girl in the purple bodysuit. This had to be reported to S.H.I.E.L.D. right away. "What about Yishun?" Mindy looked around, her tone puzzled. "You want to find Tony, I think. I'm not too sure, but he should be back soon." Wanda replied. Yishun had left early that morning, leaving behind only a lavish breakfast. By lunchtime, she and Pietro had to make do with a far less satisfying takeout meal. That little girl. I wonder if Yishun might know something about her. Natasha had a hunch that Yishun might have deeper insight, but all would have to wait until he returned before they could reach any final conclusions. Inside Stark Tower, Yishun and Tony had just returned from S.H.I.E.L.D. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Yishun asked in confusion. Ever since they got back, Tony had been eyeing him with a strange look. "Aren't you supposed to go home? I just heard from Fury that Natasha is almost done with her mission," Tony said, enunciating each word. The truth was, deep down, he really wanted Yishun to leave Stark Tower. As long as Yishun was here, Tony always felt uncomfortable. And at some point, another sarcastic remark was sure to come his way. "There's still one thing I haven't finished," Yishun replied curtly. Then, suddenly, a black stone appeared in his hand. It looked plain and unremarkable, but Tony knew there was no way it was something simple. "What is that? Do you know about the Dark Dimension? Ever heard of Dormammu?" Yishun's face broke into a mischievous grin as he spoke. Tony, hearing this, looked utterly bewildered. "It's fine if you don't know," Yishun added, the implication clear in his voice. He was mocking Tony again. "Damn it, I knew it." Tony cursed inwardly, his eyes practically blazing with frustration. "Come with me. I'll show you what it can do." Yishun strode directly into the lab, acting as if he owned the place. To be fair, with half the shares of Stark Industries, he practically did. He had just as much right to be here. Still, when it came to dealing with products of the Dark Dimension, Yishun became absolutely focused. This thing was incredibly powerful. It was something Dormammu had formed after devouring countless worlds. If he mishandled it, not only would Stark Tower be obliterated, but the entire city of New York might be wiped out. Seeing Yishun's expression, Tony didn't dare breathe too loudly. He inhaled and exhaled softly, barely making a sound. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. The air in the lab seemed to freeze, turning as cold and solid as ice. Yishun placed the black substance on the lab table, and with the help of Monday and Jarvis, began analyzing its elemental composition. Hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen. Aside from the common elements found on Earth, and most rare ones as well, there was another sizable portion, elements that neither Jarvis nor Monday could identify at all.